Family. Does anyone understand? I opened my eyes and found myself in the world of One Piece, with body parts scattered everywhere and a strong smell of blood. I was holding a devil fruit in my hand, and after some hesitation, decided to swallow it whole, but almost choked to death. After throwing up, I realized I didn't feel any power, and once I got on the ship, I discovered a bunch of secrets. This start is too intense. Let me tell you, when I just woke up, the first thing I heard in my ears was a man screaming in rage. EricD. Doesn't Reis. You little bastard, you're playing dirty, huh? Just wait for me. Goodness, I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. Who? Who is Reis? Where am I? As soon as I opened my eyes, the smell of blood almost made me faint again. There were, body parts everywhere, really, family, who understands? That scene was more intense than a horror movie. 7 or 8 big guys, none of them intact. One guy lost his lower half and was still twitching. Then I looked down at myself. Well, although I was also injured, at least I was still human-shaped. Next to me was a rusty spear impaled in the ground, with a bald guy's head hanging from its tip, and I was gripping the spear with my left hand. Looking at my right hand, it was raised high, tightly gripping something. I focused and saw that it was that damn devil fruit from One Piece. It had a spiral pattern and was colorful. Got it. I understand now. This was a truck driver exceeding his KPI, directly delivering me to the world of One Piece. Just a second ago, I was watching the carousel of life on the streets of Blue Star, and the next second, I was soul transported to this massive brawl scene. Seeing this situation, even a fool would understand. These guys were fighting over the fruit in my hand, and in the end, they all perished. The original owner of this body probably got too excited after snatching it and couldn't catch his breath, ending up dead too, which left it all to me. Looking at the fruit in my hand, I was conflicted. To eat or not to eat? This is the world of One Piece. If I go out without some skills, it'll be chopped up for fish food. But what if it's something like everyone fruit common type constipation form? Then wouldn't I be at a huge loss? But then I thought, am all alone, injured all over if I don't eat it. Some passerby could easily take me out and the treasure would be snatched away. A fruit that could make these tough guys explode their brains can't be that bad, right? Let's do it. They'll take a gamble. I thought this thing is said to be super hard to eat. So I decided not to chew it and just swallow it whole. The result? Goodness, I opened my mouth and stuffed the whole fruit in, only to have it get stuck in my throat. I couldn't get it up or down. My face turned purple and I almost passed out right there, becoming the first person ever to choke to death on a devil fruit. There was no choice but to bite down hard with tears in my eyes. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt like my entire tongue, teeth, and throat were attacked by an indescribable bioweapon level taste. My face twisted. Even my own mother probably wouldn't recognize me. No, I can't throw up if I do. ITLL, all be for nothing. I stiffened my neck, gulped down with a loud gulp. The next second, I vomited everything I had eaten for the last few days, feeling like my stomach was about to fly out of my mouth. Looking at the puddle of mixed contents on the ground, I was completely numb. Oh no, it seems I threw up both the fruit and my dinner. This ability can't be gone, right? I spent 2 hours in that cave, finally managing to stand up against the wall. Not gonna lie, this boat's physical condition is pretty good. If it were my old self, I would have been dead by now. I fumbled in my pocket for a while and pulled out a crumpled wanted poster. The person on it was none other than me, EricD Reis, with a bounty of 24 million berries. Goodness, I started off as a pirate with a bounty in the tens of millions. I searched around the dead bodies and found 3 more wanted posters, one for 40 million, one for 32 million, and another for 7 million. Seems like pirates these days like to keep their wanted posters on them as ID. Huh? Talk about friendly for bounty hunters. With a weapon in hand and the supplies I scavenged, I staggered out of the cave. Right now, what I care most about is whether that unlucky fruit has activated. If I turn out to be a dud and didn't gain any abilities, then I really would have hit rock bottom. Outside the cave was a desolate island, and on the endless shore of the sea, there was indeed a pirate ship. Thank goodness, otherwise, I would have to play out my own version of Robinson Crusoe here. I rushed to the shore, stripped off my clothes, and prepared to test it firsthand. Let me tell you, I was so nervous, moving step by step into the water like a fool. Ankles no problem. Calves no problem. When the seawater reached my waist, that feeling hit me instantly. It was as if I had been drained of all energy, an overwhelming sense of weakness flooding over me. The ocean seemed to say, "Get out, you don't belong here." I quickly rolled and crawled back to the shore, gasping for breath, my mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. I really became an ability user. But where's my ability? Where is it? I can't feel anything at all. Did I just eat in vain? Is this fruit called air fruit? Besides turning me into a weakling, it's useless? Family, who understands? I become a laughingstock. Lying on the beach in despair, I felt like my life was completely gray. Just being transported is bad enough, and now this happens. Later, I thought again, wait a minute, Luffy's rubber fruit hides a secret of Nika. So maybe my fruit also has some bizarre activation condition that just hasn't been met yet? Like needing to find gold to activate it? Forget it. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Let's get on the ship first. I carefully climbed onto the ship called Torture, and the deck was also covered in bodies. It seemed that those 8 big guys had cleared out their underlings before coming ashore. They were really ruthless. I found a room labeled with my nickname Silverbrow and pushed the door open. Let me tell you, the moment I pushed open the door, 2 streams of nosebleed shot out of my nostrils. This room had walls, ceiling, and floor all covered with posters of beautiful women. Stars, female Navy officers, female pirates. The concentration of XP was off the charts. The original owner of this body looked like a cool and handsome guy, but it turns out he was a total pervert. While I complained, I frantically started tearing down the posters, but they were stuck on tight. Halfway through, I was drawn to an enormous poster that took up half a wall. The woman on it was familiar. It was the big eater Jewelry Bonnie, who was devouring a pizza with a bounty of 68 million. Seeing her, my heart skipped a beat. Bonnie is from the South Blue and is a supernova from the same generation as Luffy. So, this means I'm currently in the South Blue, and the timeline is not far from when Luffy set sail. I stuffed all this evidence into the drawer, and my gaze fell on 2 notebooks on the table. I opened the diary, and the name on the title page left me speechless. EricD, dozen Reis. D, the D from the D family? I quickly pulled out the wanted poster check, and the letter D wasn't on it at all. Goodness, the world government is hiding information from me. My identity seems to be more complicated than I thought. I spent an hour reading through this guy's 16 years of life. After reading, all I felt was admiration for him. This guy's life is basically a tragedy. Born in a chaotic country in the South Blue, his parents were killed, his younger sister Annie was taken away, and he infiltrated the enemy bisected pirate crew to seek revenge. To avoid sinking to their level, and in order to save some innocent women, he pretended to be a hopeless pervert as a cover, while in reality, his strength had long surpassed that of the captain, enduring in silence. The last page of the diary read that he discovered the captain had obtained a DevilFruit. He knew this was his only chance to wipe out these scum, which is why he risked participating in this treasure-hunting battle. In the end, he was just a little short. He got the fruit, but lost his life in the process. All right, brother, he'll take on your script. He'll walk the path you didn't finish. Your sister, who was taken away, and that South Sea overlord who took her, the bounty of 300 million. Namortis Gorilla? Just wait, he'll make them all wait. After reading the diary, I felt completely fused with this body. The foundation of this body is really good. I estimate my strength level is at least 50 million now, and I'm only 16. Let me tell you, the potential during this growth period is limitless. In another year, if my strength multiplies a few times, that wouldn't be a dream. Just as I was feeling pleased, I looked down and realized, oh my goodness, I'm naked. Although there's no one on this deserted island, I can't just let myself go like this. I need to find some clothes. But when I opened the wardrobe, I was dumbfounded. Family, who understands? This wardrobe, besides the executioner's uniform I had on, had everything else. Every single item. T-shirts, shorts, socks, all printed with Bonnie's face. I felt like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Was the original owner a pure love warrior or an ultimate pervert? How could I wear clothes with my dream lover's face all over them? There was no way around it. After struggling for a long time, I really couldn't bring myself to wear these Bonnie limited editions, so I had to leave the house in the nude. The world is going downhill. I decided to head to the ship's warehouse and try my luck to see if there were any unsealed spoils from the previous heist. Fortunately, the weather in the South Sea is hot. Otherwise, I would have caught a cold for sure. As I walked, I pondered that the half-cut pirates were so brutal. The warehouse must be filled with gold, silver, treasures, weapons, and food. Who knows? Maybe even beautiful women? So, what am I thinking? When I reached the warehouse door, I twisted the doorknob, but hey, it was locked. The key was probably still with those dead guys in the cave, and I was too lazy to go back and search, so I decided to just break it open. I raised my spear, gathered my strength, and bang, struck it with all my might. The wooden door shattered into pieces. But I suffered too with the sudden force. My wounds ripped open, causing me to gasp in pain. The bandage was instantly stained red. Let me tell you, this injury is really serious. Just as I raised my head to look into the warehouse, the next moment, oh my goodness, my legs went weak and I collapsed to the ground. The nosebleed burst out like a fire hydrant, gushing everywhere. And the wounds all over my body were also spurting blood. I felt like I was about to follow the original owner into the afterlife. A girl's scream echoed throughout the warehouse. I lay in the pool of blood, gasping, my eyes wide open, mouth agape, with only one thought in my mind. There really is a beauty here. I was truly amazed. I survived an assault from 7 strong men. and today I almost got taken out by a single glance from a girl. I struggled to get up, hastily grabbed a piece of door panel to cover my crucial area, making the scene quite awkward. In the warehouse, there was a short-haired girl, about 17 or 18, tied to a chair, looking delicate and dressed in white, now trembling in fear. The way she looked at me was as if she were staring at a perverse sculpture that had come to life in a museum. No, I needed to put on some clothes first. I hurriedly dashed to a nearby cabinet, rummaged through it, and quickly put on a set of normal clothes. At that moment, it suddenly clicked in my mind. It was written in the diary. A few days ago, the original owner had taken down a merchant ship and rescued a girl in white named Daff from that perverted captain, Damon, hiding her in the warehouse without having the chance to let her go. It must be her. Seeing me dressed, Daff visibly relaxed and timidly asked, Mr. Reis. She recognized me, which made things easier. It seemed the original owner had already explained everything to her when he rescued her. I quickly stepped forward, cut the ropes binding her, and said, "It's okay, I've taken care of those scum from the half-cut pirate crew." As soon as the girl heard this, her eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at the injuries on me. She asked, "So, these injuries are from them?" "That's right," I smiled at her. "Souvenirs from the firefight." Now we were both free. I remembered the diary mentioning that this girl had witnessed her parents and all the crew being killed. So she must be feeling terrible. The original owner nearly fought with Captain Damon to save her, ultimately rescuing only her. In a sense, we were both victims of the same tragedy. I asked her if she had any other relatives to go to, but she lowered her head, and tears began to fall like broken beads, starting to sob softly. I understood. Probably her whole family was on that ship. I sighed and sat cross-legged in front of her, quietly accompanying her. I don't know how long it took, but she wiped her tears, raised her head, her eyes clear and determined, looking straight at me. "Mr. Reis," she said, "I have nowhere to go. Please take me in, no matter what you do next. I will follow you." I was stunned. Huh? Follow me? I quickly recalled the contents of the diary. It turned out that in order to save her, the original owner had made up some nonsense to Captain Damon, saying he wanted this girl and that old lady, using a perverted act to keep her safe. In her most desperate moment, the original owner had promised her he would kill everyone on the ship and set her free. Now, that promise had been fulfilled. This girl really regarded me as her lifeline. "Even if I continue to be a pirate, you'll follow me?" I tentatively asked. After all, I was now a wanted criminal. There was no other path if I didn't continue as a pirate. You know what she said? She stood up, hesitated for a moment, then knelt on one knee with an incredibly serious expression. "If we're going to be pirates, then I'll be your helmsman. White Sail Daff, from this moment on. Recognized as EricD. Doesn't Reis as captain. Does anyone understand? Isn't this development a bit too fast? This sudden fortune just dropped on me? And a helmsman? With this delicate little body, I felt like I could make her cry with just one punch. How could she be a helmsman?" I looked at her in confusion, and she seemed to sense my doubt, smiling as she said, "Yes, White Sail Daff, the best helmsman from my hometown. A few days ago, didn't you see my sailing skills? A few days ago?" My mind suddenly recalled. It was highlighted in the diary. During the siege of that merchant ship, it was exceptionally difficult because the opposing helmsman had extraordinary skills. A heavy merchant ship was maneuvered as if it were drifting at sea, like a white ghost, making our ship, the Torture, spin in circles. It turned out that the legendary helmsman was this seemingly weak girl in front of me. The contrast was astonishing. Seeing that I was still a bit skeptical, she became fired up, her whole demeanor changing. "If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. Captain, when are we setting sail? I'll take the helm." All right, I had enough of this broken island. I ran to the map on the wall and pointed casually. "This one, Energy Island, the nearest island with people. Set sail." "At your command, Captain," Daff replied loudly, turning and striding towards the deck. That stride, that momentum, there was no trace of the delicate demeanor from before. I felt like I had truly struck gold. All right, I couldn't just sit around. I needed to tend to my wounds, replenish energy, and also renovate this shabby ship from top to bottom. I tossed all the corpses on the deck into the sea to feed the fish, and the pirate flag and ship name had to be changed. The half-cut pirate crew was already gone. Next up was my EricD. Dozen Reis's new era. Daff stood at the helm, her hands resting on the ship's wheel, glowing with determination. As she turned the wheel, this ship, no, our new blood vengeance, sliced through the waves like a flash of white lightning, instantly disappearing from the horizon. Just as we set sail, a naval warship leisurely approached from behind. On the bow stood a blond young man, draped in a justice cloak, with sharp eyes like an eagle. He was Lieutenant Lexington. This guy immediately noticed something was off on the shore, seeing signs of a ship having stopped and blood footprints. Soon, they discovered the bodies of Damon 7 men in the cave. Lexington immediately concluded that this was a pirate infighting and that one survivor had escaped. He quickly calculated who was missing from the bodies. Oh, that bounty of 24 million. The legendary extreme lecher who never spared anyone from 8 to 80. The super pervert. Silverbrow Reis. I was really going to thank him. This black pot was placed firmly on my head. Lexington crumpled my bounty notice on the spot, vowing to capture me, this villain, and act on behalf of justice. Just when this justice guy was getting all fired up, his fat, big-eared boss, Colonel Boston, staggered out from the cabin. This fat man looked like an old hand, saying he wanted to take Lexington to visit friends at Branch 230, while in reality, he was thoroughly annoyed by this brainwashed rookie. People like Lexington couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes, severely affecting his ability to make a profit. As soon as Boston returned to his room, he immediately took out a telephone worm and called Colonel Yingse from the Navy's Branch 230 on Energy Island. Hello, Yingse? This is Boston. Help me out. My new deputy, Lexington, is on Energy Island. You and Black should deal with him. Once it's done, I'll buy a large batch of military supplies from you. After hanging up, Boston revealed a sinister smile. Meanwhile, in a dark room on the murky Energy Island, two giant figures sat opposite each other. One was an ugly and fat Navy colonel, flyweight Yingse. The other was bare-chested with a fierce face. The leader of the Black group, Black Demon. These two guys are the local emperors of this island. For days have passed in a flash, and my injuries have basically healed. At this moment, I am on deck doing push-ups, shirtless, sweat pouring down like rain. The potential of this body is truly amazing. As long as I train hard, reaching the pinnacle of the world is not a dream. But the premise is that I have to live until then. Moreover, I've eaten that cursed fruit for 4 days, and there has been no reaction. It's one thing for it not to react on a deserted island, but there is all sorts of stuff on this ship, and it can't trigger anything. I'm starting to doubt life. This fruit is supposed to be about companionship, right? Just accompanying me without doing anything. If it could give me some power, I'd have a better chance of defeating the South China Sea overlord within a year. Forget it. I'll rely on myself. I grit my teeth and decide to do 500 more push-ups. Just then, Dafu's voice comes, Captain, in 1 hour. We will arrive at Energy Island. Let me tell you, in these 4 days, I've witnessed what masterful steering looks like. Dafu's sailing is incredibly steady. You could place a cup of water on the deck, and not a drop would spill. Plus, the speed is astonishing. A journey that normally takes 6 or 7 days was covered in just 4. I stand up and walk to the bow of the ship. From a distance, I can see thick black smoke rising over Energy Island, looking like the apocalypse with PM2. 5 levels skyrocketing. I ask Dafu what is going on. She tells me that this island is the largest energy supplier in the South China Sea and also the largest source of pollution. The Navy's 230th Division is stationed on the island, along with a criminal organization called the Black Group. These two are in cahoots, exploiting the people and trafficking arms, committing all sorts of atrocities. I immediately understand. Isn't this just the pirate version of Colonel Mouse and the Evil Dragon? Dafu's expression turns serious as she adds, the leader of the Black Group, Black Ghost Blake, is said to be a legendary nature-type ability user. I was stunned. Nature-type? Goodness. Isn't that the top-tier configuration in One Piece? Purely ahead of the game. This is troublesome. On the other end of the phone, a Navy colonel named Yinsei is laughing like a fly, fawning over Blake, saying his business is booming and he'll soon make a fortune. It makes me want to vomit. And Blake, acting all high and mighty, snorts coldly, his fist suddenly turning pure black and smoking. He arrogantly says, "What storm can a major stir up? My coal fruit is invincible. Dealing with him is a piece of cake." After saying that, he bursts into a loud, mocking laugh, while Yinsei smiles in a way that's more pitiful than crying. His sycophantic demeanor is just ridiculous. As we sail closer to Energy Island, I tell you, the smoke is so thick that it feels like PM2. 5 levels are soaring to 10,000, choking me to tears. Just as we reach the port, someone throws 2 gas masks from the dock. At first, I thought it was a bomb and almost drew my weapon to slash it, but Dafu quickly stopped me, saying they were free gifts. I hurriedly put one on, and wow, I finally felt like I could breathe again. After disembarking, a guy dressed like he came out of Resident Evil approaches us in a protective suit. He looks at our ship and asks why only 2 of us are left. I didn't even lift my eyelids, directly pulling out my bounty notice from my pocket and casually saying, "Don't mention it, just had a fight. My brothers all sacrificed, and I'm the only one who survived." After all, this place only recognizes bounty notices, not people, as long as you're a wanted criminal. They'll believe whatever you say. That guy indeed didn't ask much, compared our photos, and let us in. I was secretly complaining. Luckily, my bounty notice looked pretty similar, unlike Sanji's abstract style, or I really would have gotten in today. Following the guide into the island, Dafu sighed behind me. She whispered to me that the interior of the island is simply hell. When the guide pushed open the door to the first factory, I instantly understood why she said that. Who understands what it's like, family? That place is not a factory at all. It's a human purgatory. A heat wave hit me, and countless emaciated elderly, women and children wearing tattered masks were coughing painfully while working like machines. Nearby, a few supervisors in protective suits, wielding bloody whips, were constantly beating and cursing at them. My fist clenched. I really wanted to rush in and drag Blake out for a beating. But reason told me, no way, I can't win. He is a nature type. If I go up now, I'd just be delivering myself as a meal. While we were suppressing our anger, on the other side, the justice-filled Navy guy Lexington was in big trouble. He was on a warship with his superior Boston, having just arrived at Energy Island. This guy felt something was off and thought the island was sinister. He was just about to ask his superior when, guess what? His superior Boston launched a sneak attack from behind. A huge metal claw sent him flying, spitting blood on the spot. Boston's face was twisted with rage as he said, "All day long with your justice. The South China Sea doesn't welcome your kind of hot-headed young man." Saying that, he was about to deal a deadly blow. Lexington, after all, was an elite from the headquarters, reacting swiftly. He immediately used the iron block technique to resist, then pulled out the gold axe to counterattack. The two began to clash fiercely, and Boston mocked him. "You are indeed a genius, but unfortunately, you're a foolish seeker of justice." Lexington pushed Boston back with a finger gun and turned to flee using the moonwalk technique. He knew he had been ambushed. There was no chance in a head-on fight. But just as he took off into the sky, a shadow emerged from above. Two sword energies aimed straight at his neck. Lexington dodged with paper drawing, but his back was hit hard by Boston's iron claw, sending him crashing down from the sky. The shadow then slammed into him, pushing him onto the shore. Let me tell you, this lineup is purely a five-man team ambushing a lone player. When the shadow landed, it transformed into a gigantic flyman, that Navy Colonel Yinsate. Goodness, an animal-type bug fruit, fly form. This Navy division is rotten from top to bottom. Now Lexington is in deep trouble, with the coalman Blake and the flyman Yinsate in front of him, and his rebellious superior Boston blocking the way with a warship behind him. There's no way up to the sky, no way into the ground. Blake sneered, his entire body transforming into a burning mountain of coal, making physical attacks completely ineffective. Lexington exerted all his strength to unleash a gale kick, splitting the coal mountain in half, but it instantly restored. Lexington was filled with despair. Without armament hockey, how could he fight? He looked at the two scoundrels in justice coats, feeling utterly stifled. Blake didn't care what he thought. With a wave of his hands, countless burning coal chunks rained down like a meteor shower, directly burying Lexington alive with a move called Black Coal Star. Just as Blake was about to go up to deliver the finishing blow and completely end this guy, a miraculous reversal occurred. The Navy soldiers on Boston's ship collectively rebelled. A few cannonballs roared toward Blake and Yinsate, blowing Blake into a pile of debris and sending Lexington flying to safety with the shockwave. Boston turned around to see his men all pointing their guns at him. One soldier shouted, "Rather than being your dog, we'd rather fight for Major Lexington's justice." Then, bang, 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 a round of gunfire erupted. Boston was furious, shouting and starting a massacre on his own ship with his iron block. Lexington watched as the soldiers risked their lives to create an opportunity for him, gritting his teeth, coughing blood, and forcing his body to escape using the moonwalk. He vowed he would never let these three bastards go. Blake watched him run from the shore, only sneering. The whole island was his territory. Where could he run to? The black coal began to spread wildly, covering the entire dock. Just then, I suddenly felt something inside my body, as if it had been activated. A strange power was surging through me, and the source was over there at the dock. I didn't have time to think about anything else. I grabbed Dafu, snatched a steel rod from a nearby shelf, and dashed outside. We ran against the crowd of fleeing people, and just as we turned a corner, there was a loud bang. A figure fell from the sky, landing right in the big pit at my feet, completely blackened and barely alive. It was Lexington. Before I could react, I looked up, and a coal giant engulfed in flames and black smoke stood in front of me. Its imposing presence was terrifying. Dafu turned pale with fear, tugging at my sleeve, urging me to run quickly. But at that moment, I couldn't hear anything. All my attention was on that devil fruit inside my body. It finally responded. I realized that the thing I had eaten was called the copy fruit. As long as I touched a person with abilities, I could copy their powers. My mind went blank with excitement. There was just one thought: touch him. So, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, I reached out my trembling hand and pressed it against Black's cold body. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Black looked down at me, his eyes filled with a predatory glare. Kid, do you know what you're doing? I didn't care about that and kept touching. Then, that guy's fiery fist came down. I only heard a huge explosion. Everything went dark, and I knew nothing. Meanwhile, the crowd was still cheering, saying something about Lord Black being invincible. It was so noisy. But the next second, everyone's jaws dropped. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was like a computer crashing, you know? The guy named Black had his fist stuck in the ground, looking completely bewildered. He felt something was wrong and thought the impact of my hand didn't feel right. It didn't feel like he smashed bones, but rather like he smashed his own coal. Just as he was dazed, boom, a massive force shattered his coal arm. Black quickly jumped back, reconstructing his arm while glaring at the spot where I had just been lying lifelessly. And then, folks, the moment of witnessing a miracle arrived. I stood up completely unharmed. Not even a drop of blood was shed. I couldn't hold back any longer and laughed wildly at the sky. Who understands, people? I just got a new cheat and ran into a boss. ISNT a time to pop some champagne in celebration. The surrounding lackeys, including that big fly named Inzate, were all dumbfounded. What's going on? How could Lord Black's attack not work? This is impossible. The uproar was like a market. That girl named Dafu had tears on her face, her expression shifting from sadness to ecstasy, probably wondering how many hidden things I had. The big fly Inzate was the first to react, pointing at me and shouting, "Silver Brow Kid, what trick are you playing?" Goodness, he recognized me. The one with a bounty of 24 million. It was only then that I snapped back to reality for my joy, thinking, oh no, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I glanced around. The Navy and Black men were surrounding us like a dumpling, with countless dark gun muzzles aimed at me. I was trying to fleece the final boss. This was getting a bit too thrilling. That big fly was furious and ordered directly, "Damn it, shoot him." He even fired the first shot himself, aimed right at my forehead. Let me tell you, I didn't even flinch. I just watched that bullet hit, blasting half my head off. However, not a drop of blood flowed. Only black coal fragments exploded everywhere. Immediately after, bullets came raining down from all directions. My head instantly returned to normal. I slapped my hands on the ground and shouted, "Copy black carbon wall." With a whoosh, a massive coal wall rose up from the ground, shielding the three of us completely. Bullets hit the wall with a clanging sound, sparks flying everywhere. At this point, everyone inside and outside the wall was utterly petrified. This ISNT Lord Black's ability? How could it be? ISNT the DevilFruit, supposed to be unique? That's right. When I touched him, I directly copied his cold fruit ability. Black also realized something was wrong. His face turned pale, as he probably figured out that my ability was based on touch and copying. Once they finished shooting their rounds, I immediately withdrew the wall. I started calculating in my mind. Although the copy fruit was powerful, it had its limitations. I could only store up to 3 abilities due to my body's capacity limit. If I wanted to copy new ones, I had to delete an old one. I scanned the area and locked onto the half-human, half-fly Inzate in the sky. Zoan-type fly fruit? It was a bit disgusting, but it could fly. If I could fly, there would be a chance to escape. But the problem was that guy was in the sky. I couldn't reach him. I had to think of a way. I instinctively raised my right hand and pushed hard at the big fly in the sky. A pale blue wave of light shot out. Copy light wave. I tell you, I was just as surprised as anyone. This fruit even had a long-range mode. The big fly saw a light coming and tried to block it with his knife, but the wave directly pierced through his knife and his body. He was quite puzzled, huh? Seems like nothing happened. Brother, this is serious. My mind went ding. Zoan-type, bug fruit, copy successful. On the ground, Black immediately sensed something was off and shot several burning coal spears at me. But it was too late. My figure flickered and disappeared from spot. The big fly in the sky was still shouting. Where did he go? The next second, a huge shadow loomed over him. I holding Dafu with one hand, carrying the barely alive Lexington on my back, and with the other hand gripping a long spear I had taken from somewhere, descended from the sky and stabbed the unsuspecting big fly down, pinning him to the ground like a kebab. After dealing with the airborne unit, I flapped my fly wings behind me. I didn't transform completely. That would be too cheap. I just partially beastified. And with 2 people in tow, I flew at a speed much faster than that fat fly directly toward the dock where our ship was moored. On the ground, Black was furious, smoke billowing from his body, utterly helpless as he watched us run away. He was probably still wondering why the naval Colonel Boston, who was supposed to help, hadn't arrived yet. Meanwhile, that guy named Boston was climbing out of the sea, drenched. He had been held back by a group of reckless Navy soldiers using self-destruct attacks, even sinking a warship. When he reached the scene, he saw Black in a rage. While Inzate was being rescued, rolling his eyes. "Where's Lexington?" Boston asked anxiously. Black shouted back irritably. "He was rescued." Boston immediately doubted his life. "What the hell? Someone rescued him? And they could save him from your dark demon hands? This script doesn't make sense." On my side, as soon as we got back to the ship, Dafu immediately took her position, and our blood-red Avenger set sail, speeding away. Lexington and I lay on the deck, one panting with exhaustion, the other groaning in pain. I lay there reviewing the situation. This copy fruit is not omnipotent. My body has a capacity limit, and I can only store up to 3 abilities at most. If I want to copy new ones, I have to delete an old one. Moreover, the 2 abilities can't be used simultaneously. My body can't handle it, and even alternating between them is exhausting. However, once my body becomes stronger, I should be able to upgrade. After taking a break, I looked at the person next to me, who was beaten to a charred state, not knowing if they were male or female. In the spirit of humanitarianism, I dragged them into the room, cleaned them up, and bandaged them a bit. To my surprise, upon washing, I found out that this unfortunate soul was actually a Navy officer. Looking at their rank, they were a lieutenant commander. I was at a loss for words. A Navy chasing another Navy. What kind of situation is this? I wondered if leaving the Navy on the ship was a good idea. But seeing them injured like that, they wouldn't be causing any trouble, so I decided to wait until they woke up. I casually confiscated their golden axe, the 10 Commandments, joking that I couldn't leave a weapon next to them. After settling everything, I went to the deck, and Dafu had already steered the ship into a safe sea area. She curiously asked me about the power I had just displayed. I didn't hide anything and told her about how I had eaten the copy fruit, which had remained inactive until today when it was awakened by Black's ability. Dafu was quite emotional after hearing this, realizing that the fruit her family's merchant ship was transporting back then was the one I had eaten. This could be considered a kind of fate. However, even though we had escaped, the trouble was far from over. That guy Black would definitely not let us off the hook. Here I was, a newly formed pirate crew, already attracting such a heavyweight opponent. Just as I was worried, I suddenly remembered a place I could go. "Dafu," I asked her, "you mentioned before that the DevilFruit was supposed to be sent to an auction, right?" "Yes, at Whip Island, a well-known auction in the South Sea. We can find all sorts of rare treasures, devil fruits, famous swords, and guns." I slapped the ship's deck and said, "Great, let's go there." An auction is a place where all sorts of characters mix, making it easy to encounter powerful figures. It would be perfect to recruit some reliable companions and see if I could find a good weapon for myself. Most importantly, if I ran into a few ability users, I could update my skill set. I couldn't keep this fly ability forever. Dafu's eyes lit up, and her whole demeanor changed as she shouted, "Aye, Captain." The blood-red Avenger suddenly turned around like a beast released from its cage, charging full speed toward the vast sea. I tell you, once the ship was underway, the atmosphere on board became somewhat subtle. I directly laid it all out to Lexington, saying, "Brother, we have different paths. If you don't want to be a pirate, we won't force you. Your golden axe is in the warehouse. Whenever you come to your senses or we reach shore, you can leave anytime. Family, who understands?" The expression on this guy's face was so conflicted, it was like he was acting out an internal struggle, his hands on his head deep in thought. Dafu and I exchanged a glance, silently slipping away to give him some space. On the deck, Dafu was steering while asking me, "Captain, didn't you have high hopes for him? Are you really just letting him go?" Leaning against the railing and gazing at the boundless sea, I smiled. "What's the rush? This guy grew up in the Navy headquarters at Marineford, with 3 generations of his family in the Navy. His ideology is too rigid. He has no idea how messed up the outside world is. He needs to go out and get beaten by society to understand what true justice is. Don't worry. I feel we'll meet again on the sea sooner or later." I was clear in my mind. Lexington Justice would definitely be my first mate in the future. Just then, the scene shifted, and guess what? A giant fly, exhausted like a dog, finally flopped down on a broken place called Salt Flat Island. This guy was the unfortunate subordinate of Black named Insed, sweating and cursing, saying Black was inhumane for making him fly so far to gather people. The big shot he was looking for was called the Salted Blade, a nature-type ability user, on par with Black in strength, but a rather peculiar person with no ambition for conquest, just a dream of finding the world's most precious seasoning. I thought, Isn't this just a top-notch foodie? And Set was scared to death, afraid he might get slapped to death. But there was no choice. He had to tough it out for the boss's mission. Meanwhile, on my side, the ship had been sailing for several days, and Lexington indeed slipped away quietly, directly stepping away in moonwalk style. What a tough guy. As for me, I couldn't slack off. I directly entered a one-punch-man mode, doing 100 push-ups and sit-ups daily, followed by a 10-kilometer run, training like crazy. My future crew would all have to be monsters, and, as the captain, if my strength wasn't strong enough, how could I keep them in check? Especially that black. I would eventually send him off myself. While training, I felt the power of the copy cold fruit inside me surging. One day, when I was bored, I went to the warehouse to take stock of the legacy left by that bisected pirate crew. Let me tell you, I was shocked. The gold and silver treasures were piled up like a mountain. Converting them to berries, it amounted to 300 million. How many places did they rob to accumulate this? Truly a heinous crime. But for now, this money was my capital for becoming stronger. Just as I was marveling at the gold bars, Dafu suddenly shouted from the deck, "Captain, there's a situation." I immediately dropped the gold bars and rushed out. Good heavens, on the horizon, a massive pirate ship was heading toward us. After so many days, I finally encountered a fellow pirate. For some reason, I felt a little excited. Perhaps it was the fighting gene embedded in a pirate's bones that had been activated. I drew my sword, my arm elementalized into coal, and jumped to the bow, ready to fight. Dafu quickly recognized the opposing flag. It was the bloody pirate crew, led by Captain Bloodbath Brad, with a bounty of 23 million. 23 million? Just a small fry. I instantly felt confident. This kind of trash was just a free experience pack for me. But it was strange. As the two ships drew closer, the other side made no move at all. No one shouted. No one fired. It was as if a ghost ship was sailing straight ahead. What was going on? Playing a trick with an empty city? I told Dafu, "You stay on the ship. I'll go take a look." After saying that, I grew fly wings and flew directly over. As soon as I landed on the opposing deck, let me tell you, it was sticky and covered in dried blood, the stench of blood making my head ache. 7 or 8 corpses lay scattered on the deck, each with a long green arrow embedded in their vital spots, heart, throat, killed instantly and cleanly, scarily so. I checked around, and the entire crew was dead, all killed in the same manner, either shot through the heart or throat. Even those who were sleeping in the cabin weren't spared. Finally, I found Captain Brad's corpse at the stern with an arrow through his heart, but his head was missing. It was clear that this was the work of a bounty hunter who took the head for money. I pulled out an arrow. Good heavens, the accuracy was insane, and I sensed a trace of a DevilFruit's aura from it. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a small inscription on the shaft. It read, "From the Hell's Pilot, Lighthouse." At that moment, I had one thought. This guy is something special. He must be one of my people. Unfortunately, he had already left, and the treasures on the ship had surely been looted clean, so I couldn't fleece anything from it. I returned to the ship and told Dafu about the situation, and she also said she had never heard of this character. The next evening, history repeated itself. Another ghost ship floated over, still the work of Lighthouse. Another pirate crew wiped out by him. Daft teased, "This guy is definitely a rookie, a madman who doesn't understand the rules. Taking down so many pirates in such a short time is sure to provoke public outrage. He'll be beaten up sooner or later." But I was even happier. I just love this kind of crazy yet talented person. Who knows, he might be targeting me next. Meanwhile, on a deserted island, a green-haired guy with a particularly girly red bow on his head, exuding a charming contrast, was sitting next to a pile of bloody heads, leisurely sipping coconut juice. He's Lighthouse. This guy was flipping through a thick bounty list, picking and choosing like ordering takeout. This one's too far. This bounty's too high. Can't beat it. Suddenly, he came across my bounty notice of 24 million. His eyes lit up and his mouth curled into a wild grin. "Great. Only 500 nautical miles away. You're my next target," he murmured, thinking that taking me down would be enough to gather the money. After saying that, he swiftly loaded the heads and treasures onto a small boat, set sail, and headed straight for me. On the other side, 3 pirate captains with odd appearances were gathered in a cave, angrily banging the table and smashing the benches. They were all sworn brothers of the pirate Brad who had been taken down, and were now discussing how to tear that bounty hunter named Lighthouse into pieces. Early the next morning, the newsbird delivered the latest newspaper, and the headline read, "Pirate Nemesis, the Invincible Archer. Bounty hunter guiding Arrowright Halsey is on the move." I looked at the blurry photo in the newspaper with green algae hair and a red bow tie, and the more I looked, the more I liked it. Just then, a faint sense from my copy fruit suddenly alerted me. Someone with abilities had boarded the ship. I pretended nothing had happened and continued to read the newspaper, feeling secretly delighted. At that moment, on the lookout tower atop the ship, Right Halsey had quietly hidden himself, drawing his bow, with a blue arrow firmly aimed at the back of my head. However, just as he was about to release the arrow, he was completely stunned. His amazing fruit ability, called the DevilFruit, worked like a super navigation system, helping him find the correct route to any target. Whether it was locating a person or pinpointing an enemy's weakness, he could chart an absolutely feasible path. But now his ability told him, the lethal route to my head did not exist at all. Family members, who understands? The natural type is just that shameless. After elementalization, the route for physical attacks was completely severed. This kid had never seen such a scene and was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking he was seeing a ghost. As he hesitated, the opportunity arose. I suddenly looked up and grinned at him. You think you can come and go as you please without regarding me? Guiding arrow Right Halsey? He was so scared that his soul almost left his body and turned to run. Too late. I flapped my wings behind me, swooping right in front of his face. He didn't even have time to react as I swung the long spear shaft and struck him solidly on the head with a bang. That guy rolled his eyes and fainted. Done, wrapped up. I drag him onto the deck, and Dafu was dumbfounded. I chuckled, and the first thing I did was to reach out and touch him. It was time to copy his ability. Dafu, who was watching beside me, turned red with embarrassment. I tell you, it was awkward, but the ability of the DevilFruit was actually quite interesting. Then, it was time for some traditional antics. I shouted to Dafu, go, get a bucket of ice water. With a splash, a bucket of ice water was poured all over Halsey's face, ice cubes and all, refreshing him to the core. The guy jolted awake, looked at me, and instantly wore an I'm dead expression, practically a walking meme, slumped there in despair. I kicked him, saying, all right, enough with the lifeless look. We're not going to eat you. Now tell me, why did you come here to take my head? Why have you killed so many pirates in just 3 days? The kid sighed like a deflated balloon and told me, there's no choice, man. I need money urgently. And a lot of it. The only way to gather that much money in a short time is to hunt pirates. I tell you, this kid is named Halsey. His green eyes are as clear as can be. And at first glance, you can tell he is not the type to do evil. But he was pretty stubborn, saying this was his own business and had nothing to do with us. Ha! I laughed and laid it all out for him, saying, how is it unrelated? I can help you with the money you need, but on 2 conditions. First, tell me why you need the money so badly. Second, join my ship and become my partner. Well, this guy was stunned right on the spot, probably never having seen someone play so unconventionally. Recruit someone who wanted to kill him as a partner? But when he heard me say that my pirate crew wasn't the type that burned, killed, and looted, but rather wanted to be adventurers on the sea, he was completely taken aback. Just because of the word adventurer, his defenses crumbled, and he began to tell his story. It turned out he had a sister named Cynthia, codenamed Moonbow, who was one of the top bounty hunters in the South Sea, beautiful and skilled. A nightmare for all pirates. The siblings had a dream since childhood, to save enough money to build a ship, leave the South Sea, and see the legendary Sky Island, the land of women and the land of giants, to become true adventurers of the sea. This kid practiced archery every day at home and studied nautical charts. He treated his sister's words, we will be adventurers on this sea, like a Bible. He even had a brand new sailing journal, just waiting for the day they set sail to record their incredible deeds. But then, one night 9 years ago, something terrible happened. His sister didn't come home that night, and it was pouring rain outside, with thunder and lightning. Little Halsey was panicking, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Just as he was about to fall asleep, their old wooden door creaked open. I tell you, it wasn't his sister who came in. It was a 3-meter tall, one-eyed giant, soaked and covered in blood, holding a rusty big knife. The guy came in cursing, looking for Cynthia's brother. Family members, who understands? A little kid encountering such a thing in the middle of the night at home was instantly terrified. The only thought in his mind was, run. But the giant blocked the door. Where could he run? The giant was getting impatient and cleaved a nearby chair in a firewood with one stroke. Little Halsey was about to pee his pants, but his survival instinct made him grip his practiced wooden bow tightly. He thought, shoot him. Even if I can't kill him, I can at least escape while he is in pain. I tell you, this kid had talent. He held his breath, waited for the opportunity, and suddenly drew his bow. With a creak, the first arrow whizzed out. Unfortunately, he was too nervous, and it grazed the giant's ear, directly exposing his position. The one-eyed giant turned around, grinning as he walked toward him. Little pity, found you. This will send you to reunite with your sister. It was over. Little Halsey's mind went blank. But at that critical moment, his body's instincts took over. A bolt of lightning split the night sky outside, illuminating the giant's hideous face. In that instant, the second and last wooden arrow in Halsey's hand was released. With a thud, it hit the bull's eye. The wooden arrow plunged deep into the giant's only eye. A piercing scream echoed throughout the village. Little Halsey was so shocked that his brain malfunctioned, completely forgetting how he did it. Clutching the blank sailing journal, he wrapped himself in a blanket and bolted into the rainy night, running desperately into the depths of the forest. What he didn't know was that the giant he had blinded had ripped off the eye patch over his other eye, revealing a mechanical eye glowing red. The guy went completely mad, and that night, the entire village echoed with the wails of slaughter. Little Halsey, on the other hand, ran until dawn, utterly exhausted. He got lost in the deepest part of the forest, cold and hungry, feeling utterly hopeless. Just when he was about to die, good heavens, a strange item appeared on the ground. It was a bizarre-looking fruit covered in spiral patterns. At that moment, he didn't care if it was poisonous or not. He stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as he finished eating, a strange power flowed through his body. He instinctively thought, hey, are there any fruit trees nearby? The next second, I tell you, something outrageous happened. A navigation route to the nearest fruit tree was generated directly in his mind. Family members, who understands? This was like having a built-in map. He finally realized he had eaten the legendary DevilFruit. With this ability, hope ignited in his heart. He concentrated and began to wish. Hey, DevilFruit, please take me to my sister. Buzz. A route to an overseas island instantly became clear in his mind. His sister was indeed in trouble. Without a second thought, he carved a pile of wooden arrows, made a new bow, and, guided by the fruit's ability, found a small boat and set sail. Meanwhile, on that pirate island, a group of pirates was having a party. His sister, Moonbow Cynthia, was bound to a cross, covered in injuries and barely conscious, but still muttering, "Don't hurt my brother." The pirate captain, a woman named Juno, was drinking with glee, waiting for her crew to bring Hausu back so that the siblings could reunite. But she never expected that Hausu had already found his way to the island using his own human GPS. As soon as he landed, Hausu activated his ability. Hey, where's my sister? Where are the nearest pirates? Suddenly, a map popped up in his mind, a green dot representing his sister surrounded by dense red dots. Normally, anyone else would have run away in fear, but this kid's eyes turned red. Relying on his years of archery training combined with this extraordinary fruit ability, he transformed into a night hunter and began his revenge. Hey, let my arrows reach the vital points of those red-clothed pirates. The route was generated. Whoosh! A wooden arrow cut through the night sky, piercing the throat of a drunken pirate with precision. Clean and neat, one shot, one kill. He continued to name targets, sniping those pirates who were dead drunk in the dark. The smell of blood quickly alerted the pirate Captain Juno. She opened her eyes wide and found that a large number of her crew had fallen, each with a crude wooden arrow sticking out of their necks. Enemy attack. Wake up, everyone! Juno roared in fury, grabbing her spear and howling madly. But Hausu ignored her, continuing to shoot arrows from the shadows, taking down several more pirates. Juno was so furious she felt like she was going to explode, and she turned toward the forest, a strange smile appearing on her face as she shouted, "Tell me the truth, you sly sniper in the woods. Where are you now? I tell you, something even more outrageous happened." Hausu in the woods suddenly felt his mouth completely out of control. His brain forced him to open his mouth and shout with all his might. "I'm right here." Good heavens, he directly exposed himself. This move left me dumbfounded. When Juno heard this, she grinned and charged over. It turned out she was also a DevilFruit user, possessing the truth fruit, which could force others to tell the truth. When Hausu heard the approaching footsteps, cold sweat broke out all over him. Now, this was bad. Hausu was completely stunned. I tell you, his mouth was like an AI with automatic replies, completely out of his control, blabbering away all his secrets. He saw the green-haired Captain Juno approaching step by step, like she was walking down a runway. The pressure was immense. As soon as she opened her mouth, Hausu's mouth followed suit. "My name is Light Hausu. I'm the brother of Light Cynthia, here to save my sister and take care of all you pirates." Good heavens. He spilled everything. Hausu was panicking, desperately trying to shut his mouth while trembling and raising his bow to aim at Juno, sweat soaking his clothes. He knew this woman was too strong. He had no chance of winning. Juno was also shocked. So it turns out this kid is Moonbow's brother? What was her subordinate, the one-eyed dragon, doing? He couldn't even catch one person, and now he let the brother come to wreak havoc? when the one-eyed dragon returned. He would definitely peel his skin off. How did you find us? Juno continued to interrogate him, using her ability. Haosu's mouth began to automatically report again, explaining how he accidentally ate the hey fruit and could sense his sister's location. Juno raised her eyebrows, thinking this kid was quite lucky. However, she thought, Luckin's here. Where's my subordinate, the one-eyed dragon? Juno asked again. I shot his eye out and ran away. Juno fell silent instantly. I could feel the black line appearing on her forehead. What kind of useless subordinate was this? Shot in one eye by his sister, and now shot in the other eye by his brother? Was the one-eyed dragon cursed by their eyes? And she thought he had potential. All right, I'm done here, Juno sneered, extending her left hand toward Haosu. You're of no use anymore. Say your last words. Just at that critical moment, Haosu instead smiled. He looked at the hand reaching for him and blurted out, My last words are, Auntie, you're an ugly monster. What did you say? Juno was instantly petrified, standing there in shock. Family, who understands? This guy was all about extreme pulling. Taking advantage of the split-second Juno's CPU crashed, Haosu turned and ran, moving as fast as lightning toward the cross where his sister was bound. Damn little brat. You dare call me Annie? Juno's face turned green with anger, and she let out a shriek. Get him, boys. Alive. 3 half-drunk pirate leaders nearby staggered to their feet, trying to block him. But what happened? Haosu didn't even look back, casually pulling 3 arrows from the corpses on the ground. Whoosh, 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 3 arrows flew, thud, 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 and the 3 unfortunate souls dropped dead on the spot. Haosu slid under the cross, picked up a short knife, and swiftly cut the ropes. His sister Cynthia fell limply into his arms. Seeing her covered in blood and gravely injured, Haosu's tears fell instantly as he shook her desperately. Sister, wake up. It's Haosu. Humph, the sly little brat. Juno grinned maliciously as she walked out of the woods, swinging her spear. Good heavens, the spearhead flew out with a chain, transforming into a meteor hammer. Let me send you siblings on your way. Just as she spoke, when Haosu was preparing to roll and dodge while holding his sister, Cynthia, the woman who had been unconscious, suddenly moved. Clang, a loud sound. I was about to have my eyes pop out. Cynthia actually caught the flying spearhead with her bare hands, catching a blade with bare hands, and it was a meteor hammer with a chain. Sister, Haosu was dumbfounded. Juno was also stunned. This script was not right. This woman was supposed to be dying. Where did she get the strength? Cynthia held her brother in her arms with one hand and grasped the spearhead tightly with the other, swaying as she stood up. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the light they emitted was simply murderous. Juno, you can come at me. Do whatever you want of me. Her voice was hoarse, but every word was like a knife. But you cannot touch my brother. That is my only taboo. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly hurled the spearhead back at Juno. Juno didn't have time to react, and with a plop, the spearhead pierced her shoulder, blood spraying high. Before Juno could finish her scream, Cynthia had already taken the wooden bow from her brother, knocked an arrow, and drew it back. That gaze was just like a Shura crawling out of hell. Whoosh! One arrow sealed the throat. The once invincible truth user Juno stared wide-eyed, then fell straight down, dead as a doornail. After shooting that arrow, Cynthia reached her limit, her hand relaxed, and the bow fell to the ground as she toppled backward. That last moment was purely a flash of protection for her brother. Sister, Haosu cried out in anguish, hugging her. Cynthia struggled to open her eyes, looked at her brother, and forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. Haosu, sister can't stay with you anymore. Don't forget to go on adventures at sea. Take my share, fill that voyage diary. After saying this, she fell completely still. The desperate cries echoed throughout the island. Later, Haosu took his sister to the hospital. The doctor shook his head and said, Your sister's head injury is too severe. Although she survived, she has become a vegetable. She can do nothing but breathe. The fact that she woke up once was already a medical miracle. To save her, you would need to find the legendary panacea or a person with awakening-level medical fruit abilities. That kind of thing is harder than climbing to the sky. To save his sister, Haosu spent all his savings. When he returned home, he found that the village had been slaughtered by that one-eyed dragon, and his house had been reduced to ashes. He personally killed the one-eyed dragon to avenge her, but in the blink of an eye, he had nothing left. Sister, no matter the cost, I will bring you back. Haosu vowed to his unconscious sister. From that day on, he gave up his dream of going to sea, went into hiding, worked while taking care of his sister, and traveled all over the South Sea in search of famous doctors for a full 9 years, but found nothing. Until this month, he heard about the auction on Whip Island, where there would be a rare medicine that could treat brain injuries. That's why House C went crazy, wiping out several pirate crews in just a few days. It was not for any other reason, but to make money to extend his sister's life. After hearing all this, Reis sighed deeply. Wow, this is really a family affair in the South Sea, a competition to see who is worse off. He thought of his parents, who were killed by the South Sea overlord, and his sister, who was imprisoned, and instantly empathized with House C. I'll help you pay for your sister's medicine, Reis said, helping House C up. We're heading to Whip Island anyway. Let's go together. As for whether you want to get on my ship, you can think it over. House C was silent for a long time before finally smiling bitterly and nodding. Then thank you, Mr. Reis. I will definitely repay your kindness. It's a deal. Reis smiled and shook his hand. Daphne, steer the ship. We set off again. Reis called back. Wait. House C suddenly spoke up. The route you're taking to Whip Island is not the shortest. Follow my directions. Reis looked at him in surprise. House C's face was full of confidence. Don't forget, my DevilFruit can provide me with the most reasonable route. Besides being a sniper, I'm also a top-notch navigator. The Blood Vengeance immediately adjusted its course and sped ahead. Switching scenes, let's take a look at the golden-haired handsome guy, Lexington, from the Navy. He was currently in a naval base area, surrounded by a sea of fallen soldiers. I'm telling you, he's lost it. This was his third naval branch in the South Sea, each worse than the last, either preying on the people or colluding with pirates. He couldn't take it anymore and decided to clean house himself. Since they're doing the same dirty work as the pirates, they should enjoy the same treatment. Lexington's eyes were icy as he snapped his fingers. Steel finger, machine gun. Several steel balls flew out like bullets, taking down a squad of scum. Not long after, he emerged from the base covered in blood, with a new knife wound on his shoulder. These guys were so weak, even beating them half to death was too kind. He sighed, wanted to report back to the headquarters at Marineford, but the phone snail to contact headquarters was on the previous ship, and now it was like calling for help to no avail. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Even feeling that Reis might be right, being a pirate might be a better way to enforce justice than being in the Navy. He shook his head, dismissing that absurd thought, and headed toward the sea, needing to find a way to get a boat back home. Just then, he caught a whiff of an incredibly fragrant smell. He hadn't eaten in several days and only had 500 berries left. The aroma was simply irresistible. He initially tried to resist, but the smell was like a hook, and he ultimately followed it. At the dock, he saw a massive shark-shaped restaurant ship with the best taste of the sea written on it. Even more outrageous was the sign at the entrance. All customers today dine for free. The impoverished residents of the island rushed in like madmen. Lexington's stomach growled, and he followed the crowd inside. In the kitchen, a 3-meter-tall bull shark chef, Bill Shark, was processing sea beasts with the speed of a phantom while shouting, "Even if it's free, don't mess with me. If anyone dares to use subpar ingredients, I'll turn them into grilled fish for the customers. Also, keep an eye out for a golden-haired guy in a navy coat." Just as Lexington found a seat and hadn't he even looked at the menu, several fishmen rushed over with mountains of food. "Customer, this is our restaurant's secret salt-grilled eel rice. Please enjoy. 125 servings. Salt-grilled eel rice." They piled it up like a small mountain. Lexington was shocked. How did they know I love eel? But he was too hungry to think, grabbing a plate and digging in. Let me tell you, the moment the eel hit his mouth, the light in Lexington's eyes shone brighter than the lighthouse at Marineford. It was so delicious it made him want to cry. He devoured the food at an astonishing speed, and when he finished the last serving, it was just enough to fill him up, and all the other customers had left. The 3-meter-tall shark chef, Shark, walked over with a group of cooks. "Nice to meet you. I'm Bill Shark. Customer, are you satisfied with our service?" Lexington hurriedly stood up to thank him. Shark grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. "I didn't miscalculate your appetite and preferences, did I? 125 servings of salt-grilled eel rice should be just right for you." Lexington was taken aback. This guy could see through a customer's preferences and appetite? That ability as a chef was simply cheating. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to come again," Shark said, extending his right hand. Lexington also reached out to shake hands, but as soon as he grasped it, he felt something was off. The expressions of the surrounding fishmen chefs changed. Some even pulled out knives and spatulas. Shark's grip tightened, and that was Fishman's strength, capable of crushing steel pipes. Lexington, known as Steel Finger Lieutenant, was no pushover either and immediately began to exert force. The two hands were locked tightly, the bones crackling. The air grew tense, and I tell you, the atmosphere was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Shark suddenly released all his strength. Lexington's heart tightened. It was too late to pull back. Bang! He exerted force, and with a loud pop, he crushed Shark's huge hand. But something was wrong. The sensation was off. There was no blood or flesh, only shiny salt particles. Before he could react, Shark's massive body suddenly twisted, and his left fist, with a whoosh, came crashing in. Fishman, empty-handed way, 5,000 salt punch. Crash. With a thunderous sound, Lexington was hit squarely by that punch, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball, shattering the restaurant's glass and soaring toward the beach. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What on earth were these chefs trying to do? Inviting me to dinner just to beat me up? And that head chef, was he made of salt? Could it be a natural type DevilFruit? He forcibly twisted his body in midair and stomped down on the air. Moonwalk. Let me tell you, I executed a stylish backflip and landed steadily on the ground. Goodness. The chef in a restaurant called Great Ocean Flavor on the opposite side has come out with his gang of lackeys. That same one, I just crushed his hand. And guess what? That hand was as good as new, not a scratch on it, and he recovered in no time. He approached me in a fighting stance of Fishman karate and quite politely said, "You must be Major Lexington, right? Sorry, but I have to take action against you." I thought to myself, who are you? He continued, "We have no grievances, but there's an annoying guy I owe a favor to, and he insisted I come and capture you. So I apologize." Well, I understood immediately. Who else could it be besides that bunch of blacks gang? They just won't let up. There's nothing I could do, so I slowly drew out the golden axe, the 10 Commandments, and prepared to fight. But this Fishman was quite honorable. He said he didn't like the style of that behind-the-scenes mastermind, so he would give me a fair chance to duel. As long as I didn't run away, his group of chefs wouldn't intervene, and it would be a one-on-one fight. If I won, he'd let me go. Hey, this is getting interesting. But just as I was thinking, this guy suddenly transformed into a pile of white, sandy stuff. Damn, natural type. The crystal fruit? A being that can manipulate salt crystals. Family, who understands? This is a serious problem. My armament hockey is just a solid block, and I can't even touch him. How do I fight? It seems I can only look for the weaknesses of his fruit. But he wasn't giving me time to think. He stretched out his hand and conjured several salt pellets, shooting them at me. I quickly used a shave to dodge, and when I looked back, oh my, the rock behind me was full of bullet holes. He even started to explain to me, saying he used salt instead of water to perform Fishman karate, which is more powerful and has no venue restrictions. As he spoke, a giant wave of salt was crashing toward me. All right, there's no way to dodge now. Let's do this. Navy 6 form against Fishman karate. Today we'll see who is tougher. He performed the salt flow one-handed overhead throw, and I directly turned my fingers into claws, using my self-created blade wind gale finger, unleashing 10 wind blades. In an instant, we were locked in a fierce battle. On the other side, let me tell you, things weren't calm on my ship either. My new sniper, Haas, was bored on the ship and started flipping through the old newspapers I had collected. As a result, goodness, I didn't know until he flipped through them, and I was shocked. He found my past black history. The newspaper said I, Silverbrow Reis, had a bounty of 24 million and was a notorious womanizer. From 80-year-old grandmas to 8-year-old Lolas, I was an equal opportunity guy. Even handsome men weren't spared. I was directly like an old subway passenger looking at my phone. Haas turned pale, and his look at me changed. He was probably thinking whether he got on the wrong ship and was ready to jump overboard to survive. Just then, I had just finished practicing and was sweating, going over to greet him without a shirt, and he jumped up, shouting, "Don't come over." I was stunned. What the hell was happening? After a while, I finally figured it out and could only bitterly smile and explain to him that it was all an act I put on to make it easier to save people. You won't believe it. After hearing that, he actually believed me, and his look turned from fear to admiration, thinking I was a warrior who didn't mind ruining my reputation. This kid, he's someone I can work with. After clearing up the misunderstanding, our relationship improved significantly, and we started chatting. During our conversation, we discovered, hey, we are both people in distress, both having family members taken away by pirates. So, I took the opportunity to tell him my secret. I'm a copy fruit user, able to duplicate others' abilities. I also copied his whale fruit, but to be honest, it's too hard to use, for me. It's just like the youthful version of observation hockey, barely able to sense things. While chatting, I asked him, by the way, what's the deal with the auction on Whip Island? Haas began to explain. He said this auction was organized by the Platinum Commerce, dealing with both the underworld and the Navy, where both pirates and Navy could buy goods, absolutely legal. The boss is a tycoon named Plantino, who used to be the world's richest man, later surpassed by the Golden Emperor Tesalo. He himself is a superhuman-type user of the platinum fruit, able to freely control platinum. That's pretty impressive. I quickly asked, what good stuff is there this year? He said, One was a special medicine for treating brain damage that he wanted to buy, and another. Let me tell you, my eyes lit up when I heard, a great item, the 21 tools. What type is it? I pressed on. It's a 10-character gun, named Flame Gunamidarasu. I was so excited. Family gun, and a great item. This incredible fortune is finally coming my way. I must secure it. But once the excitement passed, and I calmed down to do the math, my heart sank. Haas said that special medicine would cost at least 300 million berries, and that famous gun would probably start at 100 million, plus this year there are fewer good items, so the prices would definitely skyrocket. To be safe, it's best to prepare about 500 million. We counted all the money we had on the ship, including what he saved up, and it barely added up to less than 500 million. Goodness, this auction could send me back to the pre-liberation days. I was so conflicted. I almost thought about waiting for someone else to win it and then robbing them. But in the end, I gritted my teeth, steeled my heart, and went for it. If I run out of berries, I can always rob again, but this great item will truly be gone if I miss it. Just as we were preparing to go all in, on the other side, that red-haired punk, Eustace Kid, also made big news. He had just taken down a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, an ancient-type Zoan user. Although he was half dead himself, he was incredibly arrogant. He also had his eyes on the Amaterasu at the auction, but since he couldn't go himself, he sent his second-in-command, the Killing Warrior Killer, with the money to grab it. The next day, our ship finally arrived at Whip Island. I looked up and was stunned. This wasn't an island. It was a gigantic mushroom hanging in the sky. A massive stone pillar held it up in the middle, with countless thick, long chains hanging down from it, reaching all the way to the sea. House C said that fighting was not allowed on the island. If we wanted to fight, we had to go to a designated dueling area. Additionally, we had to climb up using the chains ourselves. Good grief, were we here for an auction or extreme sports? We maneuvered the ship beneath one of the chains to register. The receptionist bowed politely and said, "Welcome to Whip Island, 7 Deadly Sins Chain, Asmod." Upon hearing Asmod, I was taken aback. Wasn't that the demon representing lust? I quickly turned to Dafu, who was scratching her head awkwardly, and said softly, Captain, your nickname outside is Silver Thief, so I chose this chain to match. At that moment, I was utterly speechless. It was all because of that damned original owner. I was unfairly bearing this blame. While I was feeling frustrated, I noticed something was off about the chain. My copy fruit was reacting. This thing was a creation of a power user. Then I thought about the Platinum Chamber of Commerce and the Platinum Fruit. Oh my gosh, this was all made of platinum. How much was this chain worth? I had only one thought in my mind. How about we chip off a piece? While I was dreaming of wealth, Dafu was already calling me from above the chain. Captain, hurry up. Why are you dazed? I realized then that I was completely stunned. Dafu, who looked so thin and weak, had such incredible balance. She climbed up as easily as if she were on flat ground. I had been thinking about how to help her, but she didn't need any help at all. Besides, she steered the ship so steadily, it was almost like riding a high-speed train. How could her balance be off? Housey had already found a safe route using his powers and was climbing up slowly and steadily. So, I was the only one lagging behind. When it was my turn, I lifted the 2 large packages on my back and activated my Bug Fruit ability. Although the fly form was ugly, being able to fly felt great. With a buzz, I soared into the sky, heading straight for Whip Island. As soon as I landed on the island, I was dumbfounded. The atmosphere was completely different from Energy Island. Pirates, Navy merchants, bounty hunters, people who usually wouldn't even look at each other were now passing by like they were at a market, not paying attention to anyone else. My mind was racing. What kind of incredible background did the Platinum Chamber of Commerce have? Housey suggested that since the auction would be tomorrow, we should all do our own thing today and meet up at the hotel in the evening. I thought that was a good idea. I wanted to hit the bookstore to catch up on some reading and explore this legendary prosperous island. Since I had copied Housey's Wawa fruit, I wasn't worried about getting lost, so we exchanged snail phone numbers and went our separate ways. Let me tell you, not long after we split up, the guys hunting down Housey arrived on the other side. Those were the Crazy Saw, Iron Hand, and Masked Brothers. They guessed that Housey was here for the auction and planned to ambush him. But the island had strict rules against violence. So these guys were thinking of luring Housey to the dueling arena, where killing was permissible. On the other side, Housey, completely oblivious to the danger, was heading straight for a dueling arena called Angry Deathmatch. He wanted to exchange some bounty and see if he could fight a few matches to earn some extra money for his sister's medicine. That place, let me tell you, was like a Roman Colosseum plus version. Once you entered, it was endless death matches, and you could smell the blood from 8 streets away. As soon as he entered, there was a muscular man named Red Fist on stage, rampaging wildly. The VIP seats in the audience had a few big shots, one of whom, a curly-haired swordsman, was yawning and complaining about how low-level the match was, calling it electronic pickled vegetables and tasteless. Next to him, a guy covered in diamonds was trying to chat about auction items, but the curly-haired guy kept dismissing him, saying the weapons were either too obscure or uninteresting. Just then, the host announced, "New contestant Cynthia enters the arena." I couldn't believe it. House C was up. Someone in the audience immediately recognized him as the pilot Arrow, but Red Fist didn't recognize him at all and charged at him with a roar. What happened next? House C hadn't even stabilized his stance, but his right hand moved like a phantom and whoosh, a shot. That arrow seemed to have its own eyes, piercing straight through Red Fist's throat. Instant kill. The whole process was smooth as flowing water. House C walked to the center of the stage, casually pulled out the arrow, and stood atop the pile of bodies, looking incredibly cool. Next, House C entered his invincible mode. One after another, he took down opponents in seconds, and by the end, he was so lazy he didn't even bother to kill them outright. He just shot them until they were incapacitated. The big shots in the VIP area were yawning, feeling the lack of entertainment. Just then, Dafu noticed something was off at the food street. She saw someone putting up missing person notices for House C, and the person was looking menacing. She immediately panicked, realizing that the enemies had found him, and hurried to find us. Meanwhile, those pirates received the news and knew House C was in the dueling arena, so they rushed over. These guys were truly underhanded. Instead of attacking directly, they first tricked two clueless guys into going up to their deaths to deplete House C's arrows. House C fell for it and quickly took down those two unfortunate souls with 2 arrows. After finishing, he checked his quiver. Empty. Just as he was about to leave the stage, the host shouted, and the 3 main antagonists, Crazy Saw, Iron Hand, and Masked, grouped up. Folks, you can't imagine the timing. It was absolutely perfect. House C was stunned. He had no arrows left. Now he was in big trouble. He could only pull out his sword and brace himself. But as an archer, how could he handle close combat? The 3 modified humans pounced on him like rabid dogs. Crazy Saw swung his chainsaw, slicing a huge chunk of flesh from House C's shoulder, and blood gushed out immediately. They surrounded him, grinning maliciously and saying they would slowly torture him to death. I was in the library watching the live broadcast. Just a second ago, I was watching House C act like a master, looking so lonely in his invincibility. And the next second, the camera turned, and he was being mobbed, almost bleeding out. I exploded, threw my book, grabbed my luggage, and cursed, "Let House C. You useless guy. You still want to be my crew? Hold on, don't die so quickly." I was so anxious that I spread my wings and rushed towards the dueling arena at full speed. While I was racing against time, on another street in the Angry Zone, the kid pirates were also sitting there eating noodles and watching the live broadcast. Kira was slurping his noodles while glancing at the screen, thinking this show was boring, but this archer taking on 3 opponents was probably doomed. He was just waiting to see how long he could last. But before he could finish his sentence, let me tell you, the scene on the screen changed in an instant. Kira had just slurped up half of his noodles when he nearly spit them out. His eyes widened like saucers, fixated on the screen, forgetting to eat. The fire-breathing guy was puzzled and asked Kira what's going on. When he looked up, he was also dumbfounded. Let me cut back to the arena just a few minutes earlier. Oh my goodness, it was a gruesome sight. Our archer, House C, was covered in blood, surrounded by those 3 guys, barely hanging on to life. He wanted to run, but he couldn't find a way out with his Wawa fruit ability. He was injured all over, blood was almost drained from him, and his vision was going dark. He could barely stand. He felt so regretful in his heart. He shouldn't have come to this hellhole. What happened to his sister if he died? Those 3 grandsons, one named Woers, and the other 2, Robert and Kramer, were laughing like perverts. Had they had enough fun? Dismember him. The one called Kramer revved up the chainsaw on his mechanical arm and aimed it at Hosher's shoulder. Just at that critical moment, the host's duck-like voice suddenly shouted, "Everyone, a new warrior has appeared. Contestant number 27, Magic Hand, joins the battle." The chainsaw guy was still cursing. Who dares to interrupt my good time? But he didn't stop at all. The chainsaw was still chopping at Hosher's arm. As a result, whoosh, a sharp sound of slicing wind. Let me tell you, it was faster than a bullet. A sharp spear flew from the edge of the arena, and with a bang, it precisely pierced the engine of Kramer's chainsaw. The next second, the chainsaw arm exploded into a burst of sparks. Kramer covered the half of his body that was blown apart, howling as he fell. Woers was furious on the spot, turning around and shouting, "You bastard! What did you do to my brother? Looking for death?" Let me tell you, at that moment, Reis leisurely walked onto the stage. With long black hair, holding a katana and a confident, somewhat arrogant smile on my face. With a flick of my deep black cloak, my aura immediately filled the space. Hosher was dumbfounded. A life-saving moment, his mouth open for a long time without saying a word. Those guys were still yelling. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle." I couldn't help but laugh, sneering, with my silver eyebrows raised. I pointed my long knife at the three of them. "Meddling?" I paused, then said word by word. "So, what do you want to do to my crew?" Oh my. The whole venue exploded. Families, who understands this twist? The guy named Chris Pett in the VIP section had his eyes lit up. Even outside the ring, the people from the Blake group recognized me, that iconic silver brow. Each one gritting their teeth. It's that silver brow Reis. "Hurry, call for help. He must die here today." Goodness, now it's getting lively. The people outside, Kira also got excited. No longer eating, stood up. "Let's go hit. Vey, there's a good show to watch." On the arena, I walked step by step towards those three. I was still calculating in my heart. Luckily, I made it. Hosher looked seriously injured, but it was all superficial wounds. No big deal. Since these three were Hosher's enemies, they shouldn't think about getting off the stage alive. Just right. I'll use them to test my recent training results. The one called Woers was still tough. "You little brat who hasn't even grown hair. He is your crew?" What a joke. As he spoke, he lowered his head and charged at me like a cannonball. Guess what happened? Reis casually extended my left hand and, with a slap, caught his big iron head that could smash steel plates. His immense grip made it impossible for him to move. Woers was dumbfounded. How is this possible? I smiled slightly at him, then twisted my wrist, slamming his head to the ground. Bang! It was like smashing a watermelon, directly pressing his head along with the helmet into the arena floor. The tremendous impact made him foam at the mouth on the spot. I didn't give him any chance. Lifting my left foot, I stomped down with all my strength. Crack! His cervical vertebrae, along with his skull, were instantly destroyed. Big brother. The other two's eyes turned red, howling as they charged at me together. Let me tell you, this operation was remarkably smooth. My right hand's knife light flashed, and with a slash, the chainsaw guy Kramer got a line of blood across his neck. His gaze instantly vacant. As I sheathed my knife, I tilted my head to dodge Robert's iron fist, clenched my left fist, and bang. A solid punch landed on his face. That guy screamed and flew out. I looked at Robert rolling on the ground and mockingly said, "You guys are too weak. Bullying my crew means you have to be prepared to pay the price." As soon as I finished speaking, the knife light flashed again, and a head fell to the ground. In less than a minute, 3 pirate captains with bounties in the tens of millions were all wiped out. The audience went crazy, shouting, "Magic hand! Magic hand! Magic hand!" The host was so excited, holding the microphone and starting to comment. Incredible. This silver-browed powerhouse is the pirate known for his lechery. Valued at 24 million berries, EricD's Reis. I almost stumbled upon hearing that. Good heavens, there's no way to shake off this label, right? I'm clearly a virtuous gentleman. I ignored him, walked over, pulled out my spear, and handed it to Hosher. "Are you all right?" Hosher looked at me, hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. His voice not loud, but particularly firm. "I'm fine." "Captain Reis." Just as we finished recognizing our kinship, new trouble came. The host was about to say something when he was pushed aside. "Shut up." A large group of fierce-looking thugs rushed onto the stage, surrounding us. I saw the situation and realized that I had been recognized by the Blake group. A fierce battle was unavoidable. I handed a bundle of arrows to Hosher. "Can you still move? If you can, cover me from behind." Hosher gritted his teeth, propping up his heavily injured body, and raised his longbow again. In the stands, the person in charge of the Blake group pointed at me and laughed crazily. "Silverbrow, you can't escape. Lake Stinton has already been captured by us. And so will you. Charge!" With a command, dozens of assassins on the stage. Some drew guns, some drew knives, their blades glinting coldly. One of them even started to transform. Good heavens. Zoan-type DevilFruit user. Now I couldn't hold back any longer. I took a deep breath, activating the copied coal fruit ability. Thick smoke billowed from my body, turning my entire form into black coal. I had to go all out. The big shots in the VIP section were dumbfounded. This kid turned out to be a DevilFruit user? This ability, how is it exactly like Blake's coal fruit? On the arena, 25 thugs surrounded us tightly. The leading assassin, codenamed 001, sneered, "It really is a copy fruit. But don't think that just because you've copied our boss's ability, you're invincible. You little brat can't exert that power at all." As he spoke, his body began to swell and transform. Black fur sprouted all over, turning into an enormous black bear. Zoan-type bear fruit, black bear form. I looked at him, oh, still a tough one. But just right, this fruit is good. I can copy it too. The black bear roared, and its massive paw came crashing down on me. With a bang, my elementalized body was smashed into a pile of coal dust. But wait, after reassembling my body, I felt dizzy and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. I was dumbfounded. How could a Logia type be hit by a physical attack? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit me, and cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This is hockey? The Black Bear 001 was somewhat surprised. Oh, not too old. Yet you recognize hockey. My heart sank. It was over. I had hit a hard wall. These guys actually knew armament hockey. This was going to be tough. I couldn't afford to be careless. My spear was wrapped in coal, igniting with blazing flames, and I thrust forward with a moved black flame of Cole's spear, but was forcibly blocked by his hockey-covered paw. The tremendous force shook my hand numb. Comparing strength with Zoan-type abilities is purely self-torture. I pushed it back with one shot, following up with a left punch. He disdainfully swung his left palm to meet my fist. At the moment our fists and palms made contact, the corner of my mouth slightly curved up, activating the copy fruit ability. Zoan-type, bear fruit, black bear form. Successful copy. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and dust flew everywhere. As the smoke cleared, a second black bear appeared in the center of the arena. The two bears exchanged blows, each retreating several steps. 001's face turned ugly. HMPF, so what if you copied it? I am definitely stronger. With that, he charged again. Let me tell you, that scene was like the Cyber Beast arena of 2025. 1 second, there were two big black bears wrestling, trading punches. The next second, I transformed back into a coal man, flames erupting from my body as I started to poke from distance. Just as the black bear charged over, I sprouted a pair of fly wings and flew into the air. He was thrown into a frenzy. 001, panicked, roared, and transformed into a more agile human beast form, launching a fiercer attack. I frowned. This wouldn't do. My stamina was depleting too quickly. I needed to end this quickly. It seemed I had to use Hao C's ability of the feed fruit. While dodging attacks, I looked for an opportunity to get closer to Hao C. Just as I pushed 001 back with a burning coal blade, the opportunity arose. I extended my left hand, shooting a blue wave of light toward Hao C. Copy wave. Goodness, I guessed I had borrowed his navigation ability. Hey, the attack reached 001's vital areas. I silently chanted in my heart, and instantly, a perfect attack route appeared in my mind. The decisive move had been found. I fell from the air, took a deep breath, and a thicker black smoke erupted from my body. With a move, black smoke screen, I engulfed the entire arena. The audience heard the sounds of clanging and howling from within, unable to see anything. After a long time, the smoke slowly dissipated. I knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. In front of me, the arena was littered with corpses. Over 20 assassins, including the Black Bear Elite 001, had all been skewered by Coal Gun, lying in a remarkably neat manner. But before I could catch my breath, two figures descended from the VIP seats, blocking our path. I focused my eyes and felt a chill run down my spine. The Guerrilla Pirates' golden ticket cadres. One was named Jin Crispet, and the other was called Kai Shirstan. Their combined bounty was nearly 200 million. That Crispet had hair like springs, floating in the air with a face full of disdain, saying, "So annoying, who told that black guy to give too much?" Stan shrugged and said that as long as they helped kill this silver brow brat, they would provide us with a year's worth of energy and weapons for free. This deal was a steal. With that, he extended his right arm and pressed a red gem on his arm. Redstone flame. Instantly, a flame ray shot from his index finger, aimed directly at me. What is the principle behind this? I was shocked and quickly transformed my body into carbon to block the attack. From the very beginning, I found it strange. What special function did those colorful gems on him have? Just as I thought this, that guy on the opposite side gave me a lesson. Let me tell you, he was not an ability user at all. He was a cyborg. All those colorful gems on his body were buttons. I saw that guy named Stan sneer, pressing several red gems on his chest in rapid succession. Goodness, he instantly turned bright red like a heated iron, and then opened his mouth to spit out an enormous fireball at me. I thought, does nature type fear this? Just carbonize and withstand it. But the next second, dear family, who understands? My elementalized body suddenly felt excruciating pain. I was on fire. What the hell is going on? Why is the nature type losing health? I was stunned. With no time to think, I quickly released my ability, transformed into bug fruit form, sprouting wings from my back and frantically fanning the flames to extinguish them. But those two bastards didn't give me a moment to breathe. Just as I was extinguishing the fire, they pounced on me like rabid dogs. That gem Geiston was practically a walking arsenal, pressing those colorful gems like crazy, unleashing flames, water jets, slashes, shockwaves, and lightning goodness. Was he playing a rhythm game with me? Various attacks came at me like they were free. I had just been burned and released in nature type, so I could only awkwardly wield my long spear to block, clanging like blacksmithing. On the other side, that guy named Crispet also floated over. His sword seemed alive, drooping and wavering, slicing down at me from the air. I had no choice but to draw my waist knife to parry. Let me tell you, when our blades clashed, the feeling was incredible. It felt like my knife had plunged into a pile of jelly, receiving no force at all. That strange wave-like power shook, and my knife flew away with a clang. Immediately after, his wave sword slashed a deep and long cut on my left arm. With that, my defensive posture was thrown into disarray. Stan seized the opportunity. Bang! Bang! A slash and a shock wave slammed into my chest. I felt like a kite with a broken string, spewing blood 3 meters away, and was sent flying. My brother, Howie, wanted to come save me, but he was also heavily injured and couldn't stand, only able to watch me being thrown away helplessly. In the end, he struggled to get up and caught me with his body, the impact almost breaking his arm. I felt several ribs crack, barely managing to stand up with my spear. The two bastards opposite me were unscathed, slowly closing in. That Crispet was particularly smug, pointing his sword at me and starting to introduce himself. How about it? My sword is hard to handle, right? He said he was a superhuman type wave fruit user, able to make everything he touches behave like waves, unpredictable. The wounds he inflicted would also bleed profusely. Goodness, was he giving me a skill explanation? He also said, having offended the black group and still daring to show up like this was just asking for trouble. Then he shouted to the audience, telling blacks people that they had delivered the person and not to forget the year's worth of energy and weapon supplies. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. So they weren't killing me because black wanted me alive. There was a chance for a turnaround. Just as I pondered how to escape, Crispet swung his sword again, calling it Wave Surge. A wave-like shockwave directly sent me, and Howie flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. And I coughed up blood again. After the attack, he wasn't done, complaining that the corpses on the ground were in the way, and, using his ability to shake the arena like a surfboard, all the bodies rolled off, making it all refreshing. At this point, I had completely lost my combat ability, and the host began to passionately shout, declaring them the victors. The two bastards also stopped, standing aside, impatiently waiting for blacks people to come collect. An opportunity arose. My mind raced. The duel rule stated that one could not leave the arena during battle, but now I was considered defeated, so escaping wouldn't count as a violation. As long as I could touch that Crispet and copy his wave fruit, I could fly. Meanwhile, outside, my teammate Daff was almost crying from anxiety. Just when she was at her wit's end, 3 people suddenly appeared behind her. A man wearing a blue and white mask, with long golden hair and metallic gauntlets on both hands. Beside him is a science monster covered in stitching, and another holding a gigantic trident, a demon. The 3 of them look up at the live broadcast screen, and the masked man mutters to himself, "The golden medal of the guerrilla pirates? Interesting." Then, with a clang, sharp sides spring out from the gauntlets on both his hands. "Let's go, we'll meet them inside." He twirls the sides, exuding an explosive aura, declaring that the South Sea Overlord will eventually be the target of the Kid Pirates' attack, and weakening the combat power of these two is also a good idea. Damn it. Everyone, it's Kira, the slaughter warrior of the Kid Pirates. A ruthless man with a bounty of 70 million. This is simply a timely reinforcement from afar. Daff also reacted immediately and rushed into the duel arena with them. On the arena, Black's manager is walking over with his people, eager to take custody of me and Hoggus. Crispet's attention also shifts to them. Now's the time. My transparent wings behind me suddenly stretch out, and my right hand transforms into a magic hand, using the copy ability, shooting out like lightning and grabbing Crispet's thigh. "You bastard! How dare you touch me with your dirty hands?" He angrily draws his sword to slash. Too late. Superhuman type, vibration fruit, copied successfully. I immediately activate the coal fruit, instantly releasing thick smoke, making the entire arena a sightless void. Following that, the vibration ability activates. My whole body erupts with the same vibration power as his, and I grab Hoggus beside me, feeling like we're being lifted by a wave, directly flying into the air and out of the arena. "Stop him!" Stone yells in the black smoke, using his ability to suck away the fog. Black's men also start shooting wildly, but as soon as the bullets get close to me, they twist into spirals under my vibration power, all missing. Damn it. He actually copied my ability. Chris Pet grits his teeth in anger, wanting to use the vibration power to fly up and chase. However, a whirlwind sweeps in from the entrance, directly charging onto the arena. Kira has arrived. His rapidly spinning twin sides, like the claws of death, swiftly decapitate Black's manager and several henchmen. Blood splatters everywhere. Kira charges in an unstoppable manner right in front of Chris Pet, and the vibration sword clashes violently with a spinning scythe. With a loud bang, both retreat a few steps. Kira's weapon is fixed on his arm, perfectly countering that strange vibration, not being blown away at all. On the other side, Stone is also blocked by Kira's two companions, Hit and Vey. Thanks to them, I managed to safely bring Hoggus out of the arena. Daff quickly runs over to support us. Hurry up, she urges. The three of us help each other, awkwardly escaping from this hellish place. Damn it, we didn't earn any money and almost lost our lives. The host is still shouting behind us. Welcome to come again next time. I almost choked with anger. If I come again, I'll be a dog. Later, we lay in a clinic, treating our injuries while watching the news. Good heavens. The newspaper says that the Kid Pirates have wiped out one of the four major forces in the South Sea, the Ironclad Pirates. The South Sea is about to change. I told Daff and Hoggus that we can't just wait and develop. We have to pull off something big. Didn't Black's manager say they captured our vice captain, Lexington? We must go rescue him. Captain, is it really okay to go to war with Black so soon? Daff looks worried. I analyzed to her that although this time was disastrous, the gains were enormous. Not only did I copy the useful vibration fruit, more importantly, I discovered the fatal weakness of the coal fruit. It's afraid of being burned by fire. As long as we make good use of flames, even without hockey, I'm confident I can take down Black. Therefore, to increase our odds, we must acquire that flame gun, Amaterasu, at tomorrow's auction. The next day, both Housey and I had recovered a bit from our injuries. Although we still limped while walking, attending the auction was not a problem. We exchanged a glance. Both of us wrapped up like mummies, and going to the auction in this state was just an abstract concept. So we set off, bandaged up and full of swagger. To my surprise, Dafu had borrowed us a pure platinum convertible carriage. Who understands this, right? Here we were, looking like mummies, sitting in that shiny golden convertible, parading through the streets under the gaze of the entire island. People were laughing uncontrollably. Aren't those the two guys who got beaten like dogs in the ring yesterday? They said. It was hilarious, losing and still being so ostentatious, as if afraid others wouldn't know they had been beaten. My face turned dark. I want to jump off the carriage. Seriously, social death doesn't get worse than this. I suppressed my anger and asked Dafu what she was thinking. She said the carriage was free to rent, and she had always wanted to ride in one. I was like, thanks a lot. Housey was even more extreme. He put on a hat to cover his face and started to cosplay an ostrich, playing the You Can't See Me card. After a long wait, we finally reached the auction. Let me tell you, the scene was even more awkward. There were a ton of people at the entrance, and as soon as our flashy gold carriage arrived, it instantly became the focal point. Everyone was pointing and whispering, wow, someone really rented that car? What taste? To make matters worse, the two guys who had beaten us up yesterday, Chris Pet and Stone, were also in the crowd, looking at me like they wanted to eat me alive. Great. Now we had a serious feud going on. As the crowd blocked our carriage, a swarm of reporters descended upon us like flies smelling a feast, snapping photos of our mummy-like appearance. My mind went blank. I had to do something to divert their attention. Then, out of nowhere, I pointed into the distance and shouted, Blake. The entire place went silent. I'm telling you, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's minds were racing. Blake? Which Blake? It could only be that energy tycoon from the South Sea. The Black Demon Blake. Seeing it had an effect, my emotions surged, and I continued to shout, I will not rest until I have your head in a month. I got so into it that I started improvising. That old bastard pollutes the environment, oppresses the people, and even dares to kidnap my first mate. I've been fed up with him for a long time. He has to go. After I shouted, the crowd fell silent. Even my two rivals looked stunned. The guys in the crowd, including Kira, had expressions that said, this guy is interesting. The reporters snapped back to reality and went wild. Are you declaring war on the Blake group? My heart sank. Oh no, I messed up. There was no turning back now, but I had already said it, so I had to write it out. I took a deep breath, raised my middle finger to the sky, and emphatically shouted yes. Once inside the venue, Dafu and Housey looked at me differently, as if I were crazy. I could only wave my hand and say, don't ask. It's all about making a name for myself. It's just Blake, no big deal. Inside, I was panicking, but on the surface I remained calm. The auction began. And the host was the same one from the ring competition yesterday. Without any small talk, he started presenting the items. Let me tell you, the customs in the South Sea are truly wild. The first item was a broken mechanical arm, which was bought by a big bearded pirate. Then I was completely stunned. The guy pulled out a knife, chopped off his own arm, blood gushing everywhere. And without blinking, he attached the mechanical arm while laughing maniacally. I've become stronger. I was dumbfounded. But didn't he stop there? The next items were various mechanical modification parts. And I watched in shock as a large-scale live amputation surgery unfolded in the venue. Some were chopping off arms, others were removing legs. And there were even guys helping each other out. You chop my leg off, and I'll attach your arm. Afterward, they were all hugging and calling each other brothers. Folks, it was all about cybernetic limbs and the struggle between flesh and steel. I felt my scalp tingle and quickly closed my eyes, telling House C to call me when the items we wanted came up. In the meantime, they auctioned off something called Dream Legend Salt, said to be a secret seasoning by Chef Bill Shack that could turn pig slop into a royal banquet. Dafu and House C took turns making fun of me, saying, "Captain, you really need this." I turned green with embarrassment and, for the sake of my pride, pounded my chest and said, "What is a mere seasoning? Once we're out of here, I'll go get Chef Bill Shack himself to be our cook." They finally let me off the hook. So we waited and waited until evening, and my worst fears came true. My two rivals from the Grella Pirate Group, those top-tier guys, were sitting not far away, clearly waiting for the right moment to strike. Chris Pett turned around, smirking at me and giving me the middle finger. I realized this was bad. If they were determined to drive up the price, my guns and medicine would be in jeopardy. I quickly devised a plan. "Fine, you want to play? I'll play along." Soon, the host presented a colorful, luminous pearl, starting at a price of 5 million. I jumped up, shaking with excitement, and shouted in an impatient voice, 8 million. I'm telling you, my acting skills would have earned me an Oscar. Dafu and House C were stunned, not understanding what had gotten into me. Sure enough, Chris Pett took the bait, smirking as he raised his hand, 10 million. The show began. I instantly adopted a desperate expression, as if the treasure was about to be snatched away, and shouted, 20 million, 30 million. Chris Pett looked amused, taking his time. 40 million, 50 million. We went back and forth, the price skyrocketing. My voice grew more frantic, and by the end, I was practically crying, while Chris Pett was completely caught up in it, his eyes turning red. His partner Stone was pulling him anxiously, but he shrugged him off. The whole crowd was stunned. A mere pearl was reaching 10 million, and these two were pushing it to nearly 100 million. Finally, Chris Pett jumped up, pointing at me and roaring, 100 million berries. I slumped back in my chair, lips trembling, feeling hopeless and nearly in tears. The host was sweating profusely, banging the gavel. 100 million berries. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Chris Pett. Let me tell you, as soon as that was announced, Chris Pett burst into manic laughter, sounding completely deranged, as if his jaw might dislocate. The look he gave me was as if he wanted to carve the words trash and waste into my brother Lacey's face. He was so smug, thinking he had Lacey completely under control, believing that 100 million berries was his limit. His partner Stone looked pale, with a face that said we're doomed. You could tell that Chris Pett's temper was about to blow. On our side, Dafu was so anxious she was about to jump out of her seat, pulling Lacey and asking, "Captain, are you crazy? Why are you bidding on a pearl? What are you trying to do?" Housey also looked skeptical, wondering when I had become interested in jewelry. But guess what? That kid Lacey had completely taken on the role of a drama king. He first pretended to be like a little kid who didn't get his favorite toy. Wiping his tears with a pitiful expression, and with a huff, he turned his head away. But in that moment of turning, I clearly saw him quickly give Housey a glance, and that smirk at the corner of his mouth was simply unbelievable. Housey instantly understood and followed Reis's gaze, only to find himself staring at Chris Pett's twisted and arrogant face. He suddenly realized what was going on. The captain was too mischievous. He quickly grabbed Daff, who was still shaking Reis, and whispered an explanation in her ear. After hearing this, Daff's eyes widened like copper bells, her expression showing that it could be played this way too. Next up for auction was a North Sea pearl necklace, starting at 5 million. Reis's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf seeing meat, and he was the first to raise his paddle. 10 million. Let me tell you, the scene that followed was like a large-scale drama titled The Birth of a Fool. As long as it was jewelry, Reis would definitely be the first to jump up, howling and raising the price, his enthusiasm so intense that anyone unaware might think he was a dragon in his past life. And that Chris Pett? He was like a programmed NPC. Every time Reis shouted a price, he would follow suit, and each time he had to use a higher price to push Reis down. Reis, being a master of the game, would accurately raise the price to around 1 billion berries each time, then retreat with tears in his eyes, pounding his chest and looking as if his heart was in immense pain. I was sitting right next to him, watching it all unfold clearly. His acting was worthy of an Oscar. Who understands, family? That Chris Pett was all about emotional value and had no IQ at all. One by one, he bought all 12 pieces of jewelry at the auction. The total price was 950 million berries. His partner Stan was almost crying beside him, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Stop bidding. We're out of money." But Chris Pett was on a roll, pointing at Reis and shouting, "Silver Brow Kid, if you have the guts, keep raising. I'll accompany you to the end." We were seamlessly cooperating, with House C and Daff on either side supporting the frantic Reis, crying out, "Captain, we can't keep doing this. Let's go home." After this grand performance, Chris Pett was basically out of money. And us? We didn't spend a penny and got to watch a circus. Reis slumped in his chair, mumbling about wanting to die, while a crowd of onlookers threw him sympathetic glances. Just then, the host excitedly announced, "Everyone, next up is the highly anticipated finale." With the lights dimming and then brightening again, a long red spear slowly rose in the center of the stage. The gun was adorned with flame-like patterns, looking incredibly cool. The great weapon, one of the 21 creations, Flame Gun Amaterasu, starting price, 30 million berries. I saw Reis's eyes truly ignite in that moment. The previous frenzy had all been an act. Now, this was real. Without a second thought, he raised his paddle, 50 million berries. Chris Pett sneered at this, about to raise the price as a habit. But Stan grabbed him, his voice booming like thunder in his ear. "We're out of money. You spendthrift." That shout completely short-circuited Chris Pett's brain. He was stunned. What? No money? What happened to my 1 billion berries? Did I just trade it for a pile of worthless stones? While the two were at an impasse, the price in the auction had already soared to 70 million. At this moment, the masked man Kira from the Kid Pirates raised his paddle decisively. 100 million berries. He wanted to take it all in one go and intimidate the crowd. The venue fell silent. Everyone thought that 100 million for this gun was already the limit. Then, Reis smiled at Kira and slowly raised his paddle. 150 million berries. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Chris Pett's eyes were about to pop out. Wasn't this brat out of money? What was going on? He panicked and immediately started digging into his and Stan's private stash, scrambling to gather all their possessions, gritting his teeth and shouting, 160 million berries. Stan was pale beside him. If Reis didn't follow up, they would have to go back in their underwear today. But Reis didn't even glance at him, just sneered contemptuously and raised his paddle again, his voice not loud, but crystal clear. 200 million berries. It was completely over. This price was insane. Chris Pett slumped down like a deflated balloon. 200 million berries. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Reis. With the host's hammer falling, this divine weapon was in hand. Following that, for the last item, a special medicine for House C, Reis also spent money recklessly, directly acquiring it, totaling nearly 295 million. The auction ended, we spent all our money, but we didn't get what we wanted. Holding that cool flame gun, Reis looked at Chris Pett, who was shaking with rage and had completely turned into a clown, with 3 parts sympathy and 7 parts mockery in his eyes. It was simply perfect. Chris Pett couldn't take it anymore and exploded on the spot, screaming that he would tear Reis apart today, and rushed over, only to be dragged away forcefully by Stan, looking utterly embarrassed, completely losing face for the Grella pirates. Once most of the people had left, Reis, holding the gun, confidently told us that his goal was not just the South Sea. He would eventually take down the South Sea Overlord and even aim for the position of Pirate King. Just when I thought this extreme counterattack was impressive enough, House C came running over, grinning with a big package. "Captain, guess what I found?" He opened the package, and lo and behold, it was filled with all the jewelry and accessories auctioned off earlier, all colorful. The two fools from Grella left in such a hurry that they forgot to take the things they had bid on. House C was grinning slyly, right? The 160 million private stash they had pooled together was also in this package. Reis's face instantly blossomed with a smile. Meanwhile, in the distance on the street, Stan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face pale, as he said to Chris Pett, it seems we forgot to take the jewelry we bid on. And the money seems to be in there too." Chris Pett was instantly petrified. I could imagine him thinking just one word, "Damn, these bastards can really endure." Let me tell you, those two unfortunate souls, Chris Pett and Stan, were almost left in their underwear after being tricked by my main character Reis at the auction. So furious, they nearly flipped the table. But the island had strict rules, and they couldn't act out, so they thought of a good idea, blocking the harbor with their ship, waiting for Reis to set sail, so they could kill him. Goodness, they waited for a whole day and night. The little brothers on the ship were dumbfounded, completely unaware of what their boss was going crazy about. Stan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and anyone who dared to ask got a verbal lashing, being told to go do push-ups. Who understands, family? Being tricked out of their money and then having to wait at sea for their enemy to come out, the frustration was simply unbearable. Stan was worried sick. What if Reis and his crew stayed on the island for 3 to 5 years? Would they starve to death on the ship? Just when these unfortunate souls were about to lose hope, on our side, Reis was having the time of his life. Early on the third day, Dafu was shouting outside the door, "Captain, it's time to get up." As soon as I heard that, there was a loud crash from inside the room, followed by a scream. I thought to myself, what's going on? When the door opened, good grief, Reis was buried under a pile of books. It turned out this guy had stayed up late studying, fell asleep, and let go of the books, which then fell on his face. When he struggled, all the books piled up next to him collapsed. The saying knowledge is power really holds true. In a physical sense, that power nearly took my male lead away. Dafu's expression at that moment was one of speechless disbelief at how wild he read. Reis was so embarrassed that he could probably dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. After cleaning up, the 3 of them returned to the ship with big and small bags. Reis was still puzzled, saying, why hasn't that hot-tempered Chris Pet come to block me? He was also thinking about letting Dafu show off her sailing skills and drifting to annoy them. But now there was no chance, which was a bit disappointing. Then came the moment of showing off. Reis put on a captain's hat, draped a black coat over himself, and held the fiery, beautiful sword Amaterasu. Standing at the bow of the ship, he pointed the spear and shouted with all his might, "Set sail. Destination, EricD Island." Let the name of the magic hand pirates spread across the world. The momentum and style made him feel ecstatic. But the next second, Housey weakly chimed in from behind. Captain, you're pointing in the wrong direction. EricD Island is over there, and our ship hasn't turned yet. I burst out laughing. The atmosphere instantly froze. Reis's face turned beet red as he jumped down from the bow and angrily gave Housey a knock on the head. After all that effort to look cool, you messed it all up. Can't you let me immerse myself in the world of being handsome for a little longer? The ship set off amidst the noise. Housey covered his head and went back to the cabin to maintain his bow and arrows. While Reis began to practice on the deck, he discovered that his body was growing at an astonishing rate. So he figured he had to quickly master the newly acquired fruit ability, especially that wave fruit. It sounded powerful, but was really difficult to control. Then I witnessed an annual comedic scene. Reis took a deep breath and punched the sea surface. As a result, the wave went awry, and bang. He put a hole in his own ship. He was stunned, mumbling that it seemed he needed to hire a shipwright. Changing to a spacious area, he continued to practice, muttering, "This time I have to control it well. I can't hit the ship again." What happened next? Bang. He didn't hit the ship this time, but the punch curved and hit his own face squarely. The powerful wave knocked him so hard that he saw stars. His face got deformed, and he spun around several times before falling flat on his back. I thought to myself, this guy is practicing a new skill, and the main feature is hitting himself. After giving himself a black eye, Reis finally managed to grasp a bit of the technique, exhausted like a dead dog, leaning against the mast to catch his breath. Just then, a carrier seagull flew over. Reis bought a newspaper and opened it, only to see his brows furrow instantly. The headline read, "Naval Turncoat Lexington to be publicly executed on EricD Island in 3 days." Wow, this is obviously a trap waiting for him to jump into, right? Those guys from Black weren't fools. They knew Reis would definitely go to save him and had turned the execution ground into a trap. This was trouble. What was supposed to be a secret infiltration had turned into a direct assault on the execution ground, and the difficulty level had skyrocketed. But there was no choice. He had to jump into the pit. Reis stared at the newspaper, his mind racing. The enemies included Black himself and 2 naval colonels, Boston and Insect. They only had 3 people on their side, and a direct confrontation was definitely not feasible. He needed to come up with a plan. He had to rescue Lexington first to have help. Suddenly, he saw Dafu at the helm, and his eyes lit up. A cunning plan instantly formed. Hey, it was time to test his acting skills again. He thought, if even that old fox Chris Pet could be fooled, then Black, who had been invincible for years and was overly arrogant, would definitely be easier to deceive. Meanwhile, on EricD Island, the execution ground was set up like a military fortress. Soldiers and mercenaries wearing gas masks were everywhere, and the air was filled with thick smoke. Lexington was tied to a cross, battered and bruised, looking weak. Black Boston. An insect surrounded him like 3 mountains. Black was beaming with pride. He could hardly wait to tear Reis apart. He boasted to the 2 colonels beside him. "What are we afraid of? We've been rampaging through the South Sea for decades. Are we afraid of 3 rookie kids? That Reis was just a small fry not long ago, with a bounty of just over 20 million. What kind of waves can he make? Boston and Insect agreed, thinking it made sense. Their organization was large, so why fear anything? It was just killing the chicken to scare the monkey. They were just waiting to watch the show. Boston even walked up to Lexington to taunt him. So, how about it, Lieutenant? Your captain really has some guts, rushing over to accompany you to your death. Lexington coughed up blood, but his eyes were sharp as knives. Boston, just wait. One day I will strip that justice coat off your back. Still tough. Boston disdainfully punched Lexington in the stomach and turned to leave. Lexington watched the backs of those scoundrels, grinding his teeth in anger. His hands were shackled with special iron locks. The harder he struggled, the tighter they became, and he couldn't break free at all. He felt anxious inside. Reis, do you really deserve to die for a failure like me? 3 days later, Reis's blood-red Avenger finally appeared in the waters near Energy Island. From a distance, the island looked like hell, with black smoke billowing into the sky. House used his ability to scout. Sure enough, the enemy was heavily guarded. And Black's 3 top experts were waiting at the execution ground. Good, just as planned. Reis grinned, raising the Amaterasu gun. House understood and shot an arrow. The azure arrow pierced the sky, accurately hitting a mercenary in the chest. The battle officially began. Dafu, the ship is in your hands. Reis, Grabid, Aosi, and the power of the wave erupted from him, propelling them toward the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for Energy Island. The enemies on the shore instantly went into a frenzy, with bullets raining down. Reis remained calm, throwing a punch that distorted the trajectory of all the bullets. Passing through unscathed, flying above the warship, he suddenly threw House toward the shore while switching to the coal fruit ability, launching a black coal bomb at the warship. Countless burning coal balls rained down, and a warship was instantly blown to pieces. He then charged at another ship, clean and efficient. The massive sounds of battle echoed across the entire Energy Island. The workers in the factories, who were being worked to the bone, all stopped what they were doing, their numb eyes staring into the distance. Some were surprised, some in disbelief. An old man sighed. Stop looking. No one could defeat the Black Demon. The invaders are doomed. Hurry up and work, or we'll all die. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, hope seemed too distant. But that thunderous sound of cannon fire was like a spark, slowly reigniting hope in some people's hearts. Boom! The gates of a naval base were blown off, and Reis and House emerged from the smoke. Black and his 2 companions sneered at them, their expressions seemingly saying, "You finally came to your death." TSK, the air in this base is quite fresh. Reis commented while taking off the stolen gas mask, complaining that all the pollution was dumped on the common people. Truly unethical. Black stepped forward with a sinister grin. Reis, you got some guts, huh? You dare to come to war with just 2 people? Get ready to join Lexington on the road to death. Aosi frowned. He knew that a direct assault would definitely not save anyone. Everything still has to go according to Reis's plan. Lexington on the cross looked at this scene, his heart tightening. This is completely a sheep entering a tiger's den. He struggled desperately, but the damn iron chains only tightened more. Pirate, do you have any last words? Yinsate shouted. Reis's mouth curled up, his spear horizontal, and black coal-like smoke ignited in his left hand. Haas also drew his bow, knocking several arrows. He quietly probed the route with his ability, then sighed helplessly. Let me tell you, as soon as I probed with my ability, my heart dropped. Goodness, there wasn't a single route that could take them down with one shot. It was clear that I was destined to be a support. Clearing minions was fine, but thinking of matching up against these 3 heavyweights was just wishful thinking. This time, it would have to rely on my Captain Reis to carry the whole fight, and I would just hang back and look for an opportunity to shoot a cold arrow. Over there, Reis had already started to shout, Yinsate, you are as disgusting as your fruit ability. The opponent couldn't be bothered to waste words, and simply said, let's do it. Black Demon Blake, Reis roared, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball. The giant coal fist surrounded by black flames slammed into Blake's face. Bang! A loud crash. The 2 black flaming fists collided in midair, sparks exploding like fireworks during the new year. Immediately after, the mechanical arm Boston and the dual sword user Yinsate also rushed up, instantly forming a 3-on-1 situation. I was watching from the back and was anxious. This was not a fight at all. It was pure bullying. But guess what? Just as we were fighting fiercely at the back of the naval base, there was actually another group of people not on the battlefield, secretly doing something. The leader was a one-eyed lieutenant named Tansender, who had 4 flintlock pistols at his waist, clearly not a good guy. He shouted to his soldiers. Are you all ready? It's up to us to rescue Lieutenant Lexington. Move out. Goodness, it turns out they were allies. Back to the square, the battle was incredibly intense. Blake and the others were experienced. Their coordination was seamless, and in just a few exchanges, they had Reis firmly suppressed. Blake was incredibly smug, taunting as he fought. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? We haven't even taken you seriously yet. Reis's expression was a mix of anger and unwillingness, which made Blake's heart bloom with joy. I thought it was over. Who would understand? 2 people charging into the enemy's base would end up being surrounded. I was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, unable to shoot a single arrow, simply unable to find an opportunity. Blake punched Reis away and taunted. Kid, I admire the courage of you newcomers, but unfortunately, courage can't be eaten. As he spoke, the coal on his fist faded, replaced by an invisible substance. And with a bang, a heavy punch landed solidly on Reis's stomach. Arm hockey. Reis was instantly knocked back into his human form, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clutching his stomach and sweating profusely. This was troublesome. All 3 opponents could use hockey, and Reis's cold fruit simply couldn't withstand it. Before long, Reis was beaten to a pulp, gasping for breath as he half-kneeled on the ground, barely able to hold his spear. Everyone on the scene, whether Navy or mercenary, was watching him like a monkey show. Even Lexington, tied up on the rack, shook his head in despair. My heart sank, and guess what? That Reis kid, with his hand covering his face, I couldn't see his expression, but his shoulders were shaking, and I thought he was crying. But what was it? Damn it. This guy was laughing. That smile was both smug and cunning. I instantly understood. An actor. It was all an act. From the very beginning. He had no intention of going 1 against 3. He wanted to feign weakness. The more he got beaten, the better. Making the 3 sons of bitches think they had him firmly in their grasp, completely lowering their guard. Sure enough, Reis struggled several times before finally using his spear to push himself up. The expression on his face was a mix of anxiety, shock, unwillingness, and anger. Oscar owed him a little golden statue. He shouted hoarsely toward my direction. Haas, retreat quickly. The enemy is too strong. You need to run. I almost believed him. Let me tell you, I was about to cry. I was still hesitating here when Reis shouted again. Stop dawdling. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape. The posture was simply the classic bro. You go first, I'll hold them off scene. Blake and the others indeed fell for it. Sneering disdainfully, Blake waved his hand. Yinsate, that archer is yours. Go catch him. Got it, boss. That Yinsate transformed into an enormous fly, buzzing as he chased after me. Reis pretended to desperately block him, but accidentally let the fly slip past. I was also acting, screaming don't come over here, while running wildly towards the sea. Let me tell you, with such a huge fly chasing behind, who wouldn't he run fast? That thing was so disgusting, it was like a physical cheat code. Even a cripple could sprint 100 meters at full speed. In the square, Reis was left alone facing Blake and Boston. Boston was still playing with his mechanical claws, thinking about which of Reis's legs to crush first. Blake had the expression of a cat playing with a mouse. Kid, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. I'll make sure you die clearly. They truly thought they had Reis under control. Unfortunately, my captain's real trump card hadn't been revealed yet. Meanwhile, I was running wildly, not letting my mouth rest, crazily taunting the huge fly behind me. You fat fly is flying so slowly. This nearly made Yinsate's wings spark with rage. Finally, I reached the port. Without saying a word, I took down the guards with a few arrows, jumped onto a steamship, floored the throttle, and said goodbye. That big fly also followed me out to sea. Just then, I saw our Dafu, coming with a small sailboat to pick me up. As we drifted past each other at sea, we swiftly changed ships. She even complained about my sailing skills. Sister, what time is it? I quickly turned around and headed towards Energy Island. That fly guy was about to chase me when Dafu, driving the steamship, blasted a burst of steam right in his face, burning him and making him shout. Dafu stood at the bow, coolly saying, "Dumb fly. Now it's my turn to play with you." Yinsate was stunned. Just you, a little girl? Little did he know, Dafu, sailing at sea, was like a Gundam pilot, a pure dimensional crushing. Previously, she had single-handedly taken down several pirate ships. All right, I left that side to Dafu and hurried back to rescue people. You see this plan? It's a perfect chain reaction, truly the best script of 2025. Reis feigned weakness to lure me away while also distracting a major. Then I led the major to Dafu, and I would circle back to rescue Lexington. Once Lexington was freed, it would form a 2-on-2 situation. Every step had to be precise. It was thrilling. Just as I was rushing back, something big happened on the other side of the island. The oppressed workers in the factory heard the commotion outside, and their blood surged. A guy named Paul stood up, raising his arm. Brothers, let's revolt. We are already at the bottom. How much worse can it get? This shackles, we have to break them ourselves. Goodness. The workers grabbed nearby hammers and wrenches, and just like that, they revolted. Let me tell you something even more explosive. The one-eyed Captain Tang Sender I mentioned earlier, along with over 100 Navy men, has turned against us. They sneaked to the side door of the square, and with a few shots, Tang Sender blew the head off the gatekeeping Lieutenant Ironhead, then charged in with his men. Their target was clear, heading straight for Lexington's execution platform. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Black and Boston turned pale, and Boston pointed at Tang Sender, cursing him. Tang Sender, you ungrateful wretch. You dare to betray me. The expression on his face was something else. Reis was also shocked. What a surprise. Wasn't this a sudden arrival of a powerful ally? Now, we didn't even have to wait for me to return. That old man Black was furious, abandoning Reis and leaping into the air, unleashing a fiery attack on the traitorous Navy. A rain of flames and coal came pouring down. In a critical moment, Reis shot over, switched to his wave fruit ability, and with a powerful wave, pushed the firestorm off course. He appeared in front of Black with a smile, still surrounded by flames. Black, it seems you don't take me seriously. Did you really think I was out of tricks? As soon as he finished speaking, Reis exerted his arms. The spear Amaterasu engulfed in blazing flames, and with a swift motion, he pierced Black's chest, creating a gaping wound. It turned out Reis had known all along that Black's cold fruit feared fire. Black was dumbfounded. He never expected this kid to hide such a move while facing two opponents. At this point, Black stopped pretending and revealed his true form, his body swelling with coal, transforming into a giant black figure resembling a small mountain, charging directly at Reis. Reis stood his ground, unleashing both wave energy and firepower, countering with a fiery sea wave spear. The two powers collided, and a shockwave nearly knocked me off my feet. Meanwhile, Boston had also reached the execution platform. Tang Sender's men couldn't stop him at all. Just as he raised his mechanical claw to deliver the final blow, Lexington had already been lowered. Let me tell you, Lexington was devouring food like a hamster, stuffing himself until he was swollen. Then with a whoosh, using some kind of life restoration technique, he slimmed back down, instantly restoring his battle power to full. Boston brought his claw down, and Lexington squinted, forming a gun gesture with his right hand, and shot at the claw. Flying finger gun. With a bayou, a shockwave shot from his fingertip, directly deflecting Boston's attack. Now, recovered, Lexington took a golden axe, slowly descended from the execution platform, and coldly looked at Boston. Thanks for your care, Colonel Boston. The next second, both of them used Soru, their figures disappearing instantly, reappearing face to face. The golden axe and mechanical claw clashed violently, creating a whirlwind. Captain Tang Sender, this was simply beyond what a human could handle. I tell you, the cold sweat on Captain Tang Sender's face was pouring down, and he was muttering to himself like a villain. Goodness, today is going to witness history. The South Sea is about to change. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, our ship's sister Dafu was facing off against the flyman Colonel Ingset. Let me tell you, that big fly was laughing, waving two huge knives, buzzing and mocking. Bwahaha. Little girl, do you really plan to sail a ship to fight me? He meant he had seen people use knives, guns, and fists, but never someone coming out on a ship for a duel. There wasn't even a cannon on board. Wasn't that just pure comedy? In response, Sister Dafu calmly fiddled with the buttons on the ship and said, it might not be enough against others, but against you? This fly, it's more than enough. Well, that directly blew Ingset's top. Nonsense. He roared, charging down with his knives. Dafu smiled slightly and pushed the control stick. The exhaust vent on top of the steamboat suddenly released a burst of scalding steam, right on target, giving that flyman a hot water shower. Buzzing. The fly was scalded, howling in anger, swearing to rip Dafu into pieces. However, what happened next taught him a lesson. I tell you, that little rickety boat in Dafu's hands seemed to come alive. Left turn, right turn, sudden stop, spin. Family, who understands? She even performed a 360-degree Thomas spin in the air with the boat. The fly's compound eyes turned cross-eyed, completely unable to keep up. Just as he turned his head, the boat slammed into him from the side, hitting him squarely on the forehead, nearly knocking him straight into the sea. Ingset was furious, shouting wildly, swinging his knives in a frenzy, but couldn't hit anything. Dafu drove the boat like it was a bumper car, treating him like a ball, crashing him around on the sea, creating a scene of utter chaos. After being hit for a while, Ungset finally wised up and desperately flew higher to try to create distance. But halfway up, he suddenly felt something was off. A massive suction force held him firmly in midair. He looked down, and his eyes nearly popped out in shock. Dafu was right below him, spinning the boat at high speed, creating a giant whirlpool on the surface of the sea. The swirling hot steam formed an airflow shield, heating him like he was trapped in a microwave. Is there such a technique? This was simply a physical cheat. Ungset was stunned, thinking, it's just a boat. Does it have to be like this? He wanted to flee, but couldn't break free, so he decided to endure and see who would give in first. Meanwhile, Dafu was enjoying herself, feeling triumphant. Come on, how could a helmsman get seasick? Seeing the timing was right, she took advantage of the waves created by the whirlpool, and the whole boat actually flew up, charging next to Ungset, then suddenly slammed on the brakes. The massive inertia sent Ungset flying like trash. The fly just stabilized himself on the surface of the sea, but before he could utter a curse, Dafu's boat crashed into him again. After several exchanges, Ungset finally caught a glimpse of a pattern. Just before another collision, he braced himself with his knives against the bow of the boat. Just as he was about to shout triumphantly, I caught it. Dafu suddenly yanked the control stick, and the whole boat performed a dragon tail move. The glowing hot tail of the boat struck Ungset like a baseball bat, sending him flying again. His mentality completely exploded. Ungset went mad, coating his dual knives with a layer of black armed hockey, determined to cleave both the person and the boat in half. On the other side, Dafu was also at her limit. The ship's energy was down to 5, and she was almost exhausted. Victory or defeat hinged on this one strike. She took a deep breath, pouring all her energy into it. The whole ship spun like a power drill, launching its final attack, Spiral Flying Bird. Boom! The dual knives wrapped in armed hockey collided heavily with the steamship that had bet everything. Despair instantly filled Ungset's face. He realized this power was impossible to block. With a crack, his dual knives shattered, and the ship's force slammed directly into his big belly. The flyman rolled his eyes back and fainted. His Zoan fruit ability deactivated, reverting to human form, plummeting like a stone into the sea. Dafu won. She slumped on the boat, gasping for air, thinking how fortunate it was that this guy chose to confront her head-on in the end. Otherwise, she really couldn't have held on. At the same time, on Energy Island, Black's face was darker than his coal fruit. The life card in his hand, belonging to the fat fly Ungset, had completely turned to ash. He looked at Reis walking out of the black smoke, gritting his teeth and saying, "You guys really surprised me." He thought it was another guy named Housey from Reis's side who did it, and his fists were clenched in anger, ready to kill Reis right here. But Reis just smiled slightly, thinking to himself that Dafu did a great job. While provoking further, Blake, the surprises are just beginning. Saying that, he raised his gun and charged forward again. He wasn't wrong. A new surprise really did happen. The workers on the island, who had been oppressed for decades, completely revolted. They charged at Blake's subordinates with wrenches, hammers, and iron rods. Those guards, who were just mercenaries working for money, were terrified when they saw the workers, who had been eating electronic pickled vegetables for too long, now starting to physically attack. They were scared out of their wits and collapsed at the first touch. A worker named Paul smashed a mercenary skull with a hammer and led everyone into the armory, stealing the weapons Blake had prepared to sell. An old man named Hake stroked his beard and laughed. This was all his plan. Now, these workers armed with Blake's weapons surged towards the main battlefield, ready to take him down. Meanwhile, our sharpshooter Housey had finally rowed his small boat back to the shore, only to be dumbfounded. The entire island was in chaos. The Navy, mercenaries, and a group of ragged workers were in a massive brawl, and he couldn't tell who was friend or foe. He thought to himself that he needed to hurry to the square and let Lexington down. Otherwise, our Captain Reis wouldn't hold on much longer. But he found that the fighting was too intense, and the path was completely blocked. He couldn't get through at all. A thought even flashed through his mind. If Reis died, could I become a captain? Just as he was lost in thought, the surrounding crowd noticed this newcomer, and countless blood-red eyes turned to stare at him. In the next second, Housey was swept into the battlefield, forced to start a chaotic fight. The scene shifted back to the square, where the battle between Lexington and Boston had reached a fever pitch. Lieutenant Townsend, leading his naval rebels, saw that they couldn't intervene in this divine fight, so they rushed out of the square to eliminate Blake's main forces outside. Now in the square, Lexington was being pressed hard by Boston. He had just been rescued, but was physically exhausted, and Boston's mechanical arm covered in armed color was incredibly tough. Lexington knew he had to finish this quickly. He desperately unleashed various techniques from the Six Styles, trying to exhaust Boston's hockey. Just outside the square, Housey had finally fought his way through the crowd, and he was about to charge into the base entrance when Townsend and a team of people rushed out from inside. The one-eyed lieutenant saw Housey and without a word raised his gun to shoot. In an instant, Housey drew an arrow in response, and with a whoosh, shot the bullet down in midair. This move directly fried Townsend's CPU. He thought Housey was an enemy and raised both guns to start shooting wildly. Housey was frantic, dodging bullets while shouting, "Stop shooting. I need to go in and save people. Our captain is about to give in. We need to let Lexington down to help." Upon hearing the name Lexington, Townsend's movements froze, his face filled with surprise. "Wait, you say you're going in to save Lieutenant Lexington? You were with that pirate named Reis inside?" Just as the misunderstanding was about to be cleared, the battle in the square reached a critical moment. Boston's hockey had finally been exhausted, but seeing Lexington kneeling on one knee, he thought he was finished and rushed forward to deliver the final blow. Opportunity. Lexington was waiting for this moment. He suddenly stood up, using his golden axe to firmly block Boston's mechanical claw, then roared, infusing power into the axe tip, directly shattering that battered mechanical arm. Boston was still stunned by the destruction of his mechanical arm when Lexington had already leaped into the air. He unleashed his ultimate technique, a fusion of 5 styles, a killing move, 6 styles, air flash, gale spear. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. He dove from the sky using shave at high speed. His body as hard as steel, his 10 fingers transforming into the strongest spear, with invisible air blades swirling around his feet. With a whoosh, without hockey to protect him and unable to react in time, Boston had 10 bloody holes pierced through his chest, his internal organs instantly shredded into pieces by the air blades. As Lexington sent him flying, Boston crashed against the wall and fell completely. Lexington also reached his limit, half kneeling on the ground, coughing violently. He had won, and now all hope rested on Reis, who was still battling fiercely with Blake in the distance. Outside the base, with the misunderstanding resolved, Housey, Townsend, and the worker leader Paul finally united their forces, leading their respective groups to secure all entrances to the base and engage in a direct battle with Blake's group. Let me tell you, the battlefield was divided into 2 parts. Outside, Housey and the others focused on clearing out the small fries, and their efficiency was like they had activated a cheat mode. Housey's ability from the way Fruit made him a top-notch commander in this large-scale battle. Wherever there were enemies, wherever the firepower was weak, he would shout, and it was more effective than radar. He was well aware that he was the king of bullying weaklings, and for real confrontations, they had to rely on the captain. So, he fought desperately to hold the perimeter, creating an absolutely isolated environment for Reis inside. I tell you, at that moment, everyone on our ship had their hearts tied together, Dafu, Lexington, and Housey all silently shouting in their hearts, "Captain, hold on. The hopes of the entire village rest on you." Inside the base square, that was where the real divine battle took place. Reis and Blake were throwing out skills like they were free, turning the entire square into a pockmarked battlefield. Blake looked at Boston, who had passed out in the corner, and was so furious that he almost ground his teeth. He must have been cursing in his heart. How could I, a naval colonel, be taken down by a starving subordinate? That's just disgraceful. On Reis's side, however, he was grinning as he pointed his gun at Blake, clearly indicating, "Look, your men have all been taken down by mine, and now you are the only one left." Blake couldn't take this humiliation. He exploded right there. "Do you think I am? I am Blake, the Black Demon." In an instant, this guy transformed. I watched as coal started to erupt from his body, more and more, rising higher and higher, until he transformed into a giant coal monster over 10 meters tall, with flaming fists and black smoke billowing from his body. The oppressive atmosphere was incredible. "Black Demon," he roared. At that moment, I felt a chill for Reis. How would he fight this? Head on? Reis also knew that in terms of coal fruit development, he was just a rookie compared to this guy. All he could rely on now was the wave fruit and the wave fruit used for navigation. The real battle was just beginning. Blake's coal giant launched a demon cannon, 2 flaming fists crashing down like cannonballs. Reis relied on the recoil from the wave fruit to dodge at the limit. And guess what? Something even more outrageous happened. 6 more arms grew out of Blake's giant, making a total of 8 flaming coal arms, directly enveloping the entire square. Black Demon Spider. I swear, that scene was like the sky was falling. 8 burning meteors were targeting Reis alone, and there was nowhere to dodge. The entire square was instantly engulfed by flames and thick smoke, making it impossible to see anything, with explosions ringing in their ears. Blake was laughing maniacally in the smoke. His coal fruit was a superior version of the smoke fruit, and the dense smoke he produced not only obscured vision, but was also toxic. Reis was choking inside, becoming increasingly desperate to hide. He knew that if he continued to hide like this, he would soon exhaust his strength and die from a single blow. There was no way to dodge anymore. The only way to survive was to charge. He switched to the call fruit and shouted at himself. Hey, tell me the shortest route to dash beside Blake and stab him in the waist. Instantly, a route appeared in his mind. But let me tell you, that route was a hellish path, with every step teetering on the brink of death. But there was no choice. He had to gamble with his life. Reis took a deep breath, braving the bombardment from 8 massive arms, dragging his flame, spear, Amaterasu, and charged forward like a streak of fire. At that moment, Blake, that crafty old fox, panicked. He realized Reis actually dared to charge and unleashed his trump card. He began to burn toxic coal, creating a deadly black smoke that could kill all living beings on the island. The smoke spread rapidly, and even Halsey and the others outside the base couldn't withstand it. Coughing violently, with some even foaming at the mouth and collapsing. Blake's subordinates were dumbfounded, thinking, is the boss crazy? He.S. not even sparing his own people. He wants to take the whole island down with him? At this critical moment, Lexington burst out from the square with his last breath, pointing inside, barely able to speak. Hurry, run. Blake used his trump card. After saying that, he fainted. Seeing this situation, Halsey didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Quickly used his ability to find a way out and led everyone to sprint toward the port. But even more despair awaited them. The ships at the port were long gone. Halsey pulled out his transponder snail to contact DevilFruit, but even the snail was poisoned and rolling its eyes, thinking, who understands our plight? Fortunately, DevilFruit was on the sea and noticed something was wrong on the island, rushing back with her boat. Meanwhile, at the center of the toxic fog, Reis had reached his limit. He had to dodge attacks while holding his breath, with every breath of air feeling like a knife. He knew that if he didn't deal with Blake soon, everyone would die. Just then, Blake looked at the struggling Reis and mocked him furiously. Humans think they could defeat demons? Dream on. He activated his 8 massive arms and unleashed his strongest attack. Demon extermination, smashing down toward Reis. Let me tell you, at this critical moment, Reis also bet everything. He gave up all defense, pouring all his strength and energy into the Amaterasu spear in his hand, and then hurled it with all his might. Amaterasu, wave guidance spear. Both sides unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. The next second, Reis was directly submerged by the meat pie created by the 8 arms. However, at the same second he threw out the spear, it was as if it was equipped with GPS navigation, drawing an unbelievable wave pattern in the air, perfectly bypassing all attacks, and then with a puff, it pierced through Blake's forehead from the body of the 10-meter-tall giant. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the massive demon spider instantly disintegrated, burning and falling. The battle was over. Reis won, but he was left with only half his life. He crawled up in the ruins, several bones broken, his body covered in wounds. But before he could catch his breath, he realized a more deadly problem, the toxic smoke. After Blake fell, showed no signs of dissipating. This was a serious problem. The poison smoke wouldn't just disappear on its own. There were still so many people on the island. Halsey and the others, along with those innocent residents, wouldn't be able to escape. Reis hesitated at that moment. He could use the coal fruit he replicated to absorb the toxic smoke, but who knew what would happen if that stuff entered his body? But he had no choice. He couldn't just stand by and watch everyone on the island die, could he? What is this called? This is called with great power comes great responsibility. Blake's mess still had to be cleaned up by him. On the other side, the port was already in chaos. DevilFruit's boat had arrived, but it couldn't hold so many people. Just when everyone was feeling hopeless, Lexington woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was to struggle to stand up. Wanted to save people. Halsey grabbed him. Are you crazy? Going back is certain death. Lexington pushed him away, his eyes bloodshot, shouting, I'm a Navy. Saving people is my duty. Besides, Reis risked his life to save me, not to leave me here to watch the show. After saying that, he snatched a gas mask, though it was useless, just a psychological comfort, and rushed back into that black hell without looking back. He had to fulfill the responsibilities of a vice captain. Just as Lexington rushed back to save people, Reis in the center of the square also made up his mind. He sighed, elementalizing himself into coal, then erupted with all his power, shouting, Black activated carbon absorption. Sigh, he must have thought, if only he had a shadow fruit. As he began to absorb, Reis immediately felt something was wrong. The side effects of the toxic smoke were much worse than he had imagined. His head pounding as if it would explode. But he could only endure, constantly increasing the power because if he slowed down, more people outside would die. A massive amount of black smoke surged into his body like a tide, but the toxic smoke covering the entire island still looked as thick as before. Just when Lexington desperately rescued less than 20 survivors in a residential area and was about to collapse, he and Dafu, who was far out at sea, simultaneously noticed something strange. The thick black smoke seemed to be lightning. Even more astonishing, a refugee who had already turned purple and was on the verge of suffocation suddenly began to cough violently, and the signs of poisoning on him were actually alleviating. Lexington instantly understood. It must be Reis. Reis was solving the toxic smoke. He guessed right, but not entirely. At this point, Reis's situation had spiraled out of control. It was no longer him actively absorbing. The toxic smoke was flowing into his body like crazy, unable to stop. Reis was enduring unimaginable pain, unable to help but scream. As his scream echoed, the black smoke over Energy Island was dissipating at a visible speed. The air became clearer, and even the toxic smoke that had already been absorbed into the residents' bodies was being drawn out by an invisible force. Then, a miracle happened. Those residents who had previously collapsed, as if dead, began to cough one by one and came back to life. On the blood red Avenger, everyone stared in astonishment at this miraculous scene. Let me tell you, this sight left everyone on our ship speechless. This was definitely not a natural phenomenon. Someone was definitely saving the day. That old Blake couldn't be the one. We certainly didn't have that ability, so there was only one answer. It was me. EricD, Doze Reis. Dafu and Housie both broke down in tears on the spot. Who understands, family? We really won. The Blake group, which had dominated the South Sea for decades, was turned upside down by us few reckless youngsters. This feeling was like a dream. The black smoke had dissipated significantly. Housie wiped his tears and shouted, "Let us go, to get our captain." When they returned to the square on Energy Island, the scene was tragically solemn. Everyone surrounded me, not saying a word, the atmosphere suffocating. As for me, I just lay quietly on the ground, my face purple, looking as if I'd just been fished out of a vat of soy sauce. After Old Man Hack and a few doctors finished examining me, they sighed and shook their heads. He said I had inhaled too much toxic smoke, my body was overloaded, and coupled with the previous intense fighting, my brain nerves were burned out. Even if I was saved, it was highly likely I would become a vegetable. Good grief, I just don't know, wait. I was unconscious at the time, but when I heard them say this later, everyone's heart sank. After defeating the final boss, the main character directly went offline permanently. Who wrote this script? Just at that moment of despair, Haas stepped forward. He pulled out a crystal-clear small vial from his pocket and said one thing. Brain damage, huh? There's a way to cure it. I don't know how long it took, but I felt like I was swimming in a cotton ball. Those severed nerves were being reconnected by some mysterious force. When I opened my eyes again, I was already lying in the cabin. Awake? Lexington's voice pulled me back to reality. This kid was in bad shape too, all wrapped up like a mummy, sitting by my bed, holding some kind of booklet. I struggled to sit up, but my whole body ached as if it had fallen apart. Where am I? I don't even know when I passed out. My memory still lingers on inhaling black smoke. Lexington calmly explained to me that my brain almost went to waste, and I woke up thanks to a special medicine. Special medicine? My heart sank. ISNT that. The life-saving medicine Haas prepared for his sister? I got anxious at that moment. What about his sister? You don't need to worry, Lexington smiled. Haas volunteered. He said that following you to the Grand Line would lead to new hope. He has completely recognized you as the captain. Let me tell you, I was feeling mixed emotions at that moment. To save his sister, that was Haas's obsession for many years. He gave up his dream for this. Now, he had given me this only hope. Where's he? I asked. He went back home to say goodbye to his sister, saying he would pick up something important and meet us at the next island. All right then, I owe him a huge favor. In the future, I will definitely do everything I can to help him find a way to save his sister. While I was recovering, Lexington told me everything that had happened afterward. The residents of Energy Island were rebuilding their homes, and those bad guys from Black were taken away by the Navy. I suddenly realized and turned to look at him. Wait a minute, why didn't you go back with the Navy? Didn't you explain your situation clearly? Lexington put down the booklet in his hand. His gaze was firm, his brown eyes fixed on me. Didn't you want me to be your first mate? He sighed. These recent events made me understand. Staying in the Navy has too many restrictions. I can't fully extend my hands and feet. True justice cannot be represented by just one identity. So, he grinned. Let me join your ship, Captain Eric Reis. Oh, I felt so good at that moment. This kid finally came to his senses. I knew I didn't misjudge him. Welcome aboard. We exchanged smiles. It was a deep brotherly bond. But the next second, the atmosphere changed. I felt that thing in his hand looked a bit familiar. Wait, what the hell? ISNT that my cherished spicy poster. My face flushed, even more purple than when I was poisoned. Lexington deliberately shook the poster in his hand, looking as if he understood. Captain, after seeing this, I feel that the nickname Silver Thief really ISNT unjust for you. I socially died on the spot. Really, my toes had already scratched out a 3-bedroom apartment on the deck. During these few days of my recovery and social death, the entire South Sea exploded because of us. That red-haired hedgehog head, Eustace Kid, saw in the newspaper that I had taken down the black group, and with a bounty of 100 million, he slammed the table and yelled, saying finally there's a decent competitor. He immediately wanted to take people to do something big, not letting me steal the spotlight. On the other hand, a pirate king named Charlie William, who was as fat as a mountain, hugged a beauty and looked at my bounty order, sneering as he crushed it into pieces. His chief knight boasted about how powerful their country was, saying we were just small fry and not worth looking at. The funniest part was that the officer from the guerrilla pirate group, Chris Pett, who was previously badly tricked by me, looked at my bounty order and turned green with anger, probably because my bounty was 2 million higher than his. He gnashed his teeth and swore that he would kill me sooner or later. Good grief, I hadn't even fully recovered yet, and out there, I was already surrounded by a circle of hatred. Meanwhile, some things were happening on Haas's side too. He returned to his hometown, sat in front of his sister's bed, took out the long-sealed nautical diary, and vowed to go to a broader world to find a way to save his sister. But just as he was about to set off, a crisp female voice called out from behind him. Can we talk? Helmsman Wright Haas. Later, Haas secretly told me that it was a mysterious red-haired girl who told him not to tell me they had met. Even more outrageous, this girl was also holding my bounty order, with eyes full of longing, softly calling, Reis' brother. What the hell is going on? Who is this suddenly appeared sister of mine? A week later, both Lexington and I had mostly recovered and could jump out of bed. Daff specially altered Lexington's navy coat into black, with our pirate crew's emblem embroidered on the back, looking really cool. Then, the disaster began. We were both full of energy, practicing on the deck. I felt that after fighting with Black, my observation hockey was about to awaken. As a result, we had a fierce spar. With the Amaterasu gun and the 10 Commandments axe clashing together, sparks flying, almost splitting the sails. Daff covered her face at the bow, probably heartbroken, saying the biggest threat to the ship was us too. What is worse, we got lost. Haas left the navigation chart before leaving, and when I looked at it, good grief, it was drawn in such an abstract way that even Picasso would need a cigarette. Daff said she completely couldn't understand it anymore. I said, why don't we call Haas? Daff looked helpless. No way, his phone bug died from the toxic smoke on Energy Island. The phone bug can die from smoke? I really couldn't hold it together with that excuse. There was no choice but to find a nearby island first and ask for directions. Daff said there was a small island called Schwain nearby, quite peaceful, because there was a strong person protecting it, and pirates generally didn't dare to go. Strong person? I got excited when I heard that. Maybe we could recruit a new crew member. As our ship approached Schwain Island, a powerful music drifted over. That melody, that rhythm, mixed with particularly catchy humming sounds, was simply intoxicating. When we landed on the island, we were completely taken aback by the scene in front of us. In the center of the village, there was a stage, and a group of people were partying around a band. In the center of the band, the soulful violinist was actually a pig dressed in a black tailcoat, wearing a top hat, and even had white gloves on his trotters. This little pig stood straight, with 2 gorgeous western long swords tucked at its waist, looking so gentlemanly. The villagers below were going crazy, shouting "Little Pig Gentleman." I couldn't help but laugh. This place was just too interesting. Let me tell you, Daff was beside me explaining that the music on this island was extraordinary and could give ordinary people battle buffs. It said that a few years ago, an incredibly powerful, mysterious musician came and turned this place into a pirate forbidden zone and a musical holy land. When I heard this, good grief, ISNT this exactly the support I've been dreaming of. The musician boarded the ship, and before the battle began, he played a tune that increased everyone's attack power by 50. Isn't that crazy? I was so excited at that moment that I directly told Daff, hurry up, I want to see him. Now, immediately. As a result, we rushed and arrived at the island just as it was getting dark. The 3 of us got off the ship and thought about finding a place to stay in the village, while letting my precious ship spirit Daff have a good meal. Her energy was almost depleted, and if we didn't feed her soon, she would go on strike. But my cooking, well, let's just say, Even a dog wouldn't eat it. So we relied on dry rations to get by. Just as we reached the village entrance, I sensed something was off. The village was eerily quiet, and even the music had stopped. While I was mumbling to myself, I suddenly felt something approaching. There was a noise, bouncing rhythmically, and I swear, it felt like a giant rubber ball was speeding toward us. My DevilFruit ability allows me to sense other ability users, and my radar went off instantly. There was a master, and they were incredibly fast. Lexington beside me also reacted, grabbing his axe and positioning himself in front of me. In the next second, a round shadow burst out of the darkness, two cold lights heading straight for us. With a clang, Lexington managed to block it, but his face turned pale as he said, "Captain, this guy is quite strong." I thought to myself, this won't do. It's too dark to fight. I immediately lit my Amaterasu gun to use as a torch, then activated my coal fruit ability, scattering a bunch of coal around and igniting it. Instantly, the entire village entrance was as bright as day. Then we saw the true form of the thing charging at us. Folks, you have no idea. The three of us were petrified on the spot. Lexington was sweating profusely, Daff covered her mouth in shock, and my eyes were about to pop out. Because charging at us, ready to fight, was a pig. But not just any pig. It was a pig dressed in a tuxedo, complete with a bow tie, chubby and round, 3 parts elegant, 7 parts adorable. It held a pair of western swords that were longer than its body in its front hooves. And with an incredibly cute voice, it shouted, "You wicked pirates, humph." Goodness, my mind was blown. This pig could talk, and it was a fur tribe, with blue sparks flashing from its hands. I quickly tried to explain, saying, Mr. Pig, let me explain, we are not. But wouldn't he listen? You pirates, humph? I could only nod, yes. That's great, humph. As soon as it finished speaking, it charged at us with a battle cry of gentleman one-sword style. Electric Symphony. I quickly told Lexington to step back. I would handle this. Come on, how could I bear to hurt such a cute pig? While blocking with my gun, I thought to myself, this pig can fight and play music. It would be a perfect crew member. I must recruit it. This little pig fought like it was dancing, twirling around, humming to itself. Its sword moves were like a musical performance, and it was quite captivating. But its little electric shocks were no match for my flames. In no time, it couldn't keep up, and the melody started to go off key. Just as it looked like it was about to lose, the pig suddenly stood still, puffed up and said, "Damn it, humph. Looks like this pig has to go all out, humph. Because that move is not elegant at all. So this pig usually doesn't like to use it, humph." Upon hearing that, I thought, oh, is it going to unleash its ultimate move? Is a DevilFruit ability coming? My eyes lit up with anticipation. Then I saw the adorable pig begin to sprout brown bristles, ripping its tuxedo, its size ballooning, and 2 long, thick tusks growing from its mouth. I was dumbfounded. Daff beside me looked disappointed. It's not cute anymore. I was speechless. I thought it would have some world-destroying, cool ability, but instead, a domestic pig turning into a wild boar? Did this guy eat the pig fruit, wild boar form? What is the difference between a domestic pig eating a wild boar fruit and a person eating the human fruit? This ability was too abstract. After transforming, even its catchphrase changed from hump to AO, and its voice shifted from cute to a rough roar. "Sticky pirates, AO. I'm going to devour you today, AO." With that, it started digging its hooves into the ground, making a wild charge straight at me. Goodness, this wasn't just a transformation. It was like a job change. Going from an elegant swordsman to a raging brute. Those 2 big tusks were swinging around like windmill blades, crackling with electricity, banging against my gun. It definitely had much more strength, but after playing with it for a bit, I found an opening, jammed my gun against its tusks, and with a left-handed wave punch, I knocked it down. Looking at the unconscious pig that had turned back into Beethoven, I wiped the sweat from my brow. Daff said, "Could this pig be the legendary guardian?" I thought that is very possible. Well, let us not enter the village. It would be troublesome if we were mistaken for bad guys and beaten up. We found a grove, built a fire, and decided to wait for it to wake up. Lexington tied the pig up tightly, and Daff, seeing it turn cute again, directly picked it up and started to pet it. Her technique made me uneasy. Bored, I joked with Lexington, "What do you think about scaring it when it wakes up and saying we're going to roast it whole?" Before I could finish my sentence, the pig in Daff's arms, probably awakened by her petting, suddenly opened its eyes in terror and looked at us. Then it began to struggle wildly, shouting, "Humph! Let me go, humph! This is very ungentlemanly, humph!" But accidentally, its butt brushed against the fire, and it jumped up with a yelp. Its jumps and cries were surprisingly rhythmic. When we helped extinguish the fire, it calmed down, and the first thing it said was, "I'm naked right now, and there's a lady present." This is really lacking in gentlemanly decorum. I had the same expression as an old man on the subway looking at his phone, thinking, "You're a pig. Why do you care about this?" Daff, however, was sparkling with excitement. "It's okay. Being naked is even better." The pig was instantly dumbfounded. Later, I draped my coat over it, explained for a long time, and I even called it the wrong name, referring to it as Vegapunk. It was furious, snorting, "My name is Beethoven, Humph. Beethoven." Then it remembered my silver bounty and pointed at my nose, shouting, "You're not a good person, Humph. Even pigs won't spare you, Humph." I was green with embarrassment. How did this dark history spread so far? Even pigs know about it. Anyway, after a night of fussing around, just as dawn was breaking, we finally convinced this pig, named Beethoven, that we were good people. It let us change clothes before agreeing to take us into the village. On the way, it told us its story. It turned out its parents were also musicians who were killed by pirates, and it had wandered here, guarding this island. Its dream was to hold a concert that the whole world could hear. Upon hearing this, I saw an opportunity. I immediately invited it. "Come aboard my ship. Our goal is to end the great pirate era and then venture into the Grand Line. Follow us, and your dream can come true." To my surprise, the pig looked at me with disdain. "Not realistic, Humph. Too exaggerated, Humph. And being a pirate is not gentlemanly at all, Humph." After saying that, it turned and ran away. I felt like a frostbitten eggplant. Lexington was beside me, trying to comfort me, saying there would be opportunities. I thought, "That's true. Before we leave, I must trick this pig onto the ship." At that moment, I suddenly got curious and turned to Daff. "By the way, what is your dream?" Daff thought for a moment and gave me an answer. "World peace." "Ah, that's indeed a great dream." Not long after, Beethoven arrived in the village with Reis and others. Little pig gentlemen. When the villagers saw Beethoven return, they enthusiastically surrounded him. Just as Beethoven bent down to bow to the crowd, he was immediately engulfed by the surging throng. "Little pig gentleman, let me pet you." The little pig gentleman's body is really soft. "Long time no see, little pig gentleman." The villagers rushed at Beethoven with extreme enthusiasm. While Beethoven seemed quite skilled, yet a bit flustered as he began to dodge, making Reis and others exchange surprised glances. "This guy's way too popular, right?" With their idol surrounded, or rather, chasing after their fleeing idol, the villagers quickly disappeared without a trace. What's going on?" After a moment of daze, Reis finally came to his senses and asked in surprise, "It's morning exercise, hum." At that moment, Beethoven, who had just run around half the village, returned to his original spot, followed closely by a large group of men, women, and children. The enthusiastic fans seemed to have regained their composure and noticed Reis and others behind Beethoven. "Who are these people?" "They're guests, hum." "Really? It's been a long time since we've had guests in our village." The crowd looked at each other with joyful smiles. Reis suddenly had a bad premonition. These people might be too enthusiastic. "Guest gentlemen." Sure enough, the crowd surged wildly toward Reis and others. After some commotion, the people of Schwein Island finally returned to normal. At this time, a group of people carrying instruments ran from the village. "Mr. Beethoven." A joyful smile appeared on Beethoven's face. "Mr. Reis, let's go to our band's practice place to rest." After bidding farewell to the villagers, Reis and others followed Beethoven's band to their usual rehearsal spot. A dazzling array of instruments and various professional equipment were laid out in the open-air rehearsal space. Beethoven and the band members hummed tunes, danced, and rushed to their workstations. "Mr. Reis, let's introduce our band members to you with music." At some unknown time, a small pirate ship quietly appeared in the most remote and secluded corner of Schwein Island's coastline. This area was characterized by towering cliffs, rarely visited by villagers, making it absolutely safe and undetectable. The pirate ship did not appear to be a main ship, only capable of carrying a few people. However, the flag hanging from this ship was rather unusual. It depicted a skull with sharp teeth, crossed mechanical fists below it. It was the emblem of the Grella pirate crew. A huge shadow leaped off the ship and landed on the high cliff of the coast, quickly climbing to the top. However, what was puzzling was that this lively and noisy intruder made not a single sound. The entire coastline was enveloped in silence. On the bow of the ship, a man in a suit with a mask looked at the crazily jumping shadow on the cliff, the corners of his eyes slightly bending, seemingly smiling. With a wave of his hands, two axes connected by chains flew out, firmly embedding themselves in the cliff, pulling on the finely crafted steel chains. The masked man leaped into the air, using the chains pull to quickly jump up the cliff and arrive beside the lively, chest-thumping shadow. All of this occurred without the slightest noise. The atmosphere along the entire coastline felt eerie. The masked man extended his hand and slightly pointed forward, and the burly, bare-chested giant beside him immediately, excitedly pounded his chest and charged forward. Still, everything remained silent. After listening to the performance of Beethoven's band, Reis felt completely enlightened. The music played by this pig seemed to truly possess some kind of magical power that could produce special effects. After the performance, the members of Beethoven's band dispersed, leaving only Beethoven still present. "Mr. Reis, did you enjoy our music?" Beethoven jumped off the stage with his violin and approached Reis and the others. "It really is wonderful music," Reis couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps it's because the world of one piece is idealistic. Beethoven's music contains an inexplicable special energy. It's even more uplifting than the Navy headquarters assembly calls and marches. Lexington chimed in. "So, how about joining our pirate crew as a musician?" Dafu suddenly approached Beethoven and began to vigorously pinch his face. That's not gentlemanly, Beethoven grunted, breaking free from Dafu's grasp, straightening his suit and hat, and said, "It's impossible to become a pirate, Don't think about that, But isn't your dream to hold a world concert? Staying in this village won't achieve that." Reis shrugged and said. Beethoven shook his head, turned his back, and looked into the distance. "Dreams are things that can only be thought of in dreams, ethereal and elusive, This pig has never wished for his dreams to come true, If one stubbornly pursues dreams, they will end up like my parents, dying tragically, unable to protect what they already have." Although the villagers have told him many times that they now have the strength to survive in the South Sea, and he can leave Schwein Island to challenge himself, he ultimately still refused. Betting what one already has for an extremely slim hope is too risky. He'd rather stay with Beethoven's band and perform for those who love his music. So, such things are too unrealistic, If one becomes a pirate, they might be swept away by the Navy like garbage the next day, or crushed and eaten by powerful forces, There are also many bounty hunters eyeing pirates, Faced with such situations, you wouldn't have a way out, Reis stroked his chin and fell into thought. The Navy, Lexington, Boston, and Insight too. Either they joined their pirate crew or were eliminated. Bounty hunters, that guy House. Powerful forces, just dealt with black and made enemies with the Grella pirate crew. So, does that mean the solution is to blow them up or capture them? That's quite simple and straightforward. However, this gentleman probably wouldn't like that. Just as Reis and others were chatting with Beethoven, the masked man and the giant arrived at the place where the blood-red Avenger was docked on the coast. The masked man showed surprise, then revealed a sinister smile. "What luck! This is the ship of the Magic Hand pirate crew, which recently fell out with Lord Crispet and Lord Stone and defeated the Black Group's pirate crew. Captain Reis has a bounty of 100 million berries, and the vice captain, former Navy Major Lexington, has a bounty of 50 million berries. It's such a coincidence that they ended up on this island. With this, he could devise a more perfect plan that kills two birds with one stone." The two unexpected guests began their actions in a silent environment. Chapter 61. The suddenly appearing ability user. This room has always been unoccupied. You all can rest here today, Beethoven said as he led Reis and others into a spacious room. Unknowingly, they had been chatting for most of the day, and now it was already approaching evening. "If you need anything, just go to the rehearsal hall to find me. With that, Beethoven turned and left the room. Reis, Lexington, and Dafu settled down in the room. "How has a whole day already passed? Time really flies," Reis sighed. They originally just want to come here to ask for directions and take a break. However, due to a conflict with Beethoven last night, they couldn't enter the village. And today, they ended up chatting with Beethoven for most of the day. They had wasted quite a bit of time. Plans can't keep up with changes. I wonder how long the Bonnie pirates will stay on that island. If we go too slowly, we might not see them. "Captain, I'll go buy some food in town, and when we set sail again, I'll try to get to our destination as quickly as possible," Dafu said, patting her stomach and standing up. The previous voyage had used up most of her energy. She needed to replenish it. "I'll go ask someone for directions to the destination island. Captain, you stay here and think of a way to lure Beethoven away before we set sail," Lexington said, following Dafu out of the room. After Dafu and Lexington left, Reis was the only one left in the room. Bored, he sat down at the desk and began to ponder while looking out the window. Recently, he and Lexington had made little progress in their hockey training. Indeed, even for those with great talent like them, hockey is not something that can be easily learned. When he defeated Black, he seemed to sense a bit of observation hockey, but beyond that, there was nothing. It seems that it's best to have an opportunity when training hockey. Perhaps the next time he battles a strong enemy, he will gain insight into hockey. Aside from hockey, Reis' martial arts and gun skills had improved, and his proficiency in using coal, wave, and the feed fruit had also increased significantly. At least in the South Sea, these fruits were among the strongest he could encounter, and the upcoming battles would likely rely on them. The more developed they were, the better. The next target of the Magic Hand Pirates was most likely King William of the Conqueror Kingdom. This was also the reason they planned to seek out the Bonnie Pirates. Aside from wanting to meet characters from the original story and fulfill the original owner's wish, they hoped to ally with the Bonnie Pirates to deal with the forces of the Conqueror Kingdom. After all, the Conqueror Kingdom is not the same as the Black Group. Its power is immense, with vast territory and 72 powerful knights under its command. It would be difficult for the small Magic Hand Pirates to handle it alone. If they were to form an alliance, the few supernovas in the South Sea would be more suitable. Joining forces with the Bonnie Pirates would greatly increase their chances against the Conqueror Kingdom. Just as Reis was contemplating their next course of action, the copy fruit suddenly reacted. He sensed 2 new devil fruits within the village, and they were not too far from him. What is going on? Reis frowned in confusion. Shouldn't there only be Beethoven and himself as ability users in this village? Why could he sense the energy of other devil fruits? It felt strange. Reis muttered to himself as he stood up and walked towards the door. Just to be safe, he should go take a look. If there were other pirates causing trouble, he could help resolve it. Perhaps Beethoven would be grateful and agree to join his pirate crew. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and there were far fewer people in the village. It seemed that most people had gone to Beethoven's place to wait for today's concert to start. Reis ran through the streets, following the energy of the devil fruits, searching for the suddenly appearing ability users who shouldn't be in the village. In the living room of a certain house, it was silent. A woman was huddled in the corner, terrified, looking at the 2 unwelcome guests before her, her face pale, trembling, wanting to scream, but unable to make any sound for some reason. Standing before her were 2 men, one tall and strong, the other short and thin, both of whom were completely covered up. The thinner man stepped closer to the woman, playing with a sharp dagger in his hand. Although the man's face was completely obscured, leaving no gaps, and he made no sound, it was still possible to see from the movements of his body that he was laughing triumphantly. Beside him, the tall and sturdy brute was jumping up and down excitedly. But even with all his commotion, he made not a single sound. Leaning down, the thin man pressed the sharp blade of the dagger against the woman's trembling neck. Crack! The dagger sliced through, and a red line appeared on the woman's neck, who struggled a few times before quickly losing her life. After accomplishing this, the thinner man nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and waved to the burly man beside him. The 2 then turned and left the living room. Now, they just had to wait for the expected arrival of someone here. Those 2 ability users are in this house. At this moment, Reis, who was running, arrived at the door of a house in the village and showed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Most of the people around should have gone to the concert. Could it be that there's a thief? If an ability user has to resort to being a thief, that would be quite pathetic. After hesitating for a while, Reis chose to raise his hand and knock on the door. Hello? Is anyone there? The surrounding area was silent, and no one responded. Reis became even more puzzled. The detection ability of the copy fruit told him that there were indeed 2 ability users inside this house. But a few minutes ago, it seemed there were none. This is really strange. Moreover, the door of this house doesn't seem to be locked. Just as Reis was hesitating about what to do next, he suddenly heard Beethoven's breathless voice behind him. Reis turned in confusion to see Beethoven, drenched in sweat, rushing over. Why has this pig suddenly come here? He looked extremely anxious. Mr. Reis. Beethoven hurriedly stepped forward and pulled open the door that Reis was hesitating to open. What happened, humph? I suddenly smelled a strong scent of blood coming from here, humph. Saying that, Beethoven dragged Reis into the house, running towards a room where the smell of blood was strongest. Wait a minute. Reis wanted to say something, but Beethoven had already pulled him into the living room where the blood scent was emanating. Upon opening the door, the scene before Reis and Beethoven made their pupils shrink. A woman lay in a pool of blood, her eyes rolled back, and blood was still oozing from her neck. It was clear that the life signs had been lost. A blood-stained dagger was stabbed into the front of the woman's corpse. For a moment, Reis, who was stunned by the sudden situation, didn't even notice the detection of the copy fruit regarding the 2 ability users. Without making any sound, the 2 unexpected guests, completely wrapped up, calmly walked out from the adjacent bedroom and quickly exited the house. Meanwhile, Reis and Beethoven, who were in shock, were completely oblivious to the departure of these 2. Inside the house, there was a deathly silence. Chapter 62, Sinister Plan. After a long while, the 2 in the living room finally reacted. Aunt Katie, Beethoven rushed forward in panic to check on the woman's condition. Reis, however, stood still, his brow furrowed. The two ability users had already run away, and their current location was beyond the sensing range of the copy fruit, making it impossible for him to locate them. Those two must be the culprits. After committing the murder, did they hide in another room and take advantage of Beethoven and himself being eager to check on the deceased to slip away? Why would they do this? Before long, the villagers who had been waiting for the concert to start began to gather near the scene. Beethoven kept sniffing around with his nose. But strangely, aside from himself, Reis, and Aunt Katie, there were no other scents. Who could the murderer be? Why did they suddenly kill? Beethoven felt a bad premonition rising within him. Mr. Reis, please go back to your room for now. We need to handle the situation here first. After checking the scents at the scene, Beethoven anxiously turned to Reis. From Beethoven's tone, Reis sensed clear impatience and anger. The villagers were like family to him. It was understandable to be anxious about such an incident. Do you need my help? The murderer. Reis was about to tell Beethoven that he sensed the murderer was an ability user, but Beethoven quickly interrupted him. No need, Mr. Reis. Our village's matters are not something we should trouble our guests with. You should rest well. Hearing this from Beethoven, Reis felt he could not say more. So he bid farewell to Beethoven and returned to his room. I need to pay close attention, Reis muttered to himself on the way. Those two ability users would most likely return to the village. Next time, I must arrive at the scene faster and catch them. Meanwhile, Beethoven, after sending Reis away, showed an expression of great conflict. How could such a thing happen? And it happened just when that group of pirates arrived. Although after spending some time together, Beethoven didn't want to suspect them. Reis was indeed the most likely suspect at this moment. The only scent at the scene was Reis's, and when he arrived, only Reis was nearby. Logically, this was unreasonable. If Reis didn't have a super strong sense of smell like himself, he wouldn't be able to smell the blood from such a distance. The fact that he was nearby was itself very suspicious. Pirates are skilled at disguise. Could Reis and the others be the same? It was hard to believe. Mr. Beethoven, what should we do now? Adong stepped forward to ask Beethoven. There was no one else at Aunt Katie's house. She had stayed home today because she suddenly felt unwell and couldn't go to the concert, and unexpectedly met with misfortune. There's no choice. We need to bury Aunt Katie properly, Beethoven said sadly. Why was Aunt Katie killed? It makes no sense. What was the murderer's motive? Could it be that Reis, who is called the Silver Thief? Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Beethoven sighed deeply. It seemed that today, as concert couldn't go on. Everyone, go home for now. Lock your doors and be careful. Beethoven turned to the crowd gathered outside the door. Adong, Achiang, come with me, Beethoven said as he moved through the crowd toward the village square. He wanted to stay in the village center to listen for any commotion. If there were new developments, the murderer would surely make a sound. If they committed another crime, he would definitely catch them. Outside the village, in the woods, the two murderers, having temporarily removed their wrapped clothing, were grinning with satisfaction. These two were the cadres from the Grella pirate crew who had arrived on the island earlier. The masked Kevin, a silver metal cadre with a bounty of 70 million berries, and his brother Adam, a wild man with a bounty of 72 million berries. Looks like my plan is progressing smoothly, Kevin said, unusually vocal as he listened to the commotion coming from the village in the distance. His superhuman silence fruit ability allowed him to move without making any noise, and even Beethoven's keen pig ears wouldn't be able to detect his presence. If they wrapped themselves in clothing, even if Beethoven had an exceptionally keen sense of smell, he wouldn't be able to detect their scent. In this way, no one could sense their actions. The only one who could notice anything would be that guy named Reis, who could track ability users' locations using the copy fruit. What they needed to do was frame everything they did on Reis. If that were the case, Beethoven and everyone in Schweinhain village would definitely turn against the Devil Hand pirates. Once they were in conflict, the two brothers could step in to help Beethoven deal with the Devil Hand pirates. As silver metal cadres under the South Sea Overlord, Kevin was confident he could handle Reis and the others. They had merely defeated the decayed and incompetent Black Group's small pirate crew. They were no match for the Grella pirate crew at all, though they weren't the top 3 gold metal cadres, even as silver metal cadres. They were strong enough to qualify for a shot at the gold medal position, with only 5 such individuals in the Grella pirate crew. Together, the two brothers, with Beethoven's and the entire village's strength, would surely be able to deal with the Devil Hand pirates. After helping Beethoven with this task, it would be much easier to complete the mission given to them by Lord Grella to recruit the gentleman pig, Beethoven. As long as they could trick Beethoven into going to Lord Grella, he would have no choice but to work for the Grella pirate crew. Adam Wait until nightfall. Kevin sneered at his wild brother beside him. Then we can proceed with the next phase of our plan. As dusk fell and night approached, the villagers, having nothing to do without the concert, returned to their homes. The assassination incident today kept many people from sleeping. Beethoven and several band members stood guard in the village square, always ready to act if they sensed something unusual. Meanwhile, in the house where Reis and the others were staying, the three also couldn't sleep. Lexington and Dafu had learned about the incident's details from Reis and the others. However, they were equally puzzled about the murderer's motives for deliberately killing a harmless middle-aged woman and creating such a scene. Lexington sat on the floor, deep in thought, naturally considering how to handle the case as a former Navy officer, while Dafu appeared somewhat anxious, sitting in front of the bed and drawing circles repeatedly. Reis sat at the table, eyes tightly shut, continuously monitoring the situation of the ability users around him. He had a premonition that tonight, those two suspicious ability users would appear in the village again. This time, he must catch them at the first opportunity and prevent the tragedy from happening. Chapter 63. The Cunning Killer. As night fell, time passed second by second. Reis, who had planned to keep watch all night inside the house, was overtaken by drowsiness and kept nodding off. It was already midnight. Suddenly, Reis, who had been half asleep, opened his eyes wide. They are here. The presence of a capable person has entered the sensing range of the copy fruit. It must be those two guys from the evening who have come to cause trouble again. This time, I absolutely cannot let you escape. Gritting his teeth, Reis put on his coat and rushed out of the door, running at full speed toward the location of the energy fluctuations from the DevilFruit. What's going on? Is there a situation? Lexington and Daff also woke up from their dreams, exchanged glances, and stood up to leave the house. However, Reis had already run too fast and had vanished from sight. This is a bit of a problem, Lexington said, supporting his chin with a troubled expression. He didn't even tell them where he was going. In the central square, Beethoven's keen ears caught the sound of Reis running. In a certain room, Kevin and Adam, completely wrapped in special clothing that could isolate odors and did not stain with blood, stood amidst a pool of blood, looking at the surrounding corpses with proud smiles. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for the protagonist to arrive. Kevin pulled the dagger from the last victim's body, revealing a triumphant smile. Reis should be arriving soon. By using the ability of the silence fruit to isolate sound and wrapping themselves in clothing, Beethoven could no longer detect their presence through hearing or smell. The only way to discover their arrival in the village would be through Reis's copy fruit. Once Reis sensed that they had entered the village, he would surely rush to the crime scene, and the noise he made in transit would be easily picked up by Beethoven. The crime scene was closer to Reis than to Beethoven, so Reis would definitely arrive first. The door was suddenly flung open. Reis, who had been running at full speed, appeared at the doorway, his face filled with anger and panting heavily. Caught in the act, you two bastard capable killers. Gritting his teeth, Reis looked at the two masked men in front of him and the tragic scene inside the room. Clenching his fists, he was still a step too late. These guys are too efficient at killing. Furthermore, at this moment, Reis noticed something strange in the room. He was shouting at the two in front of him, yet he couldn't make a sound. In this room, it seemed he couldn't hear any noise at all. What's going on? Could it be? Reis's pupils constricted sharply. One of these two is a silence fruit user? Just as Reis was stunned by his inability to make a sound, Kevin and Adam simultaneously charged at him. Kevin swung the bloody dagger toward Reis. Although Reis dodged the attack with agile movements, some of the blood still splattered onto him. After Kevin's attack, Adam's fist followed. Reis suddenly struck out his fists to meet Adam's. Their four fists collided in the air, but made no sound due to the silence fruit's ability. This guy has strength. Is immense. Both of them are very strong. Feeling the power from the huge fists opposite him, Reis couldn't help but grit his teeth. These are not ordinary killers. Although they are not as strong as Blake, they are not opponents he can easily deal with. In this narrow room, he couldn't carelessly use the coal fruit or the vibration fruit. It could cause the house to collapse. This is bad. If these two want to leave, he might not be able to stop them. After a powerful punch pushed Reis back, Adam and Kevin rushed to the door. Just as Reis wanted to continue pursuing them, Adam took the dagger from Kevin's hand and hurled it fiercely at Reis. Damn, these two bastards. After catching the thrown dagger, Reis couldn't help but curse. However, this time, his voice came out surprisingly normal. This is bad. It means I've already stepped out of the silence fruit's influence. Those two bastards are escaping. The ability of the copy fruit also told him that the other side was leaving at an extremely fast speed. That big guy has strong power and is surprisingly fast. It feels like a Zoan-type fruit user. Reis lamented as he burst out of the door, but it was dark outside, and with the killers running so fast, he could no longer see their figures. Just as Reis was about to follow the sensing of the copy fruit to continue tracking the two, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Pirate, what are you doing here?" Beethoven? Reis quickly turned his head. His attention had been focused on the two, and he noticed that Beethoven had also arrived here. "Mr. Beethoven, you came just in time. Hurry and help me chase the killers." Reis urgently pointed in the direction where Kevin and Adam had disappeared and said to Beethoven, "Killers, huh?" Beethoven's cute voice seemed to suppress endless rage, and his whole body began to swell. The dense mane on his body stood upright, making him look even more majestic and powerful. Countless strong muscles coiled around him, causing Beethoven's height and width to grow continuously, undergoing a different transformation. Pig fruit, human beast form. At this moment, Beethoven stood on his legs, holding two swords, and his boar-shaped mouth protruded two extremely long and sharp tusks. His small green bean-sized eyes still revealed an expression of anger. Wellington's four-sword style, War Symphony. The double swords, tusks, and four sharp blades intertwined, wrapping around in even more violent thunder, charging toward Reis at lightning speed. "Hey, what are you doing?" Beethoven's sudden attack caught Reis off guard. Even he wouldn't dare to take on the strongest human beast form's four-sword attack head-on, quickly activating the coal fruit and using the natural elementalization to block this fierce attack. The four blades shattered Reis, turning him into coal and sending him crashing far away. As the shattered coal gradually reassembled into human form, Reis looked at the enraged Beethoven, who was approaching him step by step, and suddenly glanced at the dagger still held in his hand, realizing something. "This is bad. Beethoven thinks I'm the killer. Those guys possess the silence fruit and are wearing odor-isolating clothing. Beethoven probably can't smell or hear them at all. The only sound he could hear was the noise of himself arriving here, and the only smell he could detect was the scent of his own blood. Moreover, he was still holding the murder weapon, looking like a criminal caught in the act, trying to escape. There's no way to clear my name now. Besides, I'm a pirate. I barely gained Beethoven's trust by talking my way out of things before. Being recognized as the murderer is just too normal. Catch the murderer. Capture the murderer alive and bring him to justice." Before Reis could think of a good explanation, countless armed villagers rushed in from all directions, surrounding the area tightly. Reis was so anxious that he was pounding his chest and stomping his feet. The cunning murderer. What is going on? Lexington and Daff, who followed the villagers to the scene, were at a loss as they looked at the shocking scene before them. "Captain, how did he suddenly become a murderer?" Chapter 64, Angry Beethoven. The armed villagers followed Beethoven, slowly advancing towards Reis. Lexington and Daff felt the immense pressure beside them and hurried to Reis's side. "Captain, what's going on?" Daff asked in disbelief. "Why do these people look like Reis dug up their ancestors' graves?" "Reis, why do you have blood on you?" Lexington quickly noticed the bloodstains on Reis. Reis wore a bitter expression, unsure of what to say. This mess couldn't be explained in a few words. The key is that only those with the ability of the copy fruit can sense the special ability of the devil fruit. Others can't sense it at all, so there's no way to verify it. He was alone at the crime scene, holding a weapon, covered in blood, and Beethoven only heard his voice and smelled his scent. Moreover, when the incident occurred this evening, he was also alone at the crime scene. It's impossible to explain. This has caused some very troublesome misunderstandings. I don't know how to explain this right now. Lexington, Daff, do you believe me? Reis sighed helplessly. First, let's get rid of these guys' entanglement, and I'll explain everything in detail once we're out. Seeing Reis looking speechless, Lexington and Daff had no choice but to comply. "Mr. Beethoven, I really didn't do this. Can you give me some time to organize my defense? My explanation?" Reis tentatively said to Beethoven. But clearly, with his anger and the enhanced wildness from the boar fruit in wild boar form, Beethoven couldn't calmly communicate with Reis. His ears only heard Reis's footsteps running towards him. Here, there was only Reis's scent. Not to mention, Reis looked sneaky, covered in blood, and holding a knife as if trying to escape. These cunning pirates showed up in the village, and problems arose. He didn't think this was a coincidence. Kill the villagers of Schwein Island, pay with your life, hum. Four-sword style hero symphony. Beethoven's fangs and double swords swung wildly, illuminating the dim village with lightning. The crackling sound of electricity resonated like war drums. Dual fangs and dual swords attacked Reis fiercely from 4 different directions. At the same time, the surrounding villagers rushed forward. The battle song played, and the villagers' shouts, the sounds of swords swinging and clashing intertwined, creating a passionate revenge melody. The villagers wielded weapons, many of which weren't proper long swords, but rather kitchen knives, firewood knives, and axes, yet their movements were uniformly graceful, dancing elegantly to the music. This music, Reis's expression became serious. It was indeed a battle song. The villagers' momentum was clearly different from before. Is this the reason Schwein Island doesn't fear pirate invasions? Even he found it impossible to incapacitate Beethoven and all the villagers without hurting them. But they couldn't truly engage these villagers. Even if he explained the previous incident clearly, it wouldn't matter. Lexington used moonwalk to escape into the air. Reis sighed helplessly, transforming the coal fruit into the wave fruit, throwing a punch that sent waves of energy spreading out like a giant tide, pushing back Beethoven and the crowd of villagers by several steps. He then pulled Daff up, generating a wave under his feet, flying into the sky. Got it. Lexington immediately used Shave to break free from the villagers' encirclement and quickly ran towards the night sky using moonwalk. These guys can fly. How infuriating. The members of Beethoven's band, along with the strong men who rushed from the village, looked up anxiously at the three soaring into the sky. Stay on guard in the village. Beethoven's band, follow me. Beethoven commanded the villagers while transforming into wild boar form and charging towards the village exit. He knew where Reis and the others' pirate ship was. Even if they could fly, he still hoped to intercept them. In the air, Reis and Lexington rapidly advanced towards the coast. Beethoven chased below, determined to set sail before he reached the Crimson Avenger. Lexington glanced at Beethoven charging below and said, I wonder what Reis has gotten into? Did he run to the pig pen to slaughter pigs in the middle of the night? How did he provoke Beethoven into this state? In the densest part of the forest, ensuring they had run out of Beethoven and Reis's sensing range, Kevin and Adam stopped, removing the clothes they wore to mask their scent. Adam was bouncing around, seemingly wanting to speak. Kevin impatiently waved his hand, deactivating the sound barrier. Brother, why aren't we acting now? Adam shouted loudly. Can you keep it down? Kevin gasped, covering his ears. Having been in a silent environment for a long time, his hearing was exceptionally sensitive, and he couldn't stand such loud shouting. He regretted giving his brother that DevilFruit, which he had previously stolen from another pirate crew. It was said to be a very rare animal type, ancient species fruit. The result was not wrong, but this fruit was the animal type human fruit, ancient species, ancient ape form. In simple terms, it was the primitive human form. Although after eating this fruit, his stupid brother's strength and speed had indeed increased significantly. His already dim-witted brain had become even more primitive. If he was a fool before, now he was a fool with muscles in his head. Idiot. Who goes out in the middle of the night to help at a specific time? No rush. Let's wait for the right opportunity. As he spoke, a sinister smile appeared beneath Kevin's mask. The one who defeated the Black Group, exaggerated by the newspapers as the hand that stirred the winds of the South Sea, was nothing more than this. Beethoven, the hand of magic, and that Navy supernova Lexington were now all under his control. He really didn't understand how Lord Crispet and Lord Stone were played around by Reis on Whip Island back then. But none of this mattered anymore. Once he returned to Diamond Island with Beethoven and Reis's heads, maybe the golden title of Crispet and the others would belong to the two brothers. These 5 silver medal cadres had been eyeing the positions of the golden medal cadres day by day. Chapter 65, Unfounded Accusations after a life-threatening chase. Reis and his companions finally managed to leave Schwein Island on the Blood Avenger before Beethoven arrived. Reis, what exactly happened? Did Beethoven chase you to this extent? Although Lexington had some guesses in his mind, he still asked Reis. Reis sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's a long story. After recounting the events, Reis finally explained the situation to Lexington and Dafu. So, someone killed the residents of Schwein Island and framed you for it? Lexington pondered, stroking his chin. It's hard to clear your name without substantial evidence against such accusations. After all, being caught red-handed with a bloody knife after leaving the crime scene doesn't help. Captain, did you say one of those 2 murderers has the silent fruit ability? Dafu, who was steering the Blood Avenger, suddenly asked. Yes, it must be the silent fruit because I was clearly silenced when I got close to them, Reis replied after some thought. Although he couldn't replicate those 2 individuals' abilities due to his storage being full, he could make an educated guess. There were 2 ability users. One was a silent fruit user, and the other was likely some kind of unusual Zoan type. Unfortunately, they were both masked, so their appearances were unknown. The silent fruit. My father transported it before, Dafu said as she searched her distant memories. It seems that this fruit eventually ended up with the Grella pirates. The Grella pirates? Reis front. That is quite possible. Those two must have at least a bounty of over 50 million, making them rare strong foes in the South Sea. Reis continued. The strength of those two murderers is not weak. Although they are still inferior compared to Blake and Crispet, they are still formidable enemies. Among the gold, silver, bronze, and iron cadre members of the Grella pirates, many have anonymous identities. Even their wanted posters show only their silhouettes. Dafu recalled from what she had heard from her late father. Among the 3 gold members, Crispet and Stone are known identities, while the third remains unknown. Among the 5 silver members, 2 identities are also unclear. In conclusion, I think it's highly likely that the murderers are crew members of the Grella pirates. If the blame falls on them, everything makes sense, especially since they had previously offended the Grella pirates. The question is, why were those 2 in Schwein Island? Logically, no one should know their whereabouts, Reis said, not believing that their intention was to assassinate a few insignificant residents or to annoy them for no reason. These actions must have a more significant purpose. What do you plan to do, Reis? Lexington asked. What to do? Reis inhaled sharply, feeling a headache coming on. If they wanted to avoid trouble, they could leave now and head to their intended destination since they had already asked for directions on Schwein Island. The hatred from Beethoven and the residents of Schwein wouldn't matter much if they didn't clear it up. Staying might lead to a heap of trouble, and they could miss their reunion with Bonnie due to delays. But Reis couldn't do that. Those shameless murderers killed innocents and framed him, which was a provocation against him and tarnished his reputation. He couldn't just ignore it. The Demon Hand Pirates were at least a well-known pirate crew in the South Sea. How could he tolerate such things happening? Moreover, Reis didn't want Beethoven to always see him as an enemy. Meaningless grudges shouldn't continue to exist. It seems we need to stay a little longer, Reis said. He didn't believe that the murderers' plans ended here. There would definitely be follow-up actions. He had to expose them and clear up the misunderstanding with Beethoven. That way, he might successfully bring Beethoven onto the ship. Those guys definitely haven't left the island. As Reis spoke, he climbed to the ship's bow. Dafu, Lexington, let us circle around Schwein Island and wait for those bastards to show up. After all this turmoil, dawn was approaching. Reis believed those 2 villains would never escape their grasp. In the village, the atmosphere was mournful, with the addition of Ms. Katie, who was murdered in the evening. A total of 6 corpses were laid out under white cloth in the central square of Schwein village. Beethoven and the villagers gathered around the deceased, their faces filled with sorrow. It's all his fault for believing the pirates' lies. Beethoven's emotions were complex, filled with disappointment, anger, guilt, and sadness. Indeed, no matter what kind of pirate, they were all treacherous scoundrels who spoke sweet words while hiding daggers. If he hadn't brought them into the village, everyone wouldn't he have. Mr. Beethoven, don't blame yourself too much. A villager stepped forward to comfort him anxiously. I know you feel guilty for hiding the information about the pirates and bringing them into the village, but it's not your fault. The pirates are just too cunning. Upon hearing this, the villagers were all indignant. Yes, those pirates are too cunning. We must avenge our fellow countrymen. Encouraged by the crowd, Beethoven's spirits lifted slightly. A Dong and a Chong walked up to Beethoven's side and said, Mr. Beethoven, let us gather some strength and form a fleet to go out to capture that Eric Reis. If we set out now, they shouldn't have gotten far, and there's hope we can catch up. Beethoven turned around and looked at the determined crowd, feeling moved to tears. Everyone, after pondering for a moment, Beethoven ultimately made up his mind, drawing his sword and pointing it to the sky. It's decided. We will form a revenge fleet and set sail to capture the murderers. Meanwhile, hidden in the woods, the brothers Kevin and Adam were preparing to act. As Kevin expected, Beethoven indeed chose to set sail in pursuit of Reis. And Reis, unable to tolerate being falsely accused, was lingering nearby. The 2 sides were bound to meet at sea. Whether Reis liked it or not, he would have to fight against Beethoven. As for Kevin, as long as he appeared at the right moment to help, while ensuring not to expose his pirate identity or the ability of the Silent Fruit, he could gain Beethoven's trust and bring him and his band back to Diamond Island. Kevin put on his bounty hunter outfit and glanced back at the lively Adam. I just hope that this stupid Ududu won't cause any trouble for him. Chapter 66. Dozen Reis versus Beethoven on the sea. The blood-colored Avenger faced off against Beethoven and his crew, who were sailing out in a wooden boat. Transformed into his beast-human form, Beethoven stood at the bow of the boat, glaring angrily at Reis. Reis sighed and felt helpless as he looked at the fierce villagers ahead. How did these guys catch up to him again? Luckily, he hadn't gone far. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the confidence to pursue him in that little wooden boat. It was really a headache. Although he wasn't worried about Dafu's navigation skills being unable to shake off such a small boat, the situation was still quite troubling. It was clear that these guys had come with the intention of eliminating him, but he had no desire to fight them at all. The pig. I really didn't kill it. Reis sighed and spoke to Beethoven. Don't try to argue, Beethoven said, pointing his long sword at Reis. All the victims were women. This must be the doing of you, the silver thief, Reis. There was such a thing? He hadn't even noticed that all the deceased were women. How did the real culprit know about that damn silver thief title? This was really frustrating. Reis, it's incomprehensible. Lexington shook his head and said to Reis, now, we only have two choices. Either flee now or fight Beethoven. But either choice benefits the real killer. Make a decision. Fight or retreat. Lexington said, pressing his right hand on the axe handle behind him. Reis forced a smile as he looked at the tense situation before him. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he had no choice but to fight. There was no way around it. They were all in an excited state. As he spoke, he extended his right hand to catch the Amaterasu spear that Lexington tossed to him. Just don't hurt them. I'll deal with Beethoven. Lexington, you handle the others. With that, Reis's feet emitted a wave, propelling him toward the small boat where Beethoven stood. Yes, Captain, Lexington replied, also stepping onto the moonwalk and charging toward the opposing small boat. The residents of Schwein Island drew their weapons from their waists and began to swing them rhythmically. Both sides officially clashed. Meanwhile, on Schwein Island, Kevin and Adam had finished disguising themselves and were sailing quietly toward the battlefield on a small sailboat that had removed the pirate flag and raised the bounty hunter flag. On the small wooden boat, Reis and Beethoven were engaged in a fierce battle. The sound of the Amaterasu spear clashing with Beethoven's double swords resonated like a knight's revenge melody, intense and urgent. Reis temporarily refrained from using his fruit abilities, relying solely on his physical skills and marksmanship to fend off Beethoven's attacks. After this period of training and combat, his basic abilities had improved significantly. Since this battle was inevitable, he might as well take this opportunity to test how far he could go without relying on his abilities. The power and speed of Beethoven's beast-human form were truly ferocious. Feeling the force of Beethoven's attacks transmitted to his hands, Reis couldn't help but marvel internally. Beethoven's fighting style was indeed quite unique. As a four-sword style swordsman, his attack speed was nearly double that of the usual one-sword and two-sword styles. If an ordinary person were to face the first sword, they would be easily torn apart by the other three swords. One could say that besides providing Beethoven with physical and strength enhancements, the most powerful aspect of the wild boar fruit was those two solid, sharp tusks. The strength of these tusks was not inferior to the two famous swords in Beethoven's hands. Coupled with the fur tribe's unique electric discharge ability, this guy was indeed a formidable force. This was another reason why Reis wanted to recruit him onto the ship. Having a crew member like Dafu, who was invincible in her professional field, was certainly good, but it would be even better if they could also double as a fighter. After all, the Magic Hand Pirates were not just lacking professional crew members, they were also very short on combat personnel. However, now is not the time to think about that. First, he needed to subdue Beethoven. After entering beast-human form, Beethoven's resilience and agility were stronger than in his other two forms. Finding an opportunity to use the wave fist to knock him out wasn't easy. Just as Reis was maneuvering around Beethoven, searching for a flaw, Lexington was also knocking out other villagers one by one with the back of his axe, when another boat slowly approached from the distant sea. Hey, are you fighting pirates? A loud shout attracted everyone's attention. Who is that? A bounty hunter? Reis quickly released a wave, knocking Beethoven back, and leaped into the air with the Amaterasu spear, turning to look at the small bounty hunter boat approaching from afar. The two figures on the boat made him furrow his brows instantly. This figure seemed very familiar. Wait, the copy fruit reacted. So that means, damn it, why are you flying again? Beethoven shouted angrily, waving his dual swords at Reis, who was hovering above, but his short legs couldn't reach him at all. Before long, the bounty hunter's small sailboat arrived before them. Standing on the boat were two men, one tall and one short. The man in front, dressed neatly and looking very elegant, wore a mask and held dual axes chained together, while the burly man behind him, also dressed in a suit, looked much rougher and wilder. Upon seeing the two men, Beethoven was slightly taken aback. They were also wearing suits. Could they also be gentlemen? Watching the stunned crowd, Kevin secretly laughed to himself. Oh, let me see. These two seem very familiar. Kevin pretended to scrutinize Reis and Lexington, pulling out a stack of bounty notices and starting to look through them. Adam beside him jumped up and down, excitedly shouting, Magic Hand, Silver Thief EricD, Dozen Reis, Bounty of 100 million berries. Steel Finger Major, Former Navy Lexington Justice. Bounty of 50 million berries. After pulling out the bounty notices for Reis and Lexington, Kevin revealed a look of realization, looking at Reis with a sneer. You are the notorious villain Eric Reis, who released toxic smoke on Energy Island, attempting to exterminate all the residents there? Before his words fell, a wave of extreme shock erupted from the residents of Schwein Island, echoing across the vast sea. At this moment, Reis, who had already recognized the identities of the two men below, looked at Kevin with an incredulous gaze, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This guy, does he want to take advantage of the fact that the residents of Schwein's Island don't pay much attention to outside information and rarely buy newspapers for months, to completely label himself as a villain right from the start? This is bad. Lexington noticed the situation was deteriorating, quickly used his shave to escape the crowd's attack, and with his moonwalk, flew into the air, arriving next to Reis. These two suddenly appearing bounty hunters made the situation even worse. Chapter 67. Chaos, have you really done such things? Beethoven looked at Reis in shock. He never expected that this guy had done things 100 times worse than in their village. I haven't. Reis was about to defend himself when Kevin pulled out a newspaper from his clothes. Do you still want to argue? Could it be that the toxic smoke from Energy Island was released by Blake himself? The people there are all his employees. The newspaper has already made it very clear about your poisoning. With that, Kevin rolled up the newspaper in his hand and threw it at Beethoven on the wooden ship. Beethoven stretched out his hoof to catch the newspaper and began to read. Reis looked at the newspaper Kevin had taken out, feeling completely bewildered. How could they be so well prepared for this frame-up? They even had a fake newspaper ready? In that case, it really seemed impossible to explain. You silver thief. After reading the fabricated news about Reis releasing toxic smoke resulting in numerous casualties, Beethoven became even angrier, tossing aside the newspaper, his mane standing on end. Today, I must eliminate you. Come down and die. Beethoven pointed his long sword at Reis hovering in the air. This guy flying up there was really annoying. He must be feeling guilty about his previous misdeeds being exposed, so he dare not come down. Reis, the situation is getting worse. Lexington frowned as he looked at the increasingly agitated crowd gathering below and the two suddenly arrived bounty hunters who looked unfriendly. If we continue fighting, the situation may become uncontrollable. Captain, let's go back to the ship first. Daff shouted anxiously from the Blood Revenge. However, just as Reis was about to order a temporary retreat, the sound of chains interrupted his thoughts. Two steel battle axes connected by chains swept through the air like sharp gales, flying towards Reis from both sides. Clang! Reis instinctively raised his spear to block the incoming axe attacks, but the tremendous impact still caused him to lose his balance and fall towards the sea. Reis! Just as Lexington turned around to catch the falling Reis, a huge figure suddenly jumped beside him. Adam roared, his muscular arms tensed, and smashed towards Lexington's head. Boom! In a moment of crisis, Lexington could only cross his arms to defend, and the immense force transmitted to his arms made them go numb. Roar! The wild man, Adam, shouted in anger, increasing his strength, pushing Lexington all the way back onto the ship. The Revenge Legion, led by Beethoven, then surged forward in the midst of the battle music, surrounding Lexington completely. On the other side, Reis, who had landed on Beethoven's wooden ship thanks to his ability to change direction using the wave fruit, had just stabilized himself when he was blocked by Kevin, who had boarded using chains and the advancing Beethoven. Since we happen to pass by, my brother Kevin and bounty hunter Adam will lend you a hand, Kevin said with a smile as he spun his chain battle axe. After all, we are bounty hunters, and the kind of pirates who do all sorts of evil are the ones we despise the most. Then I really appreciate you, Beethoven said while recharging his long sword and fangs with electricity. Facing the two siege, Reis no longer dared to relax his vigilance like before. The Amaterasu's spear swung through the air, igniting fierce flames, while his left hand transformed into black coal, emitting black smoke. See? This guy used this kind of black smoke to harm Energy Island. Kevin sneered, pointing at Reis's smoking left hand with his battle axe. Beethoven immediately flared his nostrils in anger and charged at Reis with his dual swords. At the same time, Kevin's dual axes were quickly thrown out, one from the left and one from the right, striking towards Reis. With Kevin joining the battle, the duo's siege became exceptionally difficult to handle. Beethoven's four-sword style was inherently unpredictable, and Kevin's chain axe trajectories were equally erratic. Now, Reis could only rely on the copied natural ability to fight against the two. Reis's coal-form head was repeatedly smashed and reformed by Kevin's battle axe. For him, physical attacks without the enhancement of hockey could not cause much damage. What he needed to be wary of was Beethoven's lightning-infused attacks. After all, with Beethoven's anger boosting his power, The intensity of the lightning was continuously increasing, and the high temperature from the electric shock could potentially deal real damage to his natural elemental body. In the distance, Daff, still on the blood revenge, tightly gripped the helm, nervously observing the fierce battle below. She couldn't intervene in such chaos, nor could she be of help. If she left the ship, she would lose her ability to protect herself. So now, she could only rely on Reis and Lexington to resolve this chaotic situation. How did it come to this? If this keeps up, that wooden ship won't last. Beethoven, don't you realize? While the battle continued, Kevin suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. This guy seems to fear your attacks even more. Could it be that the coal fruit's natural type is not immune to lightning attacks? Upon hearing Kevin's words, Reis couldn't help but gasp. This cunning guy, his observation skills are really sharp. Has he figured it out? In that case, then I'll add lightning to your attacks. With that, Beethoven continued to dance gracefully, his dual swords rhythmically striking the flying chains like a xylophone, producing a melodious sound. The electric current transmitted through the metal also attached itself to Kevin's battle axes, making the irregular strikes even harder to predict. Facing the more troublesome joint attack from the two, Reis gritted his teeth. He still couldn't let go and fight. Kevin was hiding in the back, controlling the chain output, making Beethoven block his offensive. If he went all out, it would be Beethoven who suffered, not Kevin, the real culprit. This situation was truly frustrating. On the other side, facing the siege from Adam and a group of musicians, Lexington was also in the same predicament. This barbaric-looking giant was extremely powerful, not inferior to Colonel Boston. However, if he faced him alone, Lexington was confident he could handle it. The problem was ordinary people rushing in from all directions, severely disrupting Lexington's battle rhythm, making him feel a headache. I can't let this go on. I need to think of a solution. On the blood revenge, Daff looked at the increasingly dire situation, feeling anxious. She wasn't afraid of facing strong enemies. She feared situations where her strength couldn't be utilized. She needed to come up with a reasonable response. Chapter 68. Exposing your true colors. In short, the guy hiding behind must be dragged out. While dealing with the joint attack of the two in front of him, Reis was thinking of a countermeasure. To resolve the current predicament, he had to expose the lies of Kevin and Adam. These guys dared to compete with him in acting? He had previously fooled renowned figures like Blake and Chris Pett in the South Sea, and it had always been him using his acting skills to deceive others. How could anyone use acting to mess with him? If he could copy his silence fruit with his ability and then show it to Beethoven, would Beethoven possibly believe it? Hey. After making a decision, Reis switched his ability to the hey fruit. He headed toward Masked Kevin, taking advantage of Reis and others being caught in a fierce battle. Daff piloted the Blood Avenger, changing direction and speeding towards the rear of Schweinhorn Island. Kevin and Adam might have left some criminal evidence on the island. For example, the tight-fitting suits they were wrapped in, as Reis mentioned, that should be used to resist Beethoven's sense of smell. If they could find those on the island, they might be able to expose these guys' conspiracy. On the wooden boat, several villagers watched in shock as the Blood Avenger sped away like a rocket, creating huge waves. What kind of ship is this moving so fast? Their helmsman. Has he run away with the ship? As expected, pirates can betray. On the other side, Lexington, unable to withstand the siege of dozens, finally found the opportunity to use moonwalk to ascend into the air again. This strange gorilla looked clumsy and foolish, yet its strength and speed were astonishing. Suspended in the air, Lexington gained a moment to catch his breath while recovering his stamina and watching Adam jumping around below, along with countless enraged citizens, thinking about a strategy. He had to deal with this guy without harming the citizens. However, just as Lexington was contemplating, Adam, furious at the sudden disappearance of the enemy, seemed to undergo a transformation. His muscles began to grow stronger, and the hair on his body became more vigorous. The aura of the whole person was like returning to ancient times, gaining the primal wildness, brute force, and rage of humanity. This was the true power of the ancient zoantype, the ancient ape. Roar! Savage javelin. Adam roared, reaching out his giant hand to pick up a large or lying nearby, and threw it into the air with all his might. This guy, Iron Block. The oar flew quickly and fiercely, even making it impossible for Lexington to dodge or reach it in time, forcing him to activate Iron Block to withstand the incoming oar. Boom! A tremendous force heavily struck Lexington's chest, causing him to feel that his internal organs were shaking. What kind of fruit user is this guy? Ordinary zoantypes shouldn't have this level of power. Savage jump. Adam roared again, raising his arms high, his legs bursting with incredible strength, stomping the ground hard. and leaping high into the air, causing the entire ship to shake violently several times. Amid the gasps of the crowd below, Adam jumped several dozen meters high, coming right in front of Lexington, pointing gun cannon punch. Seeing the enemy flying towards him in an unbelievable leap, Lexington could only tighten his right fist, using his whole fist to replace his fingers, enhancing the power of the pistol into a cannon, and swung a punch at the charging Adam. The iron fist broke through the air, making a sound like a cannonball. Savage punch. Adam's right fist also tensed, without any technique, relying purely on brute force. He retaliated against Lexington's punch. A deafening explosion erupted in the air, causing the crowd below to cover their ears. Damn, half of my body feels numb from a shock. Lexington gasped, using moonwalk to step on the air multiple times to avoid falling into the sea. He really couldn't clash head-on with this guy. He still had to rely on technique to win. On the other side, Kevin, who was concentrating on attacking Reis, was also startled by the sudden loud noise, changing his expression and instinctively covering his ears with both hands. The double axes that were supposed to be falling from the air lost their power and became chaotic. Having been in the atmosphere of the silence fruit for a long time, his hearing was extremely sensitive. Such a loud noise was torture for him. What the hell is that stupid Udud doing? It wasn't good for him to be unable to use his devil fruit in battle. And this group of musicians was already noisy enough. This idiot even made such a sound. Beethoven also looked up in dissatisfaction. How unrefined. So barbaric. It interrupted his battle melody, which was terrible. These two bounty hunter gentlemen don't seem to appreciate his music at all. In this regard, he didn't appreciate it as much as that big bastard Reis. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the collision of Adam and Lexington, Reis seized the fleeting opportunity. Slap! The handle of Amaterasu struck Beethoven's face with a wave of power, forcing him back. At the same time, the tip of Amaterasu shot the two temporarily suspended battle axes back towards Kevin. As for Reis himself, he charged towards Kevin following the route provided by the hey fruit. Oh no! In a panic, Kevin pulled the chains to change the trajectory of the battle axes to avoid hitting himself, realizing that Reis suddenly started rushing towards him, breaking out in a cold sweat. He couldn't let Reis copy his ability. That would be troublesome. That's why he had been hiding in the back earlier, avoiding close contact with Reis. In a moment of desperation, Kevin shouted loudly, "That fur tribe gentleman, please help." Reis couldn't help but snort coldly. This hypocritical guy was still pretending to shout. It was all his fault. He had to sacrifice an ability to copy the not-so-useful silence fruit. Forget it. He could use it to have a good sleep in the coming days. Behind him, Beethoven, who had recovered from his dizziness, immediately swung his twin swords at Reis. Intense electric current coursed through Reis's body, numbing his mind, leaving him suspended 10 meters away from Kevin. Looking at Kevin, who appeared relieved before him, Reis struggled to extend his right hand, forcing out a victorious smile despite the electric shock. The information about the silver medal of the guerrilla pirates regarding the copy fruit was not very complete, or rather, he had just forgotten another way to copy the ability of the copy fruit. He didn't have to physically touch him to copy the ability. All he needed to do was ensure that Kevin lowered his guard, allowing his light wave to actually hit. Copy light wave. A blue beam shot out from Reis's hand. At this moment, Kevin, who was very close, couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the beam of light in a panic. The silent fruit has been successfully copied. Reis immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Next, it's time to expose your true identity. Chapter 69, The Truth Revealed, huh? What's going on? Beethoven questioned as he withdrew his twin swords, looking at Reis, who was making an okay gesture towards the front. Has this silver thief been stunned by his own electric shock? What kind of nonsense is this? Reis glanced at the okay gesture he made while shooting out light waves and felt a bit embarrassed. It still doesn't work. This was the gesture he made when he thought of copying abilities before. He had thought it looked pretty cool then. Hearing the murmurs from behind, Reis' cheeks flushed, and he quickly put his index finger to his lips. Shoo, be quiet first. Just as he finished speaking, the silence fruit ability was officially activated. In almost an instant, the entire wooden ship fell into complete silence. The sudden quietness caused everyone present to stop their actions, including Adam and Lexington, who also halted their fight, frozen in place. Someone attempted to speak, but found they couldn't make any sound. What is going on? Beethoven knocked on his twin swords, and seeing that no sound was produced, an unusual premonition arose in his heart. What is going on? Kevin, this is your ability, right? Reis waved his hand, lifting the silence fruit ability, and with a cold smile, pointed his spear at the gritting teeth of Kevin and said, "You're the one who ate the silence fruit." You used this fruit's ability to prevent Beethoven from hearing your movements, so you could kill someone and pin the crime on me. Didn't you? Reyes' words made Beethoven widen his eyes in disbelief, turning to look at Kevin. What does Reyes mean? Does it mean this bounty hunter Kevin is the real killer? My ability is a paramecia type, copy fruit, which can replicate all abilities of fruit users. Reyes stared at Kevin and continued at the same time. I can sense the presence of nearby DevilFruit users. So even if you cut off sound and smell, I can still track you down with my ability. You relied on this to deceive Beethoven, didn't you? If you weren't the killer, why did you suddenly appear while I was fighting Beethoven, and didn't he use the silence fruit as ability? You must be a crew member of the Guerrilla Pirates, right? Probably even a silver medalist. Damn. Reyes' accusation and Beethoven's increasingly conflicted gaze made Kevin start to feel angry. He had been careless and got his DevilFruit ability copied. This made things much more complicated. Originally, he could have used Beethoven's power to eliminate Reyes, who had enmity with them, and then complete the task his boss assigned him to bring back Beethoven. Now, if Beethoven really believed Reyes again, he and Adam would have to face off against Beethoven, Reyes, Lexington, and so many warriors from Schwein Island alone. In that case, he would have almost no chance of winning and would have to declare the mission a failure and retreat for now. However, fortunately, that guy hasn't revealed how he cut off his scent yet. He still has room to argue. Woo-woo. While Kevin was frantically thinking of counterarguments, a piece of fabric suddenly covered his head, and he hurriedly pulled it off. What is this? After seeing the true nature of the fabric in his hands, Kevin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was the special clothing they had used to cover their bodies and cut off their scent. Why is it here? Meanwhile, Beethoven's band also had a similar fabric covering their heads, and they were soon choked by the strong smell coming from it. This is Adam's scent. After tearing off the fabric, Beethoven, Kevin, and Reyes all turned to look in the direction for which the fabric was thrown. At some point, the Blood Avenger had reappeared on the sea beside them. Daff was standing confidently at the bow of the ship, looking down at the crowd. These two pieces of clothing are what you use to cut off your scent to avoid Beethoven discovering you by smell, right? Saying this, Daff took out a flag from her waist and unfolded it. The logo of the Guerrilla Pirates prominently appeared on the black canvas. The crowd gasped. Although they weren't very clear about external information while on Schwein Island, the title of the strongest overlord in the South Sea was well known among all South Sea people. Because you were too afraid to live carelessly on the island, you didn't have time to dispose of the evidence of your crime, right? Daff shook the flag in her hand and said, "Now, what do you have to say?" Beethoven also turned sharply to look at Kevin. What was going on? Seeing his criminal evidence exposed, Kevin was furious but had no way to argue anymore. Oof, you guys are impressive. The double-bladed axe flew out, attacking Reyes and Beethoven in front of him. The two quickly jumped off the ground to evade the deadly battle axe. You Schwein village people were indeed killed by our brothers and then framed on a Reyes. It seems this mission is going to fail. It's really annoying. Adam, we're leaving. Saying this, Kevin quickly threw the double axes towards the distant Kevin Adam sailboat. These guys want to run. We can't let them succeed. Flying finger gun. In the distance, Lexington quickly extended his finger, shooting out two air bullets that knocked down the flying double axes. Reyes also swung his spear, unleashing a fiery gun wave to intercept Adam, who was trying to jump to the distant ship. You framed us and still want to run? You really look down on our magical hand pirates, don't you? After all, we just overthrew the Black Group and saved the Energy Island's strongest in the South Sea. Saying this, Reyes and Lexington took to the air simultaneously, blocking Adam and Kevin's path. The savior of Energy Island? Hearing this term, Beethoven's heart trembled again. So, Kevin and Adam, were all their words deceiving him? From the very beginning, had he wronged Reyes? The persistent guy. Kevin looked at Reyes in front of him, gripping the axe handle tightly, making cracking sounds. So if I look down on you, you're just a lucky newcomer who defeated the weakest Black Group among the four major forces. We are the silver medalists of the Guerrilla Pirates, Masked Kevin and Wildman Adam. In the South Sea, we are among the top batch of strong ones. Originally, I planned to let you go this time. But thinking carefully, if I just leave like this, our true identities hidden for so many years will be exposed, and our record of not failing a mission for 10 years will be broken. You magical hand pirates care about face, and we, the Guerrilla Pirates silver medalists, cannot lose face either. So I decided to stay and kill everyone here except Beethoven. All of you. Chapter 70. Human fruit, ancient type. Kill them all? Kevin's shocking statement left Reis dumbfounded. Where did he get his confidence? Just dealing with him and the Lexington brothers was already extremely difficult. Not to mention that Beethoven and the others should be helping their side. After all, he had just defeated a well-known strong pirate in the South Sea not long ago. Was he really being looked down upon like this? Could it be that he still had some hidden cards? Adam, take care of these trash. Just leave that pig. The chains connected to the battle axe spun and flew in the air, pointing forward. Adam let out a thunderous roar, exuding a powerful aura as he took several steps forward. "Oh, you're so confident in your brother?" Lexington said as he walked up to Reis. "His brute strength is indeed formidable, but just based on that, he can't defeat us." Kevin scoffed disdainfully. "A frog in a well. My brother Adam is an extremely rare Zoan-type ancient fruit user. His power is greater, his speed faster, and his vitality more resilient than ordinary Zoan types." Kevin's words caught Reis's attention, who had initially dismissed him. Zoan, ancient type? This big oaf is not to be underestimated. The ancient type is a very scarce ability. It is said that the notorious pirate, Oncaleros, who was just taken down by Kid in the South Sea, was a user of the ancient type, heavy armored dragon form. This guy's also one. In that case, I should definitely replicate it. Ancient type? What kind of ancient type ability does your brother have? Reis feigned calmness as he asked. "It seems you have some knowledge, like knowing what ancient type fruits look like." Kevin said proudly. "My brother Adam possesses the strongest power of the ancestor of mankind. He is a Zoan type, human fruit, ancient type, ape-man form." Reis was immediately stunned. Lexington beside him was also dumbfounded. Ancient, ape-man, isn't that just a primitive human or a wild man? Saying it's an ancient type is not wrong. After all, the ape-man is indeed extinct. Beethoven, this guy is quite similar to you. Reis looked at Beethoven, who was in the wild boar beast form beside him, and sighed. To think that on the same island, he saw a pig that had eaten the pig fruit and a person who had eaten the human fruit. It's truly incredible. "No. How rude. Mr. Reis," Beethoven said somewhat awkwardly. To be honest, he was also quite troubled by the devil fruit he had eaten. As a gentleman, whenever he transformed into beast form, he would become affected by the wild nature of the wild boar, causing his personality to change. This greatly undermined his noble image. He didn't expect that Adam would have a similar experience. No wonder his style is completely opposite to his brother's. The ape-man fruit. I was so excited for nothing. Reis sighed helplessly. He thought the ancient type would be some fierce and imposing guy, but it turned out to be an ape-man. Using this ability would probably make him just as foolish and crude as this guy. Better not replicate it. It's really difficult to find a useful devil fruit in the South Sea. Forget it if I get the chance to meet Bonnie and Kid. Their fruits are not bad. I only have 3 storage slots, so I shouldn't be too greedy. Beethoven, do you believe us now? How about we defeat these two together? Reis stepped forward and turned to Beethoven. Beethoven nodded with guilt. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Reis. I was too anxious before, which led to this situation. It was really ungentlemanly of me. Please forgive me." With that, Beethoven took off his top hat and gave Reis a proper bow. "Please fight alongside us." Before Reis could respond, Adam's roar interrupted their conversation. His massive body charged toward Beethoven's wooden ship like a landslide. Reis sneered, using his right hand to unleash the power of vibrations, swinging a punch at Adam. The brute force of the ape-man collided violently with the wave power in Reis's right fist, and the explosive air pushed Beethoven and Lexington beside Reis back several steps. Without any hesitation, Reis went all out, and with waves of increasing strength, he eventually pushed Adam back to the sailboat. Reis looked at his slightly numb right arm and took a deep breath. Although the human fruit isn't necessary for humans, it must be admitted that the power of the ancient type is indeed very strong. "Come again." Adam, pushed back to his own ship, grew even angrier, leaping again toward Reis. At the same time, Kevin threw his flying axe, embedding it in Beethoven's wooden ship, using the chains to charge at the wooden ship. In an instant, chaos erupted on the wooden ship once more. Dafu stood at the bow of the Blood Avenger, watching the chaotic brawl below, unsure of what to say. In fact, such a scene was quite representative of pirate conflicts. Is it the power of the silence fruit being used? There's not a single sound. Although the battle looked extremely fierce, Dafu, standing on the Blood Avenger, couldn't hear any sounds of the fight. It felt a bit like a joke. Meanwhile, Reis and the others, who were in the midst of the fierce battle, were also struggling because they were in Kevin's soundproof barrier. To be honest, the silence fruit is not a fruit that is completely useless on the front lines. The direct sealing of hearing has a significant impact on combat. Especially in a chaotic fight, without sound, it becomes impossible to detect attacks outside the field of vision, making it easy to be ambushed. At the same time, communication with teammates is impossible, and they can only rely on sight and instinct to fight. Kevin's chains became more difficult to handle in the silent environment. After sealing off the sounds, they seemed harder to predict in their attack trajectories. This fruit particularly affected musicians like Beethoven, whose reliance on hearing far exceeded that of others. Fighting in a silent environment could reduce their combat effectiveness by more than half. Many people lost their combat abilities because they couldn't hear sounds. Reis looked at the villagers of Schwein village who were retreating from the battlefield and the chaotic scene, frowning slightly. Even Beethoven, unable to hear, was only wildly swinging his sword. It seems that he and Lexington still have to deal with these two guys. To avoid hurting others, let us move the battlefield. Reis shouted loudly to Dafu while fending off Adam's attacks. Dafu looked at Reis, who seemed to be issuing orders to her, feeling quite speechless. Captain, what is he talking about? I can't read lips. How would I know what he wants to do? At the same time, realizing that he couldn't make any sound at that moment, Reis awkwardly turned his head back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Damn silent fruit. It seems we can only rely on the tacit understanding between teammates to communicate. Chapter 71, Silent Battle. At this moment, the battlefield had completely transformed into a silent world. Although Dafu did not hear Reis's command, she understood the captain's intentions through observation. The silent world had a tremendous impact on musicians like Beethoven, rendering them unable to fight normally. They needed to bring the others onto the blood vengeance and leave the battlefield entirely to Reis and Lexington. The blood vengeance, under Dafu's guidance, quickly approached Beethoven's wooden ship. Several gangplanks were lowered from the ship, and everyone understood Dafu's intentions through her body language, hurriedly helping each other to climb aboard. Great. It seems Dafu understands her purpose. Reis glanced at the approaching blood vengeance while fighting and then looked at Beethoven, who was still struggling. Without music to help assess the situation, this guy was just swinging his weapon randomly. He had already been knocked away by Adam 3 times and hit by Kevin twice. It was better to let him exit the battlefield. He could leave this to Reis and Lexington. With that thought, Reis swung his left hand amidst the battle, sending a wave-like force crashing into Beethoven, skillfully propelling him onto Dafu's ship. Beethoven landed heavily on the deck, regaining his ability to speak after leaving the soundproof barrier, and grunted twice. Mr. Beethoven, are you all right? Dafu stepped forward and rubbed Beethoven's face. Thank you for your concern, Miss Dafu. No more squeezing. After shaking off Dafu's affectionate grip, Beethoven hurried to the bow of the ship. Below, the 4 fighters were engaged in fierce combat without any other distractions. Half of the wooden ship was already starting to splinter. It was uncertain whether it could hold up until the battle ended. It's all right, Beethoven. The captain and the others are very strong. Dafu reassured the somewhat downcast Beethoven. Let's leave this to them. On the silent battlefield, Kevin and Adam had joined forces, launching a fierce attack against Reis and Lexington. Together, they unleashed a power far beyond their individual abilities. The brothers' synergy was extraordinary. Without needing a single word, they could understand each other's intentions. This natural bond between brothers, combined with years of fighting side by side, created a stunning level of cooperation. On the other hand, Reis and Lexington were unable to communicate due to the effects of the silence fruit, which hindered their ability to maintain a high level of synergy. After all, Reis and Lexington had not known each other for long, and their training aboard the ship was insufficient to quickly develop such a strong bond. The situation had reached a stalemate. Reis attempted to use the copied silence fruit ability to break Kevin's sound barrier, but to no avail. Unfortunately, the stored hey fruit had been temporarily released to make room for the silence fruit. This also meant he couldn't quickly defeat the opponent by targeting their weak points as before. However, with hearing blocked, Reis found that his other 4 senses became increasingly acute. At the same time, he experienced a peculiar sensation. This silent battle seemed to be catalyzing the awakening of his observation hockey. Reis and Lexington were also becoming more accustomed to judging attacks coming from all directions without sound. They were indeed newcomers who had toppled the black group. Meanwhile, Kevin furrowed his brow. Their strength was far inferior to that of their opponents. They were only maintaining a draw thanks to their brotherly synergy and Adam's ancient species ability, which provided incredible vitality. Ultimately, they would still be defeated. It was just a matter of time. Seeing that their opponents were becoming increasingly impatient, it was clear they couldn't rely on brute force to resolve the situation. Completing the mission was impossible. However, Lord Grella had instructed that if they couldn't bring Beethoven back, they should kill him. It seemed it was time to resort to unconventional means. A strange smile crept up at the corners of Kevin's mouth beneath his mask. Adam immediately understood his brother's intentions. Charging forward to temporarily block Reis, and Lexington's combined assault with his robust physique. Meanwhile, Kevin sees this opportunity to quickly retrieve his dual axes. What on earth is he doing? The people on the Blood Vengeance exchanged puzzled glances as they watched Kevin fiddling with his axes. Before long, Adam blasted Reis away with a shot, and Kevin had completed his preparations. The two battle axes were released from their chains. Whoosh! The sharp flying axes hurtled toward Reis's face. What is this guy doing? Reis wondered as he looked at the approaching flying axes, filled with confusion. Removing the chains would mean giving up his weapons, right? Something feels off. Before Reis could react, the flying axe suddenly transformed mid-air. A purple gas erupted from the axe head, spreading rapidly and emitting a foul odor. Reis immediately realized what was happening. This is poison gas. However, before Reis could take defensive measures, the second battle axe in Kevin's hand flew out as well. This axe was aimed directly at DevilFruit, Beethoven, and everyone else on the Blood Vengeance. Crack! The battle axe lodged itself in the mast, releasing a large amount of purple poison gas. Although laughter couldn't be heard, the expressions on Kevin and Adam's faces revealed their exhilaration. Kevin's mask had the effect of purifying the air from the poison mist, while Adam possessed a certain immunity to such toxins due to his abilities. Yet, even the strongest of the people before them could not withstand the poison gas. After releasing the poison gas bombs, Adam and Kevin turned and ran toward their own ship. There was no need to stay here any longer. Although they were immune to the poison, it was better to retreat quickly, just in case. As Kevin and Adam prepared to leave the scene, Reis was coughing violently while activating the coal fruit. Coal is not afraid of toxins. Black activated charcoal can absorb and resist the poison mist, preventing him from being disturbed. Damn it, there's no time to chase after them. After Kevin and Adam left, Reis regained his hearing and ability to speak. However, the cries of anguish from those aboard the ship left him no time to pursue those two bastards. Grabbing Lexington, who was half kneeling on the ground from inhaling the poison mist, Reis swung his spear, using fire to break through the poison mist as he quickly flew toward the Blood Vengeance. He did not want the crisis that had occurred on Energy Island to happen again. He needed to hurry to save them. Chapter 72. The pig that brought hope. Thanks to Reis's timely use of activated carbon to absorb the gas bombs, fortunately, there were no casualties. The injured who had inhaled the gas lay panting on the deck, waiting for treatment. With DevilFruit temporarily incapacitated, Lexington had to take the helm and navigate back to Schwein Island. Damn it, those two masked men and the savage managed to escape. Reis said angrily as he sat at the bow of the Blood Avenger. The dosage of the two gas bombs this time was negligible compared to the previous Energy Island incident, so Reis was unaffected. However, the bad news was that in the rush to deal with the gas bombs, those two bastards got away. Their sailboat turned out to be a small submarine, diving underwater and disappearing without a trace, making it impossible to chase after them. No wonder those two looked so arrogant. They came prepared. Beethoven, what do you plan to do next? Reis asked, looking at the dejected and confused Beethoven beside him. The villagers were not protected. The enemies were not dealt with. And they even misunderstood you, Mr. Reis. Humph. Beethoven said apologetically. I truly am a failed pig. Don't say that, little pig gentleman. A villager on the deck spoke up. You have protected us on Schwein Island for so many years, bringing us joy and martial arts for self-defense. You have made Schwein Island the happiest island in the South China Sea. The villagers said, showing bright smiles. There is no need to take all the blame upon yourself. That's right, you have taken on too much responsibility over the years. Reis said, reaching out to pat Beethoven's head. Come aboard my ship, and I will take you sailing on the sea. Reis's words made Beethoven's expression difficult, as he looked back at the villagers he had protected for many years, torn in his decision. After this battle, he truly felt something different towards Reis, Lexington, and the others compared to other pirates. However, he still couldn't let go of the island he had guarded for so many years. The people of Schwein Island exchanged glances with their savior from the outer seas, also showing a hint of regret. Beethoven had guarded this island long enough. In fact, growing to this point, Adong Achiang and the others were already capable of handling most pirate invasions. It was time for him to leave and seek a broader world. Beethoven, if you want. There is no need to stay on the island for us. A villager stood up and walked in front of Beethoven. If possible, we would also like to meet you again in another way. For example, on the stage of the World Music Festival to sing together again. Hearing the villagers' words, Beethoven showed a surprised expression. The World Music Festival. Yes, Beethoven, after all these years on top of your dreams, ours have also been carried along. A burly man laughed heartily. We don't have the ability to conquer the tumultuous sea or to conquer the ears of people worldwide with music, but you, little pig gentleman, can. Just fulfill our dreams for us." As he spoke, everyone on the deck smiled brightly at Beethoven. Tears streamed down Beethoven's face. "You already knew this island no longer needed your protection, didn't you?" Reis said with a laugh, patting Beethoven's head. "Your music and swordsmanship cannot remain hidden on a small island forever. You need a bigger stage. Your enemies are still roaming freely on the sea, aren't they? One day, our Devil's Hand pirate crew will have a decisive battle with the Grella pirate crew. Come aboard my ship, and we will settle them ourselves then." Saying this, Reis looked at Beethoven with a determined and confident gaze, extending his right hand to him. After hesitating for a while, Beethoven finally made up his mind and placed his round pig hoof on Reis's hand. Yes, he had long known he should leave Schwein Island. The reasons for not going to sea were merely excuses. Ultimately, it was because he couldn't bear to part with the warm years he had spent here. But regardless, he should leave. Captain EricD, Does Reis. Beethoven took off his top hat, unsheathed his twin swords, placed his left hand on his right arm's joint, and knelt on one knee, giving Reis the highest honor of a knight to a king. From this moment on, Sir Beethoven vowed to serve the Devil's Hand pirate crew, giving all his strength for the crew and the captain. "I vow to treat the weak kindly. I vow to bravely resist violence. I vow to fight against all wrongs." All right, that's enough. You're being too serious." Reis hurriedly interrupted Beethoven, who looked like he was about to recite a long oath. "This pig is too earnest, which is quite troublesome. I'm not a king. There's no need to make it so complicated." Helping Beethoven up, a smile appeared on Reis's face. "It's not easy. The Devil's Hand pirate crew finally has another member. He, Lexington Justice, Dufu, House, plus Beethoven, finally makes 5 people. It started to look like something. However, among the current members, there's a captain, a vice captain, a navigator, a helmsman, a musician who doubles as a swordsman, plus 2 part-time snipers. They're still shorthanded. The shipwright and cook he had been thinking about are still nowhere to be found, which is really a headache." Soon after, the Blood Avenger returned to Schwein Island. 7 days after holding the funeral for Aunt Katie and the others, Beethoven officially announced to all the villagers that he would be going to sea. That night, under the encouragement, reluctance, blessings, and comfort of everyone, the largest singing festival ever held on Schwein Island took place. This time, the music carried dreams, grand and magnificent, comforting the deceased and looking forward to the future. The pig dancing on stage seemed like an angel from the heavens, immersing everyone in the music. At that moment, Beethoven felt as if he had finally broken through the musical bottleneck he had struggled with for years. Below, the villagers were moved to tears by the passionate music. For them, the angel was not some pure and elegant beauty, nor a handsome youth, but this pig that had brought hope to the village. After the concert ended, Beethoven bid farewell to all the villagers and passed the position of captain of the Beethoven Band to a dog. The day after the grandest event on Schwein Island, the moment of farewell finally arrived. The villagers gathered on the shore to give Beethoven their final goodbye. "Everyone, we will meet again at the World Music Festival." On the shore of Schwein Island, Beethoven stood at the bow of the ship, tipping his hat in salute to all the villagers who had come to see him off. The passionate and fervent farewell song below made Beethoven's tears flow uncontrollably. The Blood Avenger set sail again amidst the villagers' collective chorus. Chapter 73. Let's see who blooms first. The stick or the head. After leaving Schwein Island, the Blood Avenger continued its journey towards its original destination, Glass Island, carrying the Devil's Hand pirate crew. However, various delays had set them back nearly a week. Hawes is probably already at Glass Island, and it just set off. Reis muttered gloomily as he leaned against the ship's railing. "I'm afraid we won TC Bonnie this time. She can't stay for over a week, after all. I can only hope Hawes has already met her. No matter how skilled Daff's navigation was, it would still take several days to reach Glass Island." Suddenly, exhilarating music erupted from the lookout tower. Beethoven had appeared atop the mast and started playing. The song resonated like invigorating waves, energizing everyone on board. The sea shanty seemed to have a positive effect on Daff as well. The speed of the Blood Avenger increased by 2 knots. "How amazing!" Reis exclaimed, listening to the exhilarating music. Beethoven's music is truly versatile. It can even boost the helmsman's mood to make the ship go faster. At the helm, Daff hummed along with Beethoven's song while checking the route marked by the residents of Schwein Island towards Glass Island. Since it hadn't been assessed with the feeding fruit's judgment, this route couldn't guarantee they wouldn't encounter any mishaps along the way. It was definitely not as fast as the route Hawes had plotted. But what could she do? The untrustworthy navigator had marked a route that was hard to understand. She hoped there wouldn't be too many issues along the way. On the deck, Reis began his daily training as usual. Do we really have to do this? Lexington hesitated, holding a wooden stick while Reis put on a blindfold. Since you've copied the silence fruit, you have to use it for something. After adjusting his blindfold, Reis activated his silence and took a deep breath. Come on. Training the observation hockey with just visual deprivation is definitely less efficient than sealing off hearing too. Reis wouldn't keep the silence fruit for long, so he decided to take advantage of the time he had to diligently cultivate his observation hockey. Lexington waved the wooden stick in his hand, aiming at the prepared Reis. He truly didn't think Reis could dodge the attack now. With his eyes covered and sound blocked by the silence fruit, he could only passively take hits. Captain, don't blame me. Lexington sighed and charged forward with the stick. After all, it was Reis himself who said not to hold back, and it hit him hard. For a moment, the dull thuds of the stick hitting Reis's skull mixed with Beethoven's music, creating a rhythmic accompaniment, almost like someone was drumming along with Beethoven. Daff and Beethoven gasped, feeling their scalps tingle. Why does the captain have a tendency for self-discipline? Before long, Reis, with a head full of bumps and smoke rising from his head, collapsed to the ground with stars in his eyes. Lexington shrugged and tossed aside the broken half of the stick. It's a pity. Every hit landed squarely, and you didn't dodge at all. You're just like a headless fly. Previously, Reis had even bragged about wanting him to use the 10 Commandments to chop him. Luckily, he didn't do that, or the captain would be in pieces by now. Captain, if this isn't working, let us change methods. Hockey isn't so easy to train, Lexington said. Even with the Navy's systematic theory for cultivating hockey to avoid detours, it would still take several months to officially awaken. Why go through such pure punishment? Reis grimaced, holding his head as he stood up. It's fine. I think I'm starting to feel something. Let us go again. Lexington was at a loss for words. Feel something? What feeling? I'm afraid this round of sparks and lightning has messed up your brain. Reluctantly, under Reis's repeated pleas, Lexington had no choice but to pick up another stick and continue to satisfy Reis's demand to reach their destination sooner and end the captain's bizarre training. Daff seemed to have made the ship go even faster. Despite being just a sailing ship, it sped along like a motorized airship. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Reis, your head is getting harder. The stick is almost floured, Lexington lamented as he tossed aside the 576 stick that had completely splintered, adding to a growing pile of broken sticks. Watching Reis take those hits had been painful enough for him. He had thought he was a pretty intense trainer, but compared to the captain, he was just a small fry. Fortunately, this training wasn't without effect. Starting yesterday, Reis could dodge about 5 out of 100 attacks. His subconscious reactions indicated that his observation hockey was indeed awakening. However, the downside was that it seemed he had developed a craving for hitting his own head, as even when he wasn't training, his hands would subconsciously wave around. Reis slumped on the ground, sighed deeply, and removed the blindfold as he deactivated the silence fruit. It hurts so much. It feels like my head is about to bloom along with this stick. This training method was indeed torturous. It was effective, though. As his observation hockey became increasingly acute, his skull also grew harder. Perhaps he'd even cultivate armament hockey along the way. Again, looking at Reis's head, which was already red from his own hits, Lexington hesitated. The good news was that there weren't many sticks left. The bad news was that Reis had found an iron rod in the storage room. Just as Reis was about to ask Lexington to continue, Daff's voice suddenly came from ahead. Captain, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Based on the flag, it belongs to the Mora pirate crew, led by the Captain Heart-Eater Mora, with a bounty of 48 million. They're coming at us fast. Heart-Eater? That doesn't sound like a good name. Reis snorted, snatching a wooden stick from Lexington's hand and running towards the bow, just right to vent some of the frustration he had built up during this time. At that moment, the pirate ship of the Mora pirate crew was riddled with holes. Captain Mora and a few trembling crewmates were desperately trying to escape as fast as they could. How terrifying. How terrifying. We just wanted to catch a few women and eat their hearts. How do we end up facing such a terrifying female demon? Today is just unlucky. Luckily, I finally escaped her clutches. Report to the captain. A ship is coming towards us. Just as Mora felt relieved, a crooked crew member suddenly pointed ahead and shouted. A ship? Mora hurriedly looked up ahead. It was just the right time to catch a few hearts to eat and relieve the tension. However, when Mora clearly saw the flag of the pirate crew opposite, her green bean-like eyes widened like copper bells. This was bad. The skull with silver eyebrows, the cross swords, and spear emblem. That was the ship of the infamous Hand of Magic pirate crew, which had recently defeated the Black Group in the South Sea. with a total bounty of 150 million berries. Captain, should we charge in? The crew, not yet realizing the gravity of the situation, eagerly asked the captain. Charge in? Are you out of your mind? Turn the ship around and run. Chapter 74. The mysterious gold medal cadre. This ship has really been badly damaged. Yes. The stern has been blasted with several large holes. What kind of cannonball is this? The power is enormous. The railing next to the ship has been blown away. This is not an ordinary weapon. Reis and Lexington walked on Mora's ship, pointing and commenting. This guy is really pathetic. All I can say is that evil has its consequences. On the other side, Mora, who was completely ignored by Reis and Lexington, could no longer hold back. This is too much. How dare they humiliate him like this? I'll fight you to the end. Saying this, Mora pulled out a broken sword from his waist and limped towards Reis. How pathetic. Even his weapon is broken. Reis disdainfully said, waving the Tianjiao in his hand. The scorching blade of the great industry weapon collided with the tattered half-sword, and the result was predictable. The remaining half of Mora's sword was sliced off by Reis and flew straight into the chest of a small pirate nearby. The small pirate screamed in agony and fell to the ground. The Heart-Eater Mora still wanted to resist, but before he could attack, Reis shot him in the face, sending him flying. Crack! Reis threw his spear, piercing through Mora's clothing and nailing him directly to the mast behind him. For Reis now, a pirate of this level could be killed instantly without using his abilities, not to mention that Mora was already severely injured. Moreover, a large portion of the bounty of over 40 million on the other side was definitely earned by eating hearts. However, before sending this guy to the afterlife, Reis had a few questions he wanted to clarify. Why is your ship in such a state? Who attacked you? Reis slowly walked towards Mora, who was nailed to the mast, with Lexington beside him, his right hand turning black and releasing a dense smoke. If you don't speak, I'll suffocate you. The thick black smoke kept invading Mora's nostrils, choking him and making him scream. I'll talk. It was a woman on a steamboat who did this to us. That woman was fierce, and she was a freak. She could shoot machine guns and cannons from her hands, blowing my brothers into pieces scattered in the sea. I almost got caught too. A woman? Shooting machine guns and cannons from her hands? She must be a cyborg. From the state of the ship, she must be a very powerful cyborg, at least with a bounty of over 50 million. It's precisely because of this that I care about the identity of the person hunting down this Mora. Reis stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. In recent days, he had heard quite a few names of somewhat famous pirates in the South Sea from Daff. However, among those who were known, none of their characteristics matched a powerful female cyborg. Could it be another one like Kevin Adam, a guy with no detailed information? Could it be someone from the Grella Pirate Group? Although all the cadres of the Grella Pirate Group had bounties, many of them had no real identities leaked. Their bounty notices usually replaced names with Grella Pirate Group, Gold, Silver, Bronze, Iron, Metal Cadre No. X. These hidden identity cadres generally had some special skills or needed to carry out special missions. The frequency of encountering the Grella Pirate Group recently has been quite high. As a large pirate group that has dominated the South Sea for decades, the Grella Pirate Group usually doesn't show up much. Why have they been appearing so frequently lately? Speak. Reis shouted angrily again, pressing the red-hot coal hand against Mora's chest, producing a sizzling sound. I'll say it. How was he going to say no? Mora cried out in pain, flailing his limbs. He was not being tough at all. Why does he want to burn him? Is it just because he finds him unpleasant? What does that woman look like? I really don't know. The moment we encountered her, we were beaten to a pulp. I didn't even see what she looked like before my sword was broken, and I was shot in the leg and fell to the ground. I only saw the outline of a woman. Mora cried out. Don't know. He should not be lying. Reis shook his head helplessly, withdrew his hand, and turned to Lexington. Clean up the pirates here, since they are of no use. There is no need to keep these scum alive. As you command, Captain. Spare my life. Before Mora could even beg for mercy, Lexington delivered a powerful kick that cut him and the mast in half. Seeing their boss dead, the small lackeys who had been too scared to move began to scream and run towards the back of the ship. Lexington snorted coldly, pulled out a handful of steel balls from his pocket. With a flick of his strong finger, countless steel balls shot through the heads of all the pirates on the ship like bullets. There was no need to spare the life of such a heart-eating pirate. The storage room seems to have been blown open. There shouldn't be any supplies left. Let us go. Reis pulled out Tianjiao from the broken mast, glanced around, and then threw a large handful of fiercely burning coal onto the deck before leaving Mora's pirate ship with Lexington, returning to the Blood Avenger. Soon after, this pirate ship, full of evil, slowly sank into the sea under the flames. Reis stood at the bow, watching the cannibal ship gradually disappear. Another group of ruthless villains received the punishment they deserved, sinking into the sea. Sadly, there is no end to such pirates. There are countless scoundrels still at large. A female, cyborg? After hearing Reis's description, Daff pondered with some difficulty. Yes, she should be very strong. Reis added, there are rumors that the third gold medal cadre of the Grella pirate group, whose identity is unknown, is a woman. Daff scratched her head in recollection. Although many cadres of the Grella pirate group do not have real information, their general characteristics have still leaked out. Typically, their bounty notices feature a rough, shadowy image. Just like Kevin and Adam. As for cyborgs, there are too many in the South Sea where mechanical enhancements are prevalent. The Grella pirate group itself is also a pirate group with many powerful cyborgs. After hearing Daff's words, Reis nodded slightly. Since that is the case, it's very likely. This means there is probably a cadre from the Grella pirate group with a bounty of 98 million lurking nearby. They need to be more cautious. Forget it. They've already wasted too much time on this Mora. Daff, let us move on. We should be able to reach Glass Island soon. Chapter 75. Hosher follows Bonnie on the vast sea. The Jewel Margaret Pizza is sailing. So are you really not going to do it? Why not think about it again? On the deck, a green-haired child with a red bow keeps repeating beside Captain Jolie Bonnie. If you keep whining, I'll throw you overboard. Bonnie grits her teeth, stuffing pizza in her mouth while glaring fiercely at the child in front of her. Get lost. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll leave now. Seeing that Bonnie's patience was almost at its limit, the child decisively turned and returned to the cabin. Bonnie stomped her feet angrily on the deck. What kind of person is this? Chasing after me and bothering me for almost a week now, even turning me back into a child. And the old man 1T let up. It's so annoying. It's making it so that I can't even eat properly, missing 5 big pizzas every meal. But this guy treated her to a big meal on the island before, and as a navigator, he is indeed quite useful. So she couldn't really throw him off the ship. These days should be spent resting and preparing to defeat King William. Back in the cabin, the child Hosher sighed helplessly. This is tough. Bonnie has always refused to ally with the magic hand pirates. As soon as he mentioned that the captain was Reis, this terrifying woman flew into a rage, saying she would pluck the eggs of this silver thief. If it weren't for the big meal he treated Bonnie to on Glass Island beforehand, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep his own eggs. Women are really scary. It seems that the captain has to come personally to talk to Bonnie. Hosher thought gloomily. But this Bonnie clearly has a huge issue with Reis. And if they meet, there's no way it won't turn into a fight. Forget it, whatever happens. Now that I'm on this pirate ship, there's no other way. I can only argue with her a bit every day and then stop just before Bonnie's fury erupts. I hope she can change her mind. But so far, it seems there hasn't been any result. The Jewel Margaret Pizza is sailing towards the waters ruled by the Conqueror Kingdom. Although she won't admit it, this big-eating woman, Jolie Bonnie, really wants to challenge King William. This woman is very strong, and I have almost no power to resist under her command. But if it comes to dealing with King William, it might still be a bit difficult. Looks like I'll have to wait for the captain to catch up. I wonder what they are up to. Why are they so much later than me? On the other side, Reis and the others on the Blood Vengeance have successfully landed on Glass Island. This island is known for its glass products, making it very popular among women. Dafu is currently smiling happily. She has wanted to visit here for a long time, but unfortunately, she never had the chance. When she suggested coming to this island, it was mixed with a bit of her own selfishness. There's only one hotel on this island, and as long as they ask there if there is any news about Hosher and Bonnie's pirate crew, it should be fine. Dafu said, pointing to a sign by the roadside. The Glass Hotel is one of the most famous inns in the South Sea. It is said to be as luxurious as a palace. The four of them walked through the streets of Glass Island, strolling towards the hotel. This island is very quiet, peaceful, and prosperous. The shops on the streets sell all kinds of glass products, beautifully shining in the sunlight. There aren't too many people on this island, but they all seem to be wealthy elites. Moreover, they appear to be legitimate merchants, with no pirates in sight. This island is located in a remote area, making it hard for ordinary people to find. Additionally, pirates generally aren't interested in glass, so there are rarely any evil pirates here, Dafu explained. For many nobles and wealthy merchants, this island is a great vacation and leisure destination. Because many skilled glass merchants are stationed here, most pirates cannot commit crimes here. And those who have the ability to do so wouldn't bother fighting over a bunch of glass. So this island is quite similar to Pig's Schwein Island, Beethoven said. Looking around, in the South Sea, it really is a rare place. Not long after, Reis and his group arrived at the Glass Hotel located in the center of Glass Island. This hotel, made of glass harder than steel, sparkled under the sunlight. looking extremely luxurious, like a crystal palace. With such a beautiful hotel, the price is, of course, even more beautiful. After spending 40 million berries to book a room, Reis felt like his heart was bleeding. All the money he had saved up was gone. "Excuse me, is there a lady named Jolie Bonnie and a gentleman named Light Hosher who booked a room?" Lexington said, taking out his Navy identification to inquire with the front desk staff. In this situation, being a Navy officer is quite useful. If he asked directly, the other party might refuse to provide information under the guise of protecting the privacy of guests, but if it's the Navy, they generally would respond. "Please wait a moment." The staff flipped through the reservation list and soon said, "There are indeed 2 people with these names who registered for a room, but they checked out about a week ago." After hearing the staff's explanation, Reis sighed helplessly. "As expected, we missed them. It seems Bonnie has already left this island." Wait, Hosher checked out too? Where did he run off to?" "Are you Mr. Eric?" the staff asked while looking at the register. Yes, I am Eric." Reis responded with confusion. "Mr. Light Hosher left you a note when he checked out," the staff said, handing over a simple envelope tucked in the register to Reis. Reis opened the envelope with some speechlessness and took out the note to read. What kind of trick is Hosher trying to pull again? The note had only a crooked sentence, accompanied by a map with markings. "Due to some irresistible factors, I am now on Jolie Bonnie's ship, and I have marked the destination we are heading to on the map. Hurry up and come find me. P.S. I've been turned into a child by Bonnie, so my handwriting is a bit ugly. Please forgive me." Reis, what is going on here? The destination marked on the map seems to be an island within the Conqueror Kingdom. Conqueror Kingdom? Isn't that the pirate kingdom ruled by King William? Did Hosher follow Bonnie to fight King William? Isn't this too quick? Although he wanted to ally with Bonnie to take down King William, this progress is too fast. At least come up with a plan. He wasn't even mentally prepared yet. For a moment, Reis didn't know what to say. However, it seemed that they had to continue navigating with Housey's terrible map. Moreover, their destination was the Conqueror Kingdom ruled by Prince William. What a situation. Chapter 76, Blacklist at Night. Reis was soaking in the hot spring at the Glass Hotel while sipping red wine to catch up with the Bonnie pirate ship. They had to set off early the next morning. It was too soon to be going to war with the Conqueror Kingdom, and he wasn't ready yet. He had originally planned to replicate a few good fruits around and practice his observation hockey before challenging King William. Unlike the frequently visible Angkor Soros in black, King William had been holed up in the palace of the Conqueror Kingdom's capital for years. Any invading enemy had to first break through the island ruled by 72 powerful knights to face King William. This also resulted in limited information circulating about the king. It was only rumored that King William was an outstanding swordsman and fighter, a hybrid of giants and humans, with a physique far exceeding that of ordinary people and immense strength, capable of holding up an elephant with one hand without it moving an inch. King William came from Elbaf in the Grand Line, ruled this nation, and turned it into a home and paradise for pirates and outlaws. The Conqueror Kingdom had a large army, and with the 72 powerful knights led by Galorin, they could almost send over 90 of invading enemies to the bottom of the sea. Coupled with the incredible combat power of the kingdom's rulers, King William and Queen Mary, this kingdom would be more challenging to deal with than the Black Group and the Ironclad Pirates. Forget about all those troublesome things. It's better to have a good rest tonight, Reis said as he submerged himself completely in the hot spring. The hotel cost 10 million per person per night, so if he didn't enjoy it, it would be a waste. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Oh no, soaking too long made him weak. He was going to drown. Meanwhile, the hotel's buffet restaurant was bustling. All the chefs and waiters were sweating profusely, constantly serving large bowls of food that hadn't even been plated or decorated yet. This was a disaster. How did such days start again? They had barely rested for a few days, and the warehouse that had been emptied before hadn't even been restocked. The last time that female pirate had eaten all the pizzas in the warehouse was not long ago, and now another one who could eat so much had arrived. The previous one was a wild type who devoured everything like a whirlwind, while this one was like a magician making food disappear quickly. These seemingly petite girls, how could their bodies hold so much? Why could their little bellies fit so many things? At the dining table, the empty plates that the waiters hadn't had time to clear were stacked as high as a mountain. At this moment, Daff was still clearing the food served on the table at an extremely exaggerated speed. People couldn't even figure out how the food disappeared from the plates. Beethoven watched in shock, forgetting to eat the bread soup in his bowl. "You get used to it," Lexington said nonchalantly, calmly eating grilled eel. She had eaten like this before on Schwain Island. "You probably didn't notice because you were too focused on your performance then. Miss Daff is truly amazing, huh?" Beethoven marveled. She eats so much and so fast, yet still maintains her elegance and grace, huh? Soon, Daft finally let out a long sigh, stacking the last empty plate in her hands on top of the mountain of plates. The waiters, who had finally relaxed, became anxious again due to the wobbling stack of plates. Finally, full Daft stretched contentedly. She hadn't eaten for 7 days, and now that she had finally found a good hotel, she had to replenish her energy well. After filling up, Daft, Lexington, and Beethoven finally got up and left the buffet restaurant. The restaurant manager and a few staff members hid behind nervously, secretly watching the three leave. That was close. Luckily, this person is only staying here for 1 day. Tomorrow they will leave, the restaurant manager said, clutching his chest in relief. If it were like the previous person, staying for so long, their hotel would eventually go bankrupt. Manager, should we put her on the blacklist? An employee cautiously asked nearby. If she was blacklisted, the next time she checked in, she wouldn't be able to eat freely at the buffet restaurant and would have a quota limit. Yes, yes, yes. Must remember. The manager cried tears of despair. Just put under the name Jolie Bonnie. This woman is, in some ways, even more ruthless than the last Bonnie. Bonnie could eat, but most of what she consumed were not very expensive items like pizza, roast chicken, and pasta. But this one named Daff specifically chose to eat precious ingredients. They had just spent a large sum to procure a few rare sea beasts, which had just arrived and hadn't even been placed in the cold storage to freeze. And Daff had already reduced them to just skeletons. What a disaster, what a disaster. The employee nodded and began writing on the blacklist. Daff and Beethoven too. Just in case, let us add that pig as well. Although it didn't show strong destructive power today, it is well known that pigs can eat. Perhaps that pig is just pretending to be harmless. Next time, they would understand why the warehouse is so empty. To avoid a tragedy from happening again, precautions must be taken. The next day, Reis and his group reluctantly left Grass Island, eager to get on the road. Arriving at the calm and peaceful islands seemed to make them forget the harsh reality of the South Sea. On the Blood Avenger, Reis silently reminded himself. The next place they were heading to was nothing like the previous Schwain Island and Grass Island. In the Conquer Kingdom, they were about to face a challenge greater than Energy Island. Lexington, emergency training. Huh? Emergency training? What is emergency training? Lexington looked at Reis, seemingly recalling something. Continue. Train your observation hockey. Strive to master it before facing King William, Reis said, handing a brand new stick to Lexington. Lexington, really unwavering in your original intention. When did you go buy a bunch of new sticks? Some people just have to make things difficult for themselves. Can you take a break? You should conserve your energy for the upcoming battle. It's fine. A few knots will make you more energetic. Lexington, yesterday Reis almost drowned in the hot spring. It was he who helped pull him out. He must have had water in his head during that time. On the calm sea, melodious music and rhythmic thumping sounds floated in the air simultaneously as the Blood Avenger, moving at an unusually fast speed for a sailboat, rushed along with a very strange style and a strong sense of disharmony. Inside the glass hotel, the manager scratched his bald head, furious in the lobby. What kind of guest is this? How could they even take away the new wood temporarily placed in the lobby for building the hot spring wooden shed? Blacklist. All of them must be put on the blacklist. Chapter 77, The Gatekeeper of the Conquer Kingdom. Going further ahead is the territory of the Conquer Kingdom. Dafu said to Reis while steering the ship. They had to be especially careful on the upcoming journey, as the danger level of the Conquer Kingdom was not comparable to ordinary seas. At any moment, they could encounter the fleet of the 72 Knights. The destination of the Bonnie pirate crew was an island called Starlight Island, which was also where they were heading next. Housey wrote a line of small characters on the back of a note. In order to catch up with the earlier departing Jewel Margaret Pizza, Housey specifically took the Bonnie pirate crew on a longer route, making a big detour before finally heading to Starlight Island. So as long as Reis and the others quickened their pace, they had a chance to keep up with the Bonnie pirate crew speed. The Blood Red Avenger finally succeeded in entering the waters of the Conquer Kingdom. However, not long after, the news of the Magic Hand pirate crew entering the kingdom's territory reached the higher-ups of Conquer. It's been quite restless lately. Galoran frowned as he listened to the report from his subordinate responsible for monitoring the sea conditions via the snail phone. Just a short while ago, the Bonnie pirate crew had just entered their waters and wiped out several nearby pirate crews under their command. Now, another Magic Hand pirate crew had come. Although the Magic Hand pirate crew was smaller in number, they were a truly elite pirate crew and were the culprits behind the destruction of the Black Group. The Bonnie pirate crew was also not to be underestimated. Captain Joely Bonnie was the daughter of Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When Kuma was still the king of the Salb Kingdom in the South Sea, he had significant conflicts with their King William. In fact, the position of the 7 warlords that King William originally wanted to contest was ultimately taken by Kuma. Now that his daughter had come knocking, it surely boded no good. The 3 bounty criminals, all of whom had bounties exceeding 50 million, made Galoran feel troubled as he looked at the bounty notices of Reis, Bonnie, and Lexington. Only the top-ranking knights could possibly deal with such characters. It seemed measures had to be taken. Relay my orders to have the top 10 knights return to the main island and wait for instructions, Galoran shouted into the snail phone. As for the other knights, each should defend their own islands and try to hinder the attacks of the 2 invading crews, even if it only means exhausting their stamina. The main island where King William resided had natural defenses. 65 islands were intricately surrounded around the palace of the main island, forming a natural barrier. For the 2 pirate crews to land on the main island, they would have to first break through the encirclement of the island forces led by the 72 knights. Let us use these 2 pirate crews as an example. After hanging up the phone, Galoran sneered, revealing a murderous intent. It seemed that, after a long time, the pirates in the South Sea had begun to forget who the true overlord of the South Sea was. It was time to let them and other South Sea pirates know that the Conquer Kingdom was not to be trifled with. This was already the 3rd group of pirates. After dealing with the newly encountered group, Reis helplessly sighed as he returned to the ship. Ever since they entered the territory of the Conquer Kingdom, they had been under constant attack. This place was like Blackbeard's hive in a comic. As soon as they approached, pirates would swarm out like hornets. It's normal. The Conquer Kingdom is a well-known pirate kingdom, a completely lawless land. King William has taken in many ruthless outlaws to serve him, Dafu said nonchalantly. We haven't even encountered the direct forces of the Conquer Kingdom yet. These are just the gatekeepers stationed at the kingdom's border. The 72 knights haven't even made an appearance. Just as Reis was about to say something, a cannon shot from a distance interrupted his thoughts. It just never ends. Lexington shook his head irritably, leaping into the air and using his 10 commandments to unleash several axe lights, shooting down the cannonballs in the air. Captain, leave this enemy to us. Beethoven also stopped playing music, climbed down the mast, drew his twin swords, and assumed a combat stance. 2 fully armed pirate ships were encircling them from the front and back. Beethoven, you handle the enemies on that ship behind, and I'll take care of the one in front. With that, Lexington brandished his 10 commandments and charged out of the blood-red Avenger. Reis watched the fierce battles erupting simultaneously in front and behind, sighing. When will this battle end? This was the main reason why the Conquer Kingdom was more difficult to deal with than other forces. They had too difficult-to-handle subordinate forces. Elite pirate crews feared situations like this the most. Before Reis could rest for long, amidst a flurry of shouts, a 3rd pirate ship appeared on the left flank of the blood-red Avenger. A cannonball shot towards them from the left at high speed, which Reis blocked with Amaterasu. It was clear that he could not rest now. From here to the main island of the Conquer Kingdom, they had to rely entirely on force to push through to meet King William. A bunch of ignorant fools. Reis stood at the ship's railing, clenched his right fist, and the power of vibration rippled in his hand. These relentless gatekeepers just won't go away. Let us fight. Could they really scare him off with a bunch of rabble? On the other side, the Bonnie pirate crew, sailing ahead of the Magic Hand pirate crew, also encountered an attack from the gatekeepers. Is this it? Is this the so-called powerful Conquer Kingdom army? Bonnie scoffed while kicking a pirate she had turned into a child into the water. Although the Bonnie pirate crew was not very numerous, Joelle Bonnie's abilities were clearly very suitable for this kind of easy fight. In just a few minutes, all the fierce and burly men on board were turned into harmless old men and children, which she casually tossed into the sea like trash. Meanwhile, Halsey watched the fierce scene of Bonnie fighting, feeling extremely shocked. This woman is terrifying in a fight. While mercilessly kicking away the last tooth of an old man transformed into someone over 80, she was still eating pizza. Truly the big eater girl. She hasn't stopped eating since morning, without any signs of being full. By the way, I wonder where Reis and the others have run off to. Hurry up and come get me. I really can't hold on anymore. Halsey, on the verge of tears, used his child's body to fend off the brutal pirates rushing forward. Joelle Bonnie and her crew preferred close combat, so they had completely abandoned the idea of intercepting enemy ships on the sea. The enemies had all swarmed onto the deck. Although Bonnie would easily take care of these trash in the end, it still affected his safety. He would get bitten to death by these gatekeepers, would he? Chapter 78. King William on the parade square of the main island of the Kingdom of Conquer, a well-ordered army was waiting for the king's inspection. These fully armed soldiers looked fierce, each with a menacing expression, brimming with bloodlust, as if every one of them had blood on their hands. The army of the Kingdom of Conquer was composed entirely of well-trained original pirates, whose combat power and ferocity far surpassed that of ordinary armies. Before long, a series of thunderous sounds echoed from deep within the palace at the end of the square. These fearless men, who feared neither heaven nor earth, fell silent at this moment, their bodies trembling involuntarily. A giant figure, over 7 meters tall, slowly emerged from the resplendent palace. The overwhelming aura and shock of his presence instantly subdued all the pirate troops. With a rugged exterior and a massive physique, the ruler of the Kingdom of Conquer, King William, appeared like a terrifying beast. He was adorned in luxurious armor and robes that were completely incongruous with his appearance, making him shine brilliantly. A blend of grandeur and horror. In his giant hand, which looked strong enough to crush a bull with bare hands, he held a massive golden longsword. The hilt of the sword was entirely made of gold, embellished with exquisite jewels and intricately carved patterns, while the blade glimmered with a silvery light, emanating a chilling aura. Incredibly sharp, this sword, known as the Sword of Gold, Gioeus, was one of the 21 great works, symbolizing the king's nobility and dominance. With the terrifying physique and brute strength of a giant, combined with a sword from the great works, King William was capable of crushing all enemies with sheer force, even without the abilities of a power user. Beside King William stood a beautiful noblewoman dressed in equally luxurious attire. Although she could not match the true giant bloodline of King William, this woman stood over 3 meters tall, with a stunning figure and a fierce look on her face. The Queen of the Kingdom of Conquer, Mary Reid, was the best companion and battle partner of King William, known for her fearsome reputation in the South Sea. Her elegant appearance belied an extremely cruel heart, earning her the title of the Bloody Queen. This dangerous woman wore a bright red outfit that resembled blood, and the blood-red giant scythe she held added to her deadly aura. King William and Queen Mary, the true rulers of the Kingdom of Conquer, had not stepped outside the palace for several years. No invader had ever been able to break through the blockade of 72 nights, so they had never needed to take action. People's impressions of them had remained unchanged for at least 5 years. No one knew how powerful King William and Queen Mary had become at this moment. Today, these rulers of the kingdom stepped out of the palace for the first time in 5 years. To calm the restless pirates of the South Sea, the king and queen decided to take action personally, using the heads of EricD and Reis and Jolie Bonnie to show everyone that the Kingdom of Conquer was not to be trifled with. With every step King William took, thunderous footfalls resonated, making one worry that the square might be crushed underfoot. The pirate soldiers were awestruck as they witnessed their king's presence. This was the formidable aura of a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. These ordinary soldiers had not seen King William in 5 years, and they could feel his aura was even stronger than it had been 5 years ago. Could it be that King William's true strength had even surpassed that of Angkor Soros? In an instant, the kings might send waves of excitement through these pirates who revered power, unlike the startled lower ranks. The 10 strongest knights standing at the center of the square remained calm and composed. Galorin, ruler, EricD. King William's authoritative and booming voice echoed across the square, rendering the already quiet space even more silent. The pirate soldiers held their breath, nervously watching King William, awaiting his next command. The chief knight Galorin, the second knight ruler, and the third knight, EricD, stepped forward to stand before the king. Is everything arranged? Reporting to you, my king. Galorin knelt on one knee and saluted King William. While the other knights, leading their squads, might not be able to completely defeat the 2 pirate crews that intruded into our territory, they would certainly make them pay dearly. By the time they reached here, they would have already shed a layer of skin. My king only needs to have the army guard this fortress, waiting for the enemy to tire and then execute these invaders. That's right, we will follow the king's lead and eliminate these ignorant pirates. The second knight, ruler, also stepped forward to speak. The words of Galorin and the others made King William laugh with pride. His terrifying laughter caused pain in the ears of everyone present. Mary, we have been cooped up in the palace for so many years. It's time to stretch our legs. King William said, looking down at Queen Mary. Our bounty has remained unchanged for almost 5 years, hasn't it? Indeed. This time the downfall of the Black Group and the Ironclad Pirates is a dangerous warning for us, but it is also an opportunity. Queen Mary said with a sinister smile, her beautiful face appearing even more terrifying as the scythe in her hand began to tremble, as if eager to drink the blood of the enemy. If King William can seize this opportunity, Perhaps the South Sea will no longer be dominated by a single superpower and 3 strong factions, but will instead be ruled jointly by the Conquer and Grella powers. The Kingdom of Conquer is currently at its peak, unlike the decaying Black Group and the hollow, ironclad pirates. They had not shown their faces for many years, accumulating strength and waiting for the right moment to arrive. After gathering their strength for so long, they were finally at this moment. Soldiers! King William's gaze swept over all the pirate soldiers in the square from a height. Our time to make a name for ourselves has come. Let these ignorant newcomers experience the terror of our Kingdom of Conquer. In an instant, cheers and wild laughter from the pirates echoed throughout the entire Conquer Palace. At this moment, Reis and Bonnie, still engaged in battle with countless guard dogs outside the Kingdom of Conquer, were unaware of the powerful forces gathering in the heart of this pirate kingdom, waiting for them. Chapter 79. The drowning dog pal Roya. The number of gatekeeper dogs at the border of the Conquer Kingdom far exceeded the imaginations of Reis and the others. They had been fighting pirates continuously for a whole day, and by the end, they had lost count of how many waves of enemies they had defeated and how many pirates had been sent to the sea. The relentless battles had also made the Blood Avenger ship's progress difficult, as it lingered at the entrance of the Conquer Kingdom, far from reaching Starlight Island. In the end, Reis, Lexington, and Beethoven took turns resting and fighting, giving their all just to make the pirate ship start moving. Little piglet, let you taste the power of my steel knife. On the enemy ship, a pirate captain brandished a steel knife, provoking Beethoven in front of him. Wellington's four-sword style, War Symphony. However, after fighting for several hours, Beethoven had no desire to waste words. With a burst of his four-sword style, he knocked the pirate captain into the sea. But before Beethoven could catch his breath, a new pirate ship appeared on the horizon. These pirates, huh? Beethoven was furious and jumped up and down. They have no sense of restraint. How can there be so many pirates here? I really poked a hornet's nest. Filled with anger, Beethoven leaped up with his powerful legs, his dual swords and fangs crackling with electricity, and simultaneously unleashed 4 lightning slashes. Lightning four-sword style, string quartet. The 4 bolts of lightning struck the approaching pirate ship one after another, producing a rhythmic and melodious sound. As Beethoven landed back on his ship, he returned to his human form and struck a handsome and elegant pose, slowly sheathing his dual swords. As a gentleman, one must always ensure proper etiquette and never lose composure. There shouldn't be any new enemies popping up now, right? Beethoven worriedly approached the side of the enemy ship, tiptoeing to look out. Suddenly, a grotesque face appeared before him, causing Beethoven's pig hair to stand on end as he rhythmically screamed. On the Blood Avenger's ship, Reis, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at the distant sea. Why hasn't Beethoven come back yet? Are there really that many enemies now? I think I just heard a pig squealing. Did Beethoven encounter some trouble? Reis scratched his still groggy head and said, after fighting for several hours, although the enemies were not strong, it was still quite exhausting. But it should be fine. The gatekeeper dogs here are weak, and Beethoven can definitely handle it. However, these pirates are really noisy, making it impossible for them to sleep well. Soon it's time to change shifts, so I need to take the opportunity to rest more now. Let us activate the Silence Fruit ability to keep things quiet. With that thought, Reis activated the Silence Fruit's ability, creating a soundproof barrier around him. Then, in the atmosphere of absolute silence, Reis peacefully fell asleep. As for Lexington, 2 people sleeping deeply is too dangerous. Let him sacrifice a bit and keep an eye on the surroundings. On the other side, startled by the grotesque face that suddenly appeared at the ship's side, Beethoven jumped up and landed on the back deck with a loud thud. Damn pirates, huh? Just as Beethoven was about to draw his sword, he saw a skinny pirate across from him, looking a bit foolish, smiling apologetically, bending forward with his hands together, appearing harmless. For a moment, Beethoven's half-drawn longsword came to a halt. What is this guy up to? Just when Beethoven was puzzled, several other pirates climbed onto the ship and scathed. These people had one common characteristic. They were all very thin. Grandpa Pig, please don't rush to chop us. We're not here to attack you. A long-haired pirate, who looked like the leader of this group, smiled as he walked up to Beethoven. We're here to join you, Beethoven. Not long after, Reis, still in a dream, felt someone pushing him. What's going on? After deactivating the Silence Fruit's ability, Reis rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up to check the situation. Captain, Beethoven, who had just returned to the Blood Avenger, was momentarily at a loss for words. Behind him, the thin pirates who had just followed him onto the ship were all smiling at Reis. However, their smiles looked more terrifying than crying. What the hell? Beethoven, how did you bring such a group of people aboard? Reis was startled by this group and jumped up from the floor. This matter, it's complicated, Beethoven replied with difficulty. Lexington shook his head helplessly and sighed. Soon after, this suddenly appeared group of oddballs explained their intentions to Reis and the others. In short, they were too weak and had been bullied by other gatekeeper dogs, unable to survive in the Conquer Kingdom, and wanted to change jobs. The drowning dog pal Roya, with a bounty of 3 million berries, is indeed very low. Reis looked at the wrinkled, wet bounty notice handed over by the leader pal and said, "What a pathetic nickname. It seems AVE had a really rough time. Drowning dog pal. I have some impression. It seems they were a pirate crew operating outside the Conquer Kingdom. They couldn't compete with other pirate crews and didn't want to rob ordinary people. So they ended up poor," Dafu said while steering the ship. She had a deep impression of this kind of non-evil pirate, as such pirate crews were too rare. "I didn't expect they'd have such a hard time, even after coming to the Conquer Kingdom. It's tough for honest people nowadays, especially for those who can't fight." Hearing this, Reis became slightly interested. If these people were pirates who didn't kill or rob, he wouldn't feel much psychological burden. "You want to join me?" Reis turned to ask Pal. "Yes. We're bullied by other pirates every day. We're fed up with this kind of life," Pal said with tears in his eyes. "So when we heard that the pirate crew that previously fell under the Black Group's influence was nearby, we decided to take a gamble. From now on, we'll follow Captain Reis." Saying this, Pal and his group of starving, bony brothers knelt down. They were also fishermen from the South Sea, forced out to sea due to protection fees from pirates and taxes from the country. They thought being pirates would allow them to live a little better. But after many years of wandering, they barely survived, still nothing but skin and bones. "You want to join me, but you can't be freeloaders," Reis said as he looked at the skeletal pirates with some helplessness. "Do you have any impressive skills?" Upon hearing impressive skills, Pal's eyes instantly lit up. "Yes, we have. We guarantee your satisfaction. You will definitely accept ours." Chapter 80. Affiliated pirate crew. Are you good at swimming? After listening to Pal's description of himself, Reis thoughtfully examined Pal's entire body. Although he was a bit too skinny, he indeed had a decent streamlined figure. "That's right. We rely on our swimming abilities to survive from other pirates almost every time," Pal said. "If they weren't good at swimming, they would have died countless times already. When their ship was just destroyed by Beethoven, they escaped by swimming. Their ship was just a random old boat they picked up, often replaced. But they always called it the Pal. It was common for their ship to be blown apart like today." Boom! Just as Reis was contemplating, a new enemy appeared in the distance. A cannonball flew towards the Blood Avenger, accompanied by the roar of gunpowder. "These guys are annoying." Reis impatiently turned his head and saw the cannonball shot from the enemy ship flying straight towards him. He immediately extended his right palm, activating his wave power to instantly nullify the impact of the cannonball, catching it in his hand. "Here you go. Wave cannon." The wave power operated again, and the cannonball was shot out in a wave-like trajectory towards the distant enemy ship. The pirates on the enemy ship stared in shock as the spiraling cannonball returned. "Quick, turn the helm. Dodge." The returning cannonball exploded on the enemy ship's right wing, causing a large splash of sea waves, but not causing significant damage to the hull. Reis shook his head helplessly. Not a single blow to finish it off. "It looks like I have to deal with them some more." Just when Reis, Lexington, and Beethoven were about to pick up their weapons and continue fighting, Pal stepped forward to stop them. "Wait, Brother Reis. Let us help you deal with these enemy ships." Reis stopped in his tracks, looking at Pal and the others with confusion. These guys were all skinny and frail. Could they really handle these enemy ships? If they could, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. "You can deal with these fierce guys?" Reis pointed to the enemy ship that had adjusted itself after being bombarded and was charging at them again. "Leave it to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Pal and his crew jumped into the sea at a rapid pace towards the enemy ship. What are these guys planning to do? Reis and Lexington quickly rushed to the side of the ship to look at the surface of the water. To be honest, Pal and his companions were indeed swimming very fast. However, at the same time, Pal's up and down movements were very much in line with his nickname, Drowning Dog. Before long, a group of them swam to the bottom of the enemy ship. The pirates on the enemy ship were completely unaware of Pal's arrival, still waving their weapons and shouting boisterously. Just when Reis wanted to give these oblivious guys a lesson, Pal and the others below began their action. A shiny dagger appeared in Pal's hand. The members of the Pal pirate crew, surrounding the ship, pierced through the bottom of the enemy ship at lightning speed. In no time, the pirates on the ship noticed something was wrong. A large amount of seawater began to flood into the cabin, and the originally arrogant pirates instantly panicked, screaming and scrambling about. The enemy ship, which had been speeding towards the Blood Avenger, quickly stopped and began to sink slowly. Reis was shocked as he watched everything unfold before him. They sank a ship so quickly? Their efficiency is incredible. If they had this skill, why were Pal and his crew still struggling? Before long, the Pal pirate crew, having completed the sinking task, returned to the Blood Avenger, looking at Reis with eager expressions. "You guys are quite capable," Reis said, scanning the group in front of him with surprise. "I didn't expect you could do it like this. You really surprised me. But if your sinking ability is so strong, why are you still struggling?" Lexington, standing nearby, asked the question Reis wanted to know. Pal and his partners exchanged glances and helplessly said, "There was a time when we really did well relying on this skill. But once other pirate crews figured out that we were the ones destroying their ships, trouble began. Without anyone backing us up, those enemies whose ships we sank kept chasing us. After all, this ability only allows us to sink their ships. Ability users are quite rare, and most pirates can swim. So sinking their ships isn't a heavy blow for them. The Pal pirate crew couldn't further attack them after sinking their ships. So those pirates we sank would come after us in every possible way. As long as we weren't in the sea, we were at the mercy of those ruthless pirates. For every ship we sank, we would face the pursuit of one pirate crew. Without support, it became very difficult to handle. Before long, we gave up on this sinking skill until today, when we decided to bring it back to join you, Reis." Pal bowed to Reis, saying, "Please take us in. We promise that along the way, you won't suffer any attacks from gatekeepers. The Pal pirate crew will help sink all the approaching pirate ships." After hearing Pal's plea, Reis scratched his chin and began to ponder. "This is actually a good idea. With Pal and their help to restrict the enemy ship's movements, I can continue sailing smoothly. I can't just keep fighting gatekeepers here, stagnating and wasting energy. All I need to do is provide Pal and the others with backup support. Using the method of sinking ships to make those pirates stop is indeed a good idea. If that's the case, then I agree." Reis snapped his fingers with a smile. Although he couldn't directly take so many people as his main crew, having them as a small affiliated pirate crew was still good. They needed as many troops as possible to attack King William, and every bit counted. Although these guys looked pitifully skinny now, if they could gain some weight and train well, there was a good chance they could transform. They might even develop into a decent naval combat force in the future. From today on, the Pal pirate crew will be my first affiliated force of the Magic Hand pirate crew. Reis's words immediately brought tears of joy to Pal and the others. Oh heavens, it's not easy. Finally, we've attached ourselves to a decent force. This should mean we won't starve anymore, right? However, Reis continued, but next, we will have to face a direct battle with the Conqueror Kingdom here. His gaze swept over the members of the Pal pirate crew before him. If we lose, your next match might also be quite miserable. Pal and his companions exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made up their minds. For so many years, we have suffered discrimination from all pirates, and only Brother Reis has recognized us. Moreover, we believe that the captain will not lose to the Conqueror Kingdom. Pal pirate crew's captain, Drowned Dog Pal Loyal, swears to live and die together with the Devil's Hand pirate crew. Chapter 81. Starlight Island with the help of the Pal pirate crew blocking the attacking pirate ships. The voyage of the Blood Avenger has become much smoother, delving deeper into the territory of the Conqueror Kingdom. Starlight Island is now very close. Daff explained to Reis and Lexington beside her while steering the ship. Next, we shouldn't encounter many guard dogs. Those guys are floating around the border, homeless, and generally don't have the qualifications to enter the depths of the Conqueror Kingdom. The Starlight Island we're heading to is one of the territories of the Conqueror Kingdom, guarded by a well-trained pirate army and one of the 72 knights, the Starlight Knight. Surrounding the main island of the Conqueror Kingdom are dozens of subsidiary islands. Each of these islands is guarded by one of the 72 knights and powerful pirate legions. Moreover, the knights and legions stationed on the inner islands are increasingly formidable. The Magic Hand pirate crew must break through the checkpoints of these islands to reach the main island and meet King William. Most of the 72 knights are pirates with strengths ranging from 10 million to 30 million, which is not too concerning. The troublesome part is their numbers. Both the number of knights and the legions under them are quite daunting. If possible, it's best to avoid direct confrontation with them. These guys are too annoying, Daff said. Avoiding direct confrontation. It's impossible for other pirate crews, but for the Magic Hand pirate crew, it's a piece of cake. Lighthouse's fruit ability combined with excellent navigation skills should be able to find a route that bypasses all the island army's interceptions. But the current problem is that House is not on their ship. So before that, they need to find a pilot first. I wonder where the Bonnie pirate crew is now, Lexington said, looking at a sea chart of the nearby waters, feeling a bit of a headache. Although House left a note saying he was heading to Starlight Island, they don't know when he would arrive or where exactly. One unreliable guy. Reis also doesn't have the ability to duplicate the feed fruit, so they can't even search for the other party's location. I've already spotted Starlight Island. Let's head there first. Beethoven on the lookout pointed at the island appearing ahead. The Blood Avenger immediately increased its speed and sailed toward the island. On Starlight Island, chaos reigned. Countless children and elderly people, wearing ill-fitting clothes, were fleeing in panic. Pirates dressed as Western cowboys shouted and waved their weapons, ruthlessly knocking down these children and elderly. Big Eater Girl, Jolie Bonnie, was sitting on top of a child, devouring a pizza. "You filthy woman. How dare you turn me into a child? I want to—" The Starlight Knight, who had been transformed into a child and was being sat on by Bonnie, gritted his teeth and struggled, trying to reach for the Starlight cross dart that had fallen in the distance. "You're so annoying, just die quietly," Bonnie said as she lifted her right leg, the heel of her brown knee-high boot crashing down heavily on the back of the Starlight Knight's head. The Starlight Knight suffered a severe blow, immediately foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Bonnie's subordinates had also dealt with those pirates who had been turned into children and elderly by Bonnie, returning to their captain's side one after another. House, still in the form of a child, looked at the tragic scene of the pirates and couldn't help but sigh. This woman is as violent as ever, but she is indeed strong. The 72 knights leading their subordinates fought against her, and in just one encounter, they all lost their combat ability. That fruit ability that can change one's own and others' is quite overpowered. When fighting her, one absolutely cannot make contact. I don't understand why the captain likes such a woman, even hiding her large bounty poster in his room. "Captain, we've taken care of everything." A bearded man in a cowboy hat approached Bonnie and said, "There shouldn't be any other forces from the Conquer Kingdom on Starlight Island." Bonnie stuffed the pizza in her hand and her mouth, and, as she stood up, didn't forget to kick the Starlight Knight one more time. "Hey, House!" Bonnie suddenly called his name, startling House. At the same time, he felt extremely troubled. Although he had done his utmost to take this woman on a detour, Bonnie's speed in clearing obstacles was simply too fast. It was as if she had a deep-seated vendetta against King William, eager to rush to his palace and eliminate him. Before heading to Starlight Island, House had taken Bonnie on a winding route, clearing out pirates from the surrounding islands, but it still seemed they arrived too early. Fortunately, he had just used the feed fruit ability to locate Reis, and they were not far away. As long as he could buy some time for the captain and the others to catch up, that would be fine. How do we get to the next island? Bonnie came up to House, pinching his face. With no other choice, House had to activate his ability again to find a route to the next island. Of course, to buy time, this route would surely be the most difficult one he could find. Watching House start to scribble on the map, Bonnie felt that something was off. Or rather, she had sensed it before. This guy seems to be leading her on a detour. "Hey," I said, "House, are you sure this route is okay?" Bonnie suddenly leaned down, looking at the sea chart in House's hand. Although she didn't know much about navigation, she wasn't an idiot. It was obvious when the sea chart looked awkward. "Why do I feel like there's something off about the route you're taking?" In an instant, House's hair stood on end. "Oh no, this woman has noticed something wrong. How's that possible?" House wiped the sweat off his brow, forcing a smile as he spoke. "You did say you would help me get to King William in the most convenient way, and for that, I have endured your nagging for many days," Bonnie said resentfully. For these days, House had been droning on about the alliance between the Magic Hand pirate crew and the Bonnie pirate crew in her ear, and she hadn't held it against him yet. "If you dare to trick me, even if you treat me to a meal, I'll have to teach you a good lesson." In these days, the Bonnie pirate crew had been fighting from dawn till dusk, the journey long and arduous. The route House described as absolutely easy and safe was completely different. "You're not deliberately slowing down my journey to give your silver pirate captain time to catch up to me and facilitate the pirate alliance, are you?" House's face turned pale immediately. Oh no, she has discovered the real purpose. Chapter 82 Meeting at the port of Starlight Island. Besides the ship Gardafu, Reis, Lexington, and Beethoven disembarked from the Scarlet Avenger in turn. At the same time, members of the pirate crew of Pal also climbed ashore from the sea, following Reis. Thanks to their assistance, the pirate ships along the way were sunk before they could get close to the Scarlet Avenger. The coast was now in disarray. Numerous children and elderly people lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. What cruel pirates! They even target the old and the young, Beethoven said angrily. It seems. Not quite. Reis observed the scene closely and said. The children and elderly were wearing clean clothes, with weapons scattered around them. They were not helpless civilians. It looked like a significant conflict had erupted here not long ago. At the same time, Reis sensed a strong aura of devil fruits from these children and elderly. Inside the island, he also sensed 2 devil fruit users. This made the situation very clear. These unfortunate souls were pirates from the island, transformed into this state by Jewelry Bonnie's powers. It seemed that Hosher and Bonnie had already arrived on this island and dealt with the local night brigade. We really came at the right time. Let's go meet them. With that, Reis led Lexington, Beethoven, and Pal into the island, following the sensed energy of the devil fruits. Meanwhile, Hosher was being mistreated in a restaurant on the island. "Since you promised to treat me to a meal, I won't throw you into the sea," Bonnie said with a somewhat annoyed expression, looking like she had just lost her temper, but now that she was eating, she had calmed down. The crew of the Silver Pirate were indeed no good, daring to deceive her and lead her on a wild goose chase right into a pirate gathering point. "Hit harder." "Yes, Captain." Responding, a tall, burly crew member raised his hand high and swung it down hard on a Hosher's backside, who was lying on his lap. The large hand hit Hosher, making him feel like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He was in tears at this moment. What bad luck. This woman is indeed not to be trifled with. Fortunately, I was clever enough to stop her from throwing me into the sea by promising her a meal when she was about to get violent. But this woman eats too much. The last time I treated her to a meal, it emptied half my wallet. This time, I'm afraid I'll lose my entire fortune. Let me think. I've always wanted to try the strongest cuisine of the South Sea. Then you could take me to the Ocean's Flavor Restaurant for a meal, Bonnie said while munching on cheap pizza in the restaurant. Since they had already taken over the island, she could eat whatever she wanted, and this meal certainly didn't tea count as Hosher's treat. It was just a regular morning tea. "You said your captain is coming soon? I just happen to want to have a word with that silver pirate," Bonnie said while stuffing her face with pizza. She had heard a few years ago that Reis was a big silver pirate, and she had even heard that he was very infatuated with her. She had long wanted to deal with him, but unfortunately, she had never encountered him. She never expected this guy to have made a name for himself, and even wanted to seek her out. It wouldn't he do to miss this opportunity to teach him a lesson. "I will stop hitting you when Eric Reis arrives." After saying this, Bonnie fully immersed herself in her meal. Hosher, on the other hand, was still getting slapped by the burly crew member, howling in pain. "Captain, I made a huge sacrifice for you. Even my own backside is at stake. You need to hurry." At this moment, not far away, in the food street, as expected, the Big Eater girl is most likely in a restaurant, Reis said as he continued to walk towards the sense location. It seemed that because of the fighting on the island, the residents had scattered and the restaurants were empty. Soon, the group arrived at the pizza shop where Bonnie was dining and opened the door. A young woman with long pink hair, wearing denim overalls, a white short-sleeve shirt, brown knee-high boots, and heart-shaped lipstick, was currently eating in a very unrefined and astonishing manner, appeared before Reis. Bonnie noticed Reis's arrival and turned her head, continuing to gnaw on a chicken leg while showing a disdainful expression. "The Silver Pirate EricD, Reis, you finally made it." After giving Hosher's backside a few more slaps, the burly crew member finally let him down. "How can it be like this?" Beethoven hurriedly rushed towards Hosher, who was lying on the ground with a swollen backside. Hosher looked at the unfamiliar pig with deep emotion. "How nice. Is this pig a new crew member of the captain? I didn't expect even a pig to be gentler than that Big Eater girl." Smack, smack, smack. The rhythm of the slapping was terrible. Beethoven rushed forward and delivered another round of slaps to Hosher's backside. This time, the sound of slapping and Hosher's cries wove together into a wonderful melody. "Did you see that? It should be like this," Beethoven said sternly to the burly crew member. "Ah, I really learned something. Sorry about that." The burly crew member scratched his head apologetically. Hosher lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "What kind of pig is this? How come even pigs bully me?" Bonnie?" After locking eyes with Bonnie for a moment, Hosher finally managed to squeeze out some words. It was his first time speaking seriously with a character from the original work, and it was even with a woman that the original owner of this body liked, which made it a bit awkward. "Don't talk yet." Bonnie finished the chicken leg in her hand, threw the bone onto the plate, then stood up and walked towards Hosher, extending her right hand towards him. "You look younger than your wanted poster. Then let us turn you into an old man." As she spoke, Bonnie's palm slapped onto Reis's shoulder, activating her DevilFruit ability. In that moment, Reis felt a strange change happening to his body. It felt as if someone was pressing down on his spine, causing Reis to hunch over, his skin becoming rough, his long black hair turning gray, and his already thick silver eyebrows dragging down to the ground. He felt like he had become an 80-year-old man, with all his joints aching. "Reis!" Lexington exclaimed in shock as he looked at the elderly Reis. However, Reis did not panic too much at that moment, because as Bonnie activated her DevilFruit ability on him, his copy fruit also activated. The ability of Bonnie's Age fruit, temporarily called this name until the official name is released, had replaced his silent fruit and was now copied by him. Bonnie, let us get down to business. With that, the Age fruit's ability activated, and Reis's body began to revert from old age back to youth, quickly returning to his original form. Let us form an alliance. Chapter 83. Doesn't Reis versus Jolie Bonnie, you think you could defeat the entire Conqueror Kingdom on your own? That's impossible. If you team up with us, your chances will increase significantly. After hearing Reis's words, Bonnie scoffed. If you want to team up with me, let me test your skills first. With that, Bonnie lunged at Reis with incredible speed once again. This silver thief's copying ability is quite troublesome. After copying his own sway fruit, he can't keep transforming him into a child or an old man for long. He needs to take him out before he changes back. Why do we start fighting without any discussion? Caught off guard, Reis was suddenly punched in the face by Bonnie and flew out of the pizza shop in his child form. Bonnie pressed the attack, snatching a long sword from one of her subordinates and charging out. Wow, dangerous. The child form Reis hurriedly activated the coal fruit, using elementalization to dodge Bonnie's slash, and then took the opportunity to revert back to his original form. This Bonnie, besides her fruit ability, has astonishing physical skills, quite different from those weaklings like Perona and Sugar. This is understandable. After all, Bonnie is the captain herself, and with no one stronger than her to cover her while she uses her abilities, she has to rely on her physical skills to suppress her opponent before using her powers to decide the outcome. If we were to compare, she's of the same type as the Empress. It's annoying that she can copy natural type abilities. Bonnie was furious, raising her long sword and slashing at Reis again. The two engaged in a fierce battle on the street. Lexington, Beethoven, the child form of Haas, and the members of Bonnie's pirate crew all came out of the pizza shop to check the situation. That big eater girl is really fierce and violent. Lexington couldn't help but exclaim. It's unbelievable that the captain likes this type. Even looking at her basic physical abilities, Bonnie is not an easy opponent. She ranks among the top strong fighters in the South Sea. That devil fruit that can change an enemy's age is like cheating. As long as she touches someone, no matter how strong they are, they will lose their ability to resist. The only one who can revert her altered age is Reis because he can copy her fruit ability. Not long after, Reis was hit in the chest by Bonnie again, reverting back to child form, and the Amaterasu in his hand fell to the ground. In a moment of desperation, Reis dodged Bonnie's incoming longsword and slapped her back, turning her into a child as well. The two immediately began to wrestle, constantly changing each other's and their own ages. They transformed between child, old man, youth, and young adult, leaving Lexington and the others completely bewildered. This fight is so strange it's really not gentlemanly. While Beethoven began to mock, he somehow pulled out a violin and started playing music according to the rhythm of Reis and Bonnie's battle. With the background music, the fight between Bonnie and Reis became even more intense. At this point, they had stopped using their abilities and were now two old men and women complaining about their aching backs while hitting each other with all their might. The spectators were at a loss for words. In the end, Lexington and one of the bearded members of Bonnie's crew stepped forward to pull their elderly captain away, bringing the farce to an end. Shortly after, everyone gathered in the largest pizza shop's food warehouse on the island. My God, this is terrifying. Lexington, Beethoven, and Haas stared in shock at the scene before them. Reis, Bonnie, and the members of the PAL pirate crew were sitting around a mountain of pizza, devouring it like a whirlwind. A 10-meter-high pizza mountain was disappearing at a visible speed. Before long, the once full warehouse was emptied by more than half. Bonnie alone is one thing, but how can the PAL crew eat so much? And the captain, when did his appetite become so large? Lexington began to question his life. His own appetite is not small since the energy consumption of strong fighters far exceeds that of ordinary people, so eating a lot is quite normal. But compared to these terrifying individuals, he really doesn't count for much. Today he truly witnessed what a feast looks like. These people are simply terrifying, as if they have black holes in their stomachs. If Dafu were here, the scene would probably be even more spectacular. After an unknown amount of time, all the food in the large warehouse was wiped clean by Reis and Bonnie, leaving only a few large balls rolling on the ground. Oh no, it seems like we ate too much. Pal and his crew rolled uncontrollably on the ground, shouting that it was bad. Lexington, these guys are really pitiful. They must have never had a full meal before. Beethoven, help arrange these balls neatly. While Beethoven was organizing the group of pals who had turned into balls, Lexington and Haas approached Reis. Captain, it's been 3 days since we last met, and I'm seeing you in a new light. Haas exclaimed. Reis wasn't this much of an eater before. There's no helping it. Now I finally understand why Bonnie is a big eater. Reis said helplessly. Using the sway fruit is extremely exhausting. Each activation of this fruit requires a massive amount of energy. So one must maintain a large energy intake to use it without restraint like Bonnie. That's why she needs to eat so much and can eat so much. It seems that this fruit can't be used casually. I need to be careful, or I'll end up starving myself before my opponent is down. Bonnie, can we talk business now? After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Reis said to Bonnie beside him. You can't defeat King William by directly charging into Conqueror. There's no need to waste time and energy on small fry. If you cooperate with us. Reis's gaze shifted to Haas, who he had reverted back to his original form. We can bypass the encirclement of the Conqueror Kingdom's outer islands and directly enter the main island to confront King William. You lot, get into formation and surround Starlight Island. Let us trap them. Make these intruders pay for entering the Conqueror Kingdom. Just as Reis and the others were gorging themselves, a disturbance occurred outside Starlight Island. Pirates arriving from other islands surrounded the entire Starlight Island. 8 knight legions from 8 islands, led by the 14-seat Knight Sea, Angel, the 15-seat Rolling Knight Bow, and the 16-seat Square Knight Shelton, prepare to launch an attack on the enemies on the island. This is bad. Dafu on the Blood Revenge was watching the dark mass of pirates around her. Her brow furrowed, and then she took out the snail phone to contact Lexington. The situation is not good. It seems we are about to have a big battle on this island. Chapter 84. The Transformed PAL crew, something seems off, huh? Beethoven suddenly twitched his nose and said. The air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the scent of unfamiliar crowds. It seemed like there were enemies outside the island. Although it wasn't very clear due to the distance, the fact that it could be smelled from so far away suggested a large scale. Captain, there might be enemies surrounding us from outside the island. Huh? Reis frowned slightly, just about to say something when the phone bug in his pocket rang. Brew. It seems enemies are really coming. Reis quickly took out the phone bug and connected it. The sound of roaring cannon fire instantly exploded from the phone bug, mixed with Dafu's urgent shouts. Captain, a group of pirates from another island is coming. The cannonballs are falling like rain, and even I can hardly dodge them. Hurry back and take them out. I want to say more. Just come back quickly. With a deafening explosion, the phone bug was quickly hung up. This is bad. I probably delayed things too much earlier by having Bonnie clear out too many surrounding pirates. Hosher walked up in a bit of panic, but halfway through his words, he felt the murderous intent coming from Bonnie beside him. Oh no, I accidentally revealed the bad things we did. Forget it. No time to worry about that. The situation isn't good. We need to hurry to the port, Reis said as he picked up Amaterasu and walked towards the warehouse door, simultaneously speaking to Bonnie behind him. Bonnie, although you don't agree to ally with us, can we still fight side by side against a common enemy? How can you say that? Your crew just let it slip that it was you who took me to disturb so many surrounding islands that it turned out like this. Bonnie snorted coldly, standing up and walking towards Reis angrily. Reis, it seems that way. Ahem. Anyway, let us hurry to the port to see the situation. Saying this, Reis turned his head to look for the PAL pirate crew. The pile of round balls arranged by Beethoven had disappeared at some point. Captain, just as Reis was looking for people, a group of figures rushed in from the warehouse door. At the forefront was a handsome young man with naturally curly golden hair, looking very sunny, dressed in a neat sailor suit, followed by others who also looked full of spirit. Looking at this group of people he had never seen before, Reis was puzzled. Who are you? I'm PAL. I was worried that my clothes weren't suitable and would embarrass you. So I used the belly you just gave me to wash up my brothers and changed into new clothes. The golden-haired, naturally curly boy said with a cheerful smile. Reis was instantly shocked. What the heck? This is PAL? Is he really the same person as that skinny bamboo stick just now? The crew members of the PAL pirate crew behind him also looked like completely different people, as if they had been reborn. You, how old are you? Reis asked PAL, reporting to the captain. I'm 20 years old this year. PAL replied robustly. Reis was momentarily speechless. He previously thought PAL and the others looked like a bunch of middle-aged men, but it turned out they were just teenagers. You have changed quite a bit. Lexington stepped forward and remarked. Huh, really? PAL scratched his head and said, maybe it's because we used to be hungry, and now we're full. Reis was instantly at a loss for words. Is there really such a big difference between being full and hungry? The pirate world is truly amazing. However, these guys look much more spirited than before. It seems that bringing them under my command was not a wrong decision. PAL and their potential doesn't seem bad. Very good. Very spirited. Reis nodded with satisfaction, patting Pal on the shoulder. Next, let us go to the port to face the enemy. Yes, outside Starlight Island. At the port, the sound of cannon fire was continuous, with countless cannonballs flying out from the pirate fleet, crashing into the waves ahead. A red figure was nimbly weaving through the surging waves, dodging all the cannonballs with astonishing speed. Damn, what is wrong with this ship? What high-tech is this? The sharp-nosed, triangular-bodied knight Angelo was furious, slamming the ship's edge as he watched the Blood Avenger skillfully maneuvering through the waves and dodging all the cannon fire. What high-tech engine is loaded on this ship? It doesn't look like it. A two-masted sailing ship couldn't possibly have such freakish speed, reflexes, and agility. It must be on drugs. No, Angelo, there is someone at the helm of that ship. It looks like a little girl in white. The round-bodied knight, Bo said, peering through his binoculars at the fast-moving Blood Avenger. But due to the ship's speed and the surrounding splashes and smoke, he couldn't see the details clearly. Forget it. No matter if it's high-tech or a skilled helmsman, can they deal with so many of our ships? The square-faced knight Shelton said as he raised his square shield. Fleet, move forward and stop that ship. Engage in close combat. With Shelton's command, the Horned Square fleet began to advance, closing the distance to the Blood Avenger. Dafa was anxious. Although she was confident in her driving skills, dealing with an entire pirate fleet in a single ship was certainly beyond her capabilities. Where are the captain and the others? I can see clearly now. The helmsman of that ship is a beautiful little girl. Both continued to look ahead with his binoculars, excitedly licking his lips. Such a delicate girl has such great driving skills. It's a rare sight. She must be captured as a trophy. I'm going first. The impatient Bo immediately grabbed 2 hammers and jumped into the water, rolling forward like a ball, charging towards the Blood Avenger. Dafu's situation was dire. At this moment, Reis, who had arrived at the port, looked at Dafu, who was being cornered by the pirate fleet, and was anxious. Lexington, go provide support. Yes, Captain. Lexington quickly drew his golden axe and dashed across the water. Reis waved his hands, using the power of the wave fruit to propel himself, Hosher, and Beethoven towards the Blood Avenger. Pal and the others also quickly rushed towards the coast, preparing to provide support from the sea. Bonnie watched as Reis and his group flew away in an instant, stomping her feet on the shore in frustration, feeling helpless. This silver thief flies so fast. Have they forgotten about us? No one in Bonnie's pirate crew can fly, and their ship was destroyed, so there was no way to fight back. Chapter 85. Rolling ball, that silver-browed guy should be the captain of the Magic Hand Pirates, EricD and Reis. Anger said as he watched the figure appear on the coast. They actually returned so quickly. But it doesn't matter. How could few of them deal with our joint fleet of 8 night orders? Campbellshiz, Rad Sipton, charge your ships forward, land on the shore, and wipe out those people over there. Shelton pointed at the Bonnie pirates on the shore and issued orders to the Knight Campbellshiz, Knight Rad Sipton, and the other 5 knights. Yes, the 29th Knight Campbellshiz and the 30th Knight Rad seemed to be from the Long Leg and Long Arm tribes, respectively. Campbellshiz's legs looked like compasses, making him look quite comical. A ladder several dozen meters long suddenly extended from Rad's ship towards the coast. In an instant, 5 knights led a large number of pirates, armed with weapons, rushing down the ladder directly toward the shore. Seeing that super long ladder spanning the sea, Reis couldn't help but be astonished. Wow, I didn't expect these guys to have such tricks. The other 5 knights will be handled by Bonnie and the others. Reis's gaze quickly locked onto the 3 largest pirate ships in the middle. The Knight Angler, Knight Roller, and Knight Square, who were ranked in the teens, were the core combat power of this fleet. Hogs, go support Daff on the ship. Lexington, that ball in the sea is up to you. I'll go with Beethoven to deal with those 2 on the ship. Pal, just sink any ship you can. As Reis issued commands, he threw Hogs towards the Blood Avenger, then charged towards Anger's triangular dagger and Shelton's square steel shield with Beethoven. Pointing gun, arriving at the surface above the sea, Lexington extended his right index finger, piercing towards the rolling figure in the water like a bullet. Puff! The pointing gun deeply pierced into Bo's belly, but strangely, no blood splattered, and Bo did not let out any scream. Hee! Bo grinned wickedly, swinging his dual hammers violently towards Lexington. Oh no! What the hell is this? Iron block. With his finger stuck inside Bo's body, Lexington couldn't dodge and could only activate iron block, bracing his head against the hard hammer. Bang! Bo's 2 hammer strikes made Lexington see stars and also allowed him to pull his finger out of Bo's body, stepping back into the air. Is this due to the thick layer of fat? Lexington looked incredulously at the layer of grease hanging from his finger. Because he was too fat. His pointing gun didn't hit the vital spot? What the hell is this? Rolling impact. Just as Lexington was shocked, Bo's body spun rapidly in the water, like a high-speed rotating iron ball, rushing into the air and smashing into Lexington. Pointing gun axe. Lexington gritted his teeth, channeling his strength into the axe tip, thrusting downward to meet Bo's upward assault. This fat guy isn't too strong, just hard to deal with because he rolls so much. Crack. The fully powered axe thrust was actually deflected by the rotating sphere using a disengagement method, allowing Bo to continue upward, crashing into Lexington. What the hell? Lexington hurriedly sidestepped to avoid Bo's attack, then used shave to create distance, simultaneously sweeping his legs. Storm, foot crescent twin blades. Two arc-shaped slashes flew out rapidly, aiming at the pursuing sphere. However, this high-speed rotating ball was easily hit. Bo sidestepped and managed to dodge the two Stormfoot attacks. My rolling ball form is invincible. Bo left maniacally. I don't care how strong your attack is. It will all be neutralized by my high-speed, rotating spherical body. Frog at the bottom of the well. Come see the power of the knights under William. Lexington sneered disdainfully. Call him a frog at the bottom of the well? He trained in Marinvondo since he was young and has seen many strong fighters. Just a fat guy who can play some tricks. Aside from that rolling ball being a bit troublesome, everything else is nothing to mention. You say your rolling ball form is invincible, right? Lexington quickly charged towards the incoming Bo, his left hand clawing like a talon at his opponent. You say your ball is powerful when it rolls. Then I'll just make you stop. Give me a break. Boom. Lexington's finger strength acted on the high-speed rotating sphere, forcibly stopping Bo's body. Bo, who was stopped barehanded by Lexington, showed an expression of disbelief in midair. What's wrong with this man? How could he break my rolling ball form with just a few fingers of strength? The title of frog at the bottom of the well. I'll return it to you. Lexington sneered, raising his right hand high with the golden axe 10 commandments. Go to the sea bottom and be a frog. Storm axe. Lexington's battle axe unleashed a powerful air blade, striking Bo's chest violently, instantly shooting out a large amount of blood. Bo screamed, his eyes rolling back, and plummeted straight into the sea, creating a massive splash before completely disappearing. After dealing with the rolling knight Bo, Lexington returned to the Blood Avenger. With Hogg's ability, Daff successfully navigated the ship to a safe area. These guys are of average strength. My mission is complete. I'll leave the rest to the captain and the others. Lexington bandaged his scraped left finger while looking at the swirling pirate fleet in the distance. Thanks to Pal and the others' efforts, several pirate ships were leaking and sinking, while some had already been burned by Reis. The members of the Bonnie pirates on the shore had also nearly wiped out the other 5 knights. It seems these guys can't hold out much longer. The fleet composed of 8 knights is also crumbling under the combined attack of the Bonnie pirates and the Magic Hand pirates. But after all, it's still just 8 knight orders. Hoggs walked up to Lexington and said, excluding the 5 lower-ranked knights previously wiped out by Bonnie, we've only defeated 13 knights so far, and there are still 59 knights in the Conquer Kingdom. If we take them on one by one, it will be tough. Even if we can hold on, our ship won't be able to. If the following knights prepare to deal with us and don't confront us head-on at sea, it will be even more troublesome. So, I'll still plan the route, avoiding all island defenses, heading straight for the main island where William is located. Hoggs said confidently with a smile. In such a situation, the power of his DevilFruit would be fully displayed. Chapter 86 Strange Image on the Triangular Blade. The pirates fell one by one under Reis's fierce attack, and the sails were engulfed in flames. Reis swung Amaterasu and walked toward the last standing Sea Angel. Angel looked at the wrecked pirate ship, gritting his teeth and tightening his grip on the knight's spear. How could this pirate be so strong? All of my subordinates were taken out without a scratch? It seems that it's up to me, Angel, a loyal knight under King William, to eliminate this detestable invader. With that, Angel raised his spear and charged at Reis. The spear whipped up a fierce wind, letting out an angry whistle as it aimed for Reis's throat. However, this aggressive spear did not change Reis's calm expression in the slightest. A pirate with a bounty of less than 50 million had no ability to resist in front of him. Angel's spear was caught by Reis, forcefully stopped in midair. This guy's spear technique is just half-baked, and he has no desire to spar with him at all. How is this possible? My spear cannot be. Angel trembled in disbelief, desperately pushing the spear forward, but remained completely still. Enough with the trash talk. My ears are about to get calluses from hearing it. Reis said calmly, raising the flame, spear, Amaterasu with his other hand. Let me give you a lesson. Immerse yourself in it and experience it carefully. A spear is used like this. In the blink of an eye, Amaterasu lunged forward like a fierce tiger, and before Angel could react, the burning spear completely pierced through the armor he was wearing, deeply embedding itself in his body. Did you learn? Reis asked with a smile. The dual pain of cutting and burning began to blur Angel's consciousness. How could this be? Before Angel could finish his sentence, Reis snatched the knight's spear from his hands and stabbed him again. No more of that. How could this be? Trash talk. Angel, pierced by 2 spears, could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. A mere triangle dares to be so arrogant. It's truly disrespectful, Reis said as he pulled out Amaterasu, causing waves of force under his feet as he leaped into the air, aiming his spear at the ship below and unleashing a wave of flames. Amidst the raging fire, the triangular blade slowly sank. Meanwhile, Beethoven was attacking an iron block on the 4-sided steel shield ship. His long sword continuously slashed at the iron block, playing a rhythmic melody. The pirates on this ship had already fallen, leaving only the square knight Sheldon still holding on. This guy was like a square turtle. With his armor and square shields folded in, he looked like he had hidden himself in an iron box, impervious to attack. The iron block had countless sword marks from Beethoven's strikes, but remained unbreakable. Oomph. A mere pig thinks it can break my strongest defense? Sheldon said proudly from within the iron block. My armor and shields are made from reinforced steel. Their performance far exceeds that of ordinary steel. No one can break it. Upon hearing this, Beethoven suddenly stopped attacking, scratching his pig head in contemplation. Performance far exceeds that of steel? Right? I could try that. Electric discharge, Beethoven said as he gripped the sword handle tightly, pressing the tip of the sword against the square box. The unique electric discharge ability of the fur tribe was instantly maximized by Beethoven. A large amount of electric current flowed through the long sword and into the square box, completely absorbed by the high-performance armor and shields, causing Sheldon inside to scream in agony. I'm going to die. Unable to endure it any longer, Sheldon awkwardly abandoned the box shape, completely exposing his weakness to Beethoven. Gentleman S. Sword Style, Electric Light Symphony. Beethoven seized the opportunity, drawing his sword in a slashing motion, knocking the electrified Sheldon to the ground. Looking at his fallen opponent, Beethoven elegantly sheathed his sword and adjusted his top hat. Test completed. Your armor's conductivity and thermal conductivity are also far superior to ordinary metals. Great material. In fact, if you weren't wearing this armor, I would have had a much harder time dealing with you. With the fall of the last knight, Sheldon, the pirate fleet led by 8 knights, was officially annihilated. Reis defeated the Corner Knight C. Angel, Lexington defeated the Rolling Knight Bow, and Beethoven defeated the Square Knight Sheldon. Dozens of pirate ships sank into the sea thanks to the efforts of the PAL crew, while the remaining 5 lower-ranked knights were also dealt with cleanly by Bonnie, who took them out with a slap each. Aside from Lexington suffering a minor injury and 2 ships, the Jewel Margaret Pizza and the Blood Avenger, sustaining varying degrees of damage, there were no significant losses. Shortly after, the Bonnie pirate crew met up with the members of the Magic Hand pirate crew on shore. Silver Thief, you really know how to steal the spotlight. Using your ability to fly to take those tough opponents for yourself, and leaving the scraps for me to deal with? Bonnie said to Reis, not in a good mood. To be precise, those pirates were all of a low level. Reis scratched his head and flashed a brilliant smile. Besides, I was protecting a lady. Idiot. This is a competition between pirates. How dare you, Silver Thief, talk about protecting women? I'll kick you into being a woman. Bonnie and Reis started fighting again, turning each other into children, and for a moment, the 2 infants rolled around on the ground. The big bearded members of the Bonnie pirate crew could only rush forward to separate the 2 little infants. It feels like these 2 have an inexplicable strange compatibility. Daphne looked at the girl infant angrily pointing at the boy infant and tilted her head in confusion. Maybe this is what they call love-hate relationship. Haas thought for a moment and said, maybe. After all, looking at how Reis tirelessly let me hit his head on the ship, he seems to have some special quirks. Lexington spread his hands and said helplessly. Meanwhile, Reis accepted Bonnie's scolding while listening to the crew's conversations nearby, feeling quite speechless. What is this all about? Even Lexington is saying such strange things. My image seems to have unknowingly turned into something very strange, and it feels like it can't be changed back. Chapter 87. Pirate Alliance. In the end, Bonnie agreed to temporarily establish a pirate alliance with Reis. Several shipwrights went aboard to repair the holes made by the Knight Legion, while Hosher ran off to find a direct route to the main island using his abilities. The rest of the group gathered together to discuss their next strategy. Since there were already 8 night factions working together to eliminate them, King William must have made preparations on the main island as well. Lexington said as he pulled out a thick stack of bounty notices. Although they could avoid most island military intercepts thanks to Hosher's abilities on the main island, they would still face conflicts with the top-ranking knights. King William would definitely gather his most capable subordinates around him. As he spoke, Lexington laid out the bounty notices one by one. Most of the 72 knights had bounties, but only 3 of them had bounties exceeding 50 million. The chief knight, Paper Knight, known as the Guardian of King William, had a bounty of 70 million berries. The deputy knight, Ruler, straightforward and direct, had a bounty of 55 million berries. And the third knight, Eraser Knight, elusive and hard to trace, also had a bounty of 55 million berries. All 3 were ability users. The most troublesome enemies they were about to face were King William, Queen Mary, and these 3 strongest knights. There are so many difficult subordinates. It's definitely more challenging than dealing with Black, Reis remarked as he looked at the fierce faces on the bounty notices. However, the fact that there were many ability users on the opposing side might not be a bad thing for him. If any of their abilities were particularly strong, he would have the chance to replicate them. But his biggest dilemma now was the limitation of being able to store only 3 DevilFruit abilities. He didn't know how much he needed to grow to accommodate more abilities. In any case, everyone should be mentally prepared. Even if they only had to face the forces of the main island, they would still face a fierce battle. As Lexington finished introducing the situation, Hosher and the shipwrights also completed their work and returned to the group. I've already mapped out the sailing route. If there are no other issues, we can set off now, Hosher said as he approached Reis. Reis nodded slightly and looked at the shipwright from the PAL pirate crew. Report, Captain Reis. The Blood Avenger has been repaired. Additionally, we've also repaired a less severely damaged enemy ship to serve as the new PAL. The shipwright from the PAL pirate crew reported energetically. Due to frequently being chased to the point of abandoning ships, they basically had to change pirate ships every week. And each ship was a random piece of junk they picked up, though they all shared the name, PAL. This also honed the shipwright skills to an extraordinary level, allowing them to repair ships at an unbelievable speed. Reis nodded appreciatively. Not bad, not bad. These guys have great potential. However, it's somewhat embarrassing that the affiliated pirate crew has shipwrights, but we don't have one on our ship yet. We can't keep relying on PAL to help us repair ships. Dafu's ship repair skills are quite average. It seems we need to find a crew member for the shipwright position quickly. Captain, our ship is already very worn out. It probably won't last much longer, Dafu said helplessly as she approached Reis. We need to find a new ship, along with a shipwright, cook, and doctor. We are still short of many people. Bonnie, listening to Reis and Dafu's conversation, was quite speechless. What kind of people are these? They clearly defeated the powerful pirate crew of the South Sea. Yet there are only 4 people and a pig, including the captain. They barely managed to add an affiliated faction just a couple of days ago. They don't even have a shipwright, cook, or ship doctor on board. It sounds incredibly unreliable. Can I really form a pirate alliance with these people? Ahem. Let's talk about these things later. We should focus on defeating King William first. Reis coughed awkwardly a couple of times and quickly turned to walk towards the Blood Avenger. Sigh. The captain keeps saying he will recruit people soon. But after such a long time, he has only managed to recruit a pig. Hosher looked at Beethoven, somewhat speechless. Musicians, swordsmen, and pets are not exactly urgent positions. Impertinent. They'll look down on pigs, Beethoven said confidently, patting his chest. This pig is very strong, Not long after, the prepared pirate alliance set sail again. Under Hosher's guidance, 3 pirate ships headed toward the sea ahead. The passionate music played by Beethoven invigorated the pirates, raising their spirits. This time, they had only one goal, the final island, the main island where King William resided, located at the center of the Conqueror Kingdom. Silver Thief, remember this. After we defeat King William, we will be enemies. I will definitely take you down then. Bonnie said, shaking her fist at Reis, who was on the adjacent ship. No problem. I'll fight alongside you then. Reis replied with a bright smile. Bonnie really was as rough as Blackbeard said. However, her crew was quite honest, already getting along well with Hosher and the others. If this continued, he might even be able to recruit Bonnie as a crew member. Unfortunately, their appetites were too big. With Bonnie and Dafu around, if he frequently used the age fruit in battle, there would be 3 big eaters, and without a good cook, it would be hard to manage. Speaking of which, the DevilFruit indeed has significant limitations. Reis muttered to himself as he stood at the bow of the ship. The age fruit, while powerful, consumes too much energy. The stronger the person whose age he wants to change, the more physical energy it consumes. That's why Bonnie can eat so much without gaining weight. It was unrealistic for him to use this fruit freely in battle. Besides the age fruit, other devil fruits probably have various different limitations as well. For him, it wasn't enough for a fruit to be powerful. He couldn't just use any fruit at will. To a large extent, devil fruits also require the user to master a certain level of skills to exert their true power. For example, the surgery fruit, while expensive and strong, would likely be ineffective in the hands of someone like him with no medical knowledge. He wouldn't be able to replicate Law's strength. To be able to use kids' abilities well in the future, I should probably brush up on my knowledge of machinery and electromagnetism. Reis thought with a headache. The copy fruit has infinite possibilities, but it also has very strict requirements for the user. To face the upcoming challenges, he must work twice as hard. Chapter 88. The calm before the storm. Have they been defeated? The joint fleet formed by Angel and the others. Cut. 9. The royal throne room of the main island of the Conquer Kingdom. King William listened to Carolyn's report. Yes, we lost contact with them not long ago. See Angel, Bo, Shelton, all their phones are unreachable. I'm afraid the situation is dire, Carolyn reported truthfully. Hearing this, King William furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on the hilt of the golden sword. Although he had mentally prepared for their potential defeat when Angel volunteered for battle, he never expected the entire fleet to be wiped out so quickly with no chance to escape. It seems that the Devil's Hand pirates and the Bonnie pirates are much stronger than I imagined. I cannot afford to underestimate them. Those two fools, Encoresaurus and Black, met their downfall because they underestimated the newcomers. I must not follow in their footsteps. What should I be wary of regarding the Devil's Hand pirates? King William asked Carolyn. According to our previous investigation, the Devil's Hand pirates consist of 5 members, all elite pirates with officer-level strength. The captain, EricD Reis, has a bounty of 100 million berries and possesses the copy fruit ability. It seems he has copied Black's cold fruit and Crispet's vibration fruit. The vice captain, Lexington Justice, has a bounty of 50 million berries and was originally a Navy lieutenant commander. He is skilled in the 6 powers and trained at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. There are also Beethoven, a guardian from Schwain Island who has gained some fame in the South Sea, and the notorious bounty hunter, Lighthouse, who has taken down several pirate crews in just a few days as part of their crew. Besides these 4, there is also a helmsman whose true strength is unknown but seems to possess excellent steering skills. None of the 5 can currently use hockey. Carolyn dug up the previous investigation results regarding the Devil's Hand pirates and reported to King William. After listening to Carolyn's introduction, King William nodded slightly. So, they're an elite pirate crew? Such characters are more difficult to deal with to some extent. I must pay extra attention to Captain Reis's ability as a copy fruit user. I need to personally separate him from Mary and Carolyn, who are all ability users. As for the Bonnie pirates, I have a clear understanding of their situation. Most of the crew poses no special threat, mainly because of their captain, Jolie Bonnie, the daughter of my old rival, Bartholomew Kuma, who requires special caution. Notify the station garrison on each island to abandon all islands except the main island and return to the capital for defense. After pondering for a moment, King William said to Carolyn, Your Majesty, are you referring to all the garrison troops? Carolyn asked in surprise, confirming with King William. This decision is somewhat sudden. Originally, withdrawing the top 10 knights to defend the main island has already strained the operations of the Conquer Kingdom. If all the knights are recalled now, it is inevitable that unrest will occur. If Angel and the others were wiped out so quickly, the other knight regiments would have no chance against those guys if they encountered them head-on. Whether Reis and Bonnie choose to annihilate our station troops one by one or opt to bypass them, it is meaningless for us to split our forces outside. It is better to concentrate all our strength and face them head-on the main island. King William said with a cold smile. These kids think they can fight against me. They are so naive. As long as I do not let my guard down or underestimate them, it is impossible for these 2 newly emerging pirate crews to defeat the vast Conquer army. Understood. I will act according to your orders. Carolyn immediately bowed to King William and turned to leave the royal platform. King William looked down at the thousands of Conquer troops, feeling quite pleased. Even if every member of the Devil's Hand pirates can take on 100, my knights far outnumber them and possess greater strength. Come on, I am here, wielding the power of an entire kingdom, waiting for your arrival. In the seas of the Conquer Kingdom, the waters are currently calm. It is now approaching evening, and the sky is gradually darkening. Reis stood at the bow of the Blood Avenger, feeling the faint sea breeze and gazing at the ocean ahead. For some reason, he always had a foreboding feeling. What kind of trial awaits them on the main island? Upon reflection, it seems he had taken for granted that King William was like Black, overly arrogant, swollen with pride, and reckless. But as the king of a vast kingdom, commanding countless warriors, could this guy be smarter and more cautious than he thought? Whatever, I can't think too much. Reis shook his head vigorously, driving away the random thoughts. Worrying too much will not make one a king of the seas. In the world of One Piece, the path for ordinary pirates to become kings is extremely rugged. They must survive through life-and-death situations time and again to gradually reach the peak. If one retreats out of fear, it is equivalent to being eliminated by the sea. Having come this far, there is only one thing I can do. That is to use every means to drag King William down from his throne, using him as a stepping stone for my advancement. Although strategy is important, it seems the sea unexpectedly favors fools. Reis couldn't help but complain. Meanwhile, on the Jewel Margaret Pizza, Bonnie, after finishing her 5th main meal of the day, sat on the deck, starting to daydream out of boredom. Upon reflection, this Eric Reis does not seem to be as abnormal as rumored. Seeing his reaction, so normal, actually left her somewhat baffled. I don't know if he's pretending or if the newspaper reports were mistaken. Whatever, it doesn't matter. He's just a tool. My goal has always been to drag that King William, who attempted to harm my father, down from his throne. Thinking of this, Bonnie's forehead bulged with veins. I still remember clearly how King William used underhanded means against my father to compete for the title of Warlord of the Sea. Since my father doesn't have the time to settle this score, I, as his daughter, will take on the task. The 3 pirate ships sailed towards a final battlefield in a tranquil sea. At this speed, they would reach the main island by early tomorrow morning. The Devil's Hand pirates and the Bonnie pirates began to rest and prepare for tomorrow's great battle. Reis also left the bow and returned to his room to rest. Tomorrow morning when I wake up, I will be the final showdown with Prince William. Chapter 89. A dazzling way to land on the island dawn breaks. The 59 knights who gathered last night, leading their respective knight orders, have armed the entire main island to the teeth. A total of 30,000 troops and dozens of pirate ships have firmly secured all the ports. At this moment, this island, which is the core of the Conquer Kingdom, is as solid as gold soup. In the early morning, thick fog envelopes the sea. 3 pirate ships break through the mist, slowly heading towards the island. This doesn't feel right. On the Blood Avenger, as it approaches the main island, Beethoven suddenly twitches his ears a few times. He can now almost hear the commotion on the main island. The enemy forces they're about to face seem a bit overwhelming. Given the situation, there is no need to worry too much about troop numbers anymore. With the flame gun in hand, I'm having a hard time observing the situation ahead from the bow. Said Reis, the battle is already on the verge of starting, and it must be fought. Even if there's a vast difference in troop strength, this fight must go on. Moreover, the focus of this battle is whether they can defeat King William. As long as they can defeat this ruler of the Conquer Kingdom, his army will collapse without a fight. Behind Reis, Lexington also furrows his brows, observing the situation. The fog at sea today is too thick, severely obstructing their vision. Even Lexington's sharp golden eyes cannot see clearly through the mist. Of course, such thick fog has its pros and cons. They can't see the enemy, but the enemy can't see them either. This means the enemy cannot pinpoint their position on the sea, thus avoiding the situation of their pirate ships being surrounded by a large fleet. Hey, Silver Pirate, is there really a need to dawdle? Bonnie's voice came from the Jewel Marguerite Pizza. Yeah, at this point, we can only fight with all our might. Reis nodded, his face filled with fighting spirit. Daff, set the Blood Avenger to full speed. Once we land on the island, you and Powell will stay back and deal with the pirate fleet. It would be best if you could hold up some of their forces. Lexington chimed in, Hawes, Beethoven, and all members of Bonnie's pirate crew. Our mission is to clear all obstacles for the 2 captains and bring them to King William and Queen Mary. Let's go. The 3 pirate ships surged forward at full speed, soon breaking free from the thick fog and arriving directly in front of the main island. At this moment, the vanguard forces of the Conquer Kingdom met the pirate alliance head-on. Several knights led their troops, blocking the coast, their countless eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated on the invaders aboard the 3 pirate ships. Fire! The 4th seat, Jagged Knight, Sodus, raised his jagged blade high, baring his sharp teeth as he issued the order. They actually used the fog as cover to come right to the coast. Damn them. The 5th seat Line Knight, Ryan, snorted coldly, swinging his line saw. In an instant, a torrent of pirate knights, armed with weapons, charged forward with shouts, blocking the entire port. The enemy's numbers are greater than expected. Lexington's expression grew serious. Just at the port, there are nearly 10 knights leading the defense. Does this mean King William has deployed all his forces to the main island? What a cunning guy. Leave it to you, Daff. The warriors for the island battle will go to Pal's ship, Reis said, waving his hand into the air as a massive wave of energy immediately intercepted the cannonballs raining down from above. Back off, Reis roared, pushing his arm forward with all his might, causing countless cannonballs to be repelled back, exploding the first batch of pirate ships approaching them. After blocking a batch of cannonballs, Reis jumped onto Pal's ship. At this moment, Lexington, Hawes, Beethoven, and everyone from Bonnie's pirate crew, except for the helmsman, had already arrived on Pal's ship. Meanwhile, Pal and his crew jumped into the sea, preparing to ambush the enemy ships from the water. Captain, I'll take both ships for now, Daff said, straining to turn the helm, as the Blood Avenger suddenly twisted in the waves, heading back into the thick fog. The Jewel Marguerite Pizza was connected to the rear of the Blood Avenger with a large iron chain. The two ships were now united, with Daff at the helm and Bonnie's pirate crew's helmsman as the co-pilot. With today's fog, these two pirate ships would take on the responsibility of drawing enemy fire. Understood. Everyone hold on tight, Reis said as he used the wave power to fly to the back of Pal's ship, his hands lightly dipping into the water below the stern. Raging sea waves. The power of the wave fruit was fully unleashed, creating astonishing ripples in the sea. The massive waves, with a clever force, lifted Pal's ship directly into the air, soaring towards the distant coast. The people on the ship were suddenly startled by the ship's abrupt descent, and screams erupted one after another. Everyone clung tightly to the ship's railing, helm, mast, and anything they could grasp to ensure they didn't fly off Pal's ship. What kind of reckless behavior is this, Silver Pirate? Bonnie shouted angrily at Reis in midair. On the coast, Sodus, Ryan, and the 10 knights, along with hundreds of soldiers, were also startled by this maneuver. What kind of operation is it to throw a ship onto the shore? This EricD and Reis is too terrifying. Quick, everyone get out of the way. As the sailing ship approached at an alarming speed from the air, Ryan realized something was wrong and quickly led his subordinates to retreat. Just a mere ship. I'll chop it down. On the other side, Sodus gritted his teeth and raised his large saw, choosing to stand directly in front of Pal's ship. Oh no, it seems to be out of control. In the back, adjusting the direction of Pal's ship with the power of the wave fruit, Reis quickly sensed something was off. Moving an entire ship seemed not as easy as he imagined. In an instant, the bow of Pal's ship suddenly sank down, the entire front of the ship tilted downwards, tail up, and it was inverted. Amidst the screams, the people on the ship were thrown into the air like beans spilled from a pot, flying towards the beach of the port. Boom! The bow of Pal's ship, also flying towards the coast, collided violently with Sodus, who was trying to stop just one ship. The massive force of the ship combined with the wave power directly crushed this fourth-seat knight, saw and all, into the ground. The challenge of the jagged line against the wave line was over before it even began. Originally meant to land directly, Pal's ship was propelled into the air once more by the residual wave power, charging towards the pirate knights who had managed to escape the crushing range of the sailing ship. Accompanied by a series of horrified screams, Pal's ship slid along the coast, crushing a large group of knight troops into disarray. Reis stared in astonishment at the scene on the shore, momentarily unsure of what to do. He originally planned to use a cool method to land on the island, directly using the power of the wave fruit to smoothly bring the ship ashore. But it seems he overestimated his control. Now half of the army on the shore, along with several knights, have been taken out by his own ship. This result doesn't seem too bad. The Devil Hand pirates and Bonnie pirates, who fell on the beach but weren't seriously hurt, slowly got back on their feet. It looks like the captain's cool landing operation has failed. Haas sarcastically commented. How unchivalrous, Beethoven said, dissatisfied, as he brushed the sand off his body. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bonnie, covered in sand and looking disheveled, was trembling with anger, furious. Damn silver thief. Does he want to murder them? She would definitely take care of that damn guy sooner or later. Chapter 90. Conqueror's Hockey. Those little brats arrived quite quickly. On the king's high platform in the parade square, King William sneered as he listened to the commotion coming from afar. Quite a stir they've made. Beside him, Galoran, having confirmed the intelligence from the port, quickly ascended the king's high platform and knelt on one knee before King William. My king, intelligence from the front lines. The Demon Hand pirates and the Bonnie pirates have all landed at the west port for battle. After verification, there should be no situation of splitting forces. Upon hearing Galoran's report, King William threw his head back and let out a thunderous laugh that shook the entire area, then lifted his golden sword. slowly standing up with his massive body. Queen Mary beside him also let out a sharp laugh, rising with her long-handled scythe, following King William. Very well. It seems they don't plan to play tricks and are going to confront me head-on, King William said as he stepped towards the edge of the high platform. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, King William, towering at 7 meters and weighing several tons, jumped down from the high platform, landing heavily in the center square, creating a massive pit from the terrifying impact. The astonishing aura caused the guard troops present to collectively gasp in shock, instinctively stepping back a few paces. King William stood facing the main gate of the palace, holding his giant sword. This should be the route that Reis and the others will take when they arrive. My king, what should we do? Galoran asked as he followed King William down from the high platform, his body floating lightly like a piece of paper, eventually landing softly on the ground. Gather all forces to the Westport. Aren't those guys planning to battle me head-on? Then let it be as they wish. Saying this, King William's massive body began to move, slowly walking towards outside the city. Mary, Galoran, ruler, Irzel, you four just wait in the palace. I will take care of EricD. As for Bonnie and Lexington's subordinates, you find opportunities to take care of them. Remember, you four are ability users and must not come into contact with that guy who ate the copy fruit. We will obey the king's orders. At the Westport, the reorganized Bonnie Reis Pirate Alliance began marching toward the palace deep within the island. Countless night troops surged like a tide towards them. The enemy's numbers probably exceed 10,000, Lexington said while continuously knocking down the enemies rushing towards him. He had started counting earlier, and currently, there were already 20 to 30 knights appearing before them. It seems that this island has gathered most of King William's forces from the Conquer Kingdom for some time now. Even several of the top 10 knights have appeared on the battlefield, and the jagged knight Sodus, who had been crushed into the ground by Reis's ship, has somehow stood up again and returned to battle. These top-ranking knights are not weak. Although there are no truly formidable foes, the overwhelming number of enemies still makes Reis, Bonnie, and Lexington feel very troubled. Hawes used his ability, but couldn't find a quick route to the royal city. There's no way. The enemies are piled up too densely, with no gaps at all. Any path taken is the same. Damn it. We can't waste time and energy on these countless troops, Reis said, delivering a punch that sent a large group of enemies flying. These guys can't pose much threat to him, but they can greatly drain his stamina. If they fight their way to the palace like this, facing King William in a less than full state would greatly reduce their chances of winning. Beside him, Bonnie also gave up on using her ability to turn enemies into children and chose to use her fists and feet to knock down the incoming foes. The enemy numbers are simply too many. If she turned each one into a child, she would probably starve before reaching the palace. If it's just the two of us, we should be able to fly directly to the royal city, Lexington said as he swung his axe to push back the knights in front of him. Although these knights have few who can fly, there are plenty of anti-air weapons. And the South Sea's advanced technology has developed many devices that can effectively restrict flying enemies. So it's unlikely to fly with people. But if it's just the two of them unburdened, it shouldn't be a big problem. No way. King William, Queen Mary, and the top 3 knights have not shown themselves. The formidable enemies are likely all gathered in the royal city. If it's just the two of us going there, we won't be able to defeat them all. Reis shook his head helplessly. Moreover, if he and Lexington left, there would be 2 fewer main forces here, making it even less likely for the others to break through the army and reach the palace. Indeed, I just used my ability to locate the positions of the enemy's 5 commanders, and they are all indeed in the palace, Hawes said after pondering for a moment. If Reis and Lexington went there 2 against 5, it would be useless. For a moment, Reis and the Bonnie Alliance found themselves trapped in a tide of enemy attacks, struggling to advance. Damn it, King William is so close. Reis gritted his teeth, accelerating the speed of his spear swings, sweeping away large groups of enemies before him. But the speed of such attacks was still too slow. If he used the wave fruit or coal fruit for a large-scale attack to clear the troops, he wouldn't have enough stamina left. How could he be stopped by so many cannon fodder? This shouldn't be the case. Even if he were to be defeated, he should fall at the hands of King William. EricD, don't struggle with just a few of you. Thinking you can defeat the army of the Conquer Kingdom is just a pipe dream. Sodus laughed heartily, swinging his large saw towards Reis. Our King William is the true ruler of the seas. You are nothing but ants dreaming in broad daylight. You bastard. Provoked further by Sodus's words, Reis sidestepped to avoid the downward swing of the large saw, then threw a punch that shattered the massive saw sword into 2 pieces. What? My sword actually? This large saw was made of extremely tough materials, It was broken by a mere fist. Sodas stared in shock at the broken blade in his hand, involuntarily stepping back repeatedly. "You insignificant brat. You have no right to obstruct me." Black hole. Boom! With a roar, Reis's clenched right fist transformed into an incredibly hard black coal, with blazing flames enveloping it, and he punched Sodas in the abdomen. Hit hard, Sodas flew straight back, his stomach caving in, eyes rolling back, spewing a mouthful of blood, and fell flat on his back. What? Lord Sodas was actually taken down in just 2 hits. Lord Sodas is one of our 4 knights. Sodas's sudden defeat caused the pirates who had planned to rush forward to be shaken, halting in their tracks. Reis suddenly took a step forward, gripping Amaterasu tightly, his silver-white brows furrowed, and his terrifying eyes wide open with rage. The long robe adorned with a pirate emblem, and his black hair billowed in the wind behind him. At that moment, Reis felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura surging violently from his chest, uncontrollably leaking out. The astonishing momentum surged toward the pirate army, which was still in a state of shock. Countless enemies began to foam at the mouth and fell down. The 8-seat cavalry knight Pluin and the 9-seat body knight Kuyuba, who were surrounding and attacking Lexington, exposed their vulnerabilities and were struck in the throat by 2 thrusts from Lexington, collapsing to the ground. Hundreds of people suddenly inexplicably lost their fighting strength, causing the entire army's offensive to come to a halt. Housey's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. Several green arrows shot out, catching the few leading knights who were frozen in place off guard and killing them instantly. "Everyone, I have found the road." Chapter 91. The elusive Irizal. What was that just now? Conqueror's Haki? For a moment, Lexington was shocked by the sudden burst of aura from Reis. Although he had never formally witnessed the release of Conqueror's Haki, he had learned about the characteristics of the 3 types of Haki in the Navy's theoretical classes. He never expected that Reis would awaken this rare aura, representing the demeanor of a king, in the midst of battle today. But such a feat truly befits his captain. This silver pirate, actually. Beside him, Bonnie was also stunned by the aura released by Reis, her eyes widening. All the non-knight minions in front were knocked out, and there was no doubt that this was the skill of Conqueror's Haki that her father had once told her about. Conqueror's Haki is a qualification that only the kings of the sea possess. How could this silver pirate also awaken it? It's really frustrating. At this moment, Reis, who had just released his Conqueror's Haki, looked at the large number of enemies that had fallen before him, and was also in astonishment. The aura that had uncontrollably burst forth from within him. Could it be that he is also a man with the qualifications of a king? "Captain, the army ahead is temporarily in disarray. I found a quick route to the royal palace. While they're still adjusting, let's rush over." Haas quickly came to the front of the allied forces and pointed to the pathway he had found via the DevilFruit. The group charged forward, launching another assault against the surviving army that was still stunned by the Conqueror's Haki. Outside the royal palace, King William sensed the sudden burst of powerful aura in the distance and couldn't help but frown. How could such a powerful aura suddenly appear? Could it be? Thinking of this, King William tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Among the 3 types of Haki, the rarest one, Conqueror's Haki, which even he does not possess, a mere fledgling pirate could actually comprehend such a skill. He didn't know whether it was Reis or Bonnie. However, it seemed that he had to deal with this group of people thoroughly. Otherwise, if they were allowed to continue developing, the consequences would be unimaginable. King William picked up the Din Din Mushi and contacted Galoran in the city. Those guys are about to reach the royal city forest. Tell Irizal to get ready. Make sure EricD must not be allowed to come into contact. Taking advantage of the army's moment of confusion, the Reis and Bonnie allied forces broke through the pirate legion's defense line. The pirates who reacted and wanted to turn back to pursue were intercepted on the spot by the big-bearded pirates led by Bonnie's crew. "Captain, we'll take care of these guys," the big-bearded pirate shouted, waving his fists. "You all keep moving forward." After the crew of Bonnie's pirate group blocked the pursuers, Reis, Bonnie, Lexington, Haas, and Beethoven continued to charge forward at their fastest speed. They had to reach the royal city where King William was before more troops surrounded them. "Hey, Silver Pirate, release that aura again." Looking at the increasingly gathering enemies on the plain and the large reinforcements coming from the left, Bonnie furrowed her brows and turned to Reis, shouting, "It's not something you can just let out." Reis strained hard, holding back for a long time, but still couldn't release anything, shaking his head helplessly. His Conqueror's Haki had just awakened. How could it be so easy to control? Beside him, Beethoven grunted, speeding up and charging forward, intercepting the army, trying to surround them from the left. "Captain, I'll hold them off here. You all keep going." Saying this, Beethoven transformed into his wild boar form and began to charge through the still-forming pirate legion with sparks flying. Taking advantage of Beethoven temporarily blocking the enemy's advance, Reis, Bonnie, Lexington, and Haas continued to move forward. They were getting closer and closer to the royal city. As long as they passed through the forest ahead, they would reach King William's location. Be careful. I seem to sense the power of a DevilFruit. Upon entering the jungle, Reis's silver brows slightly furrowed. It seemed that a powerful cadre was planning to ambush them in this forest. Is it coming for me? However, this energy is very different from the abilities I have encountered before. Why does it seem so elusive and unpredictable? Watch out on the left. Suddenly sensing the energy of a DevilFruit appearing on Haas's left side, Reis quickly turned and shouted to Haas. Haas, who was focused on confirming the forward route with his ability, had not reacted yet when a hand suddenly appeared from the left and pulled him away from the group. Haas, what happened? Lexington shouted anxiously. Pulled into the dense forest, Haas struggled to break free from the grip of the hand while shouting loudly to the outside. I'm fine. Leave the enemy here to me. Receiving Haas's reply, Reis and the other three did not dare to delay any longer and continued to rush toward the final battlefield ahead. Meanwhile, Haas, who was left in the woods and taken to a small clearing by the enemy, became serious and cautiously examined his surroundings. Why did a hand suddenly attack him? Just one hand? What was going on? Moreover, that hand had disappeared now. Suddenly feeling the spot where that hand had grabbed him turn cold, Haas quickly looked down at his clothes. When did this happen? There was actually a hollow handprint shape on his clothes. It was as if that piece of fabric had disappeared into thin air. Was it erased? Not long after, Haas reacted from his surprise. If that's the case, the enemy's name is clear. Irizal, the third knight of the Conquer Kingdom, is a rubber man who ate the paramecia type rub fruit. He has the ability to erase any object that his hands touch. However, he cannot erase any living being except for himself. The erased objects can be restored to their original state at any time at the will of the rub fruit user. After erasing himself, he approaches me and then attacks again. Haas muttered to himself, tightening his left hand around his bow and pulling the bowstring with his right hand. This is the elusive Irizal. This guy's ability is a serious counter to me, because things erased and directly wiped from this world cannot be located by the Woof Fruit. In that case, even if the opponent gets close, I wouldn't be able to sense their position. This is deadly for a sniper who is better at long-range combat. You guessed right. Just as Haas was looking around, a shadow suddenly appeared above him out of nowhere. The fierce and terrifying face of the opponent directly confronted Haas. Wearing a helmet resembling an eraser, the tall and burly Irizal grinned and suddenly launched an attack on Haas. Chapter 92. King William appears. Those little brats have arrived. On the plains outside the palace, King William, who had been waiting at the front of the army for a long time, suddenly revealed a terrifying smile on his face. His enormous body started to move forward. It was time to welcome the warriors who had arrived here. In the forest, after how sea blocked Irizal, Reis encountered no new enemies on the remaining path. They had reached the end of this dense forest. Looking at the light appearing ahead, Reis's fighting spirit surged. Hey, Silver Thief, do you want to take King William's head? I won't let you succeed. Seeing Reis speed up, Bonnie followed closely behind, unwilling to be outdone. Watching the two competing captains, Lexington shook his head helplessly. What a pair of happy rivals. This is enough. Just when the three were about 100 meters away from breaking out of the forest, Reis felt something was wrong. It seemed that a huge shadow was blocking the light coming from ahead. Before Reis could react, a large area of trees in front of him began to shake violently. Crack, crack, crack. Reis, Bonnie, and Lexington simultaneously stopped abruptly, their pupils dilating. A piercing sound of air being cut through came from ahead. A gigantic flying slash swept towards them, cutting through all the trees in its path, bringing with it a strong, murderous intent. The severed trees flew into the air, and without any obstacles, Reis finally saw the true form of the enormous shadow outside the forest, standing over 7 meters tall with a massive and stout frame. A fierce expression, a bushy beard, wearing a luxurious robe, and a golden crown on his head. With exceptionally strong arms, he wielded an extraordinarily large golden sword, which was undoubtedly the source of this massive slash. It was King William. Get out of the way. Reis suddenly swung his right hand, creating a wave that pushed Bonnie aside, while Lexington quickly leaped into the air using moonsteps. Meanwhile, Reis, who was directly confronted with the giant slash and had no time to dodge, activated the elemental transformation of the coal fruit at the fastest speed. Boom! The giant slash barely penetrated Reis's coal body, severing a large area of trees before finally coming to a stop. Reis restored his body and looked at the grinning giant in front of him, breaking out in a cold sweat. This guy is King William? No wonder he's a hybrid of human and giant. His size is double that of Blake, and he is incredibly intimidating, with height, width, and thickness almost in a 1-to-1 ratio. Eric doesn't Reis. King William's booming voice reverberated painfully in Reis's eardrums. That enormous body charged at Reis like a tank. The overwhelming momentum made Reis completely unwilling to take on the attack head-on, and had to quickly sidestep to avoid it. King William charged behind Reis, and with his golden sword, Yuc, he shattered a massive rock. Before Reis could catch his breath, King William quickly turned around and launched another attack. This guy, what raw power? Bonnie watched in disbelief as King William bombarded Reis, forcing him step by step towards the edge of the forest. This was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Is this guy really only worth over 100 million? A pirate with over 100 million bounty shouldn't have such terrifying raw strength. Captain, seeing Reis being relentlessly pursued by King William, Lexington felt the situation was dire and hurriedly wanted to dive down from the air to provide support. However, just as Lexington was about to move, a figure suddenly shot into the air from ahead, swaying in the air, and in an instant appeared in front of him. Swish! A gust of wind swept past, and Lexington instinctively dodged backward. However, his cheek was still cut open by some extremely thin object, stinging painfully. You are. Lexington's expression turned serious as he tightened his grip on the golden axe of 10 commandments. In front of him stood a pale-faced man, wearing thin armor, floating in the air. The man's sharp gaze made Lexington feel that the newcomer was not friendly. Steel Finger Major. It's best if you don't interfere in the battle between captains. The man coldly laughed as he prepared for battle. From the Conqueror Kingdom, the Chief Paper, Knight Gallerin. Let me be your opponent. Below, King William's relentless attacks left Reis no time to react, forcing him to quickly dodge left and right to avoid the dangerously sharp edge of the giant sword. Daff had told him before that King William possessed Busashoku and Kin Bunchika Haki, so he didn't dare to casually use his Logia abilities to nullify the opponent's slash. King's Might Arrow. With veins bulging and muscles swelling, King William swung the heavy golden sword Yuc fiercely towards Reis. The terrifying slash coming straight at him left Reis no time to dodge, and he could only brace himself with the flame spear held horizontally in front of him, trying to withstand the heavy blow. Boom! The two massive weapons collided with a tremendous impact, sending Reis flying off the ground towards the palace in the distance. How can that silver thief be so weak already? Damn it, I have to go. Seeing Reis being blasted away by a single sword strike, Bonnie furrowed her brows and quickly charged towards King William. She had originally planned to find an opening to turn him into a child while Reis attracted his attention. She didn't expect Reis to be so useless and to break so quickly. Sensing Bonnie charging from behind with Kin Bunchaku, King William snorted coldly and turned to swing his giant sword at her. Seeing the giant sword coming, Bonnie quickly activated the Sway Fruit's ability, transforming into a child. Using her small and light body, she pressed her left hand on the golden sword, leveraging it to jump upward, stretching her right hand out to touch King William's body. Oof. Do you think this king doesn't understand your ability? King William's massive body erupted with unbelievable speed, suddenly retreating several steps, causing Bonnie's surprise attack to miss completely. Damn it! Frustrated by her failed strike, Bonnie quickly turned around to attack King William again. This was the villain who had once tried to use underhanded tricks to harm her father, and she would not let him go. This king doesn't have time to play around with you. Bartholomew's daughter. King William sidestepped to evade Bonnie's attack, grabbing her right leg and smashing it heavily into the ground, creating a large pit. After shrinking down, Bonnie quickly burrowed out of the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and readied herself for battle again. However, King William was no longer in sight. In his place stood a gigantic woman in a red dress holding a sickle. Mary, this little brat is yours. As he instructed Queen Mary, King William quickly made his way towards the city where he had blasted Reis. His prey had always been Reis, the user of the copy fruit. He could not let Mary and the others, who were also ability users, deal with him. Chapter 93. The King and the Queen, this King William. His brute force is terrifying. In the kingdom, Reis, who was blasted away by King William's sword, crashed through several walls before finally coming to a stop. Although he wasn't injured due to the ability of the coal fruit, He had already felt the terror of King William after their previous exchange. A powerful swordsman who is half human and half giant, his pure physical strength, combined with armament hockey, is extraordinary. No wonder this guy can dominate the South Sea without being a DevilFruit user or a cyborg. Why are these guys bothering me again? After emerging from the ruins, soldiers guarding the palace suddenly rushed out from somewhere, blocking Reis's path. In a moment of desperation, his untrained conqueror's hockey was released uncontrollably. Under this overwhelming hockey's indiscriminate attack, the guards fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. At the entrance of the royal city, the massive figure of King William appeared once more. You have quite the potential with that conqueror's hockey. King William swung his golden sword, the massive blade cutting through the sky with a buzzing sound that instilled fear. Unfortunately, you still can't control your hockey. A newcomer like you, who is still in the budding stage, is no different from those challengers without conqueror's hockey. If you dare to strike at me, you should already be aware of the consequences, right? Reis took a deep breath, gripping his flame spear tightly, readying himself for battle. It was time for a serious confrontation. From what it looks like, King William's strength is probably considerably greater than Blake's, and, generally, non-DevilFruit users have no weaknesses to exploit. He had to give it his all to stand a chance against him. I came here to take your head as a stepping stone for my further advancement. A battle-hungry smile appeared on Reis's face as he locked eyes with King William fearlessly, the flame spear Amaterasu igniting with fire beside him. The owner of Conqueror's Hockey has quite the spirit, King William said, raising his weapon, Gawain, covered in armament hockey, aiming at Reis's head. Your long spear must also be a famous weapon from the 21 Great Works, right? Let's see how it compares to my Gawain. The giant sword came crashing down, and Reis unleashed his wave power with both hands, the spear carrying flames, meeting the attack at an extremely strange angle. The ability of the wave fruit allows him to unleash unpredictable attacks, and the wave-like trajectory is very suitable for deflecting force. If he could effectively combine the abilities of the coal fruit and wave fruit, defeating King William was not impossible. Amaterasu and Gawain collided in midair, the immense impact radiating throughout the royal city. This King William dares to ignore me, feeling the sounds of battle coming from the palace in the distance. Bonnie gritted her teeth. Is this a sign of not putting me in his eyes? This bastard. Little girl, it's not suitable to be distracted when dealing with me. The Blood Queen, Mary Reed, chuckled softly, raising the enormous scythe taller than herself and charging at Bonnie. Bonnie hurriedly sidestepped, evading the aggressive scythe, and began looking for an opportunity to get close to Mary. This strong woman is as hard to deal with as King William. I can't confront her head on. I need to turn her into a child or an old woman before slowly taking care of her. You little mouse, you're quite nimble. Mary swung her long scythe repeatedly, watching Bonnie hop around, sneering. You want to get close and use your ability to shrink me? Unfortunately, I won't let you have your way. As she spoke, the color of Queen Mary's body began to change. Before Bonnie's astonished gaze, the queen turned completely green from head to toe. As her body turned green, Queen Mary's attack speed suddenly increased dramatically. The speed of the scythe's descent was almost twice as fast as before. In just a few moves, Bonnie had several wounds inflicted by Mary's scythe, quickly transforming into a child and using the momentum to leap out of Mary's attack range to avoid being cut in half. However, the 3-meter-tall woman, now entirely green and wielding a scythe, was remarkably quick, pressing towards Bonnie once more. Caught off guard by the opponent's rapid onslaught, Bonnie hastily picked up a discarded sword from the ground to fend off the attacks. After her body color changed, her speed increased. Is this the ability of a DevilFruit? I'm a color fruit user of the Paramecia type, Mary said with a sharp laugh. I can change the color of my body at will, and different colors grant me different enhancements. Enjoy the experience. With that, Queen Mary's body quickly shifted to yellow, her originally slender arms bulging with muscular strength, and the blood-red scythe came crashing down. Boom! The scythe, now enhanced several times in power, pressed Bonnie down her knees, causing the ground to crack in a spiderweb pattern, and the tremendous impact made Bonnie spit out blood. This woman is not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, in the air, Lexington and Caroline were also in a standoff. Looking down at the two battles occurring inside and outside the palace, Lexington furrowed his brow. The strength of King William and Queen Mary was much greater than he had imagined. They had suppressed the two captains, Reis and Bonnie, so quickly. This situation doesn't look good. I suggest you don't get distracted by your captain's battle, Lexington Justice. That is a certain defeat. Caroline floated in the air, speaking confidently to Lexington. Our king and queen of the Conquer Kingdom are not something you little pirates can defeat. Our king's strength far exceeds a bounty of 165 million berries. Over the years, I have seen the king and queen's power grow stronger day by day. As for you," as she spoke, Caroline's gaze fixed on Lexington, revealing a murderous intent. "I will take care of you. As the guardian of King William, the most trusted chief knight of the Conquer Kingdom, I will not let the king down." Lexington's brow slightly relaxed, revealing a hint of a smile. "You're right. I don't need to worry about the captain's battle. A king who only dares to dominate the South Sea is only worthy of being a stepping stone for our captains. My mission is to stop you. Likewise, I will not let Reis down." With that, Lexington activated Moonwalk and charged fiercely at Caroline. The two engaged in a fierce clash in midair. In an instant, the battle between the king and queen versus the captains, the strongest generals versus the strongest generals, officially began. Chapter 94. The Straightforward Ruler Roar. Beethoven, transformed into a wild boar, was electrified and charging wildly across the plain. All the knights standing in front of the wild boar's tusks were sent flying into the sky, and chaos erupted on the scene as the pirate army began to collapse. What is going on with this pig? Why does it run like it's dancing? And so rhythmically too, Panzo, the seventh seat knight, was cursing in frustration while involuntarily swaying to Beethoven's rhythm. "Lord Panzo, be careful. That guy is coming for you," shouted a pirate soldier who had been knocked over, panic-stricken, pointing at Beethoven charging toward Panzo. "Just a pig." Panzo gritted his teeth, brandishing his hexagonal knight's spear to meet Beethoven. "This thing can't keep rampaging like this." This pig was discharging electricity and humming a tune while crashing through their ranks. "This can't go on." The hexagonal spear collided violently with Beethoven's tusks. "How about that? My spear is wooden. Your electric shock can't zap me." Panzo taunted Beethoven smugly. "Roar." Beethoven abruptly twisted his head, and his hard tusks snapped the wooden spear in half. True, wood doesn't conduct electricity, but it can't withstand a hit. "What?" Panzo, still processing the broken spear in his hand, was knocked away by Beethoven, who continued to charge forward. "You damn pig." Panzo began to rise, ready to curse at Beethoven, but the rampaging wild boar charged at him again, stomping on his open mouth. After trampling over Panzo, Beethoven ignored him and aimed his tusks at other panicking pirates, continuing his assault. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Beethoven seemed to be playing an instrument, rhythmically knocking one pirate after another into the air, and the plain was filled with cries of despair. Once a ferocious wild boar charges, no one can stop it. On the other side, at the edge of the plain, noises erupted from the woods. "Lord Ruler, please stop crashing into trees. Go around." An anxious subordinate following the second seat knight, Ruler watched as Ruler charged straight ahead, knocking down trees and rocks instead of taking detours. "That pig has already started a concert on the plain. We need to stop him quickly." Hearing his subordinates urging, the short, baby-faced Ruler, wearing a horned steel helmet, suddenly stopped in front of a massive tree, turning his head to look at his subordinate with dissatisfaction. "How can I go around? I am Ruler, straightforward and direct. I am an absolute straight man, always walking in a straight line, never turning unexpectedly on my way. If a passionate youth takes detours, how will they have a future? Besides, the straight line distance is the shortest. This is common knowledge even a 3-year-old knows. Going around obstacles will only lengthen the journey, right? I cannot break my own rules. You're new here, aren't you? You need to be sensible." Saying this, Ruler patted the somewhat embarrassed subordinate on the head, then turned back to face the towering tree. "Look at this despicable thing blocking my way." With that, Ruler waved his hands, and his forearms transformed into 2 long rectangular rulers marked with precise scales. It should be eliminated directly, with a swing of the 2 rulers. The massive tree was cut down by Ruler in 1 strike. "Charge!" Ruler shouted loudly as he continued to charge straight ahead toward the battlefield where Beethoven was. The pirates under the Ruler's command cheered and followed Ruler eagerly. As expected of Lord Ruler, breaking through obstacles straight ahead is faster than going around. In the ranks, several beautiful female pirates with quite straightforward figures had hearts popping in their eyes. Lord Ruler seems to hold enormous energy within his seemingly frail body. He can smash through any obstacle in front of him. I really like a real man who can take things head on. On the plain, as Beethoven was rampaging, he suddenly stopped, twitching his nose and ears, looking toward the distant woods. There's a big commotion coming. That sound seems like footsteps, and they are very orderly and dense. The force of each step and the intervals are exactly the same, almost like a machine. It seems like a formidable enemy. The pirates, who had been thrown into disarray by Beethoven, looked at the dust cloud surging in from afar, tears of gratitude welling up in their eyes. It's Lord Ruler. Lord Ruler has come to save us. Everyone began to cheer joyfully. Beethoven quickly turned around to face the charging, powerful ruler. It's one of the strongest 3 knights under William, the ruler. The ruler knight. The real enemy has arrived. This guy seems to have very high popularity in the enemy camp. The whole army looks like they are crying with joy at his arrival. Wild boar, do not be arrogant. I am here, Ruler shouted while swinging the 2 rulers, drawing 2 illusory, straight scales in the air that shot toward Beethoven. These 2 scales were like railway tracks, completely sealing Beethoven's movement trajectory. How could this be? There's no way to dodge to the sides. I can only move in a straight line along the path drawn by this guy, a strange method, with no other option and unable to avoid the collision. Beethoven had no choice but to charge straight ahead, confronting Ruler head-on. Boom! Beethoven's tusks collided hard with Ruler's arms turned into rulers. As the 2 scales dissipated, Beethoven was knocked back by Ruler's strike. Stopping in place after successfully sending Beethoven flying, Ruler struck a suave victory pose, raising his right hand high and straight. Oh, as expected of Lord Ruler. Behind Ruler, his fans waved support flags and cheered loudly. What is going on with this guy? His popularity is not any less than when I was on Schwein Island. Beethoven, having returned to human form, shook his dazed head and stood up. The rhythm was as rigid and monotonous as a machine. He still looked like a little pig. Looking at Beethoven, who had been knocked back to his original form, Ruler disdainfully pointed his ruler at him and asked, "How old are you this year?" Swish, swish. With 2 crisp and pleasant metallic sounds, Beethoven pulled out 2 swords. The rest stops from his waist. I'm 18 this year, humph. Hearing Beethoven's answer, Ruler threw his head back and laughed heartily, his body straight as he guffawed. You're really just a little pig. 1 year younger than me. The other pirates following Ruler also burst into laughter. Beethoven, what the heck? Just as it looks, this Ruler is just a kid after all. And it seems he's a bit of middle schooler and talks too much. It looks like your music knowledge isn't very good. Let me teach you properly. Beethoven said as he raised his twin swords, snorted, and looked seriously at Ruler. After laughing, Ruler regained his composure and a slightly cute smile appeared on his face. You pigs seem a bit twisted too. Were you led astray by your captain who copied the wave fruit, and that navigator who has always lost? I'm telling you, someone like Chris Pett from the Grella Pirates is not a good person, twisted and convoluted. A man should be straightforward, even if it's a bore. Let me, the Great One, correct you with difficulty. I'll knock you away from the front. Saying this, Ruler's body was covered in scales, showing a serious expression ready for battle. For a moment, all the pirates on the plain stopped fighting and gathered around Ruler, cheering for their beloved Lord Ruler. Meanwhile, the members of the Bonnie Pirates, having escaped the battle, also came to support Beethoven from behind. This was the first time he heard cheers that weren't as loud as the other side. Listening to the enthusiastic calls for Lord Ruler around him, Beethoven felt a bit displeased. Let him see what charm this ruler really has. Chapter 95, Dafu Pal vs. Pirate fleet steady the helm to the right. In the thick fog over the sea, the blood-red Avenger and the Jewel Margaret Pizza were engaged in a battle of wits and courage against dozens of enemy ships. Dafu maneuvered the Avenger, swaying left and right in the mist, while the helmsman of the Jewel Margaret Pizza, part of the Bonnie pirate crew, trembled in fear behind him. Dozens of enemy ships were surrounding them, firing cannonballs as if they were free. Moreover, it was unclear how the helmsman of the Magic Hand pirate crew was able to navigate at such speed. It was beyond what a typical 2-masted sailing ship could achieve. It was terrifying. Damn this foggy weather. The cannons can't even aim at those guys. On the enemy pirate ship, Night Paint, ranked 6th, squinted hard at the ghostly outlines of the enemy vessels ahead, anxiously hopping from foot to foot. I can't even calculate their navigation trajectory or patterns. Knight Cleffer, ranked 10th, adjusted his glasses and frowned. As the smartest knight of the Conkle Kingdom, he found himself unable to analyze any weaknesses in the enemy today. Even with the fog, this is ridiculous. Is it that helmsman called White Sail from the Magic Hand pirate crew? His driving skills are almost too good. Cleffer Paint, we've already lost several ships due to their high difficulty maneuvers, colliding with each other or being sunk by our own cannonballs. Knight Bender, ranked 11th, hunched over and approached Cleffer and Paint, reporting urgently. At this rate, things are looking grim. Who knows how long it will take to catch them? After pondering for a moment, Cleffer said, there's no need to go after 2 useless helmsmen. We should turn back and return to the island to help the other brothers. Pink glared at the two ships that were pulling away from him, gritting his teeth in frustration, his tiny eyes bulging. This is simply slapping the Conkel Kingdom in the face. 3 top-ranked knights leading dozens of ships, and nearly 1,000 men chasing just a few ships. And we have to turn back because we can't catch them? Where's our dignity? No way. I have to take those guys down today. As he spoke, Pink furiously drew his flintlock and aimed it at the 2 gunners on the enemy ship, unleashing a barrage of shots. These gunners are useless. Not a single cannonball hit the target. What a waste. Anyone who dares to retreat will be dealt with mercilessly. If we run out of cannonballs, we'll chase them down and butcher them. Increase the pursuit. Helmsman, use your best skills and give it your all. If you dare lose to the enemy helmsman, I'll make sure you regret it. The helmsmen of the Conkel Kingdom fleet were terrified and hurriedly steered their ships with double the caution. They were at a loss. Outsiders had no idea how terrifying the enemy helmsman was. He was on a completely different level than these rookies. If it were a clear day, they might have had a chance, but in this fog, it was a miracle they could even get close to those 2 ships. However, they dared not admit their incompetence directly, as that would mean they had no future in this line of work. With no other option, they could only work twice as hard and hope for a miracle. As the fleet passed, several heads suddenly burst from the water. Seeing the plump, white ships ahead, Pal excitedly licked his lips and brandished his sharp dagger. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time, enduring until they found an opportunity to strike. Brothers, are you ready? We can't let Captain Reis down. Let's go. Show these guys the might of the Pal pirate crew. Oh, the Pal pirate crew responded in unison, diving underwater, armed with weapons, swimming towards the fleet ahead. Pinked, we've lost 3 more ships. Bender reported to Pinked after receiving news from the rear. What are these helmsmen doing? Didn't we tell them to steer properly? How did this happen again? Pinked erupted in rage. We've run out of cannonballs, and they still managed to sink ships? This time, it can't be blamed on the gunners. These idiots are hopeless. They can't catch the enemy ship, but are experts at playing bumper cars with their own. No, this time it wasn't a collision that caused the accidents. Pink said, while listening to the reports from the phone bug. This time, we have a leak in the hull. A leak in the hull? Pink's anger intensified. What kind of lousy ship is this that it leaks just from going a little faster? Damn it. Get the shipwright over here. I want to have him executed. As Pink continued to rant, he was firing his gun into the air. Pink, calm down. The shipwright isn't even on our ship right now. Calm down. Calm down. Cluffer hurriedly tried to restrain the out-of-control Pink. However, before he could reach him, a powerful jet of water shot out from the ship's bottom and soaked Pink completely, cooling him down. This time, he was literally calmed by physics. Soaked and looking grim, Pink gazed at the gushing water. What now? Obviously, the situation is. Cluffer wiped cold sweat from his brow, adjusted his glasses, and forced a wry smile. Our ship's hull is leaking too. In an instant, Pink exploded again. Shipwright. I must execute the shipwright. Pinked. This ship was personally built by Ruler. At that moment, Pal and his crew burst from the water, relieved and taking a deep breath. All the ships are dealt with, except for the one carrying the officers, which is a bit sturdy. The others were easy to breach. The leader of these pirates seemed to have a bad temper, bouncing around like a monkey since the beginning. Quite unrefined, Pal commented, leading his crew toward Dafu's ship in the distance. Seeing the enemy ships being breached, Dafu gradually slowed down. Pal and the others did well. They managed to take care of this fleet so quickly. Dafu wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and said, with the enemy fleet sinking one by one, the first naval battle in the outer sea of the main island has come to a close. Chapter 96. Trap your ability. Is it just for stripping people's clothes? That's really perverted. In a clearing in the woods, House C, whose half-sleeve was wiped off by the suddenly appearing Irazel, looked at his bare arm and complained. But it's not just about stripping people's clothes. Irazel said proudly while rubbing his fists. My wipe fruit ability is very powerful. I can wipe anything except other humans. And look, saying this, Irazel stretched out his right hand and rubbed it on his body a few times, and his robust figure immediately disappeared. A few seconds later, Irazel's vanished body reappeared. Here it is. It's gone again. Here it is. It's gone again. After repeatedly appearing and disappearing several times, Irazel threw his head back and laughed loudly. Housey looked at the man in front of him, who was full of himself, and felt speechless. This guy looks like a fool. All those men's dreams are to have the transparent fruit, but they don't know that my wipe fruit can do the same things as the transparent fruit. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Irazel's face. But the transparent fruit only makes the body invisible. while your wipe fruit makes the whole person disappear, right? Hao Si shrugged. If a person disappears, won't it be impossible to do anything? What's the use of that? Nonsense. I'm a knight. I'm not like those vulgar pirates. EricD shook his head. I follow the principle of being able to admire from a distance, but not to be desecrated. Besides, didn't you just say it? I can also wipe off people's clothes. Saying this, EricD started to laugh again. What a strange guy. While Hao Si was complaining, he raised the bow and arrow in his hand, aimed, and prepared to shoot. This fruit sounds tricky, but it obviously has significant limitations. If EricD wants to attack me, he must release the wiped form. Even if I can't use my feed fruit ability to lock on him, I can still rely on the sniper's intuition to take him down while he's visible. With the sound of the bowstring, a sharp blue arrow whistled out and shot towards EricD, who couldn't stop laughing in front of him. Damn it! Taking advantage of my laughter, seeing Hao Si's arrow flying, EricD's laughter suddenly stopped, and he quickly began to rub his body again. White. EricD's body disappeared again, and as the arrow shot into the air, Hao Si began to run forward. It wouldn't do to stay in place, waiting for the other party to come close. If he started running, it would be hard for the opponent to lock onto his position and launch a surprise attack. Running around is not good. Not long after, EricD's body reappeared. Didn't you ever think about why there would be such a flat clearing in a dense forest? Saying this, EricD stretched out his right hand towards the direction of the rapidly running Hao Si. Wipe release. As EricD's ability activated, a thick tree suddenly appeared out of thin air right in front of Hao Si. Running at full speed, Hao Si was startled and had no time to break. And with a thud, his face slammed into the tree trunk ahead. Dazed, Hao Si staggered back a few steps. Release again. Bang! A massive rock suddenly appeared under Hao Si's feet, violently smashing into his groin and lifting him into the air. Ugh! With two vital areas hit hard, Hao Si's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, tears coming out from the pain. Did that guy erase all the trees, rocks, and other obstacles in advance to create this clearing? That's really sinister. How does it feel? Not bad, right? EricD said with a wicked smile as he waved his hand again. Hao Si, kneeling on the ground, let out a scream. Underneath him, a large area of sharp iron thorn suddenly emerged, piercing through his legs. How many dangerous items has this bastard set up in this area? Damn it! I can't run around recklessly. Trembling, Hao Si stood up and awkwardly scanned the surroundings. These things that were wiped away before EricD's ability is released essentially don't exist. Even my feed fruit ability sees them as non-existent, and other methods are even less likely to find the locations of these hidden traps. This is very unfavorable for me. What's wrong? Can't move while standing there? EricD walked over with a smug smile. It's a pity. If you don't walk around, you won't be able to experience more of the traps I prepared for you. But that doesn't matter. Maybe it's here. Saying this, EricD reached out toward the clearing. A machine gun suddenly appeared from the air, held in EricD's hand. Seeing the machine gun in EricD's hand, Hao Si's pupils shrank. Not good. Now I can't move at all, and my ability is basically sealed. Dealing with this kind of guy is not good. Aiming the gun at Hao Si, EricD started to fire wildly. With no other choice, Hao Si quickly ducked behind a large rock that had just slammed into his groin, using it to block the bullets from the machine gun. At this rate, I will undoubtedly lose. The previous combo has already left me battered, while the other side is completely unscathed. I can't even find an opportunity to counterattack. I must quickly find a way to deal with the wipe fruit ability. I need to escape this hell he prepared. I have no chance of winning here. Hao Si thought as he looked towards the area beyond the clearing. If I could get out of this clearing, I could fight this guy with the cover of the trees. But the road to safety is certainly fraught with danger. Can I make it through this death path while still retaining my combat ability? What's wrong? Still not coming out? EricD continued to pour bullets at Hao Si, laughing maniacally. This rock doesn't seem to hold up for long. It will be better for you to come out and let me shoot you dead. Behind the rock, Hao Si drew his bow and arrow, focusing intently on the front. At this point, I can only take a gamble. I can't just squat here and wait to die. I can still determine the trajectory of the bullets with my ability. Now's the time, just before the rock is about to shatter. Hao Si jumped up with all his strength. Tada-ta-tada! The bullets pierced through the rock, grazing past EricD, before EricD could change the trajectory of his attack. Hao Si quickly released the bowstring, shooting 5 arrows towards EricD's head, neck, heart, left hand, and right foot. As he released the arrows, Hao Si fell back to the ground, ignoring the intense pain from the iron thorns that had cut his legs, and sprinted with all his might towards the safe zone. Now, Housey can only pray that he can rush out of the danger zone before the other side dodges those 5 arrows. During the time when EricD is erasing himself, he should not be able to nullify the abilities of other erased objects. Life and death depend on this moment. Chapter 97. Lighthouse versus EricD. Damn it. That kid wants to run. After erasing his body and dodging 5 incoming arrows, EricD looked at House, who was frantically fleeing towards the edge of the open ground, and hurriedly released his ability, quickly reaching out his hand towards House. Sensing that EricD was focusing his attention on him, House's heart raced. Almost there. Just 10 more meters. Erase release. As House burst out of the trap zone set by EricD, an enormous iron wall appeared behind him. Close call. Looking at the solid, heavy iron wall that had risen behind him, House breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling shaken. Fortunately, he made it. If he had been trapped inside that iron wall, he would have been at EricD's mercy. Taking advantage of the fact that the guy hadn't caught up yet, he needed to get further away, not daring to linger in place. House gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his body and quickly ran deeper into the forest. Damn it, I should have restored the iron wall first and locked that guy inside to deal with him slowly. EricD, feeling annoyed, arrived at the iron wall, reached out to erase it, and stepped out of the magical cave he had prepared for House. That kid may have escaped, but he wouldn't have time to tend to his wounds. Looking at the horrific red bloodstains on the ground, EricD revealed a cruel smile and pulled out a pair of claw-like weapons from his pocket, putting them on his hands. Did that guy really think that just because he escaped from the grave I prepared for him, he could avoid my traps? The circle of woods outside the Conqueror's Palace was already under my watch, serving as a protective net against enemies. In this forest, I have set traps everywhere. It's just that the traps in other areas aren't as numerous or as powerful. In this forest, it's impossible for you to escape from my grasp. EricD sneered, erased himself, and then followed the blood trail left by House to track him down. At this moment, after running a long distance with all his might, House hid behind the trunk of a large tree to take a brief rest and recover his strength. I finally escaped. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, House still didn't dare to relax. Even though he had left the magical cave, the devil was still chasing him from behind. He absolutely couldn't let his guard down. EricD could appear beside him at any moment. House looked at the trees surrounding him and took a deep breath. Perhaps he could try that move to deal with EricD, but whether it would succeed depended on his luck. After deciding on a strategy, House reached back into his quiver, feeling around until he pulled out a black arrow. Knocking the arrow onto his longbow, House vigilantly scanned his surroundings, slowly moving through the woods. At the same time, he continuously activated his ability to search for EricD's location. So far, he had found no answers. It seemed that guy had erased himself again. Planning to sneak up on him, he had to constantly use his ability to determine the opponent's state and position. Hey, route to EricD's location. Hey, route to EricD's location. House kept murmuring. Suddenly, the search that had previously yielded no results produced an answer. The route to EricD's location is... Just turn around. He behind me. House's heart raced, and he quickly turned around, drawing his bow and aiming at EricD, who had appeared behind him. Whoosh! The sharp arrow grazed EricD's shoulder, taking a chunk of flesh with it. At the same time, EricD's right fist, equipped with claw weapons, smashed heavily in House's face, sending him flying. Damn it, how dare you! Injured by the arrow, EricD's face darkened with anger as he waved his hand behind House. Steel Thorn Ridge. Release. What's going on? Sensing a great crisis, House's pupils dilated as he abruptly turned back. A vast expanse of thorns covered the ground behind him. The guy even set traps here? Hey, route to the area without thorn coverage. House hurriedly activated his ability, flipping his body in the air with all his might, narrowly avoiding being pierced by the sharp thorns as he landed on the thorn-covered ground. Countless sharp and dangerous spikes pressed against him, sending a bone-chilling cold through House. How can he still be alive? A look of surprise appeared on EricD's face. That move was supposed to be a direct kill against him. Did he find a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation using the Hey Fruit's ability? Oof. Even if you're not dead, you are now completely trapped in the thorns. EricD snorted coldly, pulling out a handgun from his waist, aiming at House's head. The thorns I set in this forest are powerful plants called steel thorns, with a hardness comparable to metal. Even swords can't cut through them. You managed to injure me once, so you're not a bad guy. Now, just obediently die. Saying this, EricD prepared to pull the trigger. Trapped among the thorns and unable to move, House felt desperate and prayed continuously. Hurry up, Is this tree still too thick? Just as Irizel's finger was about to pull the trigger, a massive shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Huh? Irizel looked up. Boom! Before Irizel could understand what was happening, the towering tree behind him suddenly collapsed, crashing heavily onto his head. With a loud scream, Irizel was knocked out, his eyes rolling back from the tremendous impact as he fell to the ground. The entire tree was now engulfed in roaring flames. House, trapped in the iron thorns, breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. Luckily, I made it. I didn't expect that the smokeless coal-burning arrow that Reis made for me would actually come in handy here. That last arrow I shot wasn't even meant for you. House looked at Irizel, who was pinned under the burning tree, and laughed triumphantly. That black arrow was made from coal fruit by Reis. Once shot, it burns without producing large amounts of smoke or odor. It was the only successful product from his previous experiments. The arrow was aimed to seem like a miss, but the real target was that tree behind you. The fire from his specially made arrow slowly burned through the trunk, and as long as you didn't notice that faint movement, you wouldn't be able to escape in time. It seems my final gamble has succeeded, as Irizel lost consciousness from being struck by the trunk. The ability to erase began to completely undo. The traps that had been erased throughout the forest began to restore their original forms one by one. Whoosh! A large pile of incredibly sharp thorns suddenly appeared beneath Irizel, piercing through his body. Self-inflicted misery. Housey smiled proudly and said, in the end, this guy brought it upon himself, getting hit on the head by a tree trunk and then being stabbed by thorns. It seems he won't be able to stand up again. Although the process was perilous, he ultimately secured the victory in this battle. Thus, the battle in the trap forest outside the Conqueror King's city came to an end. Winner, Pilot Shirlette Housey. But Housey looked at the thorns surrounding him and suddenly turned into a bitter-gourd face. It seemed he was also trapped and completely unable to escape. Chapter 98. The Knight with a Calm Mind Go, Lord Ruler. Hundreds of pirates from the Conquer Kingdom enthusiastically cheered for their idol. We can't lose, Mr. Beethoven. Dozens of crew members from the Bonnie pirate crew anxiously shouted support for Beethoven. It was clear that the morale of Ruler was far superior to that of Beethoven at this moment. In the center of the crowd, Beethoven and Ruler were in a frenzied clash. The battle between the two was a complete test of strength, with fangs, swords, and rulers clashing violently. Beethoven and Ruler faced off, each trying to draw the rhythm of the battle to their side. When Ruler dominated the fight, the sound of weapon clashes was a mechanical sound, completely lacking in variation, rhythm, or volume. When Beethoven took the lead, the sound of weapon clashes transformed into a beautiful battle symphony, allowing one to perfectly judge who had the upper hand just by listening. However, at this moment, Ruler was clearly in the lead. Boom! Ruler charged forward at full speed, and the immense force sent Beethoven flying. Ugh! Beethoven landed heavily on the ground far away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What terrifying strength! Even with his combat waltz to spin his body, he couldn't lessen the impact at all. Moreover, the loud cheering and applause around him severely disrupted his battle rhythm. This situation is not good. I am a ruler who has eaten the superhuman-type ruler fruit. Ruler swung his hands, transformed into rulers, and looked at the struggling Beethoven as he said, "This fruit matches my straightforward personality perfectly. It allows me to turn my whole body into an incredibly tough ruler and draw a line in the void to lock onto targets, shrinking the opponent's movement range into a line between me and them. Furthermore, all my movements are completely straight lines, meaning that all my attacks will not leak any energy and will hit you directly. How about it, little pig? Can you still fight?" Beethoven shook his pig head vigorously. The noisy environment was too detrimental to his performance, and he was completely forced into a straight-line battle, which was very unfavorable for him. If this continues, he would lose. "What's wrong, little pig?" Seeing Beethoven's anxious expression, Ruler tilted his head in confusion. No, focus. I can't let a small disturbance throw me off." Beethoven made an effort to concentrate and hummed a tune to try to regain his battle rhythm. At this moment, Ruler seemed to notice Beethoven's problem. "Oh, it seems the background music is affecting your performance?" Ruler raised an eyebrow, surprised, and snapped his fingers. "All right, you're a musician, aren't you? No wonder. All right, in that case, everyone, please cheer for me from the depths of your hearts." As he spoke, Ruler turned his head and threw a glance at the audience behind him who were cheering for him. In an instant, the pirate crew on site stopped cheering and focused their attention on Ruler, using their eyes to encourage their idol. "Mr. Beethoven, go." The members of Bonnie pirate crew, including Big Beard, were momentarily taken aback, and their loud voices sounded particularly clear in the quiet atmosphere. Seeing the pirates on the opposite side looking at him with strange expressions, the Bonnie pirate crew felt embarrassed and awkwardly curled their toes. Brothers, let's go support the captain. The captain is in danger. With the need to support Beethoven gone and feeling awkward, Big Beard hurriedly led the Bonnie pirate crew away from the scene. Why did you do that? It doesn't benefit you. Beethoven shifted his gaze back from Big Beard and looked at Ruler in astonishment. This guy actually stopped his subordinates from cheering for him. Gaining encouragement and support in battle is a significant boost. Every time he fought in Schwein Village, he felt his strength surge from the villagers' shouts. I'm a true knight, not like Irizel, who is tall and strong yet likes to use underhanded tactics. Ruler flicked his bangs with a hint of disdain. A battle won without honor is meaningless. As a knight, one should fight fairly and rely entirely on one's own strength. Ruler's words excited the fans behind him. If they could cheer, they would have already erupted in applause. Beethoven's expression also turned astonished. Among pirates, there was actually such an upright knight. This was a revelation for him. Indeed, from now on, in battles after leaving Schwein Island, he might not always receive overwhelming support against his opponents. He must not rely on such ephemeral things and should not be disturbed by external factors. He must remain focused and become a true knight, allowing his music and swordsmanship to reach new heights. That way, he would not lose his combat effectiveness due to the silence of the silence fruit or the surrounding noise in the future. This pig completely understands now. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Ruler. Beethoven's nostrils flared with 2 jets of air, and in his beast-human form, his dual swords and fangs emitted dazzling electric light. This pig will defeat you head-on, fair and square. Very good. Not bad, pig. Full of spirit. Ruler nodded in satisfaction, also bending down, crossing his hands into rulers at his chest, ready to charge. However, I will not be defeated by a pig. 50 meters. While measuring the distance between himself and Beethoven, Ruler began to gather energy. On the other side, Beethoven flared his nostrils, raising 4 swords high. 50 meters, straight thrust. Storm 4-blade style, 17th move, piano sonata. Ruler charged out like a heavy cannon, whipping up the surrounding air with an incredibly fierce momentum, crashing directly into Beethoven, while Beethoven wildly swung his 4 long swords, like a storm with thunder and lightning, accompanied by the rhythm of a piano, to counter Ruler. Boom! On the plains of the main island of the Conquer Kingdom, Ruler and Beethoven collided fiercely. The explosion of the immense shockwave caused the gathered audience to uncontrollably step back. Beethoven's electricity surged onto Ruler, while Ruler's tremendous impact crushed down on Beethoven. Both of them gritted their teeth, firmly resisting the pressure from each other, unwilling to take even half a step back. Little pig, that's right. Ruler endured the electric current coursing through him, grinning. A battle between men and boars must never retreat. Clang! As Beethoven and Ruler's powers reached their peak, an even more powerful wave of energy burst forth. As the smoke cleared, Beethoven and Ruler passed each other, swapping positions and standing back to back. After this clash, although Ruler was burned by electricity and Beethoven had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, it was clear that there was no winner. Suddenly, panicked shouts came from behind the onlookers. Oh no, the trap forest is on fire. God, it's all burning. What a big fire. That Lord, what's wrong? Sorry, Lord Ruler, we have to go put out the fire. The pirates looked back at Ruler reluctantly. Although they didn't want to leave Lord Ruler, they couldn't ignore such a major incident as the forest completely catching fire. Before long, all the pirates hurriedly rushed to the fire scene, leaving the plain empty. It seems that it's just you and me left. Ruler shrugged and turned his gaze back to Beethoven. The forest actually caught fire. It seems Irizel is likely to be defeated. That idiot really can't do anything right. Well, these matters have little to do with me. Come on, we haven't decided the winner yet. As men, as knights, let's have a fair final duel. This pig agrees, hum. On a vast plain, the head-on showdown between Beethoven and Ruler officially entered a heated phase. Chapter 99, Beethoven vs. Ruler, 100-meter sprint. 4 sword variations, the magic flute. On the plains of the main island of the Conquer Kingdom, Ruler and Beethoven collided again and again. The massive shockwaves and electrical currents violently impacted each other, but despite suffering heavy blows time and again, Ruler and Beethoven stood firm, launching attack after attack. Before long, both of them were covered in blood. I say, little pig, are you still not going to fall down? You look like you've been beaten to a pulp. Ruler panted heavily, appearing to be nearing his limit, but his legs remained stubbornly upright. You're the one who should fall. After being shocked by me so many times, it should be over, right? Beethoven, standing opposite, also looked somewhat exhausted, supporting himself with his dual swords to remain standing. By the way, as an upright knight, why do you serve the cruel King William? Beethoven questioned, raising his swords again, ready to fight. I could ask you the same question, Ruler scoffed, charging forward again, his hands transforming into rulers, clashing continuously with Beethoven's swords and tusks, occasionally producing neat mechanical sounds, and sometimes a clear serenade. Why do you serve your silver pirate captain? Beethoven kept swinging his weapons, trying to shift the battle's rhythm in his favor. But at this point, it was still a stalemate. Ruler, though not the strongest enemy he had faced, was undoubtedly the most tenacious. His perseverance and willpower were extraordinary. Having endured so much damage, he could still banter and joke. There are many inaccuracies in the rumors. Our captain is not really a silver pirate. Could it be that your King William is not as cruel as the tales in the South Seas say, but rather a benevolent and amiable king? Upon hearing Beethoven's words, Ruler couldn't help but burst into laughter. Benevolent and amiable. Those words are completely unsuitable for King William, Ruler exclaimed, suddenly swinging his ruler and forcing Beethoven back several steps. I don't like King William, nor do I like most knights of the Conquer Kingdom. Even the king himself knows this. But who made King William my benefactor and adoptive father? If I hadn't met him when I was 5, I would have starved to death on the cold streets. So, no matter what kind of person he is, whether I like him or the Conquer Kingdom, what I am doing now is the least I can do to repay him. And for the people of the Conquer Kingdom, having such a charming knight commander as me is a stroke of luck. Listening to Ruler's account of his past, Beethoven's expression turned serious. I see. You received great grace from King William, so you can't just turn your back on him and leave. This was somewhat similar to his own situation. Back on Schwain Island, he had also temporarily given up his dreams to continue protecting the villagers who had always supported him. However, if he could defeat Ruler here, and if Reis could defeat King William and liberate the Conquer Kingdom, he would be free. All right, little pig, enough of this nonsense. Let us see how I will finish you off. After the Ruler crossed paths with the rest symbol, Ruler glided forward at full speed for 1,000 meters before finally stopping, turning to look at Beethoven in the distance. The vitality of animal-type ability users is formidable. He needed to end the battle quickly. He would use his strongest move to deal with this pig. Ruler's arms transformed into rulers again, expanding and thickening to their maximum state, his feet also becoming smooth rulers to provide the greatest speed. On the other side, Beethoven, having distanced himself from Ruler, transformed into his wild boar form and began to gather power. The next move would likely determine the victor. He had to unleash his most powerful attack to clash with Ruler. First, he transformed into the fastest wild boar form, maximizing inertia, then switched to his human beast form for a full-on attack. This was the final segment of this battle symphony. The prelude to the finale was heralded by the sound of pig hooves digging into the ground. Beethoven's nose snorted rhythmically, his body crackling with electricity. At the same time, Beethoven and Ruler became two afterimages, racing towards each other like the wind. Having pushed their speed to the limit, Beethoven transformed back into his human beast form midair, his dual swords and thick tusks shining brightly due to the electrocharge. Ruler's arms stretched straight forward, gathering all his energy without the slightest leak, all aimed forward. Thunder and lightning, prelude to the 18th strike, hunting. With a crisp sound of rulers clashing with swords, it marked the climax of Beethoven's Battle Symphony. Beethoven and Ruler poured all their remaining strength into each other. Boom! After they crossed paths, the plains fell silent. The concert was over. Ruler and Beethoven both released their abilities, returning to their usual forms. Having two more swords is quite beneficial. Ruler smiled bitterly. Covering his chest were two charred scars crossed, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, having reached his limit, Ruler fell straight to the ground. Meanwhile, Beethoven, equally exhausted, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Both were immobile, the only difference being that Beethoven still retained consciousness while Ruler had lost all sensation. Thanks to the strong vitality of his animal-type fruit, Beethoven narrowly won. Or, this battle could very well be seen as a mutual destruction. Outside the Conquer Kingdom, the battle on the plains came to an end. Winner, Little Pig, Gentleman Beethoven. Finishing move, Thunder and Lightning. Prelude to the 18th strike, hunting. Beethoven lay on the ground, trying to adjust his body into the most gentlemanly posture. After fighting to the death for the Conquer Kingdom, King William's grace towards Ruler should be settled. This guy should head out to sea on his own in the future. Perhaps he might be seen in other places. Beethoven lay on the ground, reflecting with satisfaction. By the way, why does it seem to be getting hotter? There are also chattering sounds coming from afar. Beethoven, somewhat puzzled, managed to lift his head slightly, looking towards the direction of the forest. The sight before him made his pig hairs stand on end. What did the fire get so big? The entire forest is ablaze. The raging flames completely surrounded the entire Conquer Palace. Just moments ago, he had been focused on battling Ruler, and he hadn't even noticed that figure over there, limping away in a rather ungentlemanly fashion, looked a bit familiar. Why are so many people following behind? Damn it, this is serious. A familiar voice from house reached Beethoven's ears. The culprit of this fire successfully escaped by burning the thorns with flames. But this also set the entire forest ablaze. Run! Haas ran breathlessly to Beethoven's side, picking up the immobile pig, followed by the members of the Bonnie pirate crew who had intended to go to the captain's side, all desperately running towards the coast. While running, Haas shouted for help into the snail phone, calling out to Dafu. Behind Haas and the others, thousands of pirates from the Kankle Kingdom, who had failed to extinguish the fire, furiously waved their weapons in pursuit of the instigator of this disaster. Catch that arsonist! Tie him up and burn him alive. He even knocked down our Lord Irizel. Huh, lying over there in the plain is. Our esteemed Lord Ruler has also been knocked down. Unforgivable. Chapter 100. Fire on the Blood Avenger and the Jewel Margaret Pizza. The group, led by Hawes, who had successfully escaped, looked nervously at the frantic pursuers on shore. The remaining 72 knights, leading their subordinates, were cursing at Hawes and the others on the ship. But there was nothing they could do. These guys had just barely made it out after failing to extinguish the fire, and their clothes were burned and tattered, making them look very disheveled. A large portion of them were left barely alive from the burns, and many had perished in the fire. Thus, the pirates were filled with hatred towards Hawes, gritting their teeth. Hawes looked at the pirates who wished they could tear him apart and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dafu and Pal's group had taken care of the enemy ships at sea, and the remaining unfortunate ones were unable to set sail and chase after them. So they were safe now. Hawes, what on earth did you do? How did you end up burning down the entire forest just to deal with a cadre? Dafu asked while bandaging the injuries of the battered and exhausted Hawes and Beethoven. Some things can't be explained in just a few words. Hawes sighed. The captain had previously warned him to be careful with that smokeless coal arrow, and he was right. It really was an unfinished product with huge side effects. However, without it, he wouldn't have been able to defeat EricD, so it was unavoidable. At least he had used that arrow to defeat EricD and burned a large number of the Knight Regiment's pirates, while suffering no losses on his side. Perhaps for future battles of greater intensity, he needed to prepare arrows with greater power and more diverse functions. Speaking of which, with such a huge fire in the forest, ISNT the captain, Lexington, and Miss Bonnie trapped inside, Hawes furrowed his brow with concern, thinking about the captain and others still fighting near the palace. Even Captain Reis and the others can't possibly break through such terrifying flames, right? It's hard to say, but if they were to perish in there because of the fire, that would be too tragic, Dafu frowned. If Reis and Lexington defeat the enemy and still have the strength left, bringing Bonnie out of the fire shouldn't be too much of a problem. But if they end up like Beethoven, unable to move, then it wouldn't work. There's no need to worry too much about that. King William's palace has fireproof walls, so the fire won't spread inside, only outside, Pal said. So as long as they stay in the palace and wait until there's nothing left to burn, they will eventually be able to come out. Hawes nodded slightly, looking up at the sky. The flames had already dyed the sky red. The trouble he had caused was indeed great. He hoped Reis and the others wouldn't accidentally destroy the palace during their fight. If they did, it would be disastrous. The fire continued to spread outward, completely isolating the 6 people in the palace from the outside world. Now, neither the Magic Hand pirates nor Bonnie pirates could provide support to Reis and the others on the battlefield. The outcome of this battle depended entirely on Reis, Bonnie, and Lexington's performance. What should we do next? Dafu said, looking at Hawes, who had sat up after treating his wounds. Hawes looked around at the countless eyes staring at him, scratching his head in contemplation. Finally, his gaze focused on the pirates on the shore, still cursing and calling him a scoundrel. As the fire grew larger and spread faster, the planes behind them caught fire as well, leaving them no choice but to retreat to the shore to shout curses. With nothing else to do, Hawes decided to play along with their boredom. Saying that, he picked up a bow and arrow from the side, using the ability of the feed fruit to lock onto a weaker member of the 72 knights. Inside the palace, the battle between Reis and King William continued. The massive golden sword swept through, sending Reis flying once again, crashing heavily against the wall and creating a huge dent. Shattered coal on the ground reassembled, restoring Reis to his human form. King William stepped forward, pressing towards Reis. This guy, using the powers of the vibration fruit along with the coal fruit in tandem, not to mention his life-saving capabilities, were indeed formidable. The vibration dampening, plus the natural element transformation, meant that none of his attacks could inflict significant damage. One annoying little ant. Damn it, why is my forest still on fire? King William turned his head in annoyance, looking at the rolling flames and smoke outside the palace. His palace seemed to be completely surrounded by fire. What was Reis up to? Setting traps was one thing, but why was he playing with fire? It looked like the situation outside was not optimistic. He couldn't even contact his knights. Apart from Galoran responding a few words, none of the top 10 knights, including Ruler and Reis, were picking up the phone bugs. Although he didn't know the specifics, it was highly likely they were being beaten badly. Even Galoran was caught in a tough battle and couldn't explain the situation in detail. How could two small pirate crews, with so few members, cause such heavy losses to his thousands of elite soldiers? What were his 72 knights and pirate army doing? In any case, he could no longer afford to drag this out with Reis, even if it meant destroying his palace. He had to eliminate this troublesome little brat as soon as possible. The giant sword raised, stirring up a whirlwind. Reis, having readjusted his stance, tightened his grip on Amaterasu. His eyes locked on King William. The two charged fiercely at each other once again. On the other side, Bonnie and Queen Mary, who had originally been fighting outside the palace, had to shift the battlefield to the courtyard inside the fireproof walls due to the increasing flames. Meanwhile, Lexington and Galoran's battlefield had risen to the skies above the blazing sea of fire. The two looked at each other, their expressions serious. Their duel would end here in an aerial battle. The loser would fall into the sea of fire and be engulfed by the flames, certain to die regardless of their abilities. With fewer than 20 knights left, Galoran's voice was filled with immense anger. Only he remained of the top 10 knights, and only 15 of the 72 knights still retained consciousness. The army had suffered heavy losses. He never expected these small pirate crews could inflict such severe losses on them. King William had intended to use this power to truly dominate the South Sea and compete with Grella. Now that it had come to this, they could only continue to lie low here, recuperating and waiting to regain their strength. Fortunately, King William possessed the bloodline of the giants, granting him a lifespan far exceeding that of humans. He and Galoran were both under 30. They could afford to wait 10 or 20 years. Lexington, are you ready to meet your end in the sea of fire? Galoran's voice deepened. This time, it won't be just a trivial skirmish. I'm going to get serious. Lexington let out a cold laugh, the 10 commandments cutting through the air with a golden glow. I'll return that phrase to you, word for word. Chapter 101. True paper drawing in the sky above the sea of flames. Lexington stepped lightly, charging towards the floating Galoran. Finger gun, all of Lexington's strength gathered in his right index finger, shooting towards Galoran's throat like a bullet. Facing this ferocious attack, Galoran showed no signs of panic. In the wind, his body seemed to sway oddly. A finger gun? It's definitely a Navy SIG style technique. I can probably pull off a similar move too. Paper drawing. In an instant, Galoran's body swayed sideways to evade Lexington's attack. The fierce finger gun completely missed Galoran, barely grazing past him. Paper gun, just as their bodies came close. Galoran's right hand shot out like lightning, stabbing directly into Lexington's body. The intense pain in his abdomen made Lexington hurriedly distance himself from Galoran, bending down to see a bloody hole in his body. No time to defend with iron block. He's too fast. Lexington's expression grew serious as he looked at Galoran in disbelief. That last move, paper drawing and finger gun, it doesn't seem like it. The opponent's movements are completely different from the starting moves of finger gun and paper drawing. Galoran isn't a pirate from the Navy or CPCJ. Could it be a power? Lexington took a deep breath and said. Galoran then burst into laughter, raising his blood-stained right index finger. At that moment, his finger was a sharp cone, formed by rolled-up paper. I am a paper person who has eaten the paramecia-type paper fruit, able to turn any part of my body into paper. Light, incredibly tough, and as thin as a blade, this paper can kill. Paper moon step. Saying this, Galoran suddenly charged towards Lexington. Lexington hurriedly raised his battle axe to meet him. Paper gale kick. Galoran swung his right leg fiercely, crashing into Lexington's 10 commandments with a sound like blades clashing. What is this guy up to? Another modified SIG style? Is he completely mimicking techniques using his powers? Every fight, I turn myself into a blank piece of paper. That way, I can replicate more of your moves and let you taste the bitterness of your own techniques. Paper Serpent's Fawn. Galoran sneered, his tense right leg suddenly going limp. The paper curling like a flexible snake, wrapping around the back of Lexington's battle axe, and suddenly snapping upward. Swish! Lexington's right hand was instantly slashed, leaving a long bloody mark, causing him to retreat hurriedly to distance himself from Galoran again. This guy's technique's principle is clear to him now. The finger gun is a cone made of paper, using sharp angles to attack. No need to elaborate on paper drawing. His body is truly made of paper. The moon step is expanding the paper of his feet to fan the air for aerial movement. And the gale kick is obviously using sharp paper blades to execute kicks. This guy's paper body is both soft and hard. Not only is it light, but its strength far exceeds ordinary paper, effectively combining the human body with paper. Normal attacks have no effect whatsoever. Moreover, due to the lightness of the paper, Galoran's speed is astonishingly fast. Although he sacrifices strength, the sharp, thin paper possesses enough lethality. Galoran's combat prowess and adaptability are also incredibly strong, able to replicate his own six-style techniques so quickly. Truly worthy of being the strongest knight under William. He definitely can't replicate Iron Block. He probably can't use Shave in the air right now, so the moves he can copy should be these 4 Navy techniques. Lexington thought to himself. The most troublesome one is likely his paper drawing. This Galoran likely also knows how to use Kinbunchika Haki, making it difficult to deal with him combined with his paper body. Fortunately, he seems not to know Busashoka Haki. Lexington felt a slight sense of relief. If he could use Busashoka Haki, there would be no way for him to handle him at all. However, even now, the opponent's strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. One careless move, and he could become the loser in this sea of flames. Galoran once again charged at Lexington with an unimaginable speed. Paper whip soft sword. Galoran's arms became as soft as whips, wildly swinging to launch a storm of attacks at Lexington. Iron Block. The soft paper attacks left Lexington with no way to defend, forcing him to enter Iron Block to avoid being shredded. However, once in Iron Block, he couldn't counterattack or use Moon Step, falling down while enduring the attacks. Barely escaping from Galoran's entanglement by falling, Lexington hurriedly released Iron Block, reinitiating Moon Step to avoid falling into the sea of flames. At this moment, Lexington's body was only 3 feet away from the flames below. That's right, the flames. Lexington suddenly revealed a smug smile. Paper should be afraid of fire, right? Finger gun, fire, bullet barrage. Lexington reached into his pocket, took out a steel ball, and clamped it between his fingers, enduring the burning pain as he swept his palm over the flames below, igniting the steel ball. With amazing finger strength, he shot it upwards towards Galoran. Would this move work? Lexington watched Galoran's reaction with anticipation. However, the opponent didn't seem startled by the incoming fireball. Fire? He actually flicked the flames up with his strong finger power. Quite impressive. But ordinary paper is afraid of fire. But I'm not ordinary paper. Paper drawing, fireproof paper. Under Lexington's astonished gaze, Galoran once again evaded the fierce fireball attack with his body, the scorching fireball brushing past him without leaving a trace. This is ineffective? Fireproof paper too? Is there also waterproof paper? Is this guy really invincible? No way. Even the strongest has weaknesses. Lexington shook his head sharply, calming down, and charged towards Galoran again. This guy dodges my attacks, partly relying on Kinbunchika Haki. I must be able to find a way to hurt him. Lexington then gave up on using Iron Block and engaged Galoran in a fierce aerial battle. The sharp paper blades slashed Lexington's body, leaving him bloodied and wounded, while Lexington's attacks were all dodged by the opponent using his special paper drawing. Lexington gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from the paper cuts, continuously observing Galoran, who was persistently using paper drawing. Galoran's special paper drawing might provide him with a different insight. If he could awaken Kinbunchika Haki, he would definitely be able to defeat this guy. Chapter 102 Observation Hakiumph. Your attacks are completely predicted by me, so they have no effect at all, while you can hardly dodge my attacks, and can only tough it out with your body. Galoran sneered, continuously attacking Lexington. I want to see how long you can hold on. At this moment, Lexington was already covered in blood, his entire body bathed in a sea of red, looking very frightening. Your attacks are still like paper, too gentle. Lexington gritted his teeth against the intense pain from his wounds, managing to force out a smile. Although he couldn't use Iron Body normally, he could still tense his muscles to enhance his physical defense, preventing the opponent's paper knife from causing too deep wounds. Oh, Is that so? Then let me give you something more intense. Galoran disdainfully said, his originally gentle right arm suddenly becoming tough. That is, a paper knife. The paper knife formed from his right arm slashed through the air, striking down. The incredible speed left Lexington with no time to react. Slash! A spray of blood erupted, and a huge wound appeared on Lexington's right shoulder, deep enough to see the bone. The intense pain made Lexington's brows furrow, almost losing his footing and falling from the air. Paper? Does this guy's ability allow him to turn into any kind of paper? The difficulty of dealing with him just increased. If ordinary paper is like a soft sword, then cardstock is no different from a real sword. I can't keep getting slashed like this. I have to keep up with his speed and try to block his attacks. How's that, Lexington? Isn't the taste of my attacks quite nice? Galoran sneered, and his body suddenly vanished from its original position. Paper shave? Lexington's pupils instantly constricted. Shave can be imitated? Is he making his body as thin as paper to minimize resistance for high-speed movement? Because his body is light, he can also achieve high-speed movement with shave. Iron Body. With no other choice, Lexington had to temporarily activate Iron Body again to withstand the opponent's attacks. Galoran launched attack after attack against Lexington, who also tried to counterattack repeatedly. As the two continued to exchange blows, Lexington's wounds multiplied, blood dripping down into the sea of flames below, seemingly staining the already red flames even redder. Observation hockey paper, drawing an unpredictable body, made Galoran nearly invincible. However, in this battle against Galoran, Lexington felt his senses becoming increasingly clearer. Gradually, he seemed to be able to see some movements that he couldn't see before. Paper drawing. Facing another round of attacks from Galoran, Lexington attempted to use paper drawing to evade once more. Originally, his paper drawing couldn't possibly withstand the unpredictable attacks locked onto by Galoran's observation hockey. But now, if he could imitate the true movements of the paper body, maybe it would work. Taking a deep breath, Lexington relaxed all the strength in his body. He couldn't let his mind and body be too tense. When dealing with something as soft as paper, being too rigid was meaningless. With a clear mind, he let his body move as lightly as real paper, flowing with the wind. Paper knife, white dragon. Galoran's right arm transformed into an extremely sharp paper knife, swinging fiercely towards Lexington. As Galoran's arm moved, the paper knife swayed unpredictably in the air, like a swimming white dragon. Hard to predict. This time, Galoran's paper knife was aimed at Lexington's throat. This move was meant to finish the fight. However, as the paper knife approached Lexington's body, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lexington's body moved aside like real paper, evading Galoran's deadly strike at the last moment. Galoran was instantly taken aback. What is this guy doing? He clearly has a flesh and blood body. How could his body be as light as mine, which is made of paper? Finger guns, scissors. Lexington quickly extended his right index and middle fingers, forming a scissor shape, and rapidly stabbed towards Galoran's outstretched arm. Slash! A spray of blood shot out, and a fresh wound appeared on Galoran's arm. After such a long battle, Lexington finally injured Galoran's paper body for the first time. Paper shave. Realizing something was wrong, Galoran hurriedly simulated the 6 forms again, quickly retreating to create distance from Lexington. This guy's aura is very off. It's completely different from before. Those deep brown eyes seem to pierce right through me. Gale foot paper cutting knife. Lexington roared, kicking out his right foot, unleashing a remarkably fast slash that struck Galoran again, leaving another wound. My moves have all been seen through. Galoran covered his wound, incredulously furrowing his brows. Why did it suddenly change from not being able to touch him at all to this? Could it be this guy also? Lexington activated Moonwalk and charged towards Galoran quickly. 10-finger gun origami. Cardstock knife. Boom! Lexington and Galoran's attacks collided in midair. Paper wings. Being pushed back slightly due to his light body, Galoran spread his legs, transforming them into wings to provide forward momentum. Lexington's steel-like fingers tightly gripped Galoran's paper knife, both straining against each other. Did you just awaken observation hockey? Galoran asked through gritted teeth, his expression serious. Lexington sneered at the question. Yes, and it's all thanks to your guidance. Just now, when facing Galoran's deadly strike, Lexington felt a qualitative leap in his senses. Everything around him seemed to come into focus. The fleeting openings hidden within Galoran's extremely fast attack speed were now clear to him. Without a doubt, this was the observation hockey he had been trying to cultivate, but had never awakened. Indeed, in a life-and-death battle, a person's growth rate is the fastest. Now that I've awakened observation hockey, I won't be afraid of you anymore. Be prepared. Lexington forcefully bent Galarin's cardstock knife in half. Ugh, damn brat. Galarin cried out in pain as his arm was broken, quickly retreating several steps. This guy actually comprehended observation hockey in the heat of battle. I won't lose to a rookie like you. Galarin gritted his teeth. I absolutely cannot disappoint Lord William. You can't be that much older than me, right? Lexington taunted as he launched another attack against Galarin. From this moment on, the situation began to reverse. Withstanding Galarin's increasingly strong offensive, the veins on Galarin's face bulged. It seems that I have to bring out my strongest form that I've been saving. Chapter 103. Lexington versus Galarin's spear and axe. All of Lexington's power concentrated at the tip of his right-hand battle axe, thrusting sharply towards Galarin. However, this time, the renowned 10 Commandments, known for its sharpness, surprisingly did not pierce through the thin paper in front of him. How tough. The strength has increased several levels. What kind of paper is this again? Clang. Galarin's right arm transformed into a paper blade once more, swinging fiercely to collide with Lexington's golden axe. Have you heard of aramid paper? While wielding his significantly sharper paper arm to engage with Lexington, Galarin sneered. This is the hardest paper in the world. What kind of ridiculous paper is this? Steel spear. Lexington silently deflected his opponent's attack, his left index finger applying more force to stab towards Galarin's chest again. Isn't the range of the paper fruit too broad? Iron block, corrugated paper. Galarin suddenly puffed out his chest, and his originally thin body instantly turned into solid corrugated paper, bracing against Lexington's spear. They've even made iron blocks out of it? Lexington found it hard to believe that his enhanced spear still couldn't penetrate his opponent's body. Is this corrugated paper? Its strength is almost comparable to steel. The more powerful the paper, the greater the consumption of my stamina. But doesn't he matter now? Galarin said as he leaned forward, his paper-thin body soaring through the air, creating intense sounds from the friction with the air. Paper axe. Galarin's entire body swung down like a giant axe towards Lexington, showing off his skills in front of the adept. Lexington immediately swung the 10 Commandments with all his might to meet Galarin's full-force strike. Galax. The paper and iron clashed, the sharp blades competing against each other, producing sharp sounds. Naturally, Galarin, light as paper, couldn't outmatch Lexington in a contest of strength, and the golden axe of the 10 Commandments quickly sent him flying. Expanding his body to increase resistance, Galarin swiftly halted in midair, but his temple was still dented by Lexington's strike. After changing the type of paper, its power has indeed increased many times. Although Lexington was uninjured, he furrowed his brow upon sensing the attack power of the paper axe. Even though he had mastered observation hockey and found a way to injure Galarin, he still needed to defeat him quickly. The wounds that Galarin had inflicted on him earlier still throbbed painfully, and blood was gushing out. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Maintaining moonwalk in midair for battle was costing him much more than usual. Paper saw. Galarin's body began to spin rapidly in the air, transforming into an incredibly sharp circular saw, creating turbulent waves of air as he charged towards Lexington. The circular saw collided with the golden axe once more, but this time, relying on the centrifugal force and momentum of the paper, Galarin was not sent flying again. In midair, Galarin's speed increased. As if he had transformed into an indestructible circular saw, the air blades he created even leaving cuts on Lexington's face. Justice. I want to see how long you can withstand my strongest strike, Galarin said, continuing to accelerate his spinning speed according to the wind direction. Prepare to be cleaved in half. Lexington braced himself against the oncoming paper saw, gritting his teeth, his golden hair being whipped wildly by the fierce wind. This posture seems a bit familiar. Back on Starlight Island, when facing the Rolling Knight, his opponent had also used a similar technique. The fighting characteristics of these two are quite similar in some aspects. Lexington's arms grew increasingly sore and numb, slowly reaching their limit. No, it shouldn't be like this. Against such a tough attack, a head-on approach won't work. Lexington suddenly recalled the technique that Bo used against his attacks. Galarin's paper saw is characterized by its flexibility, his strongest attack move. So, to deal with such a move, I should relax my body and use softness to overcome hardness. Paper drawing. Lexington took a long breath, starting to gradually release the force from his body. The distance between the paper saw and Lexington's face grew closer and closer. At that moment, Lexington's body became as soft as possible. The attributes of both sides exchanged. At a critical moment, the ferocious paper saw brushed past Lexington at close range. Lexington turned his head in response, staring directly at the side of the circular saw. Observation Hockey began to search for the exposed flaws of the enemy right in front of him. Relax. Relax more. Use the same technique that dealt with Bo against him. However, previously it was a forceful stop using finger strength, while this time, it was about searching for flaws hidden within the high-speed motion using Observation Hockey, finishing the battle with the gentlest strike. The moment Lexington and Galoran crossed paths, his entire arm gently and slowly reached out towards the front. The index finger of his right hand, gathering all his strength, gently pointed towards the center of the rapidly spinning paper saw, like a pen used for drawing. Finger drawing spear, ultimate technique, the dragon's eye. For a moment, the scene was as quiet as water, as Lexington's right index finger pressed directly against Galoran's chest, which was gradually coming to a stop. The sight fell into silence. The air seemed to ripple. After the silence came a true explosion. Boom! A terrifying shock wave emanated from Lexington's fingertip, spreading throughout Galoran's tense body. Pua! The immense force made Galoran feel as if all the paper fibers in his body were starting to tear apart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I actually learned to use my own soft techniques. Did this battle begin with my softness overcoming hardness, and end with Lexington's softness overcoming hardness? While both learned from each other's abilities, what you learned of the six forms was merely superficial. Lexington slowly retracted his hand, looking at Galoran, who had lost the ability to resist and was floating in the air, and said, "And my move should be the ultimate technique of your paper fruit. Thank you for teaching me Observation Hockey." This battle, Lexington swung his golden axe, heavily cleaving Galoran towards the sea of flames below. It's over. After receiving another heavy blow, Galoran was unable to continue maintaining the abilities of the paper fruit, and his body, now heavy and human-like, could no longer float in the air and began to plummet straight to the ground. I'm so unwilling. I actually have a day that would disappoint King William. As Galoran's figure vanished into the sea of fire, the battle high above the Conqueror's palace concluded. Winner, Major Lexington Justice. Finishing move, finger drawing spear, ultimate technique, the dragon's eye. After eliminating Galoran, Lexington was already at the end of his strength. However, looking at the raging sea of flames below, Lexington's expression grew serious. The fire is too intense, and the coverage is too vast. Unable to find a foothold, the battle inside the palace is not over yet. If I go down now, it will definitely hold back Reis and Bonnie in this situation. Lexington then looked towards the area along the coast that had not yet been engulfed in flames. With the remaining stamina, can I make it there? Chapter 104 Blood Color Monster in the Garden of the Conquer Palace. Bonnie and Queen Mary have been chasing each other for dozens of minutes. You chameleon woman. Aren't you too relentless? Bonnie dodged the scythe swung by Mary, and couldn't help but curse. Her target was King William, not this ferocious woman. If this continues, William's head will be taken by that bastard Reis. This guy is really a nuisance. You don't need to worry too much, Princess of the Sobel Kingdom. Queen Mary, whose whole body had turned yellow, raised the scythe in her hand high. Anyway, your ally, the captain, will soon be dealt with by our King William. That does seem to be the case. That fool silver thief, doesn't he look like he can defeat King William? Forget it. Once that silver thief is dealt with by King William, I should be able to take care of this woman myself. Then I can properly deal with that bastard King William. Princess Bonnie, you should experience my power. Queen Mary screamed as she crazily swung the scythe in her hand. Her originally yellow body turned green at that moment. Green swift scythe. The razor-sharp scythe's attack speed increased dozens of times in an instant, slashing towards Bonnie like a raging storm. What the hell is this? It's like it has a motor. Bonnie quickly transformed into a child's appearance, using her small body to dodge Mary's attacks. But the opponent's speed was too fast, and she was soon struck by a scythe on her shoulder. Puff! As blood splattered from her shoulder, Bonnie was also sent flying by the tremendous impact of the blow. Green shadow. Queen Mary immediately chased after her like a green lightning bolt, the heavy scythe creating a whirlwind in the air as her green body turned yellow again. And the giant scythe struck down fiercely. Yellow heavy spike. The sharp blade struck beside Bonnie, and the immense force split the ground, barely escaping the attack. Bonnie looked at the massive scar carved into the ground beside her, feeling a lingering fear. With such power, if she were to be hit, she would surely be done for. Damn woman. Quickly picking up a long sword dropped by a nearby knight, Bonnie hurled it fiercely towards Queen Mary's throat. Queen Mary, tall and with long arms, was swinging a scythe over 5 meters long, making it difficult for Bonnie to get close enough to use her abilities. so attacking from a distance would work too. Blue steel jade. Queen Mary smiled, and her yellow body turned blue. Clang. Bonnie's longsword, capable of shattering rocks, was easily blocked by Queen Mary with her bare body. Her defense has increased. Bonnie frowned, taking advantage of the moment when Queen Mary was defending against her attack. Bonnie quickly got up and performed a few backflips to leap to a distance. Green is speed increase. Yellow is strength increase. Blue is defense increase, right? This is the ability of the color fruit user. Changing the color of her body can enhance her physical abilities. What troublesome guy. Get out of my way. Bonnie gritted her teeth and picked up 2 knives from the ground, charging quickly towards Queen Mary. Since this guy's speed and strength changed from time to time, she had been passive until now. Now that she understood her abilities, there was a chance to counterattack. Based on her color, she just needed to take different countermeasures. The long-handled scythe of Queen Mary clashed repeatedly with Bonnie's weapons in midair, sparking countless sparks. As expected of Bartholomew's daughter, even her basic combat power is strong. Unfortunately, she is still too green. There's no way she can defeat me. Queen Mary snorted coldly, continuously changing the color of her body, her scythe either powerful or incredibly fast, launching a relentless assault on Bonnie. And Bonnie, having become familiar with her opponent's abilities, began to handle the battle with Queen Mary more adeptly. For a moment, the battle between the two became intense. Give up. If you want to deal with King William, I want to give you that chance. After forcing Bonnie back, Queen Mary let out a sharp laugh again. Unable to touch her opponent, Bonnie snorted coldly, gripping her twin blades tightly and glaring at the enemy in front of her. Don't look at me with those eyes. It's truly rude, Queen Mary said, her body turning green again as her scythe swept towards Bonnie at extreme speed. In the green form, her speed was fast and hard to avoid, but her power was average, making it possible to withstand. Bonnie gritted her teeth, positioning her right-hand blade to the side of her body, and forcefully blocked the incoming scythe handle from Queen Mary, unable to knock down her opponent. Queen Mary immediately transformed her body to yellow, increasing the attack power. And at that moment, Bonnie seized the opportunity. When strength increases, speed slows down. Bonnie's feet suddenly pushed against the scythe blade behind her, using the force from Queen Mary's scythe swing. Bonnie transformed into her child form at the fastest speed and closed in on her opponent. Her fruit ability and the color fruit actually have some similarities. The color fruit can change forms, and she can do the same. The adult form is stronger, but the juvenile form is smaller and lighter, allowing for greater agility. Bonnie sneered as she reached out her right hand towards the Queen Mary, who was within arm's reach. This time, her defensive transformation wouldn't help. If she touched her, the battle would be decided. Fool! Hiding in the deep palace all day, your combat skills and reaction speed are truly average. Suddenly approached by Bonnie, Queen Mary's pupils constricted sharply, and beads of sweat appeared on her face. This girl, her ability to adapt, is surprisingly strong. Damn it, I thought I wouldn't need to use that move. Queen Mary's face turned icy, and at that moment, her yellow body turned blood red. It was a true, pure red, as brilliant as blood. From that moment on, the aura around Queen Mary completely changed. A beast-like, dangerous aura spread from her body. Her massive form suddenly burst forth with extreme speed, instantly dodging Bonnie's close-range attack. What is going on? The enemy in front of her turned into a red shadow and disappeared, startling Bonnie. The next moment, a powerful attack struck from behind, landing heavily on Bonnie's back. Boom! The forceful attack sent Bonnie, who was spitting blood, crashing into the ground. Mary Reid, covered in blood red as if drenched in blood, revealed a strange smile. Struggling to rise from the ground, Bonnie gritted her teeth and looked at the red monster, recalling the momentary change in aura, as well as the astonishing power and speed that coexisted at the same time. This is The Legend of the Blood Color Monster of the Conquer Kingdom, Chapter 105. Bonnie versus Queen Mary. Is this the bloodthirsty monster from the legends of the South Sea, lurking in the kingdom of Conqueror and devouring humans? So it's you, old hag. Looking at Queen Mary, who was drenched in blood, wielding a scythe and exuding a dangerous aura, Bonnie furrowed her brows. This opponent looked formidable. It seems that this bloodthirsty monster is indeed the real bloody Queen Mary. In her red form, all aspects of her abilities, strength, defense, and speed have been significantly enhanced, leaving almost no weaknesses to exploit. However, judging by her appearance, it seems she has lost her sanity. While her physical abilities have been boosted, she has turned into a mindless monster due to her frenzied state. This appears to be the key to defeating her. Accompanied by a high-pitched, piercing scream. Queen Mary swung her scythe wildly at Bonnie. Boom! Bonnie gritted her teeth, barely managing to block the attack with her sword. Although she had lost her reason, her battle instincts had surprisingly sharpened. What a troublesome opponent. It seems the only way to deal with her is to get close and use the powers of the Suk no Mi to turn her into a child or an old person, stripping her of her combat capabilities. The blood-red scythe was propelled by immense strength, striking continuously. The ground around Bonnie was left in ruins, utterly devastated by the deadly scythe. Even the hard marble tiles were easily cleaved in two by its sharp edge. This monster! Bonnie swiftly ducked to evade a sweeping attack from Queen Mary, the scythe instantly shattering a fence behind her. In the widely circulated legends of the South Sea, it is said that in the pirate kingdom of Conqueror, a creature wielding a scythe and covered in crimson would occasionally appear at night. This bloodthirsty monster would indiscriminately slaughter humans, relishing their blood, and many parents used this terrifying tale to scare their children, proving effective in stopping their cries. And now, Bonnie was facing this legendary creature. How could that guy, King William, allow such a fearsome being to be his queen? It's unbelievable. Bonnie couldn't help but comment. Although Queen Mary wasn't unattractive, she looked completely insane, rude, and brutal. With an extremely unpleasant laugh, King William, while ugly and fat, was still one of the overlords of the South Sea, a half-giant at that. One would think he could find a more normal woman to be his queen. Listening to the commotion in the palace, the battle between King William and Reis was intensifying. No matter what, Bonnie had to deal with Queen Mary before they decided the outcome. If King William lost, she would miss her chance to take him down herself, and might even lose to that silver thief. If Reis lost, facing both King William and Queen Mary alone would be impossible. As the battle continued, the smell of blood seemed to invigorate Queen Mary further, her scythe creating an impenetrable defensive web that Bonnie could hardly breach. Getting too close would result in being blown away by the blade's wind. Under Queen Mary's relentless assault, Bonnie was forced to retreat until she found herself against the palace wall. The scythe came down, carving a shocking gash in the incredibly solid wall. She couldn't retreat any further. She had to end this here. Bonnie gritted her teeth and drew a flintlock pistol she had just picked up from the ground. Aiming at Queen Mary, the enormous blood scythe descended, shattering the blade that Bonnie had raised to block, and the deflected scythe grazed her right arm, leaving a bloody cut. Enduring the pain, Bonnie decisively pulled the trigger of her flintlock. 2 bullets shot toward Queen Mary's eyes. Clang! The bullet struck as if hitting metal, easily deflected by Queen Mary's sturdy defenses. However, Bonnie hadn't intended to inflict much damage with the gun. The sparks from the bullet collision temporarily disrupted her opponent's line of sight, which was the key. Picking up a heavy warhammer from the chaotic battlefield, Bonnie took a deep breath, raised it high above her head, and smashed it down toward the scythe, dragging on the ground. Aging impact. Bang! The warhammer struck the point where Bonnie had been slicing the scythe during her blocks. The continued assault on the same spot had already caused significant hidden damage to the weapon, and the aging ability of the Suk no Mi quickly corroded it. With this strike, Bonnie successfully shattered the enormous scythe into 2 pieces. After quickly neutralizing the scythe's threat, Bonnie transformed into a more agile child, leaping forward into Queen Mary's defensive circle, stretching her arms to the limit to touch her body. As long as she made contact, this battle would be over. Recovering her sight, Queen Mary, seeing Bonnie closing in, let out a desperate roar. She swung the scythe's handle down fiercely at Bonnie. Although she had lost the most powerful part of the scythe, the several-meter-long handle still possessed tremendous power. Bonnie's child-sized body was struck in the back by the hard, heavy handle, the immense impact causing her head to spin, blood to spew from her mouth, and she almost fell to the ground. No, if I fall, I won't have another chance. I must push forward. Enduring the repeated heavy blows from Queen Mary, Bonnie forced her way beside her. Her right hand pressed tightly against Queen Mary's body, transform into a little demon and die. The ability of the Suk no Mi activated, and Queen Mary's body began to shrink dramatically. Seeing her body getting smaller, the bloodthirsty monster screamed in terror. Before long, Queen Mary, originally 3 meters tall, shrank down to a little over 1 meter, resembling a toddler. Finally got her. Raising the warhammer, Bonnie swung it down heavily on Queen Mary's head, knocking her out cold. After dropping her weapon, Bonnie immediately felt drained, collapsing to the ground. Damn it! Why can't I stand up? It seemed the injuries were too severe, her stamina exhausted. And changing the age of a powerful being like Queen Mary consumed a tremendous amount of energy, leaving her hungry. Once her taut nerves relaxed, Bonnie found herself unable to stand and fight again. How could this happen? I haven't dealt with King William yet. Reluctant, Bonnie struggled to support herself, wanting to continue fighting, but the pain from her wounds flared up, causing her to feel dizzy. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the ground. In the internal courtyard of the Conqueror Palace, the battle concluded. Winner, gluttonous woman, Jewelry Bonnie. Decisive technique, one hammer. At this point, all enemies of the Kingdom of Conqueror, including the Queen, had been defeated by the alliance of the Devil's Hand Pirates and Bonnie's Pirates. In the Conqueror Palace, only the Devil's Hand EricD, Dozen Reis, and King William remained locked in combat. Chapter 106. The 30-year-old Reis, the breath of Mary and Caroline, has disappeared. Inside the palace, King William suddenly stopped his attack, furrowing his brows and gritting his teeth. The situation outside is truly dire. You little brat, why are you so difficult to deal with? With a fierce turn, King William raised the golden sword, Jagavius, and heavily struck down at Reis, who had been battling him for a long time. Reis, already somewhat exhausted, took a deep breath and once again channeled his power, deflecting the giant sword that King William had swung down. Boom! The giant sword crashed heavily onto the palace floor, sending debris flying everywhere, splashing onto Reis. I haven't taken you down yet. How can I fall? Reis laughed and waved his spear, Tenzo, charging fiercely at King William. It seems that Bonnie, Lexington, and the others have already dealt with the other enemies here, which means I can focus all my attention and strength on this opponent. Black roar of the flame dragon. Black coal spread across Reis's right hand, gripping the spear, igniting into a blazing fire, enveloping the flame spear, Tenzo, and he lunged forward with all his might. The sharp wave of the spear, entwined with flames, transformed into a roaring fire dragon, baring its fangs and pouncing toward King William's throat. Facing Reis's fierce attack, King William, who was already anxious due to the continuous defeats of his subordinates, became even more enraged. This little brat is like a pesky fly, never ending. You little punk, you don't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Your weak flames can't possibly harm my giant race's body. Saying this, King William raised the golden sword, Jagavius, high above his head, striking a pose that Reis found very familiar. Could it be? Rash pupils should and thee widened. Taste the strongest spear of the giant race that I brought from the New World, Elbaf. King William's roar made Reis's eardrums buzz. The golden giant sword swung down with a thunderous sound. Elbaf's spear, Dominion. The giant sword emitted a blade shockwave that was dozens of times larger than Reis's spear wave, crashing into Reis's flame dragon with overwhelming momentum. The two attacks didn't hold for long before the flames were almost completely devoured by Dominion. This is bad. After the shockwave obliterated Reis's attack, it charged directly at him. Sensing the danger, Reis hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it. Boom! Dominion barely grazed Reis as it struck the top of the palace, instantly creating a massive hole from the tremendous force. Watching the destruction caused by this strike, cold sweat broke out on Reis's face. The giant hybrid indeed knows Elbaf's spear. If hit by this move, at least dozens of bones would be shattered, rendering him unable to fight. Originally, I didn't want to use such a destructively powerful move, planning to send you off to the afterlife properly. King William waved the golden sword, which was emitting white smoke, and snorted coldly. After all, this is my palace, and I don't want to be destroyed in chaos by myself. But now it seems the situation is extremely dire. At all costs, I will completely obliterate you here. Saying this, King William raised his long sword high again, gathering power, his feet even sinking deeply into the ground from the exertion. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Sort of sovereignty. The giant sword chopped down straight, and Reis barely managed to evade it with his abilities, while the palace floor was struck, creating a massive crack from the force of the blow. Feeling the change in the intensity of King William's attack, Reis's silver brows furrowed. It seems that the consecutive defeats of Caroline and Queen Mary have made this guy increasingly anxious, starting to act recklessly. In previous attacks, he had been holding back his strength, but now he was completely letting loose. It seems I must also bring out the trump card I had prepared earlier. Otherwise, I'll be killed by this guy here. The power of the age fruit. I haven't used it in this battle yet. Reis jumped back, muttering to himself. Unlike Bonnie, who can eat a lot, the energy I can store is naturally limited. Changing the age of such a powerful opponent with strong hostility towards me is almost impossible. Then, I can only change my own age. Currently, Reis is in a youthful, undeveloped body, and all his functions are not in peak condition. So, turning myself into someone around 30 years old should give me a fighting chance against King William. After taking off his boots, Reis began to activate the ability of the age fruit, his originally around 1.7-meter body starting to grow taller. His clothes began to tighten and tear, his pants transforming from long pants to three-quarter pants, and the length of the flame spear, Tinzo, became more suitable. Soon, the 30-year-old Reis appeared before King William, standing around 1.9 meters tall, his face still handsome but deeper and more rugged than in his youth. His signature silver brows became thicker and shinier, and his piercing gray eyes radiated a stronger aura. His black hair fell over his shoulders, his upper body exposed, balanced and lean, covered in muscle. "Oh, did you grow bigger using Bonnie's ability?" King William looked at the adult version of Reis with some surprise. "Not bad for a human. Oomph. Now I'm not the little brat you say I am." Reis shouted at King William in a voice deeper than before, while tugging at his pants, gritting his teeth. After growing larger, his pants became too tight. Fortunately, they were somewhat loose and elastic, or else he would have been in a real bind. Dying from such a thing would be utterly embarrassing. After adjusting his pants, Reis began to feel this grown body. The age change from the age fruit is a proportional growth at this stage. The fully developed body that has changed will not be affected by future training and external factors. So the 30-year-old version of himself is definitely not on the same level as the real 30-year-old self. However, even so, Reis's wrist strength and overall physical quality have improved significantly. Now, Reis is equivalent to a 30-year-old Reis who has not undergone any battles, accumulated experience, or gained any enhancements from this moment onwards. Really strong. Feeling the power within him, Reis increasingly realized how powerful this body's potential is. Just the simple growth made him feel much stronger than before. Unfortunately, he still cannot fight and train continuously in this body, as doing so would prevent him from gaining experience and improvements. After all, the 30-year-old self comes from the future, and his true strength depends on the experiences of his 16-year-old self. This is also why he was reluctant to fight with this grown body earlier. However, now, to defeat King William, there is no other choice. "Come on, King William, it's time to start the second round of battle." Saying this, Reis swung the flame spear and charged towards King William with even greater speed and fierceness. Chapter 107. The Gun of Elbaf. Don't think that just because you've grown a few years taller, you can match this king. William let out a cold snort and swung his giant sword at Reis, who was charging at him. Facing the incoming Gavias, Reis also raised his weapon, Amaterasu. After growing up, whether his strength could rival King William's would depend on this clash. Boom! Gavias and Amaterasu collided in midair, golden sword energy and red spear waves intertwined, and the massive shock waves spread out, causing the surrounding air to buzz. This time, Reis was able to match King William with just his physical strength. He could actually compete with the power of the giant race. Pressing against King William's giant sword, Reis's lips curled up slightly. Although he was only half giant, King William's strength surely surpassed that of an ordinary giant. It seemed his physical potential was indeed very strong, channeling all his power into his arms. Reis shouted and blasted the 7-meter-tall King William away with a single thrust. The enormous body crashed heavily against the palace wall behind him, instantly creating a huge hole, with debris flying everywhere. "You little brat." King William, who had been sent flying by Reis's strike, showed an expression of disbelief, gritting his teeth as he propped himself up with his sword. The change in strength was so great, because he was the daughter of his arch-nemesis Bartholomew Kuma. King William had learned quite a bit about the abilities of Joely Bonnie and her SS fruit. This fruit could to some extent indicate a person's potential. The greater the disparity in strength between youth and maturity, the greater that person's potential. It seemed Reis was such a case. It appeared that if he didn't eliminate him, there would be endless troubles ahead. Imperial Sword. King William, wielding a sword wrapped in armament hockey, leaped into the air, rolling several times, using the powerful centrifugal force and inertia to strike down at Reis. If his strength wasn't enough, he would just strengthen it. Reis also generated waves beneath his feet, pushing his body forward in a stronger surge, using greater power and speed to make Amaterasu blaze with even hotter flames. The entire Amaterasu shone with dazzling brilliance. Waves Amaterasu. The two great treasures erupted with their strongest power under their master's full force, their sharp edges clashing together, releasing a piercing, killing intent. Inside the palace, the battle between King William and Reis grew increasingly intense, each attack utilizing their full strength. The golden sword Gavias, symbolizing the emperor, clashing with the flame, spear Amaterasu, symbolizing the sun. unleashing boundless sword energy and spear waves. The palace could no longer withstand the collision of the two strong men and began to sway precariously. Black blade. As Reis raised his right hand, dozens of black coal blades entwined with flames shot up from the ground, stabbing towards King William's massive body from all directions. Imperial armor. Facing the wide-range attack of the natural type ability, King William snorted disdainfully, and armament hockey immediately enveloped his entire body, shielding his massive frame. Boom! The collision of coal blades, flames, and armament produced an incredibly powerful shockwave. This move caused the palace where King William and Reis were located to collapse halfway. Their battlefield thus expanded significantly. After several rounds of fighting, both had exhausted a considerable amount of energy. Reis was panting heavily, his gaze fixated on King William before him, not daring to look away. Continuously switching between the abilities of 3 DevilFruits was no easy task, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. The effects of the SS fruit also had a time limit. If this continued, he might revert to his original state prematurely. Although King William appeared to be in worse shape than before, if they continued to drag this out, it was likely that Reis would be the first to collapse. Truly, he had no weaknesses. Using the powers of 3 DevilFruits, he could barely match him. King William was probably much stronger than Black, and the bounty of 165 million berries was still too low for this immensely powerful giant swordsman. Having hidden in this palace for years, King William had likely been continuously enhancing his own strength. On the other side, King William was also furious about Reis's displayed strength. Has the newcomer from the South Sea really grown this strong? It seemed that the defeats of Angkor Soros and Black were not coincidental. During his period of hiding, new forces in this world were continuously rising. The tens of thousands of troops he had painstakingly assembled had actually been defeated by this mere alliance of fewer than 100 people. The main issue was that damned fire. Looking at the flames licking over the palace walls, King William gritted his teeth. He had no idea which fool ignited his woods, but most of his subordinates must have been scattered by that damned fire. Once he defeated Reis, he would definitely hunt down this arsonist and let him experience his terror. Kid, I admit, among the newcomers who challenged me over the years, you are one of the very best, King William said as he raised his long sword again and charged at Reis, their weapons clashing fiercely in midair. But with just this trick, he could not defeat this king who flowed with the blood of the giant race. King William's already muscular arms swelled even further. The enhanced strength slammed Reis heavily toward the ground. Gun of Elbaf, Heavenly Kingdom. In midair, King William was covered in hard armament hockey. His several-ton body transformed into an immensely powerful spear, crashing down from the sky. Watching the enormous figure descending from above, Reis struggled to climb out of the massive pit created by the impact, veins bulging on his face. This guy was actually attacking him by using his entire body as a spear. Such an attack would not only put immense pressure on him, but would also surely inflict backlash damage on King William himself. Has this guy really become desperate? Black space. Several layers of coal shields formed a protective barrier above Reis. However, these shields could only provide temporary defense and could not stop King William's charge. Reis took a deep breath and transformed the coal fruit back into the wave fruit. Since the opponent used armament, the elementalization of the coal fruit was useless. If he tried to evade, the power of the opponent's shockwave was so great that he wouldn't be able to reach a safe area before the attack landed. He could only meet it head-on. King William's direct use of his body to unleash the attack of the Gun of Elbaf was both dangerous and an opportunity. If he could use the wave fruit to return all of this guy's impact back to him, perhaps he could turn the currently stalemated situation around with this clash. Chapter 108. Dozen Reis versus King William after such a long development of the wave fruit. Reis has gained a deeper understanding of this fruit possessed by the highest cadre of the guerrilla pirates. To some extent, this fruit bears similarities to Whitebeard's Quake fruit. However, compared to the immensely powerful and destructive Quake fruit, which leans towards brute strength, the wave fruit's power is more inclined towards subtle techniques. Although its pure attack power may not be as high, its strength lies in its unpredictability, much like the undulating paths of snakes and ocean waves. During the battle with Crispet, the opponent used the wave sword with an attack trajectory that completely contradicted the actual situation, knocking Reis's weapon away in an instant. If he applies the same principle, he should also be able to return the force of King William's attack. Wave rebound. Reis infused the power of the wave into his weapon, Amaterasu, raising it high and pointing it toward the sky. Layers of air vibrated and surged upwards. The twisting waves resembled a spring, positioned between Reis and King William. Trivial skills. Facing Reis's defense, King William nonchalantly swung his gigantic sword downwards with great force. The tip of Amaterasu and the tip of Gawain's sword pointed at each other from across the space, as King William exerted all his strength downwards. The distance between the two weapons continuously shrank. However, with the compression of power, King William increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The harder he pushed, the more he felt a powerful counterforce pushing him from below. This brat is using that lunatic Chris Pet's ability. King William gritted his teeth and said, although he understood the fruit ability of one of the strongest gold medal cadres of Gorilla, he had never directly experienced the power of this fruit. During his previous battle with Reis, he had used the power of the wave fruit multiple times and had managed to deflect his full force attacks. Now, using this move to counter his celestial kingdom, things were looking very wrong. His shockwave was being pushed back bit by the waves. King William, take this. Reis, who was also under immense pressure, took a deep breath, his feet firmly planted on the cracked ground, and pushed Amaterasu upwards with all his might. Boom! The immense power accumulated by the wave fruit erupted in an instant. King William's Elbaf spear, Celestial Kingdom, was completely returned, crashing into him. The tremendous impact penetrated King William's massive body, reaching the sky. After taking this heavy blow, King William spat out blood, falling from the air and landing heavily on the ground, creating a massive, deep pit. Thick dust billowed up from the giant pit. Reis, having overexerted himself, felt his legs weaken and half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His gaze remained fixed on the giant pit ahead. Did he take him down? Not long after, a colossal hand reached out from the pit, pressing heavily against the ground. King William, bloodied and gritting his teeth, reappeared in front of Reis. As expected, this guy was not so easily defeated. Charlie William, with the sturdy body of the giant Reis and the defense of armament hockey, could still stand up even after taking a hit from the giant spear. However, even if he could stand, the damage from this attack was not something to be ignored. How's that? Does my attack taste good? A faint smile appeared on Reis's lips. Oof. Damn bastard. You dare to play tricks on me. King William, now ragged and covered in blood and dust, emerged from the deep pit, clutching his chest that had been pierced by the shockwave, glaring fiercely at Reis. That last blow had shattered several of his ribs, and the situation was not looking good. The combination of multiple fruits made it hard to guard against. But at this moment, King William, who was hit hard by Reis for the first time, was gradually losing his rationality. Since leaving Elbaf, leaving behind the monster-filled New World, and coming to the South Sea to establish a pirate kingdom, he had never encountered such trouble. Why does this Reis give him the same feeling as the monsters from the New World? I'm going to tear you apart. King William roared as he swung his gigantic sword and lunged at Reis. There was no need for such useless banter at this point. Reis retorted as he charged forward. The two clashed again, exchanging blows continuously. As both Reis and King William's conditions deteriorated, the wounds on their bodies multiplied with each exchange of attacks. Eric doesn't Reis. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking that dominating the South Sea is such a great achievement? King William shouted furiously while wildly swinging his long sword. There are plenty of monsters in this world. The sight of Reis reminded him of the incident during the Shichibukai selection when he was eliminated by Bartholomew Kuma. This young and powerful arrogant newcomer was too unpleasant. Sorry, but I'm not a newcomer at the bottom of a well. Reis scoffed dismissively, deflecting King William's massive sword. In the eyes of the emperors, marine admirals, and those legendary figures from the New World, our battle is merely a ridiculous farce. Each of them could easily defeat 100 of us combined, right? Reis's words shocked King William. This brat actually knows so much. Bastard. If that's the case, why are you still so arrogant? King William shouted hysterically. Gawain, strike down heavily. Because I am different from you. I can quickly catch up to their pace in just a few years, Reis said, knocking King William's long sword aside with a thrust. Due to his unstable emotions, this guy's observation hockey began to fail. It seems he won't last much longer. Who do you think you are? Demonic hand Eric doesn't Reis. Buzz. Just as King William finished speaking, the recently awakened conqueror's hockey in Reis's dark gray eyes erupted once more, sweeping across the entire palace. Immediately after, holding Amaterasu, Reis struck a pose that left King William dumbfounded. I'm sorry, my name is EricD. Doesn't Reis? Is this how you use the gun of Elbaf? Reis's body turned black, igniting flames, and began to expand, with a large amount of coal growing on his form. Soon, a coal giant taller than King William appeared in the center of the battlefield. The flame gun Amaterasu was raised high. Elbaf's gun, Hellfire, a massive wave of the spear, engulfed in endless flames, was unleashed by Reis in a single strike. The Conqueror's Hockey, Elbaf's gun. How could you possibly learn that? Do you think a mere human gun can defeat me? Facing the full-force strike from Reis, King William, unable to dodge, covered himself with armament hockey and unleashed his own Conqueror's Hockey. However, this time, it was King William's Conqueror's Hockey that was devoured by Reis's Flame Dragon. The flame prison shattered King William's seemingly indestructible armament hockey defense and pierced through his enormous body. With a look of unwillingness on his face, King William, whose bones were crushed by the shockwave and whose skin was scorched by the flames, could no longer stand. The golden sword, Reis, slipped from his hand and plunged into the ground. The crown that symbolized his identity as the Emperor of Conqueror also fell from King William's head. As this 7-meter-tall pseudo-giant crashed to the ground, Reis also reached his limit. The cold giant dissipated, and Reis returned to his 16-year-old form, landing on the ground. Although completely exhausted, he was fortunate that this battle ultimately ended in his victory. The battle at the Conqueror Palace concluded with the victor, EricD, Dos Reis. Finishing move, Elbaf's Spear Flame Prison. Thus, the campaign of the Magic Hand Bonnie Pirate Alliance against the Conqueror Kingdom ended with the victory of Reis and his companions. Chapter 109. Victorious Return. Who? Reis was gasping for breath, supporting his sore and exhausted body with the flame lance, barely managing to stand up again. Looking at King William lying on the ground. This guy was really tough to deal with. He almost turned the tables. Fortunately, in the end, he still achieved victory. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave quickly. Seeing the flames bursting out from the breach in the palace walls, Reis' expression grew serious. His battle with King William had destroyed the surrounding walls, and the fire could very likely spread inside. This sword. Reis turned his head to look at the nearly 5-meter-long golden sword, Reis, embedded in the ground. This golden sword, Reis, like his flame lance, Amaterasu, was also a famous blade belonging to the Great Industries 21 Processes series. Leaving it here would be a shame. He couldn't take the treasures in the palace. But carrying a sword was still possible. Although this sword was completely unusable for someone of his normal size, he could always find a suitable owner for it in the future. Or perhaps he might use it himself someday. After pulling Reis from the ground and slinging it over his back, Reis turned to head towards the palace courtyard to check the situation. The auras of the colorful fruit and aged fruit had not yet dissipated. Bonnie was still here, and he needed to take her away as well. Just as he took a step, Reis suddenly remembered something, quickly turning back to look at the barely breathing King William. With a troubled shake of his head, after a moment of hesitation, Reis decided to return to King William. Although he was somewhat reluctant to do so, upon reflection, it was better to take him with him. On the sea outside the main island of the Conquer Kingdom, House and others looked at the island that had been completely engulfed in flames, as well as the remaining knights of the Conquer Kingdom, and couldn't help but sigh, regardless of whether King William had been defeated or not. The Conquer Kingdom was truly on the brink of destruction. How were Lexington, the captain, and the others doing? Daphne was steering the ship slowly backward to avoid the increasingly approaching heat waves while speaking to Lexington, who had just barely rushed out of the island and onto the ship before exhausting his strength. I didn't have time to notice. My battle with Carolyn took place in the air. After resting for a while and bandaging his wounds, Lexington coughed twice and said, after defeating Carolyn, my consciousness began to blur, and I had no time to check the palace situation before rushing out to the island. After all, if I lost consciousness and fell into the sea of fire, it would be certain death. But you don't need to worry too much, Lexington said with a weary smile. I believe Reis will definitely be able to defeat King William. The flames grew stronger and stronger, thick smoke billowing towards the sky, as if to tell the whole South Sea that the situation in this area had changed again. Lexington, Beethoven, Daphne, House, and the members of Pal's group and the Bonnie Pirates couldn't help but express their feelings. They had witnessed the change of an era. The era of the three major powers, led by Onkeretheros, King William, and Blake, ruling the South Sea, was over. Next comes the era of Reis, Bonnie, Kid, and others. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that this main island had no ordinary names. They were all pirates, and they didn't need to save anyone. Not long after, Lexington and House both narrowed their eyes and pointed at a black dot approaching in the flames, shouting out, "They're back. It's Captain Reis and Captain Bonnie." King William and Queen Mary were indeed defeated by them. although they had long since internally acknowledged the victory of Reis and Bonnie. Seeing their captain return triumphantly made the crew members of both pirate crews unable to hide their excitement, all moved to tears, embracing each other, cheering, and celebrating. With one arm holding Bonnie, one hand gripping the flame lance, and Joyous on his back, Reis propelled himself out of the island. Reis, Captain Bonnie. Amidst the cheers and excitement of the crew members, the Strong returned victorious. On the sea, to escape the flames, the remaining few knights of the Conquer Kingdom, who had to jump into the sea, were still desperately dodging House while looking at the situation on the pirate ship with disbelief. How is this possible? Their King William was really defeated, and it was by these two kids. The remaining two knights of the Conquer Kingdom, the 12th seat, Knight Red X, and the 13th seat, Knight Sigurd, looked at the lively scene on the ship, gritting their teeth. What tricks did these guys use? They actually made Lord William lose. King William's golden sword is here. The Conquer Kingdom has been utterly defeated in this battle. Reis half lay on the deck, holding the 5-meter-long golden sword high above his head. This sword symbolized King William's kingship and nobility. And at this moment, it symbolized the rise of a new generation of strongmen in the South Sea. Not long after leaving the main island of the Conquer Kingdom, Reis, Bonnie, and others, along with their captives, arrived at the nearby Paper Island, which was under Carolyn's rule, to rest. What a pity! The palace has been almost completely burned down. There were many treasures inside. House shook his head regretfully, recalling how his arrow had caused a significant chain reaction. However, there were still spoils. King William's flagship, the battleship Holy Light Conqueror, was brought back by Pal's group. In the previous battle, most of the Conquer Kingdom's ships were sunk, but King William's massive and luxurious Holy Light Conqueror remained intact. This ship was adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, looking very valuable. However, since Reis planned to replace it with a better ship after retiring the Blood Avenger, he gave it to Pal's group. Although the Holy Light Conqueror was nice, it still didn't meet his needs. He wanted something stronger, capable of withstanding the storms of the New World. By the way, hurry up and take this. Have someone clean it well. Suddenly remembering something, Reis disdainfully pinched a huge gold nugget with 2 fingers and handed it to House in front of him. House took the gold nugget from Reis' hand and couldn't help but gasp. What a huge piece of gold. Where did this come from? It feels a bit strange in shape. As House pondered in confusion, Reis sighed. This is King William's gold tooth. I pried it out of his mouth after defeating him. I had my eyes on this gold tooth when I was fighting King William. It's just that this guy had a bit of bad breath, which was unbearable. What? King William's gold tooth? House's face changed instantly. No wonder it felt a bit wet. That's disgusting. Chapter 110. The new king of the Conquer Kingdom after resting for over a week on Paper Island. The members of the Magic Hand Pirates and the Bonnie Pirates had all recovered. During these days, their pirate ships had been repaired, and it was almost time to set sail again. After all, both Reis and Bonnie had goals that extended beyond becoming the pirate emperors of this kingdom, so they couldn't stay forever. On the shore, Reis and Bonnie were directing their crew to start moving supplies, preparing to officially set sail in a few days. Pal, you don't need to come with us, Reis said to the Pal group, who were ready to board the ship. Although I am your captain, you are still an independent pirate crew. You belong to my Magic Hand Pirates, and you can act freely during normal times. Just follow my call when I need you. You have great potential, but you still need to face challenges to stand on your own. If you keep relying on me, you won't be able to grow stronger. From today, the Conquer Kingdom will be your Pal Pirates base. You should train and grow well here. During the preparation for departure, Reis also made arrangements for the Conquer Kingdom. After the fall of the tyrant King William, Pal Royo was appointed as the new king, and the Pal group under the Magic Hand Pirates was stationed there. The pirates who had been causing trouble in the country were imprisoned in underground dungeons, leaving only a few good-hearted pirates forced to go to sea to protect the kingdom. The former knight ruler of the Conquer Kingdom was also freed after King William's death and agreed with Beethoven to continue guarding the Conquer Kingdom until he set out to sea. Soon after, Reis and Bonnie coincidentally chose to set sail on the same day. Why did you also choose today to set sail, Silver Thief? Bonnie complained while gnawing on a chicken leg, looking at Reis. I haven't settled the score with you for taking King William's head. Hearing this, Reis scratched his head in distress. I can't help that. How about I give you King William's gold tooth? Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. This statement nearly made Bonnie choke on her chicken, almost causing her to suffocate. Who wants that gold tooth covered in that ugly guy's saliva? This Silver Thief is too much. I won't talk to you about this anymore. After defeating King William, our pirate alliance is dissolved. After coughing up the chicken lodged in her throat, Bonnie threw the chicken bones into the sea and turned to walk towards the Jewelry Marguerite pizza ship. Next time we meet at sea, I will take you down. Remember that." Watching the Bonnie pirates sail away, Reis rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Bonnie's personality is quite harsh. It must be because she is a princess, making her a bit proud. However, from the time spent together, it doesn't seem like she is a bad person. Although her eating habits are rough and her manners lack the elegance of a princess, she has a unique charm. No wonder the original owner liked her. Maybe I'm still influenced a bit by the original owner's character, as I have developed some interest in her. I had planned to invite her on board, but thinking about it, with Bonnie and Dafu together, I can't support them. Moreover, Bonnie's current strength is not much different from mine. If she comes on board, I might not be able to keep her in check. So, inviting her on board is something to consider for next time. How C and Dafu hid behind, watching their captain gazing out at the sea, whispering to each other. It turns out that the captain really has a crush on Bonnie. He looks so reluctant to see her go. He didn't admit it before. He really is a dead proud guy. Inside the newly renovated palace, Pao was saying his final goodbyes to Lexington, because he had just taken office. The Conquer Kingdom was in ruins, and the main island where the palace was located had just extinguished its fire. Pao was very busy and couldn't spare time to send Reis off. "We're leaving. Take care of yourselves," Pao said. Lexington looked at the furnishings in the palace, feeling somewhat speechless. Pao really did as he said before, taking down all the gold and silver treasures in the palace and distributing them to the people of each island. In his words, he was used to being poor and found all this gold and silver too dazzling. But this also led to the once splendid palace now looking like a slum. It might be a bit too low-key. In any case, you must remember that you are not only the king of the Conquer Kingdom, but also the captain of the first team of our Magic Hand Pirates. If you encounter difficulties, we will be your shield. Before leaving, Lexington finally reminded Pao. During these days of recovery, many pirate crews and kingdoms had heard about King William's downfall and sent people to take advantage of the chaos. This sea would never be peaceful, and Reis and others couldn't always guard this place. There were greater overlords in the South Sea waiting for them to challenge. The PAL group would face huge challenges next. But as a subordinate pirate crew of the soon-to-be prominent Magic Hand Pirates, they must endure the test. Exiting the palace, looking at the vast, devastated wasteland before him, Lexington couldn't help but complain inwardly. What has House C done? This island has really turned from a pirate kingdom stronghold into a barren land. Only a lonely palace remains in the middle. It's really ridiculous. In the underground prison, Beethoven sat elegantly in front of the cell closest to the exit, playing the violin and performing a melodious tune. I still can't get used to this indirect music. Inside the cell, Ruler, dressed in prison clothes, lay on the ship with his arms crossed, complaining about Beethoven's music. Although Ruler hadn't done much evil in the Conquer Kingdom, Reis still decided to imprison him, but allowed a certain degree of freedom. After his 2-year sentence ends, Ruler can leave the Conquer Kingdom freely, and during these 2 years, he must act as its guardian. It seems you still can't appreciate my music, huh? You need more reform. Beethoven snorted coldly, finishing a piece before putting away his violin, standing up. It's about time. I'm leaving. You take care. Adjusting his top hat and suit, Beethoven elegantly bid farewell to Ruler and turned to walk towards the exit of the prison. Watching Beethoven's back, Ruler gradually smiled. Although I can't understand your music, I still thank you for rescuing me from King William's grasp. Beethoven then stopped at the door, took off his hat, and gave Ruler a slight bow before leaving the prison. After arranging everything, Beethoven and Lexington returned to their ship. The blood-colored Avenger set sail towards the outer islands of the Conquer Kingdom. However, not long after they left the waters of the Conquer Kingdom, another ship appeared around the border. A short-statured fur tribe member, wearing wind goggles, flew from the ship into the air on an aircraft, looking towards the kingdom with a somewhat surprised expression. Sure enough, just as reported in the newspapers, there were even no guard dogs in sight. I didn't expect the South Sea to have such a situation, not caused by the leadership of the Revolutionary Army, but the kingdom's liberation event. The captain of the Magic Hand Pirates, EricD, is indeed quite surprising. However, it seems that this liberation also involves Bear Sand's daughter, Jewelry Bonnie. Commander Lindbergh, should we enter the territory to take a look? A voice from the ship below expressed doubt. The commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, Lindbergh, immediately broke into a brilliant smile. There's no need for that. The Magic Hand Pirates have already left, and Bear Sand's daughter is not in the country. This place has already been liberated, so we shouldn't disturb their peace. Let's head to the next location. Chapter 111. The number 1 wanted criminal in the South China Sea, directly under the world government, naval headquarters. Why is it the South China Sea again? Why are there so many incidents happening there recently? In the office, Admiral Sengoku, looked at the report in his hand with a headache. In less than half a year, all three major powers in the South China Sea had been shattered by newcomers. Captain Eustace Kidd led the Kidd pirates to defeat the ironclad pirates and the ancient Zoan user with a bounty of 200 million berries, Encore Soros. The Devil Hand, EricD, Reis, led the Devil Hand pirates to crush the Black Group and the Navy's 230th and 240th Divisions, defeating the leader of the Black Group, the natural type user Black, the Demon God. After that, Reis teamed up with the gluttonous woman, Jewelry Bonnie, to crush the largest pirate kingdom in the South China Sea, Conqueror, defeating the bounty of 165 million berries, William. Eustace Kidd, Jewelry Bonnie, and EricD, Reis, these three newly rising pirate factions in the South China Sea, are each more troublesome than the last. This Eric's name even has a in it. Sengoku frowned as he looked at the information about Reis and muttered to himself. Just a few months ago, he was an unknown small pirate, but after eating a devil fruit, he began to rise rapidly. The superhuman type, copy fruit. This fruit has not appeared in the world for hundreds of years, but there is no doubt that the user of this fruit has too many possibilities. He must not be allowed to continue growing. Furthermore, the vice captain of the Devil Hand Pirates is none other than the former Navy Major, Lexington Justice, who had defected from their Navy. Originally, he was transporting a batch of new naval forces to the four seas to improve the situation in various sea areas, letting fresh blood flow. But unexpectedly, their hope in the Navy would actually betray them. Not like Drake, who was an undercover agent, but a true defector. In short, this EricD, Reis, is an absolute big troublemaker, addicted to lust, forcibly seizing women, and recklessly releasing poisonous smoke. He must be captured immediately and imprisoned and impelled down. Besides Reis, the other two newly rising pirate factions in the South China Sea are also very troublesome. One of the 7 warlords of the Sea's daughter, the Princess of the Sorbet Kingdom, actually ran out to become a pirate. Since she does not belong to Bartholomew Kuma's command, there is no need to revoke her bounty. She must be captured as soon as possible. The most troublesome is still Eustace Kidd. After browsing through Bonnie's file, Sengoku took out a thick stack of documents regarding Kidd. Eustace Kidd, who leads a group of villains active in the South China Sea, undoubtedly possesses immense destructive power. Wherever he goes, houses collapse, and civilians suffer heavy losses. The superhuman type magnet fruit's ability, in a place like the South China Sea where modified humans run rampant, is simply a dimensional strike, and it poses a huge threat to the Navy as well. Even now, the Navy going to encircle and suppress Kidd would be instantly disarmed and left defenseless. It's hard to imagine how much loss Kidd will bring to the Navy as he continues to grow. Just as Sengoku was troubled by these chaotic situations, the nearby transponder snail rang. Hello, this is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. This is Major Bit, under Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. An urgent voice came from the other end, trembling with fear. There were sounds of booming cannon fire and the clashing of swords in the background. Sengoku immediately sensed something was wrong. What happened? We were attacked in the South China Sea. It's South Sea Overlord Nemorx's guerrilla, requesting support from headquarters. Boom. Before we could finish, a deafening explosion sound cut off the call. Admiral Sengoku's face turned pale with rage. He had dispatched Vice Admiral Ghost Spider to the South China Sea to investigate the specific situation of Major Lexington's defection and the corruption in the South China Sea Navy branches. Unexpectedly, they encountered an attack from Grella's pirate group halfway. These old powers in the South China Sea, indeed, couldn't sit still because of the rapidly rising newcomers, could they? Nemorx's Grella and recently frequently appearing Revolutionary Army South Army Captain, Lindbergh. The situation in the South China Sea has become too chaotic. On the sea, the Blood Avenger continues to sail. Prices have skyrocketed recently, and newspapers are too expensive. After Lexington bought a copy of today's newspaper from the newspaper Seagull, he complained helplessly. However, today's newspaper looked particularly thick, probably stuffed with many bounties. Our bounty should be updated, right? Reis walked over excitedly, quickly flipping open the newspaper in Lexington's hand. Sure enough, soon a stack of new bounties appeared before them. Captain of the Devil Hand Pirates, Devil Hand EricD, Reis, bounty 200 million berries. Vice Captain and Sniper of the Devil Hand Pirates, Steelfinger Major Lexington Justice, bounty 75 million berries. Musician and Swordsman, Pet of the Devil Hand Pirates, Gentleman Pig Beethoven, bounty 326 berries. Navigator and Sniper of the Devil Hand Pirates, Pilot Aerolite, bounty 40 million berries. Helmsman of the Devil Hand Pirates, White Sail Daff, bounty 13 million berries. In addition, Captain of the Pal Pirates, Drowning Dog Pal Royal, Bounty 8 million berries. Captain of the Bonnie Pirates, Gluttonous Woman Jewelry Bonnie, Bounty 100 million berries. Looking at these new bounties, Reis was a bit speechless. The Navy seems to set bounties somewhat arbitrarily. It looks like they only know about him, Bonnie, Lexington, and the battles of Daff and Pal outside the island, but they don't understand Beethoven and Light, who fought on the island. Why is my bounty so low? Only 326 berries, huh? Beethoven complained while playing a sad tune. Is it possible? Reis carefully looked at the numbers on the bounty notice, confirming before speaking. There's no 10,000 behind yours? Beethoven's little eyes suddenly widened. No, 10,000? So it's 326 berries? Are they treating me like a beggar? They made a mistake. They made a mistake. Beethoven was instantly furious, hopping around. All right, don't get too hung up on it. This is just one bounty. It will go up in the future. Daff smiled slightly and said, she also had a bounty exceeding 10 million, which she hadn't expected. It's probably because her excellent helmsmanship was more noticed due to fighting on the outskirts of the island. While the crew was discussing their bounties, Reis's attention was drawn to the new reports on the newspaper and the other two bounty notices. In the South China Sea, currently, there are 2 individuals with bounties higher than his. 3 number 1 wanted criminals in the South China Sea, Reis murmured, his expression becoming serious. Sure enough, his arrival has led to a butterfly effect. Captain of the Kid Pirates, Eustace Captain Kidd, bounty of 210 million berries. And Captain of the Gorilla Pirates, South Sea Overlord Nemorce's Gorilla, bounty of 400 million berries. Chapter 112, Movement in the South China Sea. In the South China Sea, on a certain island, the Kid Pirates are stationed, preparing for battle. That Eric guy actually broke into the Conqueror Kingdom before I did, Kidd said angrily, rising from his seat as he slammed his hand on the table while looking at the newspaper reporting on the alliance between Reis and Bonnie, who together defeated King William. They had just gotten ready to set off for a life-and-death battle with King William. And now he was being told that his target had already been taken down by someone else. Don't get too worked up, kid. Kia, who was sitting nearby, maintaining his scythe, stood up and pulled the angry kid back down. The head of King William doesn't really matter. Our ultimate goal is the true overlord of the South China Sea, Nemorce's Gorilla. King William is just a stepping stone. Consider them clearing the way for us, saving us the trouble. After Kira's persuasion, Kidd gradually calmed down. Magic hand, Reis, just you wait, Kidd said as he sat back down on the steel-constructed chair, fuming. When we meet, I want to see just how capable you are to dare to steal my spotlight. In another sea area, the Ocean Flavors restaurant is bustling with business. Chef Shack, we have new customers. 3 pieces of medium black pepper sea cow steak. Chef Shack, what should the customers at table 5 eat? A vegetable salad, no tomatoes, extra dressing. Bill Shack was busy in the kitchen, frequently looking up to assess the customers outside and determine what they should eat. A giant frying pan weighing hundreds of pounds was being expertly flipped by his strong arms, with enticing fried rice leaping and dancing amidst flames. 50 bowls of seafood fried rice, no spice needed for table 12. After quickly and evenly pouring the fried rice from the pan into 50 plates, Shack got a moment's rest and turned to grab the newspaper he hadn't had a chance to read today. Chef, did you hear? After the Black Group, that Magic Hand pirate crew has recently defeated King William. The clown fishman, Oki, who was frying dishes nearby, turned to Shack and said, "Isn't that the pirate crew at Lexington that Black commissioned us to eliminate? Impressive. Just a few months ago they were still unknown, and now they've taken down 2 major powers in the South China Sea. The sea anemone fishman, Haihua, also cutting vegetables side. I've heard their next target is the overlord of the South Sea." Looking at the wanted posters of Reis and Lexington in the newspaper, Bill Shack suddenly looked up and laughed heartily. "What's up, Chef Shack?" Oki and Haihua looked at Shack, who had suddenly burst into laughter, puzzled. "It's nothing." Shack's mouth curled into a slight smile, revealing his sharp fangs. "After all these years, I might have found a ship that can carry me away from the South China Sea. After finishing with the customers here, we should head to Diamond Island." Putting down the newspaper, Shack returned to the stove, glancing out at the new customers while adding a spoonful of oil to the pot. Table 32, tuna sashimi, with wasabi soy sauce. Huh, Diamond Island? Oki looked at Bill Shack in surprise. Isn't that the stronghold of the Grella pirate crew? A place crowded with pirates. It's not somewhere the chef usually goes. Near Diamond Island, several pirate ships flying the Grella pirate crew's flag were heading towards the island. The pirates on board bore various injuries, looking like they had just fought a battle. However, judging by their cheerful expressions, it was clear they had won. Only on the flagship, the Diamond Destroyer, one person sat alone, looking constipated. Crispet, why do you look like you want to kill someone again? Stan, holding a bottle of wine, walked over to Crispet with a look of exasperation. Which silver-haired brat's wanted poster is it this time? Looking at the wanted poster of Reis in Crispet's hand, Stan sighed. Ever since this guy learned of Reis defeating King William, he hadn't shown a good face. It seemed the events on Whip Island had made Crispet harbor a deep hatred for Reis. Can't you just put these annoying matters aside for now? Stan shook his head helplessly. You walk around with that long face all day, making it hard for me to feel good. We just defeated a rear admiral, Mr. Crispet. Kevin, wearing a mask, walked over with his brother, the wild man Adam. You don't need to harbor so much resentment towards those brats who will die sooner or later. Exactly. Lord Grella developed these new weapons that can take down even rear admirals to ensure we can eliminate these arrogant newcomers without fail. Stan nodded. Magic Hand Reyes and Captain Kidd. These ignorant fools will eventually come knocking on our door seeking death. Then you can take your revenge. Now, smile a bit and have a drink. Saying this, Stan offered the bottle of wine to Crispet. Crispet lifted his long face, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Stan, Kevin, Adam, Adol, forget it. Just keep sulking. Crispet's expression immediately drained Stan's enthusiasm, and he turned away, covering his face. This Crispet is too boring. I might as well check on Lord Grella in the cabin. The sea stone sent by DevilFlamingo was indeed effective, even a strong rear admiral, regardless of whether they were a DevilFruit user or not, had no power to resist against the sea stone. In the cabin, a sturdy, bald man with a thick beard stood in front of a gigantic machine dozens of meters high, excitedly saying, the mech Grella 3, equipped with numerous sea stone components and devoid of any steel structure, is truly extraordinary. Annie, look at this beautiful machine. This is the strongest killing machine. The culmination of all our Grella pirate crew's craftsmen's hard work. The overlord of the South China Sea, Grella, laughed heartily as he spoke to the red-haired girl beside him. The red-haired girl, called Annie, smiled slightly while continuing to repair the damaged parts of the mech. Avoiding Grella's gaze, Annie looked at the towering battle armor before her, her eyes revealing a worried expression. I never thought I would have to help build a mech to deal with my own brother, and I am completely powerless to resist. Brother, I can only trust you now. Touching the sturdy exterior of Grella 3, Annie sighed and silently said in her heart, I can only hope your current strength can crush this heavily armored mech embedded with numerous sea stones, capable of defeating rear admirals. Chapter 113 Promised Words on the Blood-Colored Avenger. Beethoven was madly beating the large drum he had brought back from the Kingdom of Konkel. The extremely passionate march uplifted the morale of everyone on board. Reis was in the center of the deck, standing in a horse stance, his face turning red like he was constipated. With each beat of the drum, Reis's face flushed 3 shades deeper. Captain, keep it up. Reis, I believe you can do it. Lexington and House surrounded the deck, cheering Reis on. Dafu was steering the ship while occasionally glancing back with concern. Is the captain going to pass out? How is it? Is he out yet? Lexington and House leaned closer to Reis with worry. Reis's face turned a deep purple, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out. Drink! Toof! With an indescribable sound, Reis collapsed face down. Captain! Lexington and House rushed forward. What should we do, Mr. Lexington? Soon after, House poked the collapsed Reis and looked at Lexington with concern. The captain hasn't woken up, and we can't even turn him over. Lexington shook his head helplessly and turned away. What a waste. This guy just fainted from dizziness. He has long recovered. He's just pretending to be dead because he's embarrassed. He had clearly wanted to try to reactivate his Conqueror's Haki, but after all that, he was on the verge of passing out without releasing the Haki, while other gases had come out instead. It was simply embarrassing to watch. Reis, stop pretending to be dead and get up. Lexington couldn't help but say. Seeing that he had been seen through by Lexington, Reis, his face flushed with shame, had no choice but to lift his head again and sighed. Can you sense my aura with observation Haki? Your Conqueror's Haki seems to have awakened quite well. Why can't I release my Conqueror's Haki now? Reis said with a face full of resentment. Previously, when facing the Pirate Legion on the main island of the Kingdom of Konkel, he had accidentally used his Conqueror's Haki. Now, trying to review it, he couldn't use it no matter what. It seemed he still couldn't control it freely. It was indeed a difficult thing. Lexington stroked his chin and pondered. However, the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki doesn't grant the wielder a significant increase in combat power, so it doesn't matter, right? But Conqueror's Haki is so cool. Reis scratched his head and said, when facing an enemy, just glaring at them can take down thousands of troops. How cool is that? Lexington, what the heck? Is all this just to show off? What is this captain thinking? Don't think about those useless things. Conqueror's Haki can be mastered by using it more in battles later. Lexington spread his hands and said, compared to that, developing armament Haki, observation Haki, and fruit abilities is more important, right? Right? Developing fruit abilities. After hearing Lexington's words, Reis raised his eyebrows and revealed a proud smile. Speaking of which, during the battle with King William, aside from awakening his Conqueror's Haki, his biggest gain was the expansion of ability storage with the copy fruit. Now, he could store up to 4 fruit abilities at the same time. This way, his choices in battle would increase. It seemed that due to the increase in physical strength, his capacity to bear fruit abilities also rose, allowing him to carry 4 dormant abilities at the same time. However, to activate and use the abilities, he could still only use one at a time. But when he used the age fruit to turn 30, he seemed to feel that his enlarged body could bear more DevilFruit abilities. Unfortunately, that wasn't the real state, so it couldn't be realized. He didn't know how many dormant DevilFruit abilities he could bear or how many awakened ones if he had a body with the strength of a Yonko. Has your copy fruit ability improved? Seeing Reis's excited expression, Lexington asked. Yes, now I can copy and store 4 abilities. So if I encounter good abilities without enough space to copy them, that will improve a lot. But I still need to get stronger to further lift the limitations of the copy fruit. After training with Lexington for a while and completing the daily essential tasks, everyone entered the cabin, gathered around the table, and started eating canned food. Since there was no chef on the ship and everyone's cooking skills were lacking, they had to rely on canned and compressed foods to survive. They said they would find a chef, but in the end, they found none. That Bonnie didn't recommend any good chefs either. Although this woman had an astonishing appetite, she didn't have too many demands for food. The best chef in the South Sea was still the head chef of the Taste of the Sea, the seasoning expert who invented Dream Salt, Bill Shack. Lexington reminisced while eating eel canned food. Being able to directly see a person's dietary preferences and appetite with his eyes, his ability as a chef was simply cheating. The rich flavored salt-grilled eel he made left a lasting impression. He still vividly remembered the scene when he fought Bill Shack. The Fishman's power techniques, combined with the abilities of natural fruit, were not much weaker than Black, King William, and the others. If their Devil Hand Pirate crew wanted to recruit him as a crew member, they probably wouldn't be qualified yet. At least they had to wait until he and Reis learned armament Haki. Instead of looking for a chef, where should our next destination be? Reis changed the topic, poking at the beans in the can. His good crew members asked him about finding a chef every meal, and it was driving him to the brink of a breakdown. He wanted to find a chef quickly, but there were simply no suitable ones. Captain, are you planning to fight the Grella Pirate crew next? House suddenly spoke up. Of course, these beans are really terrible, Reis said, chewing the baked beans and frowning. The Grella Pirate crew is our ultimate goal. Moreover, the Diamond Islands, which are the stronghold of the Grella Pirate crew, are a must-pass route from the South Sea to the Grand Line. If we don't defeat them, we can't leave the South Sea. Let's prepare for a while, and then go fight the Grella Pirate crew. Although he said this, Reis actually wasn't very confident about fighting the Grella Pirate crew. As the strongest overlord of the South Sea, Nemoxis Grella was far stronger than King William and Black. Previously, the newspapers reported that the Grella Pirate crew developed new weapons and defeated Marine Admiral Ghost Spider, which raised Nemoxis Grella's bounty to 400 million, because of the butterfly effect caused by his own actions. The current Grella was probably stronger than the one who was defeated by Kid in the normal timeline of the Pirate King. After all, originally in the South China Sea, only Kid was causing trouble, but now there's an additional person, and all 3 major forces have been defeated. Grella might feel a chilling sense of crisis, making herself stronger. When I went home to visit my sister and was about to leave, I actually encountered an officer from the Grella Pirate group. I don't know if she was a gold or silver rank, but I could sense she was very powerful. After pondering for a moment, Housey began to speak. However, she didn't attack me, but asked me to convey some things to you. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't forget, did you? Reis retorted. Is there really such a thing happening? Meeting an officer from the Grella Pirate group is a big deal. Mainly, she told me to wait until you were ready to attack the Grella Pirate group before talking to you, Housey said, scratching his head in distress. For some reason, I didn't feel any malice from her. Upon hearing Housey's words, Reis instantly became curious, putting down the tasteless baked beans in his hand and listening intently to Housey. She said to Zizi, I think that's what she called you, to go to Tsukuyami before attacking the Diamond Islands. Housey recalled the conversation he had with her. Reis's expression changed instantly, and he suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Zizi, that name, logically speaking, only one person would call him that. That person, what is their name? What do they look like? It's a red-haired girl. She doesn't look very old. Her name is Namoxis Annie. Chapter 114 New Destination Reis. What's wrong? Your face suddenly changed. Is something the matter? Lexington put down his can and looked at Reis, who was filled with shock. At this moment, Reis felt his heart racing. ZZ. This name he had seen in the original owner's diary. It was his childhood nickname, and now only his sister would know it. The red-haired girl, Annie, was clearly his sister. But why would his sister change her name to the enemy, Namoxis? And why would she become a cadre of the Grella pirate crew? All right, there was a bit of a misunderstanding earlier, Housey said after recalling. When I first met her, I was a bit dazed, so my memory is a bit fuzzy. She referred to herself as Avenger Annie, which is somewhat different from Namoxis Annie. Nemesis means Avenger, so that's how it is. A smile appeared on Reis's face. Writing it as Namoxis and reading it as Avenger? In that case, he completely understood. So, Captain, are we really going to that Tsukiyumi Island next? It's very likely a trap set by the enemy. After finishing his meal, Beethoven elegantly wiped his mouth and spoke. As a gentleman, Beethoven insisted on remaining silent during meals, which was why he had been quiet until now. That's right, our next stop is Tsukiyumi Island. Reis nodded slightly and, with the unappetizing bean can in hand, stood up and walked toward the ship's cabin. Since Annie was his sister and had specifically found Housey to tell him this, there must be crucial information about him on Tsukiyumi Island. It might even relate to defeating Grella. Daff, you've been on this ship for a long time. Are you hungry? Have something to eat. On the deck, Reis handed the bean can to Daff. Tsukiyumi Island? Why are we suddenly going there? Daff curiously took the can from Reis. It's the information my sister Annie provided to Housey earlier. Reis then informed Daff about what Housey had told him and his sister's situation. Captain, do you remember the Heart Eater Mora? Daff pondered for a moment before speaking. Before they launched an attack on the Conquer Kingdom, they had a little incident. The Mora pirate crew was decimated by an unknown female cyborg powerhouse, and then they picked up the pieces. Are you suggesting that the mysterious powerhouse who attacked the Mora pirate crew is my sister Annie? Reis raised his silver eyebrows slightly, deep in thought. It indeed seemed possible. I've heard rumors about your sister joining the Grella pirate crew. Daff recalled some tales her father had told her about the sea. Namoxis Grella possesses some kind of magical power. He can cause his betraying subordinates to explode just with a wave of his hand. Explode? Reich front. Is there really such a saying? No wonder Annie was forced to join Grella's crew. It also explains why Grella would trust her. It seems he has something on her. But how exactly that was done is still unknown. It looks like the only way to free Annie is to defeat the Grella pirate crew. But before that, we should check out Tsukiyumi Island. Tsukiyumi Island. I've heard of it. It's one of the most mysterious islands in the South Sea. Housey, who had finished his meal, also came out of the cabin holding a map. Since it sounds a lot like my hometown, Moon Village, it left quite an impression on me. It's a remote corner of the South Sea. It is said that there are many ferocious beasts on that island, which is extremely dangerous. The captain of the steel armor pirate crew, Ankorlasaros, once landed there but was driven back by those beasts. Ever since Ankorlasaros returned defeated, almost no one dares to approach that place casually. Saying this, Housey walked to Reis's side and pointed to Tsukiyumi Island on the map. Captain, make a decision. Should we go? Daff and Housey both looked at Reis, waiting for the captain to make a decision. Reis looked at the location of Tsukiyumi Island on the map and took a deep breath. Now, his bounty was also 200 million, the same as Ankorlasaros. Even if he were to fail there, he should be able to retreat safely. A lot of ferocious beasts. He was quite interested in seeing them. It would be a warm-up training before facing Grella. Then it's decided. Lexington, you have no objections, right? Reis looked at Lexington, who had also come to the deck. Lexington smiled and nodded. Although I think going to Tsukiyumi Island like this might be a bit dangerous. We are now one of the top pirate crews in the South Sea. As long as we follow the captain's orders, we'll be fine. All right, since everyone agrees, let us set sail for Tsukiyumi Island. Saying this, Reis stood at the bow of the ship and pointed the Amaterasu toward the ocean ahead. Housey looked at the spirited captain, wanting to say something but hesitating. He really wanted to tell the captain that he was pointing in the wrong direction, but he felt that would get him hit. Forget it. Let the captain look cool for once. Housey shook his head helplessly and activated his Wawa fruit ability to begin plotting the route to Tsukiyumi Island based on the map. Soon, as the navigator, Housey had formulated the travel route, and the Blood Revenge ship turned direction, raising its sails and preparing to head to the destination. Okay, Beethoven, play the music. I'm going full speed ahead, Daff said as she stuffed the unappetizing bean can into her mouth, her delicate hands gripping the heavy ship's wheel, and her aura instantly changed. At the same time, her expression changed. Damn it, Who bought this can? Why is it so awful? The person responsible for procurement, Housey, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. It was Pal who told him that this bean can was cheap and tasty. That guy is such a scammer. Captain, you didn't give me the awful can, did you? Daff shot a resentful look at Reis. Reis, who had just been proudly standing at the bow, was suddenly startled, his face pale as his eyebrows, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. I think it's quite tasty. Oh no, this situation was unexpected. He never anticipated that besides his own cooking, there would be other things Daff wouldn't eat. It was truly surprising. Then let me try another can, Daff said angrily, throwing the empty can at Reis. Cough, cough, such a good thing. Should be saved for the hardest working ones. Reis smiled bitterly and shook his head repeatedly. Bad guy. Amid Daff's scolding, Reis fled in embarrassment. Chapter 115. Amaterasu and Tsukumi in front of the mast of the Blood Avenger. Reis leaned against the trophy, Jagavius, which he had stuck here, flipping through the books he had bought earlier at Whiplash Island. Illustrated Guide to DevilFruit's Sword and Blade Directory, Fundamentals of Electromagnetism, Energy Development and Application. Various seemingly profound books were piled into these several stacks. In order to better utilize the diverse abilities of various DevilFruits in the future, Reis felt it was necessary to practice some skills. Only those proficient in medicine could effectively use the surgery fruit. The pen fruit was useless in the hands of a novice artist. Mechanical and electromagnetism experts could develop the magnet fruit even further. If it were an animal-type fruit, one would need to be familiar with the habits of the animals. For a natural-type devil fruit, a deep understanding of various natural phenomena would be essential. As a copy fruit user, Reis was different from other ability users. He needed to have a wide range of knowledge. Alas, but these books are so profound. Reis frowned and put down the fundamentals of electromagnetism, which he had been flipping through for a while. Let's take a look at the Sword and Blade Directory to relax a bit. Reis then picked up the Sword and Blade Directory, opening it to the section on the 21 Great Works. From the condition of the books, it was evident that the Sword and Blade Directory and the Illustrated Guide to DevilFruits were the most cherished, while some of the other books hadn't even been unwrapped. The Golden Sword Jagavius was a famous sword forged by a renowned blacksmith named Longinus, and it was recorded that almost every user was a king. It seemed it was more often treated as a ceremonial object and a symbol, rarely used in battle. King William was probably the first to truly use it as a weapon. It was no wonder. After all, a sword with a handle made of gold, embedded with countless gems, and incredibly large and ornate. Even if it was a great work, few would want to use in combat. Unfortunately, I can't use you for now. Reis looked regretfully at the massive sword behind him. This thing is still too big. For now, it can only be displayed as a trophy, and it really isn't practical for him. However, one day he might be able to use this giant sword. He hoped that the day would come when this great work could shine and be of use. As Reis continued to browse the Sword and Blade Directory, Lexington also finished a day of training and came over to Reis by the mast. The Sword and Blade Directory. Captain, you're still interested in this? Reis then raised his head, looking at the Golden Axe 10 Commandments behind Lexington, and flipped the Sword and Blade Directory to the section on good works. This axe is from the spoils after we exterminated the pirates, back when I was still a lieutenant, right? Lexington drew out the Golden Axe 10 Commandments from his back and immediately recalled his experiences in the Navy. At that time, he was still a rookie. Although he often heard more experienced Navy personnel talk about the darkness of the world, he remained naive due to being overly protected. Back then, in his youthful phase, he even set 10 ridiculous commandments for himself because of this axe, sticking to them for a long time until Vice Admiral Carr pointed out that he was being foolish, which made him wake up and realize, for me, it's enough that the weapon feels comfortable to use. Lexington said as he skillfully swung the 10 Commandments a few times, creating several golden arcs in the air before sheathing the battle axe back on his back. By the way, Reis, that flame spear Amaterasu, did you get it at the auction on Whiplash Island? Lexington pointed to the Amaterasu leaning against Reis, revealing a hint of curiosity. I heard about the legend of this great work back in Marineford. Amaterasu, the famous spear from Wano country, was forged hundreds of years ago by the renowned swordsmith of the F. Getsu family, F. Getsu Genjur. It is said that it took him 3 whole days to forge this spear. After selecting the materials, he had quite a bit of leftover scraps. So he used another 3 nights to create a similarly famous blade called Tsukuyami, which is also listed among the 21 Great Works. Unfortunately, this famous knife hasn't appeared on the seas for a long time. Upon hearing Lexington's recounting of a legend, Reis was quite surprised. Wow, so my flame spear actually has a counterpart? Reis hurriedly continued to flip through the Sword and Blade Directory, quickly finding the blade, named Tsukuyami in the section on the 21 Great Works. Tsukuyami, a rib blade, belongs to the 21 Great Works. With a blade of chaotic reverse three-horned cedar, silver white, and extremely thin, feeling weightless in hand. The blade is exceptionally cold and sharp, and the wounds it inflicts do not bleed, but are difficult to heal. It ranks among the top quality items among good works. Forged in the same furnace as the 10 Commandments spear, Amaterasu. It really exists. So, does this mean I should try to find the Tsukuyami as well to use? I wonder if Gauzy can use his powers to locate the knife's position, but that probably isn't possible. Tsukuyami wouldn't just happen to be within our current reach. Reis muttered to himself, continuing to browse through the books in his hands. Kong Island. Shinsho City. A red-haired girl sat by the window, fiddling with various weapon parts on the table, preparing to load them onto herself. To prepare for the increasingly intense turmoil in the South Sea, she needed to further upgrade the weapons she carried. Sister Annie, are you thinking about your brother again? A boy who looked to be around 14 years old pushed the door and walked in. The boy's body, arms, and head bore obvious stitching scars, clearly indicating that he was a cyborg, but his modifications appeared much more sophisticated than the rough methods commonly seen among other South Sea pirates. Paul, what are you doing here? Annie turned her head to the boy who had entered the room. Brother Reis is amazing. He actually took down both King William and Black so quickly. The boy, named Paul, exclaimed as he sat down beside Annie. Yeah, he worked really hard. Annie smiled as she tightened a screw in her hand. She had thought she would have to endure humiliation in this hellish place for many years before she could wait for the day of Grella's downfall. But now that day was just around the corner. However, the deadly thing in her mind might prevent her from surviving after Grella's death. But as long as she could see Grella die and complete her revenge plan before she herself died, she would be satisfied. Brother should be able to pass the monster's test on Sukui Waimei Island. While studying the new weapons with Paul, Annie thought to herself, since she could tame Amaterasu, then her brother would definitely be able to capture Tsukuyami. When Amaterasu and Tsukuyami were both in one person's hands, these two weapons would be on par with the Supreme Great Works. With them, she should be able to give her brother a bit more confidence in taking down Grella. Chapter 116. Captain Eustace Kidd after the downfall of the Conqueror Kingdom, the Black Group, and the Steel Armor Pirates. The small pirates of the South Sea have become increasingly rampant. After sinking a clueless pirate ship into the sea, Lexington jumped back onto the ship and said helplessly. Even Howe C's abilities couldn't find a route without any other pirate groups blocking the way. Along the way, they had encountered 3 or 4 pirate groups that tried to rob them, and during a call with Paul, they learned that the Conqueror Kingdom had been attacked by many pirate groups, but these pirates were quickly sunk. It seems that compared to the old dominators of the South Sea like Black, King William, and Angkor Soros, who died as soon as he appeared and is still being whipped daily, how tragic. Newcomers like Reis and Kidd are still quite difficult to accept. It's just right to use these pirates to practice a bit and help clean up the trash of the South Sea, since they are just small pirates and don't require much effort. Reis said as he moved his body. If he calculated the time, Luffy should be setting sail around now. In that case, he also needed to challenge Grella soon, complete his revenge, and enter the Grand Line. He still wanted to catch up with Luffy's generation of supernovas and participate in the future battles of the worst generation. After interfering with the original timeline, the outcomes of the battles between him and Grella became unpredictable. Grella had become stronger because of his arrival. But whether Kidd could reach the strength he was supposed to achieve after losing 2 opportunities to fight strong enemies was still unknown. However, no matter what, he and Grella were sworn enemies. He had to avenge his parents and sister, and as a newcomer pirate, challenge the strongest overlord of the South Sea, which destined him to fight Grella to the death. In about 3 days, they would arrive at Sukuyami Island. He didn't know what awaited them on that island. They said there were many animals. Would there be a lovely pig lady? Beethoven hummed while playing music. He had been away from Zoe for many years and hadn't met anyone of his kind for a long time. He really missed it. The sows in the village were very rude, which made him quite helpless. If only he could meet an elegant pig lady. Howe C looked at Beethoven speechlessly. Although it was normal for a boar to look for a sow, why did it always feel strange to hear things like elegant pig lady? On the other side, the Victoria Punk set sail from the temporary base of the Kidd Pirates, heading towards the location of the Diamond Islands. Captain Eustace Kidd stood at the bow of the ship, looking out at the distant sea with high spirits. Recently, the Magical Hand Pirates had not made any significant moves. It seemed that no one would compete with him for this expedition against the Grella Pirates. He had stayed in this narrow place of the South Sea long enough, right? Kia, Yes, it has been several years since we defeated the country's pirate group and formed our own crew to set sail. Kira walked up to Kid and said, "It's time to take down the biggest prey in the South Sea and head to the Grand Line." A proud and confident smile appeared on Kid's face, showcasing the aura of a conqueror. The outline of the Diamond Islands had already appeared ahead. It seemed that someone was coming out to greet them. Watching the figures of several ships slowly appear in the distance, Kid's smile grew even wider. "Prepare for battle," Kira said as he took the Punisher out of its sheath and installed it on the pivot of his wrist, moving his body a bit. "Hit what?" And other crew members of the Kid Pirates also drew their weapons, their eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. Soon, 5 pirate ships from the Grella Pirates surrounded the Victoria Punk. "Let us warm up with you guys first." Saying this, Kid stretched out his right hand towards the pirate ship in front of him, aiming at the steel components on the ship, and purple electric sparks instantly flickered. Using the attraction and repulsion of magnetism, Kid flew into the air and charged towards the enemy ship. "What? Someone is flying over. Fire the cannons. Fire the cannons." The gunners on the ship panicked as they saw Kid flying from the sky and hurriedly fired several rounds into the air. "Magnetic field. Reflection." Kid snorted coldly, waving his hands to create a magnetic barrier that intercepted all steel cannonballs, reflecting them back and instantly blowing a hole in one of the pirate ships. Countless swords, guns, gears, and iron nails flew off the pirate ship, gathering around Kid. Steel quickly armed Kid's left hand, forming a thick mechanical arm. The powerful magnetic force acted on the steel arm, greatly enhancing Kid's strength. Boom! Kid fell from the sky, his fist smashing into the deck of the second pirate ship, instantly creating a massive hole. The pirates were knocked back, just got up, and tried to fight back. But several muskets scattered on the ship floated up and began firing wildly into the crowd. In the midst of the screams, Kid raised his mechanical arm high. Release! The gravitational pull he used to attract the steel instantly changed to repulsion, and countless swords and guns shot out in all directions, quickly killing all the pirates on the ship. The third pirate ship immediately turned its bow towards Kid, with pirates brandishing weapons, shouting as they charged towards the second pirate ship where Kid was. Kid smiled coldly, his eyes widening as he released a powerful aura. The pirates on the third ship froze in place, foaming at the mouth, one after another collapsing. On the other side, Kira and the others had also cleared the pirates from the other 2 ships. Is this all there is? How disappointing. After eliminating all the enemies in their way, Kid flew back to the ship using his magnetic power and ordered the Victoria Punk to continue forward. At this time, on the distant island, a gigantic golden monster stood on the shore, observing the situation. This monster had a sturdy build, a fierce face, and overall resembled a giant gorilla, its robust metallic muscles creaking under the mechanical components. Inside the monster, a burly man with a thick beard was watching the battle at sea through the display in front of him. His body was connected to an exoskeleton and countless metal tubes, merging his entire being with the enormous metal monster. Undoubtedly, this man was the South Sea overlord, Namorxis Grella, who was piloting the Grella 3. "Captain Kid is here so quickly. This saves me the time of waiting for my prey. Now, it's time for you little brats to see the power of Grella 3. Chapter 117. Silver Rabbit Guardians Combined Edition. On the sea, the Blood Avenger continued its voyage. They were now approaching the waters of Suku Island. This place seemed a bit unlike the seas of the 4 oceans, more like they had entered the Grand Line. Looking at the sea below that shimmered with a faint silver light, Lexington couldn't help but exclaim, "The South Sea actually has such a marvelous place. Although the route I charted with my abilities can avoid most risks, we still cannot let our guard down." Ha said beside him, "This is a completely unknown island, so there may be entirely unknown risks as well. After all, a route that perfectly avoids all obstacles to reach the destination only exists in theory. In reality, it's unrealistic to follow such a route completely. Even if Dafu is steering the ship, there will always be slight deviations in the course. This also means that they could still encounter a sudden attack here." Soon, the Blood Avenger entered a completely silver sea area. At this moment, it was nighttime with a bright moon hanging in the sky, and the silver moonlight poured down, making the already silver sea appear exceptionally bright. The outline of Silver Suku Island appeared before them. The surrounding environment was silent. Only the gentle sounds of the sea breeze and waves could be heard. At this moment, even Beethoven had stopped playing music, and the group was instantly infected by this relaxing atmosphere. Don't relax too much, although it seems very peaceful here. You must know that the monsters on Suku Island are powerful enough to drive away 200 million pirates. Reis advised the crew. No one knows if this tranquility and serenity hides any secrets. Soon after, Reis and the group landed on Suku Island. The island was covered in dense forest, but due to the brilliant moonlight, they could clearly see the road ahead even at night. Let's go into the island. After observing the surroundings and finding nothing unusual, Reis led Lexington and the others to walk slowly into the island. Up to this point, their journey had been smooth sailing. There couldn't be such a thing as terrifying monsters on this island, could there? Beethoven said with some doubt. He hadn't seen or smelled any traces or scents of ferocious beasts. However, at the same time, the atmosphere on this island felt a bit strange. Beethoven kept twitching his nose, trying to capture the surrounding scents, while Lexington used his observation hockey to search the area, and the group walked forward aimlessly, as they didn't know what exactly was on this island. Reis, walking at the front, occasionally glanced at the Amaterasu in his hand, his brow furrowing. Since just now, this flame spear had been emitting strange movements, and he couldn't figure out why. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes beside them. The group immediately turned their heads and collectively looked toward the source of the noise. Reis tightened his grip on the Amaterasu, taking a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. He sensed the energy of a DevilFruit. Soon, an agile figure leapt out from the bushes. The appearance of the other party left everyone dumbfounded. Long ears, a chubby body, and white, soft fur, looking very cute. This is a white rabbit? It's actually just a white rabbit? Haas let out a sigh of relief, lowering his bow, an arrow. Really? Did they overreact? Wait, this white rabbit. Haas suddenly felt something was off and widened his eyes. This white rabbit has grown larger. It's as big as a bear. Its color has also turned silver and completely transparent. It looked terrifying. The enlarged silver rabbit wore a mischievous smile, raising a fist the size of a sandbag, and smashed it down towards Reis, who was at the front. Boom! The massive fist struck heavily against the Amaterasu, and the unexpectedly overwhelming force sent Reis flying. Captain, Lexington had just wanted to rush forward to confront the silver rabbit when another silver rabbit jumped out from the nearby bushes, blocking his path. Following that, a fourth rabbit appeared, and the number of silver rabbits kept increasing. Soon, 7 or 8 giant creatures surrounded Reis and the group. The rabbits were all grinning wickedly, looking both adorable and mischievous. These rabbits are the monsters on Suku Island? Reis, Lexington, Haas, and Beethoven hurriedly backed up to form a circle around the defenseless Dafu. The number of rabbits was increasing. This is terrifying. Damn it. Although they're cute, they can only be cut down. Lexington gritted his teeth and charged towards one of the rabbits. Finger gun. Lexington quickly dodged the powerful punch from the rabbit and delivered a strong finger gun strike to its chest. His finger easily sank into the target, but he felt no sensation of piercing flesh. The rabbit grinned and grabbed Lexington, tossing him away. This rabbit. Lexington steadied himself using moonwalk and returned to Reis and the others. Natural type? It doesn't seem so. Could it be that all these rabbits are natural types? Reis observed the rabbits around him, his expression becoming somewhat serious. The silver substance on these rabbits seems to represent some kind of energy. Their enormous bodies are constructed from energy, not solid matter. The ability that transformed these rabbits into this state is not present here. I can only sense that there is DevilFruit energy fluctuating on these rabbits, but they're not actual users, Reis said, sensing the surroundings with his copy fruit. These rabbits are quite eerie. What kind of ability has turned them into this? And why? Only rabbits. Before Reis and the others could ponder, the silver rabbits began to hop towards them one by one. Forget it. Let's stop them first. Reis's flame spear ignited with fire. Lexington raised his golden axe. Haas knocked an arrow on his bowstring. Beethoven drew his twin swords, crackling with blue sparks, and Dafu also pulled out a dagger from her pocket. The magic hand pirates and the army of silver rabbits engaged in a fierce battle in the forest. The tranquil night was shattered. In the distance, on a mountain in the center of the island, a rabbit boy who looked like a fur tribe was gnawing on a carrot while using a telescope to observe Reis and the others' direction. Behind him, there were densely packed rabbits, at least dozens of them, each tall and wrapped in transparent silver energy. It's been a long time since anyone has come here. The fur tribe rabbit boy watched the fierce battle in the distance, muttering to himself. The people who came this time look quite strong. I hope the rabbits can hold on. Among these people, there seems to be a pig wearing a top hat and wielding a western sword. Is he also from the fur tribe like me? It's been a while since I've encountered someone like me. The The Fur Tribe Rabbit Boy suddenly became excited. It seems these newcomers are quite interesting. Looks like I won TB board today. In the forest, Reis and his group were engaged in a fierce battle. These rabbits were just too difficult to handle. Reis complained anxiously after severing the arm of a silver rabbit with a shot. The severed arm of the silver rabbit immediately regrew. Because they were energy beings, no attack could harm them, and these silver rabbits were incredibly strong, with astonishing combat power. The true forms of these rabbits seemed to be hidden in the center of the energy bodies. If they could strike at the true forms, they should be able to defeat them. As Housey spoke, he shot an arrow toward the location of the rabbit's true forms. However, the energy body surrounding the rabbit was too thick, and his arrow's power couldn't penetrate it directly. The true form? It's worth a try. After activating the ability copied from the feed fruit and locking onto the rabbit's position within the energy body, Reis took a deep breath and swung Amaterasu, thrusting it violently into the abdomen of a silver rabbit. Caught off guard, the hidden true form inside the silver rabbit was hit by the shot. Immediately, the energy body enveloping the rabbit dissipated, and a small white rabbit fell to the ground. Effective. It turns out that attacking the weakness is the way to go. If they could exploit the weakness, these guys would be much easier to deal with. A smile appeared on Reis's face as he turned to look at the other silver rabbits. Lexington, let's go. Using observation hockey and the feed fruit, Reis and Lexington began to take down the silver rabbits one by exploiting their weaknesses. No wonder Anchoralisos couldn't handle these rabbits. That guy seemed to be the only one among the 4 overlords of the South Sea who didn't know observation hockey. The powerful defense of his armored dragon form made him disdain learning observation hockey to evade attacks. However, without observation hockey or the feed fruit to locate the true forms of the rabbits, defeating so many silver rabbits that were impervious to physical attacks and had strength rivaling that of Zoan-type users was nearly impossible. Before long, Reis and Lexington had taken down all the silver rabbits present. Looking at the pile of white rabbits on the ground, Reis scratched his head in frustration. This island is really strange. The rabbits have turned into this. Why did Annie want me to come to this godforsaken place? What good things are here? For a moment, Reis hesitated about whether to continue. He didn't know if the situation inside would be more terrifying than outside. It would be best to explore the island as quickly as possible and leave. Lexington, let's split into 3 groups. That should allow us to explore the island faster. After pondering for a moment, Reis pointed to a 3-way fork that had just appeared ahead. I'll go alone to the middle path. Beethoven and Housey will take the left, and Lexington and Dafu will go right. Each team will have at least one person with observation hockey or the feed fruit ability, so we won't have to worry about being ambushed by the silver rabbits. In the distance on the mountain, a Fur Tribe Rabbit Boy was still using a telescope to observe the situation. Have those guys split into 3 groups? It seemed that only one person was coming this way. The Rabbit Boy muttered to himself as he put down the telescope. Those guys were moving fast. It looked like they had encountered a large number of enemies right from the start, making them feel a bit unsafe, so they planned to search the entire island quickly. Unfortunately, his fellow Fur Tribe Rabbit had not come this way. It seemed he and another person were heading toward the empty left side. Having finally encountered a fellow tribesman, he didn't want to miss the chance to meet him. Everyone, let us go down and have some fun. The Rabbit Boy turned to the dozens of silver rabbits behind him. The silver rabbits instantly became excited, hopping one after another, following the Fur Tribe Rabbit Boy down the mountain. You all stay at the bottom and deal with that lone human coming this way. As they ran, the Rabbit Boy instructed the silver rabbits behind him. Don't hold back. You are the strongest guardians of Sukuyum Island. Oh. The Rabbit Boy's praise ignited the fighting spirit of the silver rabbits, who cheered and prepared to teach Reis, who was approaching, a lesson. The Rabbit Boy then changed direction after reaching the bottom of the mountain, heading toward the place where Beethoven and Housey were going. On the other side, Reis was moving through the forest as quickly as possible. On this island, it seemed that he hadn't seen any other creatures besides the rabbits. Were these strange rabbits the rulers of this island? There seemed to be a mountain ahead. Let us go check it out. Reis raised his head, looking at the mountain peak that was faintly appearing ahead, making a decision. Since Annie had specifically asked Housey to inform him to come to this island before dealing with Grella, there must be something important here. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Not long after, the flame gun in Reis's hand suddenly whistled again. Really? What's wrong with you? Reis helplessly stopped, pressing down hard on the restless Amaterasu. This gun had been shaking occasionally since approaching Sukuyum Island. It was truly puzzling. What could it be? Could it be sensing his wife? Wait, wife. A bold thought suddenly emerged in Reis's mind, and his eyes fixated on the flame gun in his hand. Not long ago, Lexington had just told him that there was a weapon called Tsukuyumi, forged at the same time and by the same person as Amaterasu. Could it be that Amaterasu was sensing that Tsukuyumi was nearby, causing it to shake uncontrollably? Tsukuyum Island seemed to mean Tsukuyumi. Just as Reis was pondering the relationship between Tsukuyum Island and Amaterasu, Tsukuyumi, the sensing ability of the copy fruit, was triggered once again. A large number of things emitting the aura of devil fruits were approaching him. Reis hurriedly tightened his grip on Amaterasu, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Before long, one after another, huge black shadows appeared in the surrounding forest. 1, 2, 3. More and more giant silver rabbits emerged from the woods on both sides, grinning maliciously as they surrounded Reis in the middle. Faced with so many silver rabbits, even Reis was sweating profusely. This is too much, right? Did I stumble into a rabbit's nest? Now is it too late to run? Chapter 118. Rebit and F.N.G.M. in the forest. Beethoven and Housey were wandering towards the right side of the island. Without a clear destination, Housey's abilities were of no use, and the two could only walk aimlessly based on their instincts. There was nothing on this island except those terrifying rabbits. It was just a deserted island. Housey said helplessly. What did Reis's sister bring them here for? Are they supposed to meditate and cultivate for decades before dealing with Garira? Oof. Not a single beautiful pig lady either. Beethoven grunted in frustration, shaking his hooves. Housey, why are you still thinking about the pig lady? What a strange pig. Wait, something seems off. Suddenly, Beethoven twitched his nose a few times. He caught a scent. It seemed to be the smell of rabbits and carrots. From the sound, it seemed a rabbit was rushing towards them. What is happening? Is another rabbit attacking? Housey hurriedly pulled out an arrow from his back and focused his eyes ahead. Beethoven also quickly drew his twin swords, Rest, to prepare for the unexpected situation. That guy is coming. A nimble figure suddenly darted out from the woods. Karuchu, a white figure, pounced on Beethoven, rubbing against his face vigorously. Housey, startled, quickly stepped back, raising his bow and aiming at the mysterious object that had knocked Beethoven down. Terrifying. Too terrifying. It knocked Beethoven down in one go. Pig, hang in there. I'm coming to save you. With that, Housey raised his arrow to shoot. Wait. Beethoven hurriedly stopped Housey. You are a fur tribe? Yes, I am Rebit, a rabbit from the fur tribe. After warmly greeting Beethoven, the rabbit boy Rebit climbed off him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pig. For a moment, watching Beethoven and Rebit greet each other amicably, Housey was at a loss. What was happening? Aren't they enemies? Is he a kin of Beethoven? After a simple explanation and self-introduction, Housey temporarily set aside his misgivings and sat down with the two fur tribe members to chat. Rebit, why are you on such a deserted island? Beethoven asked while munching on the carrot Rebit had given him. What is going on with this island? Why are there so many dangerous silver rabbits around? Silver rabbits. Rabbit fur tribe. Those silver rabbits aren't your subordinates, are they? Housey asked thoughtfully. Subordinates? I suppose you could say that. Rebit scratched his head and replied. Those dangerous rabbits are really under your command? Beethoven stopped chewing his carrot in shock, staring at the harmless-looking rabbit boy before him. I am the guardian of this Tsukuyum Island. I chose to stay here due to a man's request, leading the rabbits to test and expel intruders. The details are a long story. With that, Rebit began recounting his past experiences to Beethoven and Housey. Rebit was born in Zo and was a natural warrior of the fur tribe, known as Swiftwind Rebit for his incredible speed. He was once a member of the Nox pirate crew, led by Pedro. While traveling to the South Sea, they unexpectedly landed on this Tsukuyum Island and encountered an unexpected man here. At the man's dying request, Rebit chose to stay on this island, leading the silver rabbits to protect something. So that's how it is. But the unexpected man you mentioned and the thing you are currently protecting, what are they? Beethoven continued to ask curiously. That man is the son of the daimyo of Wano country, Kazuki Odin, F.N.G.M. 18 years ago. Kazuki Odin was defeated by Kaido in a decisive battle. The daimyo of Wano and the Rabbit Bowl decided to coexist with Wano's demise, and to leave some living power for the future. They chose to send their son out of Wano before Kaido's arrival. F.N.G.M., just 13 years old, left Wano in a small boat, carrying the family heirloom swords, Ink Amaterasu and Wakizashi Tsukuyumi, risking everything to escape. After enduring hardships and narrowly escaping death, evading the beast pirates and Kurizumi Orochi's pursuers, Ink Amaterasu was unexpectedly lost. In the end, F.N.G.M., relying on a fruit he accidentally ate due to extreme hunger, took 3 years to reach this Tsukuyum Island in the South Sea and went into hiding. However, after 3 years of suffering, F&M developed a serious illness and could not hold on until 20 years later to participate in the restoration of Wano. Left with no choice, F&M had to change his mission to guarding Tsukuyomi, looking for a worthy successor, a new strong warrior who would head to the New World to challenge Kaido. After surviving for 10 years on the life force granted by the DevilFruit, F&M finally awaited the arrival of the Nox pirate crew. Ultimately, after hearing F&M's story, Reis, as a Zou warrior who had been friends with the Kazuki family for generations, decided to stay on Tsukuyomi Island to take over F&M's duty of guarding Tsukuyomi. With a successor in place, and using his last bit of life force to create the Silver Rabbit Legion to protect Tsukuyomi Island, the son of the daimyo of Wano, F&M, passed away. So that's what happened. After listening to Reis' account of a series of events, Beethoven couldn't help but exclaim, "The devil fruit that F&M ate. What is it? Is it the one that created the Silver Rabbit Legion? It sounds powerful." Halsey continued to inquire. "That fruit is a Zoan type, the rabbit fruit, mythical beast type, moon rabbit form," Reis answered. "In addition to allowing one to transform into a moon rabbit with speed and strength far exceeding that of normal beings. The rabbit fruit's mythical beast ability also allows the user to absorb the moon's energy and transform it into a tangible silver energy body for combat. Additionally, if one consumes life force, the moon rabbit form user can refine their abilities into pills, allowing the rabbits that consume the pills to also gain the ability to absorb moonlight and transform it into energy for battle." After hearing Reis' words, Halsey and Beethoven understood. So that silver transparent energy surrounding those silver rabbits is transformed from moonlight? However, this pill is only effective for rabbits. Reis spread his hands. After all, being a moon rabbit, the pills he refines are useless for humans and any other creatures. So, F&M needed you, a rabbit fur tribe member, to stay on Tsukuyomi Island and lead these silver rabbits that have obtained the moonlight pills to guard Tsukuyomi. Chapter 119, Damn Rabbits. It turns out to be the fruit of a phantom bee species, but unfortunately the ability user himself is already dead. Otherwise, Reis could have copied his ability. After listening to Reis' narration, Halsey secretly thought, "Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. I remember that the gun in the captain's hand is Amaterasu, right?" After recalling, Halsey said to Reis. Upon hearing this, Reis was taken aback, and his ears perked up. The captain refers to that strange silver-browed boy heading towards Tsukuyomi Mountain, right? The long spear in his hand is the Amaterasu that Fujiwara lost during his hardships. Since Reis had never truly seen Amaterasu, he did not recognize the weapon in Reis's hand upon seeing him. So, when you arrived on this island, for some unknown reason, the Tsukuyomi that I stored in the cave of Tsukuyomi Mountain continuously emitted the sounds of swords and knives. Is it because Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi resonated with each other? Reis was pleasantly surprised, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. The holder of Amaterasu appeared in front of Tsukuyomi. This can only be said to be fate's arrangement. Silver Mist Fujiwara has waited for 10 years, and the person he has waited for 5 years has finally appeared. So, how can we obtain Tsukuyomi, huh? Beethoven continued to inquire. As long as you defeat all the silver rabbits guarding Tsukuyomi, you can reach the cave where Tsukuyomi is located and obtain that famous sword. Reis replied, "I believe that the young powerhouse who obtained the flame spear Amaterasu must be able to withstand the silver rabbit trials left by Fujiwara. These rabbits are very violent and fierce, so be prepared." On the west side of the island, Lexington and Dafu made their way through the forest. "It seems like there's nothing here. We're almost at the end of the island." Dafu sighed. "What exactly is on this island? What is Reis's sister trying to achieve by sending them here? There are indeed a lot of rabbits." Lexington shook his head helplessly, pulling Dafu behind him and quickly executing a whirlwind kick, slicing a silver rabbit that had jumped out of the bushes in half. However, such an attack had no effect on the silver rabbit, which was made of energy. It quickly restored itself. "It seems that we still need to attack their core." Lexington frowned and charged forward with his silver axe. The silver rabbit swung its arms, and silver energy immediately transformed into an energy shockwave, crashing toward Lexington. Paper drawing. Caught off guard by the unexpected long-range attack, Lexington hurriedly dodged the seemingly powerful shockwave with paper drawing. Boom! The silver shockwave struck a towering tree behind him, instantly blasting a large hole in its trunk. Watching the tree shattered by the shockwave, Lexington gasped. "If I had been hit, it wouldn't have been a joke." Can these rabbits also launch their energy remotely? Interesting. A smile of interest appeared on Lexington's face. These rabbits are fiercer than I imagined. Then I'll hold off on defeating this rabbit for now and see where their limits lie. On the other side, at the foot of Tsukuyumi Mountain, the battle between Reis and the group of silver rabbits was extremely intense. Countless silver shockwaves bombarded Reis, nearly turning him into cold dust. Where does the power of these guys come from? How could it be so endless? Reis gritted his teeth and raised his right arm, wanting to attack the rabbit swarm ahead. The silver rabbits immediately revealed wicked smiles, their ears flapping as crescent-shaped silver energy slashes shot toward Reis, severing his right arm. Then, Reis's body, which had just managed to reassemble, was once again cut into fragments by countless slashes. Looking at the crescent-shaped silver energy slashes, Reis seemed to realize something and involuntarily looked up at the sky. This energy, could it be the energy of moonlight? No wonder these guys' energy seems inexhaustible. If they rely on moonlight to fight, I will be bombarded until dawn. This is based on the assumption that these guys cannot store energy at night for use during the day. Damn, I can't let this go on. Reis gritted his teeth, desperately thinking of a countermeasure. These rabbits seem to be having a blast, with their numbers overwhelming and attacks completely reckless. Even with my natural elemental ability, I would have no way to fight back against them. The sheer number of silver rabbits, along with their absurd attack frequency, made it impossible for me to pinpoint their core positions using the feeding fruit, let alone see them with my naked eye. Reis took a deep breath, chose to close his eyes, and tried to feel the incoming attacks with his body. It was impossible to completely evade so many attacks. If I keep relying on the coal fruit's elementalization to avoid injury, I will just be bombarded continuously. However, if I can effectively utilize the power of the vibration fruit, perhaps I can rebound all these energy waves. But I must precisely control the frequency, position, intensity, and rebounding trajectory of the vibrations. Come on, let us see your strength. Reis gritted his teeth and transformed the coal fruit into the vibration fruit. In an instant, countless shockwaves bombarded from all directions, causing Reis to spit blood and kneel on the ground. These rabbits are truly more violent than I imagined. Reis quickly activated the power of vibration, stirring the air around him to create a vibration barrier, attempting to deflect these terrifying attacks. However, in a short time, it was clear that Reis still couldn't stop all the attacks. Shockwaves and crescent slashes continued to strike him. The silver rabbits leaped even more joyously, unleashing a torrent of full moon impacts and crescent slashes as if they were free of charge. Reis repeatedly tried to deflect the attacks of these silver rabbits, constantly assessing their positions. But while attacking, the rabbits jumped around wildly, cooperating perfectly, surrounding him tightly, making it hard to lock onto their positions. Damn rabbits. Just wait. Today, I'm going to roast some rabbits. Reis gritted his teeth in anger, trying his best to resolve and fend off the rabbits' attacks. I'm now a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, capable of defeating both giant races and natural ability users. How can I lose to a bunch of rabbits? I can't end up like AP, having his entire pirate crew chased by a bunch of pigs in the New World, losing all face. Bring on. Use more strength. Strange rabbits. Today, I will show you my true colors. After hearing Reis's fierce words, the rabbits exchanged glances, looking as if to say, as you wish, and began to launch a frenzied barrage of attacks. Reis, you bastard. Damn rabbits. Chapter 120. The named blade, Tsukuyumi, after a period of communication. Keisher and Beethoven followed Ryobito back towards Mount Tsukuyumi. After such a long time, they wondered how Reis was doing over there. Hopefully, he hadn't been taken out by that group of silver rabbits. Keisher thought to himself. He had just boasted to Ryobito that Reis would definitely be able to pass the test set by the silver rabbits left by F. Getsu. If he got schooled by the silver rabbits, it would be quite embarrassing. Soon, the three arrived at the foot of Mount Tsukuyumi. The battlefield was a complete mess. A large area of forest had been flattened, rocks shattered, and big trees toppled. The ground was pockmarked, and thick clouds of smoke still lingered in the air. Countless rabbits lay sprawled across the ground, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. In the middle of the pile of rabbits, Reis was half kneeling on the ground, propped up by Amaterasu, gasping for breath, looking like he had just finished a tough battle, clearly worn out. He actually managed to take down all the silver rabbits. Impressive. No wonder he is the man who possesses Amaterasu. Ryobito looked at Reis and the fallen rabbits with satisfaction, nodding. Keisher and Beethoven looked at the densely packed rabbits on the ground, utterly amazed. The number, it was far more terrifying than they had imagined. How did the captain manage to defeat so many silver rabbits by himself? It was unbelievable. But wait, there's still another rabbit? This one looks a bit different from the others. Is it their leader? Seeing Riabito emerge from the forest, Reis struggled to rise from the ground. Gritting his teeth and adopting a fighting stance once again, Riabito quickly waved his hands at the hostile Reis. This guy looks really fierce, very scary. Captain, calm down first. K-Shur and Beethoven hurriedly stepped out of the woods and spoke to Reis. Seeing K-Shur and Beethoven next to Riabito, Reis showed a look of surprise. You guys, were you kidnapped by rabbits? K-Shur, Beethoven. After a series of explanations, Reis finally understood the situation. So, Tsukuyumi is really on this island? These rabbits are to test whether I have the ability to obtain Tsukuyumi, right? Reis picked up one of the unconscious rabbits from the ground, rubbing it as he spoke. The samurai of Wano, F. Getsu, is trying to gather strength for the upcoming expedition to Onigashima by entrusting his family heirloom, the famous blade, to ambitious and potential newcomers. Now I suppose I have passed your test, right? Reis looked up and asked Riabito. Riabito's ears perked up, and he nodded, snatching the battered rabbit from Reis's hand. That's right. Come with me up a mountain. Tsukuyumi is in the cave. Soon after, the three followed Riabito up Mount Tsukuyumi, arriving at the entrance of a dark cave. Two rabbits that had awakened hopped in first, emitting a silver glow that illuminated the cave with moonlight. The group followed the leading rabbits as they walked forward. The flame spear in Reis's hand began to tremble with excitement once again. It was evident that the spear sensed the presence of Tsukuyumi, and they were getting closer. Before long, they reached the end of the cave. In front of them stood a simple tombstone, on which were awkwardly carved the words, "The grave of Soy Silver, Gale F. Getsu, son of the great name of Wano." In front of the tombstone, a short knife that appeared understated yet luxurious was quietly embedded in the ground, continuously emitting a sound and tremor similar to Amaterasu. The twin legendary weapons, forged by the same craftsman, resonated at this moment. Mr. F. Getsu's final wish was to entrust this family heirloom, the famous blade, to a successor who could take his place in accomplishing what needed to be done. Riabito looked at the famous blade, Tsukuyumi, placed before F. Getsu's tombstone. Mr. Reis, you're the well-known newcomer from the South Sea, right? In the future, you should also challenge more strong opponents in the New World. Although we cannot influence your will, if possible, we hope you can help Wano in the future. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Reis's face. Wano, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Huh? It was only a matter of time before he battled the 4 emperors in the future, so choosing Kaido as a target wouldn't be a bad idea. In that case, I, EricD, Dozen Reis, shall inherit Mr. F. Getsu's will. As he spoke, Reis knelt down in respect to F. Getsu, then reached out to take the blade that was stuck in the ground. The moment Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi were held by the same person, the continuous sound they had been making ceased. Reis planted Amaterasu into the ground and tried to draw Tsukuyumi from its sheath. The blade, which hadn't been drawn for years, still emanated a chilling aura. The silver blade shimmered with a faint light, and the beautiful patterns of the great rebellion blade, Sanbon Sugi, made this short knife appear like the moon, possessing an elegant beauty. Tsukuyumi was very light, very soft, almost weightless in his hand, and he could only feel what seemed like a gentle flow passing through. Holding this blade, Reis felt it fit perfectly in his grasp, completely different from when he only had Amaterasu. Indeed, it was a legendary twin weapon, despite one being a passionate, sturdy spear and the other an understated gentle blade. They felt an indescribable synergy when held together. Forged under sunlight, Amaterasu; forged under moonlight, Tsukuyumi. Now both were gathered in Reis's hands. The shape of this knife, and its color. Reis admired the blade of Tsukuyumi and exclaimed, "It looks just like my eyebrows." Riabito and Beethoven hurriedly looked at the blade in Reis's hand, then at his eyebrows. Hey, it really does look like it. This silver short knife looked exactly like Reis's silver eyebrows. It felt a bit strange. Not a bad weapon. I'll take it, Reis said, nodding in satisfaction as he sheathed Tsukuyumi and fastened it to his waist. With an additional famous blade on him, he felt a bit more confident about the upcoming battle against Gurera in a few days. It's a pity F. Getsu has passed away. Otherwise, if I could replicate his mythical beast ability, the Moon Rabbit, it would be even more perfect. Speaking of which, it seems like there are quite a few famous blades on the ship now. There are 3 supreme-grade weapons, Amaterasu, Tsukuyumi, and that enormous weapon, T. Gawarius, which no one can use for now. Their S1 great-grade weapon, Lexington's golden axe of 10 commandments. This configuration is even more luxurious than Zoro's three-sword style. All right, I've got the blade, and I understand the situation here. I need to go find Lexington and Dafu, Reis said as he turned around and walked out of the cave, with Riabido, Beethoven, Kaysher, and the 2 silver rabbits responsible for illumination following closely behind. He wondered what those 2 were up to, why they hadn't returned yet after such a long time. Chapter 121, The Iron Hammer, after leaving Tsukuyami Mountain. Reis and his companions returned to the southern coast, where they had initially docked the ship, together with Ribbit. After Hoji confirmed the locations of Lexington and Daf, realizing they were quite far away, Reis took out the Din Din Mushi and dialed Lexington's number. Now that they had found Tsukuyami, there was no need to stay on this island for too long. Their goal had been achieved, and Reis had an unexpected gain. Thinking of this, Reis couldn't help but show a proud smile. When Lexington returned, he would be able to boast about it. Lexington, there's no need to continue exploring the island. We've already found what we were looking for. Hoji detected that you are now at the west coast, right? Hurry back to the southern coast where the Crimson Avenger is located. We're ready to leave. Reis spoke to the connected Din Din Mushi. The Din Din Mushi in his hand transformed into Lexington's shape, and a proud smile appeared on his face. No, it might be better for you to come over instead of us going back. Bring the ship over here. Although Daf is not around, this short distance shouldn't be a problem, right? We found something even more interesting here. Lexington's voice came from the other end. Something more interesting? What could possibly be more interesting on this island? With a puzzled expression, Reis was about to ask Lexington for specifics when the Din Din Mushi was abruptly hung up. For a moment, Reis opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he fell silent, feeling particularly awkward under the gaze of those around him. Cough, cough, cough. While cursing Lexington for being mysterious and abruptly hanging up, Reis turned to look at Ribbit. Mr. Rabbit, could it be that this island has some supreme treasures, or something? Like the heavenly cloud sword or the Budu spirit? Ribbit tilted his head and shrugged. How could there be such things? Famous swords aren't just cabbages and carrots. Having one is already good enough. But it seems there really is something more interesting on the west coast. After thinking for a moment, Ribbit's ears perked up, and he suddenly realized. Not long ago, on the west side of the island. Lexington, it's just a few rabbits. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Daf looked at the forest that had been nearly flattened by the battle and gasped. It was unbelievable that Lexington had actually gotten into a serious fight with those few rabbits. He had fought them with the same seriousness as he did against Boston and Caroline and had really been schooled by the rabbits. Cough, cough, cough. Lexington's left eye was clearly bruised and swollen, and at this moment, looking disheveled, he awkwardly coughed twice and tucked the 10 Commandments back behind him. It seemed that engaging in a serious contest with those rabbits was a wrong decision. Let's continue moving. Ignoring Daff's questioning, Lexington quickened his pace to move forward. He really didn't want to encounter such rabbits again. It was better to finish exploring the remaining parts of the island and join Reis and the others. Daff watched Lexington quickly move away, clicking her tongue and shaking her head, then quickened her pace to keep up. Men are so vain. I didn't expect Lexington, looking all serious, to be like this too. The 2 quickened their pace, continuing toward the end of the island. What's that? Upon reaching the other side of the coast, Lexington, who had already lost hope in the exploration, suddenly showed a look of surprise. Daff, come quick. A look of excitement appeared on Lexington's bruised face, urging Daff to come closer. Daff ran over in confusion to the shore. What lay before them was an awe-inspiring sight. Wow, what a huge ship! Under the moonlight, a gigantic ship quietly rested at the base of a cliff by the coast. The size of this ship was enough to rival a sea monster, with a height exceeding 50 meters. Judging from the damage to the hull, it seemed this ship had only recently been abandoned. This pirate emblem is. As Lexington approached the massive ship, he began to discern some blurry markings on the hull. A skull entwined with a meteor hammer. This was the emblem of the ironclad pirates. This is the iron hammer of the ironclad pirates? Daff said in surprise, staring at the massive ship. How did it end up here? Could it be that the previous captain, Ancora Isoros, drove this ship into the island and was then chased away by the rabbits? If that's the case, it's not surprising they haven't heard about it. After all, it must be extremely embarrassing to be chased away by a group of rabbits and losing the main ship. Ancora Isoros would have had to swallow that frustration. Perhaps he thought about coming back to reclaim his honor, but before he could, the kid pirates came knocking and wiped them out. The ships of the ironclad pirates are known to be incredibly sturdy in the South Sea. Daff marveled at the extraordinarily majestic ship. Although she had heard of it long ago, it was her first time seeing it in person. Unlike William, Blake, and Grella, who rarely led large forces away from their territories. Ancora Isoros was exceptionally fond of leading the entire pirate crew to cause trouble on the seas. To support the heavy dinosaur form of Ancora Isoros, the ironclad pirates had spent a fortune at the Platinum Guild's auction a few years ago to acquire this ship, which was said to be the largest and sturdiest pirate ship in the four seas. Although the name Iron Hammer sounded like a joke, the quality of the ship was undoubtedly excellent. No wonder the ironclad pirates haven't had large-scale outings since that expedition. So it turns out they lost their ship. Just as Daff and Lexington were about to board the Iron Hammer for a closer look, the din-din mushy rang. Brew, 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 brew. The din-din mushy with silver eyebrows kept making noise. Hello, this is Lexington. Lexington answers a din-din mushy. After a brief conversation, Lexington hung up the phone before Reis could ask any questions, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. This discovery can be left for the captain to be surprised by. Daff, let's wait here. The captain should be coming soon. Lexington patted the solid hull of the Iron Hammer. Oh, okay. Daff scratched her head, feeling a bit conflicted. Although it's nice not having to run around. But, do you really think the captain can sail the ship? Chapter 122. Shelf announcement today marks the 72nd day since the start of this book, and after updating 300,000 words, the rookie author has finally put it on the shelf. Excited Leopard JPG. I am very grateful to all the readers for their companionship over these days. Every recommendation, monthly ticket, reward, and comment or suggestion from you gives me great motivation. Thank you so much for your support. Although this is not my first book, it is my first signed work. So regardless of the future results, I will persist in completing this book to the end and accumulate experience. I will carefully read and respond to all readers' questions and suggestions. If I don't reply, there are 3 possibilities. 1 is correcting typos, which I usually just fix without extra replies. 2 is that for some reason I didn't see the reply. 3 is, well, maybe I just can't think of the words. I will accept both criticism and praise, as long as it's not malicious insults. A newcomer must listen to suggestions to improve. Now, let me talk about some details of this book. Regarding the protagonist's fruit ability. Many people say that copying abilities can easily lead to inconsistencies later, being too strong or too weak. This is indeed possible, but I will do my best to maintain a stable power system. The protagonist's ultimate form can be described here. 10 or fewer unawakened devil fruits, an awakened copying ability. Top-tier hockey in 3 colors, and weapons including a gun, a katana, a dagger, and a giant sword. Overall, even if it surpasses the ceiling of One Piece, it won't be too far off. There won't be instant kills of the 4 emperors or admirals. I will strive to make it plausible. Also, the scene in the synopsis where one hand is shaking and the other is lava, transforming into a Qinglong, is unlikely to occur. The synopsis has a bit of a clickbait feel. Overall, this is still a fan work with a style close to the original. Actually, I had a lot to say before, but now that I'm really writing the shelf announcement, I find it hard to start, so I'll leave it at that. In short, I will continue to work hard. I hope everyone will support me more. Excited Leopard JPG. Well, I've said quite a bit already. Once I start writing this kind of non-main text, I tend to ramble on. Crying Leopard JPG. Chapter 123. Marching Forward. The Diamond Islands. Anko Reis is truly a big fool. Aha! On the coast of Sukiyuming Island, the sound of Reis's mad laughter echoed. Lexington, Haas, Beethoven, and Dafu stood awkwardly beside Reis, unable to help but avert their gazes and step back. The captain seemed to be in a great mood, laughing uncontrollably since arriving here. Despite still having injuries from being beaten by Silver Rabbit, he was acting so arrogantly. Has your captain always been like this? Rebit turned his head in confusion, looking at Beethoven. Beethoven pretended not to hear. This captain is too unrefined. As a gentleman, he should maintain silence. Well, as men, there are always a few days in a month. Haas sighed heavily, shaking his head. After laughing for a while, Reis finally calmed down. Ahem, must maintain composure. The laughter just now was mainly to mock Anko Reis, the big, unlucky guy. Just thinking about that majestic, giant armored dragon being chased away by a group of rabbits made him unable to stop laughing. Moreover, obtaining this giant ship also put him in a particularly good mood. Right after defeating Grella, they would be switching pirate ships. Although the steel hammer was scrapped, the parts and materials on it were very good. With the materials from this pirate ship, they should be able to build a vessel capable of withstanding the storms of the New World. Unfortunately, they currently had no shipwright and didn't know how to deal with a new ship later on. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Worrying doesn't help. Mr. Rebit, please take care of this big ship for us. If we defeat the Grella pirate group, we should come back to find the ship again. Reis turned to Rebit and said, No problem. I'll be waiting here for your return. Rebit replied, while munching on a carrot. After all, he was used to living here, and with so many rabbits around, it wasn't boring. Although he also wanted to go back to Zoe after completing the task, a few days didn't matter. After rummaging through the steel hammer and taking all the supplies, gold, treasures, and food, morning had arrived. As the dawn broke, the blood-red Avenger was ready to set sail towards the new morning sun. Rebit led the silver rabbits to bid farewell on the shore. Countless pairs of long ears waved in the air, swaying in time with Beethoven's music on the ship. Goodbye, Mr. Rebit. Beethoven reluctantly waved goodbye to Rebit from the ship. It's not easy to meet a friend of the same race. It's a pity he has not a beautiful pig lady. That would have been even better. The blood-red Avenger sailed out of the silver waters of Sukiyuming Island, with the slightly injured Lexington and Reis sitting together on the deck, gazing at the distant sea. Reis, what are your plans next? Lexington turned to ask Reis. Yes, where are we headed next? Dafu and Haas also inquired. As navigator and helmsman, they needed to know the captain's plans to arrange the route and itinerary. It should take several days to sail from here to the Diamond Islands, right? That should be enough time for our injuries to fully heal, right? After estimating, Reis said to Lexington, then, let us go to the Diamond Islands to confront Grella in a decisive battle. Reis's decision surprised everyone present. So soon? Are we really going to face Grella now? Isn't that a bit rash? Their current strength might still be too weak to confront the Grella pirate group. I know it's a bit early to go after the Grella pirate group now. Reis continued to explain to the surprised crowd, but the longer we delay, the more prepared Grella will be, which is not beneficial for us. The situation in the South Sea is so turbulent right now. Even the South Sea Overlord feels the crisis and is working hard to become stronger. That guy is the strongest mechanical master in the South Sea, and over time, who knows what kind of traps he might set up at the Diamond Islands, or how many troops he might gather. To avoid prolonged troubles, it's better to attack swiftly and unexpectedly. After hearing Reis's explanation, everyone pondered and nodded slightly. That does make sense. Whether early or late, we must fight. For us growing powers, a short period of training isn't as effective as an exhilarating life and death battle for improvement. In that case, let us set the course for the Diamond Islands. Ha said as he took out the sea chart he always carried. With my abilities, I can find a way to avoid all the guards and reach the Diamond Islands, avoiding a direct confrontation right away. Captain, which island do you specifically want to go to? Reis looked at the sea chart and thought for a moment. Can you locate my sister, EricD? Annie? If possible, I'd like to go there first. Shortly after, Haas marked the new route on the sea chart, and under the navigator's command, the blood-red Avenger headed towards the sea where the devils were stationed. Reis, are you really confident you could defeat Grella now? At the bow, Lexington looked at Reis with a doubtful expression. Reis was only slightly stronger than Anko, Reyes, and William. It still seemed a bit difficult to fight Grella. I didn't have much confidence at first. Reis smiled and raised his head. But after visiting Sukiyuming Island, I gained a lot of confidence. Seeing the self-assured look on their captain's face, Lexington was skeptical. Relying on just an additional powerful weapon to bridge the gap between them and the enemy seems a bit naive, doesn't it? In these last few days, should we make a last-minute effort? Lexington inquired. If I could learn armament hockey and observation hockey, it should make the battle against Grella much easier, right? A proud smile spread across Reis's face. He was waiting for Lexington to say this. Finally, he could show off properly. Speaking of which, this was the biggest and most unexpected gain from this trip to Sukiyuming Island. In order to defeat the Silver Rabbit Army, both his armament hockey and observation hockey awakened during the same battle. Because he had laid a solid foundation beforehand, he only needed a triggering opportunity to activate hockey. And he finally found that opportunity in the duel with the rabbits. Reis channeled his power into his right arm. A powerful energy flowed to his right fist, wrapping it in strong armament. Although the hockey was still thin, there was no doubt that this was real armament hockey. Is this what you mean by hockey? Seeing Lexington's astonished expression, Reis laughed triumphantly. Did you expect this? Chapter 124. The captain falls into the sea captain. Lexington gaped in astonishment at the armed hockey wrapped around Reis's fist. Is this for real? How can it feel so unreal? We just parted on the island for a short time, and you've already awakened hockey? Yet, the aura emanating from Reis's fist forced Lexington to accept this reality. Not only have I awakened armed hockey, but I've also awakened observation hockey, Reis said, a proud smile spreading across his face. After awakening observation hockey, he no longer needed to rely on a copy fruit. For someone like him, who wasn't a navigator or a sniper. The fruit mainly served as a substitute for observation hockey, and now that he had awakened the real thing, he no longer needed the fruit. The number of fruits he could copy was quite limited, so it was better to leave an extra slot if possible. Observation hockey, too. Lexington's expression became even more exaggerated. What on earth did this guy experience on the island? The gains from taking down these rabbits are even greater than those from fighting Black and King William. This is quite the blow for the notorious pirates of the South Sea. But upon reflection, it did make sense. While these rabbits weren't individually strong, their teamwork was exceptional, doubling their combat effectiveness. If dozens of rabbits could beat A, then it seemed reasonable that they wouldn't be weaker than William and Black when united. In that case, how strong must the samurai named Matsu, who empowered these rabbits, be? In any case, although he couldn't master the newly awakened hockey yet, there was still a difference between having it and not having it, which gave him more confidence in battling Grella. Saying this, a smug look appeared on Reis's face. However, his expression quickly turned serious. Finally, it's time to settle the score with Grella. Although he hadn't personally experienced the loss of his parents and the abduction of his sister, after inheriting the original host body, he could still feel the despair and anger of that person. The hatred for Grella unconsciously filled his mind. The original host had endured for so many years just for this moment. In the original timeline, the original host never completed his goal before dying. But now it was up to him to help make up for that regret. Kongang Island, Vanguard Island. The place had become a complete wreck. Rubble, broken weapons, sunken ships, and surging waves all indicated that a fierce battle had just taken place here. The heavily damaged Grella 3 stood on the devastated shore. The pirates behind him were busy cleaning the battlefield, counting prisoners, and tending to the wounded. South Moses Grella versus Kid Pirates ended with the defeat of the Kid Pirates. Fell into the sea. That kid should be dead, right? Grella said, panting heavily inside his mech. I was too hasty. I should have just cut off his head for safety. But that kid is a DevilFruit user. Without someone to save him, he must be drowning. Report, Captain. The Kid Pirates Executive Slaughter Warrior Kira fired Demon Heat, killing Axwat, and other members have all been captured. A small captain ran over to report to Grella. Good. Take them back to the city and imprison them. A cruel smile appeared on Grella's face. These little brats really can't compete with him, the long-established sea overlord. But I have to admit, this kid's strength is indeed stronger than all the newcomers in previous years. If I hadn't switched to new armor made of non-steel and added sea stone to it in advance, I wouldn't have been able to deal with him so easily. Due to the resurrection of EricD, Reis, a butterfly effect occurred in the world of One Piece. The Kid Pirates, having lost 2 opportunities to fight Black and King William, did not reach the strength they could have achieved. Naturally, after several days of fierce battles, they were defeated by Grella, who had prepared new weapons due to heightened crisis awareness. Eustace Kid's life or death remained uncertain, and Kira and other members of the Kid Pirates were imprisoned by the Grella Pirates. Next up is you, Eric Reis. After the fierce battle, Grella sighed wearily. Grella 3 is still not strong enough. These newcomers from the South Sea truly threaten his position. Without knowing the power gap between Reis and Kid, he must further arm his armor. Go call Annie, Stone, and our mechanic. Grella jumped down from the giant mech, instructing his pirate crew. We need to prepare for the next battle. Besides Reis, I defeated a Marine Admiral, and headquarters will most likely not sit idly by. To face the upcoming crisis, I must strengthen myself further and turn Kongang Island into an impregnable fortress. As the Grella pirates departed, underwater, severely wounded Eustace Kid, using his last ounce of strength, pulled out a breathing device from his pocket and placed it on his face. I never expected that Kira's impulsive purchase of a breathing device on Whipping Island would actually come in handy as his last bit of consciousness faded. Kid fell into a coma. Although he had temporarily prolonged his life with a breathing device, if the exhausted Kid couldn't be treated quickly, he would undoubtedly die. Days later, the Blood Vengeance, sailing at full speed, finally arrived near the waters of Kongang Island. Annie's position has changed, House, he said, using the copy Fruit's ability to locate Annie again, frowning. It seems she left the original island for the Overlord Island where Grella is. They clearly couldn't sail directly to the Overlord Island. Captain, what should we do? Housey turned to Reis for his opinion. Reis, who was looking at a newspaper in his hands, furrowed his silver brows slightly. The Kid Pirates challenged the Grella Pirates and were defeated. Captain Eustace Kid fell into the sea and his life is unknown. Because of my existence, did the butterfly effect still occur? Reis pondered. If Kid couldn't defeat Grella now, can I? With Annie heading to Grella S Island. It was likely that the South Sea Overlord wanted to prepare more thoroughly for the upcoming battle. Just as Reis hesitated about whether to attack Kongyang Island, the copy fruit in his body and the newly awakened observation haki suddenly reacted simultaneously. After glancing at the news and realizing something, Reis quickly dropped the newspaper like he had been electrocuted and ran toward the bow of the ship. Looking at the raging sea, Reis's expression turned serious. "Lexington, please go into the sea." Lexington, who was polishing his golden axe, turned around, looking somewhat confused at Reis. What kind of medicine did this guy take again? The dual sensing of the observation haki and the copy fruit tells me that there is a faint DevilFruit energy right below our ship. Chapter 125. Reis's trouble. Not long after, Lexington's figure emerged from the sea, carrying an unconscious man on his back. Looking at the man behind Lexington, Reis's expression became subtle. As expected, he was right. The DevilFruit user he sensed suddenly in the sea was indeed Eustace Kidd, who had just fallen into the ocean and was reported to be missing. He was the rising star pirate currently on par with him in the South Sea. "Reis, I've rescued him," Lexington said, placing Kidd on the deck. At this moment, Kidd was covered in wounds, clearly having suffered significantly from his battle with Grella. On his face was a device resembling a respirator. It seemed that after falling into the water, Kidd survived thanks to this device. "Go get the first aid kit." Looking at the tragic state of Kidd, Reis couldn't help but shake his head and turn to instruct Halsey. "We need to wake him up." Although Kidd lost to Grella, he must have gained a lot of information about the opponent, which was urgently needed now. Furthermore, since Kidd lost to Grella, his previous speculation that Grella was stronger than in the original timeline was correct. It seemed that this time, they would have to team up to deal with Grella. Indeed, trying to take away all the limelight from a strong person was unrealistic. The rivalry among newcomers would never cease. Soon, Halsey hurriedly brought over the first aid kit, and Dafu, who had some medical knowledge, left the helm to come to Kidd's side to clean and bandage his wounds. Halsey, Beethoven, and Lexington also clumsily helped out. Seeing their rough and poor bandaging technique, Reis couldn't help but gasp. It was terrifying. It looked like they were wrapping a mummy. However, Kidd later recovered after being beaten to a pulp by Kaido in the Rabbit Bowl prison, so he should be able to hold on for now. It seemed he needed to prioritize finding a ship's doctor, otherwise, like himself, Lexington, and Kidd, those with strong vitality, could survive due to their physical fitness, but if Dafu got injured, fell ill, or contracted some complicated disease, it would be helpless. Reis silently thought to himself. The shipwright and chef could manage, but a doctor was crucial. Soon, Dafu finished treating Kidd's injuries, stood up, and brushed off his hands as he approached Reis. There shouldn't be any major issues. This guy's body is as tough as the captain's. You should wake up after a while. Reis nodded and stepped forward to feel Kidd's body. Magnet fruit, copy. In the South Sea, the strongest fruit he could access should be Kidd's magnet fruit, leaving aside the supermodel situation of the four fundamental forces. Even if he just used this DevilFruit as a magnet, he would be unstoppable in the world of One Piece. After all, aside from characters like Vegapunk, the technology in the One Piece world isn't particularly advanced, and most weaponry still relies on steel. A user of the magnet fruit has unimaginable control over steel. "Let's give it a try," Reis said as he extended his right hand, activating the ability of the magnet fruit. Lexington, Halsey, and others curiously looked at Reis. "Is this a new DevilFruit ability? I wonder if it's useful." A burst of purple electric sparks immediately emerged from Reis's hand. "This is magnetism." Reis's lips curled into a smile as he reached out to attract Amaterasu, which was placed nearby. However, the magnetic force was unexpectedly difficult to use. Just as Reis was trying his best to control the flame gun flying towards him, his observation haki suddenly sensed a crisis approaching from behind. A crisp sound of a sword being drawn rang out from behind. "Captain, watch out behind you!" Halsey shouted suddenly. Beethoven's sword suddenly flew out of its sheath, heading straight for Reis's head. Reis hurriedly turned his head to the side. However, the magnetic force attached to him made it impossible to evade the attack. "This attack will track me." Clang! The resting point slammed hard against Reis's forehead, delivering him a pause. The sound of steel striking his head made Lexington feel a headache. Not good. As he felt dizzy and sensed something was off, he tried to cancel the magnet fruit's ability. However, it was already too late. Bang! 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 All the metal around flew in from all directions, crashing into various parts of Reis's body and leaving him dazed. Lexington gripped his golden axe tightly to prevent it from flying over and cracking Reis's skull. Boom! With the last arriving Amaterasu crashing down on Reis's abdomen. He was hit repeatedly and rolled his eyes, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, he understood a principle. The magnet fruit was not an easy devil fruit to control. The strength, direction, changes, gravity, and repulsion of magnetism could not afford a single mistake. It was extremely difficult to manipulate hundreds or thousands of different metals into a precise and flexible mechanical arm, like Kid did, without harming the user themselves. If he released the magnetic force indiscriminately and couldn't control it, he would end up like Big Mom 2 years later, being hammered by the steel flying from all directions. Realizing this, Reis temporarily lost consciousness. Lexington, Housey, Beethoven, and others looked at their captain, who lay beside Kid, buried under a pile of steel, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. How'd he knock himself out on the first try? What a shame. At the same time, hearing the clattering sounds nearby, the comatose Kid slowly opened his eyes. He seemed not to be in the sea anymore. Damn Grella, where the hell am I? Kid gritted his teeth and propped himself up. In front of him stood Lexington, Housey, Beethoven, and Dafu, lined up staring at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. Huh, you guys are the crew of the Magic Hand Pirates? Kid recognized a few of them shortly after recalling their appearances from the bounty posters. I've been rescued by the Magic Hand Pirates? This is a problem. I've ended up on the ship of my competitor. I just lost to Grella, and that guy Reis might mock me. Thinking of this, Kid couldn't help but frown. But now he was weak and had no other choice. They'd save him after all, and he couldn't just wipe them all out. Even pirates had to adhere to some code of ethics. What about the silver-haired guy? Kid patiently raised his head and asked Lexington. Lexington hesitated for a moment, then finally sighed. He just had to wake up at this terrible time. Now the captain's chance to mock the wet dog is gone. After all, getting knocked out by copying someone else's ability is much more embarrassing than falling into the sea after losing to a strong enemy. Over there, Lexington turned his face away and pointed to the pile of iron beside Kid. Don't ask me about Reis. Having regained some energy, Kid finally noticed a large pile of iron neatly arranged beside him. A hand was sticking out, twitching uncontrollably. Through his observation hockey, Kid could indeed identify that powerful presence. Such a strong person could only be Reis, no one else. For a moment, Kid was stunned. He had never seen such a move. Burying himself in iron to greet him. What kind of trick was Reis playing? Chapter 126, Dozen Residential Versus. Eustace Kid, after a while. Residential regained consciousness and released the powers of the magnet fruit, crawling out from the pile of scrap metal, gritting his teeth and rubbing the sore back of his head. That first hit had really stunned him. As soon as he lifted his head, his gaze coincidentally met Kid's, who was sitting nearby. Both of them looked quite disheveled at the moment, covered in dirt and dust. One had just been defeated and was like a drowned rat, while the other had secretly copied someone else's fruit and ended up failing miserably. Residential had originally planned to wait for Kid to wake up with a cool demeanor, but it seemed that a fool could not pretend to be suave. Eventually, the true self would be revealed. For a moment, both of them were stunned, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. Dafu silently returned to the control panel to pilot the ship, really not wanting to get involved in this extremely embarrassing situation. As for the captain's matter, let the captain handle it himself. Silverbrow, you copied my fruit with your ability? After a long silence, Kid finally managed to squeeze out the first sentence. Residential covered his face with his hand, unwilling to answer this troublesome question. Seeing Rez's awkwardness, Kid couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. When he had first eaten the magnet fruit as a child, he had also suffered greatly from the metal flying around everywhere. Only he knew how difficult it was to master the use of the magnet fruit. Is Grella that strong? That prick. Ultimately, Residential chose to change the subject and ask Kid. Kid's expression immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Remembering his previous crushing defeat and the uncertain fate of Kira and the others, he felt extremely furious. However, it was clear that he would not directly answer the embarrassing question posed by Rez. So, the conversation fell flat again, and once more, they glared fiercely at each other. Remaining silent, Lexington shook his head in disbelief, unable to watch any longer. These two captains were not easy to deal with. My suggestion is that we two pirate crews form an alliance to deal with Grella. Lexington stepped forward, sitting next to Residential and Kid, and spoke up. Residential raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. After hearing about Kid's defeat by Grella, they had been somewhat hesitant about whether to continue the campaign against Grella. After all, even if Residential was slightly stronger than Kid now, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat an opponent that Kid couldn't handle. However, having unexpectedly saved Kid, the situation could change. If he and Kid teamed up, the possibility of defeating Grella would greatly increase. Moreover, Grella's pirate crew had 3 gold medals and 5 silver medals among its officers. Relying solely on the 5 members of the Magic Hand Pirates to deal with so many enemies would not be easy. Having Kira and the others' help would make things much better. Residential looked at Kid. Prick, what do you think? 2 years later, after Kid was defeated by red-haired Shanks, he chose to ally with Apo and Hawkins. However, after experiencing betrayal, he had grown to dislike alliances. But he probably wouldn't be too averse to such matters now. Maybe it would be more appropriate for you to be my subordinate rather than forming an alliance, Kid said, raising his head defiantly and snorting. Reis. Subordinate? This prick really thinks highly of himself. He remembered that 2 years later, Kid's alliance with Hawkins and Apo was facilitated by Kira. Now that Kira wasn't here, no one could keep Kid in check. The bear commander, beaten to the brink of death by Grella, still had the nerve to ask him to be a subordinate? Bastard, isn't your bounty lower than mine? Silverbrow, just one. 1 million berries is nothing. I've defeated 2 overlords of the South Sea. The Angkori Soros I defeated is far stronger than your 2 useless ones. And I haven't even settled the score with you for stealing my prey. I have 3 types of hockey. Do you have that? 3 types of hockey? Who doesn't have that? I possess 4 DevilFruit abilities, including your magnet fruit. Oh, that ability that can crush yourself is more like a curse, isn't it, Eustace? You bastard. In an instant, the 2 fell into a fierce argument. Completely disregarding the friendly greetings that should follow the meeting of the new generation, spitting saliva in each other's faces. Lexington, Beethoven, and Haas wanted to intervene, but couldn't find a moment to speak. Dafu hummed a little tune and continued piloting the ship. These chaotic matters were none of her concern. She was just an innocent steering girl. With Kid and Residential facing each other, the argument escalated, and even Conqueror's hockey was unleashed. 2 powerful hockey clashed between them, causing Lexington's hair to stand on end, Beethoven to show shock, and Haas to take a step back. Vice Captain, I'm going to draw the C chart now. This pig has new musical inspiration, Beethoven said as he noticed the situation getting more intense, and he and Haas quickly made their escape. Hey, you guys. Lexington turned in shock, wanting to call back the fleeing Beethoven and Haas. But the pig and the person had already vanished without a trace. They weren't going to get involved in this captain conflict. Good luck, Vice Captain Lexington. Let us see who loses and who is the lower-tier pirate. As Kid said this, he waved his hand, using his magnetic ability to lift a pile of scrap metal next to him, wrapping it around his arm to form an iron fist, intending to greet Reis. Just what I wanted. Residential snorted coldly, raising the Amaterasu in his hand. Just as the 2 were about to clash, Lexington rushed forward, pressing down on Kid's mechanical arm with his left hand and gripping Reis's spear with his right hand. These 2 wouldn't fight as gently as Residential and Bonnie did. Kid was known for his incredibly destructive demolition team. If they fought, they could really end up destroying the ship. Silverbrow, watch out. Kid frowned, releasing his right mechanical arm, and lunged at Residential with a sharp knife from his chest. Residential quickly drew a short blade, Tsukuyami, from his waist, and the 2 engaged in close combat. However, the blade fight soon turned into close-quarters fighting, with Kid and Residential grappling together, their fists covered in armament hockey raining down on each other's faces. Hearing the dull thuds of fists striking heads, even Lexington felt dizzy. They were really hitting hard, and they were tough enough to take it. No wonder they were the 2 strongest newcomers in the South Sea. Their physiques were indeed different. In the end, Lexington exerted tremendous effort to separate the 2. For this, he paid the price of being punched by Kid and kicked by Reis. Looking at the bruised faces of Residential and Kid, Lexington covered his face and shook his head wearily. Managing 2 troublemaking captain idiots was too exhausting. Where's Kira? Help me out here. Chapter 127. The 2 captains with Beethoven's calming tune in the background. Lexington exerted a tremendous effort to finally stop the 2 captains from fighting. After resolving the conflict between the captains, a weary Lexington collapsed onto the ground. Kid and Reis, who had temporarily ceased their brawl, sat facing each other, their eyes locked in a tense stare that sent shivers down the spine. Stop glaring at each other like that. It's kind of scary. Have something to eat. Pudgy said helplessly as he brought a large pile of canned food onto the deck. Sorry, we don't have a chef on board yet, so we can only eat canned food for now. With that, Pudgy placed the cans in front of Kid and Reis. Looking at the cans, Kid rubbed his stomach, which was painfully hungry after several days without food, and reluctantly extended his right hand. With a snap, the can was pulled firmly into Kid's grasp by his magnetic powers. Do you guys have any plans or preparations for dealing with Grella? Kid asked Reis while munching on the can. It didn't take long for him to frown as the baked beans he was eating were absolutely terrible, almost like rotten slug stew. Even he, who usually only disliked anything other than curry udon, found these beans hard to swallow. The junk I ate as a kid was way better than this. I don't know what those idiots were thinking buying such awful food. Plans and preparations, Reis said as he selected a can of chicken from a pile, checking the ingredient list as he spoke. We still don't know enough about Grella and can't prepare much. I thought we could take him on now, but hearing that you guys were defeated makes me hesitate. If it were Grella from a week ago, I could handle him without any problem. As Kid spoke, he hurled the can of beans into the sea. This is too disgusting. I'd rather starve than eat this crap. But that guy just built a giant armor capable of defeating even a rear admiral from a navy. Remembering the battles with Grella over the past few days, Kid's expression darkened. The materials for that mech were changed from steel to chrome brass, so my magnetic fruit has no effect on it. Bruce, that guy embedded a lot of sea prism stone in his armor. After hearing Kid's recollections, Reis's expression turned serious as well. That damn battle armor is incredibly sturdy. Almost all attacks are ineffective against it. I barely managed to break 2 pieces of his armor, and Grella inside was completely unharmed. The abilities you've copied so far are coal, vibration, time, and my magnetism, right? I can assure you that none of these fruits can break through Grella 3's defenses. Reis's expression grew more grave. A giant mechanical armor, made of chrome brass and embedded with sea prism stone, equipped with powerful weapons. Magnetism can't attract it. Flames and smoke are ineffective, and the time fruit's ability is of little use against the corrosion-resistant chrome. Plus, with the sea prism stone countering DevilFruit users. If they get caught by Grella even once, it's over. This mech was clearly designed to target both him and Kid. This is a problem. So, do you have a method to deal with that armor, Silverbrow? Kid asked Reis. Silence fell over the scene. After a long moment of thought, Reis seemed to remember something and looked up to ask Kid, Stabhead, do you know a move called Magnetic Demon? Reis's question clearly left Kid confused. Magnetic Demon? What's that? By precisely assembling and merging large amounts of steel, you can arm yourself and form a magnetic levitating steel demon that stands dozens of meters tall. Reis recalled from something he had read in the One Piece manga. Huh, that kind of move? Kid frowned, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of what Reis had described. After a moment, he shook his head in frustration. If it could work, that move would be incredibly powerful, extremely strong. But controlling such a massive amount of steel and performing such precise movements requires a high level of magnetic strength and precision, at least double what I have now. I will master that move in the future, but right now it's impossible. What about electromagnetic cannon? Reis pressed on. That move requires even higher magnetic levels, which I can't achieve right now. Kid immediately rejected without a second thought. In fact, he had thought about such moves before, but the difficulty was too high, and he wasn't strong enough yet. The electromagnetic cannon and magnetic demon could only exist in his imagination until he became stronger. After hearing Kid's response, Reis nodded slightly. Indeed, moves like magnetic demon and electromagnetic cannon were powerful techniques the Kid had only comprehended after 2 years of life and death battles in the New World. Currently, in the South Blue, where he wasn't even a supernova yet, Kid's physical strength and the development of his magnetism fruit weren't enough to meet the requirements for using these techniques. The strongest skill he currently possessed was merely a giant steel arm comparable in power to Luffy's 3rd gear from 2 years ago, and with slightly fewer side effects. Powerful moves indeed can't be mastered just through inspiration. After thinking for a while, Reis looked up to continue speaking to Kid. You said your magnetic strength alone isn't enough. But what if you added me? With that, a smile crept onto Reis's face. Right? If your strength alone can't sustain the operation of a giant magnetic mech, what if you had me, who can also use the magnetism fruit through my copying ability? If the power of the magnetism fruit isn't enough, Reis said as he extended his right hand, his palm quickly turning black as a pile of dark coal surged out, scattering on the ground. We could also use a steam engine powered by burning coal to fill the energy gap. You mean? Kid seemed to catch on to Reis's idea, a fervent smile spreading across his face. Since Grella has developed a new mech targeting us, we should reciprocate. Let's build a mech powered by both magnetism and steam specifically to deal with Grella. A joint operation by you and me. With that, a confident smile appeared on Reis's face. If the South Blue Overlord became stronger, they would become even stronger. The combination of 2 DevilFruit users could produce a 1-1-2 effect, and he and Kid should be able to achieve that. Shall we form an alliance? Reis said, extending his hand to Kid. Why don't you just be my little brother? You can't even use the magnetism fruit properly, Kid scoffed dismissively, turning his head away. Thus, the two captains began to fight once more. Chapter 128. The new nanny of the magic hand pirates. Cough, cough, cough. How should I put it? You should have some mechanical knowledge, right? The drenched Reis coughed weakly as he spoke to the equally soaked kid. They had just fought and ended up in the sea, almost drowning together. It seemed that Lexington had waited for them to struggle in the water for a while before going in to save them. After this ordeal, the two captains had indeed become much more docile and could quietly continue their discussion. Lexington, Haas, Beethoven, and Daff were all satisfied with this outcome, nodding continuously from side. I know a bit. Assembling a mech is no problem. Kid snorted coldly, sketching on parchment with a pencil. Even if it's not as advanced as Grella-S technology, it doesn't matter, as what's more important is that this mech can maximize their fruit abilities. The question is where to find the materials and where to build it. Reis pondered for a moment, then quickly provided an answer, his dark gray pupils gazing towards the distant Diamond Island. We need to use magic to defeat magic. Daff, let us continue with the original itinerary. At Diamond Island, in the dungeon of the Dominator Island, the captives of the Kid Pirates were locked in the most heavily guarded cells on the lowest level. Kirahit and Vey were shackled tightly with heavy chains, handcuffed and placed in solitary confinement. Focus up. These guys are all powerful repeat offenders. Crispet shouted loudly to the guards in the prison. Kira and the others were not ability users, so Seastone couldn't weaken them to prevent any trouble. They had to be closely monitored. The beast-like gazes were truly unsettling. Feeling Kira's fierce glare, Crispet clicked his tongue and approached Kira's cell, extending his right hand through the bars. Wave attack. The force of the wave stirred the air, lifting Kira high and slamming him harshly against the wall behind him. Puffed. Kira spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping for air. Now you're prisoners. Don't be too arrogant. Crispet coldly snorted and prepared to attack again. All right, Crispet. A person with extremely thick long hair, completely obscured by hair, stepped forward. A pale and strong hand reached out from the hair, grasping Crispet's right hand and pulling it out from the bars. Don't kill them. Lord Grella still has use for them. Oomph. Crispet gritted his teeth, shot a furious glare at Kira in the cell, and violently shook off the long-haired person's hand, turning to leave the cell. Last time on Whip Island, you were quite impressive, killing warrior Kira. Crispet climbed the steps while continuing to speak to Kira below. I admit that your Kid Pirates are the strongest opponents we've encountered in all these years of domination by the Grella Pirates, but Crispet's long, wave-like hair swayed, revealing a sinister smile. Losers are no different. Just wait here for your deaths. Clang. Kira angrily lunged forward, the chains on his body tightening, the metal shackles clanking loudly. However, it was all in vain. The shackles on him were too strong to break free. Crispet snorted disdainfully and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Kid, I don't believe a man like you would just die quietly. After calming down, Kira's eyes gradually became resolute. By now, he and Kid had escaped death countless times. He was certain that Kid's journey would not end in this small South Sea. He was sure of it. A mere South Sea overlord cannot possibly take down someone like Kid, who aims to be the world's overlord. One Piece. I need to think of a way to escape from this wretched place. Kira looked up at the ceiling, observing every corner of his isolated cell. He couldn't just sit and wait. He had to find a way to break out. He would assist Kid in ascending to the throne, so he absolutely could not hold him back. On the blood-red Avenger, Kid began to handle the large fish he had just caught from the sea in the kitchen, his face dark as he prepared dinner. After dealing with the fish, he would have to repair the broken deck. This creaky old ship really worried him. This pirate crew is so unreliable. They've been sailing for months without even a basic ship's doctor, carpenter, or cook. The musician did find a pig, but these people were all acting like pigs themselves. With only unappetizing canned food to eat, no one to repair the ship, and the injured left to recover freely. If it weren't for his sturdy physique, he might have died on this broken ship. Are these guys treating me like a nanny? Kid gritted his teeth as he roasted the fish. These guys have the worst taste in canned food. He just tried all the cans, and none had a normal flavor, with only one or two barely edible. But they were about to engage in a life-and-death battle with Grella. How could they possibly replenish their energy with this garbage food? So he had no choice. If he didn't cook himself, there would be no decent meals. And if he didn't repair the ship, he worried it might capsize halfway. Moreover, he had formed a pirate alliance with the Magic Hand Pirates. He couldn't let his allies starve. He had truly boarded a pirate ship. Sooner or later, he would deal with that brat Eric. Kid cursed viciously, carrying a large plate of roasted fish out of the kitchen. Nanny. On the deck, Reis and the others were smiling, waiting for the food. It's been so long since we had normal food. I really look forward to it. Although Kid said he could only cook simple roasted meat. It was much better than these kitchen killers. That's right. It's unknown what kind of partner bond was triggered, but among the 5 people on this ship, Reis staff, Lexington, Beethoven, and Haas, every single one was a kitchen killer, with none capable of cooking properly. Of the 5, the one who could cook best, Lexington, could only make food that was barely acceptable. This situation was quite rare. Damn it. Hurry up and feed me. Kid heavily threw the roasted fish on the ground. Thank you, spiky-haired man. Ow, it's burning me. Just as Reis opened his mouth, a piping hot roasted fish was shoved entirely into his mouth by Kid, burning him so badly that he jumped up howling. While gnawing on the roasted fish, Kid began to curse and repair the damaged deck. Although he wasn't a professional carpenter, as a user of the magnet fruit, he was quite skilled at repairs. This ship was riddled with holes. He wouldn't let those amateurs do the repairs. If it sank halfway, there would be no need for Grella to intervene. They would all perish, and there would be nowhere to cry. What bad luck! How did these guys defeat William and Blake? While reinforcing the nails with magnetic force, Kid looked back at his crew, who were devouring grilled fish like starving ghosts, and couldn't help but question his life choices. What kind of allies had he gotten himself into? Chapter 129, Call Me Grandpa. Following the route that House C found using his ability, the Blood Revenge quickly avoided all patrols and arrived at a hidden location on one of the islands of the Diamond Islands. This island is the site of the Mechanism City, ruled by the gold medal cadre of the Grella pirate group, the Divine Hand Annie. Unlike the Tornado City of Crispet and the Gem City of Stone, this city is located in a very secretive area. The Diamond Islands consist of dozens of islands, with the larger outer islands guarded by non-hidden cadres, while the smaller inner islands are guarded by hidden cadres such as Annie and Adam. The Mechanism City is located in a secluded and remote area, and Dafu exerted a lot of effort to follow House C's route precisely, avoiding detection while passing by other islands. Finally, the group safely reached their destination. Reis looked at the distant city and took a deep breath. This is the island governed by his sister, where they should be much safer and could more confidently carry out their battle plans and preparations. Moreover, Annie seems to be a very talented mechanical master, so they should be able to find materials for him and Kid to create mechas here. House C, can you find the way to the warehouse? Reis asked House C. I'm afraid not. The term warehouse is too broad. It's impossible to formulate a route based on that. House C waved his hand helplessly, and this island seems to be heavily guarded. Even if we could perfectly avoid all guards, the route to the warehouse doesn't exist. Hearing House C's words, Reis felt a headache coming on. It's troublesome that Annie isn't on this island. Even if Grella has a hold on Annie, he couldn't possibly not have his own trusted subordinates placed on her island. If news of our invasion of the Diamond Islands reaches Grella's stronghold, it would be bad. Why bother about that? Kid rolled up his sleeves impatiently. Let's just take this island and not let any news leak out. That might be very difficult. Reis shook his head in distress. Taking this island is easy, but not exposing ourselves is hard. We are currently inside the enemy's stronghold, and once exposed, it will immediately attract Grella's army to come and retaliate. In that case, we won't have time to create the battle armor to deal with Grella. It seems that disguise is the better option. After some thought, Lexington snapped his fingers. Reis, Kid, House C, Beethoven, and Dafu all looked at Lexington curiously. What brilliant idea has he come up with this time? Lexington looked confidently at Reis. Captain, have you forgotten? You still have the ability of Jewelry Bonnie. Reis shouldn't he realized. Because he had just copied the ability and didn't use it often, he had completely forgotten about it. The ability of the age fruit is indeed the most suitable for infiltration. Good idea, let's do it, Reis said with a smile as he extended his hand to Kid. Before long, Reis changed the ages of everyone present. Kid, House C, Lexington, and Dafu were all turned into children. Looking at the group of surprised children inspecting their bodies, Reis nodded in satisfaction. In that case, if we dress up a bit more, no one should recognize us. All right, now it's my turn. With that, Reis's shape and appearance began to change. Soon, an old man with a wrinkled face and eyebrows dragging on the ground appeared before everyone. Elder Reis looked at the 4 children in front of him and revealed a radiant smile. Children, call me Grandpa. Kid immediately exposed his veins, jumping up in anger to give the old man a slam dunk. Ouch! This child really doesn't understand respect for the elderly. After some commotion, everyone changed into simple clothes, dragging along the pet pig that had been forcibly stripped of its clothes. Elder Reis limped along with the 3 children towards the Mechanism City. Kid, now turned into a child, looked at Reis, who was trembling and struggling to walk, feeling speechless. The newspaper said that Eric was good at acting, but he didn't expect this guy to really act so well. However, this time, Reis was not acting. He was genuinely too weak to walk after aging. Because his normal aging state would still be strong and healthy, he could only choose to turn the two into distorted future versions of themselves. This form could be described as old and ugly, and it felt like his body was about to fall apart. After transforming into an elderly man with children and a pig, Reis and his group easily blended into the crowd and entered the city. The people in the Mechanism City did not seem to live as harshly as Reis imagined. It seems that since this is his sister Annie's territory, the citizens do not suffer oppression like those in other cities. After gathering information about the location of the warehouse, Reis led the children through the streets toward the center of the city. They didn't have much time to waste and needed to quickly finish creating the mechas and return to the ship. After all, Annie was not on the island to provide them shelter, and the longer they stayed, the easier it would be to be exposed. On the other side, at the dominant island, South Moses Grella, leading his subordinates, was further modifying the Grella 3. Although he had won against the Kid Pirates, it was not an easy victory, and his strength still had not reached its peak. In the battle with Kid, the mechanical giant arm that the opponent excelled at using inspired him greatly. So Grella decided to incorporate this new idea into the mecha. After further strengthening this battle armor, he would have enough confidence to easily defeat the Magic Hand Pirate group. Moreover, with the fully realized Grella 4, he gained immense confidence in his strength, and Grella's ambitions began to swell. The small South Sea was no longer enough to satisfy his desires. Furthermore, he had previously provoked the Navy headquarters and defeated a rear admiral, so the Navy would surely send strong forces to besiege the Diamond Islands. It was time to leave the South Sea and head to the Grand Line in search of greater power, more wealth, and greater authority. Lord Grella, you called for us. Just as Grella was laughing triumphantly, the door to the research facility opened, and the 3 gold medal cadres, Stone, Crispet, and Annie, along with all the silver, bronze, and iron medal cadres, came before Grella. Grella laughed heartily, putting down the wrench in his hand and turning to face his subordinates. Everyone, we have been in the Diamond Islands for over 20 years. Don't you think it's time to go to the Grand Line and fight for greater benefits? Grella's words caused Annie's expression to change slightly, and the silver, bronze, and iron cadre members also subtly frowned. However, Grella did not care about this. Because no one could escape his control, he was absolutely confident in his grip. This guy actually wants to go to the Grand Line. Annie silently thought to herself. It seems that this time the South Sea is really going to change. Chapter 130 ends despair inside the Research Institute. 3 gold medalists, 5 silver medalists, 8 bronze medalists, and 12 iron medalists from the Grella pirate crew, whether they were visible officers or shadow officers, were all gathered together at this moment. The 3 gold medal officers, Jin Krispet, Kaisher Dongin, and the Divine Hand, Nan Mo Shisi, and stood in the front row. The 5 silver medal officers, Masked Kevin, Wildman Adam, Orchid Mantis Nan Mo Shisi Paul, Flammable Blaster, and Crazy Mao E, stood in the second row. The bronze and iron medalists stood in the 4th and 5th rows respectively. These few strong individuals, who were among the few in the South Sea, emanated an extremely powerful oppressive force. The entire strength of the strongest pirate crew in the South Sea was gathered in this small research institute. Grella sat down in front of the Grella 4 and looked at his subordinates, whom he had accumulated over decades, revealing a proud smile. The Kid Pirate crew had already been dealt with, and the only remaining threat in the South Sea was the Devil Hand Pirate crew. No matter how strong Eric Reyes was, he could not rival me. It wouldn't take long before that arrogant newcomer would be eliminated by me. And Below involuntarily clenched her fists. Grella glanced at Anne, whose expression had slightly changed, but did not pay her any mind. He knew very well that this and was the captain of the Devil Hand Pirate crew and Rhea's sister. Among the officers of the Grella Pirate crew, those who bore the Nan Mo Shisi surname and had undergone human modification were already enemies in his eyes. However, for Grella, this was of no concern. Loyal subordinates were limited, and as long as he could use their power, that was enough. He had implanted bomb chips in the minds of these potentially disloyal subordinates, allowing him to kill any who attempted to rebel with just a thought. Initially, these subordinates would hide their emotions and not reveal their true feelings, but eventually, they stopped pretending altogether. Because everyone knew their real emotions, putting on an act was completely meaningless. Once the Devil Hand Pirate crew was dealt with, there would be no need for us to remain in the South Sea. Ignoring Anne's unusual behavior, Grella continued speaking, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It was time to head to the Grand Line and seize more wealth and greater power. The Grella pirate crew will surely make a name for ourselves. In an instant, cheers and wild laughter echoed throughout the entire research institute, among the crowd, and did not join in the loud shouts of Grella's subordinates, but lowered her head with a heavy expression. With the defeat of the Kid Pirate crew and the successful development of Grella's new battle armor, her heart was filled with increasing fear. Brother, can you defeat Grella? Will my help in building Grella's battle armor make me the culprit in killing my brother? Azan's chaotic thoughts piled up in her mind. Grella had already finished his speech. All right, that's all for today. After the meeting, everyone returned to your islands to prepare. Then Anne, Grella's words interrupted Anne's thoughts, and hurriedly lifted her head to look at Grella, her eyes revealing a hint of panic. His fierce face made her feel a chill every time she saw it. You are my loyal subordinate, but this time is a battle against your brother Reis, so I can't trust you in such a fight. Grella's tone was very gentle, but the more terrifying it seemed. I don't want you to make any mistakes and end up with your brains blown out by me. I don't want to kill my capable subordinate with my own hands. Crispet, Dong-in, after this meeting, you take into the prison for a few days. Once Reis is dead and she calms down, let her out. Feeling Crispet and Dong-in step closer on either side, Anne's face turned pale. Resisting here was meaningless. It would only lead to immediate death. She also knew that saying anything at this moment was futile. Grella would never change his mind. Despite all her efforts to learn, train, and grow, the power she gained was still utterly insufficient to resist Grella's tyranny. She had attempted to assassinate Grella countless times, but none of her attacks had ever succeeded. However, due to her exceptional talent and technological level, Grella never used the chip in her brain to kill her outright. Her level was not even enough to force Grella to use the bomb chip as a last resort. She could only pin all her hopes on her brother. Sighing, and no longer hesitated, suddenly turned around and walked toward the exit of the Research Institute. Crispet and Dong-in followed closely behind her, one on each side. Anne's departure caused a change in the expressions of 12 out of the 25 officers. Sister Anne, Nan Mo, she see Paul S. expression turned dazed. Compared to the power of the enemy Grella, their strength was pitifully weak. On the Dominator Island, in the dungeon, and calmly walked down the steps to the deepest part of the prison. Crispet and Dong-in followed her closely, unconsciously pushing her into a cell. Anne, you can go in by yourself. After all, we are colleagues. We don't want to take action ourselves, Dong-in said. Before long, and was locked up tightly, just like the members of the Kid Pirate crew, confined in a solitary cell. After resolving Anne's issue, Crispet and Dong-in left the dungeon without looking back, and sighed and looked up at the ceiling above. The possibilities left for her were reduced to two. One was that the Grella pirate crew would be defeated by the Devil Hand pirate crew, and Grella, before dying, would undoubtedly detonate the chip in her brain, taking her down with him. The other was that the Devil Hand pirate crew would be defeated by the Grella pirate crew. In that case, she would be able to walk out of the prison alive and would have to continue serving Grella after receiving the news of her brother Reis's death. At present, the likelihood of the first scenario seemed smaller, but although that would mean death at this moment, and hope for the first possibility to occur even more. Just as Anne felt a sense of despair, a man's voice came from ahead. You are a cadre of the Grella pirate crew? And immediately lifted her head to look forward. In the opposite solitary cell was a man, also completely restrained, wearing a blue and white mask. She recognized this person. He was a well-known pirate in the South Sea, the strongest fighter in the Kid Pirate crew, who had just been defeated by Grella, the slaughter warrior Kira. You. After hesitating for a while, Kira chose to continue speaking. Planning to break out of prison? Chapter 131. Magnetic Avenger. After a lot of running around, Grandpa Reis finally led the little kids to the warehouse in the center of the Mechanism City at night. This warehouse stored a large number of weapons, metal materials, and mechanical equipment that could help them quickly complete the manufacturing of mechs to deal with Grella. Looking at the heavily guarded entrance of the warehouse, Reis took a deep breath, waved his right hand, and released the power of the age fruit, causing everyone to return to their original forms. Let's take them all out at once. Housie said as he continuously activated the feed fruit's ability to lock onto the positions of the many guards at the entrance. Learning from previous lessons, he had developed many special arrows for various situations before the battle. This way, they wouldn't be completely helpless like last time against Irizal. The silver arrow in his hand was one of his inventions. When shot, it could split into many arrows, hitting multiple targets simultaneously. Arrow of Ares. With Housie releasing the bowstring, the arrow shot out and immediately split in the air, transforming into dozens of small arrows, each locking onto a guard's body. Dozens of guards fell simultaneously. Halsey wiped the sweat from his face and sighed in relief. Great, very successful. Captain, let's go in. Under the cover of darkness, everyone quickly arrived at the warehouse's main door. Age impact. Reis pressed his hand on the door lock and activated the EricD's ability to change the age of the lock, instantly causing it to decay and become weak. The group quickly entered the warehouse. This place is really rich in materials and equipment. Kid looked around at the mountains of steel weapons and parts, a smile appearing on his face. We can't stay too long. We need to finish the mech before tomorrow morning, Reis said to everyone. Unlike Grella, their mechs essentially required 2 people to operate with magnetic power, so the precision requirements weren't as high. They just needed something that could share their burden. Got it. Everyone, come help me. Kid laughed heartily, extending his right hand and releasing magnetic energy to make a large number of weapons and machinery float. What a naughty child. Ordering Grandpa around. Silverbrows. You rascal. Seeing Reis taking advantage of him again, Kid gritted his teeth in anger and swung a gear at Reis. Seeing the 2 captains about to fight in the warehouse, the entire Magic Hand Pirate crew felt the situation was dire and immediately rushed in to pin both captains to the ground. Now is not the time for nonsense, captains, Lexington said, exasperated as he sat on Reis. These 2 really are too much to handle. Without Kira to rein him in, Kid is like a super troublemaker. Okay. Reis scratched his head and stood up, picking up the blueprints drawn by Kid and starting to select parts together with him. All right, this time, we must show that bastard Grella a thing or two. Kid snorted coldly, pulling down his goggles and beginning to control the arrangement and combination of various parts. After a night of hard work, a giant 2-person piloted steel mech named Magnetic Avenger, standing 30 meters tall, was finally completed. Because it was made of steel, Reis and Kid could control it in battle using magnetic power, and the inside of the mech was also equipped with a steam device, allowing Reis to maintain power by burning the coal stored inside in case of insufficient energy. Looking at this majestic and towering mech, everyone present had stars in their eyes. This thing shouldn't lose to Grella, right? Reis wiped the sweat from his forehead, satisfied with the results of their night's labor. The combat power that the Magnetic Avenger could unleash was much stronger than the simple sum of him and Kid. As long as they could perfectly coordinate their control, Grella would be no match for them. Not long after the Magnetic Avenger was completed, Halsey came out from outside. I've checked. There's a large, uninhabited area on the west side of this island, which should be perfect for testing weapons. Fighting there won't affect the town. Reis nodded upon hearing this. Great. Then we'll choose that place as the battlefield for our life and death battle with Grella. After discussing with Kid, the 2 decided to confront Grella on this island. After all, the Magnetic Avenger was too large and heavy. Moving it to Dominator Island to confront Grella would be too difficult and unrealistic. Once this mech appeared, it would definitely be discovered by the enemy. In that case, Grella could prepare thoroughly in his territory while they traveled to Dominator Island. Rather than taking the initiative, it would be better to wait on this island, conserve their strength, and prepare for Grella to come to them. Have you gathered all the information about this island? Reis continued to ask Halsey. The reconnaissance is complete. There aren't too many of Grella's remaining forces. After all, Annie is not his loyal subordinate, so she won't have too many underlings. It can be dealt with easily, Halsey replied. As for the civilians, as long as we hold the defensive line at the city gate, there won't be any problems. After listening to Halsey's report, Reis nodded. That's good. They can fight Grella here with peace of mind. However, there's still some things to do first. Saying this, Reis turned to Dafu. Halsey just used the DevilFruit's ability to briefly scout. Most of Grella's cadres have returned to their respective islands, but only Annie remains on Dominator Island. Moreover, she seems to be in the same place as Kira and the members of Kid's pirate crew. It's likely that Grella has imprisoned her. While we declare war on Grella, he might shift his focus here. Reis said to Dafu, you take the Blood Avenger and secretly follow the safe route laid out by Halsey to Dominator Island as prison. Rescue the crew members of Kid's pirate crew and Annie and bring them here. The Magic Hand pirate crew and Kid's pirate crew will join forces to settle the score with Grella once and for all. After giving instructions to everyone, Reis turned and walked toward the cockpit of the Magnetic Avenger. Before officially starting the battle, he needed to cultivate a tacit understanding with Kid and familiarize themselves with the operation of this mech. Just right, they could use this mech to eliminate all the enemies on this island first. Kid and Reis both entered the steel mech's interior and closed the hatch. Lexington and the others stood on either side of the mech, nervously watching the situation of the 2 captains. Soon, purple electric sparks began to flicker above the steel armor. The exhaust vents on the mech also began to continuously spew out rolling steam. Under the dual drive of magnetic power and steam, the steel muscles of the Magnetic Avenger began to move. The heavy arms of the mech slowly rose. Excited and joyful smiles appeared on Lexington and the others' faces. It seemed that they had succeeded. Boom! The Magnetic Avenger suddenly swung its right fist, and the thick metal wall was instantly blasted out, creating a large hole as if it had been hit by a cannonball. The Magnetic Avenger slowly walked out of the warehouse. Reis and Kid controlled the mech, moving forward somewhat clumsily. Since it was their first time, their piloting skills were still a bit unsteady, but with a little more practice, it would be fine. The end of Grella is about to arrive. Chapter 132, Paul's Choice. Hey, gather by the warehouse quickly. Inform Lord Grella. There's an emergency. A terrifying giant has run out of the warehouse. Not long after Reis and Kid piloted the Magnetic Avenger out of the warehouse, the pirate stationed at Mechanism City noticed something was wrong. The pirate captain hurriedly assembled his crew and rushed to the warehouse while sending a message to Dominator Island. What a huge steel monster. What is that thing? Seeing the first batch of pirates charge forward only to be sent flying by the Magnetic Avenger, the rest of the pirates trembled in fear. Fire! Fire! The pirate captain shouted hysterically, ordering his subordinates to attack. Several cannonballs whizzed out from the cannons, firing fiercely at the Magnetic Avenger. Reis sneered, showing no fear as he controlled the mech to raise its left hand. Magnetic reflection. Under the influence of the magnet fruit's magnetic force, the incoming cannonballs suddenly stopped in midair, then flew back, blasting the artillery crew into chaos. Magnetic sharp cone spear. Kid laughed heartily as he raised his right hand, his palm deforming under the influence of magnetism, transforming into a launch tube filled with countless iron spears. Steel spears shot out, knocking down several panicked pirates as they tried to flee. Without much effort, the pirates stationed at Mechanism City were sent into a frenzy by Reis and Kid. Not a single one could get close to the Magnetic Avenger. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. Kid watched the enemy abandon their gear and run, laughing heartily. The power of this battle suit is truly incredible. The Magnetic Avenger pushed forward, chasing the pirates straight to the port. Seeing the last few terrified pirates scramble onto a wooden boat, Reis revealed a triumphant smile, opening the mech's hatch with magnetism. Reis shouted loudly at the distant pirates. Give a message to Grella. Tell him Magic Hand EricD Reis and Eustace Captain Kid are waiting here for him, and he better hurry up and come and give his life. Reis's shout sent the pirates into further panic, paddling their boat as fast as they could towards the risks of Dominator Island. After eliminating all the enemies on the island, Reis and Kid moved their bodies and stepped down from the Magnetic Avenger. The testing and adjustment were over. This mech performed excellently, effortlessly wiping out hundreds of pirates, proving it could definitely match Grella. Next, they just had to wait for the prey to come. Lexington, let's go. We're heading to that uninhabited area confirmed by Boss before, waiting for Grella's pirate crew to arrive. Diamond Island's Dominator Island. South Mox's Grella's bald head was bulging with veins, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth as he clutched his thick beard. The news just received from Mechanism City nearly drove him insane. Eustace was not dead. He had been saved by that detestable Eric. Now the two were teaming up to declare war on him, and they even had the audacity to wait for Grella's pirate crew on his island. Simply outrageous. You also developed a mech, did you? Good. Just what I wanted. Grella said as he smashed his chair with a punch and stood up. He wanted to see what tricks those two little brats had up their sleeves. Daring to challenge him, tell Crespit, Stone, and all the officials on the island to immediately take their troops and rush to that island in Mechanism City. Today, those two ignorant little brats won't be able to escape. As he furiously ordered his subordinates, Grella strode towards the warehouse storing the Grella 4. Being able to catch both the Magic Hand Pirate crew and the Kid Pirate crew in one go would be quite beneficial. This way, he could fully showcase his might as the overlord of the South Sea. Prepare the Dischaxon heavy cannon. I'm going to Mechanism City to wipe out that group of brats right now. The enraged Grella swiftly gathered his subordinates and troops, boarding his flagship, the Dischaxon heavy cannon, heading towards Mechanism City. On the other side, Crespit from Tornado City, Stone from Gem City, and other officials stationed at the various cities of Diamond Islands, including Kevin, Adam, Blaster, and Maui, also received Grella summons. Finally, they could settle accounts with that scoundrel Eric. Memories of being schemed by Reis flooded Crespit's mind, igniting his anger to new heights, causing his right hand, which held the snake's head, to tremble slightly. Because of that bastard Reis. He had foolishly lost over 1 billion berries and was scolded mercilessly by Lord Grella, and until now, he was still broke. As if that wasn't enough. He was constantly mocked by the silver and bronze medalists, completely becoming a laughingstock, losing all face. Now Crespit hated Reis to the core. The blood feud must be avenged. He wanted to torture the Magic Hand pirate crew's brats. These fearsome pirates quickly gathered their troops, just like Grella. With dozens of pirate ships like the Tornado Push Wave and Gem setting sail from the various islands of Diamond Islands, rushing towards Mechanism City. At the same time, unlike the crazed pirates led by Crespit, the Orchid Man as Paul and several others with bronze and iron medals showed different reactions after receiving Grella summons. After hanging up the phone, Paul sighed and walked to the window of his castle, gazing at the distant sky. That was the direction of Mechanism City, the place where a great battle was about to erupt. This battle would have 4 different outcomes. 3 of them would lead to his death, and that of all the disloyal subordinates bearing the Mox's surname. Only if they continued to assist Grella's pirate crew and Grella's crew, 1, could they survive without being killed by Magic Hand and Kid. If they helped Grella's crew and Grella's crew lost, they would be taken down with him, and if they rebelled against Grella to help Annie's brother, they would die regardless of winning or losing. In short, for them, death was almost inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Paul's gaze gradually became resolute. They had faced countless similar choices before, but ultimately, they had chosen to help Grella's pirate crew defeat their opponents and achieve victory every time. They had done enough to aid tyranny. Continuing like this would render their survival meaningless. Even if they made some insignificant contributions to Magic Hand Reis and Captain Kidd before Grella detonated the chip, they could not just survive anymore. Sister Annie, this time, let me, Orchid Paul, and the other Avengers support your brother in your stead. Saying this, Paul returned to his room, picked up the transponder snail, and after making 12 consecutive calls, instead of gathering Grella's pirate crew, he walked alone towards the port. The South Moxes vowed to reclaim their original surname in this battle of certain death. Chapter 133, Fierce Battle at the west side of the Mechanism City, the weapon testing ground. House C stood at the top of the hillside, gazing at the distant coastline. Lexington and Beethoven guarded both sides of the coast. Reis and Kid stood in the center of the testing ground. Behind them stood the towering giant steel mech, the Magnetic Avenger. All they had to do now was wait for the enemy to arrive. The civilians inside the Mechanism City had all been arranged into the air raid shelters, and now they could fight with Grella here without any worries. On the hillside, House C furrowed his brow slightly as he spotted several dark figures appearing on the horizon of the sea. They're here. The enemy is coming. Dozens of pirate ships, aggressive and powerful, broke through the huge waves, approaching the island. In the center was the flagship of South Mossy's Grella, the Jackson heavy cannon, flanked on both sides by ships of 2 golden cadres, the Tornado Wave of Crespit and the Gem Shining of Stone. Outside the Tornado Wave and the Gem Shining, 3 ships of silver cadres followed, Kevin Adams' sailboat, Blaster's No-Bell single-point explosion, and Maui's Thousand Hands. Outside the 3 silver cadre ships, one after another. Other ships were lined up. The Grella fleet, totaling 20 warships, slowly approached the island where Reis and the others were. It seems like it will be a fierce battle. House C thought to himself, Captain, those guys are coming. Reis and Kid, who also spotted the enemy ships on the sea, exchanged a glance and quickly boarded the Magnetic Avenger, activating the mech to run towards the coast, with Lexington and Beethoven closely following. The disparity in strength between the enemy and them was immense. They had to eliminate a portion of the enemies before they landed. On the surface of the sea, Grella, standing at the bow of the Jackson heavy cannon, also saw the heavy mech on the coast. Boss, should we fire at them? A subordinate hurriedly ran to Grella and asked. Grella turned his head, his murderous gaze fixed on the subordinate, instantly scaring him into shivering. Relay my orders. Absolutely do not fire at them. Mere cannonballs could never harm the masters of the Kid Pirates and the Magic Hand Pirates. Instead, the cannonballs would be repelled back by Kid's magnetic powers, injuring their own ships. This was the headache of dealing with Kid's abilities. No matter how elite the armed forces in his hands were, as long as they were made of steel, they were insignificant before the enemy and would instead become part of the enemy's combat power. However, he had prepared a large number of non-steel, non-magnetic weapons before this battle, which would be much safer to deal with Kid. On the coast, seeing that the enemy ships had yet to launch an attack, Kid couldn't help but sneer. This Grella guy knows that iron weapons are ineffective against us. Saying this, Kid controlled the Magnetic Avenger to raise its right hand, and the original steel palm instantly transformed into a massive launch tube. At the same time, Reis also raised the left hand of the Magnetic Avenger, turning it into a launch tube as well. Magnetic Crush. Magnetic Sharp Conical Spear. Countless huge steel balls and spears were shot out from the two launch tubes, roaring towards the enemy fleet ahead. The overwhelming bombardment caused the small pirates in the fleet to scream in terror. A winding wave slash and a dazzling high-temperature fire ray shot from the tornado wave and gem shining respectively, colliding with the iron balls and spears shot by Kid and Reis. The war officially broke out as the Grella pirates clashed fiercely with Reis and Kid. Dafu piloted the Blood Avenger, speeding through the waters within the Diamond Islands. Grella had led his forces away from the Dominance Island, and the defenses there were certainly very weak now. She needed to hurry and rescue the crew of the Kid pirates from the cells. Otherwise, relying solely on Reis and his few people would not be able to withstand so many cadres and troops from Grella. Captain, you have to hold on. Wait for me. Dafu took a deep breath and accelerated the ship again. She had to bring Kira and the others for support before more troops gathered at the Mechanism City and before Reis and the others could no longer hold on. Under the impact of the waves and strong winds, the Blood Avenger creaked, continuously generating numerous cracks. This should be the last voyage of the Blood Avenger. After this trip, its hull would reach its limit. By then, it would be time to say goodbye to this ship. Before long, several ships flying the Grella pirate flag appeared on the sea ahead. Enemy ships? There is no time to waste with you. Dafu maneuvered the Blood Avenger to dodge the incoming cannonballs, feeling anxious. She had to eliminate or shake off these ships as quickly as possible. Taking a deep breath, Dafu's aura underwent further transformation. At that moment, the white-sailed Dafu seemed like a queen of the sea. A mere few ships could never block her path. Just as Dafu was maneuvering around the enemy ships, another 5 ships flying the Grella pirate flag slowly sailed in from the distance. Strangely, each of these large sailing ships had only 1 or 2 people on board. These individuals were all heavily modified humans, covered in dense modification marks, and wore copper and iron badges symbolizing their cadre status on their chests. Their eyes were filled with hatred, fixated on the front. However, they were not staring at Dafu's Blood Avenger, but at the Grella pirate ships across from them. Soon, one of them took out a snail phone and dialed. Brother Paolo, we VE spotted the Magic Hand Pirate's ship, and it's now entangled with Grella's men. Saying this, the copper badge pirate from the Grella pirates removed the badge from his chest and threw it into the sea. After a moment of silence, a voice came from a snail phone. We'll be right there with you, Lack. A relieved, death-defying smile appeared on Lack's face. All right, Brother Paolo, we'll be the first to fire. Saying this, Lack decisively hung up the snail phone, took a deep breath, and pressed the button on the bomb in his hand, then accelerated the pirate ship to its maximum speed, charging towards the Grella pirate ships ahead. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the sky, and waves of heat accompanied by thick smoke spread wildly in the air. Fragments of the 2 pirate ships, along with the bodies of pirates, scattered in the sky. The remaining 4 ships followed Lack and moved forward, blocking the path of the Blood Avenger and the other pirate ships. Dafu's face was filled with shock, and for a moment, her mind went blank. What just happened? Did these guys turn on each other? How did they end up taking each other out? Chapter 134. The Determination of the Orphan Boys. Hey, what the hell is Lack doing? Watching one of the ships next to him get blown up by Lack Wolf. Another copper-ranked officer was shocked as the other 4 pirate ships slowly closed in on them. Were those 5 ships not reinforcements? How did they end up surrounding themselves instead? The modified boys on the remaining 4 ships took a deep breath, removed the copper and iron badges they wore on their chests, and threw them into the sea. We, the helmsman of the Devil's Hand pirate crew, will pave the way for you. Hurry up and do what you need to do. One boy, whose hand had been modified into a cannon, raised his right hand and, taking advantage of Wolf's distraction, fired a shot that knocked him to the ground. Damn it! You crazy bastards! Are you rebelling? Don't you fear Lord Grella detonating your chips? Wolf, charred and rolling on the ground, wailed in agony. These guys, forcibly made subordinates by Lord Grella, were actually causing trouble at such a critical moment, while there was no way to deal with the silver and gold ranks. Before the chips were detonated, those of you who were copper and iron ranks could still jump into the water. Saying this, the cannon boys' gaze sharpened. The 4 officers controlled by Grella simultaneously pressed the bomb buttons, steering their ships to collide with Wolf and the others. Daff realized something was wrong and quickly turned the ship around, retreating rapidly. Boom! The bombs on the 4 ships detonated simultaneously, flames instantly engulfing the sea, shredding all the pirate ships, and the terrifying shockwave nearly flipped the sky and sea the massive tsunami almost throwing Daff off balance. The blood-red Avenger was pushed back dozens of meters by the huge wave before finally stopping. My God! Daff wiped the cold sweat off her forehead, gasping at the scene in front of her. 5 self-destructing ships, plus 6 exploded ships, a total of 11 pirate ships, 5 copper-ranked officers, and 6 iron-ranked officers, all wiped out in one go. The Grella pirate crew had suffered heavy losses this time. The key point was that this glorious achievement was caused by their own people in the Grella pirate crew. At this moment, Daff remembered some things she had learned about the Grella pirate crew before. A small portion of the officers under Grella were not willingly following him. They not only disrespected Grella, but also harbored deep hatred for him, including Captain Reis' sister, Annie. There were 13 people who were completely under Grella's control through explosive chips. This time, were those 13 officers used as tools willing to perish alongside Grella? No time to think about that. I need to hurry and rescue those idiots from the Kid Pirate crew. Stabilizing her emotions that had been swayed by the explosion, Daff suddenly turned the helm, steering the blood-red Avenger to bypass the ruins, still billowing thick smoke ahead, and continue to advance swiftly into the still turbulent sea. Lack, Revolver, Bobby, Hamas, and Andy had perished alongside 4 enemies. Placing the snail phone on the table beside him, Paul sighed and turned to the other 6 officers controlled by Chips, who were not loyal to Grella. The 6 exchanged resolute glances. They were ready to perish with the enemy before Grella discovers something is wrong and detonates our chips. Let's take down all the copper and iron-ranked officers. 7 hands, mostly modified or embedded with mechanical parts, or directly transformed into weapons, reached out and stacked together. Looking at his battered body, a strong hatred surged in Paul's eyes. He could never forget the scenes of being captured and subjected to inhumane modification experiments after Grella slaughtered their town when he was 7. Witnessing his loved ones being killed, watching his original body parts being removed and replaced with mechanical parts. Everyone present who had been forced to carry the Nemoxis surname had experienced this. This was a reason why these 13 orphans hated Grella so much. I hope Sister Annie can survive, Paul sighed. Annie was the only one among them with living relatives. Although she was also prepared to perish with Grella, Paul and the others hoped she could live. It might not be a bad thing that Grella locked Sister Annie in prison. A boy named Kukur, modified into a blade, smiled bitterly as he retracted his transformed right hand. That way, she doesn't have to accompany us to our deaths. In the endless solitude, the 7 young heroes, after killing all of Grella's subordinates around them, resolutely steered the bomb-laden pirate ship towards the sea ahead. The island where the copper and iron-ranked officers were located was far from Mechanism City. They should not have gathered yet. There was only one thing they needed to do. That was to eliminate all the copper-ranked and below pirates of the Grella pirate crew. That was all they could do. As for the rest, they could only entrust it to Annie and the 2 pirate captains to kill Grella and seek revenge. Outside Mechanism City Island, the Grella pirate crew's fleet was still engaged in fierce naval battles with the Ray and Kid Alliance, due to the inability to use cannons and guns. Their current combat situation was quite passive. Lexington was constantly attacking their ships, and 2 had already sunk. However, the Grella pirate crew's fleet had not yet fully assembled. They did not plan to land for battle so soon. Damn it, even if the copper and iron ranks are far away, it shouldn't take this long for them to arrive. Having pulled away from the battle, Grella quickly dashed into the cabin and dialed the snail phone. The noise of battle outside was too loud to communicate. Wolf, where are you? Paul, answer the phone. What the hell is going on with these bastards? No one is here, and there's no news. Grella's expression grew increasingly grim, and his subordinates dared not approach. After dialing several copper and iron-ranked officers' phones and finding none could connect, Grella sensed something was amiss. A bad thought crossed his mind. Quickly pulling out the remote control for the brain chips implanted in the officers, cold sweat streamed down Grella's bald head. In the next second, Grella's veins bulged, and his eyes turned blood-red. Paul, Lack, Revolver, Bobby, Hamas, Kukur, Andy, Isha, Evander, Ares, Mike Milan, all the officers who had chips implanted in their brains, except for Annie, are all showing as dead. Chapter 135. Prison break not long after sailing at full speed in the waters of the King Kong Islands. Dafu piloted the Blood Avenger and arrived at the main island, Dominator Island, where Kira and the others were imprisoned. The scene here was completely different from what Dafu had imagined, leaving her very surprised. Thick smoke billowed from the coastline, and numerous shipwrecks floated on the sea, with pirate corpses blown to pieces scattered both in the water and on land, a sight that was shocking. It was evident that a fierce conflict had just occurred on Dominator Island, as all the guards seemed to have been wiped out and no enemies emerged until DevilFruit landed. The attackers of this island were likely the same ones who had previously perished at sea with their enemies. I thought I would have to go through a tough battle. This actually saves trouble. After observing the surroundings for a long time and still not seeing any enemies, DevilFruit relaxed a bit. Shouldering the heavy machine gun she had brought from the warehouse in the Mechanism City, and ran towards the prison. At this moment, inside the prison dungeon, the few remaining fish that had slipped through the net gripped their weapons tightly, trembling with fear. They had no idea what had just happened above. Ares with the copper medal had suddenly arrived with Macmillan, brandishing a frenzied suicidal attack against the guards of Dominator Island, instantly eliminating several officers stationed here. The situation came quickly and unexpectedly, and they didn't have time to contact Lord Grella before being driven into the dungeon by the terrifying assault. Thank goodness. This place should be safe, right? A small pirate leader gasped for air, clearly still shaken from the recent harrowing experience. However, before he could calm down, new developments occurred in the prison. Boom! A whole wall suddenly collapsed. The pirate leader immediately turned to the source of the noise like a startled bird. The scene before him instantly scared him out of his wits. How'd he break free? It was Kira, the killing warrior. He had freed himself. Dragging heavy iron chains, Kira smashed through the wall behind him, creating space for himself to move freely. Although the chains and shackles here were incredibly tough and unbreakable, the wall was old and dilapidated. It seemed that Grella had left the island for an expedition, making it the perfect opportunity for a prison break. After smashing through the wall that held the chains, Kira quickly dashed towards the prison door. Kira, big brother, well done. Take down these bastards. Beat them up. Seeing Kira successfully break free from some of his restraints, the crew members of the Kid Pirates who were also in prison nearby excitedly cheered. Annie, in the opposite cell, also showed a surprised expression. This guy really broke out of prison. He couldn't break the chains and shackles, so he broke the wall instead? This is too reckless, right? Shoot! Shoot! Kill him quickly. The pirate leader, who was almost scared to death, saw Kira charging towards him with a fierce look and instantly collapsed to the ground, trembling so much that he could barely hold his gun, frantically ordering his subordinates to shoot. Facing the frantic incoming bullets, Kira swiftly swung the chains wrapped around his hands, blocking all the attacks. Boom! 2 heavy chains swung out, sweeping the prison door along with a large number of guards and pirates away. Phew! Finally out. Kira struggled to lift his still tightly locked right hand and wipe the dust off his mask. There was no time to waste. Kira immediately began looking for the keys to unlock the shackles on the guards. Damn it, aren't the keys with these guys? After stripping all the guards and pirates down to their bare essentials, Kira's expression turned grim. If he couldn't unlock the shackles, it would be a bit of hassle. Breaking out of prison is really troublesome. The keys are here. Just as Kira was about to drag the chains outside the dungeon to search for the keys, DevilFruit arrived, panting and spreading her hands to reveal a large bunch of keys. She had just found them in the dungeon's monitoring room. Who are you? Seeing someone he had never met suddenly appear in the cell, Kira became wary. I'm DevilFruit, the helmsman of the Magic Hand Pirates. DevilFruit quickly introduced herself. Your Captain Kidd has allied with our Magic Hand Pirates, and they are currently engaged in a decisive battle against the South Sea Dominator in Mechanism City. Hurry and come with me to support them. Lord Grella, what happened? Seeing Grella emerge from the cabin with a dark expression and gritted teeth, Stan immediately sensed that something was wrong. That bastard Paul and his gang. Grella was furious, blowing his beard and glaring, stomping his foot, causing the ditch axe and heavy cannon to suddenly sink down. They've rebelled. These guys have completely gone insane. They actually took all our other copper and iron metals down with them. What? Stan was immediately taken aback. Although they knew that Paul and his group were not loyal, they had never anticipated such a situation. This meant that Grella's pirate crew had now lost all officers below the copper medal. This was a huge loss, just when they were still fighting against the Magic Hand Pirates. Having such a thing happen at this critical moment was truly unfortunate. Boss, what should we do now? Stan asked. What else can we do? Prepare to go to the island. Grella, furious and livid, redirected all his anger towards his opponents, Reis and Kidd. After all, Paul and the others were already dead, and he couldn't find trouble with them anymore. He could only take down these little brats who didn't know the sky from the ground to vent his anger. With Grella's order, the pirate fleet surged forward at full speed towards the opposing coast. What is wrong with these guys? Have they suddenly gone crazy? Seeing the opposing fleet recklessly charging towards the coast, Reis was somewhat puzzled. They hadn't provoked the other side too much. So why did the Grella pirates look like they had lost their parents? They're all a bunch of unpredictable lunatics, whether they're on adrenaline or something else. Kidd laughed heartily, his expression turning fanatical. This is perfect. No more hiding at sea. Let us have a good fight on land. As he spoke, the magnetic Avenger began to crackle with purple electric sparks, readying for battle. Looking at the numerous approaching enemy ships, Reis sighed deeply. The enemy's numbers were not small. Crispet, Stan, Kevin, Adam, all familiar faces. In addition, there were 2 other fierce silver medal officers, with Grella himself and 6 gold and silver medals. It will not be easy to deal with just these 5 people. I hope Dafu can quickly bring reinforcements. Otherwise, these crazed guys will tear them apart. Chapter 136 Threat in the storage room of the dungeon on Dominance Island. Kira and others, who had been rescued, were making their final preparations before heading to the battlefield. After installing the Punisher on his wrist and confirming there were no issues after a few spins, he turned to look at the other members of the Kid Pirates. Heat replenished the fuel, what retrieved the Trident, and other combatants from the Kid Pirates, including Quincy, Emma, Jig, and Bomb, also readied their weapons. The chefs scavenged food from the area and quickly prepared dishes to replenish energy for all the Kid Pirates crew members heading to the battlefield. After all, they had just been through a fierce battle and were locked up here by Grella. Although their injuries had mostly healed over the many days, they still needed to eat before engaging in intense combat. As the Kid Pirates hurriedly prepared for battle, Daff also brought food to Annie. Annie had already learned about the deaths of Rack, High Moss, and others from the Grella Pirates. Looking at the food on the plate, Annie sighed. Her eyes filled with endless sorrow. Despite being very hungry, she couldn't muster any appetite at all. Annie, don't be like those people and take a bomb to die with the enemy, Daff said, expressing her inner thoughts upon seeing Annie's expression. And you can't do that anyway. All the enemies are gathered in your mechanized city. If you get close, the chip inside you'll be triggered by Grella, right? It's safer for you to stay here. I'm going to the battlefield with Kira and the others, so please don't do anything rash, Daff said with concern. Your brother has worked so hard for so many years just to rescue you from that hellhole. If you die now, I want to know how to explain it to the captain. After advising Annie, Kira and the others had finished their preparations. Everyone, listen up. We don't have time to waste. Kid urgently needs our support. After everything was ready, Kira took a deep breath and said to all the crew members, set sail for the mechanized city immediately. After leaving 2 non-combat crew members to guard Annie to prevent her from doing anything out of line, Daff and Kira hurriedly led the combatants of the Kid Pirates towards the location where the Victoria Punk was docked. Watching Daff and the others leave, Annie couldn't hold back her tears and burst into sobs, covering her face. What was supposed to be her responsibility had been taken care of by Paul and the others. Scenes of once being dependent on Paul, Rack, and others in the Grella Pirates kept flashing through her mind. She had once promised to survive alongside those boys who shared her plight, but in the end, she could only be locked in a prison while they perished with the enemy. After a long time, Annie, suppressing her sorrow, stood up shakily. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The 2 non-combat members of the Kid Pirates hurriedly shouted at Annie. Annie took a deep breath and suddenly dashed forward, slamming into the wall. Boom! Her head collided with the wall, which was already in disrepair, causing it to shatter. Failing to commit suicide, Annie fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face even more fiercely. Hey, why are you being so reckless? Calm down. The 2 crew members rushed forward to stop Annie from slamming into the wall again. Don't joke around. 2 walls have already collapsed here. If you keep going, the place will cave in, and we'll be buried alive. Shaking with fear after her failed attempt, Annie knew if she didn't die, she'd likely be taken hostage by Grella, threatening Reis, and become a burden. Although she had the ability to remove the chip in her head. If she made a move, Grella would discover it and detonate the chip bomb immediately. If her brother defeated Grella this time, she would die. If her brother was defeated by Grella, she would lose her last remaining connection and fall into an endless abyss. No matter the outcome, it made no difference to her. Rather than being a burden to her brother, it would be better to end it now. This woman has gone mad. Hurry and stop her. Don't let her point the gun at her own head. Outside the mechanized city, in the testing area, Grella 4 and the Magnetic Avenger, 2 towering mechas standing tens of meters tall, faced each other. Grella, Reis, and Kid stood atop their respective mechas, glaring at each other with boundless hatred. Finally we meet Mr. Dominator of the South Sea. Looking at the bald, bearded giant before him, Reis felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rising within. Grella was not his enemy, but he was Reis's enemy. At this moment, the resentment and hatred of the original EricD, Doe's Reis manifested in the current EricD, Doe's Reis's heart. Perhaps only when the enemy in front of him was dead would the original soul find true peace. Eric and his sister, Both truly possess exceptional talents. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Reis, Grella couldn't help but smile smugly. Your sister, EricD, is a genius. She became my gold medalist at the age of 14, with skills in shipbuilding and weapon development even surpassing mine. You are the demon hand capable of stealing the powers that any ability user takes pride in, while that girl's hands are the divine hands with extraordinary craftsmanship. Unfortunately, whether it's the divine hand or the demon hand, their lives will be in the control of me, the dominator of the South Sea. With that, Grella's face twisted into a chilling grin. Watching the arrogant face of his enemy, Reis's temples throbbed, and he clenched his left fist, causing the magnetic Avenger's left hand to creak ominously. You really do talk a lot, but you'd better save it for the afterlife. Kid impatiently remarked, raising his right hand in tandem with the magnetic Avenger's right hand. Both prepared to launch an attack on Grella. You'd better not move. Grella suddenly shouted angrily, raising a remote control in his hand. His right thumb pointed at the red button on it. Reis immediately realized something was wrong. His punch, which was about to strike, halted in midair, and the electric sparks above it temporarily dissipated. Hey, Silverbrow, what are you doing? Reis, caught off guard and stopping his attack, nearly caused Kid to fall out of the mecha, making him angrily turn to Reis and shout. Seeing Reis's reaction, Grella's face broke into a triumphant smile. It seems you've become quite aware of the situation, huh, little Eric? With that, Grella's fierce and menacing gaze turned towards Kid. So, now kill Kid for me. Chapter 137 an hour, are you kidding me? Kid frowned and shouted angrily at Grella. What did this guy do to scare Silverbrow just by holding a remote control? Reis gritted his teeth, his gaze constantly shifting between Grella and Kid. You better think it through. If you choose to kill Kid, I'll throw down this remote and fight you one-on-one. If you don't choose to kill Kid. Grella sneered and shook the remote in his hand. Then you can wait for your sister to be blown to bits by me. By then, you might not even be able to collect her remains. Clack, clack. Reis' teeth ground together, his eyes revealing immense hatred as he clenched his fists. This guy is actually using Annie's life to threaten me. What is going on? At this moment, Kid also sensed that something was wrong and turned to ask Reis. A part of Grella's subordinates has a bomb chip implanted in them that Grella can control at will, and my sister Annie is one of them. Reis took a deep breath and spoke. That guy is now using the chip to threaten me. Reis was now in a dilemma. If it didn't T-attack Kid, Annie would definitely be killed by Grella, which he absolutely did not want to happen. But if he chose to attack Kid, he would almost certainly lose this battle. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Kid, and defeating Grella one-on-one after beating Kid was even more absurd. Moreover, even if he chose to obey Grella's orders, he couldn't guarantee that this cunning guy wouldn't go back on his word. What should I do? Reis' words also made Kid's face show displeasure. However, this displeasure was not directed at Reis, but at Grella. Using loved ones to threaten others was something he could never forgive. He had personally experienced such a thing when the bandit group from his home island kidnapped his childhood friend Victoria's Drinianica, forcing him and Kira to fight each other. That group of bandits had no credit whatsoever, and he ultimately failed to save Victoria's Drinianica. This incident led to the 4 gang leaders on the 4 streets of their kingdom joining forces to defeat the bandit group and form the Kid Pirates to set sail. But even now, Victoria's Drinianica's death remained one of his greatest regrets. Now, this damn South Sea overlord wants to use the same method to threaten his opponent. Silverbrow, don't listen to his nonsense. Such garbage will never keep his promises. Kid snorted coldly. He had no doubt that even if Reis chose to turn his blade against himself, Grella would still press the button in his hand. Reis sighed deeply. He understood this kind of thing in his heart. But no matter what, it was related to Annie's life and death, which would still leave him in hesitation. Is there really no way to save Annie? Stop talking nonsense, Eric. Grella impatiently looked at Reis and said, Give me your final answer. Is your sister going to die? Or is Kid going to die? 5, 4, 3. Grella began to count down. Just when Reis was about to helplessly state his decision, a fervent smile appeared on Kid's face as he covered Reis' mouth with his hand. 2. Reis looked at Kid in confusion, trying to shake off Kid's hand, but it was futile for the moment, while Kid confidently extended his other hand forward. 1. Grella, your threat is meaningless, but it has angered me. Kid roared, his body crackling with purple electric sparks. Electromagnetic barrier. A powerful magnetic force suddenly emanated from Kid, spreading outwards and quickly covering an area within 100 meters, forming an electromagnetic barrier. Both Grella and Reis realized Kid's intention at the same time. Damn, Grella, realizing what was happening, gritted his teeth and frantically pressed the button in his hand, but there was no response. The signal light on the remote had gone out, and it had completely turned into scrap. That bastard kid. This move is an electromagnetic signal interference. My remote is malfunctioning. I can't send the detonation signal to the chip inside Annie. All right, the threat is gone. Now we can properly go for it, right? Kid sneered and released his hands, turning to Reis. Reis also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that the magnet fruit had the function of signal interference. Thanks to Kid, Grella's threat was eliminated. Thank you, stubborn man, Don't tell me your decision, just now. Kid interrupted Reis' words. This was a dilemma. It's normal whether you choose to sacrifice your sister or sacrifice me. But if you really tell me you were going to kill me just now, I will definitely not let you go. Now, don't worry about so much. Just crush this damn guy. Saying this, Kid and Reis' eyes were filled with intense killing intent as they focused on Grella, who was still frantically pressing the remote. Also, my electromagnetic interference can only last for an hour. After an hour, that broken remote in his hand will regain its signal. Kid continued, so it's a matter of resolving him within an hour, right? No problem, Reis said, revealing a confident smile as he tightened his fists in the Magnet Avenger. Damn Kid. Knowing that it was useless to continue threatening the other party with Annie's life, Grella also showed anger and dove into the Grella 4, starting the engine. Kid and Reis also jumped into the Magnet Avenger, with the magnetic power fully unleashed. Grilladron. Magnet punch of destruction. Two enormous fists collided heavily, producing a terrifying roar. The battle between the Magnet Avenger and Grella 4 officially began. In the dungeon of Overlord Island, after breaking free from the restraints of the two non-combatants, Annie took a deep breath, her right hand transforming into a gun barrel, pressed against her temple. She had no choice. Only death could eliminate Reis' last weakness and Grella's trump card, allowing Reis to defeat Grella without any worries and with all his anger. However, just as Annie released the safety, closed her eyes, and prepared to await death, a strange feeling surged in her mind. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Annie quickly adjusted the direction of the gun, the bullet whizzing past, grazing her forehead and creating a large hole in the distant wall. Annie was drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground in fear. Just now, the chip in her brain had lost its connection with the remote control in Grella's hand. Although I don't know the specifics, this means I've received an extremely valuable opportunity. As long as I remove the chip during the signal disconnection, I won't be discovered and detonated by Grella. It's a gamble. I can remove the chip before Grella reconnects the signal. Taking a deep breath, Annie quickly ran out of the cell. She was heading to Grella's laboratory to immediately open her skull and remove the chip inside. Seeing Annie run out of the dungeon, two non-combat members of the Kid Pirates quickly followed her. What is this woman up to now? Is she going to create some kind of suicide device? Chapter 138. The three ferocious cadres in a valley outside the agency city. Lexington was sprinting forward at full speed. Behind him, four fierce-looking men were leading a large force in a desperate chase. Due to a severe manpower shortage, Housey and Beethoven had blocked Adam, Kevin, and a portion of the troops. The remaining cadres, the golden cadre, Jean Crespit, the colorful Stone Ston, the silver cadre Flammable Blaster, and the ghostly Mao E, were all rushing towards him, the vice captain. This made Lexington feel a chill run down his spine. This was utterly against the rules of combat. He wasn't even sure he could handle 1 against 2, let alone 1 against 4. If these seemingly man-eating guys caught up to him, he would definitely be torn apart in an instant. Leave me my head. I want to dig out his heart. Cut off his fingers. Crespit Blaster. And Mao E shouted terrifying remarks as they sprinted. Lexington, leave me your head. Crespit roared, raising his cursed sword, the snake hair propelling himself forward with waves of energy. Although he couldn't kill Reis to vent his anger, taking it out on his vice captain was still fine, even though in reality, Lexington had no connection to him. He was the enemy's second in command. Capturing his head might even earn him a promotion to Golden Cadre. Blaster, with eyes gleaming with excitement, licked his lips as he pursued his prey, propelled forward by explosive gunpowder. He had heard that this kid's fingers were as tough as steel, and he wanted to get them. Mao E, shrouded in long hair, emitted a chilling and terrifying voice, running forward with incredible speed. The terrifying remarks from the three behind made Lexington feel a shiver down his spine, and he fled at the highest speed using moonwalk and shave. Was it really necessary to give him such high treatment? 2 gold cadres and 2 silver cadres were chasing him down, to the point that his subordinates didn't even know where they had fallen behind. The most normal among the 4, Stan, followed the other 3, feeling quite speechless. He didn't want to be part of this chaos, but he had to deal with Lexington. The problem was that, due to the enemy's allocation, there was no one else left. The pirate alliance of Kid and Reis was so pathetic, with only Reis, Kid, Lexington, Housey, and Beethoven in total. He really couldn't find any other opponents to fight. He could only follow these three top-notch guys for a head. It could only be said that Lexington was out of luck and would probably be torn to shreds by them. What were Kid and Reis thinking? How dare they come at us with just 5 people against our entire Grella pirate group? Stan thought as he chased Lexington. Even if the bronze and iron troops were completely wiped out due to unforeseen circumstances, their remaining forces could easily crush the enemy in either cadres or manpower. Now that Lexington was being chased 4 against 1, it clearly illustrated this point. What other tricks did the enemy have up their sleeves? Wait, didn't I remember that the Devil's Hand pirate group originally had 5 members? Suddenly, Stan frowned slightly. Excluding Kid, there were only 4 members of the Devil's Hand pirate group on the island. Where did the last one go? Realizing this, Stan stopped, took out the bounty notice for the Devil's Hand pirate group, and confirmed the situation. Captain Devil Hand Reis, Vice Captain Steelfinger Lexington, Navigator and Sniper Lighthousey, Musician and Swordsman Beethoven, and Helmsman White Sail Dafu. Right, there was still this person. Because the helmsman of the Devil's Hand pirate group had no combat power. He had been overlooked from the start. Was that guy hiding because he couldn't help? No, it didn't feel right. It was said that Dafu had exceptional sailing skills. During their campaign against Black and William, he was responsible for piloting the pirate ship to deal with the enemy's fleet. But this time, they had not seen the Blood Avenger at all. Could it be? Stan quickly took out a transponder snail to contact the cadre stationed at Dominator Island. The transponder snail took a long time to connect, and Stan's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew where that white sail Dafu had gone. Because of his overconfidence in his own strength, Lord Grella had never considered this scenario before. This is bad. Ha 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 ha. Lexington, are you still running? Let me tell you, you can't escape. On the other side, Lexington, who was about to complete a lap around the island, felt the distance between him and the 3 ferocious men behind him shortening. Damn it. Feeling the increasingly close danger from behind, beads of sweat rolled down Lexington's face. Was he about to be caught? This would be terrible. Get him. Almost simultaneously, Crespit, Blaster, and Mao E reached Lexington's back. The wave-like snake hair slashed towards Lexington's neck. The thick palm, covered in gunpowder, struck towards Lexington's chest. 10 sharp blades extended from Mao Yi's hair, stabbing towards Lexington's hands. Just as Lexington was about to turn around and fight the 3 to the death, 3 figures suddenly sprang out from behind the dirt slope ahead. The spinning Punisher, Scythe, blocked Crespit's snake hair, while Blaster and Mao Yi's attacks were intercepted by the other 2 figures. The 3 main cadres of Kid's pirate group, the slaughtering warrior Kira, the fire demon Heat, and the killing Scythe Vey, rushed to the battlefield in haste, resolving Lexington's crisis. Kid subordinates? What did you guys break out? Crespit, pushed back by the suddenly appearing enemies from the easily obtainable prey, was even more furious for failing to decapitate Lexington. Lexington let out a long sigh of relief, stopping in his tracks. Fortunately, they made it just in time. It was a close call, and he almost got surrounded and beaten by these 3 freaks. Huh? 3? Why are there only 3 now? Noticing Stan was missing from behind, Lexington also showed a puzzled expression. Major Steelfinger, we're not late, right? We VE rescued the guy who was being chased by the enemy. Kira turned to Lexington and said, these are 3 cadres with bounties over 50 million. You want me to deal with them alone? There were 4, just now. Lexington said speechlessly. All right, no more nonsense with you. Leave the enemies here to us. The Kid Pirate Group. Saying this, Kira dashed forward, his dual sides rapidly spinning towards Crespit. Heat and Vey also engaged with Blaster and Mao E. Got it. I'll go find Stan. You guys handle this. Lexington no longer hesitated, slightly recovering the stamina he had consumed from running, then quickly turned back the way he came. Although he didn't know why Stan suddenly gave up chasing him, he could not let him run around recklessly. Damn, Lexington. You think you can escape? Seeing Lexington no longer pay attention to him and leaving the scene, Crispet was furious and immediately wanted to turn back and chase after him, but was stopped by Kira. We didn't determine a winner in our previous furious battle in the deathmatch arena, Kira said, pushing Crispet back a step with the Punisher. You want to leave so soon? Chapter 139, Multi-sided Battle after sending the members of the Kid Pirates into the battlefield of Mechanism City Island. Dafu quickly turned the bow of the Victoria Punk and sailed into the distance, followed closely by dozens of warships from the Grella Pirates. Due to the poor condition of the Blood Avenger, Dafu left it on Overlord Island, opting to engage the enemy's fleet aboard the Victoria Punk belonging to the Kid Pirates. However, even with the help of the gunners and helmsmen from the Kid Pirates, and despite the superior performance of the Victoria Punk compared to the Blood Avenger, Dafu still did not find the battle easy. There were no high-ranking officers commanding the enemy ships, but their performance was terrifying. Dafu turned to look at the enemy ships trailing closely behind the Victoria Punk and frowned. As expected of a pirate crew boasting the strongest mechanics and shipbuilders in the South Sea, the strength of their warships was not even remotely comparable to the shabby ships of the Conqueror Kingdom. The Victoria Punk was heavy and had a deep draft, reportedly embedded with a large number of steel plates to enhance its defense while allowing Captain Kidd to use magnetism to boost the ship's speed when necessary. However, with Kidd currently absent, those steel plates were of little use. Cannons fired relentlessly from behind, with shells flying towards the Victoria Punk at a speed and power surpassing standard artillery. The gunners of the Kid Pirates watched in fear as Dafu skillfully maneuvered the ship, dodging every incoming shell. The helmsman of the Demon Hand Pirates was impressive. He was able to advance and scathe through such a hail of cannon fire. "We can't give up either," one of the gunners shouted, redirecting the cannon to aim at the fleet behind them. A 1 versus 10 scenario, a fiercely powerful battle, began on the sea. "Don't think too much." Yes, calm down." Seeing Annie sitting on the operating table, preparing to use instruments to cut open her own head, several logistical personnel from the Kid Pirates rushed forward in panic to stop her. "Why is this woman making it so fancy for self-harm? I'm not trying to commit suicide. I need to quickly remove the chip implanted in my head." Annie took a deep breath, pulled out a tranquilizer gun from the side, and knocked out 2 noisy crew members of the Kid Pirates. The following work was extremely delicate and precise. There could be no mistakes, and she had to concentrate fully, controlling the robotic arms on the operating table. She gently cut open the skin at the back of her head, the intense pain making Annie sweat profusely as she bit down on the towel in her mouth, trying to keep her body and hands from trembling. There was no time for anesthesia. She had to endure the pain. After all, this kind of suffering, or even worse, was not something she hadn't experienced before. After years with the Grella Pirates, she had undergone body modifications without anesthesia more than once or twice. She would definitely be able to endure it. She had to break free from that demon's control. No one knew when the signal from the chip in her brain would be restored. She had to race against time. In the laboratory, silence reigned. Only the faint sound of machinery operating, the sound of flesh being cut, blood flowing, and Annie's low groans of pain. Reis, Kidd had 1 hour to defeat Grella, and Annie also had only 1 hour to remove the chip from her brain. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Mechanism City, Stone and Lexington stood facing each other. "You made it out unscathed from Crespit," Stone said, looking at Lexington, who appeared to have no injuries but seemed somewhat fatigued. "Kira and the others were indeed rescued by your helmsman. I realized it too late." With that, Stone clenched his fist tightly. Lexington smiled in response. "You actually noticed? No wonder you didn't continue to follow Crespit and chase after me later. Although the members of the Grella Pirates are very smart in terms of technology, they are surprisingly dull in strategy." "Huh." Lexington suddenly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger like a steel gun straight at Stone. "Then, since Crespit has been handed over to Kira, I can't fall behind. I will eliminate the enemy faster than that masked man." Stone chuckled coldly, removing the long coat he was wearing, exposing his body. Dozens of sparkling, multicolored gems were embedded all over him. Stone was a heavily modified cyborg, and the devices on his body allowed him to unleash various attacks, including flames, water blades, slashes, shockwaves, and electric shocks. However, due to the complexity of his abilities, he had embedded numerous gems as buttons to help him better control his various powers. Finger gun. Lexington suddenly leaned forward, extending his right arm, charging towards Stone at full speed, his index finger slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming for the opponent's throat. White Stone impact. Stone tightened his right fist, pressing a white gem on his forearm, and then launched his fist forward with all his might. Lexington's finger gun collided with Stone's shockwave, creating a deafening roar. However, the fierce battle here went unnoticed by Beethoven, who was a hill away from Lexington and Stone. Riding on a wild boar, Beethoven faced off against Kevin, who was riding on a wild man. They were in a cave in the mountains, locked in a standoff. They were currently in an absolutely silent environment, with external noise having no impact on their battle. Another dreadful silence fruit. In this soundless environment, Beethoven felt uneasy once again. Although he had previously fought Ruler and felt that he would no longer be affected by a silent battle environment, once he entered Kevin's soundproof barrier, he still felt uncomfortable all over. The sinister smiles of the two guys opposite him, coupled with the atmosphere of absolute silence, were particularly terrifying. Kevin, wearing a mask, was unreadable in his emotions, while Adam was clearly laughing maniacally. Suddenly, Housie reached out and slapped Beethoven hard on the back. Kevin's making his move. The battle axe connected by chains in Kevin's right hand sliced through the air, the sharp axe blade slashing fiercely towards Housie and Beethoven. Housie jumped off Beethoven suddenly, and Beethoven immediately transformed into his beast-human form, using his fangs to block Kevin's flying axe. As Kevin attacked, Adam also let out a silent roar, swinging a massive spike club towards Beethoven and Housie. He seemed to be shouting some kind of technique name like Wild Man Beatdown. Housie quickly dodged Adam's attack, the spiked club crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a huge pit, but due to the powers of the silence fruit, it still made no sound. This silent battle, occurring in a cave with limited light, officially commenced. Chapter 140. Silent Melody in the Silent and Dim Cave, Adam and Hauser. Kevin and Beethoven were engaged in a fierce battle. Although the attacks were intense, neither the clash of weapons nor the impact on the ground produced the slightest sound. This made Beethoven, who was accustomed to fighting by hearing, feel very uncomfortable, and soon Kevin had left several wounds on him. A blue arrow flew from the side, striking the flying axe thrown by Kevin and knocking it away from Beethoven's forehead. Beethoven turned his head and saw the anxious expression on Hauser's face. Although he couldn't hear what the other party was saying, Beethoven could roughly guess that they were worried about whether he could continue fighting. At that moment, a massive mace took advantage of Hauser's distraction to help Beethoven out of trouble and swept across. Although it was silent, the huge gust of wind generated by the mace made Hauser sense the attack and quickly retreat. Even though he wasn't struck directly by the mace, the enormous force still sent Hauser flying dozens of meters, causing him to spit out blood. Adjusting his posture, Hauser shot 2 arrows at Adam to slow down his offensive and took the opportunity to create distance. As a sniper, confronting this guy head-on would be suicidal. During this brief moment of respite, Hauser began to quickly analyze Adam's characteristics. This big guy was wild, incredibly strong, physically robust, and had a fast attack speed. Like Irizel, he was the type Hauser was not good at dealing with. However, this time, he wouldn't end up in a terrible state like last time, where he barely defeated his opponent by burning down an entire forest. Let him taste the special arrows Hauser had developed during this time. Although Hauser wanted to say something harsh to his opponent, the guy wearing a mask beside him deprived everyone of the right to hear and speak, making it hard for him to express himself. Just shoot. Hauser took a deep breath, drew a red arrow from behind, aimed at Adam, and simultaneously lowered his goggles. On the other side, feeling guilty for affecting his teammates' battle, Beethoven tightened the rest symbol in his hand. It shouldn't be this way. Even without hearing, he should be able to enhance his strength through battle music. His music should come from the heart, created with the soul. Beethoven quickly wielded his dual swords and tusks, creating a dense barrier of sword light around him, blocking Kevin's successive flying axes. Although he couldn't hear the rhythmic melodies of clashing weapons, Beethoven remained focused, straining to sense the music. He calmed down, relaxed to feel the music, and must not be influenced by external factors. Kevin showed a contemptuous expression. So, pigs are just pigs. His brain must be damaged from the beating. Within his soundproof barrier, any sound would be eliminated. This pig couldn't possibly hear that annoying battle music. Let's see how long you can hold out. Kevin grinned savagely, swinging the chains connecting the flying axes, controlling them to chop at Beethoven from all directions along very unusual trajectories. However, although Beethoven couldn't hear the whistling of the chains, he was becoming more adept at fighting. With 2 swords and 2 tusks, his 4-blade style was wildly swinging, as if dancing, producing a magnificent melody. This time, the music could be seen. Suddenly, Beethoven's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly struck Kevin's dual axes aside, embedding them into the stone walls on either side, while his whole body flickered with electric light as he charged toward the enemy. 4-blade style, heroic symphony. 4 sharp blades launched a fierce attack from 4 directions at Kevin. With no time to retract his dual axes, Kevin could only wrap the chains around his hands to defend against Beethoven's assault. After a counterattack, Kevin blocked 3 of Beethoven's strikes, but was still hit by the last one on his shoulder. Damn it! Kevin was furious after being injured by Beethoven, removing the soundproof barrier and quickly pulling Beethoven's tusk from his shoulder, retreating several steps with his dual axes. Damn pig, what just happened? You shouldn't be able to hear any battle music. Kevin gritted his teeth, wrapping the chain around his shoulder to stop the bleeding. Not hearing the music doesn't mean you can't feel the music. HM. Beethoven shook his head and adjusted his posture. This pig has reached a new realm. HM. A true musician can perceive the beauty of music with the heart. HM. Beethoven's words drove Kevin into a fury. A pig talking so confidently is absurd. Though you wear suits and leather, you're still a rough guy. HM. As Beethoven spoke, he quickly swung his dual swords, electric currents dancing, and the blades sliced through the air, creating a prelude to a new melody. Shut up. In his anger, Kevin reopened the soundproof barrier, his expression becoming more serious. He had underestimated this pig. It seemed he had to use real skills. In a flash, Beethoven and Kevin began close combat. The dual axes and the rest cymbal clashed fiercely in midair, with flashes of blades and shadows constantly flickering. The whirling chains formed a defensive net against Beethoven's tusks. At this moment, everything in Beethoven's heart was music, everything was melody. This is a visible melody, presented to you. Thunder Gun 4-blade style, 5th movement, minor key, Fate's Symphony. Flashing lightning gathered at the tips of Beethoven's 4 swords, and the 4 thunder spears simultaneously thrust forward, facing the opponent's powerful attack. Kevin gritted his teeth and wove the chains into a silver net, raising his dual axes to push forward. Silent iron wall. A soundless roar erupted between Beethoven and Kevin, both being knocked back several dozen meters, spitting blood. However, Kevin was more severely injured. As Beethoven's blade struck him in the abdomen again, Beethoven elegantly twirled his sword, took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and pointed the rest symbol at Kevin. Damn, this pig is so calm, more composed than myself, who has been in a silent environment for years. This is unusual. I must make him furious. I'm best at taming wild beasts. After all, my brother Adam is obedient under my command. Dealing with a wild boar like this should be a piece of cake. If Beethoven continues to act as an elegant gentleman, the situation will become dangerous. Reopening the soundproof barrier, Kevin revealed a smirk. It seems he has to reveal the secret from over a decade ago. Haha, Beethoven, do you know? I know, HM, that the murderer of my parents is you. HM? This pig has probably guessed it. HM. Beethoven interrupted Kevin's words, continuing calmly. Although he could sense the silent anger radiating from Beethoven, he still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Kevin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Beethoven, who had learned the truth yet remained composed, completely exceeding his expectations. What is this pig? Chapter 141. Lighthouse versus Adam. Finally, I can speak. After being chased out of the cave by Adam, House sighed in relief. Although not hearing sound didn't greatly affect him, the completely silent environment combined with the inability to speak was still unnerving and stifling. You big gorilla, tough and meaty. House quickly drew another red arrow from behind and aimed it at Adam, shooting it swiftly. The sharp arrowhead scraped through the air, quickly turning red and heating up, igniting into a blazing flame. The arrow of Hephaestus. The crimson arrow pierced straight into Adam's body, and the scorching flames made him flail and jump around. However, it was evident that such an attack had little effect on the thick-skinned wild man. House took a deep breath, taking advantage of Adam's frantic attempt to pull out the arrow to create some distance again. At the same time, House reached back into the quiver and pulled out a purple arrow. These special arrows made by House drew from some of Stone's abilities, with each arrow containing different powers. The red arrow used coal from Reis, while this purple arrow was infused with Beethoven's hair. Pulling out Beethoven's hair was as difficult as slaughtering a pig. The arrow of Zeus. The purple arrow was shot out again, generating electricity as it fiercely scraped through the air, also striking Adam. Arg! Adam howled again from the electric shock. Damn it, so tough and meaty. Seeing that the lightning arrow still didn't cause much damage, House frowned. This guy was too robust, covered in hair, and his muscles were tougher than rocks. His arrows, powerful enough to shatter stones, couldn't pierce through his muscles. Even the weak point of the fruit could not be found. Right now, it felt like he was just scraping Adam's back. Don't rush, don't rush. Think carefully about what arrow could take this guy down. After being hit by 2 arrows, a furious Adam roared and leaped towards House with his wolf-tooth club. Wildman cannonball. Adam, leaping high, came crashing down like a mountain, his massive body smashing into the ground and creating a huge pit. House was not directly hit, but the shockwave sent him flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the nearby rock wall. Cough, cough. This guy's terrifying. No wonder he's an ancient beast. House wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, if it weren't for being overly simple-minded and only knowing how to fight brute force. This guy's strength might have made him a top-notch officer. If he hit me once, I'd definitely be crushed to bits. Wild Man Cannonball. Infuriated by the missed attack, Adam ran to a nearby large rock, smashed it with a punch, and then hurled the broken stones at House like cannonballs. House looked up at the rain of rocks, his pupils dilating. The power of these things is no less than that of real cannonballs, right? Moreover, the attack was too dense. He couldn't find a way to avoid them all. Boom, 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 boom. A rain of stones pelted the rock wall behind House, leaving it riddled with holes. House could not avoid being hit either. His left arm was broken by a flying rock, and his right leg and head were grazed by other debris, leaving him covered in blood. Seeing House in such a miserable state, Adam triumphantly shouted, pounding his fists on his chest. This guy is the most brainless among the wild men. House looked at Adam with a headache. He had underestimated this big guy. Both ranged and melee attacks were immensely powerful, and his endurance was astonishing. Despite having a large area of his body burned, he still appeared completely unharmed. With arrows running low, if I can't take this guy down after using them all, I'll be beaten to death by him, House said as he pulled out the last 3 arrows from the quiver. The regular arrows had already been used up, leaving only 3 special ones: white, black, and gold. Special arrows were difficult to make. In the limited time, apart from the arrow of Hephaestus, which was simpler and had several copies made, the other arrows were only experimental. 3 arrows to take down this wild man. There must be no mistakes. House took a deep breath, holding the bow with his right hand, biting down on the bowstring, and aiming the white arrow at the still celebrating Adam in the distance. With his left hand unusable due to the fracture, the battle became even more severe. I hope I can win and not end up a mess like last time against Irizal. Arrow of Apollo. House strained to pull the bow back with his teeth until his teeth hurt and his lips bled, the bow creaking under the tension. A fierce gale swept the arrow towards the charging Adam. Clang! This time, Adam reacted to House's arrow, swinging his wolf-tooth club to deflect it upwards. However, House did not panic at having his arrow blocked. Instead, he silently lowered his goggles, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Arg! Adam suddenly howled in agony, dropping his wolf-tooth club and covering his eyes. The deflected white arrow erupted with a blinding flash, plunging Adam into temporary blindness. Arrow of Hades. Thanks to wearing the goggles and quickly closing his eyes, House was unaffected by the flashbang. Seizing the moment when Adam was exposed due to his blindness, House launched a counterattack. The black arrow pierced straight into Adam's arm, eliciting an even more agonized howl, and his body began to shrink rapidly, transforming from his wild man form back into human form. The black arrow of Hades contained enough poison to kill a bull, but it only worked if shot into a blood vessel, so House needed to blind Adam first to expose a weakness and ensure a 100 hit. Adam, weakened by the venom, reverted to human form, but the ancient beast's formidable vitality kept his body from collapsing. The wild man, regaining some vision, roared and charged at House again. This time it's over, House murmured to himself, knocking the last golden arrow onto the bowstring, using his teeth to fully draw it back. Arrow of Athena. The golden arrow shot out suddenly, and the gunpowder inside exploded violently on Adam's head. The shockwave sent dozens of steel balls, borrowed from Lexington, shooting outward, creating several bloody holes in Adam's body. Once again heavily wounded, Adam could no longer hold on, and his massive body crashed to the ground. Kid Magic Empire Alliance versus Grella Pirate Crew. The first match concluded. Guiding Arrow Lighthouse versus Wild Man Adam determined the victor. Winner, Guiding Arrow Lighthouse. Finishing move, Arrow of Athena. House also collapsed to the ground in relief. His arrows were exhausted, and his stamina was nearly depleted. Defeating a cadre was already his limit. The rest would be left to Beethoven, Lexington, and the captain. Chapter 142. Beethoven versus Kevin, don't joke around. How could you guess that I killed your parents back then? Kevin shouted in astonishment at Beethoven. He and Adam were undercover officers in the Grella Pirate Crew, and he had never allowed others to see his face. Moreover, Beethoven shouldn't have been at the scene when he attacked the Mozart and Schumann couple, because at that time, an audience member who watched his parents gradually breathe their last after he left had told this pig that his parents' last words were, "They heard nothing hum," Beethoven said slowly, but his tone still carried a strong, killing intent. His parents were not defenseless musicians. Every person from Zoe was a born warrior. His parents had very strong hearing and reflexes and would generally not be killed directly. The last words left by his father, Mozart, heard nothing, indicated that the proud hearing of the fur tribe pig hadn't detected the assassin's arrival at all. He had always been deeply suspicious about what kind of person could move so quietly that even his father couldn't sense their breath. Until he learned that Kevin was a silence fruit user, he finally realized. The most suspicious candidates for killing his parents were this pair of pirate brothers, Kevin and Adam. "So, why did you kill this pig's parents, Beethoven said, waving his twin swords and gracefully stepping toward Kevin. "Oof, isn't it, because those two stupid pigs were too noisy." Kevin sneered, taking a deep breath and quickly spinning his dual axes. As a user of the silence fruit, he naturally hated those noisy musicians, and it was quite normal to kill Mozart and Schumann while they were holding a concert. "This pig roughly understands, A pitiful ignorant one with no aesthetic sense, Beethoven huffed, his nose exhaling hot air as the twin swords and fangs began to flicker with electric light. Charging fiercely toward Kevin, the battle axe and long sword clashed together, producing a beautiful melody. Listening to the music Beethoven played during the battle, Kevin gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows. The last piece played by the Mozart couple before their death? How unpleasant. Sound barrier. Once again activating the sound barrier to free himself from the unsettling music, Kevin continued to fight Beethoven. Having grown fond of silent environments and sincerely feeling music, Beethoven was no longer affected by the silence fruit. The twin swords and fangs, sparkling with brilliant electric light, danced in extremely graceful postures, his round body twirling along with the silent melody. For a moment, Kevin was once again suppressed. The strength of this pig compared to their last battle was simply worlds apart. Adam, meanwhile, was nowhere to be found, having chased another little mouse off somewhere else. He couldn't expect to team up with his brother to unleash their maximum combat power. As the battle deepened, Kevin grew increasingly anxious. If this continued, he couldn't see any hope of winning. It seemed he had to resort to extraordinary means. Kevin quickly swung the chains, the flying chains whipping around like steel whips, circling after Beethoven, while his hands gripped the returning dual axes. The twin swords and fangs continuously struck the chains. If the sound had not been eliminated, they should have heard the rhythmic, crisp, clinking sounds. Beethoven spun like a top, seemingly entering the climax of the music. Suddenly, the music came to an abrupt stop at its climax. Beethoven's smoothly spinning body suddenly erupted with blood and halted. The iron chain surged in through the exposed gap, striking Beethoven heavily and sending him flying into the stone wall behind him. What happened, Beethoven hurriedly looked down at his suddenly painful abdomen. A gunshot wound had appeared on his body, bleeding profusely. Where did he get shot? Could it be? Beethoven suddenly lifted his head to look at Kevin ahead. Although most of his face was covered by a mask, and he couldn't hear his voice, he could still tell from his contorted facial muscles that he was gloating with laughter. The battle axe in Kevin's hand had transformed, a dart gun muzzle appearing at the handle, still smoking. This guy actually played dirty. Compared to a knight-like ruler who was straightforward, this Kevin was simply trash. Beethoven propped himself up with his long sword, panting and ready to stance again. Seeing Beethoven's momentum weaken after being shot, Kevin was elated. He was an assassin from the Grella pirate crew, unscrupulous and fond of dirty tricks. That was his fighting style. This pig actually thought he would fight him openly. What a naive, stupid pig. Next, let this pig try this. Kevin flicked his left hand, throwing another battle axe while tightening the mask on his face. Beethoven hurriedly attempted to swing his sword to block the flying axe, but the flying axe did not come toward him. Instead, it brushed past him and embedded itself in the stone wall behind. What's going on? A mistake? No. Beethoven's nose twitched. He quickly realized the problem. Although the cave was dark, he could still see purple gas accompanied by a pungent smell continuously oozing out from Kevin's axe. It was the poison gas bomb Kevin had used the last time they met. This is bad. Beethoven felt his body becoming weak and quickly focused his gaze on Kevin in the distance. There was not much time left. He had to take him down before collapsing and then escape this enclosed cave. While the poison gas hadn't fully spread, Beethoven took a deep breath, his bristles standing upright, beginning to crackle with electricity. War four-sword style, symphony, Wellington's victory. He would use this move to end the battle. Pouring all his strength into the twin swords and fangs, Beethoven continued the unfinished climax of the music, using the stone walls on both sides to rebound. Charging toward Kevin like a twisting bolt of lightning, gathering power. Seeing that his opponent had collapsed immediately, Kevin was shocked. What is going on? How can this pig still move? The poison gas should have rendered him weak upon inhalation. Only his brother Adam could be immune. The moment Beethoven charged in front of him, Kevin finally reacted. If the wild man could be immune to the poison gas, then the wild boar could naturally be immune to a part of it. He had still underestimated it. As a battle-hardened hunter, it was the first time he was counter-killed by his prey. With the flying axe released, Kevin had no means left to defend against Beethoven's attack, and could only let Beethoven's strikes hit his body with a myriad of unwillingness. For flashes of blade light passed, and 4 shocking wounds appeared on Kevin's body, blood splattering everywhere, and the mask used to block the poison gas was also shredded by the sharp sword energy. Kevin, wearing a mask, rolled his eyes and fell backward. Riding the momentum of his ultimate move, Beethoven did not stop, transforming into his beast form, enduring the invasion of the poison gas, and continued to sprint out of the cave at full speed, collapsing onto the ground only after reaching a safe area. After his mask was broken, Kevin, who fainted in the toxic gas, clearly could only suffer the consequences of his actions, and died in the cave due to severe injuries and poisoning. The battle in the cave, Beethoven versus Kevin, has ended. Winner, Gentle Pig Beethoven. Final move, War 4 Sword Style, Symphony Wellington's victory. Chapter 143. Monster Maui, why is this pig sleeping dead here? This is really troublesome. Shortly after the battle with Adam ended, Housie, who had recovered some stamina, bandaged his wounds and got up to search for Beethoven. Soon, he encountered the unconscious wild boar outside the cave. Looking at Beethoven, who couldn't be woken up no matter how hard he tried, Housie was distressed. Almost all of his arrows had been destroyed by Adam, and now he couldn't even recover them, leaving him completely unarmed, and he had intended to rely on Beethoven for protection. Unexpectedly, this guy was out cold even more thoroughly than he was. I've seen them. It's the magic hand pirates. Capture them. Just as Housie was worrying about Beethoven, a combat team from the guerrilla pirates arrived and, upon discovering Housie and Beethoven, rushed towards them excitedly. Now that all the bronze and iron positions in their pirate crew were vacant, if they could capture 2 officers from the enemy in this battle, they would have a great chance to get promoted. Faced with the frenzied army before him, Housie could only helplessly pick up a piece of Beethoven's rest symbol from the ground to deal with the pursuers. His stock of arrows was still too low, and once he encountered such large-scale battles, it was easy to find himself without arrows to use. It seemed he needed to produce more stock in the future. Get up, you lazy pig. We need to escape quickly. Quickly carrying Beethoven on his back, Housie defended against the attackers while running swiftly toward the distant coast. Dafu seemed to be nearby. It was better to get on the ship for safety. On the other side of Mechanism City Island, Kira and the others were fiercely battling Crispet, Blaster, and Maui. Wave Giant Tide. Crispet swung the demon sword Snakehair, unleashing a wave-like cutting attack towards Kira. This ability is really tough to deal with. Kira's Punisher dual sides spun rapidly, blocking in front of him, but the massive wave force still sent him flying far away. Crispet sneered, using the wave to fly upwards and continue pursuing Kira. The Wave Fruit's grand and powerful ability really couldn't be fully unleashed in the arena before. Being thrown far away by the wave's force, Kira continued to increase the rotation speed of his dual sides, using the propeller-like blades to provide counterforce, allowing him to land steadily on the ground. Just as he regained his footing, Crispet, with long hair flowing like a wave and a demonic aura, came charging in with a manic laugh. Wave, Snake Strike. The power of the wave swayed in the air, quickly reaching its peak, attaching to the snake hair in Crispet's hand, with the sharp blade tips biting fiercely towards Kira like a venomous snake's fangs. Blade Sound Disc. Kira quickly positioned his spinning dual sides like 2 circular shields in front of him, violently colliding with Crispet's longsword. Clang. The intense friction of metal generated a large amount of sparks, and the wind blades from the rapidly rotating dual sides and the wave on Crispet's sword erupted simultaneously, shattering the ground around them. Kira and the others are really fighting fiercely. Hit! Hearing the sounds of the fierce clash between Kira and Crispet from a distance, couldn't help but exclaim as he unleashed a large burst of flames towards Blaster, who was charging at him with a bomb. The flames and gunpowder collided, creating a violent explosion, with the shockwave pushing both Hit and Blaster several dozen meters away. We need to quickly deal with these 2 monsters. Saying this, Vei also swung his trident quickly to meet the charging Maui. Just as Vei said, beneath the wild hair of Maui, there hid a truly monstrous physique. Irregularly embedded in his cheeks were 5 or 6 completely different eyes, and on both shoulders were 2 arms of varying sizes and colors. There were also 2 bizarre arms on his chest and back. Behind his lower legs were two oddly shaped legs, giving him a centaur-like appearance. His entire body was covered in stitches, making him look like a scientific monstrosity. Among the 4 pairs of arms, the most robust pair on the front of his shoulders wore tiger claws, while the pair holding dual blades attacked from all sides towards Vei's body. Damn it! Vei fought with all his might to snatch the trident back from Maui, blocking the powerful iron fists and sharp blades while quickly retreating. Maui grinned, the sharpest, raptor-like eye on his face narrowing slightly, and the hands holding guns behind him pulled the triggers. What excellent marksmanship! Vei gritted his teeth and waved his trident to defend, but still only managed to block 1 bullet, while another shot straight into his shoulder. Seeing his opponent get hit, Maui laughed heartily. That's right, your skills are quite impressive. His 6 eyes narrowed simultaneously, giving off a chilling feeling. I really want to get your body. Maui, the wild monster, is a modified human, but he is not one who relies on mechanical modifications. The parts used to modify his body come from various powerful individuals. His 4 pairs of arms come from a female assassin, a swordsman, a gunman, and a martial arts master. The 6 eyes came from different sharp-eyed pirates, and the 4 legs below are also from 2 renowned for their speed and kicking techniques. Implanted in his chest are the lungs of 4 strong individuals and 3 hearts, providing him with a large amount of energy. Maui's entire physique consists of the most proud parts from various strong individuals. His favorite pastime is hunting powerful beings, killing them, and taking their most capable organs. This brutal and cruel style has made him one of the most feared members of the guerrilla pirates, with a bounty exceeding that of other silver-ranked officers, reaching an astounding 85 million berries, even surpassing the equally brutal Blaster. Disgusting, ugly monster. I really don't want to see you again, you eye-polluting thing. Vei looked at the clawing Maui with disdain and raised his trident to charge up. This Maui's biggest weakness is that although he possesses many organs from different strong individuals, his brain cannot perfectly control them all. Although his attack power is fierce and difficult to deal with, he often exposes flaws. As long as I seize this flaw, I can quickly take him down. Chapter 144. Vei hit versus Blaster Maui Pucci. As Vei's trident broke through Maui's 8-armed defense, the 3 spear tips pierced through his 3 hearts, marking the end of the life of this brutal and ugly silver-ranked cadre. Maui's 6 eyes, of varying sizes, widened in disbelief as he stared at the trident deeply embedded in his chest, blood pouring out of his mouth uncontrollably. His grip loosened, causing his dual blades and dual guns to fall to the ground. His 8 arms waved weakly in the air. At this moment, any struggle was futile. With all 3 hearts punctured, Maui's patched-together body collapsed to the ground, falling into a pool of blood, his long black hair stained crimson. Huff, huff, you useless thing. Collecting so many powerful organs, yet remaining this weak, is truly a waste. After dispatching his opponent, Vei, wounded from numerous knife, gun, and punch injuries, half-kneeled on the ground, using his trident to support himself, gasping for breath while turning to observe the battle between Hit and Blaster. After blowing up 2 hills in succession, Blaster's body reached its limit first. Under Hit's flames, the gunpowder he carried exploded completely, amidst a grand display of fireworks. The last silver cadre of the guerrilla pirate crew was also completely taken out. Hit, too, was depleted of energy, emitting smoke from his body as he half-kneeled on the ground, coughing up black gas. It seems the battle on Kurego's side isn't over yet. Hearing the intense sounds coming from the other side of the hill, Hit muttered to himself. No need to worry, Kurego and Captain Kidd are the strongest, Vei said as he sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to recover his strength. The 4th and 5th rounds of the confrontation between Kid Magican Alliance and Guerrilla Pirate Crew had thus determined a victor. The winner was the Fire Demon Hit, and the killing Trident Vei. However, the end of this battle did not mean the overall situation was settled, for on this island, there were still 7 even more powerful monsters fiercely fighting. The leader of the Guerrilla Pirate Crew, Nemesis Grella, along with Ston and Crispet, both with bounties nearing 100 million, had not yet fallen. This battle could flip at any moment. Stormfoot, Trident, Lexington's feet and battle axe sliced through the air simultaneously, 3 slashes coalescing into the shape of a trident, striking fiercely at Ston. Blue Stoneblade. Ston sneered and pressed several gems on his body, unleashing multiple slashes from within him. The attacks collided violently, producing intense, thunderous sounds, breaking through the dust kicked up by the clash of attacks. Lexington swiftly approached Ston using Moonwalk, raising his battle axe to deliver a crushing blow. Redstone, Scorching Arm. Flames erupted from Ston's arms, turning his fists bright red, infused with armed color hockey, blocking Lexington's 10 Commandments slashes. The two then abandoned long-range probing and began to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Although Stan was a cyborg, his physical combat skills in hockey were not weak at all. His already solid body became even more indestructible with the enhancement of armed color. This guy, Lexington frowned, placing the 10 Commandments in his mouth, curling his 10 fingers, and quickly lunging forward to stab. 10 finger gun, Tyrannosaurus rush. 10 indestructible fingers shot forward like swords towards Stan's chest. Electrified, Stan sneered, quickly pressing a gem on his shoulder, and golden electric light flickered on his right arm, his fist crashing like lightning towards Lexington's 10-finger gun. After a fierce collision, Lexington and Stan were pushed apart by several dozen meters. What a troublesome opponent. A bounty nearing 100 million is indeed not just for show. Shaking his hands, slightly numbed by the electric current, Lexington took the battle-axe 10 Commandments from his mouth and looked at Stan with renewed seriousness. It seems a hard confrontation won't work. Let's try the ability I learned from Galoran, using softness to overcome hardness. Finger gun, rainstorm scattershot, quickly pulling out a steel ball from his pocket. Leveraging the powerful explosiveness of his fingers, Lexington unleashed it like a machine gun, immediately following the rapidly flying steel balls, closing in on Stan. Shockwave. Stan quickly pressed a gem on the back of his hand, unleashing a strong shockwave to block the steel bullets, then suddenly stepped forward, his immense foot power shattering the ground. Redstone flame cannon. Supporting his right hand, a ferocious pillar of flame erupted from Stan's palm, roaring towards Lexington, who was charging at him. Feeling the scorching heat ahead, Lexington took a deep breath and quickly relaxed his body. Paper drawing. Virtual walk. Utilizing the enhanced version of paper drawing he learned from Galoran, Lexington dodged Stan's flame cannon and appeared right in front of him. His right index finger gently tapped Stan's chest. Finger drawing gun. Secret art. The Dragon SI. After a brief calm, the air began to ripple, followed by a violent shockwave erupting from Lexington's fingertip. The ground shattered, the airflow reversed, and the tremendous impact knocked Stan over, deeply embedding him into the ground. As the smoke cleared, Lexington wiped the sweat pouring down his face and looked ahead, his expression once again grave. Stan's figure quickly stood up from the ground, brushing off the dirt on his body, walking towards him. Although blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and cracks appeared on his body, it was clear that the previous blow hadn't dealt him significant harm. As expected, the techniques effective against Galoran aren't as effective against Stan. Seeing that Stan was unharmed, Lexington forced a smile, once again taking a fighting stance, ready to continue the battle. Techniques learned from Galoran? It's a pity that such attacks lack the necessary strength against our cyborg's sturdy body. Stan wiped away the blood from his mouth, clashing his fists together, sparks electric currents, and armed color once again swirling around him. If you want to defeat me, I advise you to stop using those flashy and annoying techniques. They are useless against me. You should just crush me head on. Let's see if you have that capability. Hearing Stan's words, Lexington helplessly shook his head, focusing his gaze once more. No matter how strong the paper is, it's still paper. It can't compare to Stan's specially modified metallic body. It seems I must learn armed color hockey this time to defeat this Stan. Let us continue the battle. Lexington tightened his grip on the 10 Commandments, his fingers beginning to charge up again. All right, then let us go. You little brat. Stan's face also showed a fervent battle intent, the gems on his body lighting up one by one. The two stomped the ground hard, roaring as they unleashed their full momentum, charging towards each other. Chapter 145. The Dream of One Piece Airblade Scythe. Wave Viper. Killer's twin scythes and Crispet's longsword clashed continuously in the air. The high-speed rotating scythes stirring up a whirlwind, and the air stirred by the wave sword causing dust to fly around. As Crispet increased the frequency of his waves, the power of the waves grew stronger, ultimately sending Killer flying once again with a serpentine strike. Quickly spreading his arms, Killer steadied himself with the impact of the Punisher, disregarding the wounds inflicted by the swirling air, and charged back at Crispet. Useless, without the fruit ability and without mastering the two-color hockey. A waste like you can never defeat me. Crispet snorted coldly, his long sword vibrating again as he lifted it above his head to meet the descending twin scythes. Heavy weasel slash. The scythes spun wildly, utilizing centrifugal force to maximize the impact of the Punisher's strike. Killer poured all his strength into his arms, bringing the twin scythes down with force. Boom! The two attacks collided once more, a violent wave emanating from all directions with tremendous power, causing Killer's Punisher to vibrate wildly. If his weapon weren't fixed to his wrist, it would have likely been flung away by this irregular force. After another round of exchanges, the two separated again. Killer, having been pushed back multiple times, began to breathe heavily from exhaustion. Sure enough, Crispet hadn't fully unleashed his power back in the arena. Produce. He had just broken out of prison and had barely rested before rushing here to fight, making it quite difficult to defeat his opponent. I really want to see the expression beneath your mask. I'll break your mask with the next move. Crispet laughed wildly, his curly hair flying everywhere. Killer said nothing more, and after a brief rest, he raised his hands, causing the scythes to spin rapidly again. Utilizing the momentum of the spinning blades, Killer accelerated his charge, launching a fierce attack on Crispet like a gust of wind. Once we enter the grappling phase, I can't win. Each wave of Crispet's air pressure grows stronger. I must finish this quickly. What a stubborn and ignorant guy. After so many times, you still want to come at me. Crispet, feeling a bit impatient, raised his long sword again and engaged Killer. You kid pirates have already lost to Lord Grella once, and yet you still think you could defeat us here. The reason the South Sea Overlord is the South Sea Overlord is that we are invincible, the strongest pirates of the South Sea. You trash. Dreaming of defeating us is just wishful thinking. Clang! The Punisher clashed with the sharp blade of the snake hair, producing a sharp metallic screech. What does the South Sea Overlord amount to? Kid will eventually become the ruler of the world, obtain one piece, and become the Pirate King. Killer's sides suddenly erupted with even greater power, the pivot of the wrist guard making cracking sounds as he gradually suppressed Crispet's longsword for the first time. What a joke. One piece. World ruler? Are you dreaming? Killer's words made Crispet even more arrogant, throwing his head back and letting out a piercing laugh. I admit, being able to defeat Angkor Losoros means you are somewhat talented newcomers. But Pirate King? One piece. You're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Wave Wind Slash. Crispet fully mobilized the power of the Wave Fruit, unleashing a massive serpentine strike that once again suppressed the fully unleashed Killer, sending him flying while leaving a long sword mark on his chest, blood gushing out. We have seen too many pirates who fantasize about becoming the Pirate King, but without exception, these guys are delusional, a bunch of ignorant fools. Saying this, Crispet's face became even more sinister. All of them were eventually killed by Lord Grella, and you won't be an exception. Take off your mask. Crispet took the initiative to attack, the snake hair carrying immense wave power, stabbing down towards Killer's masked face. Wave Heavenly Serpent's Fong. Clang! Killer quickly raised his scythe, using the blades to trap the tip of Crispet's sword. Let's see how long you can hold on. Crispet snorted coldly, waves of power converging on the sword tip, quickly causing the ground beneath Killer to collapse. Watch me pierce your head and then crush you flat. Crispet laughed maniacally, his grip reaching its limit, a layer of armament hockey enveloping his longsword. He had no interest in toying with these people from the Kid Pirates, who should have been dead long ago. His enemy was the Magic Hand Pirates. Previously, Reis played him for a fool on Whip Island and left him broke and humiliated, which made him seethe with rage. Now he just wanted to quickly eliminate Killer and go find Lexington to settle the score. We, the Kid Pirates, have come this far and encountered countless enemies, all saying the same things as you, including Angkor Losoros. These invincible myths have already been shattered countless times. Killer took a deep breath, his previously bent legs straightening as he slowly pushed Crispet's snake hair upward with the Punisher. Those who challenge you are dead, but those who mocked our dreams have also been killed by me and Kid. This time I will spare your life, and let you witness whether the Grella pirates meet the same fate as our usual enemies, or whether we, as usual, sink you to the bottom of the sea. Scythe Storm. Killer's twin scythes stirred up a sharp whirlwind, the tremendous wind successfully countering Crispet's wave impact. Boom! With a deafening roar, the slashing storm and wave thrust countered each other, instantly calming the storm. Killer charged forward, catching Crispet off guard, the blade of the Punisher slashing through Crispet's skin. Decapitation Claw. Killer and Crispet brushed past each other, a flash of blade light appearing simultaneously. Looking at the blood that had appeared for the first time on the scythe, Killer did not show much joy, because the wave that rose again behind him told him that the battle was far from over. You bastard! How dare you! Crispet's already fearsome face twisted even more, clutching his bleeding neck and glaring angrily at Killer. He had been injured in the neck, and he changed his mind. Before settling accounts with the Magic Hand Pirates, he had to let Killer know just how terrifying he was. Did you dodge the vital points with observation hockey? Killer furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that the previous slash had only grazed his flesh and hadn't hit the carotid artery. However, this exchange had also allowed him to find a way to deal with Crispet. Let us continue the fight. Kira's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, turned crimson, revealing a bloodthirsty look. The nature of the killing warrior truly manifested after seeing blood. Crispet and Kira both entered their optimal states. They had a premonition that in the next few exchanges, the outcome of this battle would be determined. Chapter 146. Kira versus Crespit after their last confrontation. Kira and Crespit both instinctively retracted their momentum, neither initiating an attack first. They understood that a reckless strike would only lead to vulnerabilities being exploited and a decisive blow against them. The four eyes stared at each other through a blue and white mask, searching for weaknesses. With the disturbances from Kira's cyclone and Crespit's waves gone, the atmosphere gradually calmed, and the dust that had been stirred up slowly fell back to rest. Sunlight reflected off the smooth blades of both fighters, sparkling brilliantly. Suddenly, as Crespit slightly squinted due to the light refracted from the blade, Kira's gaze behind the mask sharpened. The sound of the rotating mechanism was particularly pronounced in the quiet environment. The atmosphere was sliced open, and the faint sound of dust being cut by the razor-sharp blades was distinctly audible. The rapidly spinning dual sickles acted like propellers, giving Kira tremendous thrust, allowing him to almost instantly reach maximum speed. Crespit also quickly sensed Kira's movements with his observation hockey and swiftly raised his snake hair, beginning to gather wave energy. However, just as they were about to clash again, Kira leaped into the air, avoiding the most powerful tip of the snake hair S attack, and swung down from above. Crespit's wave energy peaked to the crest. As long as Kira avoided the peak, he could prevent being thrown back again. At the same time, to withstand Crespit's wave, he needed to use the same technique as before. Sickle Spiral Storm. Kira's arm swung down again, sending two slashing whirlwinds downward. As Crespit's waves grew stronger with each pulse, Kira could increase the centrifugal force of his sickles, making the spiraling winds more powerful. As long as he controlled his strength well, he could create a whirlwind with ever-increasing power. Boom! After one round of clashes, Kira and Crespit again narrowly avoided each other. A wavy scar was carved into Kira's left arm. Meanwhile, Crespit's body was also battered and bruised by the sickle spiral storm, appearing to be more severely injured than Kira. However, the injuries they bore were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. The attacks from the waves and whirlwinds struck deep within, causing internal turbulence. Truly troublesome. Kira wiped the blood seeping from his mask and sighed. Even having grasped the opening, he could only injure Crespit to this extent. It seemed he had predicted the trajectory with observation hockey and used armament hockey to resist the impact. A user of hockey was indeed difficult to deal with. It seemed he needed to employ stronger techniques. On the other hand, Crespit was filled with rage. It had been a long time since he had sustained such heavy injuries in battle. The wrath brought by the killer warrior Kira was not much less than that of that bastard Eric Reis. He was still impatient, but not because he couldn't find a way to confront the crew of the Magic Hand Pirates, but because Kira had been flaunting his strength for so long. Wave, Serpent Slash. Crespit suddenly turned around, unleashing a wave slash toward Kira in an irregular trajectory and arc, seizing the moment while Kira was defending against the flying slash. Crespit charged forward. His sword, covered in armament hockey, rippled the surrounding air. This wave technique was different from before. Instead of surging like ocean waves, it coiled like a snake, turning the snake hair into a spiraling, indestructible weapon. Wave, Serpent Coiling Sword. Boom! Kira and Crespit clashed once more, their rapidly spinning swords colliding with the dual sickles. The rapid friction caused the blades of all three weapons to heat up, turning bright red. You bustat! Crespit roared, stepping on the wave and pouring all his strength into the long sword, accompanied by a thunderous explosion as he sent Kira flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the strike, a spiral-shaped wound appeared on Kira's body, and he felt his internal organs jostling violently. At the same time, Crespit was not faring well either. That last move had put considerable strain on his body. Although he was not injured, his already depleting stamina was even lower, and he was propping himself up with his snake hair, panting heavily. Looking at his blades, which had turned red from the friction, Kira took a deep breath and stood up again. Buzz! The rotation speed of the sickles reached its peak under Kira's full effort, almost leaving just an afterimage. The already red sickle blades heated up further from the intense friction with the air. Kira raised his arms, his left hand facing forward and his right palm forward, as the high-speed rotating sickles provided thrust, making him spin like a top. The combination of the sickle's rotation and Kira's self-rotation caused the surrounding air to continue heating up. Soon, it reached a critical point. Boom! A roaring flame ignited atop the whirlwind formed by Kira. Blade flame wind. What the hell is this? Crespit's eyes widened as he looked at the terrifying hurricane that stirred the air and emitted intense heat, feeling unsteady on his feet due to the immense wind force. Countless invisible small slashes shot out from the storm, slicing Crespit all over, and he hurriedly used armament hockey to guard his vital points. Crespit, this battle is over. Kira roared, the furious flame wind charging violently toward Crespit. You bastard! How dare you? This broken top can't possibly defeat me. Crespit, enraged, maximized the power of the wave fruit, raising his snake hair to meet Kira. Kira's speed was too fast. He had no chance to evade now, only able to confront it head-on. Wave, great tsunami. The surging tsunami collided with Kira's blade flame wind in midair. The atmosphere was completely shattered. Flames shot into the sky, and countless wind blades flew in all directions, shredding the surrounding hills to pieces. The whirlwind Kira had stirred up began to swallow Crespit's waves and waves, increasing its own power. Soon, the power of the wave fruit was completely suppressed. This is impossible. Ultimately, amidst Crespit's desperate and hysterical screams, the wave power was entirely consumed. Following that, with nowhere to escape, Crespit was also drawn into the blade flame wind. Endless wind blades tore Crespit's body apart, and the scorching flames left him unrecognizable. Before long, a battered Crespit was flung out from the whirlwind. Kira, spinning rapidly and unable to stop, charged toward a nearby cliff, using the mountain to slow his speed, skimming along the stone wall for several meters before forcibly halting his rotation. With heat radiating from his body, Kira, utterly exhausted, felt his legs give way and knelt on the ground. That final decisive blow had been immensely powerful, but it had also taken a toll on him. The Punisher's rotation mechanism was damaged from the high temperature. If there hadn't been a cliff nearby to forcibly stop him, he might have been doomed to perish alongside Crespit. Fortunately, in the end, he achieved victory in this battle. He had previously said he would spare this guy's life, but he couldn't control the power of his attack. Dragging his sore body, he approached the heavily unconscious Crispet and sighed. Forget it, let's just kill him. As the Punisher slit Crispet's throat, one of the top executives of the Grayla Pirates fell. The showdown between the gold medal executive and the strongest fighter of the Kid Pirates, the killing warrior Kira versus the sword-wielding Crispet, determined the victor. Winner, Kira. Finishing move, Blade Flame Wind. Chapter 147, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Peach Rabbit T-Pig 000. As expected of Sister Whitesail, she actually eliminated the troublesome Grella fleet. In the waters outside Mechanism City, the gunners of the Kid Pirates surrounded Dafu, cheering excitedly. At this moment, after intense driving, Dafu, nearly exhausted, leaned against the ship's railing and sighed in relief. In front of the ship, the last vessel flying the Grella pirate flag was slowly sinking, engulfed in flames. After a great effort, she had finally driven the Victoria Punk to eliminate the Grella fleet and most of their forces. How did those big men fare? Dafu muttered to herself as she took out the Den Den Mushi. Now, the only enemy left on the island was South Moses Grella, 2 gold medals for silver medals, and a small number of landing troops. She was unsure how many of those enemies remained and finally had time to confirm after ending the battle. Just as she took out the Den Den Mushi and hadn't had time to contact anyone, it rang with a brew brew sound. The Den Den Mushi transformed into a green-haired figure with a red bow, indicating it was a call from Hoshur. Hello. Dafu answered the call. The Den Den Mushi showed an urgent expression. Dafu, it's Hoshur. I'm here with Beethoven on the shore. We're being chased by a large group of Grella pirates, and we're seriously injured. We can barely hold on. You must be nearby. Hurry and come save us. Before Dafu could ask for details, the call was abruptly disconnected. Geez. That guy Hoshur. Dafu sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. She put away the Den Den Mushi and reluctantly walked back to the control panel, steering the ship towards the coast of Mechanism City Island. What could have caused Hoshur and Beethoven to be so badly injured that they can't even handle a group of ordinary pirates? It must be the gold and silver medals. It seems the enemy's officers have already been defeated. Sister Whitesail, Kira just called. 5 enemy officers have been captured by the Alliance. A nearby gunner from the Kid Pirates put down the Den Den Mushi and said to Dafu, right now on the island, aside from some insignificant stragglers, Only Lexington and the two captains are still fighting against Stone and Grella. Hearing the information from the Kid Pirate's gunner, Dafu raised her eyebrows in surprise. The situation was much better than she had expected. They had actually captured all the silver medals and one gold medal so quickly. All right, let's head to the coast to pick up the injured. Dafu took a deep breath, quickly turned the ship's wheel, and headed towards the coast of Mechanism City Island. Although the battle situation was unexpectedly smooth, there were still many things to worry about. She wondered how Annie on Dominator Island was doing. Additionally, if Reis and Kid had really defeated South Moses Grella, then this battle would be the key to breaking the decades-long pattern in the South Sea. They hoped to witness the moment the South Sea Overlord was overthrown right on the battlefield. Grand Line, Marineford. Two warships sailed out from the Navy headquarters port, heading towards the distant sea. Jiyu and Chan, please agree to marry me. A man, dressed in a navy coat, wearing a belly band and wooden clogs, kneeled on one knee, holding flowers, confessing to the woman in front of him on the deck of the warship. The woman, known as Jin, sat elegantly in a chair on the deck, her face beautiful and alluring, with a delicate spider tattoo on her outer thigh, resting her hand on a golden sword at her waist, reading a report. She seemed accustomed to the man's confession, responding calmly and emotionlessly without much thought. Rejected. Oh. Although the response was completely expected, the surrounding Navy personnel gasped in surprise. Vice Admiral Kaki had failed for the 98th time in confessing to Vice Admiral Gun. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, a candidate for Admiral, looked at her fellow Vice Admiral, Kaki, who wore a frustrated expression. Why did you suddenly come to my warship? Hurry back. There are many things to do, right? This is a serious mission. After hearing Peach Rabbit's words, Kaki scratched his head in distress and stood up. Because South Moses Grella had defeated Vice Admiral Spider in the South Sea, severely trampling their Navy's reputation, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, furious, directly dispatched them to the South Sea to capture Grella. At the same time, if possible, they were also tasked with apprehending the Kid Pirates, the Devil Hand Pirates, and the Bonnie Pirates, who were rampant in the South Sea. Although Peach Rabbit and Kaki were both Vice Admirals, they were candidates for Admiral and were not ordinary Vice Admirals. Their strength was comparable to the highest combat power of the headquarters, the Navy Admirals. Even the big shots in the New World would feel trepidation when facing the two of them. Their deployment demonstrated how furious Fleet Admiral Sengoku was regarding Grella's actions. He was determined to capture him. According to the latest intelligence, the South Sea Overlord was engaged in battle with Captain Kidd and the Devil Hand, Reis. Saying this, Peach Rabbit handed the latest intelligence to Kaki. This is good for us. No matter who wins or loses, we can take them all down at once. The two warships powered up and headed towards the South Sea at their fastest speed. Grella and Reis, along with Captain Kidd, were engaged in battle. This was a great opportunity to capture everyone. Recently, the situation in the South Sea had indeed been changing rapidly. Just recently, news of the defeats of Black and Cora Solros and King William had come out, and these dangerous newcomers were already targeting Grella. Looking at the intelligence handed over by Peach Rabbit, Kaki couldn't help but exclaim. Although these events were insignificant compared to the situation in the Grand Line, there were severe incidents in the Four Seas, prompting even the Revolutionary Army's commander to take action during this turmoil, liberating several countries in the South Sea. According to the information previously brought back by Lieutenant Tang Send, the Navy branch in the South Sea had also been heavily corroded, which even led to Major Lexington's rebellion. They needed to conduct a large-scale overhaul of the South Sea. Whether it was the so-called Overlord who had dominated the South Sea for many years, or those newly emerging threats, I will personally bury them with this famous sword, Kanbaira, known as the guardian deity of the sea. Peach Rabbit stood up and walked to the bow to gaze out at the distant sea, with Kaki following her side. As the two Vice Admirals set sail towards the South Sea, the situation became increasingly serious. Chapter 148. The Unyielding Obsession Boom. Boom! Boom! The fierce battle between Lexington and Stone was still ongoing. The powerful shockwaves from their attacks had left the surrounding cliffs and rock walls unrecognizable, turning the entire battlefield into a wreck. Harder than stone, this guy's body defense is actually stronger than my iron block. After a round of offensive, Lexington performed a backflip and landed far behind, looking at his reddened 10 fingers, panting heavily. The modified body, combined with armed color defense, was simply too sturdy. Moreover, the materials and technology used for a modified human like Stone were clearly not something the mass-produced good from the South Sea could rival. The incredibly tough gems embedded in his body, aside from serving as buttons for mechanisms, also provided Stone with considerable extra defense and attack power. Even if I, known as Steelfinger, were to slam my finger gun against those gems, I would probably end up with a fracture. It wasn't the first time he had seen a Six Styles user break their fingers against an armed color user's defenses during his training in Marineford. Truly worthy of being a Navy lieutenant commander, their fighting style is quite organized. Unlike us wildcards, Stone let out a cold laugh, and flames once again wrapped around his arms, preparing to continue attacking Lexington. These elemental energies also brought considerable trouble to Lexington, as he inevitably suffered burns from the flames and paralysis from electric shocks during their exchanges. Flame Claw. Stone's right hand, engulfed in flames, suddenly opened into a claw shape, with several hard iron blades protruding from his fingertips, turning Stone's palm into the claw of a ferocious beast. Wielding this seemingly dangerous claw, Stone lunged toward Lexington's face. Clang! Not daring to receive the opponent's glimmering, flame-wreathed claw with his fist, Lexington hurriedly raised his golden axe to block. The Ten Commandments was immediately seized tightly by Stone's right hand, and his left hand, also engulfed in flames, formed a claw shape and slashed at Lexington. Swish! The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out, and the intense pain made Lexington involuntarily loosen his grip on the Ten Commandments, retreating sharply. Despite activating his iron block for defense against the claw strike, his left forearm was still torn, leaving 4 deep gashes and emitting a charred smell. Stone then discarded the Ten Commandments, grinning as he lunged at Lexington again with his claws outstretched. Flying finger gun. Lexington quickly extended his right hand into a pistol shape, firing several air bullets capable of shattering rocks towards Stone. These small doses are ineffective against me, Stone exclaimed as he swiftly swung his claws, shattering the air bullets one by one. Lexington frowned, suddenly whipping his long robe behind him, unleashing a barrage of steel balls that rained down on Stone like bullets. Rain of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with such a comprehensive steel ball attack, Stone dared not be careless anymore, retracting his claws and quickly crossing his arms to activate his armed color defense. The steel balls, which should have been several times more powerful than bullets, poured onto Stone's body but struck him as if hitting steel plates, completely unable to breach his defenses. Kid, without armed color hockey, you can't possibly defeat me. After withstanding Lexington's barrage, Stone raised his hand and shot a fire beam at his opponent. Paper drawing. Shave. Lexington took a deep breath, quickly dodging the fire beam shot by Stone, and then used Shave to flash to Stone's side to retrieve the fallen golden axe, the Ten Commandments. Seeing this, Stone immediately swung his fist sideways, but Lexington swiftly kicked out his right leg to block Stone's punch. After retrieving the Ten Commandments and creating some distance from Stone, Lexington felt a dull pain in his right leg. Stone's fists were as solid as rocks. Your strength, speed, and combat skills are not inferior to mine. Stone let out a cold laugh, raising his fist wrapped in armed color hockey. Unfortunately, for a pure martial arts user like you, the difference between being able to use armed color and not is simply too great. If you were 5 years older, I might truly not be your match. But you no longer have that chance. Don't resist stubbornly. Just accept your fate. Lexington and Stone charged toward each other once more, continuously clashing. While Lexington's injuries worsened, Stone had only sustained minor injuries throughout, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Armed color. Lexington gritted his teeth, relentlessly attacking with his already battered arms while using paper drawing in conjunction with observation hockey to dodge Stone's attacks. Yet even so, he still got hit by Stone's attacks from time to time. However, while hitting Stone barely affected him, being struck by Stone left Lexington heavily injured. As a lieutenant commander, he had already entered the stage of training in armed hockey and was well versed in its cultivation methods. But for some reason, he had been unable to successfully use armed color from beginning to end. During his previous battle with Bill Shack, he had lost because he couldn't use armed color hockey. Was he going to repeat that mistake today? No, that can't happen. Halsey, Beethoven, Dafu, they have all dealt with their enemies. And that masked man from the Kid Pirates has also defeated another gold medal cadre. As the vice captain of the Magic Hand Pirates, a man trusted and entrusted by Reis, he cannot fall here. In fact, if he truly wanted to, he could take advantage of Stone's lack of flying ability, using Moonwalk to escape the battlefield. And after Reis and Kid defeated Grella, even if Stone survived, it would be of no consequence. But if he did that, how could he show his face to continue sailing the seas, and how could he seek out the justice he yearned for? Lexington took a deep breath, recalling what Reis had told him earlier about why he learned armed color on Sukuyumming Island. Because of his obsession to defeat the South Sea Overlord, to take revenge. The Magic Hand Reis who entered the Grand Line, could never be defeated by a bunch of rabbits. Thus, he erupted in a desperate situation, awakening observation and armed color hockey. And now, he absolutely cannot lose to a mere cadre of the Grella pirates here. He must become stronger to clear all obstacles for his captain and secure his ticket to seek justice in a broader world. At the moment when his conviction became increasingly firm, Lexington felt a powerful force beginning to flow within him for the first time. Stone's right hand shot out sharp claws again, lunging fiercely toward Lexington's body. This time, the speed of the attack was as fast as lightning, leaving no time for either observation or paper drawing to react. However, a smile appeared on Lexington's face at that moment. Boom! Unexpectedly, Stone's claws did not smoothly cut through Lexington's skin as he had imagined. An invisible armor enveloped Lexington's body, absorbing the impact of the attack. At the moment when both body and mind reached their limits, Lexington's armed color hockey awakened. Stone stared in astonishment at his claws that failed to pierce Lexington's body, then broke into an excited smile. It seemed that things were getting more and more interesting. Chapter 149, Lexington versus Stone in the blink of an eye. Stone quickly clenched his other fist and struck fiercely at Lexington. Lexington immediately raised his arm to block. Boom! The two arms, one thick and one thin, collided violently, producing a deafening roar. If this had happened earlier, Lexington would have been severely injured even if he had used iron to defend, but at this moment, having comprehended the Busashoka hockey, he successfully withstood Stone's punch. After the full-force clash, both Lexington and Stone took several steps back and separated. Is this Busashoka hockey? It feels really good. Looking at his arms entwined with Busashoku, Lexington's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, the coach from the Navy headquarters was right. Life and death duels are the best at stimulating one's potential. The majority of Marines learn hockey through battles with powerful enemies. To comprehend hockey on the spot? What luck! Stone felt the significant increase in Lexington's momentum and gasped in surprise. His own hockey had awakened during a battle with a Navy captain, and he never expected to see such a scenario repeat itself with Lexington today. Spear gun, steel, shave. Lexington attached Busashoku to his fingertips, quickly teleporting in front of Stone and stabbing towards his chest. This time, Lexington's attack was not completely blocked by Stone. His iron-hard fingers tore through Stone's raised arms used for defense, leaving him bleeding profusely. Lexington was instantly overjoyed. Sure enough, with Busashoku, his attacks were effective against Stone. Gale foot fong. Retrieving his spear, Lexington quickly swung his right leg while his left hand slashed down with the 10 Commandments, delivering 2 fong-like strikes that viciously tore into Stone's body. After the blades passed, 2 gory scars appeared on Stone's body. Electric Claw. While being attacked by Lexington, Stone quickly unleashed his right-hand claws, enveloped in electricity, aiming at his opponent. Lexington's left cheek was instantly marked with 3 bright red claw marks. The two exerted all their strength, launching wave after wave of attacks against each other. This time, it was a frenzied clash of Busashoku, with an even greater force erupting than before, causing the air to churn chaotically. As the battle dragged on, the injuries on both Lexington and Stone grew heavier, red droplets of blood splattering from their bodies, almost dyeing them both into blood-soaked figures. Spear gun, cannon fist, white stone shock fist. The 2 fists struck together with all their might, the immense force sending both of them flying. Stone staggered backward, his legs carving deep trenches into the ground until he was finally stopped by the mountain wall behind him. Lexington, however, used Moonwalk to quickly reduce the impact of his retreat, ultimately halting in midair. The 2 locked eyes from a distance, using the brief moment of respite to recover their stamina while preparing for the next round of attacks. Lexington took a deep breath and quickly dove downward using Moonwalk. Stormfoot. Using the momentum of his descent, Lexington rolled several times in the air before delivering a powerful downward kick. Diamond River. Stone's gaze sharpened, crossing his arms above his head to collide with Lexington's Stormfoot. The earth cracked and dust billowed. Lexington used the force to perform a backflip, landing behind, kneeling on one knee and gasping for breath. His stamina was nearly exhausted. Soon, Stone, nearly pressed into the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and once again waved away the surrounding dust, raising his left hand to support his upright right arm, pressing down on the red gem. Redstone Fireball. Countless crimson fireballs shot from Stone's fingers toward Lexington in front of him. Spear gun, Metal Storm. Gritting his teeth, Lexington stood up again, quickly retrieving the last few steel balls from his pocket, and with powerful finger strength, shot them out in succession. Each steel ball accurately collided with the fireballs, extinguishing them one by one. Crossing through the swirling flames, Lexington launched another fierce attack against Stone. At this point, both of them were at the end of their ropes, barely able to continue acting on sheer willpower. Next, it would come down to whose resolve was stronger, who could hold on until the last moment. Kid, you were originally a Marine, right? Observing Lexington, who was clearly at his limit yet still desperately attacking him, Stone gritted his teeth and asked in confusion, "Why are you fighting so hard for your pirate captain?" Hearing Stone's words, Lexington smiled slightly, his blood-stained eyes bursting with determination. "Because I still want to ride on his ship and see the broader world in the new world, to seek true justice." Saying this, Lexington squeezed the last bit of strength from his body, preparing for his next attack. This was his final strike. He had to use this move to completely defeat Stone. An immense aura began to gather around Lexington, and Stone also realized that the next attack would likely determine the outcome of the battle. Justice? A hypocritical term the Navy uses to comfort itself. The gems on Stone's body began to flicker, charging up. The electric engine installed in his body started to operate at full power, gathering lightning in his right hand. Meanwhile, Lexington closed his eyes and slowly raised his hands to his chest. After comprehending Busashoka Haki, he should be able to unleash the ultimate move of the 6 styles. Then, let's go. Lexington's eyes suddenly opened wide, all his power converging into his arms. Color Stone Thunder Light Gun. Stone roared, charging forward with a thunder energy gun radiating multicolored light, rushing toward Lexington. At the same time, Lexington's final move was also ready. 6 styles, Ultimate, God's Might Demon King Gun. Lexington and Stone quickly closed the distance, guns clashing head-on, engaging in their final showdown. Lightning flickered, and blade energy surged, resembling 2 giant dragons battling in the sky. The era of the South Sea Overlord was about to end. Lexington's arms bulged with veins, his steel-like fingers maximizing their strength. And the airwave combined with Busashoku coalesced into the Demon King gun, instantly shattering Stone's Thunder Light Gun. Boom! The impact of the spear like force pierced through Stone's body. Cough! The violent impact made Stone scream in agony, suffering severe injuries all over his body, and his consciousness uncontrollably began to blur. "I have lost." Looking into Lexington's eyes filled with determination, Stone, despite his disbelief, had to admit, after decades of dominance in the South Sea, he was finally facing his curtain call. With an expression of deep unwillingness, the golden officer of the Grayla pirate crew, Stone on the Color Stone, with a bounty of 98 million berries, collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, Lexington also felt his legs give way, half collapsing in front of Stone on. The excessive strain on his body made his head buzz. After struggling for a long time, Lexington finally managed to stand up again, looking at the unconscious Stone on in front of him, and revealed a weary smile. The final showdown between the officers concluded. Major Steelfinger Lexington Justice versus Stone on the Color Stone. Winner, Lexington Justice. Finishing move, 6 styles Ultimate, Divine Might Demon King Spear. Chapter 150, the final battlefield offshore of Mechanism City Island. The Victoria Punk is drifting on the sea. Heavily injured officers such as Kira, Hash, Beethoven, Hit, and Vey are receiving treatment. Dafu stands anxiously by the ship's helm, tightly clutching the transponder snail in her right hand while resting her left hand on the steering wheel, waiting for a call from Lexington. On the island now, besides Reis and Kid, only Lexington and a portion of the Kid pirates who are wandering around to clean up the remaining enemy forces are left. Your vice captain won't lose to the other side, right? Kira, wrapped in bandages, approaches Dafu and says, "No, he won't." Despite her inner anxiety, Dafu responds without hesitation, tightening her grip on the transponder snail, causing it to squirm in pain. Vice Captain Lexington will definitely defeat Stone. With that, Dafu gazes firmly at the island ahead. "Oh, it seems you have a lot of confidence in your partner," Kira remarks, somewhat surprised, and turns to look at Mechanism City Island. Compared to Stone, he is currently more concerned about the battlefield at Grella, as that is the true key to determining the outcome of this war. Before long, the transponder snail in Dafu's hand starts ringing. She quickly answers it, and Lexington's somewhat exhausted voice comes through. "This is Lexington. The last enemy officer, Stone, has been defeated." After hanging up, Lexington, lying in the midst of a chaotic battlefield, lets out a sigh of relief, his eyes looking up at the sky. The Kid Pirates fighters, who have dealt with the remaining Grella forces on the island, have just arrived here to join Lexington. "You guys don't have a shipwright. Your pirate ship is wrecked. And you don't even have a ship's doctor? How pathetic." You need allies to treat your wounds. The ship's doctor of the kid pirates complains while bandaging Lexington's wounds. Do you want us to give you some slow-acting poison? Lexington forces a smile, not responding to the other's mockery, and turns his gaze towards Reis and Kid, who are engaged in a final showdown with Gorilla. It all depends on you now, captains. You can't let us down. Additionally, the ship's doctor's complaints are truly hard for him to refute. Previously, when Kid came aboard their ship, he was furious about being a babysitter. As this group had no self-sufficiency at all, he truly wonders how they managed to navigate until now. Oh right, at Energy Island, they relied on the craftsmen there. In the Conqueror Kingdom, they relied on the Bonnie pirates, and now here, they rely on the Kid pirates. Their logistical support is all dependent on allies. Even the facilities of their subordinate faction, the Pal Gang, are better than theirs. It's really embarrassing not to have thick skin. That bastard Reis promised countless times to find a ship's doctor and a cook, yet in the end, he still hasn't found one. How infuriating. Achoo! At the final battlefield of the weapon testing ground on Mechanism City Island, Reis suddenly sneezes. Hey, what are you doing? We're in a fight. Don't tell me you're catching a cold and can't continue. Kid quickly turns around and shouts. No, maybe someone's cursing me. Reis wipes his nose and again maneuvers the Magnet Avenger to swing its left arm, colliding with Gorilla IV's fist. Hey, Gorilla, you bastard. Were you just secretly cursing me in your heart? You despicable person. With that, Reis increases the output power of his magnetism and launches a more frenzied attack on Gorilla 4. Gorilla, utterly baffled, quickly accelerates the control of Gorilla 4 to block the Magnet Avenger's assault. The battle has lasted this long, and our mechas are all battered. Yet this guy's mecha still doesn't seem to have taken much damage. Reis furrows his silver brows, looking somewhat troubled at the relatively unscathed Gorilla 4. Isn't it because you're dragging me down? Your control of magnetism is too poor. The details are completely left to me to handle. Kid can't help but complain. I've only just gotten a handle on the Magnet Fruit S ability. How many years have you had it? Reis can't help but argue with Kid again. Will you two ever be done? Seeing Reis and Kid ignoring him for the 5th time during the battle and arguing with each other, Gorilla can no longer tolerate it. The gigantic, gorilla-shaped Gorilla Force suddenly crouches down, and the 2 large cannons on its back begin to charge. Gorilla high-energy mortar. Thick black smoke billows from behind Gorilla, and the 2 cannons emit a loud roar as 2 brass-made shells shoot out, blowing the Magnet Avenger's arms into metal shrapnel. Taking advantage of the time when Kid and Reis haven't reformed their arms with magnetism, Gorilla charges forward, raising its enormous fists embedded with sea prism stone, mechanically enhancing their kinetic energy, and ultimately slams them down on the Magnet Avenger's chest. Boom! The tremendous force blasts a piece of armor off the Magnet Avenger, causing Kid and Reis inside to be violently shaken, leaving them dizzy. The massive mecha stumbles back several steps before finally coming to a stop. Damn powerful Gorilla. Really hard to deal with. Kid grumbles while repairing the damaged mecha. Was that mortar just now also powered by coal? Reis notices something unusual about Gorilla's attack and frowns as he asks. Isn't that normal? The Black Group is the largest energy supplier in the South Sea, and it's very common for our Gorilla pirates to procure weapons and energy from them. Gorilla snorts, controlling the mecha's shoulders to unleash a barrage of machine gun fire at the gaps in the Magnet Avenger. Silver Brows, you destroyed the Black Group, but also makes me very annoyed. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of the Black Group. With that, Gorilla maximizes the firepower of the machine guns. Under the relentless firepower of Gorilla 4, the damage to the Magnet Avenger continues to increase. For Kid, 2 years later, the mecha itself is just a pile of scrap metal connected by magnetism, and no matter how much is shredded, it doesn't matter. However, for the current Kid and Reis, the more damaged the mecha is, the more magnetism they must expend to repair and maintain its operation. It seems this shoddy mecha won't hold up for too long. Reis glances back at the coal storage, which is also nearly empty, takes a deep breath, and looks at Kid. Spikehead, we must destroy that Gorilla 4 before the Magnet Avenger is completely wrecked. Kid's mouth immediately curls into a wild grin, revealing an arrogant expression. That's what you say. In an instant, a torrent of magnetism bursts forth from both Kid and Reis, wrapping around the entire mecha. The powerful magnetic force lifted the heavy mech into the air. Steampunk Demon. Piloting their scrap metal, Kid and Reis launched another fierce assault on Gorilla. Do you think the mech I meticulously crafted would lose to such junk? Gorilla was also furious, piloting his mech to confront them. The 2 colossal machines engaged in a new round of hand-to-hand combat. Here is the final battle. Chapter 151. Magnetic Avenger versus Gorilla for the Colossal Machines. Forged from steel and brass, collided violently, erupting with astonishing roars. At this moment, the intensity of the battle between the Magnetic Avenger and Gorilla 4 had reached its peak. Destructive string. The Magnetic Avenger's arms tightly grasped the body of Gorilla 4, leveraging magnetic force to lift off the ground and executed a flip, slamming the opponent hard onto the ground. The fierce collision left visible cracks on Gorilla 4. U2, seeing Kid and Reis recklessly damaging his mech. Gorilla gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. This pile of scrap metal was on the verge of being completely scrapped, yet they were still madly smashing it. Magnetic clamp. After slamming Gorilla 4 to the ground, the Magnetic Avenger's arms attracted the scattered steel around, arming its steel arms to the limit, then clamped down on Gorilla IV's head like a hydraulic press. Boom! The two steel arms attracted each other, generating immense force that deformed Gorilla IV's sturdy head. Inside the mech, Gorilla was violently jolted, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Gorilla rocket cannon. Infuriated by the renewed assault, Gorilla decisively activated the rocket cannon in the chest of Gorilla 4, blasting towards the Magnetic Avenger's chest. With a violent explosion, the massive machine was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a huge crater. Damn it, this mech is still not damaged much. Inside the cockpit of the Magnetic Avenger, Reis shook his head violently from the intense impact and complained. This guy's mech is stronger than the one I fought last time. It seems to have been upgraded again. Kid furrowed his brows and said, if we can't take down Gorilla 4 before the Magnetic Avenger is completely destroyed, we'll be in big trouble. In a head-on clash, our mech, rushed out in one night, surely can't compete with their mech crafted by a lot of top mechanical talents from the South Sea. We can only look for a breakthrough. Forget everything else. Let's keep going. After using magnetic force to restore the damaged parts, Reis and Kid piloted the mech again, charging fiercely at Gorilla 4. If we focus on one point and inflict continuous damage, maybe we can destroy Gorilla 4. Magnetic death metal. The right hand of the Magnetic Avenger transformed under magnetic influence, taking the shape of a massive drill, spinning wildly with magnetic drive. Boom! The giant drill struck fiercely at the crack in Gorilla IV's chest, sending debris flying. These two little brats, trying to break through? Gorilla frowned, controlling Gorilla 4 to stretch out its arms, firmly grasping the drill formed by the Magnetic Avenger's right hand and crushing it into a pile of scrap metal on the ground. However, the Magnetic Avenger's left hand soon transformed into a drill as well, attacking Gorilla IV's damaged area once more. Although this move consumed a lot of magnetic energy, its destructive power and armor-piercing capability were also extremely strong. After the second round of fierce attacks, the right side of Gorilla IV's chest was pierced. How outrageous! Looking at his damaged mech, Gorilla was furious. I really underestimated these two little brats. They can actually break my meticulously crafted mech. Having sacrificed both arms and drilled a large hole in Gorilla 4, Reis and Kid had also consumed a lot of stamina, panting heavily inside the mech. This guy is still too tough. Even with a big hole in his chest, he still looks capable of fighting. If we keep this up, we might exhaust ourselves completely. Continue the attack. We can't stop. Reis wiped the sweat from his face, using magnetic force to attract the scattered scrap metal around, reassembling it into a massive metal arm. Gorilla Meteor Hammer. Gorilla operated the complex mechanisms inside Gorilla 4, pushing the mech's power to the limit, unleashing an extraordinarily powerful force, causing his already large fists to swell even more. Although the previous attack didn't damage the core of his mech, it still posed a significant threat to him. It's better to eliminate them quickly. Magnetic Warhorse. The fists of the Magnetic Avenger swung out like the iron hooves of a warhorse, colliding with Gorilla's fists. This time, both sides covered their mechs with armed color hockey to avoid greater damage. The clash of armed colors erupted black lightning in the air. Are you still going to stubbornly resist? Don't you see the gap between us? After a loud roar, the two mechs separated again. Gorilla impatiently said to Reis and Kid, "You are indeed the strongest newcomers in the South Sea in decades, capable of consecutively defeating Black, Angkor Soros, and William, which is commendable. But I, the South Sea Overlord, am on a whole different level than those three." As he spoke, Gorilla's face twisted into a grimace. "Do you see the current situation? You are already in this miserable state, and there is no way you can defeat me." Hearing Gorilla's words, Reis couldn't help but chuckle. Kid beside him also showed an unconcerned expression. "You are clearly afraid, right? Just comforting yourself? The cockpits of the Magnetic Avenger and Gorilla 4 had already been exposed, and Reis, Kid, and Gorilla's 6 eyes locked directly onto each other. You should have noticed that all your subordinates have been defeated by us. The mass rebellion of the Copper and Iron Pirates of the Guerrilla Pirate Group also foreshadows your downfall as the South Sea Overlord. No matter what, we will end your era here today. Saying this, Reis and Kid revealed confident smiles, while purple magnetic sparks enveloped their bodies. Magnetic Hardcore, unleashing all their power. The two South Sea newcomers controlled the Magnetic Avenger, launching their final and strongest charge at Gorilla. Want to see me fall? Then come try. Gorilla Charge. Gorilla's teeth ground together, activating all the engine thrusters behind Gorilla 4. The two metal behemoths collided with each other at the fastest and most ferocious pace. The deafening sound echoed through the sky. A frenzied explosion erupted at the point of collision between the two mechs. This time, the tremendous force was unbearable for both the Magnetic Avenger and Gorilla 4. The mechs completely shattered, and scattered parts fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Shortly after, Reis crawled up from the ruins filled with fire and smoke. Soon, Kid's blurred figure appeared alongside Reis in the thick smoke. Neither of their expressions showed any sign of relaxation. Instead, they remained vigilant, watching the rolling smoke ahead. Damn, it looks like the battle has a second phase. Watching the shadow slowly emerge from the thick smoke, Kid irritably raised his right hand, and the flickering sparks attracted the metal on the ground, gathering towards his arms to assemble into a large mechanical arm. Who said otherwise? Or is it abnormal for the South China Sea Overlord to be defeated like this? Reis shrugged, extended his right hand, and the flame gun Amaterasu immediately flew out from the ruins, landing in his grasp. The battle was clearly not over. They had to continue their assault until Grella was completely down. Chapter 152 Speed and Power. The smoke gradually dissipated. Among the wreckage of the mechs, Reis, Kid, and Grella stood facing each other. For the first time, the true form of the South Sea Overlord, South Moses Grella, appeared before Reis. With a strong physique, a thick beard, a bald head marked by a cross-shaped scar, and a fierce gaze that sent chills down one's spine, he was an imposing figure. Unlike the towering Black, Anchoretheros, and King William, who stood 4 to 7 meters tall, this decades-long ruler of the South Sea was only about 2 meters tall. But the dangerous aura he exuded was even more intense than the other three. Grella was armed with a pair of seemingly intricate and heavy gauntlets, which appear to be weapons infused with advanced technology. You actually destroyed my Grella 4, forcing me to fight you in close combat, Grella said angrily, looking at the scattered wreckage of the Grella 4 around him. While he was confident that his true form strength could defeat these two newcomers, who were severely fatigued, the battle would have been simpler if the Grella 4 were still intact. Since that's the case, just as you wish, let me crush you myself. He raised his massive gauntlets, the mechanical components clanking ominously, giving off an incredibly powerful feeling. There's sea stone in the air. Don't engage him physically. Reis furrowed his brow and warned. I can feel it. You don't need to tell me. Kid replied impatiently while swinging his mechanical arm. Let us go. Reis and Kid simultaneously stomped the ground and charged at Grella from left and right. The flame gun sliced through the air, igniting a raging blaze that, accompanied by wave power, pierced toward Grella's chest. Kid leaped high into the sky, his massive steel palm descending to crush Grella's bald head. Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds echoed as Grella's mechanical arms effortlessly blocked Reis and Kid's combined assault. Oomph! Is that all you've got? Your use of Crispet's ability is truly rough. Grella sneered as he swung his arms, sending Reis and Kid flying. After landing dozens of meters away from Grella, both had serious expressions on their faces. Although that previous attack was merely a test, the outcome exceeded their expectations. To think he could so easily fend off their attacks. Grella's strength was even greater than they had imagined. The mechanical arms indeed contained a substantial amount of sea stone. The moment Kid's iron hand and Reis' flame gun made contact, they felt their ability suppressed. It seems there's no need to hold back. Kid huffed, his magnetic energy sparking even more violently as he floated into the air. Steel gathered around him, covering his arms. However, compared to his previous massive steel arms, this time it was just a lightweight gauntlet for combat. Magnetic levitation, rampage. Kid's body shot forth like a bolt of lightning, racing toward Grella. By precisely controlling the direction and magnitude of the gravitational and repulsive forces among the surrounding steel, Kid achieved magnetic levitation, making his movements more agile and his speed faster. Watching Kid unleash his new technique, Reis couldn't help but exclaim, "So Kid has moves like this." The end result seems quite similar to Luffy's Gear Second. Accelerating through magnetic levitation, this guy is quite clever. Grella, D. Kid fully focusing on the large steel parts behind Grella, maximized his speed, deftly dodging the barrage of bullets fired at him. He quickly closed in on Grella, clenched his iron fist, and slammed it down. Kid's dual fists, enhanced to their peak power by magnetic energy, struck Grella's mechanical arm, sending him crashing into a large iron plate behind him. The immense force created a powerful attraction between Kid and the iron plate, crushing Grella in between. Grella's expression twisted into a grimace as his mechanical arms suddenly unleashed unimaginable strength, forcibly pushing Kid away. However, right after Kid's attack, Reis transformed into a 30-year-old version of himself, simultaneously charging in with his flame gun. Black. Roar of the flame dragon. Flames erupted from the coal that grew on the flame gun, and the sharp blade, engulfed in fire, lunged at Grella like a flame dragon. Grella swiftly pushed off from the iron plate behind him, using the momentum to swing his mechanical arm, which reached peak power due to its internal structure. He met Reis's descending spear head-on. The unimaginable strength of their clash dispersed the flames, sending Reis crashing back to the ground. Damn, that brute strength is terrifying. What kind of high-tech is packed in there? Reis steadied himself, unable to help but comment. To block his full-powered attack and directly overpower Kid's magnetic force was truly an unbelievable feat of a modified human. It seemed that a speedy attack strategy was ineffective. Kid slowly descended from the air, gathering all magnetic energy to his left arm. A large amount of metal flew from all directions, attracted to his raised left arm. As the weight on his left arm increased, Kid's feet began to sink into the ground, with every step forward creating a terrifying echo. Soon, a giant steel arm, several dozen meters long, appeared on Kid's body. If his previous magnetic levitation rampage corresponded to Luffy's Gear Second, then this giant steel arm corresponded to Luffy's Gear Third. At the same time, Reis began to fully activate the powers of the Time Fruit. Distortion, future. Reis's body began to evolve toward a future timeline, his originally fit muscles bulging, his physique changing as his clothes tore apart. He shot up over 3 meters tall, becoming a massive figure with a strong build, his flame gun now resembling a short spear. I can't believe I look like I've taken hormones on some timeline, Reis thought, looking at his transformed body, feeling a bit helpless. The growth method of people in One Piece is truly strange, going from one extreme to another. However, he didn't want to actually end up looking like this in the future. Being too large would make life inconvenient and relatively heavy. In the world of One Piece, even someone as thin as a rake can possess immense strength. It was just that his training wasn't sufficient yet. However, for this battle, such a physique would clearly be advantageous. Kid, let us go, Reis said, wielding the now short, spear-like Amaterasu, charging forward like an iron tower. You don't need to tell me. Kid let out a cold laugh as his massive steel arm descended toward Grella. Magnetic force, string. The tactics they're using now sacrifice speed for a comprehensive increase in strength. However, this fighting style is also extremely exhausting, requiring a quick resolution. Facing two enemies armed like giants, blocking out the entire sky, Grella showed no signs of panic. Is this a special increase in strength? Good. Let's see if you can hit me. Grella rocket. The jet ports on the back of Grella's shoulders erupted with tremendous energy. The powerful thrusters granted Grella an incredibly terrifying speed. Boom! Boom! Kid and Reis's attacks both missed. The strength of the South Sea Overlord, Namaxis Grella, far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 153. Reis Kid vs. Grella, combined. Is this guy not only terrifyingly strong, but also incredibly fast? Seeing Grella easily evade his and Kid's combined attack with the help of rocket boosters, Reis's expression turned serious. Even if they managed to destroy Grella 4, was this guy still this strong? You've attacked several times already. Now, with my turn, Grella sneered, cranking the rocket boosters to maximum power, and shot forward like a beam of light. Boom! Before Reis could react, Grella landed a punch to his abdomen. The Sea Tower Stone device on the end of his mechanical arm instantly sapped Reis of all his strength, causing his muscular body to deflate like a balloon, returning to his 16-year-old form, and he crashed heavily into the distant ruins. Silverbrow, seeing Reis easily repelled by Grella, Kid hurriedly raised his mechanical arm and swung it at Grella again. However, the massive and heavy magnetic arm did not hit Grella's body. The menacing face of the South Sea overlord suddenly appeared in front of Kid. The mechanical arm suddenly grabbed Kid's body, and the effect of the sea tower stone caused the large amounts of metal that had adhered to Kid's arm to scatter all over the ground. Boom! A sinister smile appeared on Grella's face as he pressed the weakened Kid into the ground. On the other side, Reis, regaining his senses, crawled out of the ruins, gripping Amaterasu in one hand and drawing Tsukuyomi with the other. Grella's strength and speed were incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, he and Kid could only choose to enhance either strength or speed at the same stage. If they chose speed, they would be crushed by Grella's strength. If they chose strength, their attacks would completely miss Grella, who was fully powered. But luckily, there were two of them. Reis lips curled upward. The ground beneath him rippled, quickly propelling Reis to Grella and Kid's location. Let go of the punk. With that, Reis's body expanded dramatically into a muscular form, swinging Amaterasu to cut through the sky and igniting a blazing flame, striking down fiercely. Grella's expression instantly tightened as he released Kid and quickly retreated. The intensely burning flame spear struck the ground, creating a massive chasm. Reis's body then transformed from a distorted future giant form back to a normal future fit man. At the same time, his stomach grumbled. This is just. Bonnie's ability consumes too much stamina. He got hungry so quickly after just a short time of fighting. So punk, next up why eat during battle? Can't we finish eating first? Kid looked at Reis, who had taken out an energy bar prepared in his pocket, with a speechless expression. Wait a moment. I will hold him with speed, and you continue to find the opportunity to attack him with a magnetic giant arm. If we both enter speed form or strength form simultaneously, we won't be able to deal with him. Only by complementing each other and working together can we have a chance to win. All right, got it. But don't order me around. I'm not your little brother. Silver Brow Eric. Kid nodded, responding as he raised his hands again, strong magnetic sparks flickering in his palms. Large amounts of metal around them gathered, adhering to Kid's arms, forming a pair of oversized arms resembling those of a giant. Here we go. Reis took a deep breath, using his wave ability to further enhance his speed, swinging the flame spear towards Grella. The fit Reis collided with Grella once more. Useless. Although the speed can keep up with me, it cannot harm me. Grella sneered, instantly increasing the strength of his mechanical arm, knocking Amaterasu aside. Reis quickly drew Tsukuyomi and struck again at Grella's bald head. Stubborn resistance. Grella snorted and then punched Reis away. However, just as he repelled Reis, Grella sensed something was off. A massive shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw Kid's mechanical arm blocking the sky right above him. Damn, when did that happen? Grella hurriedly raised both arms to shield his head. You bustat. Kid laughed maniacally as he slammed his steel giant arm down, hitting Grella squarely. Magnetic great omen. Boom. The roar was deafening, and smoke billowed as Kid slammed Grella into the ground, causing the entire surface to cave in under the weight of the dozens of tons of rapidly descending iron. Do we take him down? Reis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nervously looked at the iron hand that completely pinned Grella down. No, it's not that easy. Feeling the increasing resistance from his arm, Kid shouted loudly. Silverbrow, this time I'll cover you. You hit him hard. Got it. Reis took a deep breath, his body swelling again, turning into the giant form of the distorted future. At the same time, Grella, bloodied and furious, burst out from under the ground, his fierce demeanor fully revealed as Kid's steel arm was completely crushed. Kid looked at Grella fearlessly, quickly extending his right hand to remotely manipulate the metal that Grella had shaken into the air using magnetic force. Magnetic puppet. The flying iron scraps instantly flew towards Grella, wrapping around him like a steel armor, restricting his mobility. Hey, this won't hold for long. Hurry up and take him down, Kid shouted at Reis. Reis then unleashed all his power, transforming into a pitch-black coal figure, rapidly expanding until he became a giant of burning coal. Black coal giant. Reis then swung his massive coal arms down hard towards Grella, who was restricted by Kid's magnetic force. After another round of fierce attacks, Reis and Kid, both severely drained of stamina, simultaneously released their abilities, showing signs of fatigue as they gasped for breath. However, their gazes remained fixed on the thick smoke in the distance. Soon, Grella emerged from the sea of flames created by Reis, even angrier after taking another heavy hit. They actually coordinated so well. I really didn't see that coming. Grella snorted coldly, swinging his arms as several backup thrust engines on his arms lit up, emitting a terrifying roar. Bald bastard, that last it worked, huh? Finally not acting so casually anymore? Kid sneered, drawing the iron arrows around him close, forming a crooked set of iron claw nails on his arms. Silverbrow, together. Understood. Reis nodded, and the air around him began to ripple, propelling his body forward rapidly as he unleashed wave-like flames from his spear towards Gorilla. Kid also raised his arms high, quickly dashing forward in the form of magnetic levitation great rampage, his iron spears biting towards Gorilla's body like the fangs of a monster. Flame wave curve slash. Magnetic force rotten teeth. Reis and Kid's attacks struck Gorilla once again. The three unleashed all their strength, letting out hysterical roars as the powers of waves, magnetism, and mechanical devices reached their peak. Boom! As the force of their clash reached a critical point, a violent shockwave forcibly separated the three. Reis and Kid exchanged glances, their faces showing triumphant smiles. This attack had yielded even greater results. One of Gorilla's mechanical arms twisted grotesquely under Reis's thrust and Kid's gnawing, starting to flicker with electric arcs, clearly damaged. Damn it, these reckless little bastards. Seeing his damaged mechanical arm, Gorilla's expression darkened. As expected, it can't withstand the burden. Reis shunked. Just now, he and Kid used their ultimate moves in speed form, which should not have been something Gorilla couldn't resist, yet it unexpectedly caused significant damage to his mechanical arm. This proves that the cumulative damage from their repeated attacks is indeed effective. If they can take out Gorilla's other mechanical arm as well, the outcome should be clear. Exchanging a glance with Kid, the two began launching multiple rounds of fierce attacks on Gorilla. With one mechanical arm gone, Gorilla's strength and speed were significantly reduced, making it impossible for him to easily suppress Reis and Kid as he had before. While Kid fought Gorilla, Reis was recovering his stamina in the back. Similarly, when Reis attacked Gorilla, Kid would take a short break to recharge for the next round of assault. Faced with the two's wheel battle tactics, Gorilla grew increasingly impatient. Clearly, these two were already panting and on the verge of exhaustion, yet they could still launch attacks against him time and time again. How desperate are these damn rookies to defeat him, the South Sea tyrant? Stubborn brat. That other mechanical arm should be close to its limit too. Help me pull it down. Reis's Amaterasu collided with Gorilla's mechanical arm, and seeing that arm covered in cracks, dropping countless parts and flickering with electric arcs, Reis shouted at Kid behind him. Don't order me around. Kid roared, charging at Gorilla. Oh no. Gorilla immediately sensed the situation was bad, but it was too late to escape. Magnetic force rock. Kid quickly dashed to Gorilla's side, grabbing that battered mechanical arm, and rolled forward on the ground. The immense torque made the metal muscles and internal engine of the mechanical arm creak loudly. Boom. Ultimately, the mechanical arm suffered another massive impact and exploded with a deafening blast. Both Kid and Gorilla were hit by the explosion and sent flying. Success. Seeing Gorilla's mechanical arms completely destroyed, Reis displayed an excited expression. With the high-tech mechanical arms taken out, Gorilla's last trump card had also been stripped away. In the distance, Gorilla, blasted dozens of meters away by the explosion, crawled out of the wreckage with a dark expression. His pride, Gorilla 4, had been destroyed, and the mechanical battle arms crafted with all the technology of the Gorilla pirates were also torn off. To be beaten to such a pathetic state is an utter humiliation. You little brats, don't think this is over. Gorilla roared, all the engines on his body revving up again. Even without armored protection, he was still the strongest tyrant of the South Sea. Since the tangible armor has been shattered, he would use intangible armor to deal with these two unruly brats. Armed hockey instantly enveloped Gorilla's entire body, and he began pounding his chest like a mad gorilla. Gorilla charge horn. With the rocket engines propelling him at full speed, Gorilla, covered in armed hockey, charged at Reis and Kid like a cannonball. Hey, Silverbrow, activate the magnet fruit you stole from me earlier. Kid, heavily injured from the explosion, strained his body while gathering the surrounding metal around him, shouting to Reis beside him. You can't call it stealing when it comes to abilities. Shut up. Hurry up and help me take down this big gorilla. Don't you order me around, stubborn brat. I'm not your underling. While bickering, Reis and Kid readied their final battle stance, relying on the understanding between fellow rookies. Reis stood at the forefront, with Kid behind him, bracing against a massive wall of steel. Hey, I'm going to make my move. With that, Kid placed his hand on Reis's back and began outputting the maximum magnetic repulsion. Simultaneously activating the magnet fruit, Reis and Kid unleashed unprecedented power through their mutual repulsion. Boom! Reis shot out like a heavy cannonball from the platform Kid had built. Magnetic force super energy railgun. In the blink of an eye, Gorilla and Reis both charging at full speed, collided midair with their strongest powers. Grella, with his armed hockey-covered bald head, and Reis, also covered in armed hockey, clashed their magnetically accelerated tips together, unleashing countless black lightning bolts. Damn it! I should have dealt with you along with your parents and sister back then. Feeling the increasing pressure on his head, Grella snarled. He never expected that a loose end from raiding towns back then would become the root cause of his downfall. But unfortunately, you didn't do that. Returning now is meaningless. Reis coldly increased the force of his attack. Blue. From behind, Kid released all his magnetic energy, maximizing Reis's impact. The armed hockey above Grella's head began to gradually crumble. Even without me, your era will eventually come to an end. Reis squeezed out all his strength, roaring as he fully suppressed Grella. Clenching Amaterasu, his veins bulged and his muscles tensed. Additional Elbaf spear. Boom. The super strong magnetic impact of the railgun, combined with the giant Reis's spear wave, completely shattered Grella's last resistance. Boom! Grella, with his head burst open and spewing blood, crashed through several mech wrecks before finally slamming into a distant mountainside. After delivering his final attack, Reis and Kid both collapsed to the ground, exhausted. In the mountainside, Grella, beaten to the brink of death, coughed up blood repeatedly, using his last ounce of strength to pull out the remote control used to operate the anti-chip. Ha! Ha ha ha! Cough, cough, cough. Reis, I'm gonna take you and your sister down with me. Grella growled in a hoarse and hysterical voice, pressing the button on the remote. An hour has passed, and Kid's electromagnetic interference should have worn off. Boom! The explosion came as scheduled. However, it did not occur with Annie on Dominator Island. Instead, it was the remote control in Grella's hand that exploded. Once again severely injured, Grella's consciousness began to fade. No. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. In just 1 hour, Annie had actually removed the chip that he had painstakingly buried within her. Those despicable Eric siblings. That detestable Captain Kid. He couldn't accept it. Amidst endless resentment, the last trace of Grella's life force dissipated. The final battle between the Magic Hand Pirates and the Kid Pirates against the Grella Pirates came to an end. Winner, Magic Hand EricD. Dozen Reis Captain Eustace Kid. Decisive move. Magnetism. Super Energy Railgun. Additional Elbaf Spear. Chapter 154. The feeling of relaxation, it's finally over. Reis lay sprawled on the ground, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation, as if a heavy stone had fallen from his heart. Since coming to this world, it had only been a few months, yet he had consecutively defeated Blake, King William, and finally eliminated the South Sea Overlord ahead of schedule, much faster than his original plan. What he had said to Grella at the end, that even without him, Grella's era would come to an end, was indeed true. After all, in the original timeline, without his presence to pressure Grella, he would have been even weaker than now and would have been taken down by Kid alone in just a few months. His appearance had merely accelerated the process of change in the South Sea situation. After defeating Grella, he felt the dark cloud that had been hanging over his heart dissipate. That must have been the last lingering obsession for revenge left by the original owner. With everything concluded and his revenge against Grella completed, he could now venture into the new world without any burdens. On Overlord Island, Annie lay on the operating table, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily with relief as she looked at the bloody chip she had removed from her brain. At a critical moment, she had finally succeeded in extracting the deadly chip. After so many years, she had finally freed herself from Grella's control and felt an unprecedented lightness. At this moment, the 2 members of the Kid Pirates, who had been temporarily knocked out by Annie, also began to wake up. Huh, how do we fall asleep here? That guy Gillar told us to guard. One of them scratched his head in confusion, then turned to the operating table, seeing the large splatter of blood and the pale Annie, and was immediately startled. Wow, why are you covered in blood? You didn't try to commit suicide again, did you? I just performed a small surgery. I should be fine now. I won't try to kill myself again. Annie forced a smile and struggled to sit up, supporting her heavy body. Although removing the chip wasn't difficult for her, doing it without any other technical support almost pushed her to her limits. After all, she wasn't a medical professional, and she had exerted a lot of effort in cutting through flesh, stitching up wounds, and applying medicine. Are you really okay? The Kid Pirates crew member said doubtfully, and suddenly, the phone bug in his pocket rang. The 2 quickly fumbled to take out the phone bug and connect it. This is Gillar. Grella has been defeated by Kid and Silverbrow. We are now preparing to return to Overlord Island. As expected of Captain Kid. So impressive. That South Sea Overlord was really defeated by us. We're going to make a name for ourselves overseas. As the crew members of the Kid Pirates cheered, Annie, who had heard about her brother's victory over Grella, also revealed a truly joyful smile. At the same time, unstoppable tears streamed down her cheeks. This all feels like a dream. The dark clouds that the South Sea Overlord cast over the South Sea have completely dissipated at this moment. She was truly free. However, Paul and the others still couldn't witness this moment that everyone had long awaited. "Where's your own ship, Silverbrow?" Not long after, on the Victoria Punk, Kid lay on the sickbed, his face dark as he questioned Reis, who was lying beside him as if at home, receiving treatment from the ship's doctor. Our helmsman said it was broken, so we just got rid of it," Reis replied. With the South Sea Overlord's downfall, he had successfully achieved his revenge, and the Blood Avenger was indeed ready to take a bow. "Kid, how can you say that so casually?" Although he knew that the magic hand pirate ship was in terrible condition, he didn't expect them to just throw it away. "What kind of ally and pirate crew are you? Not only are you missing a bunch of crew members, but now you don't even have a ship. I really don't know if having you as contemporaries is a good thing or a bad thing," Kid said irritably. "If it's a good thing, then at least it reduces competition since the other side is so poorly equipped. But if it's a bad thing, then having such contemporaries really makes him lose face. Now that Grella has been defeated, our pirate alliance is over. Once we leave the Diamond Islands, we will be enemies and will have to fight each other." After hearing Kid's words, Reis smiled slightly. "Then let us meet at Sabati Archipelago." The Victoria Punk increased its speed, heading towards Overlord Island. Before setting sail again, they still had a lot to do. Since the mission to take down Grella was completed ahead of time, Reis was in no hurry to continue. He wanted to heal his injuries, reunite with his sister, and go to Yumming Island to use the materials from the abandoned steel warhammer to build a new ship before leisurely setting off. Leaving now might mean arriving at Sabati Archipelago too early. He still wanted to compete with the worst generation. For now, he decided not to think too much and just rest well. Exhausted, Reis let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind, enjoying an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Before long, Reis, who had been tensed and had gone through intense battles, fell into a deep sleep. Outside the Diamond Islands, on an uninhabited island, a ship shaped like a giant shark was docked at the shore, and the sign on the ship read the prominent words, "The Taste of the Sea." Dressed in a chef's coat and robust in physique, Bill Shark, the head chef of the Taste of the Sea and the strongest chef in the South Sea, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, a fisherman suddenly burst out of the water, his face showing extreme excitement and shock. "Chef Shark, it's big news." The fisherman's body trembled with excitement, and his hands shook uncontrollably. The South Sea Overlord, that tyrant who ruled the South Sea for decades, has been overthrown by the Magic Hand Pirates and the Kid Pirates. The fisherman's words immediately relaxed Chef Shark's serious expression, and he looked up and laughed heartily. "EricD, Reis actually defeated that monster, the South Sea Overlord. My choice to come here was indeed not wrong." Saying this, Shark suddenly turned around, walked back into the cabin, and strode toward the kitchen. "You guys, get ready. Prepare the ingredients for me. Helmsman, hurry up and steer the ship into the Diamond Islands." With that, Shark raised his head and laughed heartily. "Now, I'm going to serve delicious dishes to the victors." The maritime restaurant, the Taste of the Sea, began to sail through the sea, heading towards the Diamond Islands. The strongest chef crew in the South Sea was also starting to take action. Chapter 155. The crisis approaching. Silently. Long time no see, Mr. Shark. What brings you here? At the Dazaway restaurant, located on the outskirts of Dominator Island, Lexington, who was able to move freely after resting and receiving treatment, was chatting with Shark while enjoying the eel rice that Shark had prepared. "Haha, we'll talk about those things later. You just finished a big battle and need to eat more to replenish your strength." Shark laughed as he placed a large pile of food in front of the gluttonous Dafu. Although he was willing to join the magical hand pirates, such an important matter was better discussed after Captain Reis woke up. "The food at Dazaway is truly something I've never tasted before. It really does have a dreamlike flavor, just as the legends say," Kira remarked while eating pasta through a small hole in his mask. After being imprisoned earlier and rushing to the battlefield without a proper meal, he was now famished after the battle and nursing his injuries. "I really want to know the seasoning ratio of this pasta. The aroma of this bread soup is simply amazing." Beethoven elegantly enjoyed the egg bread soup, praising it continuously, while Dafu, sitting next to him, also ate in a civilized manner. But the amount of food piled on her table and the speed at which it disappeared were astonishing. The others collectively hadn't eaten as much as she did alone. The members of the Kid Pirates looked on in awe at Dafu, who was devouring her food like a whirlwind. Her appetite is indeed comparable to Captain Kidd's. This woman is probably not as weak as she looks. She must be a fierce character. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. Mr. Shark, didn't you fight with Vice Captain Lexington before? I recall that Vice Captain lost, right? How C cut a piece of tender and juicy swordfish steak, chewing it as he spoke. It's incredible. I didn't say anything. Yet this restaurant naturally served me my favorite food, as if they could read minds. Yes, the fishman's mastery, combined with the abilities of a natural-type fruit, is incredibly powerful. Lexington replied calmly. At that time, I didn't team master hockey, so it was natural for me to lose to Mr. Shark. Ha ha ha. If we fought again now, I would have the confidence to win against you. Shark laughed again. In that previous battle, he could clearly feel that Lexington's overall strength was not inferior to his own. It was just that without the armed color hockey, it was difficult for Lexington to inflict any damage on him using only water, which ultimately led to his defeat. If they were to fight again now, he would most likely lose to Lexington, who had mastered the armed color hockey. While the injured members of the Kid Pirates and the magical hand pirates dined at Dazaway, Reis, Kid, and Annie, who were in a state of unconsciousness, were resting in the infirmary under the care of several ship doctors. After defeating Grella, the tense nerves of Reis and Kid relaxed, naturally leading them into a state of slumber to recover their injuries and strength more quickly. Annie, having freed herself from the control of the Grella pirates, was also experiencing unprecedented relaxation. After years without stable sleep, she finally had a chance to rest. Separated for several years, the siblings lay quietly side by side in their hospital beds, their expressions peaceful. At this moment, the last trace of Reis's lingering obsession completely vanished. Just as everyone was temporarily relaxing after the battle, a new crisis was silently approaching. Two warships, shortly after the end of the battle at the Diamond Islands, sailed into the waters of the South Sea. Admiral Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral Chaffun stood at the bow of their respective warships, gazing out at the distant sea. The warships sped through the waters, carrying two top naval experts with tremendous suppressive power in the New World, closing in on the Grella pirate stronghold. We finally reached the South Sea. It's surprisingly calm, Peach Rabbit said, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword at her waist, looking at the sea that was slightly rippling. However, she knew very well that there were hidden dangers beneath this calm surface. Chaffun, it's about time we part ways here. Peach Rabbit turned to her companion and said. They had many tasks to accomplish in the South Sea, including exterminating the Grella pirates, the magical hand pirates, and the Kid Pirates, as well as addressing the corruption within the South Sea Navy and the rampant activities of the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, splitting into two teams would be more efficient. As a candidate for the position of Admiral, Peach Rabbit was confident that she could suppress all the pirates, including the South Sea Dominator, the magical hand pirates, and Captain Kidd, on her own, without needing Chaffun to accompany her. Oh, well then, be careful, Jiu-En-Chan. Although she was somewhat reluctant to part with her admired figure, Chaffun, as a vice admiral, understood that the mission was more important. After bidding farewell to Peach Rabbit, he ordered his warship to change its course towards the nearest Navy branch. It's hard to imagine how far the Navy here has fallen, being more rampant than the pirates themselves, colluding with evil, and even forcing the Navy's rising star, Lieutenant Lexington, to rebel. Although Chaffun was not a radical member of the Navy, he would never show mercy to colleagues who harm civilians. After sending off Chaffun, Peach Rabbit also ordered her ship to increase its speed. I wonder how the battle at the Diamond Islands is going now. Although I will eventually capture all the pirates, I'm quite curious about the outcome of this battle, Peach Rabbit said, revealing a captivating smile. It is said that the captain of the magical hand pirates is an extremely lecherous silver thief whom I am best at dealing with. I hope he won't be killed directly by Grella. I do like to take care of him myself. After all, I want to see what kind of character could make someone like Lieutenant Lexington, who should staunchly uphold justice and never waver, pledge loyalty to him. Could it be that he used tricks to deceive those girls and lured Lieutenant Lexington over as well? It's really hard to understand. Admiral Gun, we are about to enter the territorial waters of the Diamond Islands. A sailor came to the deck to salute Peach Rabbit and report. It's unexpectedly calm here. The battle seems to have already ended. Peach Rabbit raised her eyebrows in surprise. It ended so quickly? I wonder who emerged victorious. The newcomer who broke the balance of power in the South Sea, or the South Sea Dominator, who still maintains control. But none of that matters now. Let the victor enjoy a moment of triumph. Soon, everyone will fall under her pink charm and blade. Chapter 156. The threat of the Navy stopped dawdling. We have enough treasure. We need to escape quickly. Are you waiting for the kid pirates or the devil hand pirates to come and settle the score with us? But brother, this treasure is something we've accumulated over many years on the outskirts of the Diamond Islands. A pair of pirate brothers who had managed to survive the battle were frantically packing their belongings on their ship, preparing to leave this dangerous place. It's terrifying. Simply too terrifying. Lord Grella was actually defeated by two newcomers, and their superior, the so-called invincible copper metal officer, was blown to bits by his treacherous comrades. The Diamond Islands, which should have been the safest place in the South China Sea, were no longer safe. It would be best to leave this place of conflict before the devil hand pirates and the kid pirates come to clean up the battlefield. They probably wouldn't pay attention to these two small fries, especially since the other pirates on the island are dead, allowing them to take vast amounts of gold and jewels without worry. Before long, the two brothers were ready to set sail. They boarded the largest and finest pirate ship and departed at the fastest speed. Just as they were about to leave the Diamond Islands range and let out a slight sigh of relief, an unusual sight occurred ahead. A shadow of a ship appeared on the horizon, sailing directly towards them. That ship is. The pirate brother didn't have time to finish his sentence before his pupils shrank in shock, because an unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. What is that thing? A massive pink slash, dozens of meters high, shot out from the shadow on the horizon, completely splitting the sky and the sea, accompanied by a howling wind. It surged toward their pirate ship. That is a slash. What kind of sword master can unleash such a powerful and terrifying attack? What kind of monster is that? The pink slash wave, beautiful yet deadly, left the pirate brothers breathless, unable to scream, their hearts filled with despair. The speed of the slash was too fast. They had no time to react or evade. They could only watch helplessly as the massive slash approached. The incredibly sharp slash cut through the hull, and this ship, which was claimed to be extremely sturdy, was effortlessly split in two. Amid their helpless screams, the pirate brothers had no power to resist, allowing themselves to sink along with the severed ship into the depths of the sea. How could someone capable of slicing a large ship in half appear in the South China Sea? They didn't even see the true face of the person who unleashed the slash before they died. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away on a warship, Admiral Peach Rabbit confirmed with her observation hockey that her recent attack had successfully hit. She slowly sheathed her gleaming sword, the Kinpyra. They're really too weak. They can't even serve as a warm-up. By the way, this ship bears the Grella Pirate Group's insignia. If that's the case, the outcome of this battle in the South China Sea is basically clear. The victors are actually the Kid Pirates and the Devil Hand Pirates, these two newcomers. They've eliminated the overlords of the South China Sea, who have dominated for decades, in such a short time. Not long ago, these two pirate crews had just wiped out the three major forces in the South China Sea: the Black Group, the Steel Arm Pirate Group, and the Conqueror Kingdom. And now, even the Grella Pirate Group cannot escape. The talent of the new generation is truly outrageous. Peach Rabbit shook her head, feeling that she could no longer allow them to continue growing. Eustace Kidd, the captain of the Kid Pirates, is only 20 years old, and EricD, the captain of the Devil Hand Pirates, is even just 16. With such terrifying strength at such a young age, if they grow any further, they will undoubtedly become a force that could overturn the situation at sea, increase the sailing speed, and continue deeper. With Peach Rabbit's order, the warship accelerated, heading deeper into the Diamond Islands. If nothing unexpected occurs, the main combat forces of the Kid Pirates and the Devil Hand Pirates should be gathered on the large islands within. This time, Peach Rabbit, must eliminate these threats to the people, the Navy, and the world government. Something feels off. Lexington, who was resting and recovering after a meal on the ship, suddenly frowned and slowly sat up, holding his wound. Among everyone present, only he possessed observation hockey. At this moment, he had a bad premonition. What happened? Deputy Captain Lexington. Seeing Lexington wobbling as he stood up, Haas asked in confusion. I sense an extremely powerful aura coming from afar. Lexington's face was drenched in cold sweat as he limped quickly toward the deck. Bill, Shaq, and Kira, sensing something was wrong with Lexington, followed him outside. Meanwhile, on the deck, the two merman chefs, Aji and Haihua, were trembling as they looked through binoculars at the distant sea. A warship, Aji gasped. A terrible situation has occurred. The Navy has arrived at this time. What kind of warship is it? A rear admiral or a vice admiral? Haihua asked nervously. It's a vice admiral's ship. After confirming the type of warship, Aji's voice trembled. At that moment, Lexington and the others quickly reached the deck, and the mention of a vice admiral made their hearts sink. If both pirate crews were in perfect condition, They might have a chance against a vice admiral, but now their main combat strength was severely injured, and both captains were even unconscious. What is the name of the warship? Lexington asked pale-faced. It's GUN. The name June exploded in Lexington's mind like a clap of thunder, and he pressed his right hand against the ship's edge, breaking into a cold sweat. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit is one of the top sword masters in the Navy. She's not an ordinary vice admiral, but one whose strength can rival that of a Navy admiral, a candidate for admiral among vice admirals. It is a vice admiral that even if both pirate crews were at their peak, they would not be able to defeat. When he was at the Navy headquarters, he had witnessed Peach Rabbit in action. The shock and pressure she brought were not much less than that of the Navy's 3 admirals. She was a beautiful yet dangerous figure, capable of burying all pirates with her pink sword. This is trouble. Having once been an elite of the Navy headquarters, Lexington would not be as ignorant and fearless as many short-sighted pirates lacking observation. He clearly understood at this moment. If Peach Rabbit truly intended to take action, then both pirate crews would undoubtedly face annihilation. Chapter 157. The Awareness of Being a Pirate, Mr. Lexington. Looking at Lexington's pale complexion, Shaq had a bad premonition. The name Jianyuan was indeed familiar. Kira, who was nearby, also searched his memory for some information, but he didn't know much. So he turned to look at Lexington as well. The vice captain of the Devil's Hand Pirates was from the Navy, and he surely knew more about the various generals and officers of the Navy. This situation is very dire. I never expected the Navy to send warships here at this critical moment, and it's actually Rear Admiral Jianyuan. Perhaps the situation in the South Sea has become too intense recently, and after Jera defeated the previous fleet of ghost spiders that came here for inspection, a more powerful Rear Admiral like Peach Rabbit was sent to lead the mission. Now, they have just finished a fierce battle. They can neither fight on this island nor escape. What should we do? Is Jianyuan harder to deal with than other Rear Admirals? Kira also felt the severity of the situation and became increasingly serious, asking, "You know the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, right?" Lexington sighed and said, Jianyuan's Navy code name is Peach Rabbit, which completely matches the naming format of the 3 admirals. Among the dozens of Rear Admirals in the Navy, only she, T-Pig, and Black Horse have such a pattern in their code names. This means that Peach Rabbit is the first choice for promotion to Admiral in case of an unexpected event among the 3 admirals. She is the strongest among the active-duty, middle-aged Rear Admirals. Aside from exceptional cases like Hero Carp and Admiral Tsuru, she is the strongest Rear Admiral, not comparable to other Rear Admirals, and while there is some gap with the 3 admirals, it is by no means a chasm. Lexington's words made Shaq and Kira clench their fists involuntarily. A character as powerful as this is coming? There's no way around it. This is something we must face as pirates. Let us take this opportunity to see how far we are from the pinnacle of the sea. Saying this, Kira drew 2 curved knives he picked up from the battlefield. His Punisher and revolver had been damaged in the last battle and were not yet repaired, so he could only make do with other weapons for now. As pirates, everything is the enemy. In the face of inevitable war, no matter how powerful the enemy is, we can only confront them. Those who take a step back will be eliminated, and those who fail the challenge will also be eliminated. Only those who resist fiercely until the last moment, grasping the last ray of light in the darkness, can stand out from the crowd and become the new generation of unparalleled strong ones. For these fearless newcomers, the awareness of death and defeat has long been established. Mr. Shaq, you are not a wanted criminal. You don't have to come with us, Lexington said, drawing the axe from his back and addressing Shaq, who was also ready to join them. No, from today on, I'm a pirate. After hesitating for a moment, Bill Shaq resolutely stepped forward and suddenly said something shocking. You. Lexington looked at Bill Shaq in disbelief. I came here to join your Devil's Hand Pirates, Shaq said seriously. I just thought the timing wasn't right. So I didn't say it immediately, but now that we are in a critical situation, since I have the idea of joining your pirate crew, I cannot choose to stand by at this moment. It was already my mistake not to assist you during the battle with the Jera pirates. Regardless of whether you ultimately agree to my request aboard, at this moment, please allow me to fight alongside you. With that, Shaq raised his fist to Lexington. A natural-type fisherman powerhouse and a top chef, I really envy him. Kira shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the warship getting closer on the sea. But there is no time to say so much now. Let us act quickly. You tell Mr. Housey and the others in the cabin about the situation here and have them return to the island to check on the captains and others. After instructing his subordinates, Oki and Haihua, Shaq followed Lexington and Kira to the shore. Chef Shaq, Watching Shaq leave the Haiji Wei, Oki and Haihua exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and quickly ran back to the cabin. Not long after Lexington, Shaq, and Kira reached the shore, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit's warship arrived near the coast. A pink figure flashed through the air and instantly appeared in front of the three. Shave and moonwalk. It was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, like teleportation. Lexington, Shaq, and Kira were alarmed and immediately assumed a combat stance, breaking into a cold sweat. Peach Rabbit was beautiful and had a charming figure, although she exuded feminine allure, her nearly 3-meter height, coupled with the naval coat she wore and the shining sword Jinbira at her waist, brought them an overwhelming pressure. The other sailors on the warship also rushed down with weapons, completely surrounding the coastline. Major Lexington, long time no see. Peach Rabbit immediately recognized Lexington, who was standing in the middle holding the golden axe, and showed a slight smile as she slowly spoke. Although her tone was gentle, even having a hint of a delicate woman's seductive charm, Lexington and the others did not dare to let their guard down. Yes, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. It's been a while. Lexington forced a smile in response to Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit smiled and nodded slightly. The next second, the blade of Jinbira reflected the sunlight, blinding the three of them. Swish! A flash of blade light passed, and Lexington and the others only saw a flurry of peach blossoms before they could react. And they were all swept away, landing dozens of meters away. Lexington and Kira, already heavily injured, suffered further injuries from such a blow, spitting out blood wildly. Defeating the strongest overlord in the South Sea, quite capable. Peach Rabbit approached the three slowly, still wearing a charming smile. It was obvious she was holding the sword in reverse. The previous strike was delivered with the back of the blade, which was why she didn't kill them on the spot. This was just a greeting. The gap is actually this vast. They didn't even have time to defend before being casually knocked away. Kira looked at the woman before him in disbelief, tightening his grip on the curved knife. Even considering the factor of being heavily injured, the gap was enough to be despairing. But why did you defect from the Navy? Can you tell me? Peach Rabbit stood before Lexington, pointing the edge of Jinbira at the head of her former comrade, softly asking. That clear and melodious voice at this moment sounded like a death knell. However, at this moment, Lexington no longer felt much fear. Instead, he showed calmness on his face, his eyes firmly fixed on Peach Rabbit before him. The specific reason. I think the report from Lieutenant Tang Sand and the others about their experiences in the South Sea can explain it. In order to seek true justice. Chapter 158. The Justice of Pirates and the Navy. True justice? Can one find true justice by following pirates? Tao Tu said slowly. If true justice cannot be found in the Navy, then it is even less likely to be found among pirates. That is a delusion. So what is the reason? Because pirates have an advantage that the Navy does not have. Freedom, ungoverned. Lexington took a deep breath and smiled as he spoke. Pirates can nurture evil, and so can the Navy. I can claim that the Navy can eradicate evil, and so can pirates, and moreover, pirates can act entirely according to their own will and values. They can eliminate those areas that the Navy cannot govern. It sounds quite grand. After listening to Lexington's words, Tao Tu smiled slightly. But unfortunately, whether you are just pirate or an evil pirate, you are all targets for the Navy to capture. However, in consideration of our past camaraderie, I can give you one last chance. As she spoke, Tao Tu took the golden blade, Jinbiro, from Lexington's neck, stepped back a few paces, and glanced at Lexington, Kira, and Shaq, who were gradually standing up. When it comes to pirates, there is no sanctuary. Maintaining justice relies on strength. Major Lexington, if you can withstand my 3 strikes and not die, I will let you go today. Tao Tu raised the golden blade, Jinbiro. Hi. The sharp blade glimmered with cold light under the sunlight, and the Navy Vice Admiral Tao Tu exuded an incredibly powerful aura. Kira, Shaq, and Lexington all focused their eyes simultaneously. You all step back. She has targeted me. Lexington stepped forward and blocked Kira and Shaq. We're trying to come forward. It's okay. The 3 of you can come together. As long as you can block or evade my 3 strikes without anyone dying, consider it your good fortune. In the blink of an eye, the peach blossoms bloomed in the eyes of the 3. But this beautiful peach blossom symbolizes extreme danger. The first strike, a massive sword aura, carrying boundless momentum, surged towards Lexington and the other 3. Shaq gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and his hands began to transform into endless white waves, spreading out to form a huge, heavy salt crystal shield in front of him. However, even this incredibly hard salt shield could not stop this indomitable sword aura. Shaq roared as white salt surged wildly from his body, forming layer upon layer of shields. But no matter how many shields there were, they were easily shattered by Tao Tu's strike. However, the endless full-force defense slightly delayed the time it took for the slash to reach the three, giving them a little chance to evade. Boom! After breaking through the last salt shield, Tao Tu's slash exploded like peach blossoms, sending countless sword auras flying in all directions. Lexington, Kira, and Shaq exerted all their strength to avoid critical hits, but they were still left battered and bruised by this strike. The already severely injured Lexington and Kira were in even worse shape. Lexington clutched the wound on his chest, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. It was clear that Tao Tu had held back, probably using only about 30 to 40% of her strength. Otherwise, even if Shaq could survive, both he and Kira, the heavily injured, would undoubtedly die from that last attack. However, even so, could they withstand the remaining two strikes? Tao Tu did not give them much time to catch their breath. Jinbairo unleashed the second sword aura, once again slicing through the air. Altogether, Lexington and the others had no choice but to exert all their strength and charge forward together. Tao Tu's sword was too fast. There was no chance to evade. Lexington, Kira, and Shaq used all their might and every means to block this second strike. However, the strength of Navy Vice Admiral Tao Tu was simply not something they could easily withstand. The three barely survived the second strike at the cost of sustaining even more wounds. The sword aura continued flying backward, slicing a cliff next to the Dominator Island in half. Lexington fell heavily to the ground, bracing himself with the 10 Commandments to ensure he did not collapse. At this moment, he was surrounded by a pool of his own blood. Kira and Shaq, both in dire straits, were also left with only the last bit of willpower to hold their bodies up, with no strength left to resist. The third strike now, Tao Tu said as she performed a flourish with Jinbairo, the peach blossom shadow flickering in the air. The third strike was not a long-range sword aura. Tao Tu directly charged forward, raising her long knife high, transforming into a peach-colored whirlwind, attacking the three in front of her. This time, there was no chance of survival. Lexington closed his eyes, sighed, and awaited the arrival of fate. Boom! A deafening explosion rang in Lexington's ears. Immediately after, an incredibly powerful force propelled him backward uncontrollably, ultimately crashing heavily against the cliff. His wounds erupted with blood once again. But he was not dead. Opening his eyes, amidst the rolling, thick smoke, two figures stood tall. The equally battered kid and Reis had arrived on the battlefield just in the nick of time, using the little strength they had just regained to block the fatal blow for the three. But it was merely a matter of saving their lives. The five were directly sent flying by Tao Tu, the immense impact shaking their internal organs violently as they fell into the cliff behind them. Reis and Kid also gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground. Kid's mechanical arm had fallen apart due to the depletion of magnetic energy. Tao Tu looked at the two injured captains who had unexpectedly rushed over with surprise. Clearly, they were not any less injured than her crew and should have been in a state of severe unconsciousness. But they still came to their deaths? As a captain, how could they watch their crew die before their eyes? Reis forced a smile and said. However, inside, he was completely in turmoil. This is bad. I never expected such a situation to arise. Although he anticipated that the Navy might send people, he did not expect them to come so quickly and that it would be Vice Admiral Tao Tu. His brain was racing, but he could not come up with a way to break the deadlock. The gap in combat power was simply too great. Even if they were uninjured and full of energy, they would still be absolutely crushed, let alone now when they were all at the end of their ropes. Could it be that his pirate career really ends here? Indeed, commendable courage. Major Lexington, it seems that your captain is not too bad. Tao Tu nodded slightly in approval, then revealed a look of regret and raised Jinbairo once more. But unfortunately, the third strike was not blocked by those three, so your challenge has failed. Saying this, Tao Tu slowly approached the group. So, next, I will take you and the officers of the Grella Pirates to Impel Down. Chapter 159. The Savior Appears. Sorry, Colonel Peach Rabbit. With that, Peach Rabbit's delicate hand tightened around the famous sword Jean Piluo, and the powerful armed color hockey instantly wrapped around the blade, emanating a deadly aura. Reis, Kid, Lexington, Kira, and Shaq all felt the monstrous pressure radiating from Peach Rabbit at that moment. However, being heavily injured, they had no strength left to resist. Reis let out a heavy sigh. There was truly no way out this time. It seemed they could only be captured and impelled down. But it didn't seem to be a complete disaster. After all, a year later, Straw Hat Luffy would cause a ruckus and impel down to rescue his brother, and they could take advantage of the chaos to escape then. However, this would mean losing the chance to compete with the worst generation, which was a bit regrettable. It seemed that he and Kid's progress would be delayed significantly, and he wondered if they would still catch up with the transition of generations. Peach Rabbit swung her long sword, and two-blade chi formed into peach blossoms, enveloping the five. This strike would end the battle. At the last moment, Kid and Rice exerted their final strength, squeezing out a thin layer of armed color to resist. However, it was evident that this defense was ineffective. Just as the peach blossoms were about to hit Rice and Kid, an unexpected event occurred. Fire Fist. Accompanied by a powerful shout, a massive fist made entirely of flames rushed from outside the island, charging toward Peach Rabbit with great force. What? Peach Rabbit quickly noticed something was off with her strong observation haki, urgently retracting her sword and intercepting the terrifying flame fist with a gigantic sword chi shaped like a peach blossom. The peach blossom shattered the flames, and the aftermath of the fiery wave caused Peach Rabbit's cloak and hair to flutter. Although she wasn't harmed, her expression turned serious. Holding the now red-hot Jean Piluo tightly, Peach Rabbit slowly spoke the name of the newcomer. Fire Fist Ace. A burst of fire shot up into the sky as a figure made of blazing flames leaped from the ship to the shore, the sparks coalescing into the body of the user. A young man with black hair, freckles on his cheeks, a bright smile, wearing an orange cowboy hat, a red bead necklace around his neck, and with a muscular build, appeared before everyone. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. The sudden appearance of the Whitebeard crew member took Rice and the others, as well as Colonel Peach Rabbit, by surprise. That's Fire Fist Ace, a newcomer from the Whitebeard Pirates. How'd you end up here? The soldiers behind Peach Rabbit, who were planning to slack off, also gasped upon seeing Ace. Rice and Kid looked at Ace with disbelief, especially Rice, who could hardly believe his eyes. How'd Ace end up here? Was it just a coincidence? Fire Fist Ace, why are you here? Peach Rabbit focused her attention on Ace, pointing the tip of Jean Piluo at him as she questioned. Rice and the others posed no threat. She could handle them with ease. But this sudden appearance of Ace was a bit troublesome. If he were just an independent pirate, it would be fine. After all, Peach Rabbit had enough confidence to take Ace down as well. This was within her capabilities, considering Ace was just a newcomer, albeit a bit stronger than Rice and Kid, having set sail 2 years earlier. However, Ace was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and without permission from Superior, she didn't dare make a rash decision to confront a subordinate of one of the 4 emperors. To put it simply, Ace adjusted his hat, speaking somewhat carelessly. I haven't had much to do lately, so I came back to my hometown to take a look. I passed by this island and noticed a fierce battle, so I came to join the fun. Peach Rabbit. Rice. Kid. So casual? Having read the original story, Rice now understood Ace's reason for coming to the South Blue. Perhaps he was visiting his birthplace to pay respects to his mother. He was indeed quite lucky to encounter him at such a critical moment. If you're just here for fun, you can leave now, and I'll pretend I didn't see you, Peach Rabbit said, somewhat speechless as she lowered Jean Piluo. If possible, she also didn't want to fight Ace. It was said that this guy was the grandson of Old Man Garp, and from that perspective, she couldn't just carelessly take out the grandson of an old predecessor. She came here mainly to apprehend the Grella pirates, and, secondarily, to eliminate the Magic Hand pirates and Kid pirates. Ace was not within her mission scope, and no one would say anything if she overlooked him. Rice's expression darkened. It seemed this wouldn't work after all, although Ace was stronger than them. He still fell short compared to a powerhouse like Peach Rabbit. Just as Peach Rabbit was about to ignore Ace and continue dealing with Rice and Kid, Ace spoke up again. Those guys who were beaten badly are my juniors, the new pirate stars of the South Blue? Yes, the 2 strongest newcomers in the South Blue. They just defeated all the tyrants of the South Blue. Peach Rabbit gasped, forcing herself to continue explaining. She was getting a bit impatient. Why did this guy have so many questions? Couldn't he just leave quickly? Defeated all the tyrants of the South Blue? That sounds pretty impressive, Ace said thoughtfully, before finally clapping his hands and taking a combat stance. All right, in that case, I've made my decision. Peach Rabbit and Rice looked at Ace in confusion. I'll save those guys. Peach Rabbit looked at Ace with disbelief. What was this guy thinking? Why was he still considering saving them? Wasn't that courting death? For a moment, Ace's absurd actions gave Peach Rabbit a headache. Should she continue fighting, or should she really stop? If she fought, she would have to capture Ace too, which would be a big trouble. If she chose not to fight, she would let 2 immensely promising pirate crews go free, which was also a huge problem. She was truly in a dilemma. Just as Peach Rabbit was making her decision, another voice came from above. Major General Peach Rabbit, just capturing the crew members of the Grella Pirates should be enough to complete your mission, right? Peach Rabbit looked up abruptly, her expression becoming even more serious. A phoenix engulfed in blue flames circled in the air. It was Marco, the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Wasn't Ace supposed to be here alone? What was going on with this group? Did they have to come in a whole pack just for a family visit? It was one thing to come back for a family visit, but why do they all have to join on the fun? With Ace and Marco here, and possibly other commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates, things were getting a bit troublesome. Chapter 160, Awakening the Phoenix. Marco is undoubtedly one of the enemies that both pirates and the Navy least want to encounter at sea. The power of the Phoenix fruit is simply too overpowered, too annoying, yet enviable. No matter what kind of damage he suffers or what kind of attacks he endures, as long as Marco's stamina is not exhausted, he can be reborn from the blue flames and remain in peak condition at all times. Other strong opponents of the same level are basically no match for him and will definitely be worn down to death after several days and nights of intense fighting. Even stronger opponents have to expend considerable effort to push him to his limits in order to defeat him. Only a few powerful individuals can quickly resolve him with some special fruit abilities, but Peach Rabbit is clearly not among them. She is a pure swordsman, not a fruit user, and lacks the means to swiftly deal with the Phoenix. If Peach Rabbit wants to capture Marco, she would have to exhaust herself and waste a lot of time, which would not be worth it. Peach Rabbit, Marco, and Ace stood in a standoff. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto each other. Reis looked nervously at the battle situation in front of him. Now he could only place his hopes on Marco and Ace. She shouldn't resort to fighting them just for his sake, right? After a long while, Peach Rabbit sighed, sheathed her sword, and turned to the sailors behind her. What are you still doing? Go and lock up the surviving officers of the Grella Pirates and take them away. Upon receiving their superior's order, the sailors immediately sprang into action. This also represented that Peach Rabbit had ultimately made her decision not to fight Ace and Marco to the bitter end, choosing instead to let Reis and Kid go for now. Although her strength could deal with Marco and Ace, it would require a lot of effort, and she didn't know if Marco and the others had more captains nearby. So after weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately chose to back off. Seeing that Peach Rabbit had given up on fighting them, Marco immediately shifted back to his human form, and the flames on Ace gradually extinguished. Peach Rabbit and the others moved quickly, swiftly bringing the members of the Grella Pirates onto the warship before leaving the island. It seemed they didn't want to linger in this troublesome place too long, as Peach Rabbit worried that the longer they stayed, the more she would be tempted to draw her sword against those detestable pirates. Watching Peach Rabbit's warship depart, Reis finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the crisis was averted. It was truly not easy. After his tense nerves relaxed again, Reis fell into unconsciousness once more. It seemed he had reached his limit. These newcomers weren't too bad. Marco looked at Reis and the others lying haphazardly on the ground and said, they just happened to be on vacation in the South Sea and rescued some promising newcomers. Perhaps there would be a chance to recruit them into the Whitebeard Pirates. Thank you both for your help. The least injured among them, Shaq, stood up to express gratitude on behalf of the others who were too injured to get up. It's nothing, just a small effort. They're all quite seriously injured, aren't they? Let me take a look at them, Marco replied as blue flames erupted from his hands, walking towards Reis and the others. After giving everyone emergency treatment, Shaq, along with Beethoven, Dafu, House, and the members of the Kid Pirates, took the unconscious, heavily injured crew members back to Grella's castle. Reis, Kid, Lexington, Kira, and the others, aside from their serious injuries, were completely out of stamina. They had just fought a fierce battle with Grella and his top cadres, and then encountered Peach Rabbit, making it impossible for them to wake up in a short period of time. A week later, at the Ocean's Flavor Restaurant. Delicious, 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 delicious. Ace shouted happily, wildly devouring his 300th plate of spaghetti. Mr. Shaq, your cooking is simply amazing. Marco, who was nibbling on a pineapple, said to Shaq, who was bringing more food over. I can't believe there's a chef with such great culinary skills in the South Sea. Even better than Sachi on our ship. These days, he had fattened up Ace and Marco considerably. He had tried many times to invite Mr. Shaq onto his ship, but unfortunately, he was always refused. There was nothing that could be done. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates had a bit of a barrier when it came to recruiting crew members, which was that they had to be treated like sons upon joining. Not everyone can remain indifferent upon hearing they have to be someone else's son. Mr. Shaq, thank you for the hospitality. After clearing the table of food like a whirlwind, Ace contentedly let out a burp and bowed to Shaq. He then turned to House, Beethoven, Dafu, and the other awake members of the Kid Pirates and the Magic Hand Pirates. You all are excellent guys. It's It's been a pleasure spending time with you these days. But we have to go now. In a few days, your captains will wake up, and the South Sea shouldn't encounter more enemies for the time being. Marco spoke up. We've been out for too long. We need to hurry to visit Ace's hometown and the Moby Dick. Dad has called us several times to hurry us up. It's a shame we couldn't meet your captain, but hopefully there will be another chance next time. As he spoke, Marco revealed a sly smile. Maybe the next time we meet will be when you challenge the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, we won't hold back. Captain Pig expresses heartfelt thanks to both of you. Humph. Beethoven took off his top hat and bowed elegantly to Ace and Marco. After bidding farewell to Marco and Ace, the two hurriedly boarded the small boat that had brought them here and quickly sailed away into the distance. House and the others watched their saviors leave from the shore, feeling deeply moved. That was indeed a close call. If it weren't for Mr. Ace and Mr. Marco coming to their rescue, they would have really been caught by the Navy. But fortunately, they escaped disaster. However, both of them are fruit users. Dafu muttered to herself. The natural type flame fruit and the zoan type bird fruit, mythical species phoenix form, are all top-tier devil fruits on the sea. If the captain could copy their abilities, his strength would surely increase significantly, and future voyages and battles would become much easier. It's a pity that the captain was in a state of unconsciousness the entire time these two were present, and he completely missed the opportunity. He would probably feel very regretful when he wakes up. Not long after Ace and Marco left, in the hospital room of Grella's castle, Reis slowly opened his eyes. After being unconscious for a whole week, his stamina had finally recovered, and his consciousness had awakened. Reis struggled to stand up and looked around. The entire crew of the Magic Hand Pirates, along with the fishmen who had helped him earlier, were gathered in the hospital room, seemingly waiting for him to wake up. Brother. Annie immediately rushed into Reis's arms with red eyes. After years of not seeing each other, the siblings were meeting for the first time in a state of awakening, making both of them extremely excited. Soothing his sister's excited emotions, Reis smiled brightly. Everything has finally come to an end. The life of revenge is over from now on. It's the real adventure journey. Chapter 161. The taste of a sea after a week of unconsciousness and just undergoing a fierce battle. Reis and Kid were starving. They had long been led by Bill Shack to the restaurant The Taste of the Sea. Head chef Bill Shack immediately got busy with his talented fisherman chefs. Soon, plates of delicious dishes were served on the table. Without much hesitation, the nearly starving Reis and Kid began to wolf down the food. Oh my, are there really so many big eaters lately? The fisherman chefs were dumbfounded watching the speed at which food disappeared from the two tables, each one gasping in amazement. As top chefs, they considered themselves well exposed, having hosted customers from the giant race before. However, the freckled young man, Miss Duffy from the Magic Hand Pirates, Mr. Lexington, who woke up 3 days ago, and Mr. Killer, along with Reis and Kid, who were now eating like starving wolves, were continuously refreshing their perception of appetite. No wonder Mr. Shack had been asking them to procure so many ingredients these days, if they hadn't prepared in advance. They really wouldn't have been able to satisfy the needs of these two. At this moment, the Taste of the Sea was divided into two battlefields, with Reis and Kid sitting at the far left and right tables, respectively, frantically devouring cabbage rolls and braised beef with radishes. During the previous battle, Reis had extensively used the ability of the Bonnie fruit, which greatly drained his stamina, so seeing food now was like seeing red. While eating, Reis was deep in thought. The battle had just ended, and so much had happened that he had a lot to handle as a captain. First was the fact that Ace and Marco had saved them. They left too quickly for him to even thank them, and he perfectly missed the opportunity to replicate the Mara fruit and the Tori fruit. He already had a rough plan for the fruits he hoped to own in the future, and both the Mara fruit and the Tori fruit were among the abilities he very much wished to possess. It seemed he needed to find a way to participate in the upcoming Marineford War. Ace left too quickly, and he didn't have the chance to remind him about Blackbeard. The Marineford War was likely still going to happen, and if he originally didn't have a strong desire to participate in this major event, that was no longer the case. On one hand, Ace saved him, and he wanted to help Ace as much as possible in the Marineford War so he could survive. On the other hand, he could encounter many top-tier devil fruits on the battlefield. For someone like him, who had the ability of the copy fruit, acquiring those fruits he intended to use long-term as early as possible would greatly benefit his growth. However, Reis also didn't intend to just collect any powerful fruits he encountered. He didn't have the energy to develop too many fruits, and not all fruits were suitable for him. Moreover, even if Reis's physical strength reached the level of the 4 emperors, it was estimated he couldn't store more than 10 fruits. Too much is as bad as too little. Having many abilities wasn't necessarily good. The key was being able to fully utilize them, and different abilities could complement each other. Among the ability users who would participate in the Marineford War, some had already caught Reis's attention. Even just for their abilities, Reis had to make a trip, as such an opportunity with so many strong individuals was rare. Thinking of the Marineford War, Reis was no longer so regretful about not copying Ace and Marco's abilities right now. Gaining powers too late was not good, but gaining overly strong powers too early was also not ideal. With the Maramara fruit, Coal fruit, and Tori Tori fruit, he could basically walk sideways in paradise. But now that he was used to the feeling of crushing everything, if he didn't have a chance to properly hone his fundamentals, he would suffer in the new world. Living easily and happily in paradise meant more suffering in the new world. Suffering in the latter half of the Grand Line was completely different from undergoing trials in the first half. Hawkins and Caribou were two examples of individuals who dominated in paradise due to their abilities, only to be eliminated in the new world. Not having gained powerful strength now might not be a bad thing. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to gain truly powerful strength during the Marineford War. While eating, Bill Shack personally brought the last large bowl of braised beef with radishes to Reis. Based on his estimates, Reis would be just full after finishing this. "Mr. Reis, our restaurant's dishes taste pretty good, right?" Shack smiled as he spoke. "Indeed, it's worthy of the taste of the sea. I've never had such delicious beef soup before. Reis generously praised." He had heard Lexington mention Bill Shack, the best chef in the South Sea, before. He had even seen the dreamlike salt made by him at the auction on Whip Island. Shack was also a very powerful fisherman with natural abilities. Known as the Salted Blade, a strong figure in the South Sea, Lexington spoke highly of his character as well. If only he could become the chef on his ship. After hesitating for a moment, Reis decided to express his thoughts. "Mr. Shack, would you be interested in joining my ship?" "Mr. Reis, can I join your pirate crew?" Both Reis and Shack spoke at the same time. "Reis, Shack." After a brief silence, Reis showed an expression of surprise, looking incredulously at Shack, who was equally astonished. Just now, he thought he would surely be rejected. How did the other party propose to join? Ahem. So, it seems Captain Reis should agree to my coming aboard. Shack awkwardly coughed twice. He hadn't expected to have simultaneously made the request to board and invite to board. But this was better. It seemed he hadn't made the wrong choice in joining the Magic Hand Pirates. "However, Captain Reis, before I board, there's one thing I need to do." Saying this, Shack took a small notebook from his pocket and placed it in front of Reis. It was densely filled with names, addresses, and numbers. "To board Mr. Reis's ship and leave the South Sea. I can't continue running the Taste of the Sea, but over the years, there are many customer reservations I haven't fulfilled. Before leaving the South Sea, I must travel around to honor these old commitments. However, I promise that after fulfilling these commitments, I will definitely head to the Grand Line to meet with the captain and become the chef of the Magic Hand Pirates." As he spoke, Bill Shack knelt on one knee and solemnly addressed Reis. Bill Shack, believe that in the Magic Hand Pirates, I can fulfill my dream as a chef that I've pursued for decades. That is to gather the most delicious seasonings from around the world and concoct the most delicious, most dreamlike, and legendary god-level seasoning that is truly known as the Taste of the Sea. Chapter 162, The Will of the Departed Legendary God-Level Seasoning. The Taste of the Sea. Is this the origin of the restaurant's name? After hearing Shack's words, Reis was slightly astonished. There really is such a thing, something he had never heard of before, but it seemed quite impressive. And since it is a legendary seasoning, something that top chefs like Bill Shack dream of, it must taste exquisite, right? Thinking of this, Reis smiled and nodded, saying, "No problem. If you come on my ship, I will definitely help you fulfill this dream." Shack immediately burst into hearty laughter. "I can't thank you enough." Soon, Reis and Kid finished their meal, letting out a satisfied sigh. The fisherman chefs began to clean up the mountain of dishes, some with furrowed brows. It was incredible that such a large workload was required for just 2 guests. "Bill Shack, thank you for your hospitality," Kid said, patting his belly as he stood up, walking in front of Reis, locking eyes with him, while Reis also lifted his head to face him. Major officers like Kira, and Vey follow behind. The South Sea Overlord has been eliminated, and the Alliance has been dissolved. After we leave this island, if we meet again on the Grand Line, it will be a battle to the death. You better live for a while longer. Don't just die like garbage and embarrass me." Upon hearing Kid's words, Reis smiled. "Oomph. I want to say the same to you. Compare to me, you're the one who is more easily taken down by garbage, right? If I don't see you on the Sabati archipelago, I will definitely mock you." After trading banter with Reis for a while, Kid cursed and bid farewell to the crew of the Magic Hand Pirates and the taste of the sea restaurant, heading to Overlord Island to organize supplies and prepare to set sail. As for the treasure collected by Grella, it had already been divided among the crew of the 2 pirate crews. After Kid's crew left, Reis gathered with the crew of the Magic Hand Pirates. Lexington and Shaq sat on Reis's right, his sister Annie on the left, and Dafu, Beethoven, and Howe sat opposite Reis. Reis looked at the 6 crew members before him with great satisfaction. With a vice captain, navigator, sniper, musician, swordsman, shipbuilder, chef, and helmsman, all the essential positions of a pirate crew were filled, and each member was outstanding in their respective fields, truly an elite pirate crew. It felt great to have gained both a chef and a shipbuilder in one go, just what he needed right now. Moreover, both Annie and Shaq were very strong, further enhancing the combat power of the Magic Hand Pirates. Unfortunately, Shaq had some matters to attend to before officially boarding the ship, and would take some time before they could travel together. During this time, they would still have to rely on canned food and dry rations, but at least the days of having proper meals were not far off. "Captain, what are your plans next?" Lexington asked. "There are many things to do." Reis sighed, glancing at his sister Annie beside him. "In the battle against Grella's pirate crew, those boys, like Annie, who were forced to join Grella's crew, helped us a lot. If it weren't for them and the other copper and iron cadre members who perished together, we would have wasted energy fighting these low-level cadres. So before we leave here, we must hold a funeral for them. Also," Reis smiled slightly, "after dealing with Grella, Annie and I's revenge journey will come to an end. Once we leave the South Sea, we will truly enjoy our adventures. The Blood Avenger can no longer be used. We need to build a new ship. A ship that can carry us through the storms of the Grand Line and conquer it. Then, we will sail on this ship and officially enter the Grand Line." After discussing the upcoming arrangements, everyone busied themselves. Dafu, in-house, went to the battlefields on the islands of the Diamond Islands, bringing back the remains and memorabilia found by Paul and the other 12 orphan warriors to Overlord Island. Annie erected tombstones for those warriors who had fought alongside her against Grella for years at the center of the island. After completing the work, Reis stood with Annie in front of the tombstones, gazing at the names engraved on them. "Annie, your brothers were true warriors of the sea." Reis couldn't help but exclaim. To take revenge on Grella, to bring down the culprit who caused chaos in the South Sea, these 12 sacrificed their lives to create greater opportunities for him and Kid. If possible, he really wanted to meet these people and express his gratitude. Annie looked at the familiar names on the tombstones, the familiar faces, and couldn't help but shed tears. If only everyone had survived. However, unexpectedly, she, who should have been the first to fight Grella, ended up being the last one alive, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed. "Don't be sad, Annie, it was their choice." Reis gently comforted his sister, and each of them hoped you would carry on and live for them. Among Paul and the others' belongings, they found a letter. It was a joint letter from Paul and the other 12, addressed to their sister, EricD. Annie. It expressed their heartfelt gratitude for Annie's care over the years and their determination to face death without fear. They hoped that as the only one among the 13 orphans who still had a brother alive and was the most talented, Annie could live happily with their will. Remembering the moments spent with Paul and the others, Annie cried while smiling. Her mechanically modified right hand quietly clenched. She would definitely carry on the will of Paul and the others and live freely. The Magic Hand Pirates stayed on Overlord Island for another week, guarding the graves of Paul and the other 12 while bidding farewell to their first pirate ship, the Blood Avenger, which was stained with blood and filled with the fury of revenge. As Reis and Annie's hatred faded, the ship sank into the sea. Just as everyone was organizing materials and tools to build a new ship, settling supplies, and planning to leave the Diamond Islands on Grella's ship for Sukuyuming Island, they were once again greeted by an uninvited guest. Chapter 163, Unexpected Guest. Reis felt quite surprised by the guests visiting the Diamond Islands this time. This was already the 3rd fur tribe member he had encountered in the South China Sea, and they all came from different factions. He didn't know why he had such a connection with these furry beings. Moreover, the guest who arrived at the Diamond Islands this time, like Marco Ace and Peach Rabbit from last week, could be considered a prominent figure in this world. He was Lindbergh, a Revolutionary Army commander, a South Army general, and a fur tribe powerhouse with a bounty of 316 million berries. "So, you revolutionaries plan to take over the residents of the islands, right? I heard you also visited the Conqueror Kingdom before," Reis said to Lindbergh, who was sitting across from him in the hall of the Grella Palace on the Dominant Island. Indeed, this was one of the headaches for them. After the departure of the Magic Hand Pirates, although the residents of the Diamond Islands were liberated from Grella, they also lost their powerful protection and were easily bullied by other pirates. Annie was also very troubled by this matter. If Paul and the others had survived, They could have been made external members of the Magic Hand Pirates, like PAL stationed in the Conqueror Kingdom, to guard the Diamond Islands, but unfortunately, they were all dead. Now that the Revolutionary Army was coming to take over here, it wasn't a bad solution. That's right, I have met the new king there, Pal Roya, and we discussed the Revolutionary Army assisting in guarding the kingdom. Lindbergh said, taking a sip of tea. He's one of your subordinates, right? He seems like a good person. Our Revolutionary Army even specially taught him some combat skills. It was precisely because he had met Pal that Lindbergh had a good impression of the Magic Hand Pirates, which was why he came to the Diamond Islands to meet Reis. In that case, thank you very much. Just as long as you don't poach my partners. Reis said with a smile. Don't worry about that. We won't force anyone, Lindbergh replied. By the way, the weapons here in Grella are very advanced. I'm quite interested in them. The two continued to chat for a long time. As Reis communicated with Lindbergh, he was also thinking about Ace and Sabo's situation. At this stage, Sabo should still be in a state of amnesia. If he could find a way to help him recover his memory, the Revolutionary Army might allocate troops to intervene in the Marineford War, which would make it much easier for him to rescue Ace in the future. However, the problem was that he couldn't naturally bring up these matters, as it would raise suspicions about why he knew such unrelated things. If only he had communicated with Ace a few days ago, it would have been much easier to shift the topic to the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Sabo. Ace might discover the issue, but unfortunately, he didn't have that opportunity. Moreover, he was quite puzzled. As a prominent figure under a powerful faction, how could the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates know nothing about the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army? If he just looked at Sabo's bounty poster, he would have known quite a bit. It could only be said that Ace, like his brother Luffy, probably never read the newspaper, so these two fools missed out on information about their brother. In the end, Reis asked Lindbergh for the Revolutionary Army's contact information. There was no other way. When they entered the Grand Line and encountered Luffy or Ace, he could tell them about Sabo, awaken their memories, and then have them contact the Revolutionary Army. These matters could be discussed later. After handing over the affairs of the Diamond Islands to Lindbergh, the Magic Hand Pirates officially set sail. They temporarily took a small boat from the Grella Pirates and headed towards Tsukuyomi Island. Meanwhile, Bill Shark took the Dahaijiwei ship, temporarily parting ways with them to complete previous orders in various parts of the South China Sea, promising to meet again in the Grand Line. On the deck of the ship, Annie spread out several design blueprints for pirate ships, and a group of people gathered around to examine and choose from them. Over the years, Annie had designed many different types of pirate ships during her idle time, but she had never turned them into physical objects. Now that the Magic Hand Pirates needed them, she brought them out to look at. Brother, you've been looking for a long time. What type of ship do you want? Annie said helplessly to Reis, who was jumping from one blueprint to another for almost 2 hours. Do you have a choice disorder or something? At this moment, Reis's signature silver eyebrows were completely furrowed together. This one is too plain, it lacks flair. A ship that's all gold is too ostentatious and luxurious. It would attract too much attention, which isn't appropriate. This one with the demon ship's head looks too fierce. I want something friendlier. This type wrapped in chains looks very unfree. What kind of ship is good? Sigh Reis, if you really can't decide, just randomly pick one. Lexington, who was sitting nearby watching Reis flip through the blueprints for 2 hours, said with a yawn. Yeah, there's no need to take so long to choose, right? Haas scratched his head in frustration. This can't be done carelessly. This is likely going to be the ship that follows us to conquer the Grand Line, Reis said seriously, continuing to flip through the blueprints that were almost torn apart by him. What if I end up building a strange ship and get laughed at by others when we reach the Grand Line? Then, brother, what exactly do you want? At least give a standard. Annie said helplessly. Standard? Reis put down the blueprints and raised his head to think. Not too luxurious and not too low-key. It should be a ship full of freedom and adventurous spirit. Something that looks very comfortable. Upon hearing Reis's words, Annie's expression shifted slightly as she propped her chin and began to ponder. I see. No wonder I've been looking through the blueprints I've designed over the years and couldn't find a suitable one. During the years, I was a captive of Grella. In such a highly oppressive environment, my inner self was inevitably affected. There are almost no elements of freedom, adventure, dreams, or relaxation. Hatred, sorrow, anger, despair, and oppression were the dominant emotions, and occasionally I would be influenced by the bloody, violent, money, and beauty-worshipping style of the Grella Pirates. So it was naturally impossible to design the kind of ship Reis wanted. However, for the now liberated and changed self, such a ship should be able to be designed. I understand. Annie smiled, reached down to gather the blueprints on the ground, and turned to head to the drawing room. I will design the most suitable pirate ship for the Magic Hand Pirates according to your requirements. Brother. Chapter 164. Silver Adventurer a few days later. The members of the Magic Hand Pirates once again arrived at the Suku Yuming Island, the coastline where the Iron Hammer was located. At the same time, Annie, who had been in seclusion in the drawing room for a long time, finally emerged, a satisfied smile on her face. "Brother, how about this?" Annie said as she handed the blueprint in her hand to Reis. Looking at the pirate ship designed by Annie, Reis also smiled slightly. This time, there was no mistake. This was the type of pirate ship he wanted. Soon, the group that landed on the island encountered the silver rabbits that had once made them feel helpless. However, this time, these silver rabbits did not attack them as before. It was clear that these creatures had recognized the Magic Hand Pirates and understood that Captain Reis was a warrior who had passed the test. The island's guardian, Ribbit, quickly arrived at the coastline. "You finally made it. Have you defeated the Overlord of the South Sea?" Ribbit said excitedly, perking up his ears. Although he knew Reis and the others would return, he didn't expect it to be so soon. But that was fine. His guardian mission could finally come to an end, and he could finally take the rabbits back to Zoe. After all, he had been away from home for many years and missed it somewhat. Soon, the construction plan for the new ship began on Suku Yuming Island, previously at the Diamond Islands. They had taken away a large amount of complete tools and various materials necessary for shipbuilding. As a pirate crew adept in mechanics, modification, and shipbuilding, their reserves in this regard were absolutely sufficient. Additionally, with the high-quality shipbuilding materials from the Iron Hammer, Annie was confident that she could build a pirate ship that was sturdier and more high-performing than any other. The rabbits on Suku Yuming Island were also very interested in the shipbuilding work, eagerly rushing to help. With these powerful silver rabbits lending their strength, the shipbuilding process went very smoothly. However, Reis and the others were driven away by Annie for being clumsy, heading to the cave on Moon Reading Mountain to drink tea with Ribbit. "I can't wait to see what the ship looks like once it's completed," Reis said, munching on a carrot. Although they said they were drinking tea, there was no tea on the island, only carrots. It felt quite strange for a group of people to gather around munching on carrots. Even in the renowned South Sea, Annie is among the top shipwrights. Lexington also took a bite of carrot and said, "Although the construction speed will be a bit slower without other shipwrights' help, good work takes time. I believe we can get a pirate ship that satisfies us." During Annie's shipbuilding period, Reis, having nothing to do, continued to exercise his body in the open space at the back of the mountain to prepare for the challenges of the Grand Line. He couldn't afford to relax his fighting power. Although he wanted to embark on a free adventure after avenging Gryra, he couldn't be at ease without strong power as a guarantee. Once he reached the peak of his strength, he would be able to act recklessly. After the 3 fierce battles with Black, King William, and Gryra, his strength had improved dramatically. Indeed, the potential of his body was extremely great. Compared to when he first started, his body had become more robust, filled with a lot of muscle and tremendous power. His basic functions had reached a monstrous level. Even in unarmed combat, combined with the use of the 3-color hockey, Reis now had the confidence to fight against Black and King William. Additionally, after interacting with several ability users, Reis, as a copy person, had already obtained 4 powerful DevilFruit abilities: the Logia-type Coal Fruit, the Paramecia-type Vibration Fruit, the Magnet Fruit, and the Age Fruit. Among them, Reis planned to keep the Coal Fruit, while the other 3 might be replaced by new, stronger, or more suitable abilities in the future. Although the Vibration Fruit was not weak as an output-type fruit, it was ultimately not world-class. The Magnet Fruit was powerful, but he had no understanding of electromagnetism and mechanics, and could not fully utilize its power. During the previous battle with Gryra, he relied on Kid to precisely control the magnetism. In terms of weapons, Reis had currently obtained 3 great works: the 21 works, Amaterasu, Moon Reading, and Kagaweas. Reis couldn't help but complain that he didn't consider himself a swordsman. Yet he managed to collect 3 21 works at once. Even Zoro, who practiced 3-sword style, had only obtained 2 21 works up to the latest chapter of the manga. Among these 3 weapons, Reis could not use Kagaweas for the time being, so it had been left on the ship. But Reis believed that there would definitely be a chance for this famous sword to shine in the future. "All right, keep it up." After making a firm resolution, Reis took a deep breath and continued doing push-ups while carrying a large stone with his bare upper body. About a month later, in the dead of night, the new pirate ship of the Magic Hand Pirates was finally completed. Reis and the others, who had been kept in suspense for so long, eagerly gathered at the coastline where the new ship was docked. On either side of the massive object covered by a curtain, the silver rabbits stood in a row, excitedly holding hands and hopping around, clearly very satisfied with their labors. Annie stood at the front of the ship, looking proudly at Reis. She was very pleased with the masterpiece she had created over the past month. "Brother, please unveil the curtain." Reis smiled and nodded, walking to the front of the ship covered by the curtain, reaching out to pull it down. Behind him, Lexington, Beethoven, Hosh, and Dafu, as well as Ribbit, who was also very interested in the new ship of the Magic Hand Pirates, held their breaths, staring intently at the ship, afraid of missing anything. With a whoosh, the curtain was pulled down by Reis. The gasps of the crowd instantly enveloped the silent night sky. Under the bright moonlight, a silver-hulled, double-masted sailboat, elegant in its simplicity and flowing in lines, appeared before everyone. The silver-hued hull almost blended with the moonlight and the sea, exuding a mysterious feeling that seemed to purify the soul. The shape of the ship's bow resembled a silver dolphin swimming on a sea of silver waves, showcasing a dynamic beauty filled with freedom and adventure. The pristine white sails appeared incredibly pure, and the future helmsman of this ship would be Dafu, known as the White Sail. This ship was named the Silver Adventurer. It perfectly fulfilled Reis's requirements for a ship that was neither extravagant nor plain, filled with a sense of freedom and adventurous spirit, capable of healing the soul. It's so beautiful. Despite having seen the blueprint before, Reis couldn't help but exclaim in awe upon seeing the real thing, which was dozens of times more shocking than the blueprint, revealing his uncontainable joy. This was the ship that would carry the dreams of the Magic Hand Pirates to conquer the Grand Line. The Silver Adventurer. Chapter 165. Set sail. After the amazement, Reis and the others excitedly boarded the Silver Adventurer under Annie's lead. This ship looked much more comfortable than the previous Blood Avenger. Reis looked at the various brand-new facilities on board and the more spacious deck, and couldn't help but exclaim. The previous Blood Avenger had been battered and scarred so many times that there was a risk of planks breaking while sailing, and because of these issues, he had been mocked by Kid. With this ship, he felt a lot more confident. Don't worry, this ship is absolutely sturdy, and it's equipped with a steam engine that can boost power, allowing us to burn coal to increase speed when necessary, Annie confidently introduced. She had also utilized the steam power system brought from Energy Island by Daphne on this ship. Reis decided to keep the coal fruit, so they could always replenish the coal resources needed for the steam engine. The steam power could also provide ample energy for the ship's weapon systems, allowing the water pressure cannon at the bow to unleash formidable power. Considering the various drawbacks of cannonballs, which could be countered by many ability users, Annie ultimately chose to use seawater directly as the weapon for the Silver Adventurer. This was a truly inexhaustible weapon that could counter all ability users. By rapidly compressing seawater and then explosively ejecting it at high speed, it could exert power comparable to cannonballs. To enhance the attack power of the water pressure, she had previously consulted with the fishmen at the seafood restaurant. Daphne, from now on, you won't have to worry even if you face powerful enemies while piloting this ship, Annie said with a smile as she turned to Daphne. I've installed the control panel for the weapon system of the Silver Adventurer, including the launch button for the high-pressure water cannon set to the maximum power at the dolphin's mouth, near your steering wheel, so you can attack enemies while steering the ship. You don't need to worry about the ship's sturdiness either. Even if we collide with the enemy, it will definitely be their ship that breaks. There are many sea stone pieces that the gorillas collected from various places on Dominator Island, and I've installed them all on this ship. Not only does it make the ship sturdier, but it can also defend against sea beast attacks. Daphne's face immediately lit up with excitement, as she quickly ran to the control panel to check it out. Although she didn't have much combat talent herself, if she had an excellent ship as a weapon, she could also exert strong combat power. The previous Blood Avenger was too damaged, so she had struggled a lot against some small fry. Using the Victoria Punk against the enemy fleet on Diamond Island was much more comfortable. Now, with the Silver Adventurer, she could also exert powerful maritime combat power in fierce battles. Soon, Annie took everyone to tour the facilities on the ship. The lookout tower where Lexington stayed also served as his and Haas's sniper tower, leading directly to the measurement room below, which was Haas's room as a navigator, allowing him to directly go up to the lookout to fight in case of emergencies. At the same time, the temporarily useless golden sword of William, Joyous, was also inserted here. Next to the measurement room, there was a library filled with numerous books purchased from Whip Island, most of which had not been read, as well as Annie's own mechanical room, which contained all kinds of surplus technology and parts obtained from Energy Island, Dominator Island, and the Steel Hammer, for future enhancements of the ship as needed. Reis's captain's cabin also served as a gym, absolutely sturdy, so there would be no worries about Reis and Lexington capsizing the ship while messing around. Besides these rooms, as well as the power room for controlling the steam engine, the tea and music relaxation area belonging to Beethoven, and the dormitory for everyone, there were several rooms temporarily vacant. In the future, When Shaq boards the ship and they recruit new ship doctors and other members, these rooms would be converted into a kitchen, medical room, etc. After touring the entire ship, everyone returned to the deck, their faces beaming with excitement. With this excellent new ship, they were even more looking forward to the upcoming thrilling adventures at sea and felt more confident. After moving all the supplies to the new ship and leaving the gorilla ship and some food treasures for Ribbit as fare for returning to Zoe, the Magic Hand Pirates prepared to set sail, officially heading for the Grand Line. EricD, Reis, wearing a new captain's coat, holding the Amaterasu in one hand and with Tsukimi at his waist, strode confidently to the bow, leaping forward onto the silver dolphin. Bro, no, you can't go there. Before Annie could remind him, Reis, landing on the dolphin's head, felt his legs go weak and fell into the sea. Annie, that dolphin has sea stone. Cough, cough. The show-off attempt of Reis, who ended up looking foolish, was quickly salvaged by Lexington from the water. At the same time, Annie also made some adjustments to the dolphin that Reis had tried to show off on, ensuring that the sea stone wouldn't affect ability users standing on it. Pretending nothing had happened, Reis once again stood tall on the silver dolphin. Flame gun Amaterasu, pointing towards the shimmering sea ahead. Brothers, set sail to the Grand Line. The crew below was left speechless. Every few days, he had to come out and show off, only to mess it up each time, either pointing in the wrong direction or stepping on sea stone and falling into the water. What was the point of that? Daphne sighed helplessly at her boastful captain and walked to the control panel. The white sails were raised, and the Magic Hand Pirates emblem proudly fluttered in the wind. The Silver Adventure was embarking on its first voyage. To match the atmosphere of this silver sailing ship, Reis specially chose to set sail at night under the bright moon. Departing from a silver island of Sukuming Island, under the silver moonlight, the silver ship sailing on the silver sea exuded a dreamy and romantic feeling. Reis's silver brows were raised high, and a look of anticipation spread across his face. Finally, they were heading to the long-awaited Grand Line to let Magic Hand EricD. Reis personally experienced the romantic colors of the pirate world, to help Steel Finger Lieutenant Lexington Justice find true justice, to allow Salty Blade Bill Shack to concoct the legendary taste of the sea with spices from around the world, to enable pilot Arrow Light Haas to travel the world, complete his sailing diary, and find a way to wake his sister, to let the gentle pig Beethoven hold a world concert, to ensure that the God Hand EricD. Annie lives happily with the will of her partners, to allow the white sail Daphne to achieve world peace. The Silver Adventurer officially set sail with the Magic Hand Pirates. Chapter 166 New Bounty Notice on the deck of the Silver Adventurer. Everyone gathered together for an outdoor meal, basking in the sun while enjoying their food, which had its own unique charm. With the seasonings and recipes left by Shaq, along with the captain's sister cooking, they no longer had to live on dry rations, canned food, and devilish cuisine. As Housey ate the steaming food that Annie brought, he couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Although they had gotten used to the exquisite tastes of the sea recently, it was evident that Annie's cooking was far inferior to Shaq's, but it was already a world apart from what they had before. Annie may not be a professional chef, but she had basic cooking skills, and with the legendary seasonings left by Shaq, she finally managed to prepare normal food. Their Magic Hand Pirate crew finally had the long-awaited cook. Even though the cook hadn't officially boarded yet, it was still a cause for celebration. Next, the only crew member they still needed was a ship's doctor, said Lexington as he cut into the steak on his plate. Although the steak was a bit overcooked, the flavor of Shaq's black pepper salt was truly unique and addictive. Top chefs focus on different aspects, and Shaq excelled at seasoning, which is why even terrible food could be transformed into a delicious dish by him. This time, you guys sustained serious injuries, but it was Marco who helped treat you. He truly lives up to the legendary status of the ship's doctor in the Four Emperors pirate crew. His medical skills are remarkable. Without him, you and T have recovered so quickly and well. Because they hadn't exhausted their energy and it was mealtime, Dafu, who had canceled breakfast, continued to steer the ship while speaking. However, a skilled doctor wouldn't always appear when you were seriously injured. So it was essential to find a highly skilled ship's doctor as soon as possible. After hearing Dafu and Lexington's words, Reis nodded slightly. They were right. The ship's doctor was indeed a very important position. However, so far, all his partners were absolute elites in their fields. So the final ship's doctor couldn't just be any mediocre doctor. The Grand Line surely had capable doctors. He believed he would eventually meet a ship's doctor that matched the Magic Hand Pirate crew with the ship's doctor they needed to recruit in the future. The main crew of the Magic Hand Pirate crew would consist of 8 members. This number was indeed too small, Even if they aimed for an elite route, they still needed to ensure the pirate crew had sufficient combat strength. Therefore, Reis decided that they would have to rely on fate and find some other crew members to strengthen the Magic Hand pirate crew. However, those were matters for the future, not something they needed to consider now. While everyone was eating and chatting, a newsbird carrying a newspaper flew past the ship. Dafu immediately called it down, took out some money, and bought a copy of the newspaper, casually flipping through it. However, she was soon captivated by the headline news and the numerous bounty notices enclosed in the newspaper. The new bounty notices have finally come out? It took such a long time this time. Previously, every time a new newspaper came out, Reis and the others would scramble to see if there was a new bounty notice for them. But unfortunately, there had been no news for so many days. Even the news of Reis and Kid teaming up to defeat Grella had not been reported in the newspapers, as if the event had never happened. They had lost patience with reading the newspaper every day. But unexpectedly, news about them came so suddenly. Big shock. The South Sea situation is in turmoil. The captain of the Magic Hand pirate crew, Magic Hand Reis, has teamed up with Kid from the Kid pirate crew to defeat the longtime tyrant of the South Sea, Nemorsis Grella. Is there a connection between the rising pirate stars and the Whitebeard pirate crew? Real intelligence brought by Navy Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. The content recorded in the newspaper was extremely exaggerated, with Reis and Kid's arrogant faces illustrated prominently, turning them into the absolute main characters. This made Reis unable to help but complain about Morgan's, the unscrupulous reporter, for making him look so ugly and disheveled, and placing it in the most eye-catching position. To divert attention, Reis focused on the new bounty notices. However, the numbers on the bounty notice made Reis's face turn as dark as coal. After this battle, their bounty amounts hadn't changed much, but it was infuriating. Lexington Justice, bounty 112 million, 37 million berries. Dafu, bounty 23 million berries, 10 million berries. Lighthousey, bounty 50 million berries, 10 million berries. EricD, Annie, bounty 98 million berries, unchanged. Bill Shack, still no bounty set. As for the unlucky Beethoven, his bounty was casually rounded up from 326 berries to 330 berries. One wonders what kind of twisted humor the Navy has, as those extra 4 berries couldn't even buy anything. Seeing his bounty notice, Beethoven sorrowfully began to sing a melancholic song, while also making angry snorts. How rude. Adding 4 berries to humiliate him. They really look down on pigs. Meanwhile, the captain of the Magic Hand pirate crew, Magic Hand EricD, hidden dozen Reis, was offered a bounty of 285 million berries. This was also the reason Reis was angry, because Kid's bounty was 315 million berries. Why is that guy's bounty higher than mine? Was it because he controlled the magnetic mech during the battle? And the battlefield was filled with steel parts similar to the aftermath of Kid's previous battles, that the credit for defeating Grella was divided more in Kid's favor? This is simply outrageous. And the photo on the bounty notice, why does it also look so smug and villainous, like a silver thief? Clearly not a good person. It looks just like Sanji, which is really irritating. Lexington's bounty notice has become only alive. It seems the Navy wants to capture you alive, former Major. Reis said angrily as he looked at the special part of Lexington's bounty notice. By the way, why does Lexington's photo look so righteous, majestic, and handsome? It's completely different from my disheveled appearance. Housey's is the same, completely stylish and suave. Clearly, the 3 of them are not lacking in looks. So why is my photo taken so ugly? Reason. The nickname Silver Thief is too ingrained, and when Reis was looking righteous, the photographer couldn't bring himself to take a good shot. What is wrong with the photographer? Why are they so good at capturing moments now? It seems they have a lot to say about me. My bounty notice even has the wrong picture. The one on it is clearly the lowly debut from the Kid pirate crew. Dafu also held her bounty notice, looking at the mismatched image and complaining. Can these Navy officers really catch people with such poorly done bounty notices? She was becoming increasingly doubtful. Chapter 167, Kuroka. It's really not easy to enter the Grand Line. On the Silver Adventurer, everyone was tossed around by the currents of Reverse Mountain, lying helplessly on the deck. Fortunately, Housey's navigation skills, combined with the ability of the Munch fruit, found a safe route, and Dafu's driving skills were solid enough that they didn't crash into the red line and meet a disastrous end. However, there was still a bit of a mishap at the end. In the final stage of entering the Grand Line, a giant whale appeared in front of them, and it just happened to be yawning. So, they were sucked into the whale's belly. Is this the kind of surreal thing that happens right when entering the Grand Line? Their first stop was inside a whale's belly. Housey helplessly complained as he checked the surroundings. It was surprisingly spacious inside, with even islands and houses. Reis scratched his head and sat up from the deck, looking around. It seemed that they were indeed inside the belly of the whale laboon. He didn't expect to end up here by such coincidence. However, it was just right, as this place should be home to Kurokas, the ship doctor of the Pirate King Roger. He could pay him a visit. Perhaps Kurokas knew which island in the Grand Line had a great ship doctor and could recommend someone to him. Additionally, he could find an opportunity to inform Kurokas about Ace. After all, some former crew members of Roger's pirates might come to the Marineford War to rescue Ace. Captain, it seems we could go out through that door over there. Should we go straight out, or? How's he used his ability to find a route to leave the whale's belly, then pointed to a door nearby, and said, it was truly ridiculous that there would be a door on the whale's body. They encountered such magical things right at the entrance of the Grand Line. No, wait a minute. Now that we're here, there's no rush to leave. I want to check out the ship island over there and see if there are any inhabitants. With that, Reis extended his right hand, purple sparks of electricity flickering in his palm as he aimed at the ironclad ship in the distance. Although he would eventually replace the magnet fruit with another fruit, practicing a bit more for the time being wouldn't he hurt. Using magnetism to fly. Let us give it another try. Reis suddenly released his magnetic pull, and he immediately shot away from the pirate ship, flying towards Kuroka's ship. Bang! With a dull thud, everyone gasped. Reis still couldn't control the direction of the magnetism and crashed solidly into the iron, leaving him dazed and confused. Forget it, I'll never practice again. The sudden commotion seemed to have startled the inhabitants of the ship island. An old man with hair like blooming flowers and thick lips, wearing glasses and casual clothes with slippers, quickly came out with a harpoon. Reis grinned through the pain as he peeled himself off the iron and stood awkwardly in front of Kurokas. How careless. I made a fool of myself right upon meeting him. How embarrassing. Hello, I'm EricD, doesn't Reis. You must be Mr. Kurokas, right? Reis pretended as if nothing had happened, calming his emotions as he spoke to the old man. A hint of surprise appeared on the old man's face. Oh, you actually know me? Of course, you were a legendary figure on the Pirate King's ship and also a world-renowned doctor. I'm your admirer, Reis said without changing his expression or heartbeat. Complimenting the other party shouldn't be a bad thing. Perhaps it would make the subsequent conversation smoother. Ah, really? Am I that famous? After hearing Reis's flattery, Kuroka's face visibly reddened, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Reis. Sure enough, this works. On the Silver Adventurer, Lexington and the others watched Reis chatting with Kurokas, speechless. How'd he start chatting with this guy so easily? It's really ridiculous. Should we go over there? Dafu turned to ask Lexington. No need. Let us just wait here for the captain to come back. Lexington shrugged helplessly. They didn't have Reis's social skills. He could start chatting with strangers right away and even laugh so happily. If they went over, it would probably be very awkward. Well, I see. He's a rising star pirate from the South Blue. Not long ago, a kid named Kid passed by me. Kuroka said slowly as he listened to Reis's self-introduction, with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Recently, more and more potential newcomers were entering the Grand Line. Indeed, the era that Roger anticipated was really approaching. Do you want me to recommend a ship doctor to you? I know of several places where famous doctors gather in the Grand Line. Kurokas said as he took out a map of the first half of the Grand Line from his room. This kid is pretty good. He's flattering me and making me happy, so I'll help him out. Soon, Kurokas marked 3 locations on the map, each located along 3 of the 7 magnetic routes in the Grand Line. That means he can only choose one of these 3 places to go to. After carefully reviewing the 3 routes, Reis made his decision. One of the locations was Drum Kingdom. He already had the pet Beethoven in his team, so there was no need to compete with Luffy for Chopper, so that was eliminated. The other place was somewhere Kurokas had never been, but he had heard that a very fierce surgeon from the North Sea was temporarily residing there. If he wasn't mistaken, it was that Trafalgar Law. Reis didn't have confidence in his current strength to recruit him as a subordinate. After all, he was an independent captain, so that was also out of the question. Then, he could only choose the place called Long Snake Island, Sneck Kingdom, which was said to have a very powerful doctor. After thanking Kurokas, Reis continued chatting with him. Soon, their conversation turned to the topic of the Pirate King, and Reis took the opportunity to mention the name Portgas Ace. Ah, that guy. He was also a supernova a few years back, possessing very strong talent, and later became the captain of the White Beard Pirates, right? Kurokas said, taking a sip of tea. He knew that guy well. He kept a close eye on all pirates coming from the 4 seas, looking for potential newcomers. That guy is really strong. His talent is as impressive as the Pirate King's son. He completely overshadowed the likes of Cavendish and others during that batch of supernovas. Reis tentatively said. The son of the Pirate King? Kuroka's was taken aback, revealing a thoughtful expression. Indeed, even compared to other equally talented supernovas, Ace's talent was extremely strong. I heard that the sword of the Pirate King Roger is also called Ace. Reis continued to feign nonchalance. It seems to be the case. He saved my life back in the South Blue. He really is a bit like Roger. After popping a cookie from Kuroka's stash in his mouth, Reis waved goodbye and turned back towards the ship with the map Kuroka's had given him, leaving Kuroka's deep in thought. He could only remind them up to this point and couldn't directly tell the other party that Ace was Roger's son. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe it. It was about time to leave here. It seemed that Laboon had not crashed into the Red Line while sleeping, so he would leave the matter of stopping Laboon from committing suicide to Luffy. He already had a musician on his ship, so Brook was better left to Luffy. Watching the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates leave Laboon's body and disappear from sight, Kuroka's frowned slightly. Hearing the other party say this, it was indeed a bit suspicious. Since he had some free time, it might be worth investigating. Chapter 168. The desolate island. That old man who looks like a flower is actually a crew member of the Pirate King's ship? After leaving the Twin Gorges and inquiring about Reis's previous conversations with the people living in the whale's belly, Lexington exclaimed in surprise. That unassuming old man has quite the background. That's right, he is the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. I specifically asked them to recommend a good doctor. As he spoke, Reis took out the map marked by Coloccus from his pocket. The island marked on it is the location of the esteemed doctor they recommended. Therefore, he decided to choose the route leading to that island as their course. Although I don't really need this, it's better to have it just in case. Haas said as he took out the record pointer, an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line, which he had previously found on the Overlord Island. Compared to other navigators, Haas is somewhat special. He doesn't rely solely on his navigation skills to determine the route and dangers. With the searchability of the Woi fruit, he can directly plan the correct route just by looking at the map. So even without the record pointer, the Magic Hand Pirates can navigate between islands. However, unexpected situations can still arise, such as a sudden complexity in the route to a certain island, at which point Haas would need to reference the record pointer. Then, let us head towards the first island. After carefully studying the map, Haas silently recited the name of the island in his mind, activated the Woi fruit's ability, and soon found the sailing route. However, it's unrealistic to expect to completely avoid all natural disasters and safe routes on the Grand Line. So Haas only sought the route to the next island instead of searching for a completely safe route like he did in the South Sea. This means they could encounter storms, hail, tsunamis, or attacks from other pirates or the Navy along the way. So they must be more cautious than before. After entering the Grand Line, Haas's abilities were also somewhat weakened due to the unpredictable nature of the seas. Daff heads southeast. Accompanied by Beethoven's melodious music, the Silver Adventurer sailed through the waves towards the eagerly anticipated first island. I wonder what kind of situations we will encounter in the Grand Line. Reis stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the unknown sea ahead, murmuring to himself. The South Sea is the most dangerous sea, but the Grand Line is even more unpredictable. What will the route I chose be like? Is it dangerous or relatively safe? The route that Kid chose in the original work was relatively safe. After defeating the Overlord of the South Sea, he seemed to have faced no major challenges in the Grand Line. Thus his bounty did not increase. In contrast, the route that Luffy chose in the Grand Line was like a hellish picture book, with 2 members of the 7 warlords occupying it. I wonder what my route will be like, and which of those supernovas I will encounter this time. Soon, the Silver Adventurer followed the sailing route set by Haas and arrived at the first island. The journey was completely smooth. They didn't encounter any enemies, and even the bigger waves were few. It was unexpectedly calm. However, the first island they arrived at turned out to be a desolate island. There was nothing on the island, only sparse vegetation and endless wilderness. This is completely devoid of vigor. Looking at the barren landscape before him, Reis couldn't help but complain. How could the first stop be such a godforsaken place? He wanted to experience the customs and culture of the Grand Line. Now he had seen the customs, but there was no culture at all, just a few birds occasionally flying by to drop some poop. Oh, I guess it can't be said to be a place where birds don't poop. Since birds do poop, what a boring place to arrive at. Haas also walked up helplessly, looking at the record pointer in his hand. There's nothing worthwhile to stay here for. We just need to quickly fill up the magnetism of the record pointer, and then we can leave. I don't know how long it will take to fill this damn thing up in this deserted place, and there's no one to ask. Sigh. It's getting dark. Let us just rest here for the night, and we'll deal with the rest tomorrow. After anchoring the ship by the shore, everyone disembarked to check the specific situation. Something about this island felt off. Reis and Lexington walked around the island, inspecting the surroundings, and said with a headache, "It truly is a deserted island, but it feels like there is something hidden within it. It feels wrong, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what." Their recently awakened observation hockey wasn't strong enough, making it difficult for them to sense unexpected situations. However, after stepping onto this island, they could still feel something unusual. "Let us head back to the ship. Nothing should happen right now. Let us wait and see what happens tonight." After searching the island for a while, the group returned to the Silver Adventurer, having found nothing but bird droppings. By now, the sky had darkened, and without the sunlight, the atmosphere of the desolate island felt even more eerie. Until late at night, everyone returned to their rooms to sleep with anxious hearts. Reis lay on his ship, closing his eyes, but he wasn't really sleeping. He was merely pretending to doze off. "Something strange is bound to happen tonight. If I just sleep like this, I don't know what kind of terrible situation might occur. I must stay alert. What exactly is hidden here will soon be revealed tonight, in a certain dark and dim place. Those guys seem to have fallen asleep. Another group of fools has fallen into our trap. This island is no safe haven. And if they let their guard down, they'll only end up dead. It's the Magic Hand Pirates, who have recently gained notoriety in the South Sea, led by Captain Magic Hand Reis, also known as Silverbrow Reis, with a bounty of 285 million berries, and the total bounty of the pirate group is 568,330 berries. I didn't expect someone with such a high bounty to be just like those little minions from before. However, this time the prey is a big fat sheep. If we take them down, we can live comfortably for a long time. Fools! Don't underestimate them. Even if their current performance is poor, they are still a powerful pirate crew with 2 members having bounties over 100 million. Looking down on them could lead to a huge loss." Saying this, dozens of shadows picked up their weapons and began to move. Chilling and terrifying laughter echoed in a small space. But it seemed that Reis and the others on the ship did not hear it. Nevertheless, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. Chapter 169. The Clever One. The sound of footsteps on the wooden boards was very faint enough that it was almost imperceptible to the human ear. Unfortunately, the vast majority of people on this ship had very keen senses, rendering such light movements meaningless to them. Reis and Lexington's observation abilities quickly detected the anomalies on the ship, while Annie's infrared scanner swiftly locked onto everyone's positions. Beethoven's ears perked up, and he caught the scent of the intruders. Even Daff, who was on watch, sensed something unusual through the vibrations of the ship's body. For this top-notch helmsman, the ship was akin to his own body. Accurately judging the vibrations caused by the waves hitting the hull was basic for Daff, so the slight movements made by the intruders would certainly be noticed. Only House, who was uncertain whether the recording pointer could accumulate magnetic energy within a short time and had been working overnight in a measurement room to devise a route just in case, failed to notice the enemy's intrusion. Those who noticed the enemy's infiltration did not immediately spring into action to capture them, but rather, in perfect harmony, chose to pretend as if nothing had happened. Soon, the intruders aboard the Silver Adventurer quietly arrived at the ship's bedroom, gently pushed open the door, and walked in. A Clever One, holding a dagger, approached Reis's bedside with a sinister grin. Utilizing the faint moonlight, the Clever One aimed at Reis's peaceful sleeping face and raised a sharp dagger to stab down. However, although the dagger pierced Reis's body, it did not penetrate flesh at all. Reis's entire face shattered upon the Clever One's stab. "Damn, what is going on?" Just as the Clever One was at a loss, Reis's originally shattered head surprisingly reformed, revealing a face with a meaningful smile, his eyes staring at the panicked Clever One as if looking at prey. Before he could scream, the Clever One heard a series of sounds coming from the adjacent room. The sounds of bones breaking, electric shocks, cannon fire, splashes of water, and gunshots. Following these sounds were the heart-wrenching screams of his accomplices. Cold sweat immediately dripped down the Clever One's face, the dagger clattering to the ground as he trembled and took a step back. Reis, wearing a smile, walked step by step toward him. This guy's accomplices had suffered, so he should share in their pain too. Otherwise, it would seem quite unfair. Watching Reis's raised fist, the Clever One shouted in terror, "Don't come any closer." Soon, the crew of the Magic Hand Pirates gathered with the new guests on the deck of the Silver Adventurer. There were guests with bruised faces from Reis's beating, guests with broken bones from Lexington's actions, guests treated with electric therapy by Beethoven, guests that Annie had just fished out of the sea after being blasted in, and guests shot by Daff with a pistol. In total, there were 13 guests, led by the Clever One who had been beaten by Reis, whose name was revealed to be Cleffler, nicknamed the Clever One. All these individuals were dressed in night gear, damp and clearly suspicious. What did these guys sneak on board? House, who had emerged from the measurement room upon hearing the commotion, awkwardly looked at the intruders. He was the only one completely oblivious, which was quite embarrassing. It's fine, House. You could go back to drawing your sea charts. We'll handle this, Reis said, turning to House. Annie also turned back into the cabin. I misjudged the level of these trash characters and used too much force. I need to fix the breached areas, Daff said as she returned to the lookout. After Daff, House, and Annie left, Reis, Lexington, and Beethoven surrounded the group of clever ones. This is bad. Kleffler and his subordinates were on the verge of tears. This group was indeed formidable. They were too naive to think they could take them down under the cover of darkness. Now they had been caught red-handed, and it seemed they were doomed. Reis looked at the 13 trembling individuals before him with great satisfaction. Just as he suspected, this island had issues. He just needed to figure out where these people had come from and conduct a thorough interrogation. Beethoven, can you play some terrifying music? Something that sends chills down the spine and makes one wet their pants. Reis asked Beethoven. Sure thing, leave it to me, Beethoven replied, taking out his portable violin and starting to play. The extremely oppressive and sorrowful music echoed over the deck of the Silver Adventurer, making Reis and Lexington feel a chill in their hearts. If Beethoven's usual music could relieve stress and lift spirits, this music was the kind that could scare someone to death. It was highly effective for interrogating prisoners. Kleffler, already terrified, became even more frightened upon hearing the terrifying music, especially in the dim environment. Reis and Lexington menacingly held the 10 Commandments and Suki no Yomi, gesturing toward the captives. The cold blades brushed against their skin, sending shivers down their spines. All 13 were scared out of their wits, their bodies shaking and twitching as if they had been fitted with electric motors, with a few unable to withstand the pressure and fainting outright. Now we're going to ask you some questions. It's best to answer honestly, Reis said emotionlessly, his voice sounding very frightening. If you don't comply, and your performance is poor, we will treat you like we usually do with prisoners, locking you in a dungeon and making you eat pieces of your own flesh until you starve to death or bleed out. Another person couldn't handle the fright and collapsed backward. The others, still awake, became incoherent. Kleffler, completely terrified, immediately shouted, I'll talk. I'll say everything. I know what you want to ask, who we are, what this island is, how long it takes for the recording pointer to accumulate magnetic energy. What happened today? We'll say it all. Spare us. Seeing the other party's tearful appearance, Lexington and Reis were speechless. They had confessed without being tortured. How could people from the Grand Line be so cowardly? Or was it that their terrifying atmosphere had been a bit too excessive? The clever one had turned into a fool from fear. It seems my acting skills have improved. Reis thought to himself. It was so easy to deal with these clever ones. He truly lived up to his title. Volume note. I forgot to cut the new volume. Chapter 165 already begins the Grand Line arc. Apologies. Chapter 170. The dungeon soon. The terrified Kleffler revealed all the information. As expected, they were indeed bounty hunters who relied on capturing pirates for a living. Furthermore, these bounty hunters belonged to a well-known organization in the Grand Line called the Thunder God Guild. Reis found the guild emblem on Kleffler and the others. A silver circular metal badge featuring a cross-long knife and a lightning bolt. Of course, Kleffler and his weak companions were merely low-level members of the guild, typically only able to ambush and capture pirates worth tens of millions on the first island of the Grand Line. Their encounter with the Devil's Hand pirates was due to their recent good fortune, which led them to take action recklessly. To Reis's surprise, the base where Kleffler and his group spent most of their time was actually a large mine underground on this island, with the only entrance hidden underwater. No wonder the island looked like a lifeless, desolate place from the outside, giving off an odd feeling. These weak bounty hunters were hiding in the dungeon. This was indeed a good choice. After all, with the weak strength of Kleffler and his companions, staying above ground would be disastrous if they encountered strong pirates. Staying underground allowed them to decide whether to attack the pirates landing above based on the situation, making it safer and helping to lower the praise guard for a quick ambush. Unfortunately, this time they were blinded by greed, overly inflated with confidence, thinking they could succeed against pirates worth over 100 million with their ambush tactics, which led to a harsh lesson. After discussing, Reis and Lexington decided to follow the bounty hunters into the dungeon to take a look. Lexington, I'm counting on you, Reis said as he put on the breathing device he had borrowed from Kid. After all, he was a DevilFruit user and would be powerless underwater, so he needed Lexington to carry him. Following the trembling bounty hunters, Lexington picked up Reis and jumped into the sea, while the others stayed behind on the ship. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Dafu said worriedly, looking at the sea where everyone had disappeared. No problem. Even if the captain is unreliable, Mr. Lexington will avoid any accidents, Beethoven replied. I hope so, but Dafu glanced at Beethoven, who was playing the violin and couldn't seem to stop, feeling somewhat speechless. Could you please stop that terrifying music? In the sea, Lexington was stepping through the water gracefully, dragging the limp and half-conscious Reis down. Soon, under the guidance of Cleffer and the others, they arrived at the entrance to the dungeon, a dark stone cave. Surprisingly, there was no water inside. How magical! After entering the cave, Lexington looked around in astonishment. It's great that there's no water. I was almost dead, Reis said weakly, propping himself up on Lexington's shoulder. Why did he suddenly let curiosity get the better of him and follow? He should have just let Lexington come along. As a DevilFruit user, going underwater was just self-inflicted torture. You better not set any ambushes or traps. They won't work on us. If anything goes wrong, I'll slit your throats. Lexington drew the golden axe, the 10 Commandments, from his back, warning the somewhat sneaky Cleffer and his group as he walked deeper into the cave. The sharp, gleaming tip of the 10 Commandments made Cleffer shiver, instantly dispelling any last thoughts of notifying the other bounty hunters inside to set up an ambush against Lexington and Reis. For these two powerful figures, the tricks that worked against tens of millions of pirates were useless. In the face of absolute strength, schemes and ambushes were meaningless. After winding through the complex cave, Reis and Lexington, following their guides, finally reached the true base of the dungeon. One had to admit, this place really resembled a maze. Even Whoose's abilities might not be able to sort out the route, and without a guide, it would be impossible to navigate. If Zoro were brought here, he might get lost for a lifetime. Exiting the tunnel maze, Reis and Lexington were immediately shocked by the scene before them. This was truly a dungeon city. Its scale was not much smaller than that of an average town above ground. In fact, it was comparable to the area of a floor in Impel Down. Moreover, it was clear that most of this dungeon was naturally formed, not excavated by humans. Oil lamps illuminated the interior of the cave, and many fierce-looking people came and went. Most of these individuals were armed, with the emblem of the Thunder God Guild pinned to their chests, indicating they were all bounty hunters. As expected, this was a nest of bounty hunters. It's even larger than I imagined. I didn't expect such a scene beneath this desolate island. Reis couldn't help but exclaim. The Thunder God Guild seemed quite formidable, with so many members and bases on the first island alone. Although these bounty hunters appeared weak, their sheer numbers meant that the strongest leader in the guild likely had a strength of over 100 million. Take us to the person in charge of this base, Reis said, tapping Cleffer on the head with Amaterasu. Cleffer could only walk ahead with a mournful expression, leading the two deeper into the cave. Soon, they passed through an area resembling a prison. Inside, continuous roars, curses, and the sounds of banging on bars and walls echoed, as if wild beasts were held captive. Reis quickly realized that this was likely where pirates who had been captured but not yet exchanged for bounties were kept. These pirates probably felt quite indignant, as according to the style of the bounty hunters on this island, they must have been ambushed and tricked to end up here. Perhaps they could come back later to take a look. They might find some decent pirates. Reis thought to himself. Their ship was currently lacking personnel and combat power. And during battles with opponents, there were even instances where they didn't have enough officers to match up, apart from specialized roles like the ship's doctor and cook. They needed suitable fighters. After passing the prison, Reis and Lexington followed the guides to the management room at the center of the dungeon city. My lords, the person in charge of our base is inside, Cleffer said with a forced smile, continuously backing away. It seemed he could hardly wait to make a run for it. As soon as Reis let his guard down, they would flee this terrifying place. Understood. I'll spare your lives. Now get out of here, Reis said disdainfully to Cleffer. Ignoring the now relieved and fleeing guides, Reis stepped forward and pushed open the door to the management room. He was ready to learn all about this Thunder God Guild. Chapter 171. Thunder God Guild. As Reis had anticipated, the person in charge of managing this novice village dungeon was also a weak character with little strength. After using his fists a bit, the other party quickly became very submissive. Pirate Lord, may I ask what you need? The responsible person, with one side of his face swollen and red, said with a forced smile to Reis, who was sitting in his chair. What bad luck. How could he attract the attention of a pirate worth 285 million while sitting in his own base? Reis crossed his legs and, feeling quite pleased, took a cigarette from the table. He rubbed the tip with his right thumb and index finger until it turned to coal, then lit it on fire. He had never tried this thing before, but it seemed that the big pirate leaders all used it. Being a coal fruit user, it shouldn't harm his body. Cough, cough. Due to being overly careless, Reis was choked by the smoke and started coughing violently. He quickly entered elementalization to absorb the smoke from his lungs before he calmed down. Standing beside him as a bodyguard, Lexington twitched his mouth. What is Reis doing now? Did he want to show off again? He always ended up messing up. He had never succeeded and really didn't learn from his mistakes. Somewhat embarrassed, Reis adjusted his posture, extinguished the cigarette, and threw it into the ashtray. At the same time, he set fire to everything on the table that had made him lose face. He just wanted to play the role of a big shot. Why did he always end up in such situations? This was ridiculous. Nothing happened just now, Reis said to the responsible person with a straight face and no emotion. Yes, of course. The responsible person nodded vigorously, internally bleeding from a heart. That was a high-end product he had spent a lot of money and connections to acquire. How could it all be destroyed? This little brat really didn't know good from bad. Although he was cursing inwardly, the responsible person still wore a full smile on his face. I want more information about your Thunder God Guild. Reis finally returned to the main topic. If all went well, there would be many islands on the route he chose that belonged to the Thunder God Guild, so he needed to understand more in advance to prepare for future voyages. Reluctantly, the responsible person eventually informed Reis and Lexington about more information regarding the Thunder God Guild that Cleaver was not aware of. The Thunder God Guild was founded 15 years ago, and its founder, who has been the president since its inception, is a powerful figure named Kane Mori Raijin. He rarely shows himself, so little is known about him, except that he is a formidable swordsman and an animal-type Zoan user. Below the president are 3 vice presidents known as the 3 heads, named Aoi Bizu, Zashiki Warashi, and Kist, all of whom are extremely strong and have even captured pirates with bounties over 100 million. Therefore, these 3 are also referred to as billion-level bounty hunters. In addition to these 4 enigmatic leaders, who are also the strongest bounty hunters, the Thunder God Guild has over 5,000 registered hunters of different levels. Based on the bounty of captured pirates, these bounty hunters are divided into 4 levels. 50 million level hunters, 10 million level hunters, 5 million level hunters, and those below 5 million. Plus the 3 heads at the billion level, totaling 5 levels. According to their levels, these bounty hunters can receive information on bounties that match their abilities, allowing them to work more efficiently. They can also team up with other hunters based on their needs to better complete tasks or tackle more difficult and lucrative assignments. High-level hunters can also seek assistance from lower-level hunters when capturing powerful pirates, of course, offering a reward in return. This guild seems pretty good. If I weren't a wanted criminal, I would want to join. After hearing the responsible person's introduction, Reis muttered to himself, lost in thought. To be honest, he found it a bit strange. The main purpose of this guild is to gather the originally scattered and poorly communicating bounty hunters, making it easier and more efficient for them to hunt pirates and earn bounties. For ordinary bounty hunters, it is indeed a good guild. Because of the high efficiency in capturing pirates, the government has tacitly allowed its existence. But why did the upper echelons of this guild create it? According to the responsible person's account, bounty hunters do not need to pay taxes to the guild when they capture pirates. They only need to pay rent when borrowing weapons and manpower from the guild. The guild does not gain much profit from these ordinary bounty hunters. Although they generally follow the organization's arrangements, they certainly would not sacrifice their lives for the guild's president in critical situations. So what is the president of this guild after? Why establish such a guild? With the power to capture billion-level pirates, why not become a pirate or join the Navy? Why choose to be a bounty hunter and even establish an organization? It's really puzzling, but this also made him very interested in Kane Mori Raijin, the president of the Thunder God Guild. A bounty hunter capable of capturing billion-level pirates? Then he would give his bounty hunter guild a try to see how capable it really is. Almost understood. Lexington, let's go check out the prison where they hold the pirates. After clarifying the basic situation of the Thunder God Guild, Reis stood up and led Lexington toward the door. After the 2 menacing figures left, the responsible person finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once he confirmed they had gone far, he hurriedly locked the door, scrambling to grab the snail phone nearby and dial the number of the 3 heads, which could only be called in the most urgent situations. Generally, if he randomly dialed the 3 heads number, he would face extremely severe punishment, but it was clear that this was not a normal situation. 2 pirates with bounties over 100 million had invaded the dungeon, which was definitely not an ordinary event. Even the president and the 3 heads could not afford to be careless against these guys. There was no way to stop them here. So he had to inform the higher-ups and make sure the bounty hunters on the subsequent islands were prepared. Soon, the person on the other end answered the call. A voice that was hard to distinguish as male or female came through the snail phone, sounding somewhat impatient, as if they had been disturbed. Since the dungeon's novice village manager had never called them before. I am Zashiki Warashi. You better have a good reason for calling. On the other side, Reis, who had left the management room, did not care whether the other party notified the higher-ups. After all, the only ones in the Thunder God Guild who could attract their attention were the president and the vice presidents, who could capture billion-level pirates. Other small fry, even if prepared, could not do anything to them. Chapter 172. The Land of Izumo. After leaving the management room of the dungeon chief, Reis and Lexington headed towards the prison where the pirates were held. As the two got closer to the prison, the unbearable curses from the pirates grew louder. Listening to these unpleasant shouts, Reis couldn't help but frown. Indeed, most of the pirates were the dregs of society, and the bounty criminals captured here were mostly ignorant and disorganized. After all, to have failed on the first island of the Grand Line already indicated weakness. It was uncertain whether there were one or two potential individuals among them. Lexington also took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. The evil in this world is mostly hidden in the darkness. The path of upholding justice is indeed a long and arduous one. After knocking out the prison guard, the two successfully arrived at the prison in front of the cells. It seemed that most bounty hunters were either out on missions or resting, as there were no other people around at that moment. While the two were loitering in front of the cells, a sudden commotion erupted inside. "Hey, those two guys don't look like bounty hunters," a bald, muscular man shouted, pointing at Reis and Lexington. Soon, another pirate recognized Reis and Lexington. "Damn, those guys are also pirates. How did they end up here?" "It's EricD, Daz Reis and Lexington, one of the most famous pirate crews in the South Sea, the Magic Hand Pirates." Upon hearing the introductions from the others, the pirates became excited. "Hey, let's out. Reis, aren't you a silver thief? If you let me out, I'll give you a few beautiful women. I'm quite attractive and can offer myself. Let me on your ship." Listening to the pirates clamoring, Reis shook his head in exasperation. They were just a bunch of useless rabble. "You all better be quiet." Saying this, Reis's eyes widened, and he unleashed his conqueror's haki, sweeping over the noisy bunch. In an instant, the frenzied pirates fell to the ground, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. "They really are garbage." Reis shook his head in disappointment. Resisting the impact of Conqueror's haki relies more on willpower, and it was clear these guys had no will. They were just a bit strong, only knowing how to bully the weak. Even someone as physically weak as Dav could stand under his Conqueror's haki without fainting. It was clear there were no strong individuals here. After confirming that everyone had been knocked out cold, Reis and Lexington turned to leave the cells. It seemed they needed to go to the higher-level Thor Guild's prison to possibly find stronger pirates. After finishing everything, Reis and Lexington prepared to leave the dungeon and return to their ship. However, when they reached the exit, they suddenly stopped and looked at each other. "How do we get out of this maze?" "Forget it. Let's find a guide." After inviting a new, unfortunate soul as a guide, Reis and Lexington exited the maze and quickly returned to their ship. "We're back. Why are there new friends again?" Upon boarding the deck, Reis saw a group of people dressed in the same gear as Clayfor and the others, kneeling before Beethoven, sadly undergoing the baptism of terrifying music. He was somewhat speechless. These bounty hunters were really bold. Two groups had attacked them in one night. After giving a friendly reception to these new guests, Reis gently tossed them one by one into the water after some intimidation and beating. Once these matters were handled, the sky gradually brightened. "Hawes, the magnetic storage for the recording pointer should be full, right? We should head to the next island." Reis had learned from the people in the dungeon that the magnetic storage of this island could be filled in just one night. After reorganizing, the Silver Adventurer set sail from the first island of the Grand Line, continuing its journey into the distance. The Grand Line, the land of Izumo. A country hidden among thunderclouds. Here is where the Thor Guild headquarters is located, gathering the top-tier bounty hunters in this not-so-large country. Inside the Thor Guild Hall in the land of Izumo, a young man dressed in a blue-purple kimono, wearing wooden sandals and with a hair bun, looking somewhat frail, was sitting cross-legged on the ground, reading the reports brought by his subordinates. Beside him stood a tall, muscular, one-eyed giant monk, over 3 meters tall, dressed in a green robe, continuously striking a wooden fish. "Lord Yuzuki Kinyu, what does the letter say?" the one-eyed giant monk asked. The young man, known as Yuzuki Kinyu, frowned and set down the report presented by the Zashiki Warashi. "A pirate with a bounty of 285 million. It's been a while since I've encountered one. And he's actually my enemy. It seems there's going to be a big move soon. King Fangzhu, do you remember the pirate named EricD, Daz Reis from the South Sea?" Yuzuki Kinyu asked the one-eyed giant monk beside him. King Fangzhu immediately stopped striking the wooden fish, his one eye narrowing slightly. Is he the one who wields the legendary blades of the Kazumitsu family, Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, and is suspected of having killed Lord Kazumitsu? Oh, that's right. That guy actually came to our territory. Yuzuki Kinyu sneered. Amaterasu and Tsukuyami are weapons of the Kazumitsu family from Wano. Their appearance in the hands of a pirate is certainly suspicious. Having been a bounty hunter for many years, he was well aware of the nature of pirates. Killing and plundering was part of their daily routine. Upon learning of the appearance of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, he had been particularly attentive to Reis. He never expected that he would coincidentally show up on the shipping route. Then he must not be let go. The heirloom of the Kazumitsu family must not fall into the hands of a despicable pirate. We must take it back. Yuzuki Kinyu snorted coldly and turned to look at King Fangzhu beside him. Is the sea head free lately? Let him go to the Magic Hand Pirates and investigate their background. EricD. Daz Reis will inevitably come to our land of Izumo, and then we can carry out a long-awaited operation to encircle a billion-level pirate. Understood. I will notify the sea head to head to the island where the Magic Hand Pirates are about to arrive. Saying this, King Fangzhu turned and left the Thor Guild Hall. After his subordinate left, Yuzuki Kinyu suddenly covered his mouth and coughed a few times. His condition had worsened. Looking at the blood in his palm, Yuzuki Kinyu let out a bitter smile. He wondered how much longer this body could hold out for more than 2 years before dying in that prophesied Great War. Chapter 173. The magician's failed divination. The clever and brave Clayfor was indeed very, very brave. After being severely punished by the Magic Hand Pirates, the clever bounty hunter team lay low for a few days, but ultimately decided to go out and hunt pirates again after a week. Generally speaking, according to the theorem given by expert Mr. Baloney, meaning nonsense, once a large pirate group like the Magic Hand Pirates arrives, there shouldn't be another bounty group of over 100 million appearing on the same island in a short time. Thus, Clayfor and his gang felt very relieved to launch an attack on the next pirate group that arrived on the deserted island. The outcome was smooth. The opposing group was a very weak pirate crew, with only their captain having a bounty of 8 million berries. Clayfor's gang took advantage of the night to launch a surprise attack and easily dealt with them. However, the bounty and treasures they obtained were meager, leaving them feeling unsatisfied. The next day, having already forgotten the terror of the Magic Hand Pirates, they once again recklessly ambushed an incoming pirate ship without verifying the bounty information. Unfortunately, the result was very regrettable, and even the captain of the pirate ship remarked, "It's unfortunate. You all look like you're facing death today." The newcomer pirate from the North Sea, the magician Basil Hawkins, looked at the results of his tarot card divination and spoke in a low, emotionless voice. The Clayfor gang, bound before Hawkins, suddenly turned pale, their faces ashen and tears streaming down. What is going on lately? Are pirate crews with bounties over 100 million so worthless now? 2 of them have appeared within half a month. Such a thing has never happened before. How unreliable is Mr. Baloney's theorem? They were really going to die? It is destined that you will meet this fate today. Accept it calmly, Hawkins said calmly, slowly drawing the long sword from his waist, which instantly transformed into countless blades of straw waving in the air. The Clayfor gang huddled together, screaming in terror. Accept it calmly? They began to miss the Magic Hand Pirates at that moment. Throw them into the sea. After handling Clayfor, Hawkins slowly retracted his long sword and instructed his subordinates behind him. Understood. After resolving the bounty hunters, Hawkins turned and returned to the cabin. He just learned some news from those guys. Another pirate crew with a bounty over 100 million had recently arrived in this sea route. Was it the Magic Hand Pirates led by Reis and the former Navy Lieutenant Lexington? That group of people exceeded the results of his divination. It was clear that no matter how he divined, they were 100 dead men from about a year ago, yet they formed their own pirate crew, made a name for themselves in the South Sea, and then came to the Grand Line. Many of his crew members were also supposed to be dead, yet remained active at sea after their life as calamity. It was truly an unfathomable situation. Anything related to these people and events would undergo unpredictable changes. Could one really defeat fate? Was such a possibility truly existent? Hawkins kept divining, but extremely rarely. The more he calculated, the more chaotic it became, and he couldn't find any reason. In this ocean, there were many incredible things, but the only ones capable of causing issues with his divination were Reis and his crew. The divination he had learned since childhood, although not omnipotent, had always proven accurate for everything he calculated. He relied on this mysterious and ancient secret art to avoid countless risks in the North Sea, seizing all opportunities. and growing to where he was now. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had indeed developed a dependency on divination. For events and challenges with low probabilities of success, he would decisively choose to avoid them. If he couldn't use divination to calculate fortune or misfortune, he would feel uneasy. In short, that group of the dead was entirely beyond his control, making him doubt his own life. At the very least, he shouldn't casually make enemies with them. He couldn't help but wonder if those guys would change the fate of the people on this route. Hawkins murmured. After all, according to his divination, the possibility of the Thunder God Guild on this route being completely wiped out within this year due to the intervention of the 4 emperors was 100. Captain Hawkins, the recording pointer has stored the magnetic force of this island. Shall we continue our journey now? The navigator of the Hawkins pirates cautiously inquired as Hawkins continued to calculate. Their captain seemed to have become somewhat obsessed lately. He used to only divine when necessary, but now he was doing it all the time. Had he encountered some troublesome matter? Forget it. Set sail. After another fruitless divination, Hawkins put away the tarot cards and ordered to set sail. He couldn't dwell on it any longer. No matter how many times he calculated, there wouldn't be a result. They would continue on the previously decided course. Leaving the underground city and the deserted island behind, the ship Resentful Doll sailed forward, riding the waves toward the open sea. On the Silver Adventurer, in the captain's cabin, Reis, exhausted after a day of training, collapsed onto the bed to rest, his bare body still slightly warm. After this period of training, he could feel his hockey level significantly improving. Having once seen the Pirate King from a god's perspective, he could avoid many detours on his path of cultivation. After some more time, he should be able to surpass the supernovas of his era. Calculating, he had already been in this world for a long time. The situation now was drastically different from when he first arrived. The direction of this world had also changed significantly due to his arrival. And the future would continue to diverge more and more from the original world of the Pirate King as he took more actions. He truly looked forward to what the world of the Pirate King would ultimately become. Not long after he rested, shouts from Hawes came from outside the captain's cabin. Captain, we have arrived at the next island. This is the famous Peach Blossom Island. Reis quickly leaped out of bed and rushed out of the cabin to the deck, gazing at the distant island. The sight before him amazed him. A massive peak, shrouded in mist, was faintly visible, majestic and magnificent, resembling a fairyland. The world of the Pirate King encompasses various nations and cultures. The Peach Blossom Island before him was clearly a reflection of a paradise and the Flower Fruit Mountain. Reis couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing an expression of anticipation. All right, let us steer the ship closer. Chapter 174. Peach Source, Peach Chien. Bounty Hunter, what a beautiful island. It's completely different from that desolate place from before. Looking at the magnificent and spectacular peach source before him, Reis couldn't help but exclaim. The adventure has finally gotten back on track. This kind of island meets his expectations for the Grand Line. After seeing the previous island situation, he thought he had chosen a route filled with deserted islands. I've seen this peach source in books. How's he explained beside him? Although it's not very large, the scenery is incredibly beautiful. Many adventurers come here for vacation. But because there are too many visitors and a mix of people, the island's safety has become a significant issue. At the top of Flower and Fruit Mountain in the center of Peach Source, there is a peach orchard where the peaches are large, sweet, and plump, making it one of the 5 great fruits in the world, very popular among people. The locals have relied on planting and selling these fruits, known as immortal peaches, to make a living for generations. However, after the island became famous as a tourist destination, the immortal peaches often faced theft from nobles and pirates visiting the island, causing chaos and great distress for the indigenous people. As a result, the locals of Peach Source had to seek protection from the power of the island and borrowed the flag of one of the 4 emperors, the Big M1 pirates, offering a certain amount of immortal peaches each year to gain the protection of the 4 emperor pirate crew. After receiving protection from the 4 emperors, it seems that the previous chaos has not occurred again, and only occasionally do some tourists arrive. I didn't expect this island to be under the protection of the 4 emperors. Reis nodded thoughtfully. He was curious to taste that immortal peach, which is hailed as one of the 5 great fruits in the world. Soon, the Silver Adventurer docked at the shore of the island. As usual, they left Dufu to guard the ship, promising to bring her peaches to eat later, and the others followed Reis onto the island. It's strange. Why is there not a single person around? Upon arriving at the village at the foot of Flower and Fruit Mountain, Reis looked around in confusion. The village was completely empty, not a single figure in sight. However, judging by the cleanliness of the environment, it didn't seem like no one lived here. Where did everyone go? They must have gone to work on the mountain, right? Lexington looked up at the peak of Flower and Fruit Mountain. The main job of the people here is to take care of the peach trees, and right now is the peach harvest season. So everyone should be busy on the mountain. Then let us go. We'll check out the mountain, Reis said, licking his lips as he walked toward the foot of Flower and Fruit Mountain. He was thinking about peaches. Bounty Hunter, please stop. You can't take our peaches. If we can't provide our tribute, the big MOM pirates won't spare us, and without any source of income, we will starve. In front of the peach orchard at the top of Flower and Fruit Mountain, the villagers gathered together, pleading with a group of bounty hunters. These bounty hunters looked arrogant, clearly a bunch of small fry, but to these defenseless villagers, they were extremely dangerous. Big MOM pirates? What is that? How could it compare to our Thunder God Guild? The leader of this group of bounty hunters, a $1 million bounty hunter named Flog, arrogantly chewed on a peach while disdainfully standing on a bamboo basket filled with immortal peaches. It was evident that these were ignorant frogs in a well, completely unaware of the deterrent power of the four emperors, and they were the type of people that caused the most headaches for the people of Peach Source. After all, in their eyes, even the four emperors could be dealt with by the Thunder God Guild. And what does your starving have to do with us? After finishing the sweetest part of the peach, Flog casually threw the leftover peach in the face of the village chief of Peach Source, causing peach juice to splatter everywhere. The elderly village chief stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Such delicious peaches. Why do pirates have to enjoy them? Brothers, clear out everything. Flog disdainfully took another peach from the basket, eating it while ordering his subordinates to empty the immortal peaches from Flower and Fruit Mountain. At this moment, a peach-haired boy among the villagers stepped forward with a wooden stick, quickly running up to Flog. What is the matter? Do you want to take action against me? Flog snorted coldly, cracking his knuckles, looking at the boy arrogantly. Peach Chien, he will kill you, the villagers exclaimed, seeing Peach Chien, who was a stark contrast in size to the tall pirate. They remembered the boy, the village chief's grandson, who had vowed since childhood to cultivate powerful martial skills to protect the village and the fruit trees. But how could a mere 14-year-old child be a match for such a fierce bounty hunter who could fight pirates to the death? You little brat, you've got guts. Flog growled, trying to scare the young boy into submission. Peach Chien took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and tightened his grip on the wooden stick. Calm down. Stay calm. I have trained for many years to prepare for situations like this. Just treat him as a target for my usual training. Don't hold back. Strike at his vital points. Monkey steals peach. Peach Chien shouted, thrusting the long stick forward with all his might. Thud! Ack! The hard wooden stick struck Flog squarely in the groin, and after a couple of forceful jabs, an unprepared Flog let out a terrible scream, clutching his groin and collapsing to the ground. The villagers gasped, unable to believe their eyes. Such a small Peach Chien actually knocked the tall and burly bounty hunter to the ground with one blow. Boss! Flog's subordinates hurriedly put down the baskets of peaches and rushed to help their fallen leader. You little brat! I'll kill you! Flog gritted his teeth in anger, trembling as he stood up, one hand clutching his groin and the other drawing a shiny long knife, glaring at Peach Chien. Peach Chien raised the wooden stick to defend himself, but the peachwood stick could not withstand the sharp steel knife and was cut in half with a single strike. You little brat! Dare to harm my peaches, I'll turn you into a girl. Flog kicked Peach Chien over and raised the steel knife to chop down. However, halfway through his swing, he found he couldn't bring it down. A girl around the same age as Peach Chien appeared between Flog and Peach Chien, grabbing his wrist with one hand, preventing the long knife from descending any further. What? You little girl, where did you pop out from? Flog viciously reached for the red-haired girl with the hand that was holding his groin. Annie nonchalantly extended her other hand, easily grabbing Flog's wrist again. Boom! The engine thrusters installed on her heel suddenly erupted with powerful thrust, propelling her reinforced right leg to kick fiercely at Flog's groin. This time, it was a complete disaster. Chapter 175. Crisis from the Four Emperors. Frog's face instantly turned a purplish red, his back arched like a shrimp, as he fell to the ground, convulsing. What was up with that woman? Did she have some special weapon on her? She hurt the boss. Kill all of them. The underlings drew their weapons and shouted as they charged towards Annie. Hey, little girl, be careful. The fallen village chief saw the bounty hunters swarm in. His legs went weak in fear, and the other villagers of Taiyuan village also turned pale with fright. However, Annie's expression remained unchanged. She could take down these small fries with a single punch when she was just 10 years old after her transformation. But she really didn't want to waste time with these disgusting guys, and using wide-ranging artillery made her fear of accidentally injuring the villagers and the fruit trees. Brother, I don't want to fight anymore. Buzz, A powerful aura swept in, enveloping this ragtag group. These bounty hunters, who appeared strong but were actually just for show, soon fell one after another, unconscious on the ground. The villagers exchanged glances, their faces showing immense surprise. A boy who looked only a few years older than Annie, exuding a very strong, domineering aura, slowly walked through the fallen bounty hunters and stood beside Annie. Behind him were two young men and a well-dressed pig. "You are very brave, young man." Reis smiled and helped the fallen Tauson to his feet. Finally, he managed to show off successfully this time. What a relief. Looking at the villagers around him with faces full of admiration, Reis appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was deeply moved to the point of tears. Not long after cleaning up the trash and tying it all up to throw down the mountain, Reis and the members of the Magic Hand Pirates sat down with the villagers of Taoyuan Village in a clearing by the peach orchard. These peaches are really delicious. After taking a bite of the peaches offered by the villagers, Reis's eyes lit up instantly. Juicy and soft, with a refreshing sweetness and a strong peach fragrance. This was definitely the best fruit he had ever eaten. No wonder it was one of the top 5 fruits in the world. Annie, Lexington, and the others also praised it endlessly. "So, you guys are also pirates?" After chatting a bit with Reis, the village chief of Taoyuan Village sighed, showing a worried expression. "Old man, you don't need to worry. We won't do anything to you or your peaches. At most, we'll take a few to taste," Reis said while enjoying the peach. "I wonder if these peaches have the effects of the peaches of immortality. Will eating them extend my life? Sigh, I'm not worried about whether you'll harm us. I've lived for 70 or 80 years, and I can roughly tell what kind of people you are. Old man can still see that." The village chief of Taoyuan Village patted the shoulder of the young Tauson, sitting beside him, and shook his head helplessly. "I'm worried that we won't have enough peaches to offer to the big MOM pirates. Frog has already caused a big ruckus in Taoyuan for a long time. Because the peaches are very delicate, they must be picked using special methods to be harvested intact. Otherwise, they will rot." Frog and his group, not understanding the picking techniques, ignored the villagers' warnings and caused chaos in the orchard, and only stopped after ruining most of the peaches. Then, Frog's group planned to take all the remaining good peaches, and that led to the earlier scene. Although they managed to preserve the last 1/10 of the peaches, it was nowhere near enough to satisfy the big MOM pirates' demands. The villagers all sighed with worried expressions. The day to pay the peach tax was just a few days away, and if they couldn't deliver, the big MOM pirates officials who came to collect the tax would definitely not spare them. After hearing the villagers' grievances, Reis furrowed his brow in distress. The 4 emperors were not something he could resist or provoke right now, even if he could help Taoyuan drive away a few officials with his current strength. He could not protect this island under a flag. This was quite a dilemma. "Big brother, can I ask you to help us?" Tauson knelt before Reis, looking pitiful. "You must be very powerful pirates." Following Tauson, the other villagers of Taoyuan Village also knelt down, pleading with Reis to help them protect the peach trees. Seeing these kneeling villagers, Reis was at a loss, and it took a lot of effort to make them stop. This is troublesome. These people really think highly of themselves. But after eating their peaches and seeing them so humbly pleading, he couldn't refuse. After all, if he didn't help, this island would surely be destroyed by the angry big MOM. It would also be hard to accept for such delicious peaches to disappear from the world. There was no choice but to take it step by step. First, see if he could eliminate the threat from whoever big MOM pirates sent to collect the peaches. If it was Baron Egg or Beckmas or any lower-ranking children, he still had confidence in a fight. After all, they were not coming for a full-blown battle, so they shouldn't bring too many forces. As for the follow-up attacks from the big MOM pirates, he had no immediate solutions. Determined to do his best to help Taoyuan through the crisis, the Magic Hand Pirates temporarily stayed in Taoyuan and resided in the village chief's home, receiving very warm hospitality. The next day, in the courtyard of the village chief's house, Reis encountered another dilemma. That 14-year-old boy, Tauson, knelt before him once again. "Please, take me as your apprentice and teach me powerful skills. I want to become strong and protect the village and orchard." He wants to take me as a master. This kid, after hesitating for a while, Reis agreed to his request. Being able to stand up and defend his home against a much stronger opponent and even deliver a critical hit showed that this child had both courage and potential. It wouldn't hurt to guide him a little. Perhaps he could help him in the future when he grows up. Thus, during the days the Magic Hand Pirates stayed in Taoyuan Village, Reis gained an apprentice who was only 2 or 3 years younger than him. Because Taoshan's own training method was to practice marksmanship with a wooden stick, Reis, who was skilled with long weapons, was indeed suitable to be his mentor. Meanwhile, Lexington also selected some strong young men among the villagers of Taoyuan to help them train, so they could exert their strength to protect their homes in the upcoming battle. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. We VE spotted the big MOM pirate ship in the distant sea, on the lookout of the Silver Adventurer. Lexington quickly spotted several ships approaching from afar, flying the flag of the big MOM pirates. The crew, who had been preparing for battle for a long time, now wore serious expressions. After all, their enemy was the most powerful emperor on the seas. Even if the 4 emperors themselves and their high-ranking officials do not arrive, they should not be underestimated. With half-hearted determination, defeat is absolutely certain. Chapter 176. Bounty Hunter C. Buddha. If a conflict were to occur between the Peach Blossom Village and the big MOM pirates, it would inevitably bring the flames of war and the wrath of the Yonko upon the villagers. Moreover, a large-scale battle would certainly cause tremendous damage, affecting the surrounding environment. Therefore, the Magic Hand Pirates decided to take the initiative and strike directly at the big MOM Pirates fleet at sea, catching them off guard. Get ready, Dafu shouted as she slammed the steering wheel and pressed the launch button for the ship's steam cannon at the bow. Boom! The sound of the engine roared, and a cannon emerged from the mouth of the dolphin figurehead of the Silver Adventurer, aiming at the distant ships of the big MOM Pirates. Boom! The power generated by the steam propelled a highly compressed water column, shooting out like a cannonball and instantly piercing through the hull of the first pirate ship that appeared. What's going on? What is happening? We're under attack. Who dares to strike at us? We're the fleet of the big MOM Pirates. The crew on the opposing ship immediately erupted into chaos, clearly not expecting to be attacked here. The Silver Adventurer sped toward the enemy fleet, simultaneously firing several water cannon shots that created large holes in the hulls of the opposing ships. However, the members of the big MOM Pirates were ultimately a well-trained Yonko crew, even though they were not the frontline combat team. They quickly adjusted from their panic and opened fire on the Silver Adventurer, but their marksmanship was lacking, although they were much improved compared to previous enemies. Dafu skillfully dodged all the cannon fire. Soon, the Silver Adventurer approached the big MOM Pirates fleet. On board, Reis, Lexington, Oni, Beethoven, and Housey immediately launched fierce attacks on the remaining 5 pirate ships that still had the ability to fight back. It seemed that the opposing ship did not have any high-ranking officers present, as the strongest was merely an ordinary squad leader. Reis and the others' attacks were overwhelming. Oh no, the attackers are formidable. We can't handle them. Quickly notify. The squad leader hadn't finished speaking when their ship was violently attacked, and the ship capsized, sending the squad leader flying into the sea. I'm sorry, even though we have no enmity with you. Anyway, in the future, the challenge against a Yonko will either be you or Kaido, so if we offend you, we offend you. With that, Reis raised his flame spear, the blade igniting with fierce flames as he prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the last pirate ship below. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation occurred. A gigantic shadow over 20 meters tall suddenly burst forth from the sea, and a colossal hand, with the force of a landslide, slammed toward Reis. What the hell? The sudden turn of events startled Reis, and he quickly used his wave ability to push himself backward, narrowly avoiding the powerful strike. Boom! The enormous hand crashed down onto the surface of the sea, creating a towering wave. A giant? Oh my goodness! After dealing with the ship he was responsible for, Lexington looked in disbelief at the giant that had suddenly emerged from the sea. Annie, Beethoven, Dafu, Housey, and the surviving crew of the big MOM Pirates also stared wide-eyed, unable to believe this unexpected visitor. Hurry! Don't just stand there staring. The person in charge of the big MOM Pirate ship urged his confused subordinates. Take advantage of the third party's interference while no one is paying attention to us. Let us get out of here. Reis returned to the Silver Adventurer, looking seriously at the giant that had suddenly appeared before him. This size was definitely that of a giant, and the fact that he emerged directly from the sea indicated he was a T8 DevilFruit user. However, the giant's appearance and style were completely different from that of typical giants, resembling a blind monk dressed in tattered robes, radiating a powerful aura. Who are you? Reis shouted, pointing his spear at the giant. I am known as C. Buddha. Please take care of me. The blind monk giant answered slowly with his palms together. C. Buddha? P.S. Actually one of the 3 heads of the Thunder God Guild? Damn it, these guild members really think highly of themselves, sending their strongest cadre to intercept us right away. You must be a cadre of the Thunder God Guild, right? What are you doing here? Reis continued to question. Under the orders of my master, I have come to beat you. C. Buddha lifted his massive palm high, preparing to give Reis his favorite big slap. This is outrageous. Attack. Take him down. The members of the Magic Hand Pirates immediately directed their firepower at the giant, launching a fierce assault against him. Stormfoot, Mountain Cutter, Corinthian Overture, Bazooka Rocket, Arrow of Hesperides. In an instant, Lexington unleashed his giant Stormfoot, Beethoven executed his electric flight slash, and he fired rockets from a right hand. Housey shot flaming arrows, and Dafu controlled the Silver Adventurer to shoot water cannons. All targeting Sea Buddha? You guys are quite troublesome. With seemingly incredibly keen observation, Sea Buddha quickly sensed the trajectories of the attacks and dove into the sea. In that instant, all their attacks missed. This enormous figure is surprisingly fast. Seeing his attacks fail to land, Lexington couldn't help but feel a headache. Although these were merely test attacks, the fact that so many of them couldn't hit him was quite bothersome. This giant has such good swimming ability that gives him a significant advantage in naval battles. Reis took a deep breath and watched as Sea Buddha resurfaced from sea. He could tell that Sea Buddha didn't seem to be a malicious individual. Based on the names of the three heads, Sea Buddha, Zashiki Warashi, and Ayabozu, they were not the kind of vicious demons that devour people without leaving a bone. Instead, they were inherently harmless and might even do good deeds. This somewhat indicated that there was no need for them to have a life-and-death struggle with Sea Buddha. Although he didn't fear a confrontation with the Thunder God Guild, in this tense situation where a confrontation with the Yonko crew could happen at any moment, he didn't want to escalate the conflict further. Perhaps it was worth trying to communicate. Who is your guild leader, and why did they send you to trouble me? Reis asked. Although I have brought you some trouble, it's not an irreconcilable conflict, right? Even bounty hunters wouldn't choose such high-risk prey, would they? After speaking, Reis fixed his gaze on Sea Buddha's face, but the giant's expression remained completely calm, revealing nothing. Indeed, there was no need for us to have some minor friction escalate to a life-and-death struggle. Our Thunder God Guild rarely intervenes against pirates with bounties over 100 million. After a long silence, the Sea Bicorn slowly spoke. Lord Kaniuraheim sent this old man to beat you for other reasons. But I cannot say these things here without the President's consent. If you want to know, come back to Izumo alone with me, and let Lord Kaniuraheim tell you the reason in person. Chapter 177. Sea Monster and the Boy Alone? To Izumo Country? That should be the headquarters of the Thunder God Guild, right? This sounds completely unreliable, Reis thought in disbelief. They haven't even resolved the issues here in the Peach Garden. He couldn't leave. What would happen if they didn't go? Reis asked. In that case, I will continue to fight you, and if I am defeated, then Lord Kanemato will send other bounty hunters to attack you, the sea monster said calmly, with his hands clasped together. Though I know I am no match for you, I believe I still have the upper hand in naval battles. Damn, Reis immediately felt a headache. What grudges did he have with this Kanemato that made it necessary for things to turn out this way? Could it be that the original owner had offended him? But that didn't make sense. The original owner was just a small pirate with a bounty of 24 million. How could he have the ability to offend the president of the Thunder God Guild? He really couldn't figure it out, but it seemed that the only way to uncover the truth was to follow the sea monster. After some hesitation, Reis finally decided to accompany the sea monster to Izumo Country to visit the headquarters of the Thunder God Guild. He instructed Lexington and the others on specific matters, telling them to guard the Peach Garden well and report any situations at any time, then jumped onto the sea monster's head, led by this giant sea creature, and swam away into the distance. They just left like that? The development of events is really unexpected. Lexington looked at the captain sitting on the sea monster's head as they departed and couldn't help but complain. Before he could even recover, the captain had been taken away by the giant. He had clearly just been ready to fight to the death against the armies of the four emperors. Forget it. Let's return to the island and continue to strengthen our vigilance, Lexington said, turning back toward the cabin. With Reis gone, the command of the ship and crew was temporarily left to him. They didn't think the threat from the big MOM pirates would end just like that. They couldn't afford to relax at this time and had to remain vigilant. Watching Lexington issue orders and walk back into the cabin without looking back, Housey pondered. How did he become so arrogant? Is he learning from the captain? The captain's influence is really strong, huh? Beethoven nodded slightly, looking at the pig head. Their words made Lexington feel a pang in his heart. Am I really going to be assimilated by that Reis guy? It can't be. Really? Can't any information be revealed? On the head of the sea monster, Reis asked for the 33rd time. No, my mouth is very tight, and you've asked the same question too many times. Although the sea monster's tone was the same as usual, his speaking speed had noticeably quickened, clearly indicating that he was getting annoyed by Reis. What the heck, this is so boring. Reis mumbled, feeling a bit tired, and lay back on the sea monster's head. This bald head is quite comfortable to sleep on. The swaying is quite hypnotic. Closing his eyes, Reis began to rest. There was no point in worrying too much about the current situation. It was better to have a good rest and wait until he was in good spirits to meet that Kanemato. Who knows what kind of situation awaits him in Izumo country, but he wouldn't be afraid. If he couldn't win, he could always run away. And maybe he could find a couple of useful devil fruits to try out. That Kanemato, the president of the Thunder God Guild, is a mythical beast-type ability user, right? Since he used the name Kanemato, he should be a lightning-type mythical beast, which is an ability Reis was quite interested in acquiring. It was unrealistic to run to Sky Island to replicate that Enogai. By the time he got there, the other party might have already run to the moon. He certainly couldn't chase after them to the moon, but having a lightning-type mythical beast as a substitute for the Thunder Fruit would be nice. As he thought about this, a wave of drowsiness washed over Reis's mind, and he quickly fell asleep on the sea monster's head. How could he be so carefree? The sea monster couldn't help but complain. Though he wasn't an enemy, they weren't friends either. Was it really okay for him to sleep soundly on his head? He even felt like submerging Reis in the water to see what would happen. This pirate is quite different from most pirates he usually encounters. The sea monster muttered to himself. So far, he had a good impression of Reis. Sometimes as bright as the sun, sometimes as calm as the moon, sometimes with the majesty of a king, and sometimes with the playfulness of a youth. Although Lord Kanemato certainly wouldn't recognize any pirate, the sea monster felt that if Reis hadn't killed Lord Fumitsuki, he would be worthy of those two famous swords, Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Lord Kanemato's health has been getting worse day by day. Now he is completely relying on the prescriptions provided by the famous doctor of the Snake Kingdom and the ninjutsu of the Zashiki Warashi to sustain his life. The sea monster sighed rarely, and the giant sigh caused smoke to rise from the sea surface. 2 years. There are still 2 years until the prophesied time. Can they really hold on until then? Or can they truly contribute significantly to the battle for the restoration of Wano country? The future is shrouded in uncertainty, and his blind eyes cannot see clearly. Even his extremely refined observation haki cannot grasp it. On the calm sea surface, the giant sea monster, carrying the sleeping boy, swam quickly toward the horizon. In another sea area, the only remaining and heavily damaged pastry ship of the big MOM pirates was swaying in the waves, looking extremely miserable. The pirates, who had barely escaped from their attackers, had just begun to catch their breath. Remembering what had just happened, they were still filled with trepidation and couldn't fully believe it. How could a stupid pirate crew dare to attack a ship of the 4 emperors, bombarding them like madmen? They really didn't know the height of the sky. Did those guys have no idea about Mama's terror? Sea Captain, what should we do now? A pirate asked anxiously, trembling in fear. The captain hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a decision, taking out a din mushi from his pocket. If they report this, they would definitely face punishment, and the severity of the punishment would depend on luck and the cadre's moods. But if they don't report it, they couldn't possibly hide what had happened today. They would be dead for sure. The captain trembled as he dialed the number. Oh, how is your work going? Have you arrived at the peach garden? Hurry up and bring back the... Don't dawdle. Mama will be waiting anxiously. A middle-aged woman's voice, with a strong sense of oppression, came from the other end. Lord Compote. The captain gathered his courage and said, trembling with fear, Our fleet has been attacked. Chapter 178. The reversal technique of the Zashiki Warashi a few days later. In the Izumo Kingdom, at the Thunder God Guild Hall. Lord Zashiki Warashi, you're back. A beautiful girl with a delicate face, slender figure, and a curvaceous body, dressed in a blue haori adorned with white cloud patterns and barefoot, walked in, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a particularly sweet smile on her face. Several bounty hunters working in the guild paused their tasks to greet the most lively among them, the Zashiki Warashi. The sea head and the blue monk were serious and silent, making them difficult to approach. But only this Zashiki Warashi, who loved to run out and play with the children in the city, could communicate with them normally. The children I played with today had so much fun. It's a pity that I'll probably have to get busy again soon. I wonder how long it will be until I can go out and play with them again. As the Zashiki Warashi spoke, she pointed at the beads of sweat on her forehead, and the heat radiating from her body instantly dissipated. At the same time, a strange transformation began to occur in the beautiful girl's body. Her curvy figure gradually became flat, although the overall change was not very large. It was evident that the Zashiki Warashi had transformed into a handsome young man, completely different from her previous female form. Lord Zashiki Warashi, you finally returned. Lord Takamikazuchi and Lord Blue Monk have been looking for you. three sister bounty hunters, Shiranui with a long sword at her waist, the fiery phoenix fire, and the blue-hued Aoi fire, walked over as they spoke. What happened? Did Lord Takamikazuchi lose control of his emotions again? Or has his condition worsened to the point where he needs my help? After taking a sip of water, the Zashikiwarashi sighed helplessly. Although I can temporarily reverse it for a short time, his condition will ultimately revert. This isn't good for Lord Takamikazuchi's health. That's not the only reason. Shiranui, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword, flicked her long ponytail as she spoke. Seahead sent a communication. He has received the captain of the Devil Hand Pirate crew, EricD Reis, and will soon arrive in Izumo. Lord Takamikazuchi intends to summon you three to meet with that guy. Upon hearing Shiranui's words, the Zashikiwarashi's expression turned serious. That pirate who scared the underground city administrator into calling me late at night, suspected of killing Lord Fujetsu and stealing Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi? He's actually coming to Izumo. I understand. I'll go find Lord Takamikazuchi. As the Zashikiwarashi spoke, he turned and walked deeper into the guild hall towards the resting place of Takamikazuchi. Due to certain special reasons, Takamikazuchi was not suitable to be exposed to the public eye. Generally, besides the three heads, only the Hoi sisters had the opportunity to meet him frequently. In the inner part of the Thunder God Guild, ordinary people could not enter. So even cleaning had to be done personally by the Zashikiwarashi. What a hassle. The last time I cleaned was about a week ago. Looking at the now dirty floor, the Zashikiwarashi scratched his head in distress, ultimately deciding to use his ninjutsu to tidy up. Grand cleaning, reverse technique. In an instant, a mysterious force swept through the entire corridor, and the once dusty and filthy floor and walls became spotless. Looking at the clean corridor, the Zashikiwarashi nodded in satisfaction and continued walking. But using ninjutsu to clean the house, it really reverts back to its original state after a week. Ugh, it's just too troublesome. I don't want to clean it myself. Before long, the Zashikiwarashi pushed open the door to Takamikazuchi's room. A series of violent coughs quickly reached the Zashikiwarashi's ears, causing him to frown. Lord Takamikazuchi, your health has worsened again. It seems that the technique I used before has failed. Saying this, the Zashikiwarashi quickly approached the coughing Takamikazuchi, reaching out to support him. Neither your ninjutsu nor doctor Ninjitsu's special medicine can ultimately do more than prolong Lord Takamikazuchi's life. The blue monk beside him shook his head sadly. Let's talk about those things later. Zashikiwarashi, help me recover my health again. Cough, cough. As Takamikazuchi spoke, he coughed violently several times. I need to meet that pirate soon. I can't appear looking so ill. Understood. Lord Takamikazuchi, I will use ninjutsu to assist you. Saying this, the Zashikiwarashi stood upright, took a deep breath, and began to form hand seals. Great healing, reverse technique. An invisible wave of light swept over Takamikazuchi, and the effects became apparent quickly. The previously weak body instantly regained health, and the coughing and blood-spitting symptoms disappeared in an instant. However, the three present understood that this was merely the superficial effect created by ninjutsu. It could only maintain Takamikazuchi's health for a short period of time, and it would fail about a week later. Takamikazuchi's condition was actually deteriorating due to an incurable old illness. Although the Zashikiwarashi could reverse everything, those forcibly reversed conditions would ultimately return to their natural state over time. The only thing that could truly heal Takamikazuchi was the legendary panacea, which unfortunately only existed in legends. Alright, everyone get ready. The Sea Head should be returning with EricD residential soon. Takamikazuchi adjusted his posture and sat up straight, while the Zashikiwarashi and the Blue Monk helped wipe away the blood he had just coughed up. After handling everything, the Zashikiwarashi temporarily returned outside the hall to wait, as the Sea Head's massive frame needed to be reversed by his ninjutsu before entering the guild. The rumbling thunder woke Residential from his slumber. Opening his eyes and looking up, the sight before him astonished him. Rolling thunder surged within the massive thundercloud, presenting an incredibly spectacular scene. Izumo Kingdom was actually hidden beneath a layer of thunderclouds. Moreover, through the power of the copy fruit, he could clearly sense that these thunderclouds were influenced by the powers of the DevilFruit, which caused them to surround this place. We've arrived. This is Izumo Kingdom. Soon, the Sea Head, carrying Residential through the layer of thunderclouds, finally spoke. A massive and majestic island appeared before Reis, looking at the island before him. Reis couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This Izumo Kingdom, the headquarters of the Thunder God Guild, looks so much like the land of Wano. Chapter 179. 5 and 3 Lord Kaizo 2. Just as he landed on the shore, several bounty hunters rushed to his side and saluted him. Lord Kinyu has been waiting in the guild for a long time. You need to hurry and meet with them. Kaizo too nodded slightly and took large strides towards the guild hall in the interior of Izumo. Reis stood atop the giant's head, overlooking the landscape of Izumo, feeling astonished. His thoughts were not wrong. This place is indeed very similar to the Land of Harmony. So, Kinyu Raijin and the others, could they have escaped from the Land of Harmony like the former samurai? Before Reis could ponder further, the fast-moving Kaizo had already arrived at the entrance of the Raijin Guild Hall. Kaizo, is that peculiar thing with strange eyebrows on your head the pirate named Reis? A voice from below, clear and melodious, but not pleasant, came up. What do you mean by a thing with strange eyebrows? Reis jumped down from Kaizo head and landed in front of the Zashiki Warashi who had just exited the hall, speaking irritably. How dare a mere pirate be so arrogant at the entrance of our Raijin Guild Hall? The Zashiki Warashi snorted coldly. Let me make it clear. Our Raijin Guild is no friend of pirates. We could turn against you at any moment. You better be careful. With that, the Zashiki Warashi ignored Reis and brushed past him, coming to Kaizo side and forming hand seals. Lord Kinyu has been waiting inside. We must hurry. Transformation technique, reverse. Under the Zashiki Warashi's ninjutsu, Kaizo's enormous body began to shrink like a balloon, ultimately becoming the size of a little person, jumping onto the Zashiki Warashi's shoulder. This scene left Reis in shock. You are a DevilFruit user? He had been lost in thought and had not noticed until now. What kind of fruit ability is this? It directly transformed the 20-meter tall giant Kaizo into a mere 20-centimeter little figure. What's the big deal? I'm a ninja, and what you refer to as this strange ninjutsu ability is called a DevilFruit ability. The Zashiki Warashi glanced disdainfully at Reis and turned to walk into the hall. Hurry up. Lord Kinyu is waiting to see you. Reis shook his head helplessly and followed the Zashiki Warashi into the hall. Indeed, these guys harbor hostility towards him. Although he already had some guesses in his heart, he needed to meet Kinyu Raijin in person and ask him directly to confirm. Hopefully, the other party wouldn't attack him outright. If he had to face Kinyu Raijin along with all the bounty hunters alone, he would have a headache. Huh, our captain? He went to Izumo with Kaizo from the Raijin Guild. Inside the peach garden, Lexington said to Hawkins, who had just landed, while munching on a peach. You're a pirate from the North Sea, right? You're also one with a bounty of over 100 million. You've been quite popular recently. Lexington examined Hawkins' appearance closely. The peculiar eyebrows, similar to the captain's, were very noticeable, almost impossible to mistake. Magician Basil Hawkins was someone Reis had mentioned before, said to be a rather eccentric individual. If you came to cause trouble for our captain, then I'll be your opponent. Lexington said with a hint of a smile. I'm not here to fight your captain. I'm just a bit interested in him and want to meet him. Hawkins replied expressionlessly. He also couldn't deduce everything about Reis. He had previously calculated his chances of winning against Reis to be only 31. Although there was still a chance of victory, it was clear that the other party was much stronger than him, and he could only hope to win if he drew good cards each time. Even against Lexington, his winning probability was only 57, showing no advantage. The Magic Hand Pirates were indeed very powerful. He wouldn't fight a battle with such a low probability of winning. You should meet him. That guy's been quite the celebrity lately, almost too busy to keep up. Lexington couldn't help but comment, while also suggesting to Hawkins, if you want to find him, just go to Izumo, or it might be better to wait here. He will return sooner or later. To be honest, he really wanted to keep Hawkins here to help guard against the invasion of the big MOM pirates, but Hawkins seemed to have no intention of staying long, and it was uncertain how reliable he was, so he let it go. I will consider going to Izumo. There's no need to wait here. After some thought and a tarot card divination, Hawkins turned back towards his pirate ship, simultaneously informing Lexington of the divination results. Let me give you a warning. If you are still on this island in a week, your survival rate will be only 5, although I don't know the specific reason. 5? Hawkins' words made Lexington stop eating his peach, his brows furrowing. To have such a low survival rate. He couldn't tell if this guy's calculation was accurate, but he was someone with a bounty over 100 million, so he couldn't just be a superstitious fraud. After all, they were about to engage in battle with the forces of the 4 emperors, which was normal. In fact, a 5 survival rate was already quite high. Thank you for the warning. After bidding farewell to Hawkins, the ship Yuan Hen Dao Fu sailed towards the sea ahead, while Lexington quickly headed to Peach Village to inform others of the new information. Captain Hawkins, where are we heading next? The navigator of the Hawkins pirates asked. Hawkins raised his head, sighed deeply, and put away the tarot cards. If we go to Izumo, the survival rate is 3. To have 2 consecutive low-probability events is truly unprecedented. There must be some major event occurring nearby recently. Let's head towards Izumo. But don't get too close. Keep your distance and just observe the situation. Dancing on the edge of a blade. After stating that the survival rate was only 5, he appeared completely unfazed. It seemed they had no intention of retreating. Are these people fools? Don't they understand that a 5 survival rate is essentially a death sentence? Even if they miraculously survive, they are likely to be gravely injured. However, these people have been pirates for quite a while. They can't possibly be oblivious to the dangers of life and death. It's truly incomprehensible. Let us just stay near Izumo and wait for Reis to appear. The surface of the sea was calm, but it was hard to say this wasn't the calm before the storm. Beneath it, dark currents were definitely lurking. A bloody storm was brewing, ready to erupt completely in the waters of this grand line. Chapter 180. Thunder Roar, Rain Moon. Kinyu inside the Thunder God Guild Hall, the lights were dim. A warrior with sharp eyes like lightning sat cross-legged in the center. To his left stood a handsome and spirited young man with a fierce expression, and to his right stood a tall, imposing one-eyed monk in green robes. Next to them stood 3 female warriors of the whole clan in a line. If the Kaizoku were to return to giant form and stand in the back, the oppressive atmosphere would be even stronger. Kinyu Thunder God and the 3-headed beast? They are much stronger than I imagined. After all, they are bounty hunters capable of capturing over 100 million pirates. The 3 sisters, each with 10 million bounties, also seem formidable. Reis, standing before the high-ranking officials of the Thunder God Guild, silently thought to himself, if a fight really broke out, he probably wouldn't gain any advantage. However, he could feel that Kinyu Thunder God was indeed a DevilFruit user, as he sensed a strong aura of the DevilFruit emanating from him. It should be the Zoan-type mythical beast ability that the person in charge mentioned. He would need to find an opportunity to replicate that ability later. Additionally, 2 of the Hui sisters nearby also emitted the aura of DevilFruits, suggesting that they were also users, though he didn't know their specific abilities. Regardless, it was clear that the Thunder God Guild had a deep foundation. Where did you get that spear in your hand and the dagger at your waist? The warrior's gaze swept over Reis's Amaterasu and the Tsukuyami at his waist, slowly asking. Sure enough, it was because of this. Reis's heart jolted. His earlier guesses had indeed been correct. Everything made sense now. Amaterasu was obtained at an auction, and if you want to investigate, you should be able to find it. But those from Wano country tend to have limited information. After a moment, Reis began to speak. Tsukuyami is something I inherited from the original owner, Kazuki Oshur. After passing his trials, upon hearing Reis's words, Kinyu Thunder God's expression instantly darkened. Inheritance was even harder for him to accept than if Reis had killed Kazuki Oshur and taken his weapon. The idea of entrusting the future of Wano country to a pirate was unacceptable. Since I accepted Mr. Kazuki Oshur's entrustment, I will definitely go to Wano country in the future to deal with Kaido for you. Reis's eyes met Kinyu Thunder God's, and he said firmly, Mr. Kazuki Oshur died many years ago. His long escape drained his body. I learned everything about him from one of his fur tribe successors. Then, Reis told him everything he experienced on Tsukuyama Island. He didn't want to make an enemy of the Thunder God Guild, and he had nothing to hide, so he spoke without reservation. He was indeed not lying. After Reis finished speaking, Kaizoku, who was perched on the shoulder of Zashiki Warashi, spoke up. As a blind man, Kaizoku had an exceptionally sharp perception through observation haki, allowing him to discern the truth of what was said. Moreover, Reis's story was completely logical, and in his judgment, it was basically a fact. After receiving Kaizoku's confirmation, Kinyu's expression darkened further. Kazuki Oshur had died a long time ago. It was indeed very likely. As a nobleman's son who escaped from Wano country, Kazuki Oshur's situation would be even more difficult than his own without the assistance of retainers. Even he had relied on Zashiki Warashi's ninjutsu and an unexpected encounter with a famous doctor to keep his life hanging by a thread. It was very normal for Kazuki Oshur to have died long before him due to severe injuries. However, the idea of placing the hope of saving Wano country in the hands of pirates was still unacceptable to him. The actions of Kurizumi, Orochi, and Kaido, along with his experiences and encounters over the years at sea, made him unable to trust pirates at all. Even Whitebeard and Roger were not trustworthy in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to become a bounty hunter and establish a guild that was basically of no benefit to him. Even if he eliminated Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi. What then? These entrusted pirates could easily become the new usurpers of Wano country. Would he seek out new pirates for help at that time? How long would it take for them to see a brighter future? I am the former lord of Wano country, the son of Amiyuki Tempura, Thunder Roar Kinyu. After a long silence, Kenyu slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with lightning as he looked at Reis. I don't know what Kazuki Oshur was thinking, but I will never entrust such an important matter as helping the Kazuki family restore their country to pirates. Your verbal promises are meaningless. I will never believe them. As he spoke, Kenyu's body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Dark clouds rolled out from around him, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling within. A six-legged, three-tailed, fearsome-looking golden giant raccoon emerged from the black clouds. This is a slight fusion of various interpretations of the thunder god beast in Japanese mythology. Animal type, cat fruit, mythical beast. Thunder beast form. Looking at the enormous mythical beast wrapped in golden lightning before him, Reis's expression was slightly shocked. It was even more majestic than he had imagined. If he could replicate this fruit, it could serve as a substitute for the thunder fruit, transforming into a gigantic thunder beast. Kenyu slowly drew the 7-foot-long sword covered in thunder patterns from his waist and pointed it at Reis. Do you see this? We, the warriors of Wano country, can rely on our own strength to do what we need to do. We don't need outsiders like you to help. Not long after, Reis walked out of the Thunder God Guild Hall, shaking his head helplessly under Kaizoku's supervision as he headed to the port. This Kenyu is really troublesome, so stubborn. Although I haven't actually met Kazuki Oshur, I feel that moon rabbit would be much easier to deal with. After receiving a warning and threats from Kenyu, Reis left the land of Izumo while complaining as he rowed his small boat. He claimed that if he dared to come to Wano country, he would be wiped out along with himself. But in the end, he wasn't a bad person. It could only be said that his personality and style were different from Kazuki Oshur's. Having experienced the time when Kaido usurped the throne and being a bounty hunter for so long, it was normal for him to have a bad impression of pirates. However, it seemed that Kenyu's plan was to have the bounty hunters of the Thunder God Guild go to Wano country to hunt the beast pirates. It was quite a bold plan. Forget it, all things considered, he still gained something. Reis smiled slightly, raising his right hand, where a spark of lightning danced at his fingertips. After all, he had copied the ability of the Thunder Beast fruit. Everything else was inconsequential. He decided to return to Peach Blossom Garden first and wondered how things were there. That ship ahead? Reis suddenly narrowed his eyes, looking toward a pirate ship appearing on the horizon. There was the aura of a DevilFruit on it. Captain Hawkins, Eric has come out of Izumo country. On the ship Vengeance, the Black Cat Faust was the first to spot Reis's small boat slowly approaching from the distant sea. He turned to Hawkins beside him and said, "Finally out?" Hawkins, still sporting his poker face, murmured, "Let him come. Finally, I can meet this guy." Chapter 181. The Devil's Hand and the Magician Seriously. How come your ship doesn't even have any meat? What kind of pirate doesn't eat meat? No carrots either? The food is worse than on our ship. What a pity. On the ship Resentment, Reis was crazily munching on biscuits while complaining. Standing next to him, Hawkins, who usually maintained his composure, had a face full of black lines. This guy's way too familiar, right? He gets on his own ship and starts eating like there's no tomorrow, and then complains about the food on his ship. Hawkins himself disliked eating meat, so there wasn't much meat stock on the Resentment, but he never expected this would become a point of complaint for other pirates one day. "Are you here on my ship just to eat?" Seeing Reis eat more and more, Hawkins finally couldn't help but speak up. Why did he bring this peculiar guy on his ship? If he had known, he would have let him row his own small boat. The people from Izumo are really rude, pulling me from the Peach Blossom land to Izumo, and they didn't even serve me a cup of tea. If I had brought some dry rations, I might have starved on the way. After finishing the last biscuit of Hawkins, Reis patted his belly in satisfaction and burped. "Hawkins, if I had known, I would have first divined the fate of my biscuits. Thank you for your hospitality. But it seems you have something to find me for, Basil Hawkins." After filling his stomach, Reis stood up and walked in front of Hawkins, saying to him, this was the fourth notorious generation he had seen after Bonnie, Kid, and Killer. Seeing Hawkins, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. After all, he was the one with the most dramatic ups and downs among all the notorious generations. The strawman and divination abilities made him unstoppable in the early days, becoming the man with the highest bounty aside from Kid and Luffy. However, these abilities also made him cautious in the new world, afraid to take risks, ultimately ending up in the worst position among the supernovas, becoming a stepping stone for Killer in the battle at Onigashima, eventually losing an arm with his life in limbo. It was truly tragic. Hawkins didn't answer Reis's question immediately, but stared expressionlessly at the recently famous Devil's Hand. Younger and smaller than he had imagined, not even 20 years old. The one who caused his divination to fail for the first time was actually this kind of guy. About a year ago, you experienced a near-death crisis, right? After a moment of silence, Hawkins slowly asked. He still needed to clarify that matter. Otherwise, he couldn't feel at ease. Near-death crisis? Reis was taken aback, a bit confused. He had experienced so many near-death situations on his journey to this point that he didn't know which one the other party was referring to. After learning that Silverbrow Eric Reis defeated the two overlords of the South Sea, Black and William, I performed a divination on you. Hawkins fixed his gaze on Reis's eyes and continued. However, the result of the divination is something I still can't believe. In April of 1915, you had a 100 probability of already being dead. As he spoke, Hawkins's tone became slower and more serious. This was a mistake that had never occurred in my divination before, but once it involved you, the result became elusive. After hearing Hawkins's words, Reis raised an eyebrow in surprise and began to recall. The year 1915, April, that time point, wasn't that when he crossed into this world? After recalling, Reis couldn't help but chuckle. The divination was completely correct, because in April 1915, the boy EricD, Doe's Reis had indeed died once. It was just that he was later resurrected by a new soul. However, such a thing was something Hawkins would certainly not have thought of, and he was troubled by this bizarre occurrence until now, right? But Reis naturally wouldn't tell Hawkins the real situation, because for the other party, this might be a great opportunity to change his fate. Is it possible for an absolute probability to be changed? Although this kind of thing had never happened to Reis. As a former reader of One Piece, he had the answer in his heart. The probability might not be changeable, but fate can always undergo transformation. 2 years later, when Kid, Hawkins, and Appa's alliance faced Kaido, with a 0 chance of victory and a 0 chance of escape, Kid and Killer still chose to resist to the end. In the end, although the Kid pirates were defeated in the battle against Kaido, they became the final victors in the decisive battle at Onigashima. April of a year ago, indeed, it was a brush with death. However, for pirates, such things are inevitable, right? Those who can reach the end are those who have come through the gates of hell time and again. After laughing, Reis seriously said to Hawkins, since he came to this world, he wanted to change the fate of the people in this world as much as possible. He wanted to see how great his influence could be and to what extent he could change this world. Now let's see if we can bring this misguided Hawkins back to the path of competition. A life and death moment, huh? After hearing Reis's words, Hawkins silently thought in his heart. For him, this term seemed non-existent. With the magic of divination and the life-saving ability of the strawman, he had repeatedly distanced himself from danger, choosing simpler and safer challenges, charging through the sea until now. Hawkins had walked this path in this way. This also led him to have never encountered any life-and-death crises and almost never got injured in battles. To Hawkins, those who fought desperately to move forward could even be called fools. Well, what's the big deal about overcoming fate? Isn't that a normal thing? If a pirate hasn't cultivated the ability to change his fate amidst countless life and death crises. Reis continued, when faced with a situation in the future where there are no choices, no escape, and only forward, wouldn't he be left with no option but to surrender? If you take a step back, you will never reach the top. Only by repeatedly overcoming fate, advancing all the way, stepping on the corpses of countless eliminated pirates, can a few pirates reach the pinnacle of the world. It has always been like this. Reis's words suddenly Hawkins's. A situation where there is no choice, no escape, and only forward? Would such a situation also arise? Chapter 182. Dragon and Tiger. So, where are you planning to go next? After talking with Hawkins for quite a while, Lacey looked around with some confusion and asked, it seems like this ship has been stationary in this sea area, not moving at all. Where's the Hawkins pirates headed? The next stop on this route is the country of Izumo ahead of us. Hawkins said expressionlessly, looking straight ahead. However, at this point, Hawkins paused slightly. According to my previous divination, if we head to that island now, the survival rate a week from now is only 3. In other words, the probability of the Thunder God Guild being destroyed within a week is 97. Hawkins' words darkened Lacey's expression instantly. Why is that? What do you mean it's suddenly going to be destroyed? Although he said one shouldn't rely on divination, to be honest, this guy's accuracy is indeed high, and he couldn't ignore what he said. Moreover, the probability of the Peach Garden being destroyed a week later is 95. Hawkins looked at Lacey, speaking each word deliberately. Then, silence fell over the ship of the resentful ferryman. Lacey frowned, tightened his grip on the flame gun, let out a deep breath, and looked towards the distant sea. Where the country of Izumo was hidden within thunderclouds, only appearing as a small dot from afar. The Thunder God Guild is definitely not some small organization. Logically, it shouldn't be able to be destroyed so easily. At this moment, Lacey already had a very bad suspicion brewing in his heart. So what do you plan to do? Eric doesn't Lacey? Hawkins turned to look at Lacey. After a moment of contemplation, Lacey raised his head again, his gaze fixed and determined. It seems that battle is unavoidable. As for the situation in the peach garden, I'll leave it to Lexington and the others. So there is still a 3 chance, right? Lacey's silver eyebrows shimmered in the sunlight as the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a confident smile. It seems that the hope of this island rests on my shoulders. Suddenly turning his head, intense fighting spirit erupted in Lacey's eyes, startling Hawkins. Want to give it a try? Dance once on the tip of death. Be a real pirate. Somewhere on the Grand Line Park, an island. Boom. At the port, a 3-meter-tall muscular man was violently slammed to the ground, his massive body creating a large crater. A large group of pirates surrounding the muscular man, armed with knives and guns, gasped in disbelief. The captain was actually taken down with one hand. This is impossible. Our captain has a bounty of 90 million. The fierce tiger, Tiber. How could he be taken down by such a small guy? That kid looks like just a greenhorn. In front of the massive crater created by Tiber stood a young man with horns on his head, wearing a white-green hat and a black-white mask. Dressed in a white shirt, gray tie, white cloak, dark gloves, green pants, and boots. The young man appeared to be around 20 years old, with a slender build, standing only about 170 centimeters tall, looking unremarkable, especially compared to the imposing Tiber, resembling a child. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable young man had actually knocked down the muscular man with one hand and was casually playing with Tiber's 4-meter-long, several-ton heavy sword. Damn, what kind of sorcery did you use? How could you defeat the old man who is the fierce tiger? Tiber, who had been knocked into the pit, climbed up in a rage, his face twisted as he yelled at the young man in front of him. Your strength is too weak, the young man said as he tightened his grip on the long knife, the blade beginning to crackle. Nonsense. I am the king of beasts. Tiber roared, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage, his muscles bulging, the scars on his left arm pulsating like tiger stripes. Let me show you my power. His already massive body began to swell, transforming into a ferocious beast. Cold, sharp fangs began to grow in Tiber's mouth, and his claws extended from his fingers, while a long tail, like a steel whip, slammed violently against the ground, producing a deafening sound. A gigantic striped tiger appeared in front of the young man, baring its teeth and claws, letting out terrifying roars. Oh, it's Tiber's tiger form. Every time I see it, it feels incredibly powerful. Now, that little brat is done for. Behind, the crew of the fierce tiger pirates watched the tiger in front of them, cheering excitedly. However, the young man showed no signs of panic. His fierce, 3 white eyes were fixed on the tiger before him, and his right hand, gripping the giant knife, began to exert tremendous force. Crack! Crack! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the steel forged blade was actually broken by the young man with his bare hands. A tiger, huh? It's indeed a powerful ability among ordinary Zoan types, but unfortunately, the young man's body also began to swell before everyone's eyes. Hey, what is that thing? A dinosaur. It's a monster. Originally, the pirates were all excited, waiting to see their captain transform into a tiger and tear the opponent apart. But upon seeing the colossal creature before them, they all screamed in terror and began to retreat. A creature larger and more ferocious than a tiger, a Spinosaurus, appeared before the crowd. At this moment, someone finally recognized the identity of the young man. However, before the pirate who recognized him could inform his companions, he rolled his eyes and fainted. This young man, who looked to be only 20 years old, was definitely not a good-natured person, but one of the powerful officers under the 4 emperors of the New World, beast pirates. With a bounty of 290 million Pejuan. I've seen a bigger tiger, one that's very ancient. The gigantic Spinosaurus opened its abyss-like mouth towards the trembling little cat before it. Blood sprayed, and the screams echoed through the sky. Not long after taking care of the clueless pirates, Pejuan transformed back into his human form, looking at the mess before him, saying nothing as he hurriedly ran towards the ship of the beast pirates docked at the port. What a hassle. He just wanted to go to the shore to fish alone for a while in peace. Why did someone have to come and cause trouble? Dealing with those who don't know their place is always troublesome. There's no choice. I have to hurry back to the ship before my sister finds out I'm missing. After resupplying, they must continue their journey. This time, the 3 of them from the Flying Six are on an important mission. According to the latest intelligence, they are to annihilate the remnants of the samurai in Wano country at the country of Izumo, kill all resistors, and bring back strong allies who are willing to submit. Chapter 183. Preparing for the 4 emperors on the vast sea, the revengeful boat is carrying Reis and all members of the Hawkins pirates, sailing at full speed towards the horizon. On the deck, Reis and Hawkins sit opposite each other, with a large map laid out on the table in front of them, detailing the locations of nearby islands. According to Hawkins' divination, there is about a week left until the destruction of the land of Izumo. Within this week, they must prepare enough strength to resist the incoming enemies. Although the specifics of the crisis are still unclear, Reis already has a brutal guess in mind. The force that will soon annihilate the land of Izumo and the Thunder God Guild is the Beast Pirates led by Kaido. Only the Beast Pirates have the strength and the reason to come and destroy the Thunder God Guild. After all, the samurai who have fled from Wano country to here are a significant threat to Kaido and Orochi. If they learn of the samurai's whereabouts, they will definitely send troops to eliminate them. Even if the Thunder God Guild hides well, its leader, Kinyu Raijin, who is also the current daimyo of Wano's Rabbit Bowl, Yumetsuki Kinyu, rarely shows himself in front of outsiders. Yet they still cannot completely avoid the eyes of the four emperors, regardless of whether they are facing the armies of the four emperors or not. They must be fully prepared. Relying solely on the strength of Reis and the Hawkins pirates to change the fate of the land of Izumo and the Thunder God Guild is unlikely. So they need to gather more powerful forces. This powerful force lies on another island occupied by the Thunder God Guild. The Thunder God Prison holds all pirates captured by the Thunder God Guild with bounties exceeding 50 million who have not yet been turned over to the Navy. If they can win their strength, Reis is confident he can confront the impending invading forces head-on. Those pirates must be resentful towards the Thunder God Guild for capturing them. Hawkins said, "How can you guarantee that you can persuade them to join the battle to save the land of Izumo and face the four emperors?" After hearing Hawkins' words, Reis smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I have a strategy in mind. This is indeed a problem, but he is confident enough to rally sufficient forces to follow him to the land of Izumo to confront the enemy. It's true that the pirates have grievances against bounty hunters, but many of these individuals with bounties over 50 million also have ambitions to challenge strong foes. Moreover, as the Thunder God Prison is the territory of the Thunder God Guild, it is highly likely to be attacked by the Beast Pirates. A guy like Kaido, who values talent, will certainly not let go of those pirates imprisoned there. Leveraging this point and utilizing Hawkins' divination ability, he is confident of gathering a powerful army. However, time is tight. They must speed up and return with reinforcements before the land of Izumo falls." Hawkins shook his head helplessly, stood up, and walked to the bow, gazing out at the vast, tumultuous sea. In the end, he agreed to join Reis in the fateful battle for the land of Izumo. He didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong. This was his first time choosing to participate in a battle with such low odds of success. The outcome of this battle could very likely change the trajectory of his life and future voyages. There was no turning back. He was already on a pirate ship. So let us fight. At this moment, a fighting spirit radiated from Hawkins' eyes. Although Hawkins is much calmer than Reis, Kid, and others, he is still a newcomer who hasn't yet faced the harsh realities of the new world, so his blood, pride, and will to be strong are still intact. It is precisely because of this that Reis' provocation method can succeed. Watching Hawkins back, a smile appeared on Reis' face. Basil Hawkins, whether you can change your beliefs depends on this time. Even if he loses in this battle, he will still fight to the end as a warrior, which is far better than becoming a stepping stone for Kid, who will be reduced to a mere lackey of the four emperors in 2 years. If he successfully endures the test of this battle, then in 2 years, another candidate will emerge who is qualified to claim the throne. In this sea, the presence of more competitors will make things more interesting. Monkey D, Luffy, Captain Kidd, Trafalgar Law the Surgeon of Death, Hawkins the Magician, himself, and Ace, whom he has resolved to save, along with other potential survivors who should have been eliminated but survived due to the butterfly effect. The world after Reis' arrival will see more fierce and powerful newcomers, and it will no longer just be Luffy's stage. In Taoyuan, on Flower Fruit Mountain, Lexington, Hozu, and Beethoven are instructing the villagers in training. Strong young men are rapidly learning martial arts, swordsmanship, and archery under the guidance of the three. Meanwhile, the boys and weaker individuals are quickly crafting defensive and counterattack weapons alongside Annie. Hawkins' divination results have heightened the sense of crisis among everyone. A stronger enemy from the big MOM pirates may attack at any moment. To seize that slim chance of victory, they must be fully prepared in advance. At the same time, Lexington also learned about the situation on Reis' side through their communication. It is equally grim. The battlefields in Taoyuan and the land of Izumo are likely to face attacks from 2 four Emperor crews within this week. A 5 in 3 chance of survival is slim, but the Miracle Hand Pirates, who have returned from hell multiple times, have enough confidence to grasp this meager chance of survival. Lexington, Hozu, Beethoven, Annie, and Dafu are the 5 chance of survival for Taoyuan. Meanwhile, Hawkins, Reis, and the pirates who are about to be rescued from Thunder God Prison represent the 3 chance of survival for the land of Izumo. Fate will be determined by themselves. Soon, 5 days passed. All personnel, stand guard. Follow the steps practiced earlier and move out. On the coast of Taoyuan, villagers of Taoyuan, led by Tao Quan, are lined up in formation, holding the weapons they hastily produced within the past 7 days, energetically preparing to face the enemy. Meanwhile, on the sea in front of Taoyuan, the Silver Adventurer is cruising along the coastline, pushed by the waves. The 5 crew members of the Miracle Hand Pirates, including Lexington, are guarding the frontline battlefield. They have arrived. Lexington frowned, his sharp eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The dark silhouette of the big MOM pirate ship has appeared in their line of sight. This time, the enemy is no longer the small fry from last time. He can clearly sense with his observation haki that an extremely powerful aura is emanating from the ship across from them. Chapter 184. The Beast Pirates are closing in. 3 billion bounty flyers. On the island where the Thunder God Prison is located, everything is calm in the Grand Line. The bounty hunters, completely unaware of what is about to happen, are happily showing off the pirates they just captured to their peers on the island. Inside the Thunder God Prison, the angry roars of prisoners echo, as always. The prisoners here are all high bounty criminals captured by the Thunder God Guild, so even the intensity of their howls is much stronger than that of the small fry in the underground city. Only in the highest level of the prison is there no sound at all. In this cell is the only pirate captain captured by the Thunder God Guild this year with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Despite having not eaten, drunk, or cleaned himself for several days, this pirate captain, who could be called a great pirate, still has a fit physique, a remarkably handsome and elegant face, and is dressed in clean and refined clothing, looking like someone from a wealthy background. The most eye-catching feature is his long, blonde hair, smooth and shiny. Hair King Olaf Harold, former king of the Kingdom of Oslo, captain of the Hair Pirates, with a bounty of 123 million berries. A month ago, he was attacked by the Sea Seat and the Blue Monk, along with a large group of bounty hunters, in the waters near the country of Izumo. Although he fought hard, Harold was outnumbered and ultimately defeated by the Sea Seat and the Blue Monk. In just a few days, he will be handed over to the Navy. Harold looked at the handcuffs locked around his wrists and sighed helplessly and sadly. He is a DevilFruit user, and after being shackled with sea stone, he feels weak all over and sees no possibility of escaping. After all, he is the only pirate with a bounty of over 100 million here, and almost 80 of the guards are focused on him. Unexpectedly, he fell short before even reaching the Grand Line. It's really frustrating. Just as Harold was at a loss, a sudden loud noise came from outside the prison. It seemed to be the screams of bounty hunters and the booming explosions of cannon fire. What is happening? Harold leaned forward, trying to figure out the commotion outside. But the distance was too great, and the surrounding walls were too thick to discern anything. A fleet of pirate ships formed a line outside the island. The enormous and majestic ships, filled with a sense of oppression, made one feel intimidated. How could this be? The guards on the island, several samurai who had fled from Wano with Ayamatsu, looked at the familiar shapes of the pirate ships in the distance and a pirate flag that they would never forget. Breaking into a cold sweat. The Beast Pirates. Why are they here? Countless heavy cannons shot toward the island like a meteor shower. The few leaders of the fleet grinned wickedly, ordering their subordinates to bombard the island before them. Although this isn't the headquarters of the Thunder God Guild, any place occupied by those samurai must be destroyed. In an instant, the island fell into a great crisis. As expected of the Beast Pirates, it seems to be the most troublesome situation. Behind the fleet, the resentful ferrymen, which had been waiting in the nearby sea for a long time, also approached the scene almost simultaneously. Reis was waiting for this moment. Only when the pirates in Thunder God Prison are facing life and death would their chances of recruiting them to join the fight in Izumo increase. Now is the time for them to act. Hawkins, it's time to go. After this attack on the fleet of the Beast Pirates, there would be no turning back. Reis traced a circle in the air with Amaterasu, causing a blazing fire to ignite at the tip of his gun, jumping skyward. At this point, it seemed there was no turning back. Hawkins said calmly, drawing out the straw sword at his waist. Then let us go. Meanwhile, outside the borders of the country of Izumo, the situation is even more critical. The Beast Pirate ships have completely surrounded the entire island. On the main ship leading the fleet, 3 billion bounty pirates, the strongest members of the Beast Pirates, are warming up for battle. Additionally, among the 30 ships attacking the country of Izumo, there are a total of 10 true fighters who have consumed artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. Such a grand formation is proof that Kaido is determined to annihilate the Thunder God Guild. This storm cloud looks quite troublesome. Is Samurai Ayamatsu also a Zoan-type user? At the bow of the Sword Dragon ship, a middle-aged man with an exposed upper body, a black coat draped over his shoulders, a large sword tattooed on his chest, and a sharp chin, looked at the storm clouds surrounding the country of Izumo with a cold smile. However, Zoan-type users are of no use. The strength of a DevilFruit user depends on the level of development of their abilities. He doesn't believe that those archaic samurai from Wano can unleash the full potential of a Zoan-type ability. Inside the Thunder God Guild, upon learning the situation, Ayamatsu and the three heads had serious expressions. When did Kaido and Orochi find out that the founders of the Thunder God Guild were samurai from Wano? But how the information was leaked is no longer important. Now the entire country of Izumo is surrounded, and they cannot escape at all. For Ayamatsu, he will not flee. If they can't even deal with part of the Beast Pirates fleet, then it would be even more of a fantasy to confront their main forces in Wano in the future. Moreover, he might not even last until the battle 2 years from now. If he can exert his strength here and eliminate some of the Beast Pirates' combat power, it might actually be a good thing for him. Blue Monk, Sashikarashi, Sea's Seat, Inazuma, Phoenix Fire, and Blue Heron Fire. Gather all the bounty hunters on the island and prepare for battle. After preparing, Ayamatsu strapped his family heirloom sword, the lightning sword Budu no Tamashii, to his waist and stood up, walking toward the guild's exit. Lord Ayamatsu, your health. Inazuma said worriedly. I know what you want to say. Dying here in battle against the Beast Pirates is the same as dying 2 years from now in Wano, Ayamatsu replied. Maybe. I'm even stronger now than I will be in 2 years. Not long after, on the coast of the country of Izumo, Ayamatsu, leading the three heads, arrived before all the bounty hunters gathered. The bounty hunters living here are all elites of the Thunder God Guild and have a considerable degree of loyalty to it. They are the strongest force Ayamatsu has gained over the years. Gentlemen, I won't say too much, Ayamatsu said, looking at the hundreds of bounty hunters before him. Clasping his fists, the new mission is for all bounty hunters of the Thunder God Guild to work together to capture the 3 billion bounty pirates of the Beast Pirates. The Flying Six, Chapter 185, Thunder God Guild versus Beast Pirates. Have they been sunk? This thundercloud really is a natural defense network. Watching a pirate ship sent to scout the situation being struck and destroyed by lightning in the thundercloud, one of the Flying Six. The versatile Blue Draws with a bounty of 392 million frowned slightly. It seems not just anyone can get through. This is a bit tricky. According to the intelligence gathered earlier, the president of the Thunder God Guild, also known as the Lord of Wano, Amatsuki Kiyomi, is the user of the mythical Zoan cat fruit, and he is likely the one responsible for these thunderclouds. Hey, Pejawin, Runny, we need to enter the land of clouds first, kill the guy Amatsuki Kiyomi, and disperse the thunderclouds so the fleet can enter. Blue Draw said, turning to the back where Runny was playing with Pejawin and Pejawin was being played with by Runny. You don't have the right to command me. Blue Draws, your bounty is even lower than mine. Runny angrily replied to Blue Draws. So what if my bounty is higher? They're just 2 little brats. That doesn't matter. Let's hurry up. Saying this, a hint of bloodlust flashed in Blue Draws' eyes as his long tongue extended from his mouth, and he leaped off the ship. Moonstep, treading on air, Blue Draws charged towards the thunderclouds ahead alone. Damn it, Peijai-chan, hurry up and carry me over. Runny was instantly infuriated by Blue Draws' arrogant attitude, jumping onto Pejawin's back and wrapping around him like an octopus, urging her younger brother incessantly. Stop messing around, sis. I can't fly. Inside the thunderclouds. On the coast of the Land of Clouds, Amatsuki Kiyomi, the three heads, and the Fire Sisters led an army of bounty hunters guarding the port. With the thunderclouds set up by himself, the enemy's large forces could not enter directly. Only a portion of elites would be able to come through at first. As long as they could withstand the attacks of these elites, there was hope for victory. Amatsuki Kiyomi took a deep breath, suddenly drawing the sword Budo no Tamashii from his waist, his eyes fixed on the thunderclouds ahead. He could sense that 1, 2, 3 people had already charged into the thunderclouds, and they were now smashing through the lightning, rushing towards the island. It seems the battle is about to begin. Elbaf Spear, Conqueror. Boom. Accompanied by a wave of sword energy piercing through the thunderclouds, a gigantic figure appeared within the borders of the Land of Clouds. Ha ha ha. The power of this thundercloud is nothing special. Transforming into his human beast form, Blue Draws laughed as he landed at the port of the Land of Clouds. The terrifying dragon man was tall and sturdy, with strong limbs, a back covered in sword-like fins, and a tail like a mace, looking extremely fierce. Zoan, dragon fruit, ancient type. Stegosaurus form. Blue Draw's powerful tail, embedded with 4 thick spikes, was still emitting a faint smoke. It seemed he had just used this tail to unleash the Elbaf spear. Let me see. Oh, you must be the warrior from the Amatsuki family. Blue Draws scanned the bounty hunters in front of him and finally locked his gaze onto Amatsuki Kiyomi. Because he was a Stegosaurus, coupled with his inherently small head. Blue Draws, in his human beast form, was tall but had a very small head, which looked somewhat comical. You beast pirates have kept me waiting for a long time. Amatsuki Kiyomi said coldly, his body beginning to transform. A golden, 6-clawed, ferocious big cat suddenly appeared at the port, confronting the dragon man in front of him, bearing its fangs and claws. Are you here to die? Small-headed trash. Amatsuki Kiyomi pointed the tip of Budo no Tamashii at Blue Draw's tiny head and said coldly. This statement instantly struck a nerve with Blue Draws. Having a small head was his biggest flaw, and thus he hated it the most when someone called him small head. What did you say, warrior? Enraged by the precise hit of lightning, Blue Draws roared as he charged toward Amatsuki Kiyomi. He struck a pose akin to Fishman Karate, Stegosaurus Karate, 5,000 tiles regular fist. Amatsuki Kiyomi showed no fear, holding a blade crackling with lightning. Bracing himself for the oncoming attack, Blue Draws was known as a versatile fighter because of his strong learning and copying abilities. He had mastered most of the famous combat techniques in the world, making his combat style very diverse. All of this seemed to be influenced by his idol, Ember of Catastrophe. As Blue Draw's regular fist collided with Amatsuki Kiyomi's lightning sword, the battle between the Thunder God Guild and the Beast Pirates officially commenced. The three heads planned to lead a charge to support their captain, while 2 other figures also appeared in the thunderclouds. After battling through the thunderclouds, Runty and Pejuan successfully broke into the territory of the Land of Clouds. Damn Blue Draws, he actually got ahead of us. Run's headbutt. Runny angrily leaped off the unfortunate Pejuan, transforming into her swollen-headed dragon form, her head wrapped in powerful haki, and shot toward Amatsuki Kiyomi, who was in fierce combat with Blue Draws, like a heavy cannonball. Boom! At a critical moment, a giant sea head over 20 meters tall suddenly charged in from the side, extending his palms to block Runny's headbutt, but the immense shockwave caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. After dodging the attack, Runny flipped several dozen meters back, shouting even more angrily, "How dare you interfere with a lady's business? This is just too despicable." In an instant, the 3 strongest bounty hunters, Aoyama, Sashiki Warashi, and Sea Head, who dared not slack off for a moment, quickly surrounded Runny. "I want to let you all attack our captain at the same time." Saying this, Aoyama wrapped his arms with strong flowing cherry and charged fiercely at Runny. "I won't either. You only have our 3 heads to deal with." Sashiki Warashi quickly drew several shuriken from his waist and threw them at the enemy in front of him. The heavily injured Sea Head did not dare to be negligent and quickly adjusted his body, launching a fierce attack on Runny together with the other 2 heads. Aside from the escape battle in Wano years ago, they had never experienced such intense and dangerous combat again. As seasoned and powerful bounty hunters, it was the first time they felt like they were the prey. Meanwhile, the Fire Sisters led hundreds of bounty hunters following Amatsuki Kiyomi to confront another Flying 6, Pejuan. At the port of the Land of Clouds, the generals of the Thunder God Guild and the Beast Pirates began an extremely fierce clash. Almost in an instant, the entire port was devastated by the aftermath of the battle. This battle would determine the life and death of the Land of Clouds and the Thunder God Guild. At the same time, the war broke out in the Land of Clouds, on the island where the Thunder Prison was located, after defeating the invading Beast Fleet. Reis and Hawkins quickly traversed the ruins ravaged by the Beast's artillery fire, rushing toward the prison cells holding the pirates. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. They must immediately liberate the reinforcements and hurry back to the Land of Clouds to join the battle. I hope the Thor Guild can hold on until then. Chapter 186. Fruit Minister Charlotte Comfort Lord Comfort. We can already see the ship of the Magic Hand Pirates. It's hovering around the territorial waters of Peach Garden. A colorful pirate ship, resembling a fruit tart, approached Peach Garden. The lookout above carefully observed the distance with a telescope and spotted the silver pirate ship on the silver waves, immediately reporting back to the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, the Fruit Minister, Passion Fruit Charlotte Comfort. However, for some reason, the Captain Magic Hand EricD Silver Brow Reis didn't seem to be on board. Leading the crew was the first Mate Steel Finger Lexington Justice. Oof, the captain isn't here? No matter. Let's deal with these people first. A middle-aged woman with a transparent bowl full of fruit on her head, dressed in a light pink frilled dress with a robust figure, cyan curly hair, and purple lips, who bore a striking resemblance to the Yonko Big walked sharply to the bow of the ship, rubbing her hands together as she looked at the distant ship of the Magic Hand Pirates. In any case, these little brats are audacious enough to attack our ship. They must be taught a good lesson. Saying this, Comfort raised her sturdy right hand, and a coconut immediately sprouted in her palm. As the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family and the fruit minister, Charlotte Comfort is a person who has eaten the paramecia type. Fruit, 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 fruit. She can transform her body into a fruit tree, freely producing various kinds of fruits. Although her fruit ability only produces fruits. In the hands of a powerful martial artist and hockey user like Comfort, different fruits equate to various unique weapons. Coconut Cannon. With powerful armament hockey covering the already hard coconut shell, Comfort threw the cannonball like coconut forward with great force. Under Comfort's monstrous wrist strength, the coconut exploded with immense impact, flying towards the Silver Adventurer. We need to quickly deal with these annoying guys and then bring the Celestial Peaches back to report to Mom. We've been out for too long. If we don't hurry back, Mom will get impatient, and if she suffers from food cravings, it will be troublesome. Damn, is that the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family? A bounty of 300 million berries, a monster-level opponent. Seeing the #1 general on the opposing ship, Lexington's expression suddenly became serious. As a former Navy lieutenant commander, he was naturally familiar with the main cadres of the Yonko. Charlotte Comfort, as the second child of Yonko Big Emon, had experienced countless trials at sea and possessed monstrous strength. She was undoubtedly a formidable enemy. The celestial peaches supplied by Peach Garden belong to the fruit category, so it's normal for this fruit minister to be in charge. They should be thankful that the highest-ranking officer, the Sweet Dessert 4 commanders, isn't here. Otherwise, they would have no chance to fight back. If the opponent is Comfort, they still have a fighting chance. Spear strike, fist cannon. Lexington leaped up and swung his right fist, smashing towards the flying coconut cannonball. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the coconut cannonball was shattered by Lexington's punch, coconut pieces flying everywhere. The tremendous impact caused Lexington to land heavily back on the deck, shaking the entire ship. What a strong impact and hardness. Is this just a remote probe? Looking at his aching right hand, Lexington frowned. There's still some strength left. No wonder they dare to attack us, the big MOM pirates. However, this level is completely insufficient. Seeing her probing coconut cannonball blocked by Lexington, Comfort sneered, and more. Larger coconut cannonballs sprouted from her arms. Coconut cannonball, barrage. Countless coconut cannonballs, covered in armament hockey, were launched from Comfort's powerful wrists, bombarding the Silver Adventurer. The opponent is the legendary Yonko. It seems we absolutely cannot be careless. Haas quickly drew a brown arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and aimed at the sky. Hercules' arrow. The arrow shot into the air, instantly unleashing a powerful shockwave that intercepted a large number of coconut cannonballs. Coriolanus Overture. Beethoven danced gracefully, wielding his twin swords to slice through the airborne coconut cannonballs one by one. We need to charge towards the opposing ship. We can't keep being bombarded from afar. Annie shouted as she blasted the coconut cannonballs above with her hand cannon. That's right. Daff, quickly steer the ship forward. We need to counterattack and use the water cannon to bombard them. While fending off the coconut cannonball attacks, Lexington issued orders to Daff at the control panel. Daff immediately turned the steering wheel sharply and pressed the launch button for the ship's steam water cannon. The Silver Adventurer twisted like a silver snake in the sea, dodging a large number of coconut cannonballs as it charged towards the fruit tart ship. At the same time, a high-pressure water cannon brewed in the mouth of the Silver Dolphin, shooting towards the opposite side. What a troublesome opponent. A water pressure cannon? Comfort's eyes narrowed. She quickly rushed to the control panel, snatched the steering wheel from the helmsman's hands, and maneuvered the ship to evade the incoming water cannon from the Silver Adventurer. Papaya ship. After dodging the water cannon, Comfort leaped off the pirate ship, and her hands instantly sprouted a giant papaya ship, floating on the water. You little brats, wait for me. I'm coming to deal with you. Saying this, a long sugarcane staff appeared in Comfort's hands, which, after being covered with armament hockey, turned into an indestructible weapon. Beethoven, Annie, let's go. Haas and Daff will provide cover from the ship. Seeing the fierce charge from the opposite side, Lexington dared not remain passively on the ship any longer and immediately ordered an attack against the advancing papaya ship. Stepping lightly, Lexington rushed quickly towards Comfort, raising his golden axe to strike down. Clang! The golden axe 10 commandments clashed with the sugarcane staff in midair, sparking fiercely. Feeling the hardness of the opposing sugarcane staff and Comfort's overwhelming strength pressing down on him, Lexington couldn't help but grit his teeth. The hardness of this armament hockey. It's just a sugar cane, yet my prized weapon can't cut through it. Is this the power of a Yonko pirate cruise monster? You little brat, you're still too green. Comfort laughed loudly, stomping her high heels on the ground, channeling her strength to send Lexington flying. Following Lexington's footsteps, Beethoven and Annie also rushed to Comfort's front. Oof. It won't matter how many come. Comfort sneered, exuding a powerful aura. Today, she would tell these little brats that the king of the sea is not to be trifled with. Chapter 187, Thunder God Guild. Total defeat. In another battlefield, the Izumo country is already in ruins. The powerful aftermath of the battle has flattened a large area of the streets, and the thunder-like golden cat roars as it collides with the sword dragon. 6 styles, Storm Sword Dragon. Blenderaz's body rolls as the back panel suddenly unleashes countless wind blades in all directions, flooding towards the Rain Moon Kenyu. The golden fur on Rain Moon Kenyu immediately bristles. Electric light flickering as its powerful front claws grip the Buddha Guardian and slash out fiercely. Flash slash, Great Thundermoon. A massive strike resembling a golden crescent moon cuts through the sky, dispersing Blenderaz's attack. 8 Burst Fist. Cone Dragon. Cone Nail. Just as the Storm Sword Dragon's attack is neutralized, Blenderaz transforms into his Beastman form and charges at Rain Moon Kenyu. His tail, armed with haki, sweeps towards Rain Moon Kenyu like a steel-whipped iron tail. Boom! The Buddha Guardian collides with the Sword Dragon's tail, and the two's haki clashes fiercely, black and golden lightning erupting. Feeling the immense power coming from the opposite side, Rain Moon Kenyu frowns, extending its other 2 front claws to grip the Buddha Guardian. With a loud bang, the two in their clash and separate. As the battle progresses, Rain Moon Kenyu increasingly senses the opponent's tenacity. Fishman Karate, Navy's 6 styles. 8 Burst Fist from the Flower Kingdom, Elbaf Spear of the Giant Clan. This guy has too many diverse martial techniques, making his fighting style extremely versatile and unpredictable. Moreover, the Sword Dragon's immense strength is not inferior to his own Thunder Beast, making him a formidable opponent. On the other side, Blenderaz also sighs inwardly. He never expected that this warrior from Wano country would be so powerful, much more difficult to deal with than he anticipated. But regardless, he will never lose. The Fishman Karate learned from Jack and Sasaki. The Navy's 6 styles learned from Fuzz Fuzz. The infinite death fighting techniques learned from Jean. The Elbaf Spear personally taught by Lord Kaido, and various martial techniques learned from fighting strong enemies, have all contributed to his unpredictable versatility. With so many powerful martial techniques at his disposal, how could he possibly lose to a mere swordsman? In an instant, the 2 giant beasts let out another furious roar and charged at each other. If the battle between Rain Moon Kenyu and Blenderaz can be considered evenly matched, then the other 2 battles can be described as a complete rout. In front of the 400 million bounty pirate, even the 3 heads have no advantage at all. Ching Banju's powerful flowing cherry blossom and sumo techniques have no advantage against Runmi's indestructible headbutt. The massive body of the sea-seed head has become a target on the shore. Despite having powerful observation haki, it is still inevitably struck and has several ribs broken. Meanwhile, the ability of the Zashiki Warashi also proves ineffective against the opponent. Although the Reverse Fruit's ability can reverse the state of people and things, it can only work on individuals who are not resisting. Thus, he cannot reverse Runmi's state from healthy to weak. What a monster! How can I possibly defeat her? Looking at the tank-like, formidable head dragon in front of him, the injured 3 heads were a serious expression. Great healing, reversal technique. The Zashiki Warashi takes a deep breath and fully activates the fruit's ability. The power of reversal instantly changes the 3-head state from severe injury to unscathed. However, even though they temporarily regain their peak state, if they're injured again, their bodies will accumulate damage, and once the ability fails, they might even die immediately. Moreover, the Zashiki Warashi's stamina cannot support multiple reversals. They can only try to buy time. They actually restored their state? What kind of DevilFruit ability is that? Seeing the originally dying 3 heads regain their spirits, Runmi remarks in surprise. But even restored, it doesn't matter. They still can't win. Just one more hit to blow them up will do. Runmi takes out a Wolf Fong mace from behind, swings it a couple of times, and charges towards the 3 heads again. Facing the aggressive Runmi, the 3 heads have no choice but to confront her head-on. They cannot let this person go to attack Lord Rain Moon Kenyu. If the battle between Runmi and the 3 heads can still be maintained, then the battle between the other bounty hunters and Peggy 1 has already resulted in a complete collapse. Without a billion-level bounty hunter to withstand the pressure, no matter how many there are, they cannot resist Peggy 1's onslaught. After a fierce bloodbath, hunters with tens of millions and millions of bounties fall unconscious to the ground, blood flowing like rivers on the battlefield, leaving only the Huas sisters still forcing themselves to hold on. In contrast, Peggy Wan, although covered in wounds, shows no signs of collapsing thanks to the powerful vitality of the ancient species. Using a swarm tactic, you really hurt me. Looking at the last remaining Huas sisters on the battlefield, Peggy Wan complains angrily. Although these bounty hunters are not much to him, their sheer numbers and some strength have caused him some superficial injuries. How could they bully miners like this? It's simply outrageous. Holding a long knife, Shiranui, and the Phoenix Fire and Blue Heron Fire transformed into the Red and Blue Herons stand before Peggy Wan, almost entirely relying on willpower to remain standing. They really can't hold on any longer. The enemy is just too strong. He looks like a 17 or 18-year-old boy, yet possesses such immense power. In terms of strength, speed, defense, hockey intensity, and combat skills and experience, he far surpasses them. Is this the pirate crew of the Four Emperors? Even a boy is strong to this extent. It's truly despairing. First, I'll take care of you, and then go help my sister deal with those 3 officers. Saying this, Peggy Wan's body begins to swell again, eventually transforming into a lithe Spinosaurus, wielding a pair of claws wrapped in hockey, launching his final attack on the Huas sisters. Did you see that? Feeling the absolute advantage of Runmi and Peggy Wan in the other 2 battlefields, Blinderaz couldn't help but laugh triumphantly and said to Rain Moon Kenyu, "Your Thunder God Guild, which can rampage in paradise, is as fragile as paper in front of the 4 emperors." Although reluctant to admit it, the 3 of us have the lowest bounties among the Flying 6. We 3 can wipe out all your high-level combat power. And you still plan to rely on this strength to invade Lord Kaido in Wano? It's simply wishful thinking. Hearing Blinderaz's mockery, Rain Moon Kenyu's heart is filled with anger. Gripping the Budu Guardian tightly. Is the gap really so huge? No. If we suffer a total defeat, their deaths will be meaningless. At the very least, we have to take down one of the Flying 6. Chapter 188. Despair in the Peach Garden. Off the coast of the Peach Garden, on the Papaya ship, Lexington, Beethoven, and Annie took turns attacking Charlotte Compert. The fierce battle made Haas and Dafu on the Silver Adventurer sweat nervously. The cadres under the 4 emperors, truly strong beyond belief. It's just a fruit-growing ability. Why do apples have the explosive power of bombs? Sugarcane is harder than real iron bars. And coconuts can rival cannonballs. The fruits produced by this guy are all deadly weapons. Moreover, the variety and functions of the fruits are endless and completely unpredictable. Finger gun, shotgun. Lexington hovered in the air, pulling out a handful of steel balls from her pocket, and with her powerful finger strength, she shot them at Compert. The steel balls launched by her steel fingers had immense power. However, Compert didn't take these steel balls seriously at all. She raised her thick arm covered in hockey and blocked all the steel balls. Cherry bombs. Compert sneered, and then formed a large bunch of cherries in her hand. What kind of attack is this? Cherries? However, this time, instead of shooting the cherries directly, Compert stuffed them all into her mouth. Before Lexington could comment, the cherry pits shot out like bullets towards her. Oh no! The speed and force of the cherry pits were far greater than Lexington's steel balls, and in an instant, they were right in front of her. Even with observation hockey to predict, she couldn't evade in time. The cherry pits pierced through Lexington's body, blood gushing out like a fountain, and the severely injured Lexington fell straight into the sea. Damn it! Using her mouth to spit cherry pits at people. How vulgar. Angry, Beethoven transformed into his beast form and charged at Compert with 4 blades crackling with electricity. God's hand. Annie raised her modified arms, and numerous mechanical parts transformed, turning her arms into a pair of massive cannons, firing fiercely at Compert. While Compert fought against Beethoven and Annie, Lexington resurfaced from the water, shaking off her wet hair. Lexington covered her wounds and gritted her teeth. What a tough nut. The cherry pits spit out from her mouth are even more powerful than the steel balls shot from my fingers. This old hag's pressure on me, although not as intense as that of the former Peach Rabbit, at least rivals that of my father, Rear Admiral Saratoga. It is said that all the DevilFruit users in the Charlotte family are food-type superhumans. I couldn't understand how rice dumplings, candy, and cookies could have such lethality until I encountered Compert, realizing how terrifying these guys are. Indeed, there are no weak DevilFruits, only weak users. I must use more powerful techniques if I hope to defeat this fruit old hag. After catching her breath for a moment, Lexington used Shave to teleport in front of Compert and launched an attack to relieve the pressure for Beethoven and Annie, who were on the verge of being overwhelmed. At this moment, Dafu and Haas on the Silver Adventure were unable to spare any energy to support their teammates from a distance. They were targeted by dozens of pirate ships shaped like fruit tarts. With no choice, they had to focus all their efforts on dealing with these minions. Although they were called minions, they were still members of the big MOM pirates, and facing these hundreds of soldiers gave Haas and Dafu a headache. What was shocking was that there were many bizarre life forms participating in the battle on these ships. Talking cannons, armor, swords, these weapons with life and self-awareness put tremendous pressure on the two. Dafu poured all her energy into driving, almost merging her entire being with the Silver Adventurer. The performance and combat capability of this ship were far superior to the original Blood Avenger, but facing Big Mom's fleet, Dafu was more tense than ever. The subordinates of the four emperors are simply incomparable to those of Blake, King William, and Grilla. The enemies that seemed unfathomable in the South Sea now felt trivial in the Grand Line. As the battle progressed into the afternoon, in order to avoid attracting Big Mom's wrath, the Peach Garden Army, originally hidden in the Peach Garden and only set to fight in times of crisis, also joined the fray under the leadership of Peach Chien as the fighting grew more intense. Seeing the villagers of Peach Garden appear, Compert realized something was wrong, and her face turned dark with rage. "You guys have betrayed Mama, Haven to you? It seems this year's fairy peaches won't be delivered, huh? Very well. I must destroy your island." Watching the furious Charlotte Compert, the villagers of Peach Garden broke into a cold sweat, gripping their weapons tightly and steeling their courage to join the battle. To protect their homeland, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Initially, they had only hoisted the flag of the big MOM pirates out of desperation, seeking refuge for their island. And they had feared that if they couldn't pay taxes in the future, they would be wiped out by the big MOM pirates. Ultimately, their worst fears had come true. If they wanted to protect their island, it seemed they had to rely on themselves. As the Peach Garden Army entered the battlefield, Haas and Dafu gradually withstood the pressure from the enemy fleet, and the fierce battle escalated. Lexington, Beethoven, and Annie launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on Compert, using all their powerful moves honed to this point. However, even as they fought with injuries, they did not inflict significant harm on Compert. This terrifying woman had extremely rich combat experience, combined with her formidable hockey and observation hockey, as well as an endless array of fruits, making her practically invincible. Watermelon Meteor Hammer, Super Sour Lemon, Apple Bomb, Banana Boomerang, Durian Wolf Fong, Pomegranate Machine Gun, various powerful weapons bombarded Lexington and the others, making it nearly impossible for them to lift their heads. The battle continued into the night, with countless ships sinking and countless wounded being carried off the battlefield. The island, once a paradise, was now stained red with blood, illuminated by the moonlight, creating a horrific dark red scene that made the battlefield look particularly dreadful. Continue the fierce attack. Lexington, already drenched in blood, gasped for air and charged at Compert again with her golden axe. Shave, Gale Foot, Panga's axe. Teleporting behind Compert, Lexington added the air slash from Galefoot to her battle axe and swung it towards Compert's neck. Compert let out a loud roar, her Durian Wolf Fong staff striking hard, sending Annie, who was barely holding her off with her last ounce of strength, flying, and then turning to grab Lexington's fierce axe with her right hand covered in hockey, crushing the air blade above it with her bare hands, snatching the axe from Lexington and throwing it away. Finger gun, Eternal Spear. Lexington gritted his teeth, using all the remaining strength in his body to thrust his right index finger towards Compert's throat, which was just within reach. His stamina was completely exhausted. This was his strongest and final attack. However, even in this desperate last effort, he still couldn't take down Compert. Thanks to his observation hockey, Compert narrowly dodged the attack. But Lexington's finger still pierced a massive hole in Compert's left shoulder, failing to hit a vital point. That damn kid! How dare he! The intense pain filled Compert with rage as he raised his cane, wrapped in armament hockey, and brought it down heavily on Lexington's head. Boom! The tremendous force sent Lexington crashing down, smashing through the papaya ship and sinking to the seabed. After dealing with Lexington, Compert's face was terrifying, twisted into a vicious and brutal smile, panting heavily, looking particularly fearsome under the moonlight. These little brats are truly tough to deal with. Although he ultimately won. The glass bowl on Compert's head was completely shattered. His left arm was half useless due to the shoulder wound. His right chest was scorched from Beethoven's electric attack, and his body was riddled with numerous cuts, gunshot wounds, and various injuries, with many bones broken. Yet, even in such a severely injured state, this incredibly strong female monster still stood tall on the papaya ship. All of this plunged the remaining people into despair. Chapter 189. Rain Moon, Kinyu versus Landros. Outside the country of Izumo, 10 true fighters were boredly waiting on their respective pirate ships. Runny, Pejuan, and Lord Landros had been inside for over half a day, and they had no idea how things were going inside. However, judging by the damage on their life cards, they were likely only lightly injured, indicating that the battle had not yet concluded. The dark clouds seemed to have lightened considerably compared to before, and the frequency of lightning flashes and thunderclaps had also decreased. A smile user with a rhinoceros head on his chest and a lower body, resembling a rhinoceros centaur, gazed at the state of the thunderclouds and muttered to himself. It seemed that the 3 Flying Six were about to resolve the troubles inside. Hopefully, there would still be enemies left for them to showcase their skills. Otherwise, this long trip would be quite dull. This Thunder God Guild didn't seem that impressive. 3 true fighters could destroy it. Get ready. Those damned black clouds should be dissipating soon. Once they disappear, we're setting sail and charging in. We cannot lose to the other true fighters. The Rhinoceros true fighter instructed his subordinates on the ship. With so many ships in their fleet and limited prey, they had to fight hard to claim their share of the merits. The benefits couldn't all go to the Flying Six. Just as the Rhinoceros true fighter was lost in the daydream of charging into the country of Izumo, wreaking havoc, a deafening cannon fire jolted him back to reality. A nearby pirate ship was engulfed in black smoke, slowly sinking into the sea, while the pirates aboard screamed in terror, with some who had fallen overboard struggling to swim towards other ships. Damn it, what is happening? The Rhinoceros true fighter cursed, and before his subordinates could respond, their ship suddenly shook violently. Turning his head back, both the Rhinoceros true fighter's human eyes and the rhinoceros eyes on his chest widened in shock. A fleet composed of dozens of completely different pirate ships was approaching them from the distant sea. Kill all the 4 emperors. The chance for fame has come, they shouted. If we take them down, we can make a name for ourselves across the seas. So, this is what the 4 emperors are like. Although it's annoying to rescue those pesky bounty hunters, getting the chance to fight the 4 emperors isn't bad. We must eliminate them. We can't let them capture us for the beast pirates. Follow Brother Reis, Brother Hawkins, and Brother Harold in charge. Dozens of pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million, released from the Thunder God prison by Reis, led their own pirate crews at full speed to the battlefield. At the forefront of the fleet were 2 large pirate ships, the Cursed Doll with a straw doll figurehead and the Long Snake Shield with a silver serpent entwined around a golden shield. Standing at the prows were the notorious captains, EricD, the sorcerer Basil Hawkins, and the Hare King, Olaf Harold, all with bounties exceeding 100 million, leading the fleet into battle against the true fighters. Damn it, where did these pirates come from? Why are there reinforcements? The true fighters shouted. Kill them all! Kill them all! Lord Kaido will surely be pleased. Faced with the suddenly appearing pirates on the battlefield, the true fighters were momentarily at a loss, but quickly regained their composure, commanding their subordinates to turn the ships and face the enemy. For them, this might not be bad news after all. They might not get many heads from the Thunder God Guild in Izumo, but with these guys around, they could offer them as loot to Lord Kaido. Hawkins, Harold, we don't have time to linger in the outer battlefield. Reis shouted as he unleashed a massive gun wave, shredding a large number of cannonballs flying towards him. Leave the outsiders to those guys. We're going to deal with the Flying Six. Inside the country of Izumo, 3 battles were nearing their end. After a desperate resistance, Shiranui was finally defeated by Pejuan, while the 3-headed dragon, having undergone its 3rd state reversal, was left with only a sliver of strength to resist the fierce onslaught of Runty and Pejuan. Just hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. At least before Lord Rain Moon Kinyu kills the enemy. I must not let these 2 interfere. On another battlefield, a more chaotic scene unfolded. The Thunder Beast, with one eye slashed blind and suffering from broken arms and a tail, dragged its severely injured body and roared in anger, recklessly wielding the Bud no Tamashii to attack the sword dragon opposite. The lightning surrounding Rain Moon Kinyu began to flicker erratically, and his golden fur was stained red with blood, making him look dreadful. At the same time, Landros was not in a much better state. The opponent before him was completely reckless, seemingly willing to fight to the death. After such a long battle and sustaining such heavy injuries, the fact that he was still holding on filled him with dread. Damn it, it's over. You bastard, stop it. Landros, with countless charred sword marks on his body, shouted in fear and anger. Why are you still alive? Why is your monotonous sword technique so powerful? This level of injury should be enough to kill a Zoan-type creature 2 or 3 times over. Sword Dragon 8 punches. Elbaf Spear, Overlord. Sword Dragon empty-handed style. 5,000 tile, correct punch. Sword Dragon Claw Punch. In a panic, Landros frantically unleashed various martial techniques, attacking the monster before him that he couldn't reach. However, Rain Moon Kinyu's swordsmanship, while remarkably simplistic, was more than enough to neutralize all his attacks. Your techniques are numerous but lack refinement. Rain Moon Kinyu sneered. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the pirate Reis, who had been entrusted with the family heirloom blade by F. Getsu, was clearly superior. Despite only having exchanged a couple of tentative blows, it was evident that Reis's diverse abilities, combat style, and innate qualities far surpassed the chaotic Landros. With limited talent, yet striving to be a jack of all trades, Landros' impatience and lack of composure would become crucial reasons for his eventual defeat. Rain Moon Kinyu's current state was actually much worse than his opponent's. He was already on the brink of death due to old injuries, and this fierce battle had drained his every potential. It would not be surprising if he collapsed and died at any moment. However, because his dedication to the sword was unwavering and his willpower was strong enough, Rain Moon Kinyu could completely suppress Landros in terms of momentum. He would not fall until he completed his obsession of slaying the dragon. Through the years of hardship and struggle, having endured countless trials and narrowly escaped death many times, how could he possibly lose to this flashy jack of all trades? I'm sorry, Kazuki family, father, and the samurai of Wano. All I can do is this much. The thunder beast roared with all its might, tearing its vocal cords and shredding its throat, condensing the last spark of its life into infinite lightning that wrapped around the sword, Kusanagi. In the terrified eyes of Landros, a flash of blade light passed by. The disproportionately small and ugly head of the sword dragon was neatly severed in one stroke, and blood immediately spurted up to dozens of meters high. The expression on the severed head's face was one of disbelief, as if it couldn't accept that it had been killed. With two loud crashes, the powerful bodies of the two animal-type abilities simultaneously lost their vitality and collapsed to the ground. The severely injured Amatsuki Kani reverted to human form, stopped breathing, and lay quietly on the ground. In the final moments of the battle, the samurai of the land of Wano, Raime Amatsuki Kani, who successfully killed Landros, finally released the last bit of energy that remained in his heart. The famous sword, Kusanagi, was embedded beside him, flickering with residual lightning and blood color, appearing both sacred and slightly eerie. Despite having various flaws, such as being pedantic, stubborn, and having a narrow perspective, the courage and valor of this Wano noble certainly deserve the name of a samurai. Chapter 190, Thunder Sword Buddha Yuhuan, Lord Yuyue, Jinwu. The stubborn Kaizo too, still resisting, sensed that the auras of Yuyue, Jinwu, and Landros had completely vanished from afar, and for a moment he stopped his actions. Lord Yuyue Jinwu is dead. However, before dying, he successfully took away a flying six. With that, there was no need for them to continue delaying the two monsters in front of them. The stamina of the three-headed beast had long reached its limit. They had been barely holding on to stop Runti and Pejuan from interfering in Yuyue Jinwu's battle. Now that Yuyue, Jinwu, and Landros had perished together, they could finally be free. Seated in the room, the Zashiki Warashi and Kaizo too all stopped their reckless, suicidal attacks, calmly standing still, quietly waiting for death, although they were still a bit unwilling to have not been able to hold on until the great battle 2 years later. This was already their limit. It was a pity they couldn't witness the moment Kaido and Orochi fell. What the hell? That waste Landros was actually killed, Runti said angrily upon sensing the disappearance of Landrosra. Before coming, he had boasted to Lord Kaido, being extremely arrogant all the way, but after arriving here, he turned out to be nothing. The mighty beast pirates, having to sacrifice a flying six for dealing with a small Thunder God guild, was simply a disgrace. Forget it. It's better that guy is dead. This battle's credit should all belong to her and Pejuan. Sister, let's deal with these three guys first, Pejuan said, turning to the three-headed beast that had given up resistance. It seemed that these reckless, stubborn ones had also accepted the reality. It was because they had been blocking him and his sister that Landros was killed. All right, you guys, get ready to die. Runny also shifted her focus from the distant battlefield of Landros, glaring fiercely at the three-headed beast ahead. The powerful armament Haki wrapped around Runti's incredibly hard headbutt and Pejuan's sharp fangs. Runti's headbutt, spike bite. The two flying six charged forward like arrows, launching a deadly strike at the three-headed beast. Zashiki Warashi let out a soft sigh and closed his eyes. However, just as the three-headed beast closed its eyes waiting for death, two figures suddenly charged out, blocking their path. Yeravit's protection, military guardian. A massive shield, dazzling with golden light, adorned with exquisite patterns and embedded with shining jewels, shielded in front of Zashiki Warashi. Runty's powerful head but crashed against the shield, producing a deafening roar. After retreating several steps, the figure holding the shield steadied himself, standing firm before the Flying Six. "Who are you?" Zashiki Warashi opened his eyes wide in shock after seeing the face of the newcomer. The Hare King Olaf Harald. It was actually that pirate with a bounty of over 100 million they had previously hunted down. Why is he here, and why did he come to save me? Who should be his enemy? Don't think too much. I don't want to save you. I'm just acting on the request of my benefactor, EricD. Harald flicked his beautiful golden hair and said lightly, a slight smile on his face. Since Zashiki Warashi did not participate in the capture attempt, although he didn't want to save the Kaizotu and Kaizotu, saving this Zashiki Warashi, who was only slightly less handsome than himself, was still acceptable. Besides, the Flying Six, a subordinate of the Four Emperors, was a great stepping stone for fame. Saying this, Harald swung his shield and charged fiercely at Runty. Damn, how can there still be someone meddling? Runty, whose attack was halted, was furious and pulled out her wolf-fang hammer, fiercely smashing it towards Harald. Meanwhile, on the other side, a figure suddenly appeared before Pejuan, who was trying to take Zashiki Warashi's life. Pejuan's sharp teeth bit down hard on the opponent. Huh? What's going on? Throwing the figure before him away, Pejuan showed a puzzled expression. The Zashiki Warashi, who was supposed to be killed by the sharp teeth, widened his single eye in disbelief as he looked at the unexpected guest who had blocked the attack for him. Basil Hawkins stood up and scathed. A straw voodoo doll emerging from his body, and a row of deep bite marks appeared on his chest, falling to the ground. A beast pirate soldier on the beast pirate ship outside of Wano suddenly screamed, spitting blood from his chest, collapsing to the ground, dying an untimely death. Life reduced by 1. Hawkins said expressionlessly, slowly stepping forward, his eyes fixed on Pejuan in front of him. A 3 chance of victory in battle, something he would never have participated in before. But this time, he was tricked badly by EricD, and he had no choice but to gamble once on fate. How did these two guys get in? Feeling the powerful auras of the suddenly appearing two, Runty shouted angrily, turning to look back. Because of Yuyue Jinwu's death, the thunderclouds that had originally enveloped the land of Wano had dissipated. The scene outside also came into everyone's view. Those are the pirates we imprisoned in Thunder God Prison. Recognizing the pirates fighting against the Beast Legion, the three-headed beast all displayed expressions of immense shock. What's going on? How did these people escape? Why did they come to save them? Logically, they should be the enemies of these pirates. Such a thing actually happened. Runty and Pejuan were instantly furious, turning to look at Hawkins and Harald, who were blocking the three-headed beast. Since they came to seek death, they might as well be taken down together. Sensing the intense killing intent emanating from the two Flying Six, Hawkins and Harald felt a sense of crisis. This time, Eric really got me into trouble. Hawkins lamented. It seemed there was no turning back now. They could only defeat them. Harald snitted, stepping forward with a shield in hand. Facing foes they had never encountered before, they had to go all out to seize a glimmer of victory. Step, step, step. EricD, dozen residential slowly walked across the battlefield, which had been devastated by Yuyue, Jinwu, and Landros, and arrived before the two corpses. Although he was a guy he hated as a samurai, he was still quite admirable. Residential murmured to himself, slowly walking to the thunder sword Budu Yuhuan stuck in the ground. It's a pity that, although Yuyue Jinwu would definitely be unwilling, this sword should be accepted by me. I will definitely use it to make Kaido enjoy himself in the future. After pulling the Budu Yuhuan from the ground, Rez's form began to change. Golden fur sprouted from his body, his arms split into 4 sharp claws, and 3 long tails grew from behind as Residential transformed into the Thunder Beast form, becoming a golden-haired big cat crackling with electricity. This time, use your abilities and weapons to help the Thunder God Guild repel the strong enemies. Saying this, Residential stored away Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, holding Budu Yuhuan, and walked towards the battlefield where Runty and Pejuan were. I really didn't expect that the first strong enemies I encountered on the Grand Line will be the siblings Runty and Peggywan. They should only be 20 and 18 years old this year, just proper teenagers, and Peggywan might even still be a minor. To think they have become bosses. It's not a big deal for me, but for Hawkins and Harald, who are in their 20s or 30s, it's quite embarrassing to risk their lives challenging kids even younger than themselves. I hope they have thick enough skin. Chapter 191. Turning point in the Peach Blossom Battlefield, Lexington. Vice Captain Annie, Beethoven, looking at the distant companions who had been completely annihilated by Charlotte Carpet. Haas shouted in desperation. How could this happen? What kind of monster is this? Can the three of us not defeat her? Is this the power of the strong in the new world? Are we really going to perish here today as the Demon Hand Pirates? Indeed, reality was far more brutal than they had imagined. The delusion of a 5 chance of victory was nothing but a fantasy. They had clearly held on until midnight. Carpet was already heavily injured. They were so close to. Haas, pull yourself together. We haven't lost yet. Daff raised her voice, gritting her teeth as she turned the helm sharply, maneuvering the Silver Adventurer to dodge the cannonballs flying towards them. They had come this far. How could they give up now? They had to persist until the very last moment. The captain would return. As long as the captain came back, they could defeat this monstrous woman. Although, hope was extremely slim. After all, the captain was facing high-ranking officers of the 4 emperors in Wano. That's right. Brother Haas, we continue to fight. Injured all over, Peach Xian knocked down a pirate with his stick and shouted loudly. Haas's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the green bow. That's right, it wasn't time to give up yet. There was still himself, Daff, the Silver Adventurer, Peach Xian, and the villagers of Peach Blossom Village. Their opponents had also been severely injured. The chance of victory still existed. With a fierce pull on the nearly overloaded longbow, Haas gritted his teeth and aimed at Carpet in the distance. He couldn't find the opponent's weakness with the abilities of the Fruit of the Voice, but even so, he would shoot her down with all his might. Athena's arrow. The golden arrow sliced through the night sky, shooting towards Carpet's chest. Stubborn resistance. Even the main combatants have been defeated by me, and you still think you can turn the tables? Carpet scoffed coldly, swinging her durian to block Haas's arrow. The explosion of Athena's arrow and the flying steel balls did not harm her at all. I will sink your ship. Carpet laughed sharply, driving her papaya ship towards the Silver Adventurer. At this moment, the Silver Adventurer was already surrounded by other pirate ships of the big Emon pirates. Even Daff's driving skills couldn't shake off Carpet's papaya ship in this situation. Haas roared, drawing his bowstring fully, shooting arrow after arrow at Carpet. But this ferocious woman was as indestructible as a tank. Haas's arrows merely caused her minor injuries, and instead of weakening her, the pain made her even more frenzied. Let me send you to hell along with your companions. You will never see the sun tomorrow. Carpet leaped high from the papaya ship, soaring into the sky, merging with the full moon above, and raised her right fist to smash down onto the deck of the ship. Haas steeled himself and stepped forward to block Carpet's fist, intending to forcibly withstand her attack with his body. Just when Daff and Haas both thought they were doomed, a loud and rhythmic roar suddenly rang out. A massive yet unexpectedly agile figure flashed into existence before Carpet. 2 thick, snow-white tusks forcefully blocked Carpet's fist. What is this thing? Seeing the sudden monster before her, Carpet let out an exasperated roar. At this moment, Haas and Daff also woke up due to Carpet's shout, and by the moonlight, they saw the appearance of the being who had suddenly appeared on the ship, blocking Carpet. A giant pig, entirely snow-white with flowing silver mane, exuding a noble and elegant yet wild and majestic aura, strong and powerful in physique, and with an extremely strong presence, appeared on the Silver Adventurer. Holding the golden sword Juweus, which should have been placed on the lookout tower, you will not only see tomorrow's sun, but you might even get to enjoy next month's full moon. The giant pig looked up at the full moon in the sky and spoke. You are Beethoven. Daff quickly recognized the giant pig on the ship, exclaiming in surprise. Damn it, a fur tribe member? They've actually activated the moon lion form. Carpet screamed in anger. This pig had clearly been knocked into the sea by her long ago. As a DevilFruit user, it shouldn't have been able to climb back up. Beethoven raised Juweus, his eyes glaring at Charlotte Carpet, taking a deep breath. Just moments ago in the sea, as Beethoven was about to drown, Lexington had thrown himself out of the water with the last bit of his strength, then fell unconscious and sank to the bottom. He must not waste the opportunity provided by Lexington. Under the full moon, he would definitely defeat this rude woman. Go, great white pig, take down that woman. With Haas's excited shout, Beethoven's body transformed into a white light, charging towards the papaya ship. Great sword, one sword style. Full moon concerto, Emperor. Juweus carved a golden arc through the air, producing a high-pitched battle music-like sound, slicing through several flying apple bombs and cutting down towards Carpet below. Injured and trembling, Annie stood up, looking at the fierce battle between Beethoven and Carpet, then turned her gaze to the sea. Her weapons had all been exhausted, and her stamina was almost gone. She could only leave the enemy to Beethoven. She had to go save Lexington. Annie quickly took a breathing apparatus from her waist and jumped into the sea, searching for Lexington's trace. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the surface of the sea underwent another turning point due to Beethoven's transformation into the Moon Lion. The remaining Peach Blossom Army, led by Peach Chien, continued to battle against the fleet of the big MOM pirates alongside Daff and Haas. Transformed into the Moon Lion and significantly more powerful, Beethoven continued to fight Carpet. The previous battle had also left Carpet severely injured. They could definitely win. Nearby Peach Blossom, in a certain sea area, a ship flying the flag of the big MOM pirates was heading towards Peach Blossom Island. Why is Sister Carpet so slow? It's been over a day, and she still hasn't returned. A tall, white-haired woman sat on the deck, crossing her astonishingly long legs clad in pink patterned thigh-high boots, sipping juice while murmuring at the life card in her hand. The life card is still damaged. Could it be that those pirates who dared to provoke our big MOM pirates really managed to hurt her? Forget it. It doesn't matter. I can just go over there myself. As one of the sweet 4 commanders and the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Smoothie had enough confidence to deal with those pirates. No matter how strong a pirate was, they could never be better than the sweet 4 commanders. Chapter 192, Moonlight Under the Moonlight. The Moonlion form of the fur tribe was something I had seen in a book before. Beethoven had also talked to me about it, but this was the first time I was witnessing it. As Hosher urgently performed CPR on Lexington, who had just been pulled from the water, he glanced at the fierce battle between Beethoven and Compert nearby. The intense battle music was making him anxious. I hope Beethoven can defeat his opponent. This is our last hope. He must not lose control at this critical moment. Beethoven had previously told him that he couldn't fully master the Moon Lion form yet. He had to constantly suppress himself with music to ensure he wouldn't lose his sanity. Hosher was truly worried for Beethoven. That old woman had already been severely injured by Lexington and Annie. They should be able to defeat her. The doctor must be found quickly. Vice Captain, hold on, severely injured and drowning. Lexington was in a deep coma and unable to wake up. Hosher, let me take care of Lexington. The pirate crew opposite is too fierce. You go fight on the front lines. Annie, who could no longer continue fighting due to exhausted weapons and stamina, came to take over Lexington's care. I understand. Hosher sighed, picked up the longbow from the ground, and dragged his aching body towards the side of the ship. Although he wasn't seriously injured, his stamina had been severely depleted, and the number of enemies was still terrifyingly high. This was a very grim situation. If they couldn't defeat the big MOM pirate fleet, even if they overcame Compert, they would still be devoured by this ruthless fleet. The coal that the captain had prepared in the warehouse was almost burnt out. The intensity of the battle was astonishing. Daff drove the Silver Adventurer through the waves, battling dozens of pirate ships alone, firing water cannon after water cannon at the enemy ships. If this continued, their energy reserves wouldn't last long. My arrows are nearly used up too. Hosher felt the few remaining arrows in his quiver, looking at the countless enemies on the opposing ship with a worried expression. They must solve as many enemies as possible with the limited arrows they had. Artemis Arrow, a blue arrow, looking quite complex in structure, was knocked onto the bowstring, aimed at an enemy on the opposite ship. This enemy was extremely fast. A direct shot would be hard to hit, so a special arrow was necessary. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot out towards the fast-moving combatant. The enemy coldly snorted without concern, his body turning into an afterimage as he quickly dodged to the side. However, the arrow that brushed past him did not continue flying forward. Instead, it sharply turned back, and a sharp arrowhead instantly pierced into the back of his head. The Artemis arrow, crafted by Annie for Hosher, came with tracking technology. No matter how strong the opponent's evasion ability was, this arrow would continuously pursue until either the person or the arrow was completely destroyed. Annie's arrows were indeed very useful. Unfortunately, creating special arrows was quite difficult, and they couldn't make too many. After a moment of reflection, Hosher didn't dare to delay any longer and continued to engage in battle. The battle between the Magic Hand pirate crew, Taiyuan army, versus the big MOM pirate crew continued fiercely until dawn approached. The moon is about to set. You will certainly die. After a long and intense battle, Compert, battered and out of breath, said to Beethoven, as long as she could hold on until dawn. This battle would be her victory. Beethoven swung the Joyous, launching fierce attacks against Compert again and again. Dawn was approaching. They had to decide the outcome quickly and could not delay any longer. The opponent was already at the end of their strength. All he needed was one final blow to take her down. Otherwise, if he lost the Moonlion form, it would be over. The moon climbed higher into the sky, and the time left for Beethoven was dwindling. Feeling the last moonlight before dawn, Beethoven wielded the joyous, now wrapped in electric light, shining only with golden brilliance. Like a knight fighting valiantly under the moonlight. He could not let this evil and rude woman see the sun of tomorrow. Under Beethoven's all-out assault, Compert finally revealed a flaw in her severely injured left shoulder. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Beethoven unleashed all his power. Two sharp, thick fangs like curved blades, along with the mighty joyous in his hand, simultaneously erupted with silver lightning. At this moment, it was as if all the moon energy was converging on Beethoven, almost forming a physical entity, an imposing and elegant knight under the moonlight. This move was inspired by the Silver Rabbits and the Moon Rabbit form users during their time at Suku Island, transforming the power of the full moon into substantial strength. Three-sword style sonata. Wallstein, Dawn's light. Thunder roared, and the climax of the music echoed through the heavens and the earth. Three silver crescent-shaped slashes entered through the gap exposed by Compert, collapsing her defenses from the inside while simultaneously exploding on her body. Gushing blood erupted from the Y-shaped, massive wound like a fountain. Compert let out a hysterical scream, her eyes gradually turning white, her body involuntarily falling backward, and her mind starting to lose consciousness. Her gaze finally landed on the sky that was about to welcome dawn. She had actually been defeated by an unremarkable fur tribe pig. As Compert's hefty body crashed to the ground, the moon above completely vanished, replaced by the true dawn light. Exhausted, Beethoven's body rapidly shrank, quickly exiting the moonline form and reverting to his original state, lying on the already battered papaya ship, losing consciousness. Maintaining the moon lion form consumed more than 5 times the stamina of his normal state. Having pushed himself to the limit to defeat Compert, he had exhausted his last bit of strength. What is going on? Lord Compert has been defeated. She was actually taken down by some nameless small pirate crew while the captain wasn't even present. She actually lost to a pig. Is this a joke? She's one of the monsters of our big MOM pirate crew, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family. How could Lord Compert lose to such an unknown nobody? The remaining fleet of the big MOM pirate crew, who had been focused on fighting Hosher, Daff, and the Taiyuan army, were drawn by the huge noise and lightning. Seeing the unconscious Compert lying on the distant papaya ship, and they all began to shout in panic. The high-ranking cadre of Yonko was actually defeated. Chapter 193. Juice Minister Charlotte Smuggy. The defeat of Charlotte Compert caused panic among her fleet. This outcome was something they had never anticipated. Lord Compert had actually lost. They were part of the 4 Emperor's crew. How could they lose to a bunch of newcomers who didn't even have a captain present on the Grand Line? After losing their commander, their morale dropped significantly. Halsey sneered, drawing an arrow from his quiver, knocking it on his blue bow, and once again aiming at the already chaotic enemy crew. They should be able to take down these remaining guys with a follow-up attack. Ares' arrow. The silver arrow pierced the dawn sky, shooting out and scattering into countless small arrows, each aiming at the pirates on the opposing ship. However, just as the silver arrows were about to reach the fruit tart ship and take out the remaining pirates, an unexpected change occurred. A massive sword aura flew in from a distance at incredible speed, instantly shattering Halsey's attack. What is going on? Seeing his attack easily neutralized, Halsey's heart sank, and he quickly turned to look at the source of the sword aura. A pirate ship shaped like a milkshake was approaching from afar, and at the bow stood a tall woman wielding a long sword. Lady Smuggy. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, the surviving pirates of the big MOM pirates were overwhelmed with emotion and tears. Looking at Compert, who lay on the papaya ship, Smuggy furrowed her brows. It was hard to believe that her sister had actually been defeated by such a ragtag group. Then, Smuggy's gaze shifted to the nearby Silver Adventurer and the wooden ship of the Peach Blossom Army. Was it these guys who defeated Sister Compert? Unforgivable. Instantly, a wave of fury surged within Smuggy. She swung her longsword, sending another massive sword aura flying toward the Silver Adventurer. How dare they attack the brothers and sisters of the big MOM pirates? Faced with the massive sword aura rushing toward them, Dafu dared not slack off. She pushed the ship's speed to the limit, riding the huge waves to evade. The sword aura grazed the ship, creating sparks as the enormous impact caused the entire ship to shake violently. Halsey and the others nearly toppled over from the intense rocking of the ship. After a long time, Dafu finally stabilized the swaying Silver Adventurer. This woman is much stronger than the one named Compert just now. The pressure is on a completely different level. Feeling the oppressive force of Smuggy's attack, Dafu broke out in a cold sweat. She nearly didn't react in time and was almost struck. The opponent's attack speed was simply too fast. Even she couldn't guarantee that she could dodge every single one of her attacks. Moreover, the power of this slash was so great that it could probably sink the ship with just one hit. My abilities can't chart an escape route. Housie clenched his blue bout tightly, breaking into a cold sweat. This meant they could not completely evade the opponent's pursuit. Escaping by the skin of their teeth was impossible due to the overwhelming power gap. Just when one wave had calmed, another rose. This is the strength of the 4 Emperors Big MOM pirates. After defeating strong foes, they would face even stronger enemies. Cough, cough, cough. It's actually Charlotte Smuggy. It seemed that upon sensing Smuggy's powerful aura, the previously unconscious Lexington suddenly awoke, his face dark as he coughed, forcing himself to lean against the mast. Looking toward Smuggy on the distant ship, one of the top executives of the big MOM pirates, one of the sweet generals with a bounty of 932 million. She was an opponent they could never hope to defeat. This woman's bounty was 3 times that of Charlotte Compert. Their current situation was as dire as when they had faced Peach Rabbit on the Diamond Island, if not worse. After all, Smuggy's attitude toward them was different from Peach Rabbit's. Although her strength was far inferior to Peach Rabbit's, it made no difference to them. They were all situations where they would be crushed. Is there any hope of resolving this crisis? Lexington clenched his fists, furrowing his brows as he muttered to himself. They still had a 5 chance of survival with the Peach Blossom Army, which meant there was still a possibility of resolving the crisis. Where exactly was this 5? Regardless, they had to keep holding on. Even if the situation was hopeless, they needed to do their utmost to buy time. Maybe if they held on for another minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, things could turn around. Lexington, you can't stand up anymore. Your condition is worse than it was on Diamond Island. You can't support yourself in battle. Seeing Lexington trying to lean against the mast to stand up again, Annie hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Continuing to fight could lead to a fatal collapse. On Lexington's bloodied and exhausted face, a hint of a desperate smile appeared. From the moment he became a Marine, he had already made peace with life and death. Even the most talented genius had a significant chance of falling during their rise. Pirates, Marines, bounty hunters, natural disasters, sea kings, this sea was filled with all kinds of dangers. Open and hidden dangers treated everyone equally. Anyone could face tremendous disaster and challenges at any moment. I am sorry, Reis, but it seems you might need to find another vice captain this time. Lexington took Annie and Housie to the bow of the ship, confronting Smuggy in the distance. Dafu focused intently ahead, her hands on the helm, ready to maneuver the ship to evade the opponent's attacks. The warriors of the Peach Blossom Army also raised their weapons high. Although they were all severely exhausted, they were willing to risk their lives to protect their homeland. These guys actually planned to resist? That is somewhat interesting. Smuggy sneered and turned to command her minions beside her. Set the ship closer. Go and wipe them out. Let Compert's fleet come alongside too. Under Smuggy's lead, several pirate ships surged from all directions toward the Silver Adventurer and the wooden ship of the Peach Blossom Army. About 10 nautical miles away from Peach Blossom Island, a coffin-like small boat was slowly sailing. A man with sharp eagle-like eyes sat in this boat, his expression slightly changing. There was a strong aura nearby, seemingly coming from the vicinity of Peach Blossom. It seemed that a very intense battle had erupted. Let's go take a look. I'm quite bored. Perhaps someone can help me pass the time. Hawkeye Myhawk muttered to himself, turning the boat's bow and leisurely heading toward Peach Blossom. That island was quite famous, and the fruit wine brewed from its specialty, the immortal peach, was to his taste. It would be a great pity if it were destroyed. The insignificant small boat carried the world's one and only strongest swordsman as it gradually sailed away across the vast sea. Chapter 194. The Redeemer above the ruins of the land of Izumo. Gigantic monsters faced each other, roaring. Hawkins transformed into a massive scarecrow embodying the image of a demon slayer, while Harold, next to him, activated the powers of the animal fruit, Cat, transforming into an elegant, muscular, beautiful, and imposing Norwegian forest cat human beast form, with one hand holding a shield and the other extending sharp claws. Opposite them stood 2 terrifying ancient overlords, giant reptiles roaring and displaying their sharp claws and robust bodies. Soon, Harold took the initiative to launch a fierce attack against one of the 4 Emperor's officers. Jaloru's charge, spear charge. Harold's golden-green almond eyes widened with fury as he dashed forward, his right hand transforming into a claw that acted like a spear aimed at the opponent, Runme. Facing the incoming Harold, Runme also transformed into a human beast form. Loud a cold laugh. Gripping the heavy wolf Fong mace tightly, she smashed it toward her opponent. The two attacks collided violently, and Harold was instantly knocked back several steps. Feeling a dull pain in his right claw, his expression turned serious. As an animal fruit user, he had always taken pride in his strong power. But today, his enemy possessed an even stronger grip strength, truly a testament to the abilities of ancient species. It seemed he couldn't rely on brute strength to clash with the opponent anymore. He needed to utilize the agility of a Norwegian forest cat to maneuver around the foe. In ancient mythology, the Norwegian forest cat was the divine beast that pulled the chariot of the goddess Freya, incomparable to these savage monsters. As he pondered, Rummy launched another attack. Utilizing her powerful hind legs to leap high, her mace and solid headbutt aimed at Harold. Rummy's dual blows. Boom! Boom! The mace and headbutt smashed down simultaneously onto the ground where Harold had been standing, creating two massive craters. Harold, who had jumped high, looked at the gigantic pits below and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The power was even greater than a cannonball. One extremely violent woman, Scarlet's mighty war axe. Dodging Rummy's mace with agility, Harold charged in front of her. The heavy war shield of the Valkyrie came crashing down on Rummy's body with immense force. Surely, her hardened head wouldn't shatter, but he could break her ribcage instead. However, Rummy's movement surprised him. It was as if she had foreseen his actions. Her massive body suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding the guaranteed shield strike. Immediately after, her headbutt collided with Harold's chest, sending him flying back to Hawkins' side. Harold coughed up blood, his expression one of disbelief. Although dinosaurs aren't as agile as your broken cat, we possess a strength you lack. Rummy twisted her robust neck and cruelly mocked him. As an animal fruit user, the skills of predicting attacks and enhancing weapons were crucial. You older folks are really not that impressive. With that, Rummy and Peggy One charged towards Hawkins and Harold. The hard headbutt and sharp claws were enshrouded in powerful hockey, aiming to deliver a heavy blow to these younger newcomers. Boom! Rummy's headbutt slammed heavily against the shield that Harold raised in front of him, the impact far surpassing her previous attack on the Zashiki Warashi, sending Harold flying. Meanwhile, Hawkins' chest was also slashed by Peggy One's claws. Thanks to the straw fruit's ability, the massive damage was redirected to a hapless victim on the brutal battlefield outside. A voodoo doll with a ripped chest fell out from Hawkins' body and landed on the ground. Although uninjured, beads of cold sweat still formed on Hawkins' forehead. To destroy one of his substitutes in a single blow, how could the opponent's attack power be so terrifying? Not injured? What strange DevilFruit ability is this? Seeing Hawkins unscathed, Peggy One showed a puzzled expression. Superhuman abilities are indeed bizarre, but it doesn't matter. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are meaningless. Big sis, I'll handle the one that got knocked away. You can take your time practicing with this tough bag. With that, Peggy One rushed quickly toward where Harold had been knocked away. Just as Rummy was about to launch another attack on Hawkins, a figure rushed out from the side. Amaterasu Kenyo? The flickering lightning made Rummy frown as she swung her mace towards the side. Clang! The blade of Budu no Tamashii, wrapped in lightning and hockey, collided with Rummy's mace, creating sparks. Reis channeled all his strength into his forearms, and Budu no Tamashii unleashed a powerful sword energy, forcing Rummy back. It's been a while since I used a long sword. I need to get familiar with it again. Transforming into a thunder beast, Reis twisted his neck, confidently smiling at Rummy. No, you're not Amaterasu Kenyo. You're that despicable Eric Reis. You actually copied the abilities of a mythical beast. How infuriating. Rummy quickly realized, angrily pointing her mace at Reis. Hawkins, let us fight together. Reis turned to look at Hawkins, who was half kneeling on the ground. This guy still doesn't seem to have the courage to go all out. I'll have to push him a bit more. What are our chances? Hawkins slowly stood up, looking at Reis with a complicated expression. Many probabilities related to you are simply unpredictable. Hearing Hawkins' words, Reis smiled awkwardly. There's no other way. After all, I'm a special existence in the world of One Piece. Then let us start drawing cards. Surely the tarot cards can tell you. With that, a smile appeared on Reis's face as he confidently looked at Rummy. In this battle, we will surely win. In the rear of the battlefield, the three-headed dog, lightly injured, was being carried away by several bounty hunters while receiving treatment. Watching the situation from afar, I never expected that one day I would be saved by pirates. The blue priest smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Beside him, Zashiki Warashi and Kaizato remained silent, their expressions complex, filled with both anticipation and worry. Unlike the samurai who grew up in the closed-off Wano country, like the blue priest and Amaterasu Kenyo, Kaizato was a giant born on Fishman Island and had witnessed the benevolence of the sea hero Jinbe, while Zashiki Warashi grew up in the Grand Line, thus having a better attitude toward pirates than the Blue Priest and Amaterasu Kenyo. They could actually accept being saved by pirates. After all, their lord Kazuki Oden had once sailed on the ships of the great pirates Roger and Whitebeard. Relying solely on the strength of samurai is not enough to defeat Kaido and Orochi. On the sea, pirates are the true adversaries of pirates, and the potential of pirates is even more formidable. Although the few righteous pirates are rare, they do exist. However, whether these pirates are trustworthy remains to be seen. Eric Reyes, can you truly become the one in my heart? Silently murmured the sea monster. Our savior? Chapter 195. The fool, what you refer to as the strength we lack is this conqueror's haki, right? Reis smiled slightly as he raised the Buddha Yagami, wrapped in armament haki, pointing it at Runny across from him. His eyes widened, and a tremendous conqueror's haki surged toward Runny like a giant wave. He actually not only learned haki, but also possesses the same potential as Lord Kaido. Unbelievable. Runny quickly recognized that Reis had unleashed conqueror's haki, her brows furrowing and her expression turning angry. This kid looks to be only around 16 or 17, even younger than Pei-chan, yet he has such a strong haki. He really is something. However, only Lord Kaido has the kind of haki that deserves her acknowledgement. This mere conqueror will meet his end here. Bearing the pressure of Reis' conqueror's haki, Runty charged forward with her war hammer. Reis immediately retracted his haki and raised the Buddha Yagami to face her directly. He certainly didn't expect to defeat Runny with conqueror's haki. After all, she's a high-ranking officer under the Four Emperors, a pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. There's no way his still limited conqueror's haki could stun her. It's just for show. It seems this time the display was quite successful. Hawkins, draw cards to cover me. After instructing Hawkins, Reis leaped into battle with Runny. Hawkins, who was ordered by Reis, had his 3 eyebrows twitch slightly, but said nothing, quickly taking out tarot cards to draw. He can fly this far. What terrifying power! Harold was sent flying hundreds of meters away by a headbutt from Runny, crawling out from the rubble and shaking off the dust from his thick fur. Thanks to the high body strength of his Zoan type and the thick fur of the Norwegian forest cat acting as a buffer, Harold was not incapacitated. However, he was still injured. I need to get back to the battlefield. Just as he was about to head back, a sudden gust of wind caught Harold's attention. Pejuan suddenly appeared above him, raising his right leg high and bringing it down with force. Boom! The massive force struck Harold's shield, causing his body to sink deeply. Gritting his teeth, Harold pushed up with his other hand, forcing Pejuan back a few meters. No need to go back to the battlefield. I'll deal with you here, Pejuan said, clapping his hands and drawing a pair of claw knives from his waist. Breathing heavily, Harold looked at the scars on his supposedly indestructible shield. It was the first time that his shield, made of ultra-hard special steel, had been marked by someone younger and shorter than him. To be honest, he didn't even know who the real veteran was. It looked like Pejuan was here to challenge him. Mr. S. illusion missed. After a moment of bitter laughter, Harold adjusted his state and immediately entered combat mode. Placing his shield on the ground, Harold spun around Pejuan with lightning speed, grinding the shield against the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, obscuring Pejuan's vision. Playing tricks, Pejuan snorted coldly and activated his observation haki, locking on a Harold's trace amidst the mist. No matter the fruit ability, haki, or combat experience, he was far superior to his opponent. Any stubborn resistance was pointless. Even though the opponent was older, he had endured the torment of his older sister and the deadly training of Lord Kaido since childhood. This guy had no chance of defeating him. You're here, Pejuan yelled as he raised his claw knife and dashed toward the mist in front of him. The claw knife clashed with the shield, sparking a shower of flames. The Ankylosaurus let out a roar, pushing the Norwegian forest cat back. The claw knife, enhanced with armament haki, left another cut on the Valkyrie's shield. And after enduring multiple attacks, the originally beautiful shield surface was now unrecognizable. However, the purpose of the shield was defense. A few scars wouldn't affect its combat capability aside from aesthetics. What a troublesome guy. The cat and the Ankylosaurus charged at each other, launching continuous fierce attacks. Harold swung his claws and shield at Pejuan's vital points at full speed, but the opponent's strength and speed were superior, and for a time, Harold was completely suppressed. I can't keep fighting like this. I can't win it all. As the battle dragged on, Harold increasingly felt the situation becoming dire. He was constantly sustaining injuries, while his opponent appeared relaxed. It seemed relying on his current strength would not allow him to defeat Pejuan head-on. He had to come up with a way to counter the enemy. There seems to be a forest over there. Let us fight there, while fending off Pejuan's attacks. Harold kept retreating, moving through a ravaged battlefield toward a large forest in the distance. The Norwegian forest cat's domain was not open ground, but the forest, where he would be the king, and the large dinosaur would be unable to move freely. The fool upright, looking at the tarot card he drew, Hawkins was slightly taken aback. The starting point? Strive for the present. It seemed he had never drawn this card before. Just as Hawkins was pondering, the effect of the fool was applied to him and Reis. Reis' power suddenly surged, sending the confronting Runty flying. Why did he suddenly become so much stronger? Runty's gaze sharpened as she looked seriously at Hawkins and Reis, who stood side by side. Both of these guys are strong. They're both rookie supernova-level fighters. And it wouldn't be easy for her to take them on 2 against 1. That scarecrow can actually become immune to attacks. So far, she had hit him 4 or 5 times, and he remained unscathed. She had no idea what the limitations of his ability were. However, compared to him, the one who was even harder to deal with was that copyfruit user. The scarecrow might be immune to attacks, but he wasn't very offensive and posed little threat to her. But that damned EricD was quite troublesome. He copied the abilities of the mythical Zoan, plus he had competent 3-color hockey and combat quality, which brought her a lot of pressure. She had to take care of him first. With that thought, Runty lowered her body and charged at Reis with another powerful headbutt. Runty's headbutt. This Runty is really as brutish and headstrong as in the manga. Reis sighed, his body crackling with electricity as he faced the charging Runty. With Hawkins' remaining substitutes dwindling, he decided to face her directly. This guy's tarot cards were quite effective. The fool had increased his power by at least 20, and considering Runty had already fought several rounds with the 3-headed beast and had lost some stamina, he should be able to take her down like this. As long as Hawkins didn't draw a bad card, he was certain to win. Reis also has enough confidence that the luck of this battle is on his side. After all, the fool is the prologue to adventure. Chapter 196. Harold's hunting operation in the land of Izumo. In the hidden mist forest, the agile and swift Norwegian forest cat raced deep into the woods. Peggy-wan was quickly chasing from behind, his rapid running even creating sparks as he moved, but even after he transformed back into his human form. The complex vines and bushes of the forest occasionally hindered his progress. This guy just ran away. In a chase, the Spinosaurus can't catch up to a nimble cat. Don't run away. Peggy-wan shouted angrily at the Norwegian forest cat ahead, but Harold ignored him. The cat, now in the forest, moved gracefully among the trees, making it impossible for Peggy-wan to catch up. However, merely fleeing would not defeat Peggy-wan. He had to use the terrain and come up with a method to defeat the opponent. A slight grin appeared on Harold's lips, revealing his sharp fangs. His forepaws increased their speed, leaving Peggy-wan further behind to ensure he had ample preparation time. In the forest cat was a perfect hunter. Even against the ancient dominant dinosaur, he had a chance to kill. Harold became a fleeting shadow in the forest, gradually disappearing from Peggy-wan's sight. Damn, he runs so fast. Unable to see the opponent, Peggy-wan stopped in frustration and looked around irritably. Have I unknowingly chased this deep into the forest? All around were towering trees, dense vegetation, and thorny vines, significantly reducing his mobility, which was unfriendly to him. These tough vines and branches were also difficult to cut through. Just brushing against them made him feel pain all over. That damn cat has run too far. Even the observation hockey can't track his location. I've lost him. This is troublesome. How do I find him? While Peggy-wan searched for traces of the enemy in the forest, Harold arrived at a cliff and began to set traps. To defeat an opponent much stronger than himself, he had to use his wits. Previously, during hunting activities in the kingdom, he was very skilled at trapping prey. As long as he set up a net and lured that big dumb dinosaur over, he was confident of achieving ultimate victory. In the intricate forest, the agile divine cat moved silently through the thickets. With footsteps so light they were nearly soundless, combined with speeds faster than the wind. He hid among the flowers and trees, making it nearly impossible to detect him. The life force within the forest was extremely dense. So Peggy-wan's observation hockey could not sense Harold hidden within. Taking advantage of this natural concealment, Harold quickly approached Peggy-wan, his deep cat eyes fixed on him. A reckless attack would be meaningless. The vitality and defense of ancient animal species were too strong, and his claws and shield could hardly inflict significant damage. Attacking was merely to lure the enemy. The moment of Gelshiko's charged spear throw. Harold's limbs erupted with powerful force as he pounced from behind towards Peggy-wan. His claws aimed like a thrown spear at Peggy-wan's neck. The sudden murderous intent was quickly detected by Peggy-wan, who immediately activated his armed color hardening at his neck. Clang! The sharp claws scraped against Peggywan's neck, merely cutting through the surface without causing any significant damage. You finally showed yourself. I thought you had vanished without a trace. Peggywan angrily turned his head back, sneering at Harold. Did you think you could kill me with such a sneak attack? Failing in one strike. Harold did not hesitate for a moment and turned to continue running deeper into the forest. Peggywan hurriedly chased after Harold for a long time, but ultimately, he was left behind by the opponent's agility. However, not long after, Peggywan, lost in the forest, encountered Harold's sudden attack again. Each time Harold attacked, it only caused Peggywan some negligible scratches. Although the damage was minimal, the periodic surprise assaults were becoming a nuisance for Peggywan. Yet, just when he was about to strike back at Harold, the latter would flee without hesitation. It seemed he intended to exhaust Peggywan using guerrilla tactics. Thinking this, Peggywan let out a disdainful laugh. The opponent truly had no countermeasures left, resorting to such methods to deal with him. I'll see who can't hold on first. That guy will eventually tire out, and 1T be able to escape when I catch him. Seeing Peggywan's confident demeanor, Harold couldn't help but secretly chuckle. No matter how talented he was, or how he was a cadre of the four emperors, he was still just an 18-year-old hot-headed youth, easily falling into his trap, completely oblivious to his intentions. Each time he lured, he brought his opponent closer to the trap he had set. Soon, he would fall into the net he had laid. With each successive lure, Peggywan gradually became familiar with Harold's attack patterns, allowing him to defend against sneak attacks while also launching counterattacks against Harold. The powerful counterattacks began to injure Harold's body. After all, he was a bounty of 290 million, and his adaptability was too strong. But didn't he matter? He was about to reach the location where he had set the traps, the hunting grounds specifically designed for dinosaurs. After attacking Peggywan once more, Harold suddenly turned and raced forward. Stimulated repeatedly, Peggywan could no longer contain himself, transforming into a gigantic Spinosaurus, directly using his tremendous body to destroy the surrounding bushes and giant trees, roaring as he chased after Harold. This is never-ending. I must take that guy down immediately. I can't stand to continue this drawn-out battle. The massive Spinosaurus lunged forward with all its might. However, this time, the ground beneath him could not support his weight. Boom! In a startled roar, Peggywan plunged down the hidden cliff that Harold had concealed. Inevitably, several vines triggered by his massive body also activated nearby traps. Sigdrafa's finishing move, Gift of Victory. Harold swiftly dashed from the side and pulled down the last vine that hadn't been triggered. Immediately, boulders were disturbed and began to plummet from the cliff, crashing down one after another onto Peggywan. Watching Peggywan scream below as he was crushed by the falling rocks, Harold transformed back into his original form, brushed his beautiful long hair, and revealed a smug smile of triumph. This hunt is about to come to an end. A hunter never needs to be stronger than their prey. They just need to possess enough composure and cleverness. Chapter 197, The Wheel of Fate. With the help of the terrain of the forest and his familiarity with various plant structures, Harold went through quite a struggle. After being bombarded by a series of mechanisms, he finally found Peggywan, who was severely injured and tightly bound by vines, hanging in midair. These vines, known as the Steel Serpent, were tougher and more flexible than steel, and even as a cadre of the Beast Pirates, it was impossible for him to break free. Moreover, these vines were alive and would cling tightly to anything they caught. Transforming using his abilities would be of no use. Taking a breath, Harold jumped down the cliff, shield in hand, and approached Peggywan. His traps had already inflicted serious injuries, and now that she was bound by the vines, she should be immobile. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling and challenging hunting operation he had ever experienced, but fortunately, he had succeeded in the end. "All right, stop struggling and go to sleep," said Harold as he took out a large bottle of sleeping potion from his waist and poured the entire contents into Peggywan's mouth, who was still desperately trying to break free but was getting more entangled. Although the vines were sturdy, his opponent was too strong to be completely at ease. Putting her to sleep would ensure there were no issues. After struggling for a long time, the sleeping potion took effect, and Peggywan's consciousness gradually faded until she fell into a coma. After resolving everything here, Harold sat down to rest for long while before getting up and heading out of the forest. The land of Izumo should have sea prism stone handcuffs. He would go find a pair to cuff this guy. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight between Reis, Hawkins, and Runny was still ongoing. Reis, transformed into a thunder beast, was fiercely clashing with Runny, who had turned into a swollen-headed dragon, while Hawkins, in a straw man form, provided support from the side. It's surprising that someone just a few years older than me has so much more combat experience. Reis lamented as he fought Runny. Without having copied this phantom beast fruit, he wouldn't have been her match. Growing up fighting strong opponents in the new world, Reis realized that the training from Teacher Kaido made a significant difference. If he were to use his other three abilities, Cold Fruit, Wave Fruit, and Age Fruit, he could probably defeat her more quickly and reliably. However, during this battle, to reassure the people of Izumo, he would rely entirely on the power of Amatsuki Kanemori to overcome her. This way, the troublesome samurai and bounty hunters would be more likely to accept him. Dodging the large iron nail shot by Hawkins and deflecting Reis's Thunder Sword energy, Runny performed a backflip to escape the encirclement, landing behind them. 1 against 2 is really tough. Why hasn't Peggy dealt with that cat yet? If she doesn't come help her sister, I might just die. You two rough men are nothing compared to cute Peggy. Peggy 1? That guy isn't too strong, right? He has probably already been taken down by Harold. Reis chuckled, waving the sword in his hand. What? You actually look down on little Peggy? Reis's words instantly enraged Runny, who launched another attack at him. Runny's head spear rain, 10,000 Thunder Serpent. The successive headbutts and Reis's Thunder Snakes clashed in the air, with the power of armament hockey and lightning enveloping the entire battlefield. Hawkins, expressionless, transformed back to his original form and began drawing cards again. He wasn't good at head-on clashes, so he'd leave dealing with the brutish dinosaur to Reis. Sun upright. Looking at the drawn tower card, Hawkins was slightly surprised. Another good card. It was rare to encounter such luck. Was it Reis changing his fortune? What an unpredictable man. The effect of the sun quickly took effect on Reis, instantly restoring the stamina he had spent during the intense battle, sweeping away the feeling of fatigue. Reis immediately became full of energy again. Damn, that straw man seems to be doing something despicable. Noticing Reis's state change, Runty glared angrily at Hawkins. Strength suddenly increased, speed suddenly quickened, stamina suddenly restored. These aren't things that Reis, who is using the Thunder Beast fruit, should be able to do. This duo's cooperation was truly difficult to deal with. Runty's Meteor Hammer. Runny's eyes sharpened as she spun like a meteor hammer, using her powerful centrifugal force to launch a series of hammer-like headbutts at Reis. Boom! The immense force sent Reis flying. Runny had truly gone berserk. After the violent impact, Reis coughed up blood, being hurled far away before he finally stopped, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowning. That last hit was quite something. It feels like my ribs and internal organs are injured. Facing a dinosaur in frenzy is no joke. I shouldn't have provoked her earlier. Before Reis could return to the battlefield, Runny turned her spear towards Hawkins again. Taking this opportunity, I'll deal with this guy too. I don't believe I can take down this fortune teller. Runny's cannon, harnessing her centrifugal force. Runny fully charged her body's strength, launching herself at Hawkins like a cannon, feeling immense pressure from Runny's attack. Hawkins soon realized that the last voodoo doll used to transfer damage had finally been overwhelmed and fell out of his body. Not good. Boom! Runny's head but crashed into Hawkins's chest once more, the tremendous force causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh, so you can get hurt. Seeing Hawkins spit blood for the first time, Runty couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Looks like you've reached your limit. Once this guy is dealt with, Reis won't have any messy buffs to rely on, and when little Peggy arrives, dealing with the remaining Eric will be much easier. The heavy wolf Fong hammer smashed into Hawkins's head, splattering blood everywhere. The intense pain made Hawkins grit his teeth, blood seeping from between his teeth. It had been a long time since he had been injured in battle. This was one of the few times since he set sail that he had exhausted his substitutes. Constantly using damage transfer to avoid personal injury had made Hawkins's body much weaker than other strong fighters at the same level. In that moment, he realized the issue. Facing the strong of the New World, his abilities that worked well in Paradise and the North Sea, as Reis had said, had become his weakness. It seemed he would indeed need to change his fighting style afterward, but this battle, while he generally wielded his long sword to fend off Runny's attacks, Hawkins began to draw his final card. Runny's head spear. As Runty knocked Hawkins down with her heavy headbutt, Reis, who had been blasted far away, rushed back to the scene. Looking at the last card he drew, a bloodied Hawkins revealed a faint smile. The Wheel of Fate upright. Chapter 198. Hawkeye Dracula Myhawk. The Wheel of Fortune means making changes and moving toward success. Seeing the last drawn tower card, Hawkins immediately smiled. Eric, it's up to you. As Hawkins threw the tower card to Reis, the effect of the Wheel of Fortune was instantly applied to Reis. The roar of the Thunder Beast, like rolling thunder, mixed with the overwhelming hockey, echoed across the entire sky of the land of Izumo. The roar of the Thunder Beast, representing the famous name of the land of Izumo and the president of the Thunder God Guild, reached the ears of the anxious residents, calming their spirits significantly. The roar of the Thunder Beast signified that Lord Yuyuki was still fighting. They still had hope. What's with that terrifying shout? Do you think a loud shout guarantees victory? Reis's furious roar made Runny feel quite dissatisfied. She immediately kicked the ground hard, the immense force causing the earth to collapse, propelling her body forward like a cannonball. Runta's siege hammer, the already incredibly hard skull of the brute dragon, enhanced by armament hockey, reached an astonishing level of solidity. This was a strike capable of demolishing a city wall in one hit. Runny's full-force attack aimed to completely take down Reis. Thunder God, Blade of Judgment. Reis took a deep breath, exhaling a large expanse of pitch-black thunderclouds that enveloped the area, while the lightning on his body was released recklessly. Combined with the lightning falling from above, it coalesced into an enormous elemental giant blade, wrapping around the Budu spirit in Reis's hand. Golden thunder pierced the heavens and the earth, ultimately converging in the long blade in Reis's hand, the dazzling electric light flashing on the blade, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. The thunder blade and the siege hammer collided in midair. The overwhelming lightning and shock waves surged towards all directions, causing a fierce wind and flashes that made Hawkins nearby unable to open his eyes, his golden hair wildly dancing in the air. Outside the battlefield, the three heads, Herald, and other pirates and bounty hunters looked on in shock at the clash of the final blows between the two. In midair, Reis and Runny faced off, pouring all their strength into the Budu spirit and the siege hammer. The powerful collision shook the atmosphere. "I'm sorry. Even if you're an officer of the Beast Pirates, today you will definitely be taken down by me," Reis shouted, the lightning jumping on the blade, gradually eroding the armament hockey on Runny's head. The three survival probability of the land of Izumo would surely be grasped in his hands. Chase, falling thunder. Another bolt of lightning fell from the thunderclouds above Reis, striking the Budu spirit. A sword energy of lightning crisscrossed the entire battlefield, completely breaking apart Runny's armament hockey. The attack, composed of slashes and lightning, transformed into a giant dragon, crashing directly into Runny, pushing her towards the ground. The earth immediately burst into a spiderweb of cracks, spreading across the entire battlefield, while Runny, who bore the brunt of Reis's final strike, fell into the deep pit created by Reis, her eyes rolling back as she lost consciousness. After ending his attack, Reis landed on the thunderclouds, looking at the defeated Runty, letting out a sigh of relief as the lightning on his body gradually dissipated. At the same time, the battle outside the shores of the land of Izumo concluded with the victory of the ferocious pirates released from the Thunder God prison by Reis. These desperate rogues ultimately paid a heavy price and miraculously defeated the fleet of the Beast Pirates. Finally won. Although the land of Izumo was left in tatters and the Thunder God Guild suffered heavy losses, they ultimately survived, changing the fate of being obliterated by the Beast Pirates. Of the 3 flying 6 members of the Beast Pirates, 1 was killed, and 2 were heavily wounded and captured, with the entire fleet sunk. He bet right and preserved more living forces for the battle against Kaido 2 years later. After the battle, Reis, dragging his exhausted body, sat down beside Hawkins. "How was it? What is it like to gamble with your fate?" Reis smiled as he looked at Hawkins. At that moment, the momentum of the magician Hawkins had changed significantly compared to before, with a faint smile appearing at the corner of his bloodstained mouth. Picking up the Wheel of Fortune card that had fallen to the ground, Hawkins's eyes became even more determined and confident. Reis was right. If one does not choose to face danger now, the future will only lead to defeat. Only by honing the fate of overcoming opportunities in perilous situations can one gain a greater survival probability in the cruel New World knockout rounds in the future. Choosing greater risks now is to exchange for greater hopes in the future. BRR. Just as Reis was about to lie down and close his eyes for a rest, the transponder snail in his arms suddenly rang. Not long ago, at Tao Yuan, Smuggy absorbed the moisture from several subordinates, transforming into a true giantess, swinging the long sword in her hand. A slash larger than the silver adventurer itself cleaved through the giant waves, heading forward. Daff lifted the helm tightly, her pupils shrinking. This time there was no escaping. Just when everyone was despairing, thinking they could not escape the fate of total annihilation, a slash faster, larger, and more powerful than Smuggy's attack flew in from the distant sea, colliding squarely with Smuggy's strike and easily destroying it. What was that? Seeing her attack instantly nullified, Smuggy widened her eyes in shock, quickly turning her head towards the direction from which the slash came. The man who appeared in her sight made Smuggy's expression turn grave. With hawk-like sharp eyes, a calm and imposing aura, a pitch-black blade, and the ability to effortlessly nullify her attack from thousands of meters away. It was the world's greatest swordsman, the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. How could he appear here? The coffin-like small boat slowly approached, with Mihawk sitting on it, holding the black blade Yoru in one hand. The tip of Yoru pointing directly at Smuggy, causing her to feel an immense sense of danger and sweat profusely. Lexington and the others, including Tao Yuan, also held their breath, incredulously gazing at the suddenly appeared Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, the top-tier powerhouse on this sea. The last time they encountered Peach Rabbit, Ace and Marco appeared, this time with Smuggy. Mihawk comes to the rescue? They were a bit too lucky, weren't they? I quite like the fruit wine on this island. As for your big MOM pirates wanting to sink it, just let it go for my sake. Mihawk said lightly, his tone lacking much emotion, yet every word carried immense intimidation. Moreover, I'm extremely bored right now. Saying this, Mihawk slowly stood up, swinging Yoru a couple of times, his gaze continuing to focus on Smuggy. Come and exchange a few moves with me. In the New World, you're also a well-known swordsman, Charlotte Smuggy. Chapter 199. After the war, reorganization, and setting sail again. The battle between Hawkeye Mihawk and Charlotte Smoothie was brief, but it left Lexington and the others deeply shocked. In the end, Smoothie barely managed to withstand 4 of Mihawk's slashes before being sent flying with a 5th, more forceful attack, ending the duel. The star that had overwhelmed all of them was completely crushed before Mihawk. The speed at which the two fought was so fast that it was almost impossible to see. Lexington strained with all his might just to catch glimpses of their sword shadows. If Big MOM intends to attack this island again, I wouldn't mind having a duel with her, Mihawk said calmly after disarming Smoothie, turning his back to her and ignoring her further. Knowing the strength of his opponent, Smoothie had no choice but to swallow her pride. She ordered her subordinates to rescue Compote and quickly set sail away from the scene. After dealing with Smoothie, Mihawk's sharp gaze turned to the silver adventurer, Lexington. In an instant, a chilling sensation swept over Lexington's body. Under Hawkeye's gaze, he felt like prey. Taking a deep breath, Lexington forced himself to stand firm, meeting Mihawk's eyes with the sharpness of a sniper. Not bad, you have a strong will, Mihawk remarked softly, slightly nodding. Despite being severely injured, Lexington managed to hold his ground and meet his gaze. From the way other crew members referred to him, it was clear that this blonde man was their vice captain. It was quite rare for the captain to be absent. The cadres of the big MOM pirates were not weaklings in the New World. Yet, this crew had managed to defeat Charlotte Compote while their captain was away and had held out against the pursuing Smoothie until the very end. It had been a long time since Mihawk had seen such promising talent. Where's your captain? He asked soon after, intrigued by the impressive resolve of the crew. The world was far too dull, and as the world's greatest swordsman, he eagerly anticipated encountering true strength. However, Lexington's reply surprised Mihawk. Our captain is currently battling the beast pirates in Wano country. Back in the present, after Lexington reported the situation and shared the outcome of their battle, Reis hung up the Den Mushy with mixed emotions. Lexington and the others had successfully repelled the big MOM pirates fleet, safeguarding Peach Blossom, which relieved a heavy burden from his heart. He sighed in relief, proud of their achievement in fending off 2 of the Yonko crews. Moreover, Mihawk's unexpected arrival and his intervention to repel Smoothie, thereby protecting Peach Blossom, left Reis astounded. The fact that the world's greatest swordsman was interested in him and wanted to meet him was even more surprising. Although Reis knew he couldn't return immediately, he left with the promise of future attention on himself. I'm not a swordsman, he thought, feeling a bit anxious about it. Forget it. I won't think too much about it. Shaking his head to clear his chaotic thoughts, Reis sighed deeply and lay on the ground to recover his stamina. Soon, after urgently treating his injuries, Sunju took command of the situation in Wano and ordered his subordinates to begin clearing the battlefield. The devastated Wano, in dire need of recovery, and the heavily damaged Thunder God Guild needed to regain their strength. The bounty hunters, who had temporarily ceased hostilities with Reis's released pirates, received treatment alongside the pirates and rested on the island. Runny and Peggy 1 were captured and imprisoned with Seastone, and they would soon be sent to the Navy base along with the corpse of Landros. Meanwhile, the body of the former president of the Thunder God Guild, Amatsuki Kenyu, was also collected by Sunju and buried in the courtyard of the Thunder God Guild. The cost of fighting the Yonko was extremely heavy, but fortunately, it was not without gains. The defeat of the 3 Flying Six members slightly comforted the hearts of Sunju and others. but it also made them acutely aware of the terrifying power of their enemies and the imminent danger of the war that would break out in 2 years. The Beast Pirates had even more formidable fighters, fleets, and weapons, as well as 3 stronger Flying Six members and the terrifying destructive power of Kaido. The governor, known as the world's strongest creature, Kazuki Odin, and his forces could not be underestimated either. This battle had not shaken the foundations of the Beast Pirates at all. For future battles, they would need even greater strength to have any hope of defeating the Beast Pirates and Kazuki Odin. Fortunately, Reis, this new star pirate who had rescued Wano and the Thunder God Guild without holding grudges, promised that he would join other new stars at sea to assist them in their fight against the Beast Pirates in 2 years. Days later, after resting in Peach Blossom, the crew of the Devil's Hand Pirates arrived in Wano aboard the Silver Adventurer. With Mihawk's protection, Reis and the others no longer had to worry about the big MOM pirates or others invading Peach Blossom. The villagers vowed to train hard to grow strong enough to protect the island on their own. Before leaving, the village chief of Peach Blossom unexpectedly gifted Reis a seed of a celestial peach tree as a token of gratitude. The Hawkins Pirates and the Hairdressing Pirates had already set sail in the past few days, and it was now Reis's turn to embark. After bidding farewell to the bounty hunters, Reis took up the Tenjin gun Amaterasu, strapped the Hiccup Tsukuyomi to his waist, and boarded the Silver Adventurer. He took one last look at Wano and ordered the ship to set sail. Sunju made the decision for Amatsuki Kenyu, entrusting the legendary blade of the Amatsuki family, the Hiccup Tsukuyomi, to this man who had inherited Kenyu's abilities. Although Reis's method of inheriting abilities was somewhat different, he now possessed the power of the Thunder Beast and was the most suitable person to wield Hiccup Tsukuyomi. After all, it was a cursed blade that ordinary people could not control. We have 3 great treasures and 2 fine treasures on our ship, Reis thought to himself, marveling. Could it be because I'm a user of the copy fruit? Not only am I collecting abilities, but I'm also unknowingly gathering weapons. The swordsman would surely envy him. That said, he still regretted not being able to recruit new subordinates this time. He shook his head in disappointment, thinking about how he hadn't found anyone among those with bounties over 50 million. Harold was also unlikely to submit to him now. Well, recruiting crew members is all about fate. In the future, I will definitely find stronger, more compatible partners. However, before that, Reis has a very troubling matter to deal with. After the intense battle with the big MOM pirates, the severely injured Beethoven and Lexington fell into a coma and have yet to wake up. Fortunately, the next island is Long Snake Island, where the ship's doctor recommended by Kuroka's is located. Reis stands at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast sea ahead, talking to himself. Surprisingly, the Zashiki Warashi also knows this doctor, and it is said that the reason why Amatsuki Kinyo's body has been able to hold out for so long is thanks to the doctor's potions. I believe he will definitely be able to cure Lexington and Beethoven. Chapter 200. The Choice of the 4 Emperors New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. A tall and muscular man, completely wrapped in black clothing, with a pair of enormous black wings on his back and flames erupting from the back of his head, strode towards the residence of Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates. An unexpected situation had occurred. It was almost unbelievable. Just moments ago, they had completely lost contact with the troops of the Thunder God Guild, who were planning to annihilate the land of Wano before heading to the first half of the Grand Line. This was an unprecedented situation for them. Soon, the first of the calamities, Ember, walked past several small members of the Beast Pirates without a word, pushed open Kaido's door, and entered the room. Aru, Ember, you've come. On the main seat inside the room sat a giant even larger than Ember, with long black hair draped over his shoulders, bare-chested, and adorned with dragon scale patterns. He was pouring alcohol into his mouth while addressing Ember, who approached him. How did things go in the land of Wano? Did you take care of those damned samurai? Are there any strong fighters willing to join our pirate crew? I came here specifically for this matter, Mr. Kaido. Ember shook his head seriously, walking up to Kaido and slowly began to speak. The life card of Landros has just burned out, and the life cards of Runmi and Pejuin have been significantly damaged, indicating they are seriously injured. The fleet we dispatched has completely lost contact. Gulp. Kaido immediately stopped pouring alcohol into his mouth, his eyes widening in shock. Since the person in front of him was Ember, someone he admired and trusted, he refrained from going on a drunken rampage or smashing him with his kanabo. This was also the reason Ember personally came to report to Kaido. Upon hearing this news, Kaido's drunkenness dissipated significantly. So, all 3 of the Flying Six have been defeated? What kind of power is the Thunder God Guild hiding in the land of Wano that could take down my 3 capable subordinates? Damn samurai! What have they done? Kaido furiously punched the ground, shaking it violently, and his overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted in all directions, knocking out all nearby subordinates except for Ember. Immediately investigate. What exactly is going on? Also, find out the current location and situation of Runmi and Pejuan right away. Yes. Ember calmly nodded and quickly turned to leave the room. The urgent priority now was to quickly ascertain how the enemy had defeated their fleet led by the 3 Flying Six. At the same time, they needed to locate the whereabouts of the surviving Runmi and Pejuan. They were both recognized strong fighters by Kaido, young and capable, and must be rescued at all costs. After Ember left, Kaido had just calmed down a bit and returned to his seat when the voice of a transponder snail suddenly rang out. At this critical moment, who dares to call? Kaido's expression darkened as he picked up the transponder snail, suppressing his anger to dial the call. An extremely unexpected, yet familiar voice, which he hadn't heard in years, came through the transponder snail. Hello, is that the brat, Kaido? Your 3 Flying Six have just gone missing, right? My brats here have also encountered some problems. According to newly received intelligence, the ones who attacked our fleet at the Paradise are the same group. Upon hearing the words from the other end, Kaido's face involuntarily showed an angry expression. Charlotte Linlin, it's been many years since I last heard from that old hag. What kind of audacity do these guys have to provoke both of us, the 4 emperors, at Paradise? They really are bold. However, I don't want to send people to hunt down those reckless fools just yet, Big Mom unexpectedly said. Although she had just learned of Charlotte Katakuri's defeat and Charlotte Smoothie's retreat at the hands of Dracula Mihawk, she had been furious and wanted to send her strongest son, Katakuri, to eliminate those unruly pirates. In the end, she changed her mind after being persuaded by Katakuri and Perispero. There is no need to mobilize troops to hunt down those little brats. They will come to the New World sooner or later and will challenge us, 4 emperors. At that time, it won't be too late to deal with them calmly. If we send troops now to hunt them down, it will be time-consuming and labor-intensive. And those fools seem to have Mihawk backing them. If he intervenes, it could lead to a lot of trouble. Since you say so, Linlin, after pondering for a moment, Kaido picked up the wine jug again. Then I'll let those little brats go for now. You're right. A bunch of little thieves don't deserve us 4 emperors to mobilize our forces and send our calamities or even come out ourselves to deal with them. That would be embarrassing and would only invite ridicule from other 4 emperors and great pirates. By the way, Linlin, do you know where my Runmi and Pejuan are now? Kaido's gaze sharpened again. Those little thieves could be allowed to live a little longer, but his subordinates could not be left to the mercy of others or captured and sent to impel down. Soon after, Kaido's call with Big Mom ended. The intelligence capability of the Big Mom pirates was indeed renowned as the best in the industry, and he now understood the matters he wanted to know. This old hag hadn't changed a bit in decades. She was still so arrogant, Kaido said with some dissatisfaction as his form began to change. In no time, a mighty blue dragon, majestic and powerful, soared through the flames, breaking through the roof of the house and flying towards Wano country. After obtaining the location of Runmi and Pejuan, he decided to go in person. By the way, he also planned to make a trip to the land of Wano to clean up the remaining samurai, although he felt it would be a fruitless endeavor. As those samurai were not fools and should have already left the land of Wano by now, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. On the other side, at Whole Cake Island, those little brats really don't deserve to make me lose my temper, Big Mom said as she hung up the transponder snail. But now that there are no more mystical peaches to eat, that is truly infuriating. The damned Hawkeye's Mihawk is sheltering that island. Mihawk is a solitary and powerful individual, but his strength cannot be underestimated. If one wants to deal with him, it would require her to take action personally. Even then, there is no guarantee of success. Moreover, this guy has no relatives or friends, making it difficult for her to find a way to threaten him. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to temporarily set aside the matter of the mystical peaches. What about today's dessert? Isn't it ready yet? Ultimately, Big Mom chose to turn her anger into appetite, and her thunderous roar echoed throughout the skies of Whole Cake Island. Chapter 201. The Wild Boar King. After leaving the land of Izumo, the silver adventurer continued to sail towards the distant sea. Due to Beethoven's injuries not yet healed, the ship was unusually quiet, lacking the music that had once filled the air. Reis sat idly on the deck, reading the newspaper. After the battles in Izumo and the Peach Blossom Land, their bounties had once again increased. Among the 3 captains who defeated the flying sextuplets, his and Hawkins' bounties each rose by 100 million berries, while Harold's bounty increased to 294 million berries, which was considered within the normal range. Reis had captured a journalist responsible for taking bounty photos on the battlefield, forcing him to take a proper photo, resulting in a handsome picture on his bounty notice. However, looking at this overly dashing photo, Reis felt he appeared a bit too pretentious. But it was certainly better than the previous lecherous picture. Lexington's bounty also increased by around 100 million, reaching 222 million berries, reflecting the Navy's obsession with the odd numbers in bounties. Haas and Daff's bounties each rose by 1,000 berries, while Annie did not see an increase due to her already high base bounty. However, these changes in bounty paled in comparison to Beethoven's. Reis was taken aback when he saw Beethoven's new bounty notice and was momentarily at a loss for words. A mere pig had 2 bounty notices. Pet of the Magic Hand Pirates, musician and swordsman General Pig Beethoven, bounty 333 berries, which had risen by 3 berries, seemingly just due to a compulsive tendency. However, Beethoven's strength and threat were not entirely unrecognized by the Navy. In addition to this notice, which had his real name and a photo of him, Beethoven had another bounty notice. Fighter of the Magic Hand Pirates, Wild Boar King, bounty 300 million berries. The photo on the bounty notice showed Beethoven transformed into a moon lion, holding the golden sword Joyous, looking fearsome. Reis had already learned from Haas about Beethoven's transformation into a moon lion during the Peach Blossom land battle. But he did not expect that Beethoven's moon lion form would be regarded as a separate member of their pirate crew with its own bounty. And such a high one at that, even earning the title of Wild Boar King. When the gentlemanly and etiquette-loving Beethoven wakes up, he will likely dislike this bounty notice. This strange Wild Boar King had a bounty exceeding Lexington's, making him the second highest bounty in their pirate crew. Reis couldn't help but sigh. Even higher than Hawkins and Harold, akin to Luffy from the Sabati archipelago, it was truly hard to describe. But upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, Beethoven in his moonlion form was indeed second only to himself in their team, and they had defeated a high-ranking member of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Compote, thanks to Beethoven's moonlion form during the Peach Blossom land battle. However, the conditions for this transformation were quite stringent. Beethoven could only transform into the moon lion for 1 night each month, possessing the strength of a 300 million bounty only at the moment of the full moon. Whatever. Let be. Reis shook his head, tossing the newspaper he had finished reading onto the ground, and turned to head towards the cabin, in the temporarily empty infirmary. As the ship's doctor had not yet arrived, Lexington and Beethoven, who had sustained the heaviest injuries in the previous battle, lay on 2 beds, while Haas and Annie acted as caretakers for them. Although the doctors from Peach Blossom Land had treated them, their medical skills were not sufficient to heal them completely, and if left unchecked, they would be left with aftereffects. The Zashiki Warashi used the abilities of the reverse fruit to temporarily restore them to a healthy state. But this reversal was only temporary. Before long, the 2 would revert to their original states. To avoid worsening their conditions, even though Lexington and Beethoven were currently fine, they had to lie in bed and rest to avoid further injury. Captain, it won't be easy to get to Long Snake Island. Haas sighed helplessly as he put down the map upon seeing the captain enter. After reviewing the map and using his abilities to find a path to Long Snake Island, he discovered the difficulty of this route. There were many massive underwater mountain ranges obstructing the path from here to Long Snake Island, and these mountains were intertwined and fraught with danger, requiring a long time to navigate a serpentine route to reach there. It seemed this was also the reason why the island was called Long Snake Island. Getting there was indeed not easy, and the natural terrain protected it and the kingdom above it. Fortunately, the Magic Hand Pirates had Haas's abilities, a sufficiently detailed map, a capable helmsman, and the route map to Long Snake Island given to them by the 3 leaders before leaving Izumo, as well as Dr. Ning Jiji's business card. After all, the reason Ujetsu Kenyo was able to hold on during his near-death experience was largely thanks to the 3 leaders traveling far and wide to find Ning Jiji to procure medicine. This fellow named Ning Jiji was quite famous in these waters, but also very mysterious, with countless legends surrounding him. Reis became increasingly interested in him, wondering what kind of person he would be. It doesn't matter if the sailing time is long. As long as we don't engage in battles or intense activities along the way, there won't be a risk of worsening injuries or leaving aftereffects, Lexington said from his bed. After all, they were unlikely to encounter any strong enemies on the way, as the underwater mountain range between Long Snake Island and Izumo served as a natural barrier, allowing them to avoid many foes and dangers due to the complex terrain. As long as we don't fight, it should be fine. Then let Daff take her time. Getting lost in the sea mountains would be even worse, Reis murmured. Their pace was indeed a bit too rushed. After just experiencing battles against the flying sextuplets and the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, they needed to take some time to settle down, digest their previous battle experiences, steadily improve their strength, and leave some buffer time for the next challenge. After all, the Magic Hand Pirates were no longer Avengers but adventurers. They should enjoy the process of adventure and travel instead of rushing headlong into battles against various enemies. I wonder how Shaq is doing now. If he were here, I could enjoy good food and life, Reis muttered to himself as he turned back to the deck, ready to bask in the sun and spend some leisurely time. In the days to come, the world would surely become tumultuous and once swept up in the tide of the era. It would be difficult to have such opportunities to relax again. The silver adventurer bathed in sunlight, sailing across the shimmering sea towards the unknown new adventure in the distance. Chapter 202. Long Snake Island. Snake Kingdom. The journey to Long Snake Island took a long time, during which Reis continuously practiced his skills. He focused on gunplay, swordplay, martial arts, the 3 types of hockey, as well as the applications of the coal fruit, wave fruit, year fruit, and cat fruit in its beast form, leaving nothing behind. As a user of the copy fruit, he had to truly become a versatile fighter. Due to his lack of skills in mechanics and electromagnetism, he ultimately decided to abandon the magnetic fruit's abilities. It was simply too difficult to use. Even achieving basic applications took a long time, making it not worth it. Not all fruits are suitable for him. No matter how good or promising a fruit is, if it doesn't fit him, it cannot unleash its true power and is thus useless. He needed to focus his time and energy on practical and powerful fruits. Among the 4 fruits he currently possessed, he only planned to permanently keep the coal fruit and the thunder beast fruit, while the other fruits served merely as stepping stone for the next stage. Therefore, he concentrated most of his efforts on developing and mastering the coal fruit and the thunder beast fruit, having previously developed various fruits. Reis had become very experienced and skilled in this area. Now, when he approached a new fruit, he could quickly grasp the basics as long as there were no special requirements. After obtaining the Thunder Sword Tsukuyami, Reis picked up the swordsmanship he had neglected for a long time. Previously, he had dual-wielded gunplay and swordplay, but had completely focused on gunplay after acquiring Amaterasu. Now that he had obtained Tsukuyami and Tsukuyami, he couldn't neglect his training as a swordsman. Although he couldn't master everything, having more skills would be beneficial for utilizing more diverse abilities in the future. Reis began attempting to develop a unique martial art, an alternative 3-sword style. This involved using a spear, a katana, and a tanto simultaneously in combat. Although called a 3-sword style, the 3 weapons were completely different. Amaterasu was suited for the coal fruit, Tsukuyami for the thunder beast fruit, and Tsukuyami was relatively suitable for the wave fruit. Using all 3 weapons at once allowed him to seamlessly integrate the 3 abilities in battle, making him more efficient and comprehensive. However, Reis did not plan to replicate Zoro's 3-sword style. He had tried holding a sword in his mouth, but that resulted in drooling and made it impossible to speak, which was quite unrefined, and he didn't have Zoro's extraordinary jaw strength from years of training. Thus, holding weapons in both hands, while keeping another weapon flying in the air, he could flexibly switch the order of the weapons in his left hand, right hand, and the one in the air as needed. Reis felt that this adaptable combat style suited him better. The long-range weapon spear, mid-range weapon katana, and close combat weapon tanto combined could handle nearly all types of attacks. To execute this 3-sword style more smoothly, Reis also attempted to incorporate Beethoven's dance 4-sword style into his combat approach, while also referencing Lexington's tactics. To be honest, Reis originally intended to use the Kuvas, but the sword was too large and heavy for him to handle realistically, so he had to set it aside for now, saving it for Beethoven during the full moon. Perhaps after obtaining some suitable ability in the future, he could use the 4-sword style. That was uncertain. During Reis's training, Annie had also been holed up in her room, researching new weapons. Although Grella's technology was unmatched in the South Sea, it was still insufficient once they arrived in the Grand Line. To play a more significant role in the team, she had to enhance herself with stronger technological weapons. Annie planned to use the endless coal energy provided by her brother Reis as coal fruit to create a steam power source for herself, providing her with greater energy and firepower. However, compressing such large equipment, which was originally meant for ships and factories, into her body was no easy task. Nonetheless, she was a genius known as the Divine Hand and carried the spiritual strength of Paul and others. If she couldn't overcome this small challenge, it would be impossible for her to use shipwright techniques to help her brother and others achieve their dreams. The fulfilling and enjoyable journey lasted several months. After a long detour along a serpentine route, the magic hand pirates finally traversed through layers of overlapping and complex sea mountains, arriving at the next island in the Grand Line, Long Snake Island. During this time, Lexington and Beethoven's injuries had mostly healed, but they had some hidden wounds that required an excellent doctor to treat for complete recovery. Let us go, enter the Snake Kingdom, and see where that Dr. named Jijida is, Reis said. After tidying up their attire and luggage and temporarily docking the ship at the port, the Magic Hand Pirates all disembarked and headed toward the Snake Kingdom. Reis had always wanted to comment on the name Ning Jijida. It sounded quite unrefined. He was known as the Strange Medicine Man, and that name didn't seem like that of a normal doctor. But it didn't matter whether it was normal or not. In the world of One Piece, the more abnormal a person was, the stronger they tended to be. They already had abnormal individuals on their ship, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Upon entering the Snake Kingdom, Reis noticed the residents' peculiar characteristics. The people here had extraordinary heights, resembling giraffes, due to their long necks akin to snakes. Many of these long-necked people wore metal rings around their necks, which clinked as they moved. Reis thought to himself. This was the homeland of the Snakehead tribe. It was one of the races not explicitly mentioned in the original One Piece. How fascinating they looked. After the Fur tribe, Fishmen, and Giants, he finally encountered another unique race from the world of One Piece. So, was a doctor named Ning Jijida also a member of the Snakehead tribe? As Reis and his group walked down the street, the nearby Snakeheads, upon seeing these extremely rare foreign humans, didn't show any curiosity. Instead, they all became serious and quickened their pace to distance themselves. It seemed that the people here were not very friendly toward outsiders. Lexington observed the deserted street due to their arrival and said seriously, Long Snake Island is hidden among the sea mountains and is tough to find. Generally, there shouldn't be many outsiders coming here. They had tried navigating through the sea mountains before, even if they didn't reach Long Snake Island. The record pointer could still store magnetic power. The entire sea mountain group was the next island after the Izumo Kingdom. So those traveling this route didn't necessarily have to find Long Snake Island to continue moving forward. However, the fact that these Snakehead tribe members didn't show curiosity but rather fear was somewhat concerning. After all, most races outside of humans face certain discrimination, and the Snakehead tribe was likely no exception. It seemed that many things awaited them in this country. Chapter 203. The Strange Dr. Ning Jijida. There was completely no one on the street, which felt quite off. With the Magic Hand Pirates' deepening involvement in the Snake Kingdom, the residents of the Snakehead tribe that could be seen were becoming fewer and fewer, each wearing a complicated expression as they distanced themselves from them. Even when Reis and others actively greeted them, these Snakehead tribe members would run away as if their homes were on fire. They run away when they see us. Are these guys really that scary? I'm clearly so elegant and cute. Beethoven looked at the panicking Snakehead tribe members and said in confusion. It was understandable to see humans running, but there was clearly a Fur tribe member in their team. They wouldn't treat the Fur tribe like pets, would they? After all, the Fur tribe also had powerful figures like Pedro and Beckmas with high bounties. Why can't someone like me be treated the same? It's simply bullying cute animals. Those guys don't matter anyway. Let's figure out how to find Dr. Ning Jijida's residence first. Dafu scratched her head and said, they came to the Snake Kingdom primarily to find crew members, so there was no need to care too much about what the Snakehead tribe said. The streets inside this kingdom were winding and complex, resembling a long snake, making it seem quite difficult to find a clinic. I wonder how Kalokas and the Thunder God Guild found a clinic here. After all, it's not easy for ordinary people to reach this island. Dr. Ning Jijida's clinic, is this it? Hao Si, who had been studying the map, suddenly looked up and pointed at a spot on the street ahead. Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards where Hao Si was pointing. It was a very shabby and narrow little room, looking quite peculiar, sandwiched between two buildings and completely inconspicuous. However, the plaque at the entrance indeed read Ning Jijida Clinic. I thought we would have to search hard, but we found it just like that. Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Reis walked to the dilapidated wooden door of the clinic, somewhat speechless. The door looked very old, having not been cleaned or repaired for at least several decades, covered in dust, stains, and various signs of damage. If it weren't for the many handprints on the handle, they would have suspected it was abandoned. There was a yellowed piece of paper posted at the door, with a sentence that was hard to distinguish. After careful recognition, Lexington confirmed that it read, "Push the door and enter directly." So dirty. I wonder if they ever clean it. Reis looked at the dusty doorknob, gritted his teeth, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapped it around the doorknob, and opened the door. Creak. The extremely unpleasant and piercing sound of the door opening made everyone's skin crawl. Suddenly, a very strange and foul odor wafted from the dark room, causing people to frown. What is this, a tunnel? After entering the room, Reis extended his coal-black right index finger and ignited a flame to illuminate the dim environment. After glancing around, he focused his gaze on a dark, deep hole below. There was nothing else in this room, only this tunnel. So, there should be something extraordinary down there. Is Ning Gigi below? But it looks really eerie. Just as Reis hesitated and bent down to take a closer look into the cave, a head suddenly popped out from the entrance. Wow! The people present were instantly startled by the sudden appearance of the terrifying head and jumped up, all exclaiming loudly. It was an elderly man who looked quite capable. Around 50 years old, with a very prominent hooked nose and pointed chin, long wavy hair, resembling an old wizard from a dark fairy tale. It's been a long time since I've had any patient from outside. Welcome, welcome, come on down. The head let out a few eerie laughs, scanned Reis and the others, then withdrew back into the tunnel. Still shaken, Reis and the others exchanged glances, momentarily unable to regain their composure. Was that head just now Ning Gigida? With a heart full of doubts and a hint of unease still lingering, they each made their way into the narrow tunnel. The tunnel was unexpectedly deep, and it took a while to reach the bottom. It twisted and turned like it was in the belly of a snake. After walking for a long time, they finally reached the end of the tunnel, which opened into a very eerie underground clinic. The dim candlelight heightened the already terrible atmosphere. Apart from the tunnel they had come through, there were several other different openings in the clinic, indicating that there was more than one way to access this clinic within the kingdom. No wonder they found the entrance so quickly. The clinic was filled with numerous bottles and jars, a few simple beds, and some medical equipment scattered about. In the center of the clinic, an elderly snakehead was busy mixing potions. This old man was over 2 meters tall, but his proportions were extremely strange. His body was as short as a child's, yet he had a neck 3 times longer than his body, making him look particularly comical. At the top of his neck was the very head that had just startled Reis and the others. "You're Dr. Ning Gigida?" After hesitating for a moment, Reis finally couldn't help but ask. "Hiss, it's been a long time since I've seen patients from other tribes." The snakehead elder immediately let out a strange laugh, seemingly very pleased. That's right. I am the most skilled doctor in the Snake Kingdom. The strange medicine man Ning Gigida, that golden-haired handsome guy, and the little pig from the fur tribe. You both seem to have hidden injuries, right?" As he spoke, Ning Gigida's deep eyes fixed on Lexington and Beethoven, as if he were looking at 2 little white mice. Although they felt a bit uneasy under Ning Gigida's gaze, Lexington and Beethoven's hearts jolted. He could actually tell they had hidden injuries. They knew their bodies had almost fully recovered, and as long as they didn't engage in strenuous activities, there shouldn't be any abnormalities. So miraculous? No wonder he is called a famous doctor. The environment is a bit shabby, and the style is a bit strange. But he really does have true skills. Perfect timing. I've just developed a body-strengthening medicine that is very suitable for addressing hidden ailments. Come and try it. As he said this, Ning Gigida bent down and pulled out a huge syringe from under the table, a look of anticipation on his face. The glowing green liquid inside was bubbling, and the needle was as thick as a chopstick, glinting coldly. Looking at the giant syringe in Ning Gigida's hand, Lexington broke out in a cold sweat, and Beethoven's fur stood on end, involuntarily taking a step back. Will it really not kill someone if it gets injected? What a terrifying doctor. Synopsis. Crossing into the world of pirates, EricD. Dozen restarts on a deserted island in the South Seas, having eaten a copy fruit. However, it wasn't until he fought against a user of ability for the first time that he realized just how powerful the fruit he had consumed was. Since you're so strong, why not try being a pirate? Akainu, my magma can burn everything. I have the highest attack power of the DevilFruit. Reis, let me touch it and copy it.